The little dumpling was actually the little princess of the dragon clan but accidentally fell into the human world, unable to get enough to eat. Not only did she have to do laundry, cook, and perform dirty chores every day, but she was almost sold by her wicked aunt to be a child bride for a simpleton. Left with no choice, the little dumpling had to go under the overpass to tell fortunes for others. At that moment, under the overpass, a stall was set up with a red cloth banner that read, Master Fortune Telling, only 9.9 yuan. A little girl with two small buns tied on her head sat cross-legged on the ground. She was thin and sallow, but her big, round eyes sparkled like stars. Nuan Nuan, no business again today? The old man selling sweet potatoes nearby, who was packing up his stall, looked at the little girl with pity in his aged eyes. What a sin! I don't know which family's adults would let a 3-year-old girl set up a stall to earn money. Nuan Nuan nodded her little head, her tender face showing a seriousness beyond her years, and said, It's okay, my grandpa said good things take time. Seeing her cheerfully comfort herself, the old man found her even more sensible and endearing. He took a roasted sweet potato from his small stove and handed it to Nuan Nuan. Looking at the fragrant, steaming sweet potato, a glimmer flashed in her big eyes, her throat unconsciously swallowing, and her little stomach growling in response. Little Nuan touched her empty small pocket with her tiny paws, then shook her head and said, Thank you, Grandpa Li, but Nuan has no money. She knew Grandpa Li sold his roasted sweet potatoes by size, and this one was bigger than both her hands combined. It would cost at least 5 or 6 yuan. Yet she didn't have a single cent. Grandpa Li's eyes filled with kindness as he replied, It's alright, this is Grandpa's treat for Nuan. Nuan forced herself to look away from the roasted sweet potato, shaking her little head and refusing in a childish voice. But my grandpa said I can't take things from others, or people will look down on Nuan. As she spoke, her tiny paws pressed against her growling stomach. She was starving and really wanted to eat. Since yesterday, she had only had half a bowl of thin porridge. Her aunt said she hadn't finished her chores, so she could only have half a bowl. But Nuan had already washed everyone's clothes and cleaned the floors and tables. Yet her aunt still wasn't satisfied. Hungry and helpless, Nuan decided to follow her grandpa's example and set up a street stall to earn money. But unlike her grandpa, who always had customers, no one paid her any attention. Nuan sighed softly, Making money is so hard, but no matter how hard, I must stay strong like Grandpa. Hearing Nuan's words, Grandpa Li chuckled warmly and pressed the roasted sweet potato into her hands, saying, Who would ever look down on Nuan? This is the biggest and sweetest one Grandpa saved just for you. Go ahead and eat it. Nuan clutched the steaming sweet potato in confusion. Since her grandpa passed away 6 months ago, no one had been this kind to her. Grandpa Li, maybe Nuan can tell your fortune? She nervously tugged at her tattered little coat. This was the only skill she had. Afraid Grandpa Li wouldn't believe her, she patted her chest and added with childish determination, Don't worry, Grandpa Li. Grandpa said Nuan's readings are very accurate. Grandpa Li's wrinkles deepened with laughter as he replied, Our Nuan is so talented. Then tell Grandpa's fortune. Nuan carefully set the roasted sweet potato aside. Ever since she could remember, she had been able to see people's future fortunes. Her grandpa told her it was a gift from the heavens because Nuan was sent down to endure trials, and he warned her never to let anyone know about this ability. If not for her constant hunger, she would never have revealed it. To disguise her gift, she even mimicked her grandpa's fortune-telling routine, though unlike his methodical finger-counting, hers seemed random. Watching her adorable, clueless act, Grandpa Li found it even more amusing. Copying her grandpa's motions, Nuan counted on both hands before opening her eyes. Then she leaned close to Grandpa Li and announced, Grandpa Li, great news, Grandma Li is going to wake up. Grandpa Li put away his cheerful expression and said sternly with a hint of reprimand, Good child, don't make such jokes. His wife had accidentally fallen down the stairs from the 2nd floor last year, suffering a severe head injury that left her in a vegetative state. The doctor said the chances of her waking up were slim, and neighbors had advised him to give up. Nuan puffed up her little face and stubbornly shook her head. Nuan isn't joking. Grandpa Li thought she was just saying this to cheer him up. Just as he was about to laugh it off, his phone rang. The caregiver on the other end exclaimed excitedly, Grandpa Li, Grandma Li has woken up. Stunned, Grandpa Li looked at Nuan in disbelief. Nuan, I misunderstood you. Your prediction was absolutely right. My wife really woke up. His eyes reddened with emotion. Nuan watched the flustered old man and said, Grandpa Li, hurry to the hospital to see Grandma Li. She misses you so much. Reminded by Nuan, Grandpa Li rushed to the hospital in a hurry. Meanwhile, on the overpass, an exceptionally handsome man was on the phone, his brows furrowed with impatience. Dressed in a custom-made black leather jacket and holding a motorcycle helmet, he looked carefree yet carried an air of sharp intelligence in his teasing peach blossom eyes that commanded respect. These days, anyone dares to set up a fortune-telling stall? The man sneered coldly upon seeing Nuan's makeshift booth. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Lee, Nguyen picked up her roasted sweet potato again, carefully peeling back the charred skin to reveal the golden flesh inside. She took a big bite. So delicious and sweet. Her eyes curved into happy crescents as she took another large bite, only to suddenly feel an intense gaze fixed on her. She looked up at the man staring straight at her from across the way and asked, "Uncle, are you hungry too?" The man, who had just hung up the phone and was about to leave, froze at being called uncle. He was barely in his 20s. He strode toward her. "Kid, who are you calling uncle?" Tilting her head way back to look up at the towering man, Nguyen repeated, "You, uncle." She then kindly explained, "Grandpa says men 20 years older than Nguyen should be called uncle, it's polite." Amused, the man's earlier gloom vanished completely. "You're quite an interesting kid." Nguyen's eyes sparkled with an idea, and without hesitation, she broke her sweet potato in half and offered it to him. "Here, uncle, have some roasted sweet potato. Would you like your fortune told too?" Holding the half piece, the man raised an eyebrow, half laughing. "Are you trying to force a sale now?" Nguyen shook her head, and with her movement, the two little buns on her head swayed back and forth. "This is called soft hands from taking gifts." The man smiled, his eyes crinkling, feeling as if the day's irritations had all healed. "In that case, go ahead and do your reading." Nguyen grinned brightly, revealing two little dimples. "All right." The man paused slightly, feeling that Nguyen's smiling face seemed familiar. Unconsciously, a bright, cheerful face with two shallow dimples surfaced in his mind, softening his gaze as he looked at Nguyen. Nguyen's tiny fingers repeated the fortune-telling motions from earlier, her adorable little face full of seriousness and focus. Seeing this, the man chuckled and said, "Don't you need me to write something or look at my poem?" Nguyen flushed with embarrassment and replied sheepishly, "I can't read yet. Grandpa said before that he wanted to send me to kindergarten, but Uncle and Aunt said schooling costs money, and there wasn't enough at home. Grandpa said he'd earn money for me to go to school, but Nguyen never got to that day." At this thought, Nguyen's big, dark eyes brimmed with sadness. She missed her grandpa again. Clearly encountering this situation for the first time, the man fumbled a bit in his attempt to comfort her. "Don't be sad, little one. It's perfectly normal not to know how to read at 3.5. When I was your age, I didn't even know what fortune-telling was." Warmblood was comforted, because she had been following her grandfather around in his stall since she could remember. She was well versed in fortune-telling, and Grandpa said that fortune-telling is something that only very powerful people can do, so she's better than this uncle. More so than when he was a kid. She will surely grow up to be useful to society, just like her grandfather said. Seeing a renewed smile on the child's face, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, kid, you recount." "Uncle, I've done the math," Nguyen Bao said. "The black chi above your head lingers and does not dissipate. Today there is a disaster of blood and light. The light is a high degree of amputation and lifelong disability. The heavy is the loss of life in the yellow springs. The end of this life stops." The man's original cynical demeanor instantly changed, and a touch of coldness swept under his eyes. If anyone else had said that, he would have done it already. He's a racer and usually loves to play with cars, and now someone is cursing him to become disabled. But when he met the child's big, round, serious eyes, he swallowed back his stupid profanity. He forced down his internal annoyance and asked, "Child, are you cursing me?" Warmblood shook his head and added seriously, "Uncle, don't go on South Bay Road at 9 tonight." This uncle was a good man, so Numbu decided to reveal a little more detail. The man looked slightly puzzled. South Bay Road was his way back from the racetrack. It should be a coincidence. At this time the man's cell phone rang. He looked down at the caller ID, then perfunctorily rubbed Nguyen Bao's little head. "Okay, I know. Kids go home early so that your mom and dad don't worry." Numbu's little face changed. "But, she doesn't have a mom or dad, only grandpa, but grandpa's gone too." The man didn't notice that Nguyen Bao didn't look right. He just pulled out a $100 bill and put it on Nguyen Bao's stall, then got up and got on the phone to leave. "Uncle, fortune-telling is only $9.09. Nguyen Bao took the money and wanted to chase after him, but the man was already walking far away with his long legs. She looked down at her short legs. She couldn't catch up, looking at the hot red banknotes in her hand. Her little face was troubled, waiting for the next time she met her uncle, she would return it to him. Warmblood watched as almost no one else came and went on the overpass, and she squatted down to carefully pack her things into her small, worn bag. "We have to go back quickly or her aunt will beat her again." Warmblood carried her little bag and walked her short legs in the direction of home. Just as Nguyen Bao left, a few black-clad bodyguards flanked a gray-haired middle-aged man to the place where she had just set up her stall. The middle-aged man was wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit, with a straight figure and a hard face, looking less than 50 years old, but his hair was all white. He looked around and didn't see a fly, let alone a little girl, and his brow sank. "I thought I said people were here." Ah Lian looked at the empty floor stalls and scratched his head as he explained. "Sir, that little girl did set up a floor stall here yesterday." He pointed to the location where Nguyen Bao stayed just now. The first time he saw a little girl telling fortunes here, he felt surprised at the time and looked at her more. The middle-aged man rubbed his furrowed brow. Today Alian came to his office to report on his work and saw him looking at a picture of Nico as a child. At that time Nico was sick and hospitalized, skinny and shapeless, but still optimistic and loving to smile. Alian saw this photo and said that he had seen a little girl who looked almost exactly like Miss yesterday. She looked to be around 3 years old. He looked shocked when he heard this. When Nico disappeared, she was pregnant. If the child had been born, she would almost have been more than 3 years old. He then hurried to the overpass. Who had thought there was still no one in sight? In the remote outskirts of East City, cluttered as a maze of alleys, Nguyen Bao carried a small bag through the alleys, and soon came to the front of the dilapidated small house. Before Numbu could enter, he heard Chamber's voice from inside. "Mom, I'm hungry," Lee Soo-hwa said. "Didn't I just finish the cake I bought for you? Still hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat." Uncle Yang Mingjuan's voice followed. "Can't you see that the child is starving like this? Don't go and make dinner yet." Lee Soo-hwa was dissatisfied. "Why don't you go and just call me?" Yang Mingjun said. "I am the head of the family. Have you ever seen which head of the family goes to the kitchen? Don't go yet. What a hungry ghost." Auntie sighed. "That dead girl doesn't know where she died." Hearing his aunt's cursing voice, Nwanta quickened his pace to enter the door. "As soon as I walked in the door, I saw my uncle sitting on the couch watching TV, and Chumbo, who was playing around with a toy car." "Uncle, aunt, I'm back." "Dead girl, where have you been? Come back and can't see anyone. You want to starve us to death? Ah, don't hurry to cook." Originally went to the kitchen and saw Nguyen Bao angrily rebuked. Footsteps turned back to the sofa to get high on melon seeds and watch TV. Numbu had seen it all before, and she put her little bag in the corner and headed for the kitchen. She skillfully moved aside the small stool, and then stepped on it to choose vegetables and wash vegetables. Cold water under a pair of small hands frozen red and purple. Really cannot stand. She put on the mouth of the ha-tu, and then continued to wash vegetables. Inside the living room, Lee Soo-hwa looked at the location of the kitchen, then lowered her voice and said to Yang Mingjun next to her, "Manager Jian, who works at the bank, told me that he has a way to help us get the real estate license that the old man has deposited in the bank." Yang Mingjuan's expression changed. "Really? Of course it's true," Lee Soo-hwa said. "If you ask me, the old man is really old and confused. The house is not given to you, his own son, his own grandson, but instead given to a found wild seed." Bringing up this matter, Yang Mingjuan's face is particularly ugly. He also did not expect that his father would change the heir of the house before his death. Gave the house to Nguyen Bao. Let them raise Nguyen Bao to adulthood, and then the house will be transferred to them by Nguyen Bao. And even in order to prevent them from cajoling Nguyen Bao to rob the house, he deposited the real estate certificate in the bank before his death. For this, Lee Soo-hwa hated her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Nguyen Bao's name was on the real estate license, she would have thrown Nguyen Bao out. "Okay." Yang Mingjun saw his wife start to chant again and directly reprimanded. "Can Manager Jane really help us get the real estate license?" It wasn't that they hadn't thought of ways to do it over the past 6 months, but they had all been rejected. He said it would be easy, and when the time comes, we'll go ahead and get the name changed and then have him return it. So who knows, we've touched the real estate license. Yang Mingjun moved. Lee Soo-hwa added, "But he has a condition? On what terms?" "He wants a warmer." "What does he need a warmer for? He has a little cutie in the countryside. Son, a year or two older than our Qianbao. I'm afraid it's not good to get a daughter-in-law in the future. So he wants to raise Nguyen Bao as a child bride," Lee Soo-hwa said without a care in the world. Yang Mingjun hesitated. "This is not good. My father before he died asked us to raise her to adulthood." Lee Soo-hwa looked at Yang Mingjun and said, "Are you stupid? Nguyen Bao to be a child bride. People will certainly treat her well. She used to enjoy the blessings. Besides, we raise. What to raise? You do not want to treat us Chen Bao to raise a picked-up wild seed? I'll tell you what. I've promised the other guy that I'll send the warmer over as soon as the house thing is done. And the other party also promised to give her $5,000. This kind of pie in the sky. No one should stop her from picking it up." Yang Mingjun gritted his teeth, and his originally still hesitant expression changed abruptly. "Whatever it takes to get the house first." Chapter 3 Say, "Did you steal it?" After Nguyen Bao made the meal, Yang Mingjuan's family sat at the dinner table, and Nguyen Bao was about to go back to the kitchen to eat. "Nguyen Bao, sit down and eat together." Yang Mingjun suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao froze as she subconsciously looked at Lee Soo-hwa. Lee Soo-hwa's brows furrowed. Noticing Yang Mingjun glancing at himself warningly, she snorted in dissatisfaction. "Your uncle told you to sit, so you sit. What are you looking at me for?" Warmblood responded weakly, "Yes," and then came out of the kitchen with his own little bowl and sat down at the far edge of the table. She was able to eat at the table when her grandfather was still alive, but then her aunt wouldn't let her at the table when he was gone. Xian Bao wolfed down the meat. and Nguyen didn't dare to eyeball it. She ate the white rice in the bowl, which was good enough for her. Yang Mingjun looked at Nguyen appearance. His heart is not good. Dad picked her up. Nguyen is still in the swaddling clothes. Jade and Snow lovely. He has never seen such a good-looking little group. And now Nguyen thin. The body is even more than a bit of meat. In a rare moment of compassion, Yang Mingjun put a piece of meat in Nguyen's bowl, and against Nguyen's astonished and panicked eyes, he said dryly, "Eat." He didn't even dare to meet Nguyen's eyes. "Meat? This is my meat." Shenbao yelled out as he saw that his meat was going to be eaten by Nguyen. "What's there to eat? Meat is so expensive nowadays. I just bought this much." Xianbao doesn't even have enough to eat. Li Suhua didn't hesitate to clip out the meat in Nguyen's bowl and put it in Xianbao's bowl, and Xianbao instantly took a big bite, looking provocatively at Nguyen as she ate. Yang Mingjun dissatisfied. "What are you doing? Just a piece of meat. It's okay, uncle. I'll just eat the bok choy." Nguyen was afraid that his aunt and uncle would quarrel, and quickly gave himself a piece of bok choy to eat. When Yang Mingjun saw this, his heart got worse and worse, but looking at his wife's fierce look, and Xianbao who picked up the bowl and swept all the meat inside into his bowl, he secretly sighed. After dinner, Numbu was in the kitchen washing dishes. Li Suhua rushed out of the room. "Why is the $100 I put in the cabinet gone? Lao Yang, did you take it?" "Yang Mingjun, what am I doing with your money for nothing?" And neither couple noticed the heart flashing across the face of Chambers, who was playing with the little car, and who was very carefully holding it in preparation for slipping away. Li Suhua asked again, "Xianbao, did you take it?" "It wasn't me," Xianbao immediately said. He was afraid of being scolded, pointing to the warm treasure in the kitchen. "I didn't take it. It must be the warm treasure that took it. There are only 4 people in the house. Yang Mingjun and Xianbao didn't take it, so it must be Nguyenbao." Li Suhua didn't hesitate to carry the warm treasure out of the kitchen. "Say, did you steal it?" "I didn't." Numbu shook her head. She went into her aunt and uncle's room to clean and never touched anything else. Li Suhua did not believe Nguyenbao at all. Directly began to turn over her pockets, and so on from the pockets turned over a brand new $100. "Still say you did not steal. What is this? A young age does not learn to learn. Learn people to steal things. I don't have it. This is the money I earned from fortune telling. It was given to me by the kind uncle." Nguyenbao tiptoed to take the money in Li Suhua's hand, and she had to return it to the kind uncle. "Lying bastard." Li Suhua gave Nguyenbao a hard slap. The tiny Nguyenbao was slapped to the ground, and his small face, which was originally bloodless, immediately became red and swollen. Seeing this scene, Xianbao immediately ran to the room and quickly ran back again, holding a chicken feather duster in his hand and handing it to Li Suhua, obviously very familiar with this process. Li Suhua took the chicken feather duster handed over by her son. To Nguyenbao is hard to whip over. "Stealing. I told you to steal things. Dead girl, cheap bones." Nguyenbao held her head and screamed from the beating, but even so, she still didn't admit to stealing. I didn't steal it. I didn't steal it." "All right." Yang Mingjun, who was sitting on the sofa, got up and pulled Li Suhua. "It's just $100. It's not so. Why not? This dead girl dares to steal today, and tomorrow she won't tear down the house. Well, what are you going to pay Manager Jane for really breaking someone?" That instantly demoralized Li Suhua. And yes, she still had to close on the house and $5,000. She forced herself to hold back her anger, pointing at Nguyenbao and gritting her teeth. "Let's forget about it today. If there's a next time, I'll beat you to death." Warmblood's whole body trembled with pain, his head uninjured because he was holding it, but his 2 exposed arms were bruised and battered. Yang Mingjun helped Nguyenbao up. "Nguyenbao, don't blame your aunt. She's doing it for your own good. It's not right to steal." "I didn't steal it." Nguyenbao looked at Yang Mingjun with red eyes and repeated it very seriously. The big dark eyes were no longer starry, only honest. "Good children don't lie. Well, you go to sleep." Yang Mingjun skimmed his eyes. He didn't know since when. He didn't dare to meet Nguyenbao's eyes. He always felt that he had nowhere to hide in front of Nguyenbao. "Uncle, I really didn't steal it." Nguyenbao looked at Yang Mingjun's back and said. Yang Mingjun didn't pay any attention to Nguyenbao. Numbu stumbled toward the balcony with half-lowered eyes. There were only 2 rooms in this house, one for her aunt and uncle and Xianbao before, and one for her and her grandfather. Later on, her aunt and uncle had a room and Xianbao had a room. She had no place to stay, and her aunt let her sleep on the balcony for fear of her dirtying the living room. Warmblood was curled up in her tattered comforter, every part of her body aching, and her tiny, frost-red hands clutched the small red cord she wore around her neck. Only a small black Buddha bead was tied to the small red rope, and unlike ordinary Buddha beads, this one had 2 dragons wrapped around it. "Grandpa," Nguyen Bao called out with a sobbing voice. She missed her grandfather. The original starry sky is full of stars, still hanging around. Of bright moon in the sky instantly wind and clouds change. The mass of heavy clouds will be the stars and moon hidden. Nguyen Bao couldn't control the secretion of tears, and suddenly, the sky drifted down a fine rain. Nguyen Bao heard the sound of rain and hurriedly wiped away his tears. Don't cry, Numbu, don't cry. Numbu listened to Grandpa. Don't cry, but she was in pain. It hurts too much to sleep. It hurts to think about Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Warmblood couldn't stand it any longer. She hid under the covers and cried out in pain. Along with her suppressed cries, a thunderclap streaked across the sky, as if it were a dragon-shaped sharp claw trying to split the sky in two. And what had been a light rain turned into a torrential downpour that washed over the city without mercy. Chapter 4, Crowds Searching for Warmth. In the dark night, a black locomotive was speeding along, and under the helmet, one eBay's pair of peach blossom eyes carried some impatience. Hell, it's raining on a good day. He hates rainy days. Just as he had just seen the signpost for South Bay Road, the voice of a daytime child suddenly rang in his ears. Uncle, don't take South Bay Road at 9 tonight. The locomotive jerked to a stop. He raised his hand and glanced at his wristwatch. Only 3 minutes to 9. Straight across South Bay Road to his home is the closest, and now that it's raining, he doesn't want to detour and damage his locomotive too much. But I don't know why that kid's face always comes to mind. In the end, he chose to take a detour, and he had just left South Bay Road when a black car barreled down the road like a madman, straight into South Bay Road. Fragrant Garden. This is an extremely luxurious luxury detached villa, using European design style. The large yard is full of red roses. Under the baptism of fine rain looks more and more bewitching and eye-catching. When eBay just entered the door and noticed the man sitting in the main seat of the sofa, he had a footstep. Dad, what kind of wind has brought you here? The man is the same Wansua who went to look for warm treasure on the footbridge during the day. His dark and authoritative gaze swept to eBay. Seeing him wearing a hangdog biker suit, his face became more and more ugly. After so many years have passed, the more and more he couldn't say anything about this son. He could only skim away his eyes, and his eyes couldn't see the light of the day. What? I can't come? How can that be? When eBay snorted coldly and sat on the sofa with a big grin. Say it, what is it that you are looking for me for? If it's to persuade me to join the company, there's no need to waste your breath. What's wrong with being in the company? What's so good about it? Like Big Brother and Second Brother being tired as a dog every day? It's better than you hanging around outside and not being a good person. When Suwa said angrily, since your sister disappeared, look at you getting more and more unlike you. When eBay stood up violently and directly interrupted Wansuo's words. There's nothing else. I'll go up first. After so many years, you still haven't come out? Wansuo frowned. When eBay's feet on the steps lurched, his peach blossom eyes were tinged with gloom as he looked back at Wansuo. Who in our family has really walked out again? His mother has been in a sanatorium for a long time since her sister disappeared. His 3 older brothers hadn't given up looking for their sister all these years, but the results they got were more disappointing than ever. And he could never forget that his sister had disappeared at his hands, and all these years he could not sleep day and night, except to put all his feelings on the locomotive, feeling the passion of life and death, and only then could he forget for a short time. Winsome didn't say anything and sat alone in the darkness. He even forgot that the purpose of coming here was to ask eBay's fox friends outside to inquire about the whereabouts of the little girl who set up a stall on the footbridge. When eBay just returned to the room, used to not turning on the lights, he sat on the edge of the bed. At some point it stopped raining outside. A bright moonlight shone through the windowsill and fell on his face, which was full of sinking pain. He reached over and pressed the radio next to him. I was about to go to the restroom to wash up when I heard a voice coming from inside the radio. At 9 o'clock tonight, a major car accident occurred on South Bay Road. A black Bentley even broke through 2 red lights and hit other vehicles, resulting in a chain of car accidents at the intersection. According to field reports, Bentley owners as well as the owners of other vehicles, 3 people were killed on the spot. 6 people were sent to the hospital with serious injuries to rescue, and more than a few people with minor injuries. When eBay looked with shocked eyes at the radio that was still broadcasting. Asterisk. The next day, when eBay once again came to the footbridge, but after searching around, he couldn't find the warm treasure stall. 3 days, when eBay didn't even see Nguyen Bao. I haven't seen Nguyen Bao for days. Where did she go? Do you know? Grandpa Lee, who was selling sweet potatoes, inquired towards the stall next to him. He's been at the hospital for the past 2 days taking care of his wife and son, and he hasn't seen Warmblood all day since he came here today. Didn't see it. Yeah, haven't seen her in a couple days, still miss her. Grandpa Lee looked despondent. But think about this cold day. Perhaps the parents do not allow children to come out. Nguyen Bao hasn't been here for the past few days? When eBay heard the stall owner's voice and walked over to inquire, Grandpa Lee looked at Wan eBay. He had never seen such a good-looking young man. You are? I came to find Nguyen Bao to tell my fortune. I heard that she is accurate. Wenbei said. Grandpa Li immediately smiled so much that he couldn't see his teeth and praised. Yes, Nguyenbao's calculations are accurate. She's very powerful. When she said that my wife woke up, my wife really woke up. Even the doctor said that it's a miracle. And that's all because of Nguyenbao's work. The bosses of the stalls next to him had obviously heard Grandpa Li's compliments many times, and they all just smiled and didn't say anything, not believing at all that a 3.5-year-old child could really tell fortunes. Wenbei, however, believes Grandpa Li, and if Nguyenbao hadn't calculated that fortune, he would have died in that car accident. Without prying into Nguyenbao's trail, Wenbei could only do nothing, but when he turned around he saw a familiar figure on the footbridge. It's Liang. Why is he here? Wenbei received a call from his buddies to go racing, so he didn't care about Liang and hurriedly left straight from the other direction. Naturally, he didn't know that Liang was also inquiring about the warmer with the neighboring stall owners. In the afternoon, Wenbei finished racing ready to go to the flyover again to take a chance. I did not expect to see in the street is picking up bottles of Nguyenbao. She carries a higher than her plastic bag, which is full of some bottles and caps. Looking at her small and thin figure, Wenbei's chest suddenly flooded with dense heartache. He called toward the small figure. Child. Hearing a familiar voice, Nguyenbao turned back to see Wenbei and called out with a smile. Kind uncle. Uncle Kindly? What kind of name is that? Wenbei smiled helplessly and walked over. Kid, what are you doing here if you're not going to tell fortunes? Nguyenbao took out a few wrinkled change from his pocket and handed it to Wenbei. Kind uncle, this is to find your money. The last time the fortune teller as long as $9.09. You give me 100. I have to find you. 91, but I only have $1 right now. Don't worry, I will get it together as soon as I can to return it to you. She knew that if she sat there and told fortunes, no one would come all day and she wouldn't be able to make any money. She was so small that she had to pick up garbage to make money to pay back her kind uncle. Wenbei looked at the change in her hand. His throat was dry, and the wipe of heartache surged out again. No need for you to find it. You saved my life, let alone 100. Even if it's 100 million, it's worth it. How much is 100 million? Numbu didn't know it, but she knew she couldn't just take other people's money. It won't work. Grandpa said that even if someone else has more money, it's not your own. You have to earn it with your own skills. Seeing Nguyenbao's insistence, Wenbei could only pocket the change that he had never looked down on. Okay, I'll take it then, but you saved my life. I'll buy you a meal. Is that okay? Nguyenbao was just about to say that he couldn't eat anyone else, when he heard Wenbei add with a solemn face, I would also like to ask you to help me count once more. How about this meal is worth the money for the fortune-telling? Okay. Warm blood touched his empty stomach and nodded atmospherically. Chapter 5, The Homeless Warmonger. KFC. Nguyenbao obediently sat on the children's chair and watched Wenbei bring a table full of delicious food. Why don't you eat? Wenbei asked when he saw her not moving. Didn't they say that KFC is a kid's favorite? Nguyenbao looked at Wenbei uneasily. Isn't this very expensive? She had seen her aunt and uncle buy it for Qianbao to eat, and said that it was very expensive, and that she, a girl who lost her money, didn't deserve to eat it. It's not expensive. Compared to your trig, this is not worth it. Looking at the sincere Wenbei, Nguyenbao took another look at the things on the table. It's all ordered for you, and if you don't eat it, it's going to the trash later, and that's even more of a waste. You can't waste it. You can't waste it. Nguyenbao waved his hand sharply. I'll eat it. She put on her disposable gloves and grabbed a French fry with ketchup and ate it cheerfully. Yummy. No wonder Chambers ate it so happily. When Nguyenbao had almost eaten, she wiped her mouth with a paper napkin and asked, What do you count, Uncle Kind? Why doesn't that sound right? My name is Wenbei. You can call me Uncle One. Nguyenbao nodded. Then what do you count as, Uncle One? Kids, can you calculate where my sister is? Wenbei was afraid that he hadn't gone into enough detail, and added, She is my dragon and phoenix twin sister, and has been missing for 4 years, and we've almost turned the whole of China upside down over the years, but we've never been able to find any trace of her. Wenbei said, voice gradually low choking, placed on the table hand dead clenched, as if bearing endless pain. He didn't even dare to think about whether his missing sister was alive or dead, and what she had been through. Nguyenbao stretched out her own little paw on Wenbei's fist as she apologized. Uncle One, I need to see a real person in order to figure out her life. But Uncle One is a good person, and Uncle Wen's family is also a good person. The heavens are kind, and good people will definitely have good rewards. Wenbei pulled out a pale smile. If there really is a God, he is willing to sacrifice all for his sister's safe return. although I can't figure out where Uncle Wen's sister is. Uncle Wen will meet great joy after experiencing the bad luck of death. When Ibe's complexion gave a start, he really hoped that this great joy was a reunion of loved ones. His gaze suddenly fell on Numbua's tiny paw, and he saw the cuff of her sleeve slide upward, revealing a small arm covered in striped, shocking bruises. What happened to your hand, kid? Did someone hit you? When Ibe fiercely grabbed Nwanbao's hand and pulled open the sleeve, his arm was also covered in bruises, obviously caused by long accumulation. Warmblood drew back his hand and shook his head. I'm fine. When Ibe looked at Nwanbao, his heart clogged with unbearable pain. Kid, you know so much. You should know that domestic violence cannot be condoned. Nwanbao dully raised his little head to look at Wenibe. But she didn't condone it. When her aunt hit her, she didn't dare to fight back, and when Qianbao hit her, if she fought back, her aunt and uncle would double up. When Ibe, extremely distressed, rubbed her little tug, see Nwanbao do not want to say. He cannot force, just pulled out a note with his address and phone number. Kid, you take this, and no matter what happens, you can come to Uncle, okay? Nwanbao solemnly accepted the small note. Thank you, Uncle Wen. Nwanbao knows. After saying goodbye to Wenibe, Nwanbao carried half a bag of garbage home. Nwanbao is back. Li Suhua saw that she was back and immediately pulled her inside. Coming. Manager Jane, take a look. The first time Nwanbao met such a warm Li Suhua, a face of constraint stood in the hall. She looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa with a big belly. The top of his head is thin, full of horizontal meat, although he smiled with a friendly face, but it made Nwanbao's heart afraid. She trembled and hid behind Li Suhua, favoring Li Suhua, and dragged her out forcefully. Manager Jane, what do you think? A bit thinner. Manager Jane spoke as if she were going to the food market to pick out meat, her eyes looking Nwanbao up and down. Nurture and you'll get fat. Li Suhua laughed. Manager Jane reluctantly said, okay. Li Suhua immediately smiled, pulling Nwanbao to be handed over to Manager Jane. Nwanbao, you will follow Manager Jane to enjoy your happiness from now on. It took Numbu a moment to realize what was happening. Her dark pupils widened. No, I don't want to go. Li Suhua, on the surface smilingly, behind the back ruthlessly pinched Nwanbao's arm, lowered his voice and said, but it's not up to you. This house is already mine and your uncle's. You a picked up wild seed should get out. Manager Jane, we'll leave our warm treasure to you. Li Suhua looked up and smiled at Manager Jane again. Nwanbao looked at Manager Jane, who was walking towards her. He had a black aura wrapped around him. Such a person. She had seen another one, and that man was sentenced to death for the brutal murder of innocent human life. The black aura on this Manager Jane was no less than the man's. He pulled Nwanbao's small hand with a smile on his face. Nwanbao, don't worry, go with Uncle. Uncle will definitely take good care of you. As he said that, a colorful greed appeared under his eyes. Let go of me. I don't want to go with you. Nwanbao struggled and screamed, but the man tugged her to death, and Nwanbao subconsciously lowered her head and bit down hard on the big hand. Ah, said Manager Jane, reflexively scattering her hands in pain. Manager Jane, are you okay? Li Suhua didn't expect Nwanbao to bite. Looking at the beads of blood on Manager Jane's hands, she slapped at Nwanbao. Little wild seed, you belong to a dog. How dare you bite? Warmblood fell to the floor from the slap, hitting his forehead on the coffee table, and was left dizzy and with blood pouring from his forehead. Manager Jane, don't worry, I will definitely teach this wild girl a hard lesson. Forget it, I'm still heartbroken if it's broken. It's better to be wild. Manager Jane looked at the warm treasure on the ground, revealing an eerie full smile. Nwanbao didn't know where the strength came from. She got up from the ground, then ran outside as fast as she could. Li Suhua hurriedly went after him. Warmers run fast and are not always out of sight. But Li Suhua was not afraid. She knew that this girl had no place to go and would definitely come back obediently. Warmblood leaned against the corner with his groggy head covered. Grandpa, she whimpered. Accompanying her cries came a loud thunder from the sky and a torrential downpour fell. Warmblood hugged his knees and let the rain beat down on him. She knew that once she went home, she would be sold again by Li Suhua. The man was bad and she didn't want to go. The homeless Nwanbao suddenly remembered the note Wenibe had given her. Whatever happens, you can come to Uncle. Perhaps these words gave her strength. She wiped her tears, then walked towards the fragrant garden with her two short legs. Chapter 6, Uncle Wen's Household Warmer. Fragrant garden. Nwanbao's little face was as white as frost, and the wound on his forehead had already dried up, and even though there was no blood coming out, it looked exceptionally hideous and horrible. At this point, the sky was still drizzling, and she huddled in the doorway to escape the rain, shivering from the cold as she got wet. Why does it keep raining when it's obvious you're not crying? Numbo looked up at the cloudy sky. Warm treasure is so cold. Can you stop raining? Warmblood whispered in disgust with God. The next moment, the rain stopped abruptly. The clouds cleared, and the sky cleared. The warm sunlight shone on Nwanbao's tiny body, gradually warming her cold to the point of senselessness. Warmblood gave a pale smile. Thank you, Lordy. I don't know how long it took, but just as Nguyen Bao was drifting off to sleep, Wen Bei finally came back. Nguyen Bao was just about to call someone when he heard Wen Bei on the phone. What kind of person is the old man looking for? I'm not sure. It seems to be a child. I don't know exactly. Then come back to me when you've inquired. Wen Bei didn't care at all if the old man was looking for a child or something else. He just hung up the phone. Nguyen Bao had been sitting for too long. Her feet were numb. She slowly stood up with her small hands on the wall. Uncle Wen. Wen Bei, who heard the voice, turned his head to see the wretched Nguyen Bao. He looked slightly stunned. Child? Uncle Wen, can I borrow your place for a few days? Nguyen Bao asked in a small voice as he pinched the corner of his coat in embarrassment. Wen Bei's brows furrowed slightly as he saw the slap marks on Nguyen Bao's face as well as the wounds on his forehead at a glance. Without saying a word, he took a big step and bent down in front of Nguyen Bao, then gently picked up Nguyen Bao and walked towards the villa. Nguyen Bao obediently lay in Wen Bei's arms, and it was the first time that someone besides her grandfather had hugged her. Uncle Wen, Nguyen Bao is dirty and will stain your clothes. If you get dirty, you wash it. What are you afraid of? Wen Bei carried Nguyen Bao into the house, put her on the sofa, and then called the family doctor to come over. Kid, tell uncle, what's going on with the injuries on your body? After Wen Bei hung up the phone, he came to squat down in front of Nguyen Bao, leveled his eyes at her big eyes and asked her. Nambu told the story as it was. Wen Bei instantly slammed his fist on the table and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's amazing that there are such relatives in the world. Uncle Wen, I'll be good. I'll just stay at your house for a few days. Just a few days. I won't cause you any trouble. Nguyen Bao was afraid that Wen Bei would dislike her. I'll cook for myself, wash clothes. I can also do housework for you. Don't kick me out, okay? Wen Bei's heart came with a dull pain. He picked up Nguyen Bao and put it on his lap, and said gently, Uncle won't drive you away. You can stay as long as you want. You don't have to cook or do laundry or clean up. You can treat this place as your own home. Thank you, Uncle Wen. Nguyen Bao raised a big smile. Looking at the child who was injured and still smiling strongly, Wen Bei heartbreakingly rubbed her little tug. Soon, the family doctor, Dr. Zheng, hurriedly came. He carefully treated Nguyen Bao's forehead wound. Looking at the little girl who was strong with a packet of tears, his heart was flooded with a trace of softness, and he softly soothed. Don't be afraid. It'll be fine soon. I'm not afraid. Warmblood said strongly. Dr. Zheng laughed. Good boy. Dr. Zheng quickly finished treating Nguyen Bao's wounds, and Nguyen Bao fell asleep under his gentle care. When Dr. Zheng walked out, Wen Bei immediately greeted him. Uncle Zheng, how is it? Dr. Zheng sighed. It's a good thing that no bones were injured. I gave this child a full body examination. In addition to the forehead wound, there are also some whip marks and stick beating scars on his body. Obviously he was beaten from time to time, but these are superficial wounds, it doesn't matter. But this child is malnourished. Both in height and weight is far less than an ordinary 3-year-old child. Malnutrition? Wen Bei seemed to have heard this word for the first time. His eyes flashed with astonishment, and more than anything else, he was heartbroken. If he had brought the child back during the day, perhaps, there would have been no new scars on her. Can it be patched up? Wen Bei asked. Dr. Zheng said, get well back there. It's not a big problem. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Wen Bei rarely got up early in the morning to prepare to go to buy breakfast for the child. Usually he sleeps directly until noon, or even in the afternoon. But now there is an extra child in the house, and the child has to be supplemented with nutrients. Wen Bei had just arrived downstairs when he heard a loud noise coming from the kitchen. He paused slightly in his footsteps. Ever since that incident he hated people meddling in his life, so the fragrant garden didn't even have a servant except for him. Could it be someone from the old man? He headed towards the kitchen with a pout on his face, only to see a small figure in his blue pajamas standing on the bench working away. The blue pajamas were just right on him, but Warmblood's tiny little size made him look bloated in them, but they did add a bit of cuteness. Hearing footsteps, Nguyen Bao turned around and saw that it was Wen Bei. She raised a big smile. Uncle Wen, the porridge will be ready soon. Wen Bei's sulking on his face receded for a second the moment he saw Nguyen Bao. He walked over and looked at the porridge that was about to be cooked, and then looked at Nguyen Bao, who was smiling brightly, and his throat tightened. Kid, you don't have to do this. Nguyen Bao's smile slightly paused, uneasily explained. Uncle Wen, I saw that there was rice and a few eggs in the refrigerator, so I wanted to make a breakfast. Kid, I'm not blaming you. Wen Bei reached out and rubbed Nguyen Bao's little tug. What I mean is, you're here. You don't have to do anything. Uncle will go outside and buy something to come back and eat. All you have to do is get well as to repay Uncle. But the things outside are not clean. Nguyen Bao opened her big, dark eyes and said seriously, Grandpa said that the ones at home are the cleanest and you won't get sick if you eat them. Wen Bei was actually speechless. Nguyen Bao tilted his head and looked at Uncle Wen. Thinking that Uncle was dumb and stupid and didn't know such a simple thing, she took the bowl and prepared to scoop up the porridge. Only her hands were a little smaller than the bowl. and carrying the bowl in one hand was frightening to watch. Wenbei was afraid of scolding her and hurriedly took the bowl from her hand. "I'll do it, you go aside." 2 bowls of porridge and a couple of fried poached eggs. This was the skimpiest breakfast Wenbei had ever had, but it was also the most flavorful. In the past, he really never dreamed that he would one day let a 3.5-year-old make him breakfast. After eating, Nguyen took the initiative to collect the bowl. Wenbei was faster than her. "I'll do it, you sit obediently." Although Wenbei has never done this kind of rough work, as the saying goes, if you've never eaten pork, you've always seen a pig run. But the truth is, 3 of the 4 bowls broke. Wenbei's hands were full of detergent bubbles and he looked at Nguyen with an embarrassed face. "Mistake, mistake, mistake. It's okay, uncle." Nguyen could see that it was Wenbei's first time doing something like this, so he spoke out to comfort him. The first time Nguyen washed a bowl, he also accidentally broke one. But Grandpa said that there's a first time for everything, and that proficiency is good. Wenbei revealed a blank expression. He never wanted to be skilled in his life. In the end, it was Nguyen who rolled up his sleeves and taught Wenbei to wash the dishes. Looking at a cleanly washed soul seedling, Wenbei felt a sense of accomplishment. He pulled out his cell phone to take a picture of the bowl when the warmer wasn't looking and sent it to a friend. "Wenbei, this is a different bowl." The comments section is lined with question marks. "Lu Yanxin, dogged?" Wenbei returned, "Get lost. Yuen, ha 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 ha. Lu, are you going to make me die of laughter in the circle of friends? Bei doesn't have a dog. Could it be a rabbit that has chewed on it?" Wenbei returned, "Get lost. He raised rabbits still last year and thought it would pass the time, but the rabbits died in less than half a month. He decided to get a turtle again to see what happened, and the turtle ended up hiccuping a month later as well. He hasn't had a small animal since." "Ansheon, is that a gift from your girlfriend? But whose girlfriend sends a bowl? Wouldn't that be the end of you?" Wenbei returned, "Get lost." Lu Yanxin returned, Old North 10,000 years single dog. "Where is the girlfriend?" Looking at the bottom of the lively comments, Wenbei spat. Each and every one of them has no eyes. That's when a comment popped up at the bottom. "Wenidon, Xiaobei has learned to wash dishes? It's great, but why is there a child in the house?" Chapter 7, He's not Numbua's father. Seeing his big brother's praise, Wenbei's face showed a few rare moments of shame. Just how did Big Brother know he had a kid at home? Wenbei re-looked at the photo, only to realize that he had photographed one of Nguyen's hands in it. He didn't care about casually fooling his big brother. Nguyen looked at Wenbei and whispered, "Uncle Wen, I want to go back." Wenbei froze as he bent down and picked up Warm Bao. "Are you homesick?" Warmblood shook his head and said, "I don't want to." Even though she was small, she knew that she didn't have a home, and that place was just a home for her aunt and uncle and Chambers. Not for her. "But I have to go back to get my clothes." Nguyen small hands squeezed the corners of her clothes. Because the air conditioning was on in the room, she wasn't cold at all in her white pajamas. But in the end, they were someone else's clothes. Wenbei looked at his own pajamas on Nguyen. He had actually forgotten to prepare his clothes beforehand. But think of somewhere. No need to go back and get it. Wenbei held Nguyen towards the long-closed bedroom on the 2nd floor. "Children's clothes, Uncle has them here." Arriving at the bedroom door, Wenbei paused for a long time, and finally, under Nguyen's doubt, he reached out and opened the door to this room. "Wow," Numbu marveled. "It's beautiful." It was her first time to see such a beautiful room. Just like before, she secretly followed Qian Ba to watch the princess room mentioned in the TV. But the princess room and the TV was still far from this place. The whole room is pink. Lovely. Wenbei held Nguyen on the pink children's bench in the changing room, and Nguyen tilted his head and looked at the changing room. "Wow. This locker room is so much bigger than the aunt and uncle's house." Nguyen loved the room, but she didn't touch or move around. She just sat obediently on the bench and waited for Uncle Wen. Wenbei pressed the button next to him, and all the lockers in the entire locker room rose, revealing the contents of the cupboards were full of girls' clothes and shoes, bags and all kinds of jewelry. Spring, summer, fall, winter, and even all ages. Wenbei picked a pretty little winter dress from it, then handed it to Nguyen. "Kid, try it on. See if it fits?" Nguyen had never worn such nice clothes, but she shook her head. "Uncle Wen, I have my own clothes. This is another child's. If I wear her clothes, she will definitely be upset when she finds out." Earlier, when Grandpa gave Chambers a toy he was tired of playing with to her for a bit, Chambers got angry and said he hated it when people touched his things. Wenbei looked at understanding Nguyen, who had a few moments of sadness on his face, and placed the little dress next to him before picking up Nguyen and asking, "Child, do you know who all these clothes are for?" Numbu shook his head, but she knew the little friend must be very happy. "It was prepared by my sister for her daughter," Wenbei said slowly with a nostalgic tone. "After she got pregnant, she started preparing the princess room, clothes and shoes for the baby in her belly." A faint smile crossed his brow as he thought of his sister's shopping frenzy during that time. "It's all girl paper clothes here." Numbu wondered. "I don't know why, but she was certain that she would give birth to a daughter." so she prepared all the girls' clothes. Won-Ibe smiled and said, during that time, she heard about the high risk of having a baby and couldn't sleep all night for fear of what might happen to her. She knew her family would be good for the baby, but she wanted to prepare things for her child first as a mother, hence the closet full of clothes from childhood to adulthood. Numbu sighed. She's so happy. So where is she in person now? It's nice to have a mom who loves her that much. Mentioning this, Won-Ibe's eyes were filled with despondency. My sister is missing, along with the child in her womb, but I'm sure they'll all be back sooner or later. Bao remembered that he had asked him to count the whereabouts of his sister, and she stretched out her little paw to place it on the back of Won-Ibe's hand. Uncle Won, Bao also believes that they will definitely come back. Won-Ibe pinched the little tug on her head. Change it. I'm sure when she comes back, she won't be bothered with warm blood, and she'll love warm blood. Who wouldn't love a kid as understanding as Numbu? Bao nodded. She would also love Uncle Win's niece sister or sister. With Uncle Win's help, Bao put on that pretty little dress. Won-Ibe looked at the two small pear swirls revealed by Bao and always felt that something was strange. But the big-hearted man did not look deeper. So pretty, like a little princess. Perhaps it was because of the company of Bao. Won-Ibe felt that he had finally added some fun to his life. Even though the clothes and shoes and all that, some of the necessities he had a buddy send over. When Lu Yenshin delivered the things, he saw Won-Ibe sitting on the sofa with a gentle face telling a storybook, holding a small ball in his arms. Lu Yenshin was shocked. Brother Bei, after not seeing you for one night, you got a baby? When Bao heard the voice, he curiously tilted his head to look at Lu Yenshin and politely greeted, "Good day, uncle." Seeing him staring straight at him, Bao was a little embarrassed to shrink into Won-Ibe's chest. Seeing Bao's proper face, Lu Yenshin had a face of being thundered, and was shocked as he spiked out expletives. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bei, it's really your waifu. When did you have a daughter that you didn't even tell us? Roll. Won-Ibe laughed and scolded as he got up holding Bao. What kind of eyes? Can I have such a big daughter? Lu Yenshin came over to Bao and took a serious look at Bao, and then took a serious look at Won-Ibe. Really not your waifu? It's not right. It looks a lot like you. Brother Bei, we've been friends for more than 10 years. You can't lie to me. Roll. Won-Ibe rolled his eyes, followed by him looking down at Bao with a frown. We're very similar? Without waiting for Lu Yenshin to speak, Bao waved his hand and said, unlike, I'm a girl, Uncle Wen is a boy. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yenshin laughed out loud as he forcefully carried Bao from Won-Ibe's arms to his own. What's your name, kid? Suddenly hugged by a different person, Bao moved a little uncomfortably and milkily returned. My name is Bao. Warm baby. Warm baby? Good name. Lu Yenshin pointed at Won-Ibe again and asked, then is he your father? Won-Ibe collapsed. Dare Lu Yenshin really think this is his baby? Bao shook his head and said, no, Grandpa said that my dad is in the sky. Uncle Wen is not in the sky. He is not Bao's dad. Childish words caused the smile on Lu Yenshin's face to tighten for a few moments. Won-Ibe carried Bao back again from Lu Yenshin's arms. Did you bring everything I asked you to buy? Brought. Lu Yenshin signaled the driver in the back to bring all the things over. Big bags full of children's daily necessities. There are also a lot of toys. A variety of dazzling Bao. Won-Ibe was satisfied. Very well, you can off. They don't be like this. I came all the way here to buy these things for you and you won't even let me have a drink of water? Bao suddenly got down from Won-Ibe's arms, then ran towards the kitchen with his butt in his hands. Won-Ibe and Lu Yenshin looked at each other in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand what this child had gone for. Bao walked over with a cup of water and handed it to Lu Yenshin. Uncle, drink water. Yenshin Lu. Won-Ibe was dumbfounded. Bao looked at Won-Ibe suspiciously, as if he didn't understand what was so funny about it. You're really Uncle's little living treasure. Won-Ibe picked up the blindfolded Bao and said with a smile. Numbu smiled sweetly. Lu Yenshin, who was drinking water, noticed this scene, and the smiling Bao's eyebrows curved. The two small pear swirls on her face were especially obvious. Although Won-Ibe didn't have small pear swirls, his eyebrows and eyes curved in the same way as Bao. Chapter 8. Bao has been adopted. Lu Yenshin just wanted to say something, but then he thought that he and Won-Ibe brother for more than 10 years. He did not say to make a girlfriend, not even a woman. The only and is close to the opposite sex. In addition to his mother is his sister, so it's unlikely that this warmer belongs to Won-Ibe. After Bao went to play with his toys, Lu Yenshin pulled Won-Ibe aside. What's going on with Bao? Won-Ibe spoke about Bao's situation, and Lu Yenshin realized what he wanted to do. You're not thinking of adopting Bao, are you? What's not to like? Of course not, Lu Yenshin said. Don't forget that you come from the Wen family. Even if you wanted to adopt Bao, your father and the others would agree? Won-Ibe sank his face. Ha, I don't need to go through his permission. Although Lu Xin didn't quite understand what had happened to the Wen family, she only knew that since Wen Nico's disappearance, Wen Ibe drew a line with the Wen family and moved to Wen Nico's villa, Fragrant Garden, alone, while several other brothers of the Wen family also went their separate ways. The only point they had in common was that they had never given up on searching for Wen Nico. He had watched Wen Ibe's transformation over the years. He used to be sunny and bright, but now he was gloomy and unruly. But just now Wen Ibe seemed to have returned to the past. Lu Yinxin's eyes looked to the warm treasure on the side. Perhaps the warm bloods are his salvation. Asterisk. Since Wen Ibe had decided to adopt Nuan Bao, he wouldn't condescend to her. He even converted one of the second-floor bedrooms into another princess room. Wen Ibe held Nuan Bao's little hand to the bedroom and asked her, "Does the child like it?" Nuan Bao's big oily eyes were full of surprise, and with the slightest bit of disbelief asked, "This is my room?" Wen Ibe replied in the affirmative. "Well, do you like it?" His question, "Do you like it?" was asked with some trepidation. After all, it was the first time he had prepared a room for a child. Nuan Bao's eyes were wrapped in a line of tears. She tried to sniff her nose, but the tears still fell. All of a sudden, a light rain fell outside. The difference was that the sun was still shining outside, and the drizzle fell as if the heavens were pleased. Like it said Nuan Bao in a milky voice, "Uncle Wen, Nuan Bao has his own room for the first time." Wen Ibe was wondering how this weather could change at the drop of a hat. When he heard Nuan Bao like this, a soreness came from his heart. He squatted down, leveled his eyes with Nuan Bao, and asked her seriously, "Then is Nuan Bao willing to live with Uncle Wen all the time in the future? Is Uncle Winnie adopting Warmonger?" She had heard her aunt and uncle and her grandfather talk about giving warm blood up for adoption before, but her grandfather didn't agree. "Then are you willing?" Wen Ibe's pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with uneasy anticipation. Nuan Bao looked at Wen Ibe and nodded. Nuan Bao is willing. She really liked Uncle Wen and wanted to live with him. Wen Ibe excitedly hugged Warm Bao. He didn't know why he liked Warm Bao so much. At first it was just a heartache for her, but now she hated to give all the goodies to Warmblood. She was like a light that illuminated his dark life. "But Uncle Wen, it costs a lot of money to keep Warmblood." Warmblood said a little uneasily. Wen Ibe laughed. "It's okay, I'll make good money to support Nuanbao." Nuanbao clenched his little fist and said, "Then Nuanbao will also earn money well, so that when he has money to support Uncle Wen in the future." "How are you going to earn money to support your uncle?" "Warmblood can set up a stall," Warmblood said excitedly. Thinking of setting up a stall, her complexion changed and she anxiously said, "Uncle, Grandpa's things are still at my aunt and uncle's house. I have to go get them." It was left to her by her grandfather. Wen Ibe just wanted to say that she could not want it if it was a broken thing from a stall, but thinking that it should be the only thing that Grandpa Nuanbo had left for her, she nodded and said, "Okay, Uncle Wen will accompany you over to get it." Aha Numbu responded happily. Asterisk. Inside the remote and shabby room, the sound of Li Suwa and Yang Mingjun arguing came. Li Suwa exasperatedly said, "I told you that that little wild seed was born to attack us. Ever since she came to the house, we haven't had a single day of good life. And now that she's run away for so many days, how are we going to account for it with Manager Jane? The house is here, and I've collected the $5,000, and Manager Jane has already said that he'll give us 3 more days, and if we don't find that little wild seed, we'll lose this house." "Old Yang, you think of something. What can I do?" "Cannot find anyone again, can only call the police," Yang Mingjun said. "No, we can't call the police. Once we do, then all those things we did will be found out. We mustn't call the police." Li Suwa said this and started yelling again with a mouthful of the little wild seed. It so happened that when Ibe led Nuanbao to the door and heard the sound of Li Suwa spitting profanity inside, his face was cold and subconsciously wanted to cover Nuanbao's ears, but he found that Nuanbao's face did not look different. Obviously she had already heard these words countless times. When Ibe clenched his teeth and kicked the door of the room open with a grimace. The door of the old house couldn't withstand his kick and was kicked right through. Warmblood was taken aback, but his eyes swished as he reacted. "Uncle Wen is so handsome." Li Suhua was also startled. She looked viciously at the door. "Who?" Seeing the ferocious Wen Ibe, her face was abashed with a batch of, "Who are you? Who are you? What do you want to do by breaking into my house?" Nuanbao walked out from behind Wen Ibe at this time. Yang Mingjun and Li Suwa's faces changed in unison, and surprise flashed across their faces as if they were big-tailed wolves seeing meat. Yang Mingjun's face was overjoyed. "Warm treasure! The house can be saved." Li Suwa laughed hideously. "The little wild seed finally knows to come back. Why don't you get your ass over here?" Wen Ibe's face condensed. He had wanted to suppress his fiery temper, but listening to Li Suwa in front of Nuanbao's face and still called the little wild seed, he really could not bear it. A foot kicked over the garbage can next to him. "Who do you call the little wild seed?" Mouth to master put clean point. Looking at the trash can that was kicked over, Li Suwa's face turned white with fear, but she forced herself to stay calm and yelled at Nuanbao, "Nuanbao, you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. haven't you? How dare you bring helpers to the house to look for trouble? Numbu shook his head, and his two little grips shook with him. She explained in a milky voice. No, Nguyenbao doesn't want any trouble. Nguyenbao just wants to get back what Grandpa left Nguyenbao. Li Suwa thought that what Nguyenbao said her grandfather left her was the house, and reflexively yelled, "This house is not yours, it's my husband's." Is that so? The corner of Wenbei's mouth hooked up with a touch of sarcasm. If I'm wrong in my investigation, this house was transferred to Nguyenbao's name before old Mr. Yang Genua's death, and the house is not allowed to be renamed before Nguyenbao was a minor. Long before Wenbei came, he had investigated this family's information to the letter. Accompanied by Wenbei's decisive voice, Li Suwa and Yang Mingjuan's faces changed again and again, and before they could sophistically argue, Wenbei added, "Old Mr. Yang Genue also purposely deposited the real estate certificate in the bank. So this house belongs to Nguyenbao, and you guys are nothing more than borrowers." When Yang Mingjun heard Wenbei's invigorating words, he was filled with embarrassment and even panic. Li Suwa, on the other hand, did not care to call out, "What do you know? This house is ours. My husband is the old man's own son, is the rightful heir." Nguyenbao is nothing more than the old man picking up the wild. From the outside, she just wanted to say the word wild seed, but when she met Wenbei's icy eyes, she unconsciously changed her name. Wild child. What qualifications does she have to inherit this house? Nguyenbao's small hand squeezed the corner of her coat. In fact, she never wanted to inherit the house. Ha! Wenbei let out a cold laugh. Since he accompanied Nguyenbao here, he naturally investigated everything clearly. He took out a document and threw it on the table. Pro-son? Not necessarily. What does it mean? Yang Mingjun asked with a baffled look on his face as he picked up the document and slowly opened it. Wenbei said in a deep voice, "Old Mr. Yang Genue has been unmarried all his life and does not have any biological children on his knees. Chapter 9 Uncle 1 is not the bad guy, and that document is a proof of paternity test, proving that Yang Mingjun and Yang Genue are not related by blood." Yang Mingjun's face was white and shaky. "Old Yang, what's going on?" Li Suwa stared at Yang Mingjun with disbelief. She grabbed the document and saw the words "no blood relationship" written on it. Her face became more and more unsightly. "This is impossible. How can this be?" Nguyenbao looked at her aunt and uncle, revealing a look of deep shock. She looked at Wenbei with slight uneasiness. "Uncle 1. Wenbei pinched Nguyenbao's little tug to show his appeasement. He then looked at Yang Mingjun and said, "This paternity test is the proof that Master Yang left before he died. He raised you to grow up and marry and have a child. Even though you're unfilial, he didn't bother with you, and let Nguyenbao come of age and then give the house to you. The purpose is to let you raise Nguyenbao for the sake of the house, but you guys can't even wait for these years. It's really ridiculous." He had to say that old Mr. Yang Genue had thought thoroughly for Nguyenbao, only he never had Yang Mingjun would not be able to wait even for these 10 years. This is impossible. Li Suwa couldn't accept the truth. She tore the document in her hand. "This must be a forgery by you. Tear it up. It's not the original anyway." Wenbei laughed softly twice. "It is a criminal act for you to use illegal means to change the name of the property. Not only can I ask for a new property certificate to be invalidated, but I can also send you to the bureau for a good drink." Li Suwa's face was bloodless, and she stammered in fear. You don't mess around. We didn't forge the real estate certificate. You don't have any evidence." Wenbei snorted coldly. "Evidence? As long as I call the police will naturally find evidence." Saying that, Wenbei pulled out his cell phone and made a move to call the police. Li Suwa lunged to try to grab the phone, screaming, "No, you can't call the police. Once the police are called, not only will the house be exposed, but even the deal she made with manager Jane will be exposed. Then she's finished." Wenbei dodged and dodged. Li Suwa did not break the car, and fell heavily to the ground, and suddenly his eyes were golden. And at this time, Yang Mingjun is no longer immersed in the fact that he is not the old man's own son. He looked at Wenbei with a look of unsympathetic. The hostile color in the bottom of his eyes flickered, and directly dumped the pot on Li Suwa. "The house is all her own doing. It has nothing to do with me." "Yang Mingjun, who was it that said that when the old man dies, this house will definitely be yours? And who was it that said that no matter what you do, you will take the house back from this wild seed? You are now good, dumping it all on me. Do you want to be shameless?" Li Suwa screamed and growled. "You shut up." Yang Mingjun was furious and raised his hand to Li Suwa and slapped her hard. Nguyenbao hurriedly hid behind Wenbei. His two small hands also grabbed Wenbei's clothes, his dark eyes full of fear. Wenbei's heart ached as he reached out and held Nguyenbao's small paw in his hand. "Yang Mingjun, are you crazy? You dare to hit me? Lao Mian will fight you." Li Suwa was beaten for the first time and quickly fought back, and the couple fought. Warmblood looked horrified. The strength of men and women is inherently unequal. Li Suwa scratched Yang Mingjun a few claws, and then was pressed by Yang Mingjun under the body and beaten hard. The only sound heard the entire time was Li Suwa wailing in pain. "Go get your things." Wenbei coldly watched the couple fight each other and turned to Nguyenbao. Numbu nodded, avoiding the fighting couple and moving over to the balcony one step at a time. The little bag her grandfather left her that she soon found was full of his treasures. This is where you sleep. When Ibe followed Nguyen Bao to the balcony, looking at this place that was not even as good as a dog's kennel, a layer of scarlet coloring the bottom of his eyes. This broken glass could not withstand the cold wind. Nguyen Bao took her own small bag and packed her clothes again. Hearing Wen Ibe's question, she nodded. Aha. Wen Ibe clenched his fists hard as he glanced at the couple still fighting. Numbu, do you want to send them all in? Send it in where? Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Ibe with a confused face. Wen Ibe's tone paused slightly and decided to explain in words that Nguyen Bao could understand. They did something wrong, and the police uncle will take them away. This I know, Nguyen Bao said. Grandpa said you can't do bad things, and the police uncle will take the bad people away. But Uncle Wen, did uncle and auntie do bad things? Is it bad that her aunt won't move, and her uncle will hit her when he's drunk, but it's all just hitting her? Wen Ibe gave an affirmative answer. Well, they did something bad. Nguyen Bao nodded understandingly, and then was worried and said, are all the uncles and aunts going to be arrested? Then, what about Qian Bao? Chambers often bullied her and falsely accused her though, but Chambers was still a child just like her. Wen Ibe knew that there was also a 6-year-old brat in this family, and if both parents were taken in, the child was afraid that he really had nowhere to go, and he frowned. A moment later, Wen Ibe looked at the two defeated couples in the living room and said in a cold voice, for Nguyen Bao's sake, the matter of changing the real estate license can be left out of the police, but I'm limiting you to 3 days to get out of this house. Li Suhua and Yang Mingjun were relieved in unison when they heard that the police would not be called. Li Suhua spluttered, I'm not leaving, this house isn't ours now, but it'll be ours in the future. Who are you to make us move out? Isn't it just waiting for more than 10 years? She could afford to wait, and when Numbu, the wild child, came of age, the house would have to be renamed. Besides, it's still questionable whether a few-year-old feral will live to see that. Wen Ibe sneered, not moving out? Looks like you guys want to go into the bureau for tea. Li Suhua choked and didn't dare to speak again. Seeing Wen Ibe so strong, Yang Mingjun could only show weakness and said, this gentleman, the matter of the house was a momentary ghostly moment for us. We will follow Nguyen Bao's wishes to correct it in the future. But Nguyen Bao is our Yang family's child, and this house belongs to the Yang family as well. Yang Mingjun is suspecting that Wen Ibe wants to take Nguyen Bao and take this house for himself. Li Suhua heard the meaning of Yang Mingjun, immediately yelled, good I said you an outsider how so protective of this girl, dare to want this house. I tell you, do not even think. This house is our old Yang family. Then he looked at Nguyen Bao and scolded, dead girl, not helping your own people, helping the bad guys to seek a house. The old man is so good to you. Your conscience is eaten by a dog. Hearing Li Suhua say that Wen Ibe was a bad person, Nguyen Bao pinched her little bag tightly and loudly retorted, uncle is not a bad person. He's a good person, the best of the best. Hearing Nguyen Bao defend himself, Wen Ibe's heart softened, but his gaze toward Li Suhua and Yang Mingjun was as cold as a blade. My patience is limited. Don't force me to let the police step in. Li Suhua didn't dare to say much at once. Yang Mingjun grimaced. Wen Ibe held Nguyen Bao's little hand and walked out. Just wait until outside. Nguyen Bao somewhat twisted. Uncle Wen, Nguyen Bao has a place to live. Then you. She was too embarrassed to keep the conversation going. He was afraid that Uncle Wen wouldn't want him. Chapter 10, Grandpa comes to the door. Thinking about this, Nguyen Bao's face carried a few moments of gloom. She actually wanted to be with Uncle Wen. She didn't want to be alone. When Ibe see her mind, the bottom of the eye stained with a layer of laughter, pretending to be pitiful. Yes, the child, you have a room. Do not even need to accompany the lonely and poor Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen to prepare for your room can also be demolished. Nguyen Bao shook his little hand and said eagerly, no need to tear it down. Nguyen Bao can live. Nguyen Bao can stay with Uncle Wen. Would that bother the warmer? No, Nguyen Bao likes Uncle Wen. When Ibe smiled and picked up Nguyen Bao, with Nguyen Bao accompanying Uncle Wen will be happy every day. Warmblood smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. Aha, she will always stay with Uncle Wen and will treat him well. When Uncle Wen gets old, Nguyen Bao will also give him his old age. Just after they left, several Maybachs turned into the alley in a voluminous manner, attracting a lot of onlookers' attention. The car stopped squarely in front of the small, dilapidated house. Liang was the first to get out of the car. He went to the back seat and opened the door, then stood to one side and waited respectfully. When Suwa got down from the car and looked at the broken little house, his brows furrowed. This is it? Yes. Liang nodded in response. He had not waited for the little girl for several days under the flyover, and after much prying he finally learned her address. When Suwa straightened his collar and cufflinks, and when that was done, he instructed towards Liang, knock on the door. Liang nodded and went up to knock on the door. Meanwhile, inside the house, Yang Mingjun sat on the sofa with a frustrated look on his face, and Li Suwa cried out in a ghostly voice, Old John, what can we do? Yang Mingjun had a scowl on his face. When I told you to coax some warmth, what did you do for food? Now the house has fallen into the hands of outsiders. If she hadn't gone too far, would the girl Nguyen Bao have run away? Now you know to blame me. Who was the one who disliked that wild seed for taking up space in the first place? Li Suhua said in a cold voice, her eyes bursting with spiteful ruthlessness. If I had known that wild seed was so difficult to deal with, I might as well have just strangled it at that time. A wild seed that came out of nowhere. Even if he died, no one would care. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Suhua impatiently yelled. When she opened the door aggressively and saw the rows and rows of bodyguards in suits standing outside, she backed up in fear. You, who are you looking for? The bodyguards parted with expressionless faces. When Sui walked in with big strides, he first circled the room, looking at the small place of a few tens of square feet. His brows frowned slightly before his eyes finally fell on the fidgety young Mingjun couple. Old Mr. Yang picked up a little girl called Nguyen Bao before, right? When Suo asked. When he said Nguyen Bao, the tip of his always cold eyebrows softened a lot. Where is she? Li Suhua and Yang Mingjun didn't expect them to come to the door for the warmer. Yang Mingjun sized up the warm flint, and then looked at the bodyguards behind him. He looked like a rich man. His eyes flashed a bright light, and he took the lead to ask, Nguyen Bao was indeed picked up by my father, and because he couldn't find his family, he was adopted into our family. Are you Nguyen Bao's? In Yang Mingjun's heart, he had already guessed, but when the other party opened his mouth and admitted it, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Nguyen Bao is our Wen family's child. Even though he hadn't seen Nguyen Bao yet and hadn't done the DNA test yet, somehow he was sure that this child was their Wen family's, his Wen Suo's granddaughter. When he heard about Nguyen Bao, Li Suo's jaw dropped. Which Wen family? Ah Liang, who was following behind Wen Suo, glanced at Li Suo and said, which other Wen family is there in Yi City? The Wen family was one of the 4 great families of China, and no one knew about it. It's just that the Wen family is low-key and mysterious, rarely appearing in public. Outsiders only know that the Wen family has 4 sons, but few people know their appearance. And Wen Sui is the head of the Wen family. Some years ago often appeared in the financial news. Just in recent years it seems to have disappeared. So Yang Mingjun did not recognize it for a moment. Now that he learned of the other party's true identity, he was surprised and happy. With the warm treasure to get hitched to the Wen family, then he will be developed in his life. Unlike Yang Mingjun revealed joy, Li Suhua is trembling all over the body. These years she is not beating or scolding Nguyen Bao, but also thinking of selling her to others. If this is known by the Wen family, then she is dead. Yang Mingjun laughed. So Nguyen Bao is the child of the Wen family. No wonder this child was picked up like a snowball. It looks like she was carefully raised. When my father took her home, our couple loved it, and we've been loving her as our own daughter. Li Suhua immediately understood his intentions. Yes, if this climbed up the Wen family, they still worry about what? At that moment, fawning, yes, Nguyen Bao is well behaved and know how to do things. I can always treat her as the flesh of my heart, for fear of aggrieving this child. Listening to this couple keep bragging about how good they were to Nguyen Bao, Liang's brows furrowed slightly and a touch of sarcasm crossed the bottom of his eyes. Ever since he had found out that the child who set up a stall on the footbridge was called Nguyen Bao, he had checked out the Yang family, and naturally, he knew about the couple's attitude towards Nguyen Bao. Liang looked at Wen Suo, only to see that his face was colorless. But Liang had followed Wen Suo for many years and knew that he was already impatient to the extreme. Yang Mingjun and Li Suo were talking vigorously, but when no one agreed, they could only smile awkwardly. Wen's face was colorless as he asked, where's the child? Yang Mingjun naturally couldn't say that Nguyen Bao was taken away and was nowhere to be found, so he lied. I have a distant cousin aunt who likes Nguyen Bao very much. Nguyen Bao is accompanying that cousin aunt of mine these days. But, Mr. Weth, don't worry. I'll pick up Nguyen Bao right away and bring her to see you then. When Suo looked deeply at Yang Mingjun, straight to Yang Mingjun's cold sweat, he said, I want to see someone within 3 days. Yang Mingjun immediately nodded and said, don't worry, within 3 days, I will definitely pick up the person. When Suo led the people away, and Yang Mingjun and Li Suo sent them away, Li Suo said, that dead girl doesn't know where she is now. Where are we going to find her? Yang Mingjun rebuked. Stop calling her dead girl. Do you want to die? It's not that I couldn't change my mind for a while. Li Suo scowled. Yang Mingjun, doesn't she like to set up stalls? Let's go to the place where she set up her stall in the next 2 days and look for her. Li Suo sighed. I didn't expect this dead, warm treasure to be a child of the Wen family. When she finds warm blood, she'll have to offer her up, now that she's a bit of a little grandparent. When Suo in the backseat of the black Maybach rested his eyes with his eyes closed, and Liang next to him hesitated and asked, Sir, that couple lied about everything. Why didn't you break them up? Winsome opened her eyes and said, let's find the warmer first. Thinking of what that couple said, he didn't believe a word of it, but Nguyen Bao's current whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps only that couple knew. A hint of coldness flashed under Wen Suo's eyes and he added, send someone to follow that couple, and convey any news of Nguyen Bao directly to me, as well as call all those few boys back, and look for them together. Ah Liang knew that Mr. Wen was talking about the 4 sons of the Wen family, and answered, yes, then do we need to notify young Master Bei's side? In terms of several young masters, the one that Mr. Wen trusts the least is Wen Bei, who seems to be dangling, and many major events also exclude Wen Bei, but of course it is more because Wen Bei doesn't go home at all, and almost cuts off contact with the Wen family. Winsome said, it's not necessary. What's the use of informing him? He'll find the warmer? It would only add to his troubles. Chapter 11, Nguyen Bao's Peace Charm. East City, North Crossing Plaza, Racing Meeting. Being missed by all, Nguyen Bao obediently sat on the bench holding a small bottle of milk to drink milk. Sweet sticky milk powder is so good that Nguyen Bao squinted his big eyes. A pair of short legs swung in the air, happy to the top of the head of the small grips are shaking. Wen Bei looked at Nguyen Bao revealing a small look of enjoyment. He smiled and pinched the small tug on top of her head. Like it a lot? Nguyen Bao smiled narrowly at Wen Bei. Delicious. This wasn't her first time drinking milk powder. When she was very, very young, her grandfather had also given her milk powder from Qianbao, but it didn't taste as good as the one that Uncle Wen had bought for her. Wen Bei dotingly pinched Nguyen Bao's little face. If you like it, I'll often buy it for you in the future. Children, we need to drink more milk powder. Supplemental nutrients to grow taller and fatter. No need, Uncle Wen. Those are already enough for me to drink for a long time. Nguyen Bao said seriously. Uncle Wen not only bought her a lot of clothes, toys, but also bought a lot of cans of milk powder. She had a sneak peek at those prices. So many zeros. 10 fingers are not enough to count. Nguyen Bao secretly vowed that she must work hard to earn money, not only to pay back Uncle Wen's money, but also to give Uncle Wen a pension in the future. At this time, the man wearing a burgundy biker suit walked towards Wen Bei and Nguyen Bao. He nonchalantly put his hand on Wen Bei's shoulder and said in a hangdog manner, Brother Bei, the game is about to start. You're still milking the baby here. Wen Bei slapped the man's hand away and scolded with a laugh. Go aside. Yu Yuan scared twice, her curious gaze falling on Warm Blood. Nguyen Bao noticed Yu Yuan's gaze and raised a big smile at him, his eyes curving into a crescent moon as he greeted him in a milky voice. Good day, uncle. The smile Biu fired, hitting Yukan right in the heart, making him even unconsciously color a few smiles. He had heard Lu Yinxin say that Wen Bei had adopted a little girl before, and originally wondered in his heart what kind of little girl could make Wen Bei, who had always disliked children, adopt, and now he saw Nguyen Bao and vaguely guessed what Wen Bei had in mind. This little girl is so thin and pathetic, but her sweet smile is really so healing. Yu Yuan immediately squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao and asked softly, Your name is Nguyen Bao, isn't it? Warm Blood nodded. Yukan asked again, And do you know who I am? Numbu nodded, but quickly shook his head again, which puzzled Yu Yuan. I only heard Nguyen Bao say in a milky voice, You are Uncle Wen's friend, but I don't know your name. Wen Bei was dumbfounded. Yu Yuan smiled along with him. He rubbed Nguyen Bao's little head and said, My name is Yu Yuan. Nguyen Bao. You can call me Uncle Yu. Nguyen Bao called out nicely, Uncle Yu. So well behaved. Yu Yuan thought to herself, no wonder Bei wanted to adopt her. Who wouldn't want to keep such a cute and well-behaved cub? Immediately after, Yu Yuan touched his pockets, but the biker suit was empty. He then remembered that he changed clothes. But, he took out the Ferrari's car key and handed it to Nguyen Bao. Uncle forgot to bring Nguyen Bao a meat. This car will be a meat gift for Nguyen Bao La. Don't. Nguyen Bao shook her hands with a restrained face as she looked at Wen Bei helplessly. Wen Bei, however, snatched the car keys from Yu Yuan's hand. Just bought a new car last month. You're willing to give it up. Yu Yuan has no other hobbies in his life, but likes to collect good cars, and this Ferrari is the latest model and his favorite. Yu Yuan smiled unconcernedly and said, A meet and greet gift for my great niece. Of course I have to put down blood money. Count on you to be sensible. Wen Bei laughed as he tucked the car keys into Nguyen Bao's small pocket. No, Numbu can't take it. Warm Blood refused. Wen Bei pinched Nguyen Bao's hand. If Nguyen Bao doesn't accept it, then he's not giving face to your Uncle Yu. But Uncle Yu will be angry. Yukan also made a smooth angry face. Numbu didn't like my gift? Nguyen Bao's refusal action was a beat. Her big black and round eyes looked at Yu Yuan. Seeing Yu Yuan angry, she hurriedly said, Uncle Yu, don't be angry. Nguyen Bao very much like your gift. But Grandpa said that you don't get what you deserve. Wen Bei laughed, You a 3.5-year-old kid knows a lot. It's okay, if you really feel bad, then give your Uncle Yu a fortune telling. Yu Yuan was confused. What trigram? Nguyen Bao looked at Yu Yuan very seriously. His big round eyes seemed like a scanner scanning Yu Yuan up and down. Yu Yuan. For some reason, he had a tingling feeling inside. Nguyen Bao's little brows wrinkled tightly as she rummaged through her little bag, then took out a yellow talisman with unintelligible patterns drawn on it. she handed the yellow talisman to Yu Yuan. Uncle Yu, this is the talisman that Grandpa drew. It can keep you safe and sound. Uncle, you can take it if you don't mind. She is a little embarrassed. She can't read yet and can't draw talismans, so she can only take the talisman drawn by her grandfather and give it to Uncle Yu. But she left her own mark on the yellow talisman, which can keep Uncle Yu safe. Yu Yuan was even more baffled. Kids nowadays are bluffing with yellow talismans? When eBay could see Nguyenbao's solemnity, his eyes flashed with a touch of worry, took the yellow talisman in Nguyenbao's hand and stuffed it into Yu Yuan's hand, saying, "You've earned it, keep it." He believed in Nguyenbao's trigrams and naturally believed in Nguyenbao's charms. Uncle Yu, be sure to wear it close to your body. Nguyenbao's little face was serious. She could tell that Uncle Yu had a calamity in his destiny, a calamity of life and death. She is very accurate in her fortune-telling, and only by doing so can she avoid death. But she is afraid that some people will not believe in her fortune-telling and thus lose their lives. Giving a talisman is different. As long as it is worn close to the body, it eliminates death and keeps you safe. Yu Yuan looked at the serious Nguyenbao, and then looked at the solemn Wenbei, and was dumbfounded. But still, he nodded with a solemn face. Yes, I will wear it close to my body. A large bell rang out on the field. The game is about to begin. Wenbei, Nguyenbao, Uncle is going to the competition. You sit here obediently. Good. Nguyenbao sat obediently, holding the bottle with one hand and waving with the other. Go Uncle won. Wenbei spiritedly promised, Uncle, to get you a championship to give back. Yu Yuan had just put the yellow talisman in the pocket of his motorcycle suit. When he heard Wenbei's confident words, he disdainfully cut, Brother Bei, it's still not certain who the deer will die. The two jostled towards the playing field. In no time, all the locomotives were ready. Nguyenbao looked at Wenbei's black and red locomotive. She also saw Wenbei wearing a locomotive cap, waving his hand towards her side. Nguyenbao also followed and waved her hand excitedly. A shot rang out and the locomotive sped off like a bolt of lightning. Everyone in the arena screamed enthusiastically. The deafening sound. Nguyenbao was not accustomed to it for a moment. She covered her ears with her hands. However, it did not help much. She could only put down her hands in a sarcastic manner. At that moment, a small, adorable earmuff was placed on Warmblood's head, just covering her ears and blocking out the clamor. Nguyenbao looked up, only to see an old man with silver hair on his temples and high spirits standing in front of her. He looked lovingly at Nguyenbao and asked, "No more noise, right?" Chapter 12, Warming the Treasure to the Rescue. The old man appeared to be nearly 60 years old. His eyes gleaming, appeared hale and hearty. His chubby face was full of love, like the Maitreya Buddha in the temple. Nguyenbao noticed the justice between the old man's brows and knew that he was a good person. She arched her eyebrows and softly said, "Thank you, Grandpa." When the old man saw the two small pear swirls at the corners of Nguyenbao's mouth, he felt close to him and sat down next to Nguyenbao. Why is the little friend sitting here alone? Such a good kid. What adult would have the heart to leave her alone in this mess? Nguyenbao looked at the old man's open and closed mouth. She only blamed the earmuffs for the soundproofing. Nguyenbao couldn't hear what he said, so she turned her left earmuff to reveal her ear. Seeing this, the old man smiled and asked again what he had just said. Nguyenbao pointed to the black and red locomotive that was far ahead on the racetrack, and said with joy and pride, "I'm waiting for my uncle, and that first one is my Uncle O." The old man followed her pointing finger to look over. His eyesight was not good. From a distance, he could only see a blur, but that didn't stop him from boasting, "Your uncle is really good. My old friend's family has a kid who also likes to race cars, but he didn't make much of a name for himself. He's not as good as your uncle." As if complimenting her, Nguyenbao smiled wider and wider, and the two small pear swirls on her face became more and more adorable. "My uncle is the best." Looking at the little girl's triumphant and cute little appearance, the old man's eyebrows brought on a few points of softness. Numbo looked at the old man and asked, "Grandpa, do you like racing too?" "Grandpa doesn't like it either. Grandpa's little grandson likes it." The old man pointed to the seats on the other side of the track, which was surrounded by a lot of children. "My grandson liked racing games when he was very young, so I brought him here today to see. His grandson is the heir of the family, and people up and down the family do not allow him to be interested in racing this. But he is heartbroken for his grandson, so he took it upon himself to bring his grandson over to take a look at it, which is a kind of fulfillment of one of his dreams." Nguyenbao looked at the children over there, basically all 7 or 8-year-old boys, but she didn't recognize this grandpa's grandson. She retracted her eyes and looked at the old man. Her small face was serious and said, "I see Grandpa's face with a rumbling nose and a square mouth. His body is healthy and his spirit is clear. He will be very rich in his life, and his children and grandchildren will be productive." In fact, she did not quite understand the meaning of the phrase "a square nose and a square mouth," a healthy body and a clear spirit. But every time she saw her grandfather say this, the people smiled and laughed, and she knew that it must be a good thing to say, and that this grandfather was full of righteousness and good fortune. The old man looked at Nguyenbao with a surprised expression, and with a few good-natured smiles under his eyes. He asked, "You also know how to read faces?" Children her age can't speak some words well, and she not only expresses her words clearly, but she also makes extremely good sense. Nguyen Bao nodded seriously. "My grandfather was a fortune teller." The old man stroked Warmblood's little head and praised. "Then you must be very good too." He had been an extreme believer in fate all his life, and the surprised look he had just gotten was because a fortune teller had said the same thing to him when he was young, and his life had answered that. When Nguyen Bao heard the old man praising himself, the little grips on top of her head shook happily again. Immediately after she looked at the old man seriously, suddenly her eyebrows wrinkled gently. She jumped off the bench and said, "Grandpa, wait for me." After saying that, Nguyen Bao darted away with his short legs. "Run slowly," the old man called out in a loud voice, worried that Warmblood would fall. He didn't know what was wrong with Warmblood, but he did feel a few vague discomforts coming from his chest, and he leaned back against the bench with a slightly pale face. Asterisk. When Nguyen Bao rushed back with the purchased things, he saw that the bench was empty, and not far away from the bench many people gathered there, and also participated in the call for an ambulance, as well as the sound of the little boy crying in fear. Nguyen Bao squeezed in with his tiny body and saw the grandfather who had just fallen to the ground with a grimace on his face, while the little boy next to him was crying with tears in his eyes. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the little boy kept calling out. He was very handsome, his eyebrows were similar to the old man's, and his white little face was full of tear stains. Warmblood rushed over and unwrapped the medicine he had just bought and was about to shove it into the old man's mouth. The little boy reacted by tugging on Warmblood's hand, his voice raspy. "What are you feeding my grandpa?" As the future heir of the Jiang clan, Jiang Peixing has always been careful with his words and calm and collected since he can remember, but it seems that his favorite grandfather fell unconscious on the ground. He is still afraid. In the end, he is only 8 years old. Until now he regretted. He shouldn't have sneaked out with Grandpa. If something really happened to Grandpa, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Jiang Peixing's whole being was almost swallowed by darkness, while Nguyen Bao's words in front of him were like a ray of sunshine shining into his world. "Your grandfather is having a heart attack. This is medicine for heart disease. Take it and you will be fine." Nguyen Bao had just realized the old man's robbery. If he didn't take the medicine in time, his life would be in danger. Good thing she saw a pharmacy when she accompanied Uncle Wen here. That's why she hurried to buy the medicine. Jiang Peixing finally let go when he heard Nguyen Bao say this. Grandpa did have a heart attack, but because of timely treatment, he hadn't had an attack for many years. Looking at the medicine in Nguyen Bao's hand, Jiang Peixing pursed his lips and let go, allowing Nguyen Bao to feed the medicine to his grandfather and feed him some water. Why is this kid giving medicine to the elderly indiscriminately? What nonsense! What's a kid doing messing around here? Wait for the doctor. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? Where's an ambulance coming that fast during rush hour now? Just when the crowd was anxiously discussing, the old man suddenly coughed twice, and his originally iron-green face gradually reddened. Jiang Peixing's eyes lit up. Grandpa! When Grandpa Jiang realized what had happened, he took Nguyen Bao's little hand and solemnly thanked him. Little friend, thank you for saving me. He had lived for so many years and enjoyed decades of blessings. It didn't matter if he died, but he couldn't drag his little grandchildren into it. If he really left like this tonight, his little grandchildren would be plunged into endless remorse for the rest of their lives. Nguyen Bao arched her eyebrows and said sweetly, "You're welcome. My grandpa said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Grandpa Jiang is a good man. A good man lives a long life. Then Grandpa will borrow your good advice." Grandpa Jiang smiled a harmony. Did not expect him to have this creation tonight. Looking at the earmuffs he gave out, if not a moment of kindness and softness, I am afraid that. Jiang Peixing, who had been grabbing his grandfather's clothes since he woke up, looked at Nguyen Bao. He took out his blue model locomotive and handed it to Nguyen Bao. "Sister, thank you for saving my grandfather. This is my favorite model locomotive. It's for you." "Thank you, brother. I don't want it. I have this." Nguyen Bao touched the earmuffs hanging around his neck. Jiang Peixing looked at the earmuffs, which his grandfather had bought for him, but he didn't like the furry earmuffs, so he didn't wear them. Seeing that Nguyen Bao really didn't want the locomotive model, Jiang Peixing could only put away the model with a loss. Chapter 13. Uncle Wen is the best. Grandpa Jiang rubbed Jiang Peixing's little head. He knew that his grandson was very precious to him, these hard-won model locomotives, and now he was generously giving them away, which was very rare. Grandpa Jiang looked at Nguyen Bao and asked again, "Little friend, we've known each other for so long and we still don't know your name?" "My name is Warmblood." "Warmblood, it's a nice name." Jiang Peixing recited the name Nguyen Bao a few times in his heart. Looking at her big black and clear eyes like crescent moons, he felt for the first time that girls are really cute. Nguyen Bao suddenly heard the field ushered in warm applause and cheers. Nguyen Bao poked his head out and saw Wenbei arriving at the finish line in the distance, having already taken off his helmet, surrounded by people who were celebrating for him. "Yeah, Uncle won the championship." Nguyen Bao was excited. Grandpa Jiang, Brother Ah Xing, I'm leaving first. Nguyenbao finished his greeting, carried his little bag, hugged his little bottle, and walked towards the racetrack with a pair of short legs. Grandpa Jiang held Zhang Peixing's hand and looked at Nguyenbao's back as he left, and wondered which parents taught their children so well. Ah Xing, what happened tonight? Don't tell your parents. Grandpa Jiang lowered his head towards Zhang Peixing and urged. If his son and daughter-in-law knew, they would have to listen to a long speech that would make their ears calloused. He was old and couldn't bear to be tossed around. Zhang Peixing frowned seriously, his handsome cheeks filled with a depth that didn't match his age. But Grandpa's health is not good. Stop. Grandpa will go to the hospital for a checkup. But tonight's incident is a secret between our grandparents and grandchildren. Xing has to keep it a secret for Grandpa. Alright, then I'll accompany Grandpa to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup, Zhang Peixing said. Grandpa Jiang. He was genuinely worried that his grandson would grow up to look like his father. Thinking of the way Nguyenbao just looked, sweet and well-behaved. Sure enough, he still likes his granddaughter. Unfortunately, he didn't. The good thing is that his close friends around him are all having sons and grandchildren. And daughters and granddaughters are rare, so he balances out quite a bit again. But, thinking about the rumors he had heard today, that Wensu had come out of nowhere with a granddaughter who had yet to be found, he felt bad again. When Wensu finds his granddaughter, he'll be a winner in life again. Thinking of the way when Sui fooled himself into having a daughter more than 20 years ago, Grandpa Jiang felt like he was going to have a myocardial infarction. Grandpa Jiang carefully instructed, Xing, when you get married in the future, you must marry your daughter. Do you know that? He doesn't expect a granddaughter in his life. Just count on having great-grandchildren. Zhang Peixing, who was only 8 years old. Asterisk. When Ibei's back was straight, his long body was like jade, holding his helmet in one hand and ruffling his messy black hair with the other. His whole body exuded flair and confidence. When the competition party delivered the championship trophy to him, he raised the trophy with one hand, a smile on his face, but when he looked closely, the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. North is worthy of being a racing god. It looks like next year's Nationals champion is not North. That said, if North hadn't missed the Nationals 4 years ago, this national championship would have been North's. Yeah, it's too bad. At those words, when Ibei's complexion changed slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually tightened. 4 years ago, he was preparing for nationals, and he had been preparing for that day for a long time. He wanted to stand on the national podium and he wanted to give that national championship trophy to his sister. So he looked forward to that day with immense anticipation, but he never expected that day to become his lifelong nightmare. His sister accompanied him to the nationals and he wanted her to come out for a break, but it led to her disappearance and her whereabouts are unknown to this day. Go go go, one and all with no eyes. Yu Yuen, who was holding his runner-up trophy, also heard the crowd's regretful voices. Wen Yichen's disappearance 4 years ago was no secret to the upper class. He waved his hand to drive away those people like mosquitoes, and a picture of brother and sister like a hand on Wen Yibei's shoulder. Changing the topic. Brother North, as long as you participate in the competition, the championship is yours. You really did not leave a way out for the brothers. Wen Yibei pushed down his inner annoyance as he confidently said, stay alive, that's if you can catch up. Saying this, he saw a certain little girl who had been squeezed and shaken coming toward him, her little face flushed, the 2 little grips on the top of her head drooping, but her 2 dark eyes large and bright. At once, Wen Yibei opened Yu Yuan's hand, then striding over to pick up Nguyenbao and asked with a reckless smile, Uncle is awesome, isn't he? Nguyenbao's eyes curved up into a crescent moon, smiling and revealing his neat little white teeth. Not mincing words of milky praise, Uncle Wen is the best. She was happy as if she had won the championship, and as if the praise wasn't enough, she even gave a short thumbs up towards Wen Yibei. Wen Yibei's heart softened, after so many years, besides his sister, there was finally someone who could celebrate the joy of victory with him. He used to be the first to run back and tell everyone when he got first place, but his parents weren't interested. His older brother was busy with the family business, and his 2 other brothers were busy with their own careers, so only his younger sister celebrated with him, and made him a handmade congratulatory gift. And after his sister's disappearance, he was disheveled all day long, and even when he won the championship, he couldn't be happy. But today, the little girl in front of him celebrated his championship with the biggest smile, and he finally felt the warmth of home again. Yu Yuan looked at Nguyenbao's excited appearance, but she was a little envious and jealous of Wen Yibei. But looking at the smile on Wen Yibei's face, she was happy for him again, and at that moment she smiled and said, Brother Bei, let's go together to celebrate. Wen Yibei's heart moved, but look at the warmer. Forget it, kids need to go to bed early, Wen Yibei said. Nguyenbao is still small and needs to go to bed early. You guys go ahead and put it on my account. Yu Yuan was actually speechless. So, Is North already in the baby-raising phase? Fragrant garden. Bao held the trophy in her hand that was higher than half of her body and placed it on the table, and somewhat excitedly put forward her own little suggestion. Uncle Wen, can we place a collection shelf here, so that all the trophies that Uncle Wen takes in the future can be placed here? She remembered that at her aunt and uncle's house, whenever Bao won a little red flower in kindergarten, her aunt and uncle would happily put it on the wall, saying that it was Bao's achievement. Uncle Wen's trophy can't be put on the wall, but it can be placed in the living room so everyone can see Uncle Wen's accomplishments. When Bei froze, his eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't make a sound for a long time. Bao thought she had said the wrong thing. She scratched her clothes in a constrained manner. Her little face blanched as she apologized. I'm sorry, Uncle Wen. Bao shouldn't have come up with a wild idea. Even the little grips on the top of his head were won. When Bei squatted down in front of Bao, he took Bao's uneasy hands. Bao's idea was good. Uncle was just too happy. Wen's old house has a big brother and two brothers in the student period of a variety of competition medals, but also the third brother to participate in the activities of a variety of trophies, but also the sister of a variety of certificates and trophies. The only thing that he did not have, not that he did not have, but in their view, racing is not on the stage of the interest. Bao raised his eyes, his big, dark eyes full of surprise. Even the original sickly little grip has regained its vitality. When Bei smiled and pinched her little tug, he felt that Bao was the little angel that came to save him. Will Numbu set up the shelves with Uncle? Good. When Bao goes to kindergarten and gets a little red flower, Uncle will post the little red flower here too. Warmblood responded in a milky voice. Yes. Until this moment, Warmblood didn't really feel at home. In a short while, under the combined efforts of Bei and Bao, the silver-white engraved carved shelf was carried to the living room, on which were placed the large and small trophies that Bei had won over the years. Bei looked at his exhibition stand, and a wave of excitement and warmth lingered in his heart. He's not sorry anymore. Chapter 14, The Little Golden Dragon in the Dream, Bar 1937. Yu Yuan leaned back and drank at the luxurious card table. Lu Yenxin, who had arrived late, punished himself with a glass and then made his way to Yu Yuan's side, asking, Brother Bei didn't come? He's gone home to nurse the baby. Lu Yenxian also had a deep smile on her face. Have you seen Bao? Isn't she a good girl? Very well behaved indeed. Yu Yuan remembered the way Bao gave Bei a thumbs up. So well behaved and cute. With this child by Brother Bei's side, Brother Bei can be a lot happier. Lu Yenxin sighed. However, I heard today that there seems to be something big happening in the Wen family. Yu Yuan frowned. What big deal? Looking at Brother Bei tonight, he doesn't look like he's in for something big. Ha! Lu Yenxin shook his head and said, it hasn't been rumored yet. It's just that all three of the Wen family's sons have been called back, as if they're looking for someone. Yu Yuan's whole body shook. Is it possible that my sister has news? As Bei's brothers, they had often heard Bei mention his sister before, so several of the brothers also addressed Chen with his sister. I don't know, Lu Yenxin said in a deep voice, but since the Wen family didn't inform Brother Bei, you shouldn't talk nonsense in front of Brother Bei. There must be a reason for the Wen family to do this, and it wasn't like there hadn't been people coming to the door all these years with the idea of having news of Wenichu. But in the end, it was all in vain, and Bei was close to breaking down after experiencing several of these incidents. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yu Yuan also knew the seriousness of the matter. He nodded his head and agreed. It's been 4 years. I hope that my sister will be found as soon as possible, as well as the child in her belly must be healthy. I'm afraid the child would be as big as Bao if he were alive. At this time, the accompanying beauty poured wine for Yu Yuan, but Yu Yuan was so immersed in sadness that her hand unconsciously picked up the wine glass, and the accompanying beauty poured it empty, and it all poured on the table, and the wine flowed down the edge of the table onto Yu Yuan. Yu-chan, sorry. The escort beauty hurriedly apologized and picked up the napkin on the table to try to help Yu Yuan wipe. Yu Yuan frowned as he waved his hand with a look of impatience. It's fine, go away. The escort beauty reluctantly left. Yu Yuan wiped his wet pants, suddenly thought that the yellow amulet was still in his pocket. He quickly took out the yellow amulet. He thought that it would be dampened beyond recognition, but the yellow amulet in his hand was not stained by half of the water. Yu Yuan looked at the yellow amulet paper with disbelief. How was this possible? Obviously the pockets are soaked. Seeing him staring at the yellow talisman paper in his hand in shock, Lu Yenxin said in disbelief, This is a yellow talisman? When did you start believing in this too? This was given to me by Warmblood. When he changed his clothes, he wanted to throw away the yellow talisman, but remembering Bao's solemn appearance, he still put it into his pocket. But even so, he still did not put Bao's sentence of wearing it close to his heart. But now, the yellow talisman that should be soaked through is dripping with water. and he who has always believed in science cannot help but be suspicious at this time. Lu Yinxin was surprised. Nguyen Bao gave it to you? Why would she send you something? Obviously I saw her first. He didn't mind the yellow amulet. After all, it was the child's intention. Maybe she likes me better. You can put the yellow talisman in his jacket pocket, not mentioning that he'd traded a limited edition Ferrari for it. Looking at Yu Yuan's dejected appearance, Lu Yanxin silently rolled his eyes. Late at night, the party ended. Yu Yuan stood in front of the elevator. Just as the elevator door opened, he was ready to go in. Suddenly a burning heat of fire came from his chest. Yu Yuan's footsteps jerked. He hastily reached out to cover the position of his chest. Remembering the yellow talisman that he had just put into his pocket, he hastily took it out, only to see that the yellow talisman that was dripping with water was now being burned by a ball of flames that had appeared out of thin air. Yu Yuan was so scared that he woke up from the wine, and he subconsciously threw the yellow talisman away. The yellow talisman was burned to ashes and slowly disappeared in front of him. Yu Yuan froze and looked at the empty ground. He was filled with shock and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Wenbei. Suddenly there was a bang. Yuken looked to the elevator entrance, the one he had just missed due to the burning of the yellow talisman, and plummeted straight down from the high floor. Yuken's face became pale in a way that was visible to the naked eye, and if he had just entered the elevator moments ago, I'm afraid he would have fallen into a small meatloaf. Brother Bei, where did you find this absolute little treasure? Nguyen Bao? Yu Yuan dialed the phone and carefully told Wenbei what had just happened. Wenbei's voice, which was not the least bit surprised after hearing this, came from the other end of the cell phone. Keep this to yourself. Just keep it to yourself. The more others know, the less secure the warmer situation becomes. She's still just a kid. Yu Yuan said. Brother North, don't worry. I definitely won't tell anyone. Yu Yuan answered, and then asked in embarrassment. Brother Bei, does the warm treasure still have the yellow talisman? I can spend money on it. How much is it? This is a life-preserving yellow talisman. How much more is not too much? Get lost. Wenbei scolded. I don't even have one. Do you think there are more? Wenbei was telling the truth. Nguyen Bao did have no more yellow talismans in her hands. After all, her grandfather had left her very little. Yu Yuan lamented. That's a shame. The next day, at dawn, Nguyen Bao crawled up. She first folded up her little quilt, then went to wash up. When she finished washing up, she took out eggs and noodles from the refrigerator and cooked 2 bowls of egg noodles. After she finished her small portion, she knew that Wenbei would sleep until high noon, so she kept the other portion warm first. With that done, Warmblood went out with her own little bag on her back. Starting today, she's going back to her old job to make money. There were only a few scattered hawkers on the footbridge. After all, it was too cold and business had been sluggish lately. So many of the hawkers had given up their early morning business. Nguyen Bao walked with his short legs to the original seat and sat down, setting up the eye-catching red cloth master fortune-telling. Only $9.09. Selling sweet potatoes. Grandfatherly pushed to sell sweet potatoes baking oven slowly walked. He was wearing an old red cotton coat beside a grandmother. Grandfatherly did not want to let his partner to come, but could not help his partner to accompany his heart. Grandfatherly can only be careful to protect Grandmolly. The old couple are with a smile. Grandpa Lee saw the tiny figure next to his position, and when he saw Nguyen Bao, his eyes lit up. Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao got up and shook his little paw toward Grandpa Lee. Sticky key. Grandpa Lee. Old companion. This is Nguyen Bao. When she said you're awake, you're really awake. Grandpa Lee excitedly looked at his old partner and introduced himself. Nguyen Bao was the first to look at Grandma Lee and sweetly called out, Grandma Lee. Grandma Lee eyes blinking at Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao wearing a pink down jacket, head tied with a good little pull. Perhaps the past few days to raise a good, not only the face of white and a bit of meat, smile up the corners of the mouth 2 small pair swirls is particularly obvious, cute and playful, especially those dark, round eyes, which were full of innocence and flawlessness, as if they were stars twinkling in the night sky. However, Grandma Lee suddenly remembered the little golden dragon in her dream that had not yet grown its horns. Reddish gold, tiny little one, it has the exact same eyes as Warmblood. Chapter 15, Brother Jiang, Save Nguyen Bao. Grandma Lee, who has become a vegetable, has been in darkness, and the appearance of little golden dragon is like a bright light that illuminates her dark world. What was even more amazing was the blood dripping from the small golden dragon. The drop of bright red and golden-colored blood fell between her eyebrows, and in a flash, the darkness faded away, and she opened her eyes to see the world she had been away from for a long time. After she woke up, she heard her old companion say that a little girl named Nguyen Bao said that she would wake up, and she really woke up. At that time she didn't think so, but now when she saw Nguyen Bao, her heart inexplicably felt affectionate. Grandma Lee squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao and looked at her with a loving face. Nguyen Bao, I've often heard your Grandpa Lee talk about you these days. You're so cute looking. The corners of Nguyen Bao's mouth rose wildly, her eyebrows arched, and her big watery eyes were all colored with joy. She had seen Grandma Lee in her dream, only then Grandma Lee was dead, like Grandpa when he left. Grandpa said that life and death have their own destinies. He left to go to heaven to look for her mom and dad. Nguyen Bao didn't want Grandma Lee to leave as well, because Grandpa Lee was very much hung up on Grandma Lee. So she took a drop of her heart's blood and woke up Grandma Lee. Grandma Lee's body is just fine, so she needs to rest well. Nguyen Bao's voice was soft with a small milky tone. Grandma Lee touched the little grip on top of Nguyen Bao's head and promised with a smile. Good. Grandma listens to Nguyen Bao. Earlier, I heard my old companion say that Nguyen Bao was pitiful. Her clothes were all tattered and torn. But now that I saw the brand new clothes on Nguyen Bao, I thought that the family had bought them specially for her. And with such a cute child, the family must have loved her very much. Grandpa Lee took the fragrant baked sweet potato and handed it to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, come. This one is the sweetest. Grandpa specially saved it for you. These days he waited for Nguyen Bao, and every time he would leave her one of the sweetest baked sweet potatoes. But unfortunately he didn't see Nguyen Bao for several days in a row. Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up. She loved baked sweet potatoes. Sweet, sticky and delicious. But she had already eaten breakfast. Nguyen Bao's little paw patted his bulging little belly and said, "Thank you Grandpa Lee. Nguyen Bao has eaten breakfast and can't eat anymore." Grandma Lee put the baked sweet potatoes under the oven to Nestle, and urged Nguyen Bao, "Then if Nguyen Bao gets hungry later, he can eat them." Nguyen Bao remembered that there was still change in her pocket. She could afford to eat, and then obediently answered yes. As they spoke, Yang Mingjun and Li Suhua scurried out from somewhere. Yang Mingjun called out, "Nguyen Bao." Nguyen Bao was startled and subconsciously had to hide behind Grandma Lee. Li Suhua tugged on Nguyen Bao's arm and smiled with a face full of folds. "Nguyen Bao, it's cold, but you've made your aunt very anxious. Quickly go home with your aunt." Numbua's arm hurt and she struggled. You let go of me. Don't pickpocket me." Grandpa Lee rushed forward and called out, "Who are you? Let go of Nguyen Bao." Grandma Lee followed suit. "Have a nice conversation. Don't tear the child up." Looking at the fiercely struggling Nguyen Bao, Li Suhua forced down her face full of displeasure, forcefully picked up Nguyen Bao, and said towards Grandpa Lee, "We are Nguyen Bao's aunt and uncle." As Li Suhua said that, she gave Yang Mingjun a wink and the two of them were about to leave. Grandpa Lee stopped Li Suhua. "You say you are Nguyen Bao's aunt and uncle, but I've never heard Nguyen Bao mention you. Are you human traffickers? Let go of Nguyen Bao, or we'll call the police." Yang Mingjun said, "Elderly, I am really Nguyen Bao's uncle. This child hid from us to come out to set up a stall. The cold day, we first take the child back." Grandma Lee asked towards Nguyen Bao, "Nguyen Bao, do you know them?" Nguyen Bao looked at Yang Mingjun and Li Suhua. His little face wrinkled up in a ball, and he said in a jar, "Recognize, they are aunt and uncle." Hear that? Li Suhua looked at Grandpa Lee with a disdainful face. Warm blood added, "But I don't want to go back with them. They're going to send me to the people." Before the words were finished, they were covered by Li Suhua's dead nose. Li Suhua laughed. "Nguyen Bao, this child has a really big temper. After a few words with us, he clamored to run away from home." Grandpa and Grandma Lee looked at each other, obviously still unsure. "Old man, this is our family matter. Outsiders should stay out of it," Yang Mingjun said, looking at Nguyen Bao. "Nguyen Bao, do you think so?" Nguyen Bao could see that his uncle was obviously smiling, but the bottom of his eyes were glowing with a vicious light. Thinking of Grandpa and Grandma Lee's aging body, Nguyen Bao flattened his mouth and said to Grandma Lee, "Grandpa and Grandma Lee, Nguyen Bao and Uncle and Auntie will go home. Don't you worry." Li Suhua and Yang Mingjun also didn't wait for Grandma and Grandpa Lee to react, and directly hugged the warm treasure and left. Just after getting off the footbridge, Nguyen Bao, who was caught under Li Suhua's elbow, started to struggle again. Li Suhua didn't hesitate to slap Nguyen Bao's buttocks, as she reprimanded with a grim face, "Settle down for me. Move again. Beware, I'll throw you into the sea." Numbua's little face was full of panic. Yang Mingjun looked at Li Suhua unhappily. "What are you doing hitting her? She's precious now. It's not a habit." Li Suhua remembered this time that Nguyen Bao was no longer a wild child, but a child of the Wen family. Her attitude was immediately intimate. "Nguyen Bao, you be good and obedient, and won't beat you in the future." Warmblood's little milky voice was dripping with fear. "You're going to give me to the bad guys." Thinking of manager Jane, whom she had met before, Numbu became even more frightened. "What are you children talking nonsense about? We are sending you to enjoy the blessings," Li Suhua vocalized, thinking that although the maiden piece is not more valuable than the boy, but the Wen family took the trouble to look for, obviously also put Nguyen Bao in the heart. When Nguyen Bao into the Wen family, then their family's good days will come. "I don't want to. I don't want to go and enjoy my life. I want to live with Uncle Wen." Nguyen Bao struggled and screamed. Li Suhua scolded with a dark face. "Dead child, born with cheap bones, doesn't even know how to enjoy the blessings." Nguyen Bao struggled more and more. Li Suhua couldn't catch it for a moment and let Nguyen Bao fall down. Nguyen Bao was going to run without saying anything. Yang Mingjun quickly grabbed Nguyenbao's arm and rebuked Li Suwa. What are you doing for food? You can't even catch a child. Let go of me. I don't want to go. Nguyenbao tugged at the arm that was grabbed by Yang Mingjun. She was in pain and her little face was white, but she was even more afraid of being dragged away. In the morning, the road pedestrians are already less. There are a few people although cast a puzzled gaze, but in the end did not stay long. Hurriedly left. Nguyenbao was so anxious that his eyes were red, and his large eyes were filled with tears, and as the tears fell, the originally clear sky suddenly changed in storm clouds, lightning and thunder, and bean-sized rain particles smashed down. What the hell kind of weather is this? Hurry up and go home, Li Suwa said, ignoring Nguyenbao's struggles. Yang Mingjun dragged her into his arms and carried her to leave. At this time a car passed by them. Nguyenbao saw the person inside through the car's backseat window that was still open. Her whole body shook, and she shouted at the car with her heart breaking, Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! Save Nguyenbao! Chapter 16, Give us back our warmers. However, the car quickly sped past without stopping. Looking at the faraway car, the last bit of light under Nguyenbao's eyes gradually dissipated, and the words of pleading for help turned into a small sigh. Brother Jiang, Li Suwa coldly faced and threatened. You shut up for my mother. If you make any more noise, be careful I'll sew up your mouth with a needle. Nguyenbao was so scared that she hastily covered her mouth, her big, dark eyes filled with tears of despair. She knew it hadn't been a day or two since her aunt had tried to sew her mouth shut. Seeing that the rain is getting bigger and bigger, Yang Mingjun couple have no choice but to hold the warm treasure temporarily to the eaves of the house to hide from the rain, and just that quickly left the car drove back, right next to the stop. The driver was the first to get out of the car with an umbrella, and then came to the back seat to open the car door. Jiang Peixing, who was wearing a small black suit, got down from the back seat, his delicate and handsome little face carrying a few points of composure that didn't fit his age. Seeing Jiang Peixing who got off the car, Nguyenbao's eyes rubbed brightly. The tears also gradually faded. The little milky voice is permeated with excitement. Brother Jiang. The tears in this moment of warmth faded quickly and the sky clouded over. Jiang Peixing's gaze landed precisely on Nguyenbao. A flash of surprise crossed the bottom of his eyes, probably looking at Nguyenbao's appearance. Jiang Peixing frowned again. Just seen Nguyenbao was Yang Mingjun held tightly, a small face red, and full of tear stains. The top of the head of two small grips are going to be scattered. Perhaps the rain, the body are in a mess. Nguyenbao. Jiang Peixing frowned as he walked towards Nguyenbao. The driver first sighed at the strange sky, then put away his umbrella and followed Jiang Peixing. Nguyenbao struggled to stretch out her little hand towards Jiang Peixing. Brother Jiang. Nguyenbao won't go back with them. Yang Mingjun looked Jiang Peixing up and down. Just by looking at the clothes and temperament, he knew that it was not an ordinary family's child. Can't be offended. Jiang Peixing reached out and carried Nguyenbao out of Yang Mingjun's arms. Well, although Nguyenbao is 3.5 years old, but because the nutrition has not yet been replenished, looking skinny, and Jiang Peixing has been exercising since childhood, so it was easy to hold Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao even hugged Jiang Peixing tightly like an octopus, whispering, Brother Jiang. Jiang Peixing heard the fear in her voice. He reached out and patted Nguyenbao's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Li Suwa reached out to grab it. Who are you? Give us back the man. The driver stepped forward and blocked in front of Jiang Peixing like a small mountain, looking at Li Suwa with an unkind gaze. Li Suwa didn't dare to act rashly, and Yang Mingjun said, This young master, we are Nguyenbao's aunt and uncle, and we're about to take her home. Jiang Peixing frowned. He still remembered Nguyenbao saying that his uncle won the championship last night, but it didn't look like this one in front of him. Nguyenbao said sharply, I don't want to go back. That's not my home. I want to go back to Uncle Win's house. You dead girl can't tell the difference between good and bad. That what's-his-name uncle of yours is just coveting our house. Do you think he's really treating you well? Nguyenbao retorted. Not at all. Uncle Win is good to Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao likes him. You guys are not good to Nguyenbao, and you want to give Nguyenbao to bad people. You are bad people too. When Jiang Peixing heard this, he looked at Li Suwa and Yang Mingjun, and sure enough, he saw that they revealed a look of weakness. What else didn't he understand? He turned around with Nguyenbao in his arms and walked towards the car. What do you want to do? Give us back the warm treasure. Li Suwa was about to chase after him in a hurry. The driver stopped Li Suwa. His cold voice was thick with displeasure. This lady, if there's anything you can go to the police station to report the case. We live in the royal garden. The police are always welcome to come and investigate. Li Suwa's footsteps jerked, her face full of shock. Even if she has not seen any knowledge, she also knows that the royal garden, East City, the most luxurious land villa, live in the inside are non-rich or noble people. When did Nguyenbao know this character? Li Suwa froze and looked at Yang Mingjun, asking. Yang Mingjun's face sank. How should I know? Nguyenbao, this dead girl, is hiding really deep. Just when the couple was at a loss, two black-clothed bodyguards arrived late. They coldly came in front of Yang Mingjun and Li Suwa. Mr. Yang, our boss asks you to come. Yang Mingjun and Lee Suwa looked at each other face to face, both seeing the panic in the other's eyes. Asterisk. Yang Mingjun and Lee Suwa were brought to a luxurious private room. When Suoi sat on the sofa in the center with a black face, while next to him sat a man in a suit, exuding a reserved and mature atmosphere. He looked at the couple in front of him with a clear and cold brow. And he was the eldest son of the Wen family. Wen Yidong, where are the people? Flint's calm voice with a hint of indifference rang out. Not only Yang Mingjun and Lee Suwa's faces turned white, even the two bodyguards who were following them shed 2 drops of cold sweat in unison. One of the bodyguards said with trepidation against the double pressure, "Little Miss was taken away by someone in a black Bugatti. My subordinate was incompetent and didn't chase after her." They have been staring at the Yang Mingjun couple. When they saw the Little Miss, they wanted to go up and take the Little Miss away, but the Little Miss is very repulsive to the Yang Mingjun couple. I'm afraid that they will also be afraid of them, these outsiders, so they did not go up. Who would have thought that therefore lost the trail of the Little Miss? A bunch of trash. Wen Sua's face was cold and heavy, and his voice was even more so as he did not hide the ruthlessness in it. The bodyguards were pale and sweating coldly. Wen Yidong's gaze landed on Lee Suwa, and his tone was cold as he asked, "You want to sew up Nguyen Bao's mouth?" Lee Suwa's voice couldn't restrain itself from trembling. I just scared her. Yang Mingjun chimed in. "This wife of mine just likes to scare people. Our couple loves Nguyen Bao from the bottom of our hearts." Lightly abusive and insulting shouts, heavy fists and kicks. "This is what you call loving?" When Yidong coldly threw out these words through his teeth, Lee Sua's whole body trembled, and Yang Mingjun still tried to weasel out, "There must be a misunderstanding." However, against Wen Yidong's cold and piercing gaze, Yang Mingjun was unable to speak as if he had a lump in his throat. When Suoi was cold and gave a direct order, "I don't want to see you guys in any city. Mr. Weth, we may not have treated Nguyen Bao very well over the years, but Nguyen Bao was raised by our family, and we are her aunt and uncle." Yang Mingjun didn't want to give up Nguyen Bao as a golden lump. When Suo looked at the bodyguards, and the 2 bodyguards carried them out as if they were carrying a chicken. When Yidong glanced at Wen Suo, "Just let them leave? Sometimes living is worse than dying." When Suo sneered, "This couple offended Wen's news will soon spread. Not to mention the city cannot stay. The whole country will not have their foothold. These years Nguyen Bao suffered a little bit of sin, will only 10 times 100 times back to them." A dark color crossed the bottom of Wen Yidong's eyes. This was the father he knew, never soft on his enemies. When Suo pondered, the royal garden, the black Bugatti. Who the hell took warm blood? There are not many residents in the royal garden. There are they Wen family, Yu family, Jiang family, Zhou family are in the royal garden. But these are a lot of luxury cars, and Bugattis are not uncommon. When Yidong's eyes moved slightly, "As far as I know, last year Uncle Jiang bought his grandson a limited edition black Bugatti." Chapter 17. Warmers are not dirty. But how did Warmblood get involved with the Jiang family? No matter what, when Suoi wouldn't give up the chance, "Have someone check it out." When Yidong answered, and then added, "Dad, Xiao Nan and Xiao Shi have already returned, and Xiao Bei should come back as well. No one has been found. There's no need to inform him. He always has to come back on New Year's Eve." When Yidong did not refute Wen Suo, he knew that his father who seemed indifferent to Xiao Bei was actually worried about Xiao Bei. If Nguyen Bao is really Niko's daughter, it is okay. If not, I am afraid that Xiao Bei will be even more broken. It's not just Kaboku, there's still them. Royal Garden, the old Jiang family mansion. Nguyen Bao obediently sat on the sofa and let the maid help her blow-dry her hair, and then tied 2 small pills on the top of her head. The tiny little hair buns were adorable, and if Nguyen Bao had been a little bit chubbier, it would have been more like the Fua babies on the New Year's Eve paintings. Nguyen Bao touched the small hair bun on top of her head and smiled with an innocent and flawless smile as she thanked the maid. "Thank you, sister." She could only tie little tugs, and had never worn such a cute pill head before. "You're welcome." The maid smiled and retreated. Zhang Pei Xing, who was sitting next to her, was reading a book, and when he saw Nguyen Bao tie her hair, he looked up at her and praised, "It's very pretty." Nguyen Bao's eyebrows arched, his 2 little hands clasped together. His little face earnestly said to Zhang Pei Xing, "The kindness of saving his life, Nguyen Bao is unable to repay." What came after that? Numbo cocked his little head to think, but still couldn't remember. Zhang Peixing was amused by her little look. Warmblood scratched his hair in embarrassment. Warmblood forgot the words behind. Zhang Peixing pinched Nguyen Bao's little hairbun and said, "Last night Nguyen Bao saved my grandfather. Today I saved Nguyen Bao. We don't owe each other. In fact, he still owed her a lot. He couldn't even imagine the consequences of losing his grandfather. Nguyen Bao's big, ebony eyes fell on the book in Jiang Peixing's hand. She had seen many words, but never like this, so she stretched out her short finger to point at the title and said, "Brother Jiang, what kind of word is this?" Jiang Peixing read the title of the book, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Wow, Nguyen Bao's big eyes were filled with adoration. Brother Jiang is so powerful. She had never seen this kind of character before, but Brother Jiang read it out fluently, and it sounded so good. "It's in English," Jiang Peixing said, "a foreign language. The title of this book translated into Chinese is Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Magic? Like little magic fairy using magic to save the world?" Nguyen Bao's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Jiang Peixing. Xian Bao loved to watch TV, especially little magic fairy type anime, and she followed a few episodes, knowing that magic was the most powerful. Jiang Peixing pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Right, wow. Then Warmblood is going to fight the bad guys and save the world just like the little magic fairy," Warmblood said as he clenched his little fist. Jiang Peixing smiled and asked, "Does Nguyen Bao want to know what this book is about?" "Think, then I'll tell you." "Good." Jiang Peixing had only begun to speak when the little girl's giddy voice came from outside, "Brother Peixing," only to see the little girl wearing a pink princess dress running in through the front door. She was tied with 2 cute pigtails and a little red flower with a bow on the end of her hair, just like a little princess barging in. "Brother Peixing, Koxian has come to find you to play." When Koxian saw Jiang Peixing sitting on the sofa holding another little girl, her little face full of childishness sank. Her chubby little hand pointed nonchalantly at Nguyen Bao. Condescending. "Who are you? You get away from my brother Peixing." Warmblood was startled. She got off the couch with some fear. She leaned back and smiled in greeting. "Missy, I'm Warmblood." When Kuxian walked with her short little legs, she pushed Nguyen Bao away. "Brother Peixing is mine. You dirty girl, go away." Nguyen Bao was staggered by her push and almost fell down. When she stood steadily, she looked at her clothes, because there was rain before. Her clothes were dry but there were a few points of sludge on her pant legs. Brother Jian wanted to change her clothes. She didn't want to bother, so she didn't change. Jiang Peixing hurriedly got up and walked to Nguyen Bao's side, his brows slightly knitted, his voice slightly sullen as he reprimanded Wen Kuxian. Kuxian is not allowed to be rude. Quickly apologized to Nguyen Bao. "I'm not apologizing. She's just dirty girl." When Kuxian crossed her arms and arrogantly said, "My mom said, dirty things like her can have a lot of germs on her. Brother Peixing, you also stay away from her. Don't catch dirty things." When Kuxian said and went to pull Jiang Peixing's hand, wanting to pull him to her side and away from Nguyen Bao, Jiang Peixing didn't expect Wen Kursen to speak so harshly, and at that moment, his brows furrowed as he reprimanded Wen Kursen. Nguyen Bao was at a loss. Her hands unconsciously grasped the hem of her clothes, and she whispered, "I am not dirty." When Kuxian flattened her mouth in aggravation when she heard Jiang Peixing call her by her full name, she glared at Nguyen Bao with a look of disgust. "You're just dirty. Look at your hands. They're dirty and ugly." Nguyen Bao looked down at her little hands. Her hands were not really dirty, only her fingers had frostbite. She had all rubbed the medicine that Uncle Wen bought on time, but it hadn't healed that fast yet. Nguyen Bao carefully hid her hands back. Jiang Peixing couldn't bear it. "Wen Kursen, shut up. Brother Peixing, you scolded me for a dirty thing. You're annoying. I'll never be with you again." Seeing her favorite little brother protecting someone else, when Kuxian cried and ran out the door, Nguyen Bao's little face was white and full of constricted uneasiness. Jiang Peixing soothed, "Nguyen Bao, don't be afraid. Just now that young lady is the little granddaughter of the grandfather's family next door, always willful and accustomed to it, but she's not a bad child. When family generation only one person a girl, so the family can vigorously spoil her, but also raised her capricious self-nature. Brother Jiang, I've been out for a long time. Uncle will be anxious. I want to go back," Nguyen Bao said with a forced smile. Jiang Peixing squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao and said gently, "Nguyen Bao, I apologize for what Kuxian said just now. It's not Brother Jiang's fault. Brother Jiang doesn't need to apologize." Nguyen Bao was full of concern and said, "Grandpa told me, as long as you walk your own path, don't care what others say. She's just a little sad, just a little." "Yes, Nguyen Bao is so smart." Jiang Peixing stroked Nguyen Bao's head. "I'll send you back. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Just drop me off at the footbridge side. I'm going to get my own little bag," Nguyen Bao said in embarrassment. Her aunt and uncle had taken her away and had forgotten to pack her bag, which she would have to go back and get. Asterisk. When Kursen cried and ran back to the old house of Wen family, sitting on the sofa, man heard the sound. His eyebrows gently picked up, like an immortal face is extremely handsome. The corners of the mouth slightly hooked to add a few points of compulsion of the charm of the people's heart sense of charm. "Yo, who is this who made our little crybaby cry?" Wen Ishi urged. When Kuxian jumped into Wen Ishi's arms and cried and complained, Third uncle, brother Jiang bullied me. He scolded me for a dirty thing. Wanishi picked up one curson and tenderly wiped her tears, asking suspiciously, what kind of dirt? Chapter 18. Is Nuanbao willing to accompany uncle home? It's just a dirty, germ-covered dirty girl. When Xin said, brother Jiang helps her and doesn't help me. When Isi scraped when Curson's small nose, Jiang Peixing is extremely stable at a young age. It is impossible to randomly provoke when Curson to cry. Besides, he understands this girl too well, and asked at once, is it that you are bullying others again? When Xin grunted, I'm not bullying her, she's just dirty. Uncle San, are you helping me or an outsider? When Ishi doted on him and said, of course it's to help our little crybaby. Since you don't like people, just don't meet them in the future. Humph, I don't want to see that dirty thing again. When Xin said, dirty and ugly thing, Wanishi helplessly smiled. The child's temper comes and goes quickly. This moment has already forgotten the dirty things in her mouth. But towards Wanishi hair did not. Third uncle, I heard grandpa said that the family is going to have a little sister. So when the little sister comes home, will you only like the little sister? Do not like Curson? The grandfather in Wen Kuxian's mouth is not Wen Suo, but refers to Wen Suo's cousin, Wen Yen. Although the two families live separately, Wen Kuxian spends most of her time in the old mansion, and since Wen Ichen's disappearance, Wen Kuxian has been sent to the old mansion as a means of comforting them. Wen Isi touched Wen Kuxian's head. How could that be? Kuxian is so cute. No one would dislike Kuxian. He had just received a call from his father saying that he had information about the whereabouts of his niece, and he immediately dropped his work and flew back from abroad. Although he didn't know if it was true or not yet, there was some kind of hope in the back of his mind that it was true. Asterisk. Wen's group, president's office. When Yidong stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his arms folded, looking at the rays of the dazzling sun, he closed his eyes, his ears filled with his sister's voice. Where Big Brother is, Nico is. Big Brother, this is the cake I made for you with my own hands. Happy birthday, Big Brother. Big Brother, if I get married in the future, it will definitely be Big Brother who will be most reluctant to part with me. My future babies will be Big Brother's favorite too, right? He was a full 10 years older than Wen Ichen, and when she was first born, he was also the one who often stood by the nursery, keeping her company and putting her to sleep. In a flash, more than 20 years had passed and his little sister's whereabouts were unknown. Mr. What? The young master of the Jiang family did bring a child home today, and that child is Little Miss, the subordinate came to say. When Yidong quickly turned around, where is everyone? The subordinate returned. The young master of the Jiang family didn't know the identity of the young miss and sent her back to the footbridge, and by the time we rushed over, the young miss had already disappeared. The veins between Wen Yidong's forehead jumped as he commanded, keep checking. It's not that they don't have other ways to find the child, it's just that once there's a mass search, it'll be public knowledge, and the disappearance of her sister 4 years ago has already set off alarm bells in the Wen family, and they don't want to expose the child to the public again, unless, of course, as a last resort. Hopefully, the kids will be found before New Year's Eve so that all will be well this year. Thinking that New Year's Eve was coming, Wen Yidong took out his cell phone and dialed Wen Yibei's number. It was a while before Wen Yibei's sleepy and hoarse voice could be heard coming from Big Brother. Wen Yidong reminded, Xiao Bei, come back early this New Year's Eve. Xiao Nan and Xiao Shi have already returned. Wen Yibei's cold snorting voice rang out, Big Brother, even if a few of us come back, what's the point? That cold house is piled high with despair and suffocation. The family has fallen apart since my sister disappeared. Nan went abroad for medical assistance and did not return for several years. Xiao Shi flew south and north and never came back a few times a year. Xiao Bei moved out of the old mansion and lived in the fragrant garden. And the mother is sick, has been recuperating in the sanatorium, on New Year's holidays, not to mention home, even go to the sanatorium to see her. She did not show up. When Yidong rubbed his brow and said heavily, Xiao Bei, if you still recognize me as your big brother, go home this year, and when you come back, your big brother will tell you a good news. Wen Yibei pondered for a moment and said, I know. Wen Yibei hung up the phone and then got up and washed up. When he went downstairs but Nuanbao was nowhere to be seen. He went back to Nuanbao's room only to see that Nuanbao's little bag was also gone. This kid, he must have gone back to his stall. Wen Yibei went downstairs in a hurry to go out, but happened to collide with Nuanbao who entered the door. Nuanbao sat directly on the ground with a butt stomp. She raised her little head dully and looked at Wen Yibei. Uncle Wen. Nuanbao. Wen Yibei bent down to pick up Nuanbao, pinched her hand, and found that her hands were cold. It's freezing cold. You went to set up a stall again? The voice was not without a touch of worry and reprimand. Nuanbao suddenly struggled twice. His little hand grabbed his little bag, filled with uneasiness and said, Uncle 1, Nguyen is dirty. What's dirty about being dirty? I don't mind you. Nguyen big, ebony eyes fluttered twice before curving into a crescent moon, and said in a milky voice, Uncle 1, you're so nice, and in the future, if you get dirty, Nguyen won't mind you either. When eBay pinched Nguyen little face, if you dare to dislike me, then you're a little heartless, white-eyed wolf. Nguyen has a conscience to. Nguyen is not a little white-eyed wolf. Nguyen is a good cub, and will give Uncle 1 a pension in the future. When eBay smiled so much that he couldn't see his teeth, then in the future, Uncle 1 can count on Nguyen Bao. Nguyen nodded his head vigorously, his two little paws clenched up to pump. Don't worry Uncle 1, I'll work hard to make money. Nguyen will definitely make a lot of money in the future. When eBay was telling the truth, Nguyen fortune-telling and yellow talisman alone were priceless. Just she is still small, do not know how to use this, and when she understands later, the money that is at hand. But compared to making money, when eBay more hope that Nguyen can be like today, healthy and happy. Nguyen smiled and narrowed his eyes, his little face so bright that it was like sunshine. When eBay smiled along with him, remembering that he had to go back to the old mansion on New Year's Eve. He couldn't bear to let Nguyen stay here alone, so he opened his mouth and asked, Nguyen on New Year's Eve, Uncle 1 is going to go back to the old mansion. Would you be willing to accompany Uncle back? Nguyen big round eyes puffed and flashed with a bright light. Her white little face carried a few points of anticipation as she softly asked, Can I? Can Nguyen go too? But, will this be bad? In the past, when the new year was over, the aunt and uncle would take Shenbao to the relative's house, but they wouldn't even take her, and once in a while someone else would come over to visit, and the aunt and uncle would just lock her up in a small room, and she would stick to the door and hear that it was all very lively outside, and there was a lot of candy to eat, but she didn't have anything. Auntie says she's a drag and a little wild child, so she can't go to someone's house and cause trouble. The light under Numbua's eyes was gone again at the thought. When eBay touched Nguyen little head and said softly, How could it be bad? Nguyen is so cute and so good. Uncle's family will definitely like you. Nguyen eyes twinkled like stars as she said in a good and soft voice, Nguyen will be very good and will never cause trouble for Uncle. In fact, with Uncle when liking her, she was already satisfied. Chapter 19, Nguyen comes to Wen's house. In the dark night, when eBay finished playing the game, he picked up his water cup and was about to go downstairs to fill it, when he noticed the light coming from the crack in the door of the children's room. When eBay frowned lightly, Nguyen has always slept early, but this is 11 o'clock. Still not asleep? He gently opened the door to the children's room and saw a tiny figure sitting on a small bench. Nguyen palm-sized face covered with seriousness, his round eyes staring unblinkingly at the red rope in his hand. When eBay walked in and asked softly, Nguyen, what are you doing? Immersed in the warm treasure woven with red ropes startled, she looked at Wen eBay, scratched the small hair bun on top of her head and snapped, I'm preparing a gift for Uncle Wen's family. When eBay looked surprised, he suspected that he heard wrong, but looking at the red rope in Nguyen hand, he opened his mouth with difficulty and said, Is this the gift you prepared? Grandpa said to prepare gifts when visiting elders. Nguyen said, embarrassedly grasping the red rope in her hand, but I don't have any money, I can't afford to buy something pretty. When eBay's heart was touched, he had never seen a child who knew more than warm blood, but that knowledge presupposed that she had been through it all before? Seeing that when eBay didn't say anything, Nguyen weakly said, Uncle 1, is it because I prepared a bad gift? But I only know how to knit peace knots. When eBay slowly squatted down in front of Nguyen, looking at her frustrated and distressed little face, a trace of sourness roiled up in his chest as he soothed. How could that be? The gift prepared by Nguyen is the best. This is definitely the most heartfelt gift they have ever received. Humph. If they dare to dislike it, he'll take them all then and leave none for them. Nguyen little face instantly raised in a big smile. When eBay suddenly asked seriously, Nguyen, if I adopt you, will you be willing? He really likes Numbu and wants to give Numbu the best life possible. Warmblood's big dark eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't yet understand the meaning of the word adoption. When eBay explained, it means to write Nguyen's name under my name. My last name is Wen, and Nguyen can have the last name of Wen. Would you like that? Even though Numbu could live with him now, it was always in name only, and by actually adopting her, she could be like his real little child. Warmblood's eyes misted up, and she couldn't help but sniffle her little nose as she said, I'd like to ta. Grandpa's name is Yang Jianyue, Uncle's name is Yang Mingjun, Aunt's name is Li Suwa, and Qianbao's name is Yang Liqian. Just her, named Warmblood, no last name. Grandpa says she's not a Yang and will have a family name when she finds her family later. Although Numbu doesn't know where her family is, she does have a last name now. Get Nguyen's consent. When eBay touched Nguyen's small hairbag, just to take advantage of the New Year's Eve to go back, notify the family, and then Nguyen's account to the Wen family. Although the old man will certainly oppose, but it does not matter. Wenbei took another look at the peace knot that was gradually taking shape in Nguyenbao's hand and pretended to be lost. Uncle Wen is jealous. Nguyenbao only prepares gifts for them. Nguyenbao hurriedly pulled out an already braided peace knot from the red rope and handed it to Wenbei, saying gluttonously, "This is for Uncle Wen da." Wenbei took the peace knot. The red rope is beautifully woven small. Peace knot in the center of the surprisingly painted a small golden dragon has not yet long horns. The small golden dragon painted vividly, and the dragon's slanting long majestic eyes are different. The small golden dragon's pair of eyes are big and round, adding a few points of vividness. Nguyenbao pointed at the little golden dragon and said invitingly, "This is what Nguyenbao specially drew for Uncle Wen. Nothing else." Wenbei smiled a self-satisfied smile and said, "Thank you Nguyenbao, I like it very much." Seeing Wenbei's smile, Nguyenbao's eyes curved into a small crescent moon, looking rather cute and pleasing. Wenbei rubbed the small golden dragon in the center of the peace knot and asked, "Does this small golden dragon have any significance?" "This is Warmblood said sweetly. Wenbei suddenly remembered Nguyenbao's zodiac sign of dragon and laughed. "That's right, this is our Nguyenbao. I will wear the peace knot close to my body. It's like Nguyenbao is always with me, right?" Nguyenbao nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, I will always stay with Uncle Wen and give Uncle Wen old age. And when Uncle Wen dies, I will also collect the corpse for Uncle Wen de." Wenbei heard the first half of the sentence and was very pleased, but why did the latter sound so wrong? He reached out and pinched Nguyenbao's little face, crying and laughing. "With this milk ball of yours, you're still giving me a corpse?" Warmblood trimmed the budding little muscles in his arms. Warmblood is very capable. Wenbei lost his smile and pinched Nguyenbao's face, which had grown flesh with great difficulty. "All right, small children need to go to bed earlier in order to grow taller." Saying that, he placed the red rope in Nguyenbao's hand next to him, then picked up Nguyenbao and headed over to the princess bed. Nguyenbao was placed on the soft bed by Wenbei, and she closed her eyes obediently. She needs to grow taller and faster. She had slept well every day since arriving at the fragrant garden. Seeing that New Year's Eve is coming, Nguyenbao is weaving peace knots every day. After all, she is small, her hands are small. It takes a long time to weave, and she doesn't even have time to go out and set up a stall. And there are so many people in Uncle Wen's family. There's Grandpa and Grandma Wen, and 1, 2, and 3 uncles and aunts Wen, and a brother from Uncle Wen's family. It's not enough to count on one small hand. Once again, Warmblood marveled at the number of Uncle Wen's family. The royal garden, the old Wen family house. On New Year's Eve, there were no lights and colors or any semblance of a New Year's Eve atmosphere. As the head of the family, Wen Suwa sat on the main seat of the sofa, and Wen Yidong, Wen Nanan, and Wen Ishi fell on the 2 sides of the sofa. Wen Suwa looked at Wen Nanan and opened her mouth to ask, "Your mom still isn't coming back?" Nanwen answered lowly, "Aha." His handsome brow was a little dark, and more than not coming back, she didn't even show her face. Wen Soup's brows furrowed, and his lips pursed at the line. Wen Ishi's body leaned back on the sofa with a listless look. "Dad, my second brother and I didn't fly back from thousands of miles to see you and Big Brother. Where's my niece you were talking about?" Wen Suoi swept his eyes sullenly at Wen Ishi and rebuked, "Sit up. What's this like?" Wen Ishi shrugged his shoulders and sat up a bit straighter. "Dad, don't change the topic. Is our Wen family even having such a hard time finding someone now?" Wen Yidong lifted his eyelashes and said, "Finding someone with a lot of fanfare is not conducive to Nguyenbao's well-being. What happened back then must never be repeated again." Wen Ishi's eyes crossed with a flash of harshness and he stopped speaking. Wen Suoi was more like as good as 10 years old. His majestic face collapsed in frustration. The air in the living room was once again frozen as Wen Nan looked at Wen Yidong and asked, "Big Brother, where are sister-in-law and Xiao Qian?" At the mention of his wife and son, Wen Yidong's complexion changed slightly as he said, "Forayun accompanied Xiao Qian to participate in a competition abroad, and will only return in a few days." Wen Isi asked immediately afterward, "Where's Xiaobei? Didn't you say you were coming back?" Before Wen Yidong could say anything, he heard the maid's voice from outside welcoming the young master's return. Wen Suwa sneered and said nonchalantly, "He's good at jamming, why don't he just come back tomorrow?" Despite the reprimand in his voice, he couldn't hide a hint of joy in his brow. After all, it had been a long time since their family had been together. Now, all 4 sons are back. Wen Yidong smiled and said, "Xiaobei is back. Let's eat then." Wen Suwa and the others all got up, and they looked at Wen Yibei, who had walked in through the front door. In the next second, the faces of the crowd changed in unison, only to see Wen Yibei leading Nguyenbao. Chapter 20, Numbu and Family Reunion. Nguyenbao was wearing a red tutu, with 2 small hair buns on top of her head each holding a red bow, and her white soft cheeks were fleshy looking like freshly baked little snowballs. Nguyenbao's big round eyes crystal clear, but against the gaze of the Wen family, she was a little afraid to purse her small pink mouth. The small pair swirls on both sides of her cheeks became more and more obvious. The Wen family breathed in unison. Although they had never seen Nguyen Bao before, they instantly recognized the little girl in front of them as Nguyen Bao. After all, she was almost exactly the same as Wen Yicheng when she was a child. Looking at their increasingly hot line of sight, Nguyen Bao's small hand was so scared that she grabbed Wen Yibei's big hand. Although Uncle Wen's family is very strange, but she has to be a good and polite child, so she lightly trembled her little milky voice and gathered courage to greet. Good day, Grandpa Wen. Good day, uncles, I'm Nguyen Bao. Warmer, really warmer? Wen Suo's cheeks trembled. He didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly, so excited that he couldn't even speak. Wen Yibei was not happy. He shook back Nguyen Bao's little paw and looked at Wen Suo with an unhappy face and said, Dad, Nguyen Bao is my adopted child. If you don't welcome her, I'll take her away right away, and she won't be coming back in the future. Wen Suo took a breath that almost didn't come up, hissing and roaring, You bastard, if you dare to take Nguyen Bao away, you won't be able to set foot in my Wen family's gate in this life. Wen Yibei? Nguyen Bao's eyes rounded in fear as she subconsciously hid behind Wen Yibei's thighs. Well, Uncle Wen's dad looks so fierce. Dad, don't scare Nguyen Bao. Wen Yidong noticed Nguyen Bao's fear and hurriedly said towards Wen Suo, while he put on a gentle smile and came up to him. Nguyen Bao, come, let big uncle take a good look at you. Only then did Wen Nan and Wen Ishi react, and came together in unison. Nguyen Bao. Wen Yibei saw several older brothers so attentive, although strange, but still seriously emphasized. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you guys called wrongly. Nguyen Bao in the future on my account should be called your uncle only. When Yidong glanced slyly at Wen Yibei, he never thought his youngest brother was smart, but he never thought he could be this stupid either. Wen Isi looked at Wen Yibei like a living treasure inside. Fourth brother, Nguyen Bao will never be able to get on your account in this lifetime. Wen Yibei. Nguyen Bao couldn't understand what the uncles said, and probably feeling their fondness for him, Nguyen Bao boldly stepped out from behind Uncle Wen. Nguyen Bao. When Yidong squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao, his cold face full of tenderness and compassion, a touch of thought crossing the bottom of his dark and sunken eyes. Before Wen Yidong could speak, Wen Suir rushed up in a hurry, squeezed out Wen Yidong, and held Nguyen Bao's little hand. Nguyen Bao, I'm Grandpa you and your mom look so much alike, Grandpa. Nguyen Bao's white and tender little face was covered with doubts, but when she heard the word mommy, her eyes widened in vain, and she asked in a glutinous manner, You know my mommy? The little milky voice carried a few hints of anticipation. Your mother is my daughter, my favorite daughter. Winsome smiled gently, a hint of tears floating in her eyes. The moment these words came out, Wen Yibei, who had originally had a baffled look on his face, directly stiffened, and he looked at Nguyen Bao in dismay. Numbu is a sister's daughter? Is it his niece? Is this true? Wen Yibei was slow to believe as he froze and looked at Wen Yidong. Wen Yidong talked about the results of the investigation, and even though he hadn't done the DNA test yet, he could tell the results by looking at Nguyen Bao's face. Wen Yibei muttered, She's been around me for so long that I didn't even recognize her. Wen Yidong didn't blame Wen Yibei. He and Nico were dragon and phoenix children. When he was young, Nico had a period of time when he wasn't well, so skinny and shapeless, and Wen Yibei hadn't even seen Nico during that period of time. Plus it was too much time, and he was still young at that time, so I'm afraid that he didn't remember Nico as a child. Wen Suwa sat down on the sofa with her warmer in her arms and smiled out of the creases of her face. But I haven't even met mommy, Warmblood said with some frustration as she heartily liked her grandfather in front of her, as well as a couple of her uncles. Nguyen Bao drew her mother's appearance in her mind many times, but every time she couldn't draw a clear face. That's what Warmblood regrets the most. The attentive Wen Nan took out a photo album, then carried Nguyen Bao from Wen Suo's arms into his own, ignoring Wen Suo's disgruntled line of sight, flipped open the album, and pointed to the young girl in the family photo and said to Nguyen Bao, look, this is your mom. Nguyen Bao's eyes stared unblinkingly at the young girl in the photo with her smile knitted like a flower. In the photo, Wen Nico was wearing an aqua blue dress, sitting squarely in the middle of Mr. and Mrs. Wen Suo, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon, with a small pear swirl on both sides of her cheeks, exactly the same as Nguyen Bao. Mommy, Warmblood's chubby little hand stroked tenderly over Wen Yichen's face. Her mom looks like this. It's so pretty. Nanwen said softly, Baby, your mommy is not with you, but she loves and adores you. Natalie was pregnant by accident, and none of them wanted the child to be born, not only because the arrival of the child was accidental, but also because Natalie's body was simply not fit to carry a pregnancy to term, but she was so determined to do so that she left home and lived in the fragrant garden. Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Nan. She nodded her head understandingly and milked her voice. I know I know mommy loves me. She just disappeared. I'll wait for her to come back. The warmer is home. Mom's definitely coming home. 2. Wen Nan touched Warmblood's little bundle of hair. Wanishi silently rubbed up to Nwanbao's side and reached out to hug Nwanbao, when Nan's eyes were quick to smack away Wanishi's outstretched hand, and Wanishi said in dissatisfaction, "Second brother, you've been hugging for so long, it's time for me to hug." When Nan firmly hugged Nwanbao, too lazy to bother with Wanishi, and said to Nwanbao, "Don't pay attention to your third uncle, Ezra Win." The ever-humble Sango changed. Nwanbao remembered that she hadn't given out her gifts yet, and pulled out a few peace knots from her small bag. She smiled with a joyful smile. "This is the gift I'm preparing for my grandpa and uncles." She took a peace knot and handed it to Wensuo. "This is Grandpa's, wishing Grandpa a happy New Year's Eve and a long life." Wensuo's heart was filled with emotion. His colors softened as he was always majestic. "Thank you, baby. This is definitely the best gift Grandpa has ever received. This is second Uncle Day." Nwanbao pulled out another one and handed it to Wennanan, and the other to Wenisi. "This is third Uncle Day." Wennanan and Wenisi said in unison, "Thank you, Nwanbao." Nwanbao from Wennan's arms down, then stride the small short legs walked to the floor window in front of Wenidong, tilted his little head to look at Wenidong. "Sweet and happy, big uncle. This is for you day. Peace knot can protect peace and health. Oh." Wenidong's cold brows melted into a ball. He bent down to pick up the little milk ball and took the peace knot handed by Nwanbao with one hand. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Nwanbao. Big uncle likes it a lot." Seeing his gift recognized, Warm Blood smiled coyly. Wanibe looked at the peace knots in their hands, which were ordinary, and remembered the small golden dragon on his own peace knot, and immediately dejected. Nwanbao's favorite. "It's really me." When Suwa and the others looked at Wanibe in unison, Wanibe continued to dejectedly say, "Nwanbao drew little golden dragons for my peace knots, and none of you did. Numbu." She looked at her dark-faced grandfather, then at the jealous looks of her uncles, and was embarrassed to but her short, chubby little fingers. "When Suwa, what's there to fool around with no eyesight? If you had brought Warm Bao back earlier, our family would have been reunited long ago." Wanibe choked. How was he to know that Nguyen Bao was the niece he had been longing for? If he knew, he would have brought it back long ago. Chapter 21. Nguyen Bao goes to pick up Grandma. No, he can't bring the warmer back. Bringing warm blood back. Where else would he get a chance to hug warm blood? When Idong gently prays towards Nguyen Bao, "Our family Nguyen Bao can also draw a little golden dragon? That's awesome." Nguyen Bao was embarrassed and scratched her little skirt, and her voice was full of milky air as she spoke. "Great uncle, I can also draw big tigers and little lions. If great uncle likes it, I'll draw them for you too." She's seen the cartoon with the big tiger and the little lion. When Ibe didn't move and smiled, pinching Nguyen Bao's little hand. Nguyen Bao is the most powerful little baby that great uncle has ever seen. This is certainly true. After all, hardly any 3-year-old can draw so lifelike. Numbu smiled with pride, seeing that Nguyen Bao was going to draw for Wenidong. When Nan and Wenisi couldn't sit still, and when Nguyen Bao promised to draw for them all, they then smiled. Wen Ibe, well, now he's not special anymore. You one and all are incompetent things. The baby is still so small. You let her suffer. When Suo was not happy and rebuked, he looked at Nguyen Bao with a loving face. Baby. In fact, he also wants it. Although Nguyen Bao was small, she could see the longing in Wen Suo's eyes, and at that moment said in a milky voice, "If Grandpa likes it, I'll draw Grandpa a big tiger." When Suoi laughed, "There's no rush. The baby will draw for Grandpa first, and then draw for these brats." Eldon 1. South of Win. Ezra Win. Wen Ibe. True to form. His dad. After dinner, when Idong held the warm treasure upstairs, open a room on the second floor. Inside the pink like a castle room revealed, pink and white bright pumpkin type children's bed filled with children's interest, not to mention the ceiling above covered with star diamonds. Nguyen Bao had seen the princess room in the fragrant garden, but it was far from being able to match this place. The word ho is in abundance. Numbu looked away. When Idong put Nguyen Bao down and softly inquired, "This is what Grandma prepared for you before you were born. Does Nguyen Bao like it?" Despite the fact that during that time, Natalie had a disagreement with her family and had been living in the fragrant garden with Xiao Bei, her mother felt sorry for Natalie and prepared the children's room beforehand, which was set up as a princess's room because Natalie was certain that she would have a daughter. And 4 years later, the place was finally ready for its young owner. Nguyen Bao's eyes shone brightly as she looked to Wenidong and nodded her head vigorously. Like it. Whether it was the princess room in the fragrant garden or here, she loved it. She knew they must have been designed with care, and she knew they all loved her. Just, Nguyen Bao asked suspiciously, "Great uncle, where is Grandma?" She hadn't given her gift to Grandma yet, thinking of his mother in the sanatorium, who was in an unstable mental condition. A dark color crossed the bottom of Wenidong's eyes, and he said to Nguyen Bao, "Uncle will take you to see Grandma tomorrow, okay?" "Good," answered Numbu obediently. Downstairs, Wenibe was going through Wen Sua's interrogation. When Wenibe told all the ins and outs of knowing Nguyen Bao, Wen Sua couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "You mean, the baby has supernormal capabilities?" When Nanan and Wenisi looked at each other in dismay, They both firmly believed in science, but they also knew that Wenbei would not joke about this matter. More than supernormal capabilities, this is like opening a hang game, Wenbei said. If it wasn't for Nguyen Bao, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the last car accident, and Yu Yuan wouldn't have been able to escape death. And Nguyen Bao had said before that he was bound to meet with great joy, and he now realized that the great joy that Nguyen Bao was talking about was the reunion of his loved ones. I just checked Nguyen Bao's body and found no weirdness. When Nan frowned slightly, when Sui said in a deep voice, as long as the baby's body is fine, nothing else matters. They Winchesters can protect Warmblood for life. The crowd nodded. When Isi looked at Wenbei and flirted. Xiao Bei, it's getting late. Shouldn't you return to the fragrant garden? Wenbei. He would like to bring Nguyen Bao back to the fragrant garden, but now if he dared to say this, not to mention the old man, even his several brothers would destroy him. If he can't bring back Warmblood, he can't bring back. I'm moving back in, Wenbei said in a serious manner. When Nanan said, Dad, I've also transferred back to my job, so I'll come home to live from now on. When Ishi was also not willing to show weakness and said, Dad, I've just finished filming a movie, so I can rest for a while, and I'll also come back to stay, just to accompany you. Get lost? Old son needs you to accompany him? When Suo glanced at the disturbed three sons, people are old. They do want their children and grandchildren to accompany them, but now there is Nguyen Bao, a good granddaughter. Other people are not so important. Stay and instead they will still compete with him for favors. He looked at his three sons. His eyes are not his eyes. His nose is not his nose. When Nanan and the others had ignored Wen Suo's gaze. Asterisk. E-City Sanatorium. Several black Maybach neatly parked at the entrance of the sanatorium. The dean brought people to guard early. Even the red carpet was spread out, attracting passers-by to stop and look. Who's here? Such a big show? The dean has come out to greet them. Is it the downtown leader who has come down to visit? 1, 2, 3, 5 Maybachs, and they're all limited editions. Holy, how much does that cost? Just as the passers-by were talking excitedly, they saw the door of the leading Maybach open first, and the upright, handsome and reserved man came down from the back seat, while on the other side came down the old man with white hair and a face like a carving. The other vehicles were also down a man, all handsome, noble temperament. Only when Ishi wore a black mask. After all, he is a public figure. My goodness, I've never seen so many handsome men. Is this a TV show? When Idong bent down and carried out Nguyen Bao from the car. Nguyen Bao was wearing a taro-colored little dress with white socks, with two cute and adorable little hair buns tied on the top of her head and two shiny little hair clips. Nguyen Bao obediently nestled in Wen Idong's embrace. Seeing the gazes of the crowd fall on her, Nguyen Bao shyly buried her face in the nest of Wen Idong's shoulder. So many people are watching her. Great uncle. They're all looking at Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao's soft little milky voice fell on Wen Idong's ears. Wen Idong's brows were gentle as he nursed Nguyen Bao's small body and said soothingly, they're all envious of Nguyen Bao. The little princess of their Wen family deserved the envy of all. Nguyen Bao nodded his little head fussily. His soft and sticky voice was permeated with little joy. Nguyen Bao has grandparents and 4 uncles. They all envy Nguyen Bao for having so many people to love. Nguyen Bao's words made Wen Idong's heart flutter with a hint of sourness. Well, our Nguyen Bao will be liked by more people in the future. Mom, do you know how much those 2 barrettes on top of her head cost? It's worth a suite in the center of the city. That's the real little princess, isn't it? A steady stream of envious voices came, and the director of the sanatorium went up to greet Wen Sui with a fawning face. Mr. Weth, welcome to your arrival. Madam's condition is quite stable these days. Hearing about his wife's situation, Wen Sui's expression was deep, and even his several sons did not look well. Nguyen Bao wrapped his arms around Wen Idong's neck in some fear. When Idong noticed Nguyen Bao's emotions, he gently patted Nguyen Bao's back, afraid that Nguyen Bao would be scared when he saw his grandmother for the first time. When Idong said softly, Nguyen Bao, don't be afraid. Later, Grandma's appearance may be more agitated, but she won't hurt you. She likes you very much. Chapter 22. To kick out the warmongers. Nguyen Bao's white tender little face rubbed against Wen Idong's face intimately, and his little milky voice said with seriousness, I know that Grandma is sick. Don't worry, big uncle. I will cure Grandma de. Wen Idong's eyes rippled with a deep smile. Although he knew from Wenbei's mouth that Nguyen Bao was special, he hadn't thought much about it at all in regards to curing the disease. His mother was sick at heart. If it wasn't for that, the oldest too, who had excellent medical skills, would have cured his mother a long time ago. However, he believed that as long as his mother saw Nguyen Bao, she would surely get better. The dean led them to the door of Mrs. Wen's ward, and through the slightly closed doorway they could clearly see the woman sitting in the wheelchair. She was thin and frail, so thin that she was almost a piece of paper. Her face was tired and old, and her eyes were empty and lifeless. Who would have thought that she was once the aristocratic celebrity Ning Shuyuan who had taken the whole of China by storm, but now she was just an old mother who had lost her beloved daughter. Looking at his wife's wasting appearance, Wen Suo's face was ugly. Because of his wife's refusal to visit, he hadn't seen her for most of the year, and now his wife was far sicker than most of the year, and she was like a flower that was going to wither. Wen Suo's feet levitated, his throat seemed to be blocked by an unspeakable peace, and he called out with difficulty, "Shuyuan." Ning Shuyuan expressionlessly withdrew her gaze from looking out the window, her empty eyes falling stiffly on Wen Suo for a long time. When Nan came forward and called, "Mom!" When Ishi followed suit, "Mom!" When Ibe looked at Ning Shuyuan's appearance, pupils gradually dilated. These years he, because of self-blame for the loss of his sister, do not dare to come to see his mother, can only secretly come to the nursing home, but every time you either cannot see people, or can only be far away from the back of his mother. He knew that his mother is not good, but did not expect such a serious. When Ibe's eyes reddened as he hoarsely called out, "Mom!" Ning Shuyuan's gaze swept over her three sons one by one, still expressionless, as she slowly turned her wheelchair and turned her back. After a long time, her voice rang out hoarsely as if it had been crushed by a stone. "Don't worry, I won't die until I see Nico again. She's going to live to see your daughter." At this time, Wen Yidong, who was at the very back, walked in holding Nuanbao, and he opened his mouth to call out, "Mom!" Nuanbao's big black eyes looked at Ning Shuyuan's thin back. This grandmother was not like the grandmother in the photo. The grandmother in the photo had a bright smile and her eyes were full of happiness. But this grandmother had a gray and dead air all over her, but warm blood still likes her. Nuanbao's white and tender little face raised a bright smile, and her little mouth sweetly called out, "Grandma!" The grandma was especially loud in the silence of the room. Ning Shuyuan's body suddenly stiffened, and as she turned the wheelchair with her trembling hands, she caught a glimpse of the warm treasure that Wen Ibe was holding. Too much like. That's a scaled-down version of Nico. In an instant, her eyes reddened, a heart couldn't stop beating wildly, and her breath caught. Wen Suo was worried that his wife was too excited and fainted, so he hurriedly grabbed her arm and said, "Shuyuan, don't get excited." Ning Shuyuan couldn't hear any sound in her ears, and she couldn't see anyone else except Warm Bao. She just stared at Warm Bao without blinking, afraid that if she blinked, Warm Bao would be gone. Nuanbao's two little feet moved as she said to Wen Yidong, "Great uncle, Nuanbao wants to come down." Wen Yidong placed Nuanbao on the ground. Nuanbao walked to Ning Shuyuan with his two short legs, and the big one and the small one stared earnestly at each other. Warmblood introduced himself seriously and softly. "Grandma, I'm Warmblood." "Nuanbao?" Ning Shuyuan got up. She pushed the wheelchair away and slowly squatted down in front of Nuanbao, and her tears kept falling. Looking at the large tears falling, Nuanbao panicked. She reached out and wiped the teardrops on Ning Shuyuan's face for her. Her little milky voice panicked as she said, "Don't cry. Grandma doesn't cry." Ning Shuyuan felt the soft, warm little hand placed on her face. She gently pulled Nuanbao's hand and broke into a smile. "Okay, Grandma won't cry. Can Nuanbao let Grandma hold her for a bit?" Ning Shuyuan's voice was permeated with caution, and the way she looked at Nuanbao was extremely gentle. Nuanbao took the initiative to open his little wings and pounced into Ning Shuyuan's arms, his milky little face rubbing against Ning Shuyuan's. Ning Shuyuan hugged the warm treasure, and until this moment, it was as if she had just come to life. "Numbu, my baby." No one disturbs the grandchildren in intimacy. No one wants to spoil this moment of happiness. When Nuanbao heard Ning Shuyuan's crying, she gently patted Ning Shuyuan's back with her small hand and said, "Grandma, in the future, Nuanbao will accompany you on behalf of Mamide." At those words, Ning Shuyuan burst into tears. Warmblood came in at a loss for words. Grandma was crying so hard. Did she say something wrong? When Suwa pulled Ning Shuyuan over and said, all right, don't scare the baby." Ning Shuyuan glared at Wen Suwa with teary eyes and choked him nonchalantly. "I'm intimate with my baby. What are you, a bad old man, doing? Why don't you hurry up and pack up my things and get ready to go home?" Winslow. The four sons looked at each other in disbelief, each reading the smirk in the other's eyes. "It's only now that feels like home." Asterisk. In less than a day, the news of the return of the Wen family's granddaughter spread in the upper echelons, and the first to visit the Wen family was the Wen Yen family. But the Wen Yen couple had long since settled abroad, and this time they sent representatives of their eldest son, Wen Huanyan, the Ding Ninjia couple, and their only daughter, Wen Kursin. The man in the suit held Wen Kuxin, who was wearing a princess dress, in one arm as he gently instructed, "Kuxin, when you see your sister later, you have to be polite. Do you know that?" When Kuxin pouted and said, "Daddy, you're so nagging. You've said this so many times." When Huanyan pinched his daughter's little face, "Sister just came back. Everyone will definitely love sister more." you can't lose your temper, do you know? When Kuxin drummed her little face and dejectedly said, Uncle San said, whether there is a sister or not, he will like me just as much. The gentle woman on Wen Huanyan's side didn't take Wen Huanyan's words seriously either. She smiled at her daughter and said, our Kuxin is so cute, who wouldn't like it? Ding Minjia eyes crossed a touch of contempt. When Yiknik Young do not know how to check, also do not know and who hang out with the belly, but a father unknown just back to the bumpkin. Even if it occupies the Wen family granddaughter's name, and so what? The family of three just entered the door and saw that the bustling living room was filled with people, and among them, Nguyen Bao, who looked like a little princess, was sitting on Ning Shuyuan's lap, smiling with her eyes curved and cute. Before Wen Huanyan and Ding Minjia could greet him, Wen Kurson stared with wide eyes and said offhandedly, dirty thing, why are you here? The room was silent. Wen Huanyan's raised smile stiffened as he reprimanded towards Wen Kurson. Kurson, what nonsense, that's the little sister. When Kuxin pointed at Nguyen Bao and said with an arrogant and domineering face, she's not a little sister, she's dirty, I don't like her, get her out of here. Chapter 23, Don't Like Warm Bowls. It's this young lady. Nguyen Bao looked down at her little hands. The frostbite had healed. She was not dirty. The Wen brothers' faces suddenly changed, and Wen Sua and Ning Shuyuan's faces were even more unsightly. Wen Ebei snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, this is the Wen family. Nguyen Bao is a member of the Wen family. If you want to get out, it's you who should get out. When Kuxin's eyes immediately reddened, Wen Huanyan put his daughter down and spoke in a slightly heavy tone. Kuxin, how can you talk to your little sister like that? Quickly apologize to your little sister. When Kuxin didn't expect that even her father, who had always doted on her, wouldn't help her, her tears fell worthlessly and her small mouth stubbornly said, I don't want it. Ding Minjia's heart ached for her daughter. She looked at Wen Sua and the others, raised a warm smile and apologized profusely. Cousin uncle, cousin aunt, I'm sorry, it's because I didn't teach Kuxin well. Wen Sua and Ning Shuyuan didn't say anything. Ding Minjia looked at Nguyen Bao again with a gentle face and said, your name is Nguyen Bao, isn't it? Kuxin. She is spoiled by us. I apologize to you on her behalf. Can Nguyen Bao forgive her? Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Kuxin, who was crying pitifully. Her little head nodded and said, I forgive my sister. Ding Minjia guffawed and said, warm blood is so good. Ning Shuyuan glanced nonchalantly at Ding Minjia and said, I'd rather the baby be capricious. Ding Minjia smiled awkwardly. Wen Huanyan took out the gifts he had prepared long ago and asked Wen Kurson to send them to Nguyen Bao. Kurson, send your gift to your sister. When Kuxin wiped a handful of tears, she was originally not happy to receive, but looking at Wen Huanyan's coercive gaze, she pouted her unhappy little mouth and received the gift box. You can see that inside is a set of Barbie dolls. She took the gift box and walked to Nguyen Bao. For you, thank you, sister. Nguyen Bao took the gift box and handed Wen Kuxin the peace knot she had woven. Sister, this is a peace knot I made with my own hands. For sister. Before, after learning from her little uncle that there is a young lady sister, Nguyen Bao has been very happy. She has no friends, no siblings, and now there is a young lady sister. She does not know how happy she is, and specially knitted peace knots, just waiting to give to the young lady sister. When Kuxin hid her hands in disgust and said, it's so ugly, I don't want it. Warm blood froze. The Wen family didn't look too good again. Wen Ebei took the peace knot from Nguyen Bao's hand. Don't pull it off. Ding Minjia rushed forward and said with a smile, Xiao Bei, give it to me, give it to me. Kuxin is still small and doesn't know how to appreciate it. I like this peace knot. Nguyen Bao doesn't mind giving it to Auntie. Don't mind Di, as long as Auntie likes it. Nguyen Bao shook her head as she smiled and said, looking at Wen Kuxin again, sister doesn't like this. I'll send something else to sister later. When Kuxin didn't want to take care of Nguyen Bao, she walked up to Wen Yidong and called out intimately, Uncle. The people she saw the most when she came to the old mansion were Wen Yidong and Wen Ishi, and her favorites were also these two uncles. Wen Yidong coldly answered him and turned to say, Dad, Mom, the guests have all arrived. Nguyen Bao should be hungry too. Let's eat. Ning Shuyuan picked up Nguyen Bao and headed towards the restaurant, and the others followed. When Kuxin stood still, her large eyes red, she flattened her mouth and looked at Ding Minjia. Mom, Uncle is ignoring me. Ding Minjia was instantly heartbroken. She squatted down and wiped the tears on her daughter's face. Kuxin is good, oh, don't cry. Nguyen Bao has only just come back. The uncles will surely favor Nguyen Bao even more, and it will be fine after a while. But Ding Minjia knew in her heart that her daughter and Nguyen Bao had no comparison in front of the calf-protecting Wen family. When Kuxin complained, I don't want my sister. I don't like her. She stole my favorite. Hearing this, Wen Huanyan reprimanded, Wen Kurson, no nonsense. When Kuxin became even more aggravated, Ding Minjia looked at Wen Huanyan and lowered her voice with a disgruntled face and said, What are you doing so loudly? Is there something wrong with what Kuxin said? This Nguyen Bao was not pleasing at all. stealing all the attention and likes of her daughter as soon as she came back. So what if Kuxin didn't like it? A little wild child like her with an unknown father was worthy of being the little princess of the Wen family? When Huanyan did not expect his wife to say such words, he coldly rebuked, "Enough! Don't even look at what kind of place this is. Watch what you say." Although he is also a member of the Wen family, but with Wen Yidong they are completely different. Wen's group completely belongs to the Wen Suowan, has nothing to do with them. Over the years, they can only rely on the relationship of the elders to dip into the light of the Wens. He can also therefore enter the Wens, although not the core staff, but already know enough. Ding Mingjia heard her husband reprimanding words. She unpleasantly skimmed her mouth. In the beginning, if not Wen's family did not look at her, she would not be married to Wen Huanyan. Aggrieved herself for so many years, and now even their own daughters have to suffer from this aggrievement? When Kuxian looked at her father and then her mother, her small mouth flattened in aggravation. It's all Warmonger's fault that her mom and dad are fighting. During the meal, from the top to Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan, and from the bottom to Wen Yibei, they all took care of Nguyen Bao. Seeing that Nguyen Bao had eaten 2 pieces of braised baby ribs, Ning Shuyuan secretly kept it in her heart and immediately asked, "Baby likes eating ribs?" Nguyen Bao just came back. The family do not know what she likes to eat. Before also asked Wen Yibei. Wen Yibei scratched half-a-day head, did not say a so. Wen Yibei cannot be relied upon. Then let Auntie Lu all kinds of small children like to eat things to do out. Full of a large table. Like it, Nguyen Bao swallowed the meat in his mouth and nodded at Ning Shuyuan. With joy on her face, Ning Shuyuan looked to Auntie Lu who was waiting at the side and said, "Auntie Lu, later you will teach me how to make braised baby back ribs." She's going to make it for Numbu herself. Aunt Lu's face was also filled with joy when she saw that little miss enjoyed eating the ribs she made, and she answered in a loud voice, "Yes, ma'am." Nguyen Bao quickly raised his short little hand, his little milky voice carrying a little excitement. "Grandma, I also know how to make braised baby back ribs. I can teach you. Chambo's favorite food is ribs, so she makes them." Ning Shuyuan was filled with horror. "Baby, you will do it?" Warm blood nodded. When Yibei nodded along and said, "Nguyen Bao can cook a lot of food." Before in the fragrant garden, it was all Nguyen Bao who was in charge of the kitchen. When Suo and the others' gazes looked unkindly at Wen Yibei, and when Suo murmured, "You've lived these 20 years in vain, letting the baby cook for you. Ning Shuyuan, how could I have given birth to such an asshole son like you? How old is the baby? And you can't bear to let her cook for you." Wen Yibei, after you finish eating, you'll clean up all the dishes later. Wen Yibei, he didn't want to. The point was that he was an idiot at cooking, and he didn't want to poison his niece even more. Nguyen Bao protected Wen Yibei. "Grandpa, Grandma, don't blame little uncle. Little uncle is a good person. Nguyen Bao likes him." Wen Yibei's heart suddenly kneaded into a puddle of water. If not sitting far away from Nguyen Bao, he couldn't wait to pick up Nguyen Bao and kiss him again. Ning Shuyuan pinched a piece of baby ribs and put it into Nguyen Bao's bowl, saying with extreme gentleness, "Okay, we'll listen to the baby." Compared to their happy family, the 3 members of Wen Huanyan's family sitting at the table were a little bit less savory, especially Wen Kursin, who looked at the star-studded Nguyen Bao and hated it even more. Nguyen Bao noticed Wen Kuxian's line of sight. She used her male chopsticks to clip a piece of baby ribs and handed it to Wen Kuxian. "Sister, eat." She struggled to stretch her short little hands to pass the quivering baby back ribs into Winkelstein's bowl. When Kuxian moved her own little bowl to the side, dodging Warm Bao's baby back ribs, and super loudly said, "I'm not going to eat the ribs you're pinching." Chapter 24, Is Nguyen Bao hurt? The originally lively and cozy dining table was all quiet at once. When Sun Yen murmured, "One Kuxin." Ding Ninjia, on the other hand, looked apologetic towards Nguyen Bao and said, "Nguyen Bao, Kuxian doesn't like baby back ribs." She didn't mean it. When these words came out, Wen Huanyan's face became even more ugly. Normally at home, Wen Kursin's favorite is braised baby back ribs. Nguyen Bao's little milky voice let out an "oh," then pinched the baby ribs back into her own rice bowl. "Then I'll eat it myself. It's too bad that sister doesn't like to eat such delicious baby ribs." Nguyen Bao's fleshy cheeks kept chewing, his little mouth with a layer of grease, eating deliciously, when Kuxian's large eyes flooded with water, and with Warm Bao's mouth, her throat followed and kept swallowing. At this moment, she finally understood the pain of watching a foodcast. Nguyen Bao finished eating a piece of small ribs, showed her teeth to Wen Kuxian, and swore, "Don't worry sister, I'll fix all the small ribs you don't like da." Seeing that the ribs were getting smaller and smaller, Wen Kursin could not hold on any longer and cried out with a wow sound, crying and yelling, "I don't care, I want to eat the baby ribs, I want to eat them." Alright, Shinshin won't cry, Mom will clip for you." As soon as Ding Minjia saw her daughter crying, she didn't care about what she had just said. She reached out and was about to clip the ribs. Wanibe sneered, picked up the bowl of braised pork ribs, poured half of the ribs inside into Nwanbao's bowl, and the other half into his own bowl with a provocative look at Ding Ninja. Sorry, little sister-in-law, you just said Kuxian doesn't like to eat, so Nwanbao and I will reluctantly eat them all. The words that when Kuxian had just cried and yelled were completely taken as a whisper. When Kursen saw the empty plate, tears fell even more worthless. Eyes closed, threw back her head and howled. The sound was deafening. Warmbloods are shocked. She had seen Chambers cry, but not as loudly as she did. Ding Minjia picked up her daughter and pacified her. Her eyes complained and looked at Wanibe. Xiao Bei, Kuxian is still small. Why do you have to bother with small children? Wanibe snorted coldly, not taking Ding Minjia's words into consideration in the slightest. Ning Shuyuan glanced at Ding Minjia. She is also worthy of teaching her son. At that moment, she said to Wen Huanyan nonchalantly, Huanyan, children can't be spoiled. I remember that cousin has always been very strict with you. How come you are so sloppy when it comes to disciplining your children? She had never really liked Din Minja, especially that year, when she heard Din Minja talking about Nico with someone else. Young, and I don't know who I'm hanging out with to conceive a child. What a disgrace. Wen Huanyan's face was embarrassed as he apologized. I'm sorry auntie, it's all because I didn't discipline Kuxian well. He picked up the crying Wen Kuxian from Ding Minjia's arms and got up to bow towards Wen Suo. Aunt and uncle, I'll take Kuxian back first. Ding Ninja looked uneasy and wanted to say something, but Wen Huanyan pulled her arm over and took her away as well. When the three of them left as a family, Nwanbao was at a loss for words. When Suo pinched Nwanbao's little hair bun, baby don't mind them. Nwanbao remembered how when Kuxian cried so miserably just now, and looked at the small ribs in the bowl. Her sister wanted to eat the small ribs, but they were all eaten by her. Nwanbao inwardly blamed herself, and told Ning Shuyuan, I want to send my sister off, apologize to her, and when her sister comes the next time, I'll make small ribs for her. Ning Shuyuan picked up Warmblood and placed her on the ground. Go! She did not like Ding Minjia, nor did she like the bossy Wen Kursen, but after all, the child was still young and did not know good and evil, and it would be good to correct it later. Warmblood chased after him with his short legs toward the door. Asterisk. When Huanyan held Wen Kursen, who was still crying, towards the villa's front door, and his chiding voice suddenly went cold, Wen Kursen, don't cry anymore. When Kuxian did not wait for her father's comfort, but instead waited for her father's scolding, she was even more aggrieved and cried louder and louder. Ding Minjia snatched her daughter from Wen Huanyan's arms and flung her face at him. Wen Huanyan, what are you yelling at your daughter for? What did she do wrong? Wen Huanyan looked at Wen Kursen, whose voice was muffled from crying. Usually at home she was capricious and bossy, even if, today her actions were completely offended by the main family. Remembering just now Ning Shuyuan's words was like a slap thrown in his face. He accused towards Ding Minjia, it's all because of you that she is spoiled beyond measure. After saying that, without waiting for Ding Minjia to react, he left in large strides. Ding Minjia rushed at Wen Huanyan's back and shouted, so it's all my fault? Wen Huanyan, stop right there. Wen Suinian turned a deaf ear. Ding Minjia was so angry that her face turned white. When Kursen looked at her father, who ignored her, and the already aggrieved her became even more upset, howling louder and louder. Shinshin, be good, don't cry. Mommy knows Kuxian is aggrieved. Mommy will seek justice for Shinshin. Ding Minjia softly comforted her daughter. How dare a little wildling make her daughter cry? Wait and see. When Nwanbao chased out, she saw Ding Minjia leading Wen Kuxian towards the car. She was about to run over and wave for her sister. However, before she could open her mouth, she saw Ding Minjia throw the peace knot on the ground, and heard Ding Minjia say towards Wen Kuxian, Xin, this kind of dirty thing, you don't want it, it's the right thing to do. Warmblood paused violently in her steps, her ebony eyes carrying a great deal of doubt, waiting for the car to sail away. Only then did Nwanbao walk over and pick up the peace knot. The red peace knot fell to the ground, stained with some dust. She seriously patted the dust on the peace knot. At this time, when Idong walked behind Nwanbao and reached out to rub Nwanbao's little head, Nwanbao tilted her head to look at Idong and asked in a glutinous manner, Great uncle, cousin auntie doesn't like my peace knot, so why should she say she likes it? Idong didn't want to deceive Nwanbao just because she was small, so he squatted down in front of Nwanbao and said, because Nwanbao is our little princess, she wants to please us, so she pretends to like Nwanbao in front of us. Warmblood sighed quietly and said as if he were a small adult, being an adult, it's so tiring, it's better to be a kid. When Idong was amused by her reaction as he asked, is Nwanbao hurt? Nwanbao shook her head and smiled brightly and said, I'm not sad, I have so many favorites, grandpa, grandma, great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, and little uncle, I'm already very happy. and she knew that not everyone could like her. It didn't matter to Nguyen Bao whether her aunt and uncle liked her or not. Wen Edom smiled gently. It's just that great, uncle. Nguyen Bao looked at the peace knot in his hand, and his white little face carried a few points of worry. If cousin aunt throws away the peace knot, it is the same as throwing away the peace as well, and there will be a little trouble. If it was someone else, he would definitely think that Nguyen Bao was cursing Ding Minjia, but Wen Edong knew Nguyen Bao's ability, so he believed Nguyen Bao's words. This matter, let's leave it to uncle. Nguyen Bao, don't worry. Warmblood dutifully nodded. Good. Wen Edong looked at the peace knot in Nguyen Bao's hand and remembered what Ding Minjia had just said towards Wen Kurson. A stern color crossed the bottom of his eyes. Since it was a small trouble, there was no need to care. Chapter 25, Ding Minjia's calculations. After sending her daughter back, Ding Minjia and her little sister Qinwan went to a beauty store to get their faces done. Qinwan curiously said, Minjia, didn't you say you were returning to the old mansion today? How come you have time to accompany me to do my face? Ding Minjia, who was originally enjoying the massage, suddenly changed her face and said in disgust, don't mention it, it's really going to piss me off. Qinwan looked at Ding Minjia in surprise and asked, look at how angry you are. What happened? You should know that before. Ding Minjia mentioned the old mansion is a look of complacency, and from time to time, she had to say how good the people of the Wen family were to her daughter. Ding Minjia told the story of Nguyen Bao's retrieval, focusing on the fact that Nguyen Bao was impolite and unappealing. Qinwan raised her eyebrows. Nguyen Bao? Wen Yichen's daughter? Besides Wen Yiknik, who else could have given birth to such an obnoxious fellow? In front of Qinwan, Ding Minjia's words did not hide her dislike for Wen Yichen. Qinwan laughed and said, You, after all these years, you still hate Wen Yichen so much. How can I not hate her? Back then, if it wasn't for her, I would have become the Wen family's second youngest wife. Ding Minjia gritted her teeth. She hated Wen Yichen, not only because she was jealous of Wen Yichen, but also because at first she had her eyes on the sons of the Wen family, excluding Wen Yidong, who was already married, and the other three, all of them, were within her sights. She picked Wen Nan, whose character, appearance and talent are not inferior to Wen Yidong's. When she managed to get online with Wen Nan through her friends and learned that Wen Nan was going to attend a certain dinner party, she not only dressed up to attend, but also drugged Wen Nan's drink, which she thought would work out well. But who knew that a Wen Yicheng would come out on the way? Wen Yichen suddenly fainted. Wen Nan did not even drink the wine, holding Wen Yichen and left. At that time, Ding Minjia was furious, and then that glass of wine was mistakenly drunk by Wen Huanyan. Ding Minjia thought that Wen Huanyan is also a member of the Wen family, and therefore retreated to be with Wen Huanyan. Even though Wen Huanyan had not wronged her over the years, she hated her guts every time she thought of that dinner party. If it wasn't for Wen Yichen, then she would have been with Wen Nan. Where would she need to go through so much trouble and effort to please the Wen family? It's been 4 years. I thought she died a long time ago, but I didn't expect that a daughter would pop up and steal everything from my daughter. Ding Minjia's eyes flashed with a vicious light. A kid, it's also worth getting so mad at you. Qinwan smiled disdainfully. Don't you think about where this child came out of nowhere? Ding Minjia froze, then her spirits lifted. The old mansion side only said that they had recovered their granddaughter, but they didn't give out half a hint as to where exactly they had found her. So there must be something wrong. You're right. I'll send someone to look into it right away, Ding Minjia said. After the two of them had done their facial beauty, they came out of the box one after the other. Ding Minjia saw the blessed knots hanging in the stairway, and suddenly thought of the peace knots that Nguyen Bao had given to herself today. Her face hooked up with a touch of cold mockery, and secretly thought that the little wild seed kinda knew how to buy people's hearts. When she found out where this little bastard came from, she was going to make her look good. Ding Minjia didn't pay attention to the steps in front of him and directly stepped on the air and rolled down. Ah! Minjia! Qinwan was stunned. It was such a big step. I'm surprised she didn't see it. Hospitals. Ding Minjia's right foot is in a cast. Leaning back on the bed, she cursed. It's all because of Nguyen Bao. That spoilsport. It must be that she's the one that's killing me. When Huanyan couldn't believe his ears, he looked at Ding Minjia and chided. You're simply unbelievable. It's clearly you who fell down the stairs. How can you blame it on Nguyen Bao? Ding Minjia perked up and said, how is she not to blame? I just met that broomstick today and I got hurt. She is just gramming me. Gramming xin. Winchester, Ding Minjia added. Maybe Wen Yichen was killed by her, and she will also kill the Wen family in the future. When Nico disappeared for so many years without any news, maybe after giving birth to the little wild seed, he was killed by this little wild seed. When Huanyan didn't expect Ding Minjia to be able to say such words, he coldly roared, shut your mouth. What are you yelling at me for? Am I wrong? It's not like she's more than just a broomstick. She's also a little wild child with an unknown father. Ding Minjia got more and more energized as she spoke, completely forgetting about Wen Kuxian, who was still on the sidelines. They say that Wen Nico is icy clean, but what's the result? At a young age, she's gotten knocked up with someone, a lowly wannabe. when Huanyan slapped his hand on the hospital bed and could no longer listen, reprimanding, "Enough! Ding Mingjia, you're simply devilish." Even though Ding Mingjia had never revealed her dislike for Wen Yichen and the Wen family as her pillow, Wen Huanyan had always known. It was just that he had not expected Ding Mingjia's prejudice against Wen Yichen to be so strong. "Since you broke your leg, it's not convenient to take care of Kuxin. I'll send her to the old mansion tomorrow." When Huanyan didn't want to say any more nonsense to Ding Mingjia, in his opinion, as long as he maintained a good relationship with the old mansion side, their family's wealth and prosperity would be stabilized. When Kuxin listened to a bunch of things on the side, some of which she understood and some of which she didn't, but when she heard that when Huanyan wanted to send her to the old mansion, she was the first one to shake her head in protest. "I don't want to, they don't even like me, I don't want to go. She's not going to meet Warmblood." When Huanyan squatted down and pacified Wen Kursen, "How could it be? Kursen has to give the uncles a little bit of time. As long as you and Nuanbao are good, they will definitely like you." Without waiting for Wen Kursen to speak, Ding Mingjia sneered and said, "Wen Huanyan, what do you take Xinxin for? A toy to accompany your laughter? Or to that little wild bastard, is she worthy?" When Huanyan didn't pay attention to Ding Mingjia and said towards Wen Kursen, "Kursen is the most obedient. You stay at the old mansion for a few days. When you come back, Dad will take you to Dinas to play, okay?" When Kuxian's eyes lit up, "Alright then." When Huanyan smiled with satisfaction as he rubbed Wen Kuxian's head and then left the hospital room, Ding Mingjia pulled Wen Kursen's hand. Just wanted to say don't go if you don't want to go, but then she thought, if her daughter doesn't go, won't the previous year's efforts be wasted? It would also make the Wen family like that little wild seed even more. So, Ding Mingjia said, Xin, when you get to the old mansion, you must be obedient, okay? You must be good. That Nuanbao, if you don't like her, then stay away from her. Don't start a conflict with her, okay? Mom is afraid that you will suffer." When Kuxian inserted her small waist and shouted, "I'm not going to suffer." Of course mommy trusts Xin, but that Nuanbao has an evil heart, and mommy is worried about Xin. So Xin must be obedient, okay? When Kuxian skimmed her lips and said unhappily, "Fine." Ding Mingjia laughed lightly and pinched Wen Kuxian's little face, secretly thinking that as long as the Wen family liked their daughter, what was that little wild seed? Her daughter is so lovely. Where is she no match for that little wild child? Chapter 26, Nuanbao's Little Buddha Beads. In the evening, when Yidong had already learned that Ding Mingjia had broken her leg in the beauty parlor, and it turned out that the little trouble that Nuanbao was talking about was this. He came to Nuanbao's princess room and saw Ning Shuyuan guarding the bedside. Nuanbao was their lost and found treasure. Not to mention Ning Shuyuan, even the few big men among them hated to guard Nuanbao 24 hours a day. But Ning Shuyuan was afraid of disturbing Nuanbao's sleep, so she blew everyone else away. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ning Shuyuan made a sure gesture at Wen Yidong, signaling that Nuanbao was asleep and asked him to keep his voice down. Wen Yidong lightened his steps and walked over to the princess's bedside. Nuanbao eyes closed tightly, small face through the red, just like a doll, long eyelashes like a small fan. In her net white face through a small piece of shadow. Perhaps what a beautiful dream. Her face also with a sweet smile. Ning Shuyuan's gaze fell on Nuanbao without blinking as she lowered her voice toward Wen Yidong. "The baby is getting more and more like Nico, but better behaved than Nico. Children are all more rowdy." But Nuanbao was too good, so good that it made Ning Shuyuan's heart ache. When Yidong touched Nuanbao's head and found that his forehead carried some sweat stains, he pulled the quilt down a little and said with a gentle face, "Afraid of heat, just like Nico too." The quilt fell over Numbua's shoulders, while the neck piece was exposed, as well as the small black Buddha beads he wore around his neck. This is the Buddha bead that Nico wore around her neck at first. Only then did Ning Shuyuan notice the Buddha beads around Nuanbao's neck. When Yidong's eyes crossed a dark color, too few people know that when Nico had disappeared for 3 months, during that time they united several big families to look for her, but never found her whereabouts. But 3 months later, when Nico came back peacefully, and never mentioned what happened during her disappearance, it was just that this time when she returned, when Yicheng had changed especially a lot, she always looked up at the window from time to time, as if she was waiting for someone. On a random occasion, when Yidong found her wearing a small black Buddha bead around her neck, and when Nico said that it was given to her by someone else to keep her safe. Seeing this, when Yidong didn't ask any more questions. Only not long after that, they found out that when Nico was pregnant. "Xiao Dong, you said that your sister gave birth to Nuanbao but didn't stay by Nuanbao's side. Is she already gone?" Ning Shuyuan's voice choked. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask about her daughter's whereabouts, but even if she didn't, she knew in the back of her mind that no mother would abandon her own daughter, let alone the fact that Nico had once cared so much about the child in her womb that she'd rather break with them than give birth to the child. When Yidong patted Ning Shuyuan's back and softly soothed, "Mom, We've never given up looking for Nico over the years, but we've never been able to find out any information. It's just like those 3 months back then. I'm more inclined to think that Nico was taken away." When Ning Shuyuan saw Wen Yidong's firm gaze, she nodded with teary eyes. "Moreover, even if you don't believe me, you have to believe Nguyen Bao. She also firmly believes that Nico will come back, and our family will definitely have a reunion day," Wen Yidong said as he talked about Ding Ninja again. Ning Shuyuan looked a little surprised. She was a person who didn't believe in gods and ghosts. Even though she knew about the special features of the warm treasure from her family, she still had doubts in her heart. And now that she heard that Ding Minjia had broken her leg, she was a little more convinced of the warm treasure's ability. "The baby is like this, and I don't know if it's good or not." Ning Shuyuan looked at Nguyen Bao with a few shades of worry in her gaze. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Wen Yidong's cold face was covered with a layer of determination. "Mom, Nguyen Bao will be fine, and they won't allow anyone to harm their lost and found treasure." Ning Shuyuan met Wen Yidong's firm pupils as she nodded. "All right, Mom, go back and rest." Wen Yidong helped Ning Shuyuan out the door. Before leaving, Wen Yidong thoughtfully looked back at Nguyen Bao, just in time to see the small black Buddha bead that Nguyen Bao wore around her neck emitting a dazzling light, a hint of color between his eyebrows. That day after Wen Yicheng fell asleep, this Buddha bead also lit up once. Wen Yidong's eyebrows narrowed slightly. The next day, Wen Yidong hugged Nguyen Bao to play Lego and asked as if he had no intention to ask, "The small Buddha beads that Nguyen Bao wears around his neck, do you still remember who put them on you?" Nguyen Bao took out the small black Buddha beads hanging, shook his head dully and said, "I don't know, I wear them all the time. The beads have been there for as long as she can remember." Wen Yidong added, "Nguyen Bao, I have seen this Buddha bead on your mother. This should be what she left for you." Nguyen Bao's bright eyes were amazingly bright as she asked in a sticky voice, "Did mommy give it to me?" Wen Yidong nodded. Manhwa touched the little Buddha beads lovingly. She already knew what her mother looked like, and when she saw her, she would surely recognize her. "Nguyen Bao, are you willing to lend this small Buddha bead to great uncle for study?" Wen Yidong opened his mouth and asked. Nguyen Bao did not hesitate to take off the Buddha beads and hand them to Wen Yidong. "Here you go." Wen Yidong looked at her atmospheric little look. The bottom of his eyes rippled with warmth. Jokingly asked, "Nguyen Bao is not afraid that great uncle will take it for himself?" Nguyen Bao's big eyes were bright and clear, twinkling with innocence and cuteness, but with a serious face, she said, "Mine is great uncle's." Wen Yidong's heart warmed. This child was so delightful. Only neither of them noticed that the 2 dragon eyes on the Buddha beads flashed a red light, which passed in an instant. Meanwhile, in the lightless confined space, a black-robed man's eyes snapped open, a pair of crimson eyes flickering with a ghostly fire-like spectral light that made people tremble. He spat out 3 words in cold solemnity. "It's dragon's breath." Another person's aura was gradually revealed. The man's voice seemed like it came from an ancient glacial zone, permeated with a cold aura. "It's been over 3 years, and it's finally showing up, my lord. As it was back then, it still is E-City," the black-robed man said. "Go quickly." Asterisk. On the other hand, after Wen Yidong got the Buddha beads, he came to the 3rd floor where Wen Nan was doing experiments, and when Nan looked at Wen Yidong with some surprise, "Big brother? You know, the 3rd floor was all his lab, and usually almost no one but him set foot in it. One reason was because he was afraid that people would sabotage his experiments, and the other was because he was afraid that he would accidentally injure someone as a result of his experiments." Wen Yidong handed the Buddha beads to Wen Nanan and told him about the beads again. Wen Nan looked at the Buddha beads in his hands with a heavy expression, except for the 2 dragons on the beads which were somewhat otherworldly. Other than that, he did not feel that something was wrong. However, he also knew that his elder brother was always cautious, and with speculation in his heart, he opened his mouth and asked, "Elder brother, are you suspecting that Nico disappeared because of this Buddha bead?" Wen Yicheng disappeared for 3 months the first time and came back with this Buddha bead around her neck and pregnant, and the second time she disappeared so far while this Buddha bead appeared on Nguyen Bao's body. "I don't know," Wen Yidong said in a deep voice, "but this Buddha bead is definitely harboring an unknown secret." Chapter 27. Nguyen Bao was bullied. When Nanan believed in Wen Yidong's intuition and gripped the small Buddha bead in his hand and said, "Don't worry big brother, leave it to me." At this time, Nguyen Bao still does not know that his little Buddha beads will 2 uncles to get anxious. She is in Wanisi to put together Lego. Wanisi suddenly realized that Nguyen Bao just look at the pattern, can sharply put together the original shape. Wanishi was surprised. "Nguyen Bao, you memorized it after reading it once?" Nah. Nguyen Bao nodded. She looked up at Wanisi with some small pride. "I have a good memory ta." Wanisi's jaw dropped as he watched Nguyen Bao restore the messy Lego back to its original state. He couldn't stop being shocked at the bottom of his heart, and in order to test his guess, he took Nguyen Bao's little hand. "Nguyen Bao, how about we play a little game?" "What's the game?" Wanishi took out a pen and labeled the various puzzle ornaments on the ground with serial numbers, then asked Nguyen Bao, remember the order? Nguyenbao's two eyes fluttered as she nodded. Remember. Wanishi erased all the serial numbers and then randomly disrupted the order. Now you line them up in the order you just did. Okay. Nguyenbao happily responded. She almost didn't even think about it, and directly arranged the puzzle in the complete order that Wanishi just did. Third uncle, right? Wanishi could no longer hide his shock, and warm blood sorting was not the slightest bit off. He hadn't guessed wrong. Nambu had an unforgettable memory. Wanishi reached out and picked up Nguyenbao and tossed him up, his voice tinged with joy. Nguyenbao is truly a genius. He prided himself on having an amazing memory, but he didn't realize that warm blood was truly unforgettable. Although Nguyenbao didn't know why her third uncle suddenly praised her for being a genius, she was still happy to be praised and smiled with a joyful smile. I heard Nguyenbao's laughter outside. What's so happy? Grandpa Jiang walked into the hall with Zhang Pei-shing, looking at Nguyenbao, who was thrown high with a loving face. He didn't realize that the little girl who saved his life that day was his best friend's granddaughter. Uncle Jiang, Wanishi greeted, holding Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Pei-shing, and she sweetly called out, Grandpa Jiang, Brother Jiang. Zhang Pei-shing smiled coyly at Nguyenbao. Grandpa Jiang pinched Nguyenbao's little fleshy face and said with a smile, if I had known that you were Nico's daughter, I should have brought you back earlier. He had also watched Wanichen grow up. Who would have thought that Nico would disappear for so many years at once? Wanishi rubbed Nguyenbao's little hair bun again and said to Grandpa Jiang, it's not too late. Yeah. Grandpa Jiang lamented. Where's your father? Wanishi said, my dad is fishing in the backyard, saying that he's giving Nguyenbao a tonic. Grandpa Jiang became interested and said, with that skill of his, he still wants to fish? I'll go and take a look. And this side Nguyenbao has already led Zhang Pei-shing towards the Lego side. While Wanishi went upstairs to call Wenbei to get up, Nguyenbao said towards Zhang Pei-shing with an excited and proud face, Brother Jiang, look, I spelled all this. Zhang Pei-shing looked at her proud little appearance, and with a few smiles on his face, he complimented, Nguyenbao is really great. Nguyenbao smiled more and more sweetly. Zhang Pei-shing opened the box he brought with him and said, Nguyenbao, this is my gift to you. Nambu probed, wow, that's nice. With the previous in the field, Zhang Pei-shing to send his blue motorcycle model is different. This motorcycle model is several times larger, and through the car is all pink color. The motorcycle handle ends are also tied on the cute and lovely bow. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I like it so much. Nguyenbao lovingly touched the locomotive. Zhang Pei behavior for this set of locomotive model busy for a long time. Now see Nguyenbao like. The smile on his face bloomed and open. You like it is good. Next Zhang Pei-shing introduced the locomotive to Nguyenbao. Even though Warmblood was double talking, she made a serious gesture, but still can't understand it. Warmblood pinched the hem of his coat a little uneasily. Zhang Pei-shing noticed Nguyenbao's strange appearance and softly inquired, what's wrong with Nguyenbao? Nguyenbao looked at Zhang Pei-shing pitifully, his little milky voice dripping with self-reproach. Brother Jiang, am I stupid? I didn't understand a thing. Just now, third uncle praised her genius. It must have been to comfort her. Zhang Pei-shing lost his smile and said, it's my fault. You're still young and can't understand normal. Nguyenbao nodded. Then I need to grow up fast, so I can understand Brother Zhang's words. Zhang Pei-shing smiled. At this time, when Koxian's cheerful voice came, Brother Pei-shing, Nguyenbao's eyes lit up when he saw Wen Koxian and called out affectionately, sister. Wen Koxian didn't even look at Nguyenbao, but stared at Zhang Pei-shing closely and said, Brother Pei-shing, you came to see me. Zhang Pei-shing wasn't good at lying. He looked to Nguyenbao, and when Kursen pouted in dissatisfaction, Nguyenbao said towards Wen Koxian, sister, you like to eat baby back ribs? I'll make them for you. The baby back ribs I make are delicious. I'm not going to eat what you made. When Koxian crossed her arms and yelled at Nguyenbao, you're a spoilsport. It's because of you that my mom's leg is broken. When Koxian didn't know what sweeper meant, but when she heard Ding Minjia say this, she naturally followed suit. Nguyenbao's round eyes were wide as she shook her little hand and said, it wasn't me. It was cousin auntie who threw the peace knot. When Koxian couldn't understand Nguyenbao's words, she grunted coldly, it's you. You spoilsport. People don't like me because of you. Looking at the vicious Wen Koxian, Nguyenbao took a step back in some fear. Zhang Pei-shing blocked in front of Nguyenbao, and said to Wen Koxian in a deep voice, Koxian, don't talk nonsense. I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting. My mom even said she's a little wild child. When Kursen trilled, Zhang Pei-shing's small face was cold and heavy. Nguyenbao stepped out from behind Zhang Pei-shing with a white face, and bravely said to Wen Koxian, you are not allowed to say this. I am not a wild seed. I am mom's daughter. In the past, when her aunt and uncle moved to call her a wild seed that no one wanted, she didn't dare to speak up. But now that she had a mother and many relatives, she wasn't a wild seed. You're the wild seed. That is, when Koxian shouted, I'm not. I'm not. Numberture followed suit with a loud retort. When Kuxian didn't expect Nguyen Bao to dare to go against her, she fiercely reached out and pushed Nguyen Bao down. Get out of my way. Nguyen Bao was not prepared for being pushed down by Wen Kuxian, and her butt fell heavily on the ground, causing her to suck in a breath of cold air in pain. Nguyen Bao. Zhang Peixing panicked and tried to help Nguyen Bao. Are you alright? Nguyen Bao's big eyes flooded with a layer of tears. Her butt hurt, her hands hurt, but she was still strong enough not to cry. When Kuxian, you've gone too far, apologized to Nguyen Bao. Zhang Peixing picked up Nguyen Bao and rebuked towards Wen Kuxian. I don't want it. When Kuxian had a bossy face, she saw the locomotive model. She coldly grunted, reached out her foot and kicked the model down, not relieved to disrupt the model. After doing this, Wen Kuxian looked at Nguyen Bao triumphantly. Now let's see what you play with. You broke the model that brother Jiang sent me. Nguyen Bao looked at the models scattered all over the place, and then looked at the smug Wen Kuxian. Nguyen Bao couldn't hold back any longer. She milked her ferocity and rushed up, directly pouncing on Wen Kuxian. Chapter 28 Warmonger Fights. In no time at all, the two fighting snowballs had been pulled apart. Nguyen Bao's milky little face was covered with red heat, and there was a scratch left by a fingernail on his forehead, and two little hair buns were about to fall off hanging at the top of his head, which looked quite comical. And when Kuxian body princess dress and hair are messy, arm at the hot and spicy pain. She lifted the sleeve to see a small teeth marks. Perhaps just warm treasure milk fierce left the mark. When Kuxian closed her eyes and howled, the little wild seed hit me. I want to tell my mother. I want to let her to give me revenge. Although the Wen family already knew what happened from Zhang Peixing, but now hearing Wen Kursen call Nguyen Bao little wild seed, their faces were all ugly, and when Sui even directly slapped on the table. Enough. Who taught you these words? When Kuxian was so scared that her cries gave way. Looking at Wen Suo's fuming appearance, she didn't dare to howl, sobbing and not daring to speak. Even Nguyen Bao was startled by Grandpa. Ning Shuyuan hurriedly hugged Nguyen Bao and soothed him. Baby isn't afraid. Grandpa isn't angry at you. Warmblood nodded dutifully. When Kuxian looked at Nguyen Bao, who was being comforted, and howled again. You all bully me. You are all bad people. I want my mommy. She turned and ran out of the Winchester's house in tears. When Suwa exasperatedly said, call Wen Sun Yen and find out how the hell he teaches his daughter. When Yidong knew that his father was really angered, and he answered. Ning Shuyuan painfully looked at Nguyen Bao's forehead, and her two little hands were red, and asked painfully, Baby, does it hurt? Grandma, I'm not in pain, Numbu said, shaking her head. It actually hurt. Her forehead hurt, her hands hurt, and her butt hurt even more, but she couldn't let her grandmother worry. Silly or not, just your little body still learns from others to fight. When Ibe picked up Nguyen Bao from Ning Shuyuan's arms, reached out and pinched her face, his tone was intimate and amused. In the future, when you fight, call on your little uncle, who can put down several of your kind with one punch. Nguyen Bao's tender white little face was full of tangles and hesitated for a long time before saying, Little uncle, it's not good to fight. You can't fight. When Ibe laughed, fighting is bad. So what were you doing just now? Well, I just didn't hold back. My sister is bad. She broke all of Brother John's gifts. Nguyen Bao squirmed and said. She looked at Zhang Peixing on the side. Her tender white little face was full of self-blame. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't protect the gifts you gave me. With a model that big, Brother Jiang must have spent a lot of time and effort. Numbu blamed himself more and more. Zhang Peixing remembered how Nguyen Bao fought just now. This was the first time he felt that the gift he gave out was valued by the other party. His heart softened. He touched the top of Nguyen Bao's head and said, It's okay, Nguyen Bao. Brother is already very happy. Nguyen Bao was relieved to see that Zhang Peixing's face wasn't half unhappy, and suddenly raised a bright smile. Brother Jiang, let's repool the locomotive. Zhang Peixing? Inside the princess room, Nguyen Bao sat on the furry carpet. A pair of small hands kept pounding the blocks in her hands. Zhang Peixing, who was sitting on the side of his face, became more and more shocked when he heard that Nguyen Bao wanted to reassemble the model of the locomotive. He only thought that she was just a whim, but now that he saw that she had already roughly put it together, the shock at the bottom of his heart was almost impossible to hide. Nguyen Bao, you can spell it out after only reading it once? Zhang Peixing's voice carried shock, and Nguyen Bao was much faster than him. Nguyen Bao nodded. Right, but, here is broken. She painfully touched the crack in the side of the motorcycle seat. Zhang Peixing was surprised at Nguyen Bao's talent, and seeing Nguyen Bao's sad face when he saw the crack, he reached out and rubbed Nguyen Bao's hair, saying, "It's okay Nguyen Bao." His eyes lowered with a hint of sadness unbecoming of a child, and he sighed. A lot of things are no longer the same even if they are restored to an exact replica. It's like the first model locomotive he ever put together, which he silently put back together after his father broke it, but it was never the same again. Nguyen Bao didn't quite understand the meaning of Jiang Peixing's words, but she suddenly had an idea, took out the paintbrush that her grandmother bought for her, and said, "Brother Jiang, we can make it look better ah." Jiang Peixing froze, and then he saw Nguyen Bao draw a small golden dragon on the crack. "This is not just fine." Nguyen Bao smiled with a sweet face. "Two small pear swirls can be cute and lovable, so that people can't help but want to poke their hands." Jiang Peixing looked at the little dragon without a horn, chubby and falling at the seat looking more and more adorable, and just like that it covered the crack. Nguyen Bao saw Jiang Peixing staring straight at the little golden dragon she drew. Embarrassed and scratching her little hair bun, she shyly said, "I can't draw well. Brother Jiang draws." "Nguyen Bao, don't underestimate yourself. You draw well," Jiang Peixing said. "Warmblood has never been properly schooled, yet he can draw little golden dragons, which is good enough." Jiang Peixing took the brush handed over by Nguyen Bao, and drew lifelike wings on the place where the little golden dragon was just now, and then repaired a few more strokes to the rounded little golden dragon, and suddenly a little golden dragon with spreading wings was engraved on the locomotive model. "Brother Jiang is so powerful." Nguyen Bao looked at Jiang Peixing with a face of admiration. "This little golden dragon looks like her." Jiang Peixing handed the brush to Nguyen Bao again. "Nguyen Bao, you color." "Yeah," gushed Numbu. Two people a burst of busy, only to see the original empty model of the locomotive covered with patterns. There are small golden dragon, bunnies and parrots, all kinds of, filled with childish fun. Jiang Peixing looked at his and Nguyen Bao's masterpiece, compared to the previous model of the locomotive that looked pink but was actually cold. This model was now more vivid and real. He looked towards Nguyen Bao whose cheeks were all stained with paint, and picked up the wet wipes beside him and gently Nguyen Bao wiped his cheeks of the stains. Nguyen Bao clenched his little fist and milky voice assured towards Jiang Peixing, "Brother Jiang, don't worry, I will protect it this time, and definitely won't let the bad sister cause any more damage." Jiang Peixing's hand that wiped the stains for her gave a start, and when he met Nguyen Bao's round eyes full of childish innocence, his heart softened and he said, "Nguyen Bao, it doesn't matter if something is broken, but you have to make sure that you are safe and sound. Do you understand?" Just rushed up and when Curson hands Nguyen Bao looks fierce, but in the end she is 2 years younger than when Curson, to the back of the directly by when Curson pressed under the body to beat. If it is not his timely pull away from the when Curson, I do not know Nguyen Bao will be bullied how bad. Warmblood nodded. "I know da." Remembering that her small body had just been pressed by Wen Kuxin, Nguyen Bao's little face blushed, and sure enough, she still had to eat more and drink more milk so that she could grow taller. Compared to this side of the Wen family's old mansion where it was happy, the other side of the Wen family was not peaceful. Winchester's children's room. Ding Mingjia sitting in a wheelchair. Her right foot is still in a cast. She kept comforting her daughter, Xinshin, do not cry. Mommy is here. You tell mommy what happened. Is it that Nguyen Bao bullied you again? Chapter 29. Aunt and uncle come to the door to fight against warm bubbles. She knew that her daughter went to the old mansion today. Originally she didn't want her daughter to go, but as long as she thought that Nguyen Bao had robbed her daughter of everything, she couldn't swallow this breath, so she instructed her daughter to go to the old mansion, and her mouth must be a little bit sweeter, but it was only for a long time, and then her daughter ran back crying. When Curson cried and gasped for breath, and said in a broken voice, "They all can't like me, they all bully me." Ding Minjia's eyes blazed. Who bullied you? When Kuxian lifted her sleeve, revealing teeth marks on her arm as she confessed, "The little wild seed bit me. It hurts." Ding Minjia's face suddenly changed, and she opened her mouth to curse. What a little hoof, actually dared to bite you, really is a little bastard born of a mother but not raised by her mother. The more Ding Minjia thought about it, the angrier she got, and took out her cell phone and was about to call the old Wen family house, and before she could dial over, the door was opened, and when Huanyan walked in with a sullen face and said to Ding Minjia, "What are you going to do? I can't let it go like that when their baby bump bites our Shin." When Huanyan took the phone from her with a dark face, "Why don't you ask your precious daughter what she did in the old mansion?" When Kuxian's crying gave way, and she was a little too weak to speak, Ding Minjia saw her daughter's weakness, but she still said, "Xinshin is only how old? Even if she did something, adults do not want to be with a child to be concerned about it. You see my daughter bit into what kind of a wild seed also dare to move my daughter?" Enough. When Huanyan couldn't bear it and said, "It's you who often call wild seed at home. Kuxian called Nguyen Bao like this at the old mansion today." Ding Minjia's face turned slightly white, realizing the seriousness of the matter. But this is also the truth. Nguyen Bao was originally the father unknown. Ding Minjia, do you have a brain or not? No matter what Nguyenbao's father is, even if her biological father is a murderer and a beggar, as long as her mother is Wen Yichen, she is the little princess of the Wen family. Wen Huanyan said angrily, in the hearts of the Wen family, Nguyenbao was the continuation of Wen Yichen's bloodline. Ding Minjia eyes crossed a touch of resentment. Yes, the Wen family how favored Wen Nico. She has also seen, are women, why Wen Nico was born with everything, and she has to be pleasing in every way, inferior to her. I don't care what kind of petty thoughts you have in your mind. Tomorrow you bring Kuxian and I together to the old mansion to apologize. When Huanyan gave the order, I don't want it. I'm not wrong. Nguyenbao is the little wild seed, is a broom star, is here to gram me? Mom's leg is grammed by her. When Kuxian had not finished, but Ding Minjia violently covered her mouth. Ding Minjia didn't expect her whining words to be heard by her daughter. Looking at Wen Huanyan's face getting worse and worse, she hurriedly responded, I know. I'll talk to Xinshin properly. Only after Wen Huanyan left did Ding Minjia put down the hand that covered Wen Kuxian's mouth and said to her daughter with a serious face, Xin, in the future, this cannot be said in front of other people, okay? When Kuxian tilted her head, ignorantly asking, why can't you say it? Mom, didn't you say it was the truth? These words are okay for Mom to say, not for Hin to say, and Hin just needs to remember this. When Kuxian skimmed her lips and reluctantly responded, oh, tomorrow you apologize properly to Nguyenbao, and the rest, leave it to Mom. Ding Minjia assured towards her daughter, Mommy will definitely avenge Xinshin. If the little wild seed dared to touch her daughter, she'd let her have a taste of her own medicine. Ding Minjia coaxed Wen Kuxian to sleep, then dialed a phone number and said with a few hints of sinister in her voice, when Yang Mingjun and his wife find them, I'd like to see how a morally corrupt little bastard can still get the approval of the Wen family. It's a good thing that she listened to Qin Wan's words and went to check Nguyenbao's experience in the past few years first, only to realize that she's a little wild child who steals things. She told her that Wen Yichen could give birth to anything good. Ding Minjia had just hung up the phone when her cell phone rang. She saw the caller ID and her whole body shook. She hurriedly picked up the phone and called out with a smile, Sister-in-law. Song Fian's voice came from the cell phone. Minjia, Xiaoqian and I just came back from New York. Xinshin didn't like the princess tiara. I bought it for her. Do you see when to bring Xinshin over to get it? Ding Minjia laughed. Sister-in-law come back I will take Xin to the old mansion tomorrow. These days Xin can miss sister-in-law and Xiaoqian. Every day ask my aunt and brother when will they come back. She just went to sleep. If she knows you guys are back, she will definitely wish to immediately fly to your place. When Kuxian was basically taken care of by Song Feiyun all these years in the old mansion as well, Song Feiyun wanted a daughter, but she only had a son, so she especially liked Wen Kuxian. Ding Minjia suddenly asked, Sister-in-law, you should know that Nguyenbao was retrieved, right? Song Feiyun's voice carried a few moments of excitement. Edom told me long ago, if it wasn't for Xiao Qian's competition, I would have come back long ago. A layer of gloominess clouded the bottom of Ding Minjia's eyes as she pretended to ask offhandedly, then does sister-in-law know about Nguyenbao's past? What is it? Song Feiyun asked in wonder. Ding Minjia pretended to be distressed. This shouldn't have been said by me, but I also heard my friend talk about Nguyenbao's past. She said that Nguyenbao had some thieving habits and often bullied others. I didn't believe it, but who knows that today Xin came back from the old mansion crying and saying that Nguyenbao had indiscriminately bitten her. Ding Minjia wanted to say something. Song Feiyun, however, had already understood the meaning of Ding Minjia's words, and she was silent for a long time before her voice came from her cell phone. Kids are young, and bad habits can be changed. Yes, but sister-in-law, Nguyenbao just came back. The family must be overjoyed, but children can't be spoiled. Besides, Nguyenbao already has bad habits. We still have to be strict, otherwise when he grows up, the child must blame us. Song Feiyun agreed. You're right. The corners of Ding Minjia's mouth curved up slightly. Asterisk. On the other hand, Nguyenbao knew that great-aunt and brother Wen Xian came back today, so she stood guard at the door early and waited. She was a bit nervous. Would great-aunt like her? And brother Wen Xian, will he be the same as brother Jian? Ning Shuyuan could see Nguyenbao's nervousness. She gently soothed. Don't worry baby, your great-aunt has a gentle nature and Xiao Qian has been looking forward to having a sister. They will definitely like you. Nguyenbao's little face was covered with seriousness. His big black eyes were clear and bright. Well, I'm sure I'll like great-aunt and brother Ta too. Brother Yo, she has a brother too. Soon, a black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the villa gate. When Yidong took the lead to get off the car, followed by the dignified and elegant Song Feiyun came down from the car, and the last is wearing a black small suit Wen Xian. Wen Xian's appearance and Wen Yidong the same. A young face with a face that does not match the age of the board. When Nguyenbao saw Wen Xian for the first time, he let out a small wow. Brother and great-uncle are exactly the same It's like a scaled-down version of my great-uncle. Song Feiyun also saw Nguyenbao, and his eyes were filled with dismayed shock. She and Wen Yidong married early, can be said to have watched Wen Yicheng grow up. Nguyen Bao and Wen Yicheng are indeed like a mold carved out. Only Nguyen Bao is more tender and cute, so she cannot help but rise a few points of fondness. But then she remembered Ding Minjia's phone call, and she was a little upset with Nguyen Bao. Chapter 30 Scars on Nguyen Bao. Unlike Song Fei Yun, Wen Qian noticed early that the little milk ball held by the grandmother, wearing a festive red tutu, two small hair buns on top of the head tied with a small red hairband, like a little Fua on the painting, milky and cute. Nguyen Bao didn't pay attention to Song Fei Yun's change in color. She let go of her little hand holding Ning Shuyuan and walked towards Song Fei Yun and Wen Qian with her little short legs, her little milky voice calling out sweetly and with a bit of nervousness, "Great auntie, brother." Song Fei Yun was the first to call out mom to Ning Shuyuan, then hid the dissimilarity in her eyes and called out to Nguyen Bao with a smile. Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao raised one bright smile towards Song Fei Yun. The two small pear swirls at the corners of his mouth were adorable. Unlike Song Fei Yun, Wen Qian was very fond of seeing Nguyen Bao, and despite his small face being set straight, his eyebrows were tinged with a hint of a smile. Nguyen Bao. Warm blood smiled and narrowed his eyes. Brother. Ning Shuyuan hadn't seen Song Fei Yun and Wen Qian for a long time. She came and touched Wen Qian's head. Xiao Qian has grown so tall. In a few years he'll be as tall as your father. Grandma. Wen Qian, who was being stroked on his little head, had a little shyness on his face, but listening to the second half of his grandmother's sentence, he had a little pride. All right, don't all stand around. Go inside. Ning Shuyuan snapped. Nguyen Bao carefully rubbed up against Wen Qian's side. Wen Qian noticed Nguyen Bao's movements. His eyes carried a deep smile and he took the initiative to hold Nguyen Bao's hand. Nguyen Bao's eyebrows arched. Her gaze toward Wen Qian was filled with delight, and she called out in a small, intimate voice, "Brother." The brother offered to hold her, so he should like her. Nguyen Bao thought joyfully, walking unconsciously with a few bounces. Song Fei Yun looked at the backs of their siblings. The corners of her mouth unconsciously brought on a hint of a smile. Just again. She couldn't help but want Ding Ninjia's words. Warm blood looked cute and well-behaved, but it wasn't like what Ding Ninjia said. But, even if it were true, she figured there was always a way to correct it. Wen Yidong could see something wrong with his wife's demeanor, and a rare touch of warmth appeared at the top of his cold brows as he asked, "What's wrong?" Song Fei Yun did not want to speak ill of others behind their backs, and besides, it was the 3.5-year-old cub who was talking about it, or Wen Yidong's favorite niece, but there were some things that were not clear, and it was hard for her to feel at ease. Hesitating again and again, Song Fuyan asked, "How was she doing before you guys found Nguyen Bao?" Before Wen Yidong could say anything, when Nanan poked his head out from the third-floor balcony, "Big brother, come up here." Wen Yidong couldn't be bothered to talk to his wife. He just assumed that she was tired from the long journey and told her to rest early, then went inside, accustomed to Wen Yidong's busy appearance. Song Fei Yun did not grow dissatisfied. Third-floor lab. When Nan handed the Buddha beads in her hand to Wen Yidong and said with a look of frustration, "I've used all the ways, but I can't detect anything." Wen Yidong frowned lightly. "Did I guess wrong? That's not necessarily true." When Nan said, "This Buddha bead does have a very magical power," said when Nan picked up the Buddha bead and put it into the churn next to it. "This churn is specially made. Even diamond can be churned." But a magical scene appeared, only to see this Buddha bead is unharmed. Not only can the churning machine not churn it, but there's no way to break this Buddha bead in any other way. When Nanan threw the Buddha bead onto the blue flame next to him again, the Buddha beads remained unchanged. When Nan concluded, "This Buddha bead is like an invincible shield. There is no way to harm it. It's simply amazing." And Wen Eaton was deep in thought. When Nanan asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" Wen Yidong, "I'm thinking that maybe this Buddha bead has something to do with Nguyen Bao's biological father." When Nan's brows furrowed, his complexion filled with displeasure as he remembered the dog man who had hurt her sister. "Big brother means this Buddha bead is that man gave Nico? We grew up watching Nico. We know best what kind of person she is, and the power of the warm treasure as well as this Buddha bead obviously didn't come from Nico, so it can only come from that man." Even though he had never heard Nico mention that man, Wen Yidong could tell that Nico favored that man. Wen Yidong looked at the dragon mark on the Buddha beads, and vaguely remembered that he seemed to have seen it somewhere. Couldn't he think of it for a moment? Have someone secretly checked this mark on the Buddha beads? Wen Yidong said after a moment of contemplation, "Perhaps, checking the mark will lead to Nico's whereabouts." When Nanan answered, "Good." Nguyen Bao knocked on the door of Wen Qian's room with the piece knot she had prepared, her small face blooming with shyness. "This is my gift to brother." Wen Qian, who had just finished his bath, didn't realize that he had a gift. His stern little face raised a smile. "Thank you Nguyen Bao." Nguyen face was delighted when she saw Wen Chen accepting it, but when she thought of the piece knot that Ding Minjia had thrown away earlier, she reminded, "Brother, don't throw it away." Oh, Vim Kian froze. Numbu added, "If brother doesn't like to wear it, he can put it away, but he can't throw it away. Oh, or something bad will happen." Cousin's aunt just threw away the piece knot, so her leg broke off. "I don't dislike it. This is Nguyen Bao's intention. I will wear it close to me." When Qian didn't know about this outburst from Ding Minjia, he only thought that Nguyen Bao misunderstood himself, so he said in a busy voice. Numbu's eyes smiled little crescents. "Good night then, brother. I have to go find my great aunt and uncle." The gift-giving Numbu bounced away. When Shan looked at Nguyen Bao's cheerful back and smiled, Nguyen Bao came to Song Fei Yun and Wen Yidong's room. She knocked on the door with some hesitation. Song Fei Yun opened the door. Nguyen Bao took a piece knot and handed it over, saying in a milky voice, "Great aunt, this is for you de." Then he said what he had just said to his brother to Song Fei Yun again. Song Fei Yun's expression gave a start. She didn't expect to receive a gift from her juniors. In fact, she also prepared a gift for Nguyen Bao, or she immediately went to a high fashion store to customize a princess dress after learning of Nguyen Bao's existence. But after hearing Ding Minjia's words, she didn't want to spoil the warmer too much, so she wanted to come up with a gift afterward. But now that she saw the gift Numbu had given herself, a twinge of guilt bubbled up in her heart. "Good, I'll keep it well." Song Feiyan smiled warmly. "It just so happens that I have a gift for you as well. Come in." With that, she turned and headed inside. Warm blood took a small leap of faith, then carefully stepped inside. Song Feiyan took out an exquisite brocade box and took out a princess dress from it. The light green gradient poncho dress with small prints embroidered on the collar cuffs and embellished with crushed diamonds at the end of the poncho looks especially high class. While Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up, her grandmother had prepared many pretty little dresses for her, but this princess dress in front of her still caught her eye. "Like it?" Song Fuyun asked with a smile. Numbu nodded. "Love it. Here, let me change you. See if it fits?" Song Feiyun had never seen Warm Bao before, just based on the height of a roughly 3.5-year-old child customized. But the good thing is that she had previously heard Wen Yidong mention that Warm Bao is thinner than an ordinary 3.5-year-old child, so the clothes she deliberately instructed to do a little on the small side. Before Nguyen Bao could refuse, Song Feiyan took off the skirt on her body for Nguyen Bao. Warm blood had a few moments of uneasy trepidation on her face. Ever since she could bathe and change on her own, she didn't want any help. These days, even when grandma wants to help her take a bath and shower, she won't let her, because she was a bit shy, but also because there was something unattractive on her body, like what Wen Kurson called dirt. Song Feiyan didn't pay attention to the warm treasure's wrongness. The room was turned on the heater, and she directly stripped the warm treasure clean. Children's skin was always white and smooth, but Song Feiyan didn't realize that Nguyen Bao's body had so many scars. There were whip marks and stick marks on her back, and some small fingernail-sized burn scars on her lotus root-like arms that looked like cigarette burns. Chapter 31, When Kurson apologizes at the door. Song Feiyun was filled with dismay and shock, dismayed that Nguyen Bao had so many scars on his body, and shocked that someone would do this to a child. Nguyen Bao saw Song Feiyun stay silent for a long time. Her small hands clenched nervously. She was actually just afraid that they would dislike her. "Great auntie, I'm not dirty. These are almost done. They'll be fine in a few days. Don't you mind me?" Nguyen Bao's little milky voice was permeated with a bit of panic. Song Feiyun looked down at Nguyen Bao, only to see her large crystal-clear eyes glistening with tears, her fleshy little face full of nervousness and fear. At this moment, Song Feiyun had long forgotten Ding Minjia's words about Nguyen Bao, and she gently calmed Nguyen Bao. "Nguyen Bao, great auntie doesn't mean to dislike you. Don't be afraid." Only then did Numbo hold back the tears that hadn't yet flowed. Song Feiyun's eyes showed heartache. Looking at Nguyen Bao's appearance just now, it is estimated that no one in the family knows that she still has these scars on her body. She touched the scars on Nguyen Bao's arm and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Warm blood shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. Where can you have so many scars without pain?" Seeing that Nguyen Bao was relieved, Song Feiyun only felt heartbroken. She wanted to ask who was so cruel, but she was afraid of mentioning Nguyen Bao's sadness, so she could only change the topic. "Come on, change into the dress." Song Feiyun also noticed that Nguyen Bao's white and tender little butt had 2 pieces of bruises on it, so it should have fallen on a buttock. She changed Nguyen Bao's clothes gently, afraid of accidentally hurting her, and as it turned out, Song Feiyun was right to make the little dress a little on the small side, and the dress was just the right size for Nguyen Bao to wear. "It's like running out of the forest like a leprechaun. Good looking." Song Feiyun smiled and praised. Nguyen Bao's ebony eyes looked at Song Fuyun without blinking. Song Feiyun noticed Nguyen Bao's gaze. She moved over and asked gently, What's wrong? Numbu shook his head. Great auntie looks like my mom. Although she had never met her mother, she must have been as gentle as her great aunt. Thinking so, Nguyenbao's big eyes rippled with admiration. She misses her mom. A layer of red light flooded the bottom of Song Feiyun's eyes as she rubbed Nguyenbao's head. If your mother were here, she would definitely love you. Natalie loves her daughter so much. How can she give up her warmer? As long as I'm good, mommy will be back for sure. Warmblood said in a milky voice. She'll wait here until her mom comes back for her. Song Feiyun felt a mixture of emotions. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open and Wenidong walked in. Great Uncle Nguyenbao suppressed her thoughts of her mother and smiled sweetly away towards Wenidong. When Wenidong saw Nguyenbao in her new dress, a touch of tenderness crossed his brows and he joked, "Where did this little elf run out from?" With that, he walked over and picked up Warmblood, who burst out laughing. Nguyenbao hugged Wenidong's neck and said sweetly, "It's the dress that great auntie bought for me." The corner of Wenidong's lips hooked up into a light smile. "Your great aunt has always had a good eye." Numbu nodded fervently and said, "Great auntie has a good eye, so she's with great uncle." This is still what she heard from her brother-in-law. Who can have my sister-in-law's good eyesight? Once directly picked my big brother. Song Feiyun snorted out a laugh. The smile under Wenidong's eyes deepened, dotingly scraping Nguyenbao's small nose. You really stayed with Xiao Bei for a long time. Brother-in-law is nice. I like brother-in-law, Nguyenbao said in a good and soft voice. Wenidong raised his eyebrows. Only like your brother-in-law? And great uncle? And second uncle and third uncle? Grandparents? Nguyenbao's ebony eyes turned. A witty face said. Out of the corner of her eye she glanced at her great aunt again. And great aunt, brother Wenqian. I like them all. Well, there's actually brother Jiang. She likes a lot of people. Song Feiyun laughed, rather a Grinch, offending no one. Wenidong smiled as he put that Buddha bead back on Nguyenbao's neck and reminded, "This Buddha bead, Nguyenbao should never take it off in the future. Do you know?" Numbu nodded. Good. Seeing that it was getting late, Wenidong carried Warmbao back to his room to sleep, and when he re-entered the room, he saw Song Feiyun sitting frozen on the edge of the bed. What's wrong? Wenidong felt that his wife was not quite right. Song Feiyun said the scars that Nguyenbao had just seen on her body. Wenidong's complexion suddenly changed. He was a male. It was not very convenient to change Nguyenbao's clothes after all. His mother did want to bathe Nguyenbao several times, but Nguyenbao refused to do so. Originally, they only thought that Nguyenbao was shy, but it seems that Nguyenbao didn't want them to see the scars on her body now. Wenidong's face sank. He knew that Nguyenbao had a bad time at the young family's couple, but he didn't expect that couple to be this heartless. It seems that driving them out of his city is still too light on them. The bottom of Wenidong's eyes flashed with violence. Asterisk. When Huanyan and the wheelchair-bound Ding Minjia walked into the hall with the reluctant Wen Kursen, while at this time the Wen family was laughing and joking together, Nguyenbao was sitting next to Wen Qian, who was explaining to Nguyenbao with a storybook. Wen Kuxian's eyes lit up when she saw Wen Qian and joyfully called out, "Brother!" Wen Qian smiled at Wen Kuxian, but Nguyenbao beside Wen Qian twisted his head and did not look at Wen Kuxian, and even used a small milky voice to give a hard hum. She remembered Wen Kursen calling her a bastard, and break the gift that brother Jiang gave her. Wen Kuxian didn't expect Nguyenbao to play a temper tantrum with herself. She stomped her little legs and followed with a hard hum. Warm blood hummed through his nose again. Wen Qian looked at the two children's gambling appearance and lost his smile. What's going on here? He didn't know yet that Nguyenbao and Wen Kuxian had had a bad experience. Ding Minjia saw the crowd for her leg injury did not even ask a question. Her face with a few points of unhappiness, and seeing Nguyenbao this kind of impolite behavior, the bottom of her eyes cold for a few points. Uncles and aunts, I heard that Xin and Nguyenbao made a bit of a mess, and today specially brought Xin over to apologize with Nguyenbao. Saying that, she and Wen Huanyan looked at Wen Kuxian together. Wen Kuxian remembered her mom and dad's words and flattened her mouth in aggravation, saying towards Nguyenbao, "I'm sorry." Nguyenbao looked at Wen Kuxian. His mouth moved without speaking. She didn't blame Wen Kuxian for pushing herself or scolding her, but she shouldn't have broken brother Zhang's gift and her apology was insincere. When Kuxian saw that she had apologized and Nguyenbao still didn't say anything, her eyes instantly reddened in a circle. Heck, she wouldn't have apologized to the little bastard if mom and dad hadn't forced her to. Ding Minjia became more and more displeased with Nguyenbao. She forced down her anger and asked, "Nguyenbao refused to forgive sister? Although there was a bit of unpleasantness between you, but children are not just playing around. Nguyenbao is so petty. Sister didn't even blame you for biting her hand." Chapter 32. Aunt and uncle come to the door to ask for forgiveness. Before Nguyenbao could speak, Ning Shuyuan looked at Ding Minjia with an unkind gaze and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by that?" Ding Minjia said, "Auntie, I don't have any other meaning. Xin was only in a moment of anger yesterday and Nguyen Bao got into a conflict. Besides, Xin was also bitten by Nguyen Bao. Xin apologized. Does Nguyen Bao also have to apologize to Xin? Nguyen Bao looked at Ding Minjia. She was puzzled. But sister did something wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Ding Minjia was nearly infuriated as she said, You bit Xinshin. Nguyen Bao said, I bit my sister because she scolded me, pushed me, and broke the model brother Jiang gave me. Ding Minjia's face instantly turned ugly. When Ku Xin stuck her small waist again and shouted, If you don't take my things, I won't scold you. I didn't rob anything. Numbu corrected. You do. You're a little wild child who specializes in robbing people. A bad child. When Ku Xin once again cursed verbally, when Sua and the others' faces changed, even the unknown Song Fian and Wen Qian didn't look too good. When Ku Xin, what nonsense are you talking? When Huanyan's face turned white and he slapped Wen Ku Xin directly on her back, quickly apologized to Nguyen Bao. When Ku Xin wailed, although Ding Minjiao was heartbroken, she also knew that this was not the time to comfort her daughter. She was thinking about how to explain when she heard Wen Yibei's sneering voice. Brother Sun Yen, you taught your daughter to say wild seed on purpose, right? If your family looks down on us, you don't have to interact with us anymore. Wen Yibei's voice was extremely cold. Xiao Bei, this is a misunderstanding. I don't know where Ku Xin learned her words. It was obviously a cold day. But when Huanyan was covered in cold sweat, Ding Ninja's face was flustered as she said, Yes, how could we possibly teach Xinshin to say such things? It must be someone else abetting Xinshin. Ning Shuyuan fiercely got up and said in a deep voice, When Nico disappeared and your family sent your daughter over for a purpose, I don't want to say anything more. We've been kind to you for the past few years, so in the future, you guys take care of yourselves. Auntie. When Huanyan's face was especially ugly, he had obviously come to apologize. How did he end up like this? He couldn't imagine the look on mom and dad's faces if they found out that he had fallen out with the main family. Come on man, send the guests away. When Suwa called out directly and simply, Ding Minjia was completely flustered this time. She didn't want to divide herself from the main family. Uncle, aunt, it's us who didn't teach Xinshin well. We'll be sure to be strict in the future. Seeing that when Suwa and Ning Shuyuan were unmoved, she looked at Song Feiyan again. Sister-in-law, you've watched our Xinshin grow up. What kind of nature she has? You should know. Song Feiyan see when Curson seems to have been scared blinded. Face white, tears in the eye sockets. Poor look but let her cannot bear it. She was about to say something, but saw when he dong through her don't care gaze. She can only skim away the line of sight. She was good-natured and had gotten along well with Ding Minjia over the years, but that didn't mean she was a cutie. What Ding Minjia said before was nothing more than trying to make her dissatisfied with Nguyen Bao, and now it seems to be really ill-intentioned. Just before the family of three was kicked out, the housekeeper hurriedly came to report. Sir, madam. A couple outside claimed to be Little Miss's aunt and uncle and wanted to see Little Miss. When Suwa frowned and was about to say that he didn't see them, but when Idong's eyebrows moved as he said, Let them come in. When Suwa met Wen Idong's gaze and did not object, the butler sniffed and went to call the man in, while Wen Nan, who was next to him, noticed that Ding Minjia looked different. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Not long after, Yang Mingjun and Li Suwa walked in with Qianbao. They saw such a big house for the first time, staring unseeingly, especially Qianbao with a pair of small eyes to see dazzled. The moment Yang Mingjun saw Nguyenbao, he immediately pounced on him and called out with a heart full of joy, Nguyenbao, uncle can finally see you. Their family of three was ordered to be evicted by one, and when he was desperate, someone told him to come to Nguyen Bao's door and ask him to find Nguyen Bao, and as long as Nguyen Bao forgave him, then not only could their family continue to stay in Yi City, but they might even be able to make a fortune off of Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao ducked into Wen Qian's arms in fear the moment Yang Mingjun pounced on him, his little body that had been fattened up during this time shivering lightly. No matter how long it had been, the figure of her uncle was always terrifying in her mind. Wen Qian immediately hugged Nguyen Bao, his small hand patting Nguyen Bao's back gently as he looked at Yang Mingjun with a cold gaze. When Wenisi saw Yang Mingjun rushing over, he lifted up and kicked, and yelled, What the hell? Yang Mingjun was kicked to the ground. Li Suhua was startled. Originally also followed towards the warm treasure's feet instantly stopped, fearing that the next turn will be their own. These days she suffered a lot of pain, but cannot afford to suffer this kick. After when Ishi kicked, he was still afraid of leaving a bad impression in Nguyen Bao's heart. Who knew that when he looked up, he saw Nguyen Bao's eyes shining brightly as he looked at him. Nguyen Bao thought to himself that his third uncle was so powerful. Ezra Win. Yang Mingjun managed to cover his stomach and stand up. He forced down the blood that churned up in his throat and looked at Wen Suoi and said, Mr. What? I'm Nguyen Bao's uncle. I've been raising her for so many years, I don't have any credit, but I also have hard work. Hard labor? What do you mean? When eBay sneered and looked at young Mingjun, does it mean either beating or scolding Nguyenbao? Or that you guys coveted Nguyenbao's house and kicked her out? It was me who lost my head for a moment before. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I'll treat Nguyenbao well in the future. Yang Mingjun cried with a handful of tears and snot. He looked at Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao, can you forgive uncle? Your grandfather is watching from heaven. His old man must want our uncle and nephew to make up. A few rare moments of daze appeared on Nguyenbao's little face, and her little hand clutched the hem of her skirt helplessly. Grandpa. Ning Shuyuan noticed the change in Nguyenbao's complexion. She reached out and picked Nguyenbao up from the sofa, soothingly saying, "Baby, grandma's here. Don't be afraid." Seeing that Nguyenbao's expression seemed to have loosened up, Li Suwa immediately said, "Nguyenbao, Auntie also knows that it's wrong. Auntie shouldn't be so strict with you." She also turned to Wen Sui and others, vocalized, "You misunderstand. Where do we give up on Nguyenbao hands? Just our husband and wife to discipline the child is more strict. Nguyenbao, this child in disobedience, usually like to steal small. You say she is a small age. I cannot properly control it, otherwise grow up, not become a scourge in society. I am for her good." Chapter 33. Someone instructed them to come to the door to find warmongers. Before the Wen family could speak, Ding Minjia pointedly said, "Nguyenbao, her aunt is right. The child is to be disciplined a little stricter, otherwise the child will grow up and blame us as parents." When Huanyan's face shook as he fiercely reached out and yanked down Ding Minjia's elbow, scolding in a deep voice, "What's the matter with you? Shut the hell up." Ding Minjia glanced at Wen Huanyan and shut her mouth in indignation, becoming more and more certain that Nguyenbao was an uneducated thief. Hoping that the Wen family would recognize Nguyenbao's true nature and kick him out, Song Fei Yun sank her color and said to Li Suhua, "Your stricter is to beat the child all over his body without a single piece of good flesh on his body?" If she hadn't seen the injuries on Warmblood, she would have believed these two. What kind of injury? Ning Shuyuan and Wen Sui asked in unison. Song Fei Yun took Nguyenbao's hand and pulled up the sleeve. Those nail-cap-sized burn marks looked shocking on the white and tender little arm. Seeing this scene, Ning Shuyuan let out a cry of shock and hugged Nguyenbao as tears fell from her eyes. "My treasure." Nguyenbao knew that her grandmother's heart ached for her, and she wiped the tear stains from Ning Shuyuan's face and milked it. "Grandmother, I'm not in pain." Listening to Nguyenbao knowingly and nicely comforting herself, Ning Shuyuan felt like a knife was lynching herself. The person she hated to hold in her hands day and night had been abused by someone else in this way, and there were still many injuries on her body that she didn't know about. The Wen family members clenched their fists, glaring angrily at young Mingjun and his wife, their teeth clenched, itching to cut them alive. "Is this how you mistreat Nguyenbao?" Winnie ESI questioned. Li Suwa shivered. Yang Mingjun blanched and shrugged off. "This is surely some misunderstanding. We absolutely did not abuse the warm treasure." Li Suwa hurriedly said, Yes, we didn't mistreat Nguyenbao. Last time Nguyenbao stole my money, I was also angry before I hit a few times." Nguyenbao's round eyes looked at Li Suwa and said, "I didn't steal anything. I didn't steal any money." Li Suwa, look. It's obvious that the money was turned over from her, and she's still dead set on denying it. This kid has been a liar since she was a kid. Numbu, however, justified himself by saying, "That money was given to me by my brother-in-law. I did not steal it from you." Li Suwa only felt that Nguyenbao was being unreasonable. Where in the world is there such a coincidence? If you didn't steal it, who else could have stolen it? When Yidong noticed Qianbao revealing a look of weakness, a hint of coldness spreading at the corner of his mouth, "Who stole it? Why don't you ask your son?" Li Suwa subconsciously looked at Qianbao. Qianbao's eyes rolled. His heart was full of weakness. What else did she not understand? And at that moment, she said not lightly, "You dead child, so it was you who took it." The truth came out, but Qianbao didn't panic at all. His mouth yelled, "I'm the one who took it." "So what? You're the one who said that everything in the house is mine." "Nguyenbao, this little wild seed, is living such a good life now. I want to live a good life as well. All of her things are mine. They're mine. You dead child, don't shut up." Li Suwa hurriedly went to cover Qianbao's mouth. Qianbao shook off Li Suwa's hand. "Mom, you lied. You said you would sell the warmer and buy me a small car." "I don't care. I want a small car." The Wen family's faces changed in unison. Abuse was one thing, trafficking was another. Coldness rose at the bottom of Wen Sua's dark eyes. He suppressed his anger and looked at Nguyenbao, asking softly, "Nguyenbao, tell Grandpa, is this true?" Numbu nodded. "My aunt and uncle wanted to give me away. That one was a bad man. I didn't like it, so I ran away. Yang Ningjuan's face was ashen. Li Suhua still tried to argue. How can Manager Jane be a bad person? He is a bank manager. His family has money, and we are also doing this for Nguyen Bao to have a good life in the future. When Ibe couldn't bear it anymore and went up to Li Suhua and slapped her hard. I never hit women. You're the first. Li Suhua was knocked to the ground, her head spinning. Immediately after that, Yang Mingjun was punched and kicked by Wen Ibe to teach him a hard lesson. Add me. When ESI joined the fray, when Nan followed suit and rubbed over, when Idong's face was cold, and he also followed with 2 kicks, and after collecting his feet, he was still the same calm and steady as a mountain. General Manager 1. Li Suhua as a woman. Though when family brothers are not good to take action, she looked at Yang Mingjun was beaten, afraid to call out, help there is no king's law. You, Song Fian arrived at the battlefield, and she slapped Li Suhua left and right, slapping her so hard that she could barely see the stumps. Wan Qian, when he saw his father move his feet, he thought nothing of it. Seeing his mother's hands, his small head hides a big shock, the first time he felt that the always gentle mother is so strong and tall. Hate his age, otherwise he would also want to rush up to teach this unscrupulous couple a hard lesson. Beside her, Ding Mingjia looked dazedly at Song Feiyun, who had always shown gentleness. Was this really the Song Feiyun she knew? She remembered that she had fooled the other party 3 or 4 times, and felt that her cheeks also hurt a little. When Kuxian had long been hiding behind Ding Mingjia in fear, her small hands tugging at Ding Mingjia's clothes in death. On the contrary, Nguyen Bao, who was being held by Ning Shuyuan, opened his big round eyes and looked at his great-aunt with a face of admiration. Wow, great-auntie, that's so mushy. I can't believe I can beat my aunt, the Great Witch. Ning Shuyuan was originally worried that Nguyen Bao would be afraid, but when she looked at Nguyen Bao's clenched little fists and admiring face, she burst into tears. Soon, Mr. and Mrs. Yang Mingjun were sent to the police station with swollen noses and swollen faces packed by the Wen family bodyguards. Waiting for them is jail time. Xian Bao, on the other hand, was sent to Li Suhua's mother's house. That's an afterthought. Of course, Nguyen Bao came out of Ning Shuyuan's arms and walked over to Song Feiyun, holding her hands and asking in a milky voice, Great Aunt, do your hands and arms hurt? Nguyen Bao will give you a huff. Song Feiyun heartwarm. As a mother, she most cannot see the abuse of children. The couple even want to sell the warm treasure. Just full of anger is difficult to suppress, and even like a shrew like hitting, but she did not regret, only feel the pleasure. Warm blood be good. I don't hurt. She touched Nguyen Bao's little hair bun and smiled a gentle smile. What a good baby they even tolerate hands. Song Feiyun again feel just a dozen slaps hit less. When Ibe looked at Nguyen Bao, there's still me, why don't you ask me, little uncle, who Nguyen Bao ran towards Wen Ibe with his little short legs and who hooted his hands for him, warmly exhaling with a milky scent. Wen Ibe had a face of enjoyment. When Ishi was not happy, picked up Nguyen Bao and said invitingly, baby, there's still me When Nanan also went up and eyed Nguyen Bao, Numbu huffed over one by one, not feeling tired at all, and played around with his 3 uncles. When Huanyan looked at Nguyen Bao's innocent and flawless smile and smiled along with her, then remembered that couple and said with righteous indignation, I didn't expect that the uncle and aunt who adopted Nguyen Bao were such people. These years have really suffered Nguyen Bao. When Idong glanced at Ding Mingjia, who was silent and trying to minimize her presence, and frost colored the bottom of his eyes as he said, when that couple was sent to the police station, they said that someone instructed them to come to the door to look for Nguyen Bao. Sun Yen. Who do you think it was? Chapter 34, this is supposed to be a warm treasure. When Sun Yen froze, completely unaware of why Wen Yidong suddenly snapped at him. When Suai is so keen, his sharp eyes looked at Wen Huanyan and Ding Mingjia. When he saw that Ding Mingjia's expression was not right, he understood at once, and at that moment, he said in a deep voice, Huanyan, we have treated you well all these years, haven't we? When Sun Yen hurriedly returned, Uncle is like our regenerative parent. Their family is rich today because of the Lord's family. When Sua's eagle eyes blazed up, so this is how you repay us? Uncle, what does that mean? When Huanyan's face was filled with a puzzled look, he suddenly noticed Wen Yidong's gaze towards Ding Mingjia. Wen Yidong's question just now resounded in his mind. He looked at his wife on his side with disbelief. Did you instruct that couple to come to the door? Ding Mingjia panicked when Wen Yidong looked over, and when she heard Wen Sua's question, this panic could no longer be concealed, and she stammered, I didn't do it on purpose. I just saw them being pitiful, and thought that there was some kind of misunderstanding, and I really didn't think that they would mistreat Nguanbao. She knew that since Wen Yidong had said it, she must have already found out, and she didn't dare to argue any further. Ning Shuyuan looked at the bottom of Ding Mingjia's eyes as a touch of mockery crossed her eyes. Do you think we don't know what you're playing at? When Huanyan's face was ironic, and Ding Mingjia was trembling, although you are also surnamed One, but in the end separated by a tang word. These years we have been benevolent to you. In the future there is no need. There is no need to come to the door again. When Suo glanced at Wen Huanyan, even though he didn't despise this cousin-nephew, he wasn't thin on him either. Ding Minjia was like falling into an ice cave, and her mouth followed the light trembling under the extreme fear. Uncle, I'm wrong, I won't dare again. Enough. When Huanyan coldly interrupted Ding Minjia's words, he swept his eyes at Ding Minjia without temperature, then bowed towards Wen Suo, Ning Shuyuan and the others. I'm sorry uncle and aunt, it's me who didn't discipline them well. I promise that there will never be a second time. After saying that, Wen Huanyan pulled one person away, not looking at Ding Minjia again the entire time. Sun Yen. Ding Minjia equals couldn't care less about Wen Suo and the others, and hurriedly chased towards Wen Sun Yen. Sun Yen. Wen Sun Yen. Ding Minjia chased out in her wheelchair, seeing Wen Huanyan's side face cold as frost. Her voice unconsciously lightened its tone. Don't ignore me, I know that this time it is my fault. You don't worry. I will definitely beg for forgiveness from my uncle and aunt. It's not necessary. When Huanyan's footsteps stopped, his gaze slightly cold as he met Ding Minjia's line of sight. Don't bother them anymore, lest you dirty their eyes. Ding Minjia's pupils gradually widened, indignantly said, Wen Huanyan, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I dirty their eyes? Who am I doing this for? It's not for you and xin. Don't you know what's good for you? When Sun Yen clenched his hands tightly, the veins between his forehead bulging slightly, and said sarcastically, for me? How about for your own glory and wealth? Ding Minjia, you still don't know the error of your ways until now. Forget it, I have nothing to say to you. Divorce. Ding Minjia stared incredulously and growled. Wen Huanyan, are you crazy? You want to divorce me? The child belongs to me. You behave yourself in the future. When Huanyan held the scared and stupid one person and sat on the car, he always knew that Ding Minjia loved vanity, and also knew that she had a lot of problems, but it's always a few years of husband and wife, and there is a daughter, but nowadays he can't care about so much. Ding Minjia sat stiffly in her wheelchair, watching the car sail away. She suddenly realized that Wen Huanyan was not joking. He really wants to divorce himself, but how can this be done? If she divorces Wen Huanyan, there is nothing left. Until this moment, Ding Minjia was truly afraid. She is not a rich girl, she can have today. All rely on her husband as Wen Sun Yen, and now he mentioned divorce. Song Faiyan came to see the pale Ding Minjia. She naturally heard the words of Wen Huanyan just now, but she has always stayed out of other people's family affairs. She just pitted Wen Kursen, sister-in-law. Ding Minjia looked over at Song Faiyan and called out in a hoarse voice. Song Faiyan handed over the gift box in his hand. This is the princess tiara I bought for Kuxin. Take it back. After all, she took care of Wen Kuxin for several years. No feelings are never possible. Just poor children at a young age have to face these. Ding Minjia's eyes lit up, hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Song Faiyan's hand, begging, sister-in-law, you help me. Sun Yen is going to divorce me. You help me talk to him about whether he is good or not, as well as aunts and uncles. I will never make a mess in the future. You help me to talk about it, so that they can forgive me. As long as they forgave her this time, then Wen Huanyan wouldn't divorce her. Song Faiyan pulled away Ding Minjia's hand and refused. This is something that I can't possibly help you with. I really know I'm wrong. I did that all for xin, because I was jealous of Nguyen stealing xin's favor. By now you're still talking about robbing? From the beginning to the end, Numbu didn't rob Kagome of her favor because it was Numbu's in the first place. Ding Minjia's heart tightened, secretly thinking to stabilize Song Faiyan before saying anything else. So she said, yes, it's all Nguyenbao's, but sister-in-law, Xinshin is the one you've watched grow up. Can't you bear to see her parents separated? Perhaps it's a good thing for Kuxin to leave a mother like you. Song Faiyan placed the gift box on Ding Minjia's wheelchair, then left without looking back. Ding Minjia did not expect Song Faiyan to be so hard-hearted. Looking at the gift box in front of her, she raised it and was ready to throw it, but then thought, Song Faiyan every time to send something is extremely expensive. In the end do not want to give up, can only put away the gift box. She raised her eyes and accidentally saw Nguyenbao in front of the floor landing window on the first floor. She was holding a small soccer ball in her hands, her bright big eyes looking at her. Ding Minjia remembered that she had ended up like this all because of Nguyenbao, so she no longer hid it, and looked at Nguyenbao with malice in her heart. How is it that she didn't find the little wild thing first? And if she did, a resentful thought rose in the back of his mind. However, soon she noticed Wenbei standing behind Nguyenbao, always unruly and untamed. His eyebrows were unusually cold watching her. Ding Minjia's heart thumped, turning the wheelchair hurriedly left. Wenbei silently withdrew his line of sight, bent down to pick up Nguyenbao, and softly asked, what are you thinking about? That cousin auntie dislikes me a lot. Nguyenbao hugged the soccer ball with one hand and hugged Wenbei's neck with the other, whispering. Not everyone liked her, but she could sense that her cousin's aunt hated herself very, very much, just like her aunt did back then, when eBay reached out and scraped the bridge of Nwanbao's little nose, dotingly saying, "Little greedy, having so many of us like it isn't enough?" Warmblood spat out his little tongue in embarrassment. Not far away, when Ning Shuyuan saw this scene, her tightly furrowed brows spread out and came to rest, and a pleased smile was on her face. Since Nico's disappearance, she had been insane and lucid at times, and occasionally when she was lucid, she would think of her 3 sons, and the one she thought of the most was Junior. Not in blame, but in debt. If she had been a little firmer, maybe Nico wouldn't have disappeared and the other children wouldn't have fallen into despair. Chapter 35, The Baby Feeds Grandma Sweeter. Ning Shuyuan still remembered Xiao Xi's disoriented appearance on the day Nico disappeared. As if the whole world had gone dark, he stood in despair at the place where Nico had disappeared for a day and a night without leaving, and if Xiao Dong hadn't pulled him away, he probably would have stood there until he collapsed. She had actually known what her children were doing all these years, and it was because of it that she felt even more indebted. The boss takes over the company and expands Win day and night. The second became a MSF doctor, putting life and death at risk. Lao San used to shoot 1 or 2 movies a year, but now he shoots 20 out of 24 hours a day. Junior lives a decadent life with a group of friends. Different they are, yet they have the same thing, and that is to utilize their different areas, and both are looking for a sister. "Mom," when Idong came to Ning Shuyuan's side and reminded in a low voice, "It's time to take your medicine." Ning Shuyuan hadn't suffered any more mental disorders since returning home, but the doctor still told her to take the medication for a while just to be on the safe side, and to wait until there was no problem at all before she was weaned off the medication. Ning Shuyuan's gaze remained fixed on Wanibei and Wanbo as she softly said, "Look, how happy they are having fun." When Idong followed Ning Shuyuan's gaze to Wanbao, the corners of his mouth rising slightly with a hint of gentleness. "Now it's just a matter of Nico." Ning Shuyuan looked at Wanidong with a gentle expression and said, "Boss, the family has been thanks to you all these years. Mom thanks you. Over the years, I'm afraid this family would have really fallen apart without Wanidong." Of the 4 brothers, Wanidong was the most tired. Not only did he have to be busy with Wen's business, he also had to take care of the family and look after the others. Even when he knew that his second was in a zone of danger, he would take the time to visit. And a lot of these are things that Ning Shuyuan should have done. "Mom, these are all things I should do." When Idong glanced at Wen Suo, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, but the corner of his eyes were trying to stretch this way, and the corner of his mouth added with an unabated smile, "And Dad has done no less than I have." The bodyguards around Lao Er were handpicked by his father, and he was afraid that Lao Er would be unhappy, so he instructed the bodyguards to be careful with their disguises. Lao San does not like others to interfere in his affairs. Father every time to secretly go to visit the class. Xiao Si pays attention to the big, most dislike father. Father can only secretly attention to Xiao Si. At the mention of Wen Suo, Ning Shuyuan, who originally looked gentle, immediately made a stern face and let out a cold snort. That's what he should do. If it wasn't for him, her voice came to an abrupt end, and not only Wen Suo, Nico's disappearance was also unrelated to her. Ning Shuyuan's expression stiffened as she thought of this, her hands trembling slightly, just as her emotions were about to get out of control. A small soft and warm hand held her cold hand, and she subconsciously looked down at the warm treasure that had come to her side at some point. Nguyen Bao's big bright eyes blinked, and her other little hand held a shiny candy and handed it to Ning Shuyuan. "Grandma, eat." Meeting Nguyen Bao's line of sight, Ning Shuyuan's restless heart was instantly soothed. She squatted down to be level with Nguyen Bao and called in a trembling tone, "Baby, Grandma, eat candy. It's sweet and you can be happy." Nguyen Bao tilted her little head and said, she acutely sensed that her grandmother was unhappy, so she gave her grandmother the candy that Brother Wenxian had given her in the morning and that she hadn't bothered to eat. She didn't want to see her grandmother unhappy. Nguyen Bao plucked the candy's wrapping with his little hand, then fed the candy to Ning Shuyuan. "Grandma, is it sweet?" Ning Shuyuan felt the sweetness in her mouth, but her heart spread with bitterness. But looking at Nguyen Bao's bright, big eyes, she smiled. "Sweet, what the baby feeds to grandma is even sweeter." Numbu smiled with an arched eyebrow. When Idong was relieved to see his mother recover, just now he thought she was going to relapse again. Luckily he had a warmer. Not far away from the Wen Suo lifted the heart also followed put back. Personally saw his wife crazy look, he did not want to experience once again. In the evening, under Ning Shuyuan's strong request, Nguyen Bao only had to agree to her helping with the bath. Standing naked in the small bathtub, Nguyen Bao was a little embarrassed. Since she could remember, the only person who helped her bathe was her grandfather. When Ning Shuyuan saw the scars on Nguyen Bao's body, her face was ironic and vaguely stormy. How dare they? Nguyen Bao saw that her grandmother kept staring at the scars on her arms and whispered, "Grandma, these will be healed soon. I don't feel any pain." Ning Shuyuan held Nguyen Bao tightly. I'm sorry baby, it's grandma who's late. Nguyen shook his head and reached out to wipe the tear tracks on Ning Shuyuan's face, his little milky voice dripping with seriousness as he said, grandmother didn't come too late. And Nguyen Bao is already happy to be able to stay by grandmother's side. Looking at Nguyen Bao, who was trying to comfort herself, Ning Shuyuan's heart was sour and sweet as she said, then the baby promises grandma that it will always stay by her side, okay? Natalie's whereabouts are unknown to this day, and she can't withstand the warmth of leaving. Good Numbu nodded vigorously. In the future, if you are accidentally injured, you should also tell grandma in time, okay? I know. When Nguyen Bao finished his bath, Ning Shuyuan took out the ointment to put it on Nguyen Bao, because she didn't know that Nguyen Bao was injured before and hadn't been applying the medicine, but now that she knew it, she definitely needed to use the best ointment to put it on so that it wouldn't leave a scar. The next day, Wen's group, chairman's office, when Sui and Wen Yidong sat on the sofa, and Ah Liang reported, Yang Mingjun and Li Suhua, husband and wife, were sentenced to 15 years in prison for altering the real estate license, child abuse, and child trafficking on several counts together. When Suhua frowned slightly, last night his wife cried all night after helping Nguyen Bao to take a bath. He also sat quietly in the living room all night, constantly thinking back to that year. If he had not forcefully let Nick to abort, Nick would not have lived in the fragrant garden, and would not have disappeared, and Nguyen Bao would not have been abused, and she would have been the unique little princess of the Wen family. When Yidong's eyes saw Wen Suo revealing a pained expression, he frowned slightly and said, Dad, there is no need to think about the past. What is important is the present. After Natalie's disappearance, her father, who was originally tall and dignified, seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, and he suffered not half as much as they did, even needing to see a psychiatrist often for a while. The appearance of Numbu saved many people, including the father. When Suan nodded, you're right, now that Numbu was back, he would never let anyone hurt her again. Sir, there is one more thing, Ah Liang hesitantly said. Li Suhua mouthed that Jane manager has also been arrested. According to the investigation of his perennial involvement in child trafficking, sold the children bought to Burma, several years of child trafficking in 20 or 30, and even his hands there are several human lives, including children. When Suwa smashed the teacup in his hand hard on the ground and said in a cold and deep voice, it's still too cheap to send them in. If the warm treasure did not escape that day, then it is very likely that this person will be sold to Burma. What you can do with that place when you sell it is self-evident. Thinking of this, Wen Yidong's hand on his leg suddenly clenched. Manager Jane was arrested. The death penalty did not escape. As for Mr. and Mrs. Yang Mingjun, Chapter 36 Jiang Pei Xing, this kid has malicious intentions. Wen Yidong's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said to Ah Liang, have someone take good care of them in jail. The voice was like a bone-crushing cold. Ah Liang said, don't worry, Mr. What? I've already ordered it down. Such people are not worthy of death. Ah Liang do things. The Wen family father and son are very satisfied. After solving these people, Wen Yidong thought of last night's wife mentioned Nguyen Bao's schooling problem. To Wen Sui, Dad, Nguyen Bao is now 3.5 years old. After the year, is it necessary to arrange for enrollment in kindergarten? Wen Suo's heart thumped. He hadn't really thought about the issue of Nguyen Bao's schooling, only to hear Wen Yidong continue. Forging Clouds analyzed several kindergartens, and felt that Bell Kindergarten was better. Bell Kindergarten is a private aristocratic institution. Not only the teaching is first class, but also good privacy. Many upper-class people choose this school, and since the school was founded, there has never been any social disputes problems. It is very trustworthy. The most important thing is that Bell Kindergarten is close to home. Numbu enrolls in school and still has to go through the insertion process. I will deal with the leaders on the school side. Warm Blood started school a semester later than others, and now enrollment can only be inserted into the class. When Suwa frowned, the baby is still young. It's fine to go back on in the second half of the year. The most important thing is that Nguyen Bao has just come back, and he doesn't want to let Nguyen Bao go to school. Wen Yibei disapproved. Dad, Nguyen Bao is already half a year later than other children. This is another year later. I'm afraid it's not very good. What's wrong with that? When the time comes, just let the baby skip a grade directly. When Suwa said crossly, the baby is so smart. Not to mention skipping kindergarten, even skipping to elementary school, no one would dare say anything. This is not that when Suwa boasted. After all, nowadays many children of Nguyen Bao's age are not familiar with the world. But Nguyen Bao is different. Not only does she know how to behave well, but she also can't forget. Not to mention that she also has a special ability. Wen Yidong, Dad, Nguyen Bao's age is when she likes to play around. Kindergarten has a good atmosphere. There are many children to play with her. Besides, kindergarten isn't a one-way street. She still spends most of her time at home. Warm flint oil and salt, there's no need to say anything, the baby goes to school later. Wen Yidong. Better ask Nguyenbao to see if she wants to go to kindergarten? Asterisk. In response to Wen Yidong's proposal for Nguyenbao to attend kindergarten, the 9 members of the Wen family started a meeting. Ning Shuyuan shared Wen Suo's thoughts and didn't want Nguyenbao to go to kindergarten. She just hated to carry Nguyenbao on the waistband of her pants at all times. But she still respected Nguyenbao's thoughts and asked Nguyenbao, "Nguyenbao, do you want to go?" Before Nguyenbao could speak, Wen Suo was the first to speak. "Baby, if you don't want to go, you don't have to go. There's nothing to go to kindergarten for. Your grandpa is right. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go." It was rare for Ning Shuyuan to once again be on the same page as Wen Suo. Eldon 1. He glanced at Wen Suo. He could not remember much about his own childhood, but he remembered clearly when the oldest 2, the oldest 3, and the youngest 4 went to kindergarten. All of them were not crying and wailing, especially the youngest 4, who was splashing and rolling, but was still thrown into the kindergarten by the iron-faced and heartless Wen Suo. And even then, both Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan hoped that the kindergarten would be on for 7 days in a row, not on vacation. Nguyenbao's big bright eyes blinked and carefully said, "But I want to go. I want to go to kindergarten." She wanted to be like the other kids. She couldn't help but stop and look twice every time she used to pass by the nursery. She wanted so much to be one of those playful kids. Both Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan didn't expect Nguyenbao to want to go to kindergarten. After all, in their impression, children don't seem to like going to kindergarten. Even the well-behaved Nico, as a child, dawdled every time she went to kindergarten. Wen Yibei was the first to support Nguyenbao. "Nguyenbao can go on if he wants to. I'll support you." Song Fei Yun, the teachers at Bell Kindergarten are all extremely kind and gentle, so Nguyenbao definitely won't be bullied there. Wen Xian, I also support my sister. Wen Nanan, second uncle, also supports Warmblood. Wen Ishi, Dad, Mom, Nguyenbao can go to kindergarten if she likes. There are many kindergartners. She'll like it. Wen Suo crossed her eyes. "Assholes, you guys think that your mom and I don't agree with the baby going to kindergarten. We're just afraid that she won't like it." Ning Shuyuan touched Nguyenbao's little hair bun and said lovingly, "Since baby likes it, then go. Grandma will always support baby." Nguyenbao smiled with curved eyebrows. The small pair swirls at the corners of his mouth are cute and soulful. Milky voice, "Thank you, Grandma, thank you all. I will study hard and strive to get a little red flower every day." Holding a small fist trying to vote to everyone, Nguyenbao was too cute. Wen Yibei thief rare to pick up Nguyenbao. "Then Nguyenbao can work hard. I can wait for your little red flower." Warmblood's little milky voice responded with a bite. "No problem, she'll definitely work on it." Everyone was amused by the warmer. In the afternoon, Wen Xian stood in the yard with Nguyenbao playing kickball, and when Wen Xian scored a goal, Nguyenbao applauded. "Brother is great. Awesome." That excited little look was as if he had scored himself. Nguyenbao hugged the water bottle and ran towards Wen Xian with his short legs. "Brother, drink water." "Thank you, sister." Wen Xian took the kettle and took a sip of the warm water. Nguyenbao took out her own little handkerchief again to wipe Wen Xian's sweat. Only she was half a small body shorter than Wen Xian, and she could only wipe Wen Xian's chin by standing on her tiptoes. Wen Xian looked at his sister's sweet and lovely appearance. The smile at the bottom of his eyes seemed like ink melting away. He bent down and put his face in front of Nguyenbao. Only then did Nguyenbao carefully wipe off the sweat stains for Wen Xian. "All right, thank you, sister." Wen Xian touched Nguyenbao's head. "Sister kicks the ball, but I won't." "It's okay, I'll teach you." Wen Xian put down the kettle, pulling Nguyenbao to the side to learn to kick the ball. And when Nguyenbao learned, and put a river of water, so that Nguyenbao scored a goal. Wen Xian quipped, "Sister is awesome." Nguyenbao smiled sweetly. Her afterglow caught a glimpse of someone passing by not far away, and she hurriedly beckoned and called out in a high voice, "Brother Pei Xing." Zhang Peixing followed suit and waved at Nguyenbao, the corners of his mouth rising. Nguyenbao, seeing Wen Xian who was standing guard, he politely greeted, "Brother Wen Xian." Wen Xian is 1 year older than Zhang Peixing. Both have their own mission, too little to play together, so the two are not very close. But the politeness of meeting is still all there. Wen Xian casually asked, "Where is Xing going?" Zhang Peixing glanced at the soccer ball in the middle of Nguyenbao and Wen Xian, his eyes slightly drooping as he said, "I was bored at home, so I walked around." Nguyenbao saw that Brother Peixing didn't even have anyone to play with and thought of herself in the past, and immediately extended an invitation to Brother Peixing. "Then Brother Peixing doesn't have anything to do. Do you want to play ball with us?" A light flashed between Zhang Peixing's eyes. "If Nguyenbao and Brother Wen Xian don't mind, I'm fine with it." Nguyen Bao immediately. Don't mind, did Pei Xing brother quickly come in? Wen Qian, don't think he just didn't see Jiang Pei Xing. This kid's eyes flashed through the success. What idle boredom at home. As the future helmsman of the Jiang family, where there is idle boredom, clearly is intentional. Wait, this kid didn't pass by on purpose and then wait to hang out with them, did he? Ha, Jiang Pei Xing, this kid has malicious intentions. Chapter 37, Nguyen Bao is going to kindergarten. Jiang Pei Xing joined the kicking team, soon showed off a few fancy goal method. Straight to Nguyen Bao, excited little hands are clapping red. A pair of clean big eyes full of adoration for Jiang Pei Xing. On the side, Wen Qian secretly poked and sneered. Brother together. Although brother Pei Xing had joined him, Nguyen Bao would not ignore his own brother and happily greeted Wen Qian. Wen Qian looked at Nguyen Bao's happy appearance and couldn't say anything but to join in. Small half an hour later, the three people are sweating. Nguyen Bao's red little face is full of excitement, and can't wait to talk to Jiang Pei Xing about kindergarten. Pei Xing brother, I'm going to kindergarten the day after tomorrow. Jiang Pei Xing didn't feel surprised, but just asked, does Nguyen Bao like it? Warmblood said super loud, love it. It's good that Nguyen Bao likes it. Jiang Pei Xing laughed. By the way, which kindergarten is it? Warmblood cocked his little head and thought. Auntie said it was Bei. Unable to remember the latter, she looked at Winkian for help. Bell Kindergarten, Vimkian said. Warmblood nodded. Yes, it's Bell Nursery. The corner of Jiang Pei Xing's mouth turned up. Then Nguyen Bao can come to me if something happens. Yeah, Nguyen Bao cheered, but it didn't seem right. Little milky voice with wondering, is brother Pei Xing also in kindergarten? Wenchen brother in the Bujin Elementary School. Pei Line brother and Wenchen brother about the same age. Should read the elementary school. It's not the same as her. Jiang Pei Xing explained, I'm at Jingxi Academy, right next to Bell Kindergarten. Nguyen Bao realized, so that's how it is. Then I can go to and from school with brother Pei Xing. Right. Jiang Pei Xing's lips curved. Wen Qian looked not so good all of a sudden. He almost forgot that Jiang Pei Xing was enrolled in Jingxi College, which is a wall away from the Bell Kindergarten. If he had known that in the first place, he should have chosen Jingxi instead of Bujin. Both Jingxi and Bujin are the best schools in E-City. It's just that the two institutions focus on different education. Bujin focuses on diversified development, while Jingxi specializes in main development. For most of the big family heirs, Jingxi is the best choice. It's just that Wen Qian is different. Although the burden on his body is heavy, the Wen family is more concerned about his own choices. Alas, this was the first time Wen Qian regretted his choice. Jiang Pei Xing played with Nguyen Bao for a while longer before leaving. Wen Qian led the reluctant Nguyen Bao back to the house. Remembering Jiang Pei Xing's handsome face that was no less than a small star, his heart was wary, so he urged Nguyen Bao as if he were an adult. Sister, you have to remember not to get too close to the little boys out there. And even more so, you can't be compelled by them. Nguyen Bao's reddish little face carried a hint of ignorance as she asked, brother, what does compulsion mean? Meeting Nguyen Bao's clueless gaze, Wen Qian said in a different way, just don't listen to their deceitful words. Warmblood nodded with seeming understanding. Good. Wen Qian remembered that Nguyen Bao had just pulled Jiang Pei Xing's hand and added, also, you can't just hold a boy's hand, okay? Nguyen Bao's gaze subconsciously shifted to the small hands she and Wen Qian were holding each other. Wen Qian immediately said, brother doesn't count. Outside does. Outside the boy's hands cannot be held. Nguyen Bao obediently responded, I know it. Suddenly, a pft of laughter rang out, and Wen Qian and Nguyen Bao turned their heads in unison to look over, only to see Wen Ishi looking at them playfully. Wen Qian, who taught his sister to be caught in the act, blushed a little. Third uncle. Nguyen Bao arched his eyebrows. Third uncle. Wen Ishi walked over and rubbed Wen Qian's little head and said, can't see that you still have the potential to be a belly knocker. Xiao Qian. Wen Qian, who was topping off his rubbed hair, looked at Wen Ishi in dissatisfaction and took a big step back. Third uncle, am I wrong? He wasn't wrong. His sister looked so cute. All those smelly boys out there must love to play with her. Wen Ishi bent down to pick up Warm Bao and said, Xiao Qian is right. The baby needs to stay away from those brats. The little princess of their family was not someone to be trifled with at will. Asterisk. At the entrance of the royal garden, a man wearing a black Chinese mountain suit was hovering at the entrance. He looked like he was in his early 30s, with a hard face. His long black hair was loosely resting on his back shoulder, and in his hand, he was holding a black and red compass, while the pointer of the compass was spinning rapidly and did not designate a direction. The man looked at the compass in his hand, his cold, deep voice dripping with a bit of harshness. The compass doesn't work anymore. After saying that, he put away the compass, his gaze staring straight in the direction of the royal garden of brocade, a flash of crimson ghostly light flashing in the bottom of his dark eyes. This is where the dragon's breath last appeared. The man strides towards the royal garden, and just as he reaches the front door, he is blocked by the doorstop, which sounds an alarm. He was so frightened that he jerked back 2 steps, his eyes penetrating with confused trepidation. What the hell? The security guard came out from the security room and first sized up the man. After realizing that he didn't recognize him, he said, "You can't get in without an access card. If you're looking for someone, go here first and register your name. Then deposit your ID card here." ID card? The man frowned tightly, although he has not been out of the mountains for many years, but he also knows what the ID card is. He does not have a ID. The guard emphasized, "You can't get in without ID, or you can say who you're looking for and have him take you in." Without any identifying information or anyone he knew, all the man could say was, "I'm not looking for anyone, I'm just looking around. The royal garden is not a place for casual viewing, so go away." The guard reached out and shooed the man away. The man glanced at the royal garden, then walked back. "Looks like there's still a need to get an ID before we can do that. What a weirdo," the guard muttered as he prepared to walk toward the security room. The beginning of the new semester. Nguyen put on the Bell kindergarten uniform, white shirt with a red knit tunic, collar tied with the same bow tie. Below is a small white and gray striped skirt with white thickened velvet socks, and then a pair of black British shoes. Exquisite school uniforms with a double pill on top of her head with a small hairbag, looking more and more young and cute. "Our baby looks so good in this school uniform. It compares to all the other kids," Ning Shuyuan praised. Wanishi gently pinched Nguyenbao's little cheeks. "That's not true. Nguyenbao is the most adorable little cub I've ever seen." Numbo smiled coyly, little pear swirls looming at the corners of her mouth. Ning Shuyuan suddenly thought of Natalie's kindergarten days, when Natalie was often sick and thinner than the other children. She had to worry from time to time if Natalie would be bullied by others in kindergarten, and often ran to the periphery of the kindergarten to try to keep watch over her daughter. Time flew by, and now she had to worry about whether Nguyenbao would get used to kindergarten life. Ning Shuyuan worriedly said, "The baby will go to kindergarten first. If you don't like it, you won't go. And it's the same if grandma hires a tutor for you." Chapter 38, Nguyenbao's School Story. Song Faiyan, who was putting Nguyenbao's little book bag on his back. Nguyenbao knew that her grandmother was worried about her. She nodded her head and said, "Grandma, I know," leaning against the doorway. Wen Yibei yawned. "Why does kindergarten go to school so early?" Wen Yidong glanced at the unsleeping Wen Yibei and helplessly shook his head. "It's always been this time." Wen Yibei yawned again. It seemed like he would have to get up early from now on. When Nan Nan looked at Wen Yibei as if he was too sleepy to find his way, and sighed, "If you're not awake, go back to sleep." Wen Yibei waved his hand, signaling that he could still hold out. Over here, Ning Shuyuan held Nguyenbao's little hand and was about to go out. "Come, Grandma will send you to kindergarten." But when Tunnel stopped her, "Shuyuan, you stay." Ning Shuyuan's face sank and she was just about to lash out when Wenidong followed up and said, "Mom, you're still not well." Ning Shuyuan is still not fully healed and they don't want to take any chances. Nguyenbao also knew that. She looked at her reluctant grandmother, affectionately booped her on the cheek, and said in a small adult-like tone, "Grandma, Nguyenbao will go home after school. You have to be good at home yo." The Milky were is full of childlike cuteness. Ning Shuyuan lost her smile. "Okay, Grandma will wait at home for the baby to come home." As for the person who brought Nguyenbao to the kindergarten to report, naturally, it was Wen Tunnel, who suppressed his 4 sons with his majesty, and held Nguyenbao's little hand as he went to the kindergarten. Ning Shuyuan stood at the entrance of the Wen residence and reluctantly watched the car leave until she couldn't see the rear of the car. Then she sighed and said to Song Feiyan next to her, "Feiyun, my heart is always uneasy." If she could, she didn't want to let Warmblood out of her sight for a minute. But Ning Shuyuan also knows that the child can't be raised in captivity. That would only harm her. Song Feiyan soothed, "Mom, don't worry. The Bell kindergarten was carefully selected by us. Nguyenbao is well behaved and understands. There won't be any problems." "So what time does kindergarten get out?" 3:30. "So late?" Ning Shuyuan frowned, then sighed deeply and looked towards where the vehicle had disappeared. "Nguyenbao has only just left, and I miss her." "Mom, take your medicine, and when you're better, you'll be able to pick up and drop off the warmers yourself later." Ning Shuyuan responded in a loud voice. Yes, you're right. I need to get better quickly." As the highest-end noble private kindergarten in East City, Bell's building is the ultimate in kindergartens, and is on par with the next Jingxi. Today is the first day of kindergarten, and it is also the day when the teachers experienced the most devastation, only to hear the kindergarten entrance ringing with a piece of heartbreaking, ghostly cries and wails. After when Sua got off the car with Nguyenbao in his arms, the principal immediately greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Weth. I'm Principal Lu of the Bell Kindergarten. I'm honored that you've chosen our Bell Kindergarten. This is Nguyenbao's little friend, right?" Warmblood looked at the chubby principal and nodded. "Hello, Principal. I'm Warmblood. Mr. Weth, this way please." Principal Lu respectfully led Wen Sua towards the inside of the kindergarten. Winsome strides in and glances at the crying children with tears and snot running down their faces. "Meh, not good at all." not half as cute as his warmer. Nguyen lay on Wensua's tall shoulders and looked at the children who kept crying at the door. His big, ignorant eyes filled with doubt and a hint of worry. Grandpa, why are they crying? Is it because their mommy and daddy don't want them anymore? Shouldn't going to kindergarten be a happy event? When Sui was in a difficult situation, how could he explain this? All one can say is, it's not that their parents don't want them, it's that they don't want to go to school. Why? Don't you want to go to school? Nguyen Bao scratched the small hair bun. School can learn things, learn knowledge, go all over the world. That's what her grandfather told her when she didn't want to travel the world. She just wanted to stay by his side. But she also often heard her aunt telling Xianbao to study hard so that she could make a lot of money in the future. And she wanted to make a lot of money so that her grandfather could have a better life. Looking at the well-behaved and understanding Nguyen Bao, Wen Suo's heart warmed and warmed. Principal Lu also heard for the first time a child of more than 3 years old say such words. It is worthy of being a child of the Wen family, and praised in a loud voice, Nguyen Bao is right. Study hard and you will be successful in the future. Mr. What? Your child is really understanding. Being complimented with flushed cheeks, Nguyen Bao was embarrassed to bury his head into Wen Suo's shoulder. Wen Suo smiled proudly. His mouth politely said, the child is still small, but also to bother Principal Lu to take more care of it. Mr. Wen, don't worry. Principal Lu naturally knew what to do. To know that the Wen family donated tens of millions of funds to the school in order to be able to let Nguyen Bao go to school at ease. Although the Bell Kindergarten was never short of funds, but no one would mind having too much money. Before I heard that the Wen family had an extra favored little princess, and it was true. Waiting for the office, Principal Lu found the life teacher and introduced to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, this is your teacher after you. Her surname is Huang. You can look for Ms. Huang if you have anything in the future. Nguyen Bao had already gotten down from Wen Suo's arms, and she politely greeted Mr. Huang. Hello, Mr. Huang. Teacher Huang looked to be in her early 30s. Her cheeks were a bit rounded. Her eyebrows were kind and gentle, very affable. She obviously knew how to get along with children. She squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao, leveled with her and said, hello Nguyen Bao, how old are you? Warmblood held up 3 short fingers. 3.5. So good. There are many children your age in teacher's class. Teacher will take you to meet them, okay? Teacher Huang reached out towards Nguyen Bao. Good. Nguyen Bao put his little hand on Mr. Huang's hand. Come on, let's say goodbye to Grandpa. Grandpa. By Nguyen Bao waved by with his other hand towards Wen Su. Bye-bye. Grandpa will pick you up when school is over. Good. Wen Suo looked at Nguyen Bao, who was led away by the teacher, and in his heart, he felt 1,000 reluctance, as if he saw the time when he sent Nico to school again in a trance. Teacher Huang led Warm Bao to the classroom of Primary 2 and announced to the children in the classroom, children, today there is a new child in our class. Warm Bao, can you introduce yourself to everyone? Nguyen Bao stood on the podium for the first time. Her hands pinched the corners of her coat a little nervously, and when she saw Mr. Huang's gentle and encouraging gaze, she took a deep breath and said aloud, hello everyone, my name is Warmth, my nickname is Nguyen Bao, and I like to draw and sing. Mr. Huang said to the children, let's all welcome the warm little students with applause, okay? There was a flurry of applause. Nguyen Bao, you sit next to Jojo, okay? Teacher Huang held Nguyen Bao and walked to the empty seat next to a little boy in the middle of the 3rd row. The little boy's skin was white and tender. His eyes were dark and shining. Extremely beautiful. Jojo, is it okay for Nguyen Bao to sit with you? Teacher Huang leaned over slightly and gently asked Jojo. Chapter 39, Warmer. It's wrong to lie to people. Jojo was a little reluctant to pout his lips. The little girls like to cry and tattle. He does not like them, but looking at Nguyen Bao flashed him a cute smile. He just wanted to say no words but swallowed back. Could be. Here, Warmblood, you sit here. Numbu obediently sat next to Boat, and she smiled coyly at him. Boat introduced himself. My name is Su Tingzhou. My nickname is Boat. You can call me Boat. His nickname is not something that just anyone can call him. The corner of Nguyen Bao's lips curved up like a crescent moon. Boat. Aha. Su Tingzhou answered as he played with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. Seeing Nguyen Bao gleaming and staring at himself, he rarely revealed a few moments of embarrassment. Have you played with this one? Numbu shook his head. This wasn't the first time she'd seen a Rubik's Cube. Chambers had one, too, but they wouldn't even let her touch it. Su Tingzhou looked at Nguyen Bao's clueless and cute little appearance, very atmospheric, and said, if you want to play, I can teach you. The children in the younger class are actually not very good at playing with the Rubik's Cube, but Su Tingzhou enjoys it and is even better at it than some of the adults. Really? For me to play? Aha. Nguyen Bao hesitantly took the Rubik's Cube, and before Su Tingzhou could teach her, her hands turned the Rubik's Cube at a rapid pace, and in less than half a minute, a 4-sided neat Rubik's Cube appeared. Su Tingzhou's little friend's eyes were wide. His little mouth was so long that he could put down a big egg. His eyes were full of shock. Before the 3 words awesome could be uttered, they were interrupted. Wow. you're so mushy. The little girl with a cowlick in front of her looked back at Nguyen Bao with a face of admiration. She was white and chubby and cute. She looked festive and adorable. Nambu scratched his little hair bun with a sheepish grin on his face. She didn't expect it to be so easy. She had seen Xian Bao playing with her ears before, but after trying it, she realized that it was easy. The little girl with the cow horn braid took the initiative to introduce herself. My name is Sati. You can call me Atai. She was so fat that the other children didn't like to play with her, and she didn't care to play with them, but the new child was so cute that she wanted to play with her, but she was afraid that she would think she was fat too. Attorney. Nambua's lips curved up, so Tai smiled with her eyes curved, full of joy and asked, has Nguyen Bao practiced before? She hadn't heard Warmblood's earlier comment about not having played and assumed that Warmblood had practiced for a long time. Warmblood shook his head. No, this is my first time playing. Wow. In Su Tai's impression, Su Tingzhou was the most powerful child, but now that Nguyen Bao surpassed Su Tingzhou, she looked at Nguyen Bao with full of admiration. Su Tingzhou didn't get angry. He held the Rubik's Cube a little embarrassed and asked, can you teach me? He played well, but it took him a long time to get the 4 patterns to fall into one each time. Nambu nodded. It's okay. She began to teach Su Tingzhou to play with the Rubik's Cube, and Sati obediently lay on the table to watch them play. When Suwa outside the classroom saw the scene through the window before he finally let go of his heart and turned to leave, Su Tingzhou's little friend was gifted and smart. Under Nguyen Bao's several teaching sessions, he had almost learned it, and looked at Nguyen Bao with a few moments of admiration. Nguyen Bao, thank you for teaching me. You're welcome, said Nambu with an arched eyebrow. Su Tai worshipped Nguyen Bao even more. To know that Su Tingzhou belongs to the existence of a big devil like King in the small class, usually look at anyone who is not convinced, but can show worship to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, you're really great. What else will you do besides playing the Rubik's Cube? My mom said I'm the best sleeper except for eating, and I can't even wake up from a thunderstorm after I fall asleep. Nambu said, I can also tell fortunes. Su Tingzhou's small brows knit up. Fortune-telling he knows. Grandfather said are all lies. Southie asked suspiciously. Fortune-telling? What is this? Nguyen Bao was very proud to say. Fortune-telling is not something, it is a very powerful ability. My grandfather is a master fortune-teller. So they let out an adoring exclamation. Wow. My grandpa says I'm going to be a very good fortune-teller in the future, too. Wow. Warmblood, you're amazing. Tilly, do you want your fortune told? I can do it for you. Well, of course. Nguyen Bao nodded, and her big eyes took a very serious look at Su Tai's face. Immediately after that, her white and tender little face changed slightly, and she reminded in a small voice, Tilly, you have to be careful today. Oh, you have a plague of blood. Su Tai scratched her head with a puzzled face, like a curious baby emitting confusion. What's a blood and light disaster? Warmblood explained. It just hurts and bleeds. It just hurts like a shot? Well, almost. Warmblood nodded. Injuries all hurt. Sati had a jolt. What she hated the most was the injection, the sharp needle piercing into her flesh. Her mother told her she couldn't move around or she would bleed. Full of resistance. I don't want to have an injection. I don't want to get hurt. Nguyen Bao, what am I going to do? Nguyen Bao took another serious look at Su Tai and said, it's okay, Tai. Your bloodlight is not serious. It won't hurt very much. Southie was greatly relieved. That's good. Nguyen Bao was about to ask Su Tingzhou if he wanted his fortune told when she heard Su Tingzhou whisper into her ear. Nguyen Bao, it's not right to lie to people. Nguyen Bao looked at Su Tingzhou, his large eyes filled with doubt. I didn't lie. Su Tingzhou pursed his lips and whispered, my grandfather said that fortune-telling masters are all lies. Nguyen Bao's little face slumped and retorted, not at all. My grandpa never lied to anyone, and neither do I. But fortune-telling is a scam. A scam. Behavior. Su Tingzhou said with a face full of stubbornness. Warmblood asked, did you see me take money from Artie? No. So did I cheat? Neither does. Then why are you talking about me like that? Nambua's 2 eyes went wide. But, fortune-telling is just wrong. Nguyen Bao was angry. It's not like I'm going to tell your fortune. I'm going to ignore you. She had always had a good temper, but she couldn't allow anyone to speak ill of her grandfather. Su Tingzhou. He pursed his lips reluctantly. It wasn't like he was wrong. The bell rang for the end of class. Su Tai keenly sensed that Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou were out of sorts. She didn't care about Su Tingzhou, but asked Nguyen Bao, let's go to the restroom together, okay? Yeah, Nambu answered with a bite. Su Tai smiled and narrowed her eyes, feeling that she couldn't leave Su Tingzhou behind either. So she asked, Su Tingzhou, do you want to come along? Su Tingzhou took a look at Warm Bao and shook his head. I'm not going. Well, then if you want to join us, just say so, and we'll take you with us. he's a little boy. We're little girls, we can't go to the restroom together. Although Nguyen Bao was angry with Su Tingzhou, he wasn't the kind of person who didn't allow him to go to the restroom with himself. It was just that the genders were different and they couldn't go together. A trace of pity floated on Su Tai's chubby little face. Oh, then Su Tingzhou is so pathetic going to the restroom alone, Numbu said. He can be with other little boys. Right. Su Tai happily closed her hand. Then Su Tingzhou, you go find the little boys. Su Tingzhou silently looked up at Su Tai. He doesn't need to be accompanied to the bathroom. Salvi and Warmblood left hand in hand, and when the two of them finished going to the restroom and washing their hands, they walked towards the classroom again hand in hand. Just before they could return to the classroom, they were stopped by the two young boys that Wen Kuxian had brought with her. Chapter 14. Nguyen Bao was called to his parents. When Kuxian glared viciously at Nguyen Bao, I knew you'd come to steal the school from me again, you obnoxious fellow. She had just been sent to the school when she saw Wen Suo carrying Nguyen Bao inside, and at that time she secretly thought that she must find Nguyen Bao to settle the score. Nguyen Bao knew that Wen Kuxian didn't like herself, so she led Sooty to the side, but Wen Kuxian blocked her way on the other side again. Nguyen Bao looked up and said to Wen Kuxian, "Sister, get out of the way. I'm going back to the classroom. Don't call me sister. You bastard don't deserve to be called my sister at all. It's because of you that my mom and dad fight every day, and mom even went back to grandma's house. You bad egg." When Kuxian roared fiercely, she felt unrelieved and reached out to push Nguyen Bao hard. Nguyen Bao stumbled back, and luckily, so they pulled Nguyen Bao back so she wouldn't be pushed to the ground. Sooty stuck her little waist. Why are you pushing the warmer? If you guys keep this up, we're going to sue the teacher. The two older children Wen Kurson brought with her said disdainfully, the people in the small class only know how to sue the teacher. It's annoying when all you can do is tattle. You guys, Southie stammered in exasperation. When Kuxian pushed Su Tai away, you big fat pig, get lost. When So Tai heard the words big fat pig, her chubby little face wrinkled into a ball, and in the next second she threw her head back and cried out, I'm not a pig. Seeing Su Tai crying, Nguyen Bao's face was not good either. She said seriously to Wen Kuxian, you can't talk about my friend like that, you have to apologize. Wen Kuxian arrogantly said, I'm not apologizing, she's just a pig, a big, fat, stupid pig. Southie cried a beat. She ferociously bent down, and then used her head to fiercely hit Wen Kurson's stomach. Unsuspecting Wen Kurson was knocked back and forth. Fella but Pierre, she first froze, and then reacted. Shouting towards Southie pounced over and fought with each other. When Kuxian was 2 years older than Southie, almost pressing Southie underneath and beating her, not to mention the two older class boys who were all on board. Roar! Warmblood followed suit and joined the fray as he watched his friend get hit. The battle was extremely fierce for the 5 children, with Nguyen Bao and Sooty fighting 2 against 3, and the other 2 little boys, who were being pressed into action. Su Tingzhou saw that Nguyen Bao didn't come back for a long time and went out of the classroom to take a look. Then he saw Nguyen Bao fighting with the big class, and in the next second, he rushed up like a small cannonball. Nguyen Bao, I'll help you. 2 for 3 became 3 for 3, with Su Tingzhou joining them. Nguyen Bao and Su Tai took a breather as they fiercely resisted. Teachers rushed to the 6 children's faces are hanging color. Sooty under the nose is out of 2 lines of blood. Teachers have to take the children to the infirmary to give them medicine. Sooty, it was not easy to stop the nosebleed. The left side of Nguyen Bao's face was scratched with a small cut, especially noticeable on her small white face, and the medical teacher used a band-aid to put it on her. Su Tingzhou took the lead and asked with concern, Nguyen Bao, are you alright? Nguyen Bao shook her head. Looking at Su Tingzhou's face with a purple patch and a green patch, she worriedly asked, Zhou, are you in pain? Seeing that Nguyen Bao still cared about himself, Su Tingzhou smiled and said, it doesn't hurt, I thought you'd never ignore me again. Warmblood hesitated. Then why did you rush up to protect us? Su Tingzhou didn't hesitate to say, we're friends. While he didn't like kids who cheated, he felt sure that Warmblood didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, we are friends. Su Tai also followed. Suddenly she noticed that the paper towel in her hand had not been thrown away, and on the paper towel was blood, which corresponded to the phrase bloodbath that Nguyen Bao said. She said with a look of surprise, Nguyen Bao, you're so accurate in your calculations. I really have a bloodbath, eh? Su Tingzhou froze, his gaze falling on Su Tai's nose. It was really eh? Nguyen Bao looked at Su Tingzhou. I said, I don't lie de. Su Tingzhou admitted his mistake. I'm sorry Nguyen Bao, it was my mistake. Turns out the fortune teller was real, and that was him and Grandpa being wrong. Nguyen Bao patted Su Tingzhou's shoulder and said atmospherically, I forgive you, we are friends. She's got friends, too, 2 more. When they came out of the infirmary, they were taken to the teacher's office, along with one person, who had done it in the older class, and 2 other young boys. Did the teacher teach you guys that you are not allowed to fight? And if you have any problems, you should go to the teacher. Teacher Huang looked at the children in her class with bruises and purple patches on their faces. She was filled with heartache. What's going on in your big class? How can you bully the children in the small class, compared to Nguyen Bao and the others, whose faces were green and purple? When Kuxian and the others appeared to be even more gruesome, not only were their noses bruised and swollen, but there were also teeth marks on their faces left by an unknown person. When Kuxian looked at Sothi with a stubborn face, and Sothi glared back without showing any weakness. What the hell is going on? Who started it? Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Kuxian and stepped forward to say to Mr. Huang, teacher, student Wen Kuxian is here to find me, and both Tilly and Jojo were dragged down by me. Su Tai pointed at Wen Kuxian and said, she's the one who scolded me and Nguyen Bao first and refused to apologize. Mr. Wang asked, so you did it? Suddy perked up and said, Mom said that anyone who calls me a pig is not a good child. She is a bad child, and I'm not wrong to hit a bad child. When Kuxian said, you're so fat, you're just like a pig. I'm not wrong. Suddy was fierce and wanted to rush up again. Mr. Huang quickly held Suddy. Okay, Wayne Curson, don't talk about Suddy like that. When Kuxian grunted twice through her nose, her face full of defiance, Teacher Huang looked at Su Tingzhou again. What about you? Why did you fight? Su Tingzhou boarded his little face. Teacher, they bullied our class. That's why I did it. Teacher, don't you always say that we should be united and help each other? Mr. Wang, that's right, but you can tell your teacher first. Su Tingzhou furrowed his tiny brows. Then it's too late. If he hadn't done it, I wonder how many beatings Warmblood would have taken. Teacher Huang rubbed her brow with a headache. All the children who can attend this kindergarten are either rich or noble. Not to mention that Nguyen Bao was personally sent by the chairman of Wen's company. Who would have expected that not even a moment later, they were involved in a fight? She sighed deeply. It's definitely not right for you to fight. I'll inform your parents to take the time to come over here later on. Nguyen Bao was struck by thunder. She remembered that Qian Bao had often been called to the parents before, and her aunt and uncle had not taught Qian Bao many lessons for this. She just started kindergarten on the first day and had to have her parents called. So, will she still be able to go to kindergarten after that? After school, the parents of the students who fought also came and gathered in the teacher's office. Teacher, I didn't send my child to school to be bullied. How do you educate your children? Such lack of gravity. If you hurt my son, can you afford it? The mother of the eldest boy was the first to speak up. Yes, look at what they did to my son. How hard the teeth marks on his face are. It's too much. They must apologize to my son. Another boy's mom followed in agreement, holding her daughter in her arms. Saudi's mother nonchalantly rushed to the 2 mothers and said angrily, what are you talking about? Your child is in the older class. We are still in the younger class. So you are bullying the younger ones and you are still justified? Mr. Huang had a headache to the point of looking at the arguing parents. At this time, Ding Mingjia also hurried over. At a glance, she saw Wen Kurson's disheveled clothes and hair, as well as the wounds on her face, and was so angry that she cursed. Xin, what's going on here? How did my daughter get beaten up like this for good reason? The first class teacher soothed. Kurson's mom, take it easy for now. When Kurson aggrievedly flung herself in Ding Minjia's arms, Ding Minjia angrily said, can I not be anxious? My daughter has always been pampered. When has she ever suffered such serious injuries? If your school does not give a reasonable explanation, don't blame me for calling the police to deal with it. Chapter 41 Great Uncle came to support Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao backed away in some fear after seeing Ding Minjia. Su Tingzhou could see Nguyen Bao's fear. He stepped forward and blocked in front of Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, don't be afraid, my grandpa will be here soon. Only then did Ding Minjia realize the blocked Nguyen Bao. Her toothy face changed, and then she saw her daughter's hateful gaze at Nguyen Bao. Her heart thumped. Could it be that her daughter was the first to cause trouble? When Mr. Huang explained why, it was true. Although Ding Minjia loathed Nguyen Bao, she hadn't gotten any favors because of her. And now when Huan Nian was still trying to divorce herself, so if he knew that her daughter was bullying Nguyen Bao at school, there would be no place for the mother-daughter duo. Since this matter was caused by my daughter, I will not pursue it. Ding Minjia hurriedly said, I'll take the child back first. But before Ding Minjia could leave, the 2 mothers of the first class looked at each other and immediately stopped Ding Minjia. What's wrong with you? Kuxian's mom? Although Kuxian caused this incident, it was not our child who made the first move, even if our child is at fault. But what's wrong with this cruelty? That's right, these children are so poisonous at such a young age. In the future when they grow up there will be no more. If I say they should be severely chastised, so that they will learn a lesson. Teacher, what do you say? Teacher Huang and the teacher of the older class looked at each other, and Teacher Huang asked, so what do you say to Zhang Rui's mom? Zhang Rui's mother said, let them apologize to our kids and then the school will expel them. Saudi's mom sneered and said, Expulsion? You dare to think. You first scolded my child, and then you bullied her by bullying her. How can you have the nerve to say the words of expulsion? Zhang Rui's mom, it's just a little kid getting into a conflict. There's no need to go as far as expulsion. It's not that serious, the big class teacher said in a hurry. How is it not serious? If we don't expel them, are we waiting for them to bully other kids in the future? Teacher, bullying in school is not a small matter. For the safety of our own children, there is no way I will let them go to school with my kids again, Zhang Rui's mom said. Suddenly, the overbearing voice came from the doorway. Then get your kids out of kindergarten. The crowd looked over in unison, only to see Wen Yidong walking slowly, his cold face carrying a few chills. Great uncle, Nguyen Bao, who was originally at a loss for words, hurriedly ran towards Wen Yidong with open arms when he saw him. Wen Yidong bowed and picked up Nguyen Bao, and when he saw the band-aid plastered on Nguyen Bao's face, a chill crossed the bottom of his eyes. He reached out and gently traced Numba's wound. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Nguyen Bao shook his head, then his eyes lowered slightly. I'm sorry, great uncle, I shouldn't have fought, but she didn't feel she had done wrong. I just don't think I should make my great uncle make a trip to school because of her. Wen Yidong patted Nguyen Bao's back and said gently and soothingly, Nguyen Bao doesn't need to apologize. Uncle knows you didn't do anything wrong. Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up and he obediently lay on Wen Yidong's shoulder. Teacher Huang rushed forward. Mr. Weth, you're here. She introduced to those parents again. Parents, this is Mr. Weth, warmth student's uncle. All of them are famous family members. Zhang Rui's mom and others naturally recognize Wen Yidong, and no one thought that Nguyen Bao was actually a member of the Wen family. Ding Minjia's face was pale, afraid that Wen Yidong would discover them. She took Wen Kursin and hid behind her. Wen Yidong hugged the warm treasure and looked at the crowd that had been condescending just a moment ago. Why don't you say anything? Zhang Rui's mother stammered. Mr. Weth, I'm sorry. I didn't know that this child belonged to your Wen family. Saying that, she glanced at Ding Minjia. No wonder she was just about to leave. She dared to know that the other party was a child of the Wen family. Ding Minjia's face changed as she weakly said, Big brother, there must be some misunderstanding. Xin is still not quick to apologize to her sister. When Ku Xin didn't want to apologize, but when she met Wen Yidong's majestic sight, she hid behind Ding Minjia in fear. Zhang Rui's mother hurriedly pulled Zhang Rui towards Nguyen Bao. Rui, why don't you apologize to classmate Warmth? Xian quickly apologized to classmate Warm. The other Xian's mother also hurriedly pulled her son to apologize. Why should I apologize to her when it hurts so much when she hits me? I'm not going to apologize to her. I'm not going to apologize to her when Xin says she's a bad kid who specializes in robbing people. I told you that my child has always been well-behaved and obedient. How could he possibly go looking for trouble from others? Dare I say it's because of this child Ku Xin? Zhang Rui's mom played on the topic. Ku Xian's mom. How in the world did you teach your child? How could you let your child instigate someone else's child to hit someone? Ding Minjia was having a hard time saying anything. She looked at Wen Kursin angrily. Xin, was it really you who taught them to beat up people? When Ku Xian pursed her lips stubbornly and didn't say anything. You child, what did I usually teach you? How could you be like this? Ding Minjia pulled over Wen Ku Xian and gave her a few hard spanks on her, but don't apologize yet. When Ku Xian threw back her head and cried out. Nguyen Bao hugged Wen Yidong's neck tightly after seeing this, and Wen Yidong patted Nguyen Bao's back soothingly. The two teachers rushed forward to stop Ding Minjia from hitting the child. Only then did Ding Minjia stop, and with a face of self-reproach said to Wen Yidong, Big brother, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that this was something Xin started. I'm sure I'll discipline her well when I get home. Wen Yidong lazily ignored Ding Minjia and said to Teacher Huang, since the truth is out, teacher, you see to it. When he finished, he walked out with the warmth in his arms. Nguyen Bao obediently lay on Wen Yidong's shoulder and looked backward, only to see Ding Minjia's pale face continuing to teach Wen Ku Xian a lesson, and when Ku Xian's face was covered in tear stains, crying in a wretched state. Nguyen Bao turned back to Wen Yidong. Thank you great uncle for backing me up. She knew that if she didn't have her great uncle, those kids' parents wouldn't have let her go. Just like if someone bullied Qianbao, her aunt and uncle would have backed her up. Wen Yidong smiled down. In the future, if others bully you again, just tell Big Uncle. Big Uncle will always stand behind Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao smiled two small pear swirls. Good, she finally didn't have to envy others anymore. Uncle, I'm going to get my little book bag. Nguyen Bao got off of Wen Yidong, then ran towards the classroom with his butt in the air. When she took her little book bag and walked out, she saw Wen Yidong and Sooty's mom talking. Mr. Weth, thanks to you this time. Otherwise I don't know how long this would have taken to break up. You're welcome. When Sutai saw Nguyen Bao come back, she trotted to Nguyen Bao's side. Nguyen Bao, your uncle is really great. Warmblood said with a proud face. My uncles are awesome. She looked at Su Tingzhou. Zhou, is your grandfather still not here? Su Tingzhou said. My grandfather is not well and is still on his way. Nguyen Bao. Oh, then you have to be good and go back to the classroom to wait for your grandfather. Don't go anywhere. Aha. Su Tingzhou nodded. Suddy pulled Suddy's mom and introduced with a proud face. Mom, this is Nguyen Bao. She's really super powerful. Not only can she fight, but she can also tell fortunes, and she's super accurate. Oh. Suddy's small mouth kept blah blah blah. Suddy's mom rubbed her daughter's head with a helpless face. Okay, mom knows. As for what her daughter said in her mouth about fortune telling, she didn't take it seriously. Sutai's mom followed and squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao, smiling gently. You're Nguyen Bao. Ah. Just now Atai all told me that it was you who protected her. Nguyen Bao was embarrassed and scratched his little hairbun. Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged Tilly down. Sutai's mom touched Nguyen Bao's little head. You and Atai are friends. Where is the word even? In the future, we have to ask Nguyen Bao to take care of our little fat girl more. She could see that although her daughter was older than Warmblood, with her knowledge of her daughter, she was afraid that between the two, Warmblood was the dominant one. Her daughter is silly and just in need of a trustworthy friend like Warmblood. Auntie, you don't worry, I will take good care of Adi, Nguyen Bao seriously said, followed by a shake of the head. And auntie, you don't say fat. Attorney is not fat. So-called. Blessed. Suddy's mom was ecstatic. She truly loved the warmer. It was cute and spunky. Fine. Auntie won't be called again. Suddy's mother and Wenidong exchanged a few more pleasantries. Wenidong then led Nguyenbo home. Only at the entrance of the kindergarten, he saw Ding Mingjia leaving aggressively, while Wen Kursen sat on the ground and cried miserably, and the driver stood in place with a face of bemusement. Chapter 42, Returning the Warm Bao. Looking at Wen Xin, who was crying miserably and wretchedly, Nguyen Bao's footsteps lurched, looked up at Wenidong, pointed his finger in Wen Xin's direction, and asked, Great uncle, can I go over there for a moment? Wenidong let go of the hand holding Nguyen Bao and stroked Nguyen Bao's little head. Go. Nguyen Bao immediately walked towards Wen Kursen with his short legs, then took out the lollipop issued by the kindergarten teacher and handed it to Wen Kursen classmate. This sugar candy is for you. Don't cry. Wen Xin looked at the lollipop in front of her. Her crying came to an abrupt end. After crying, her eyes were as crystal clear as if they had been washed with water, and with a few moments of daze, she looked up at Nguyen Bao, who still had a band-aid on her face, and inside it was a wound that she had scratched open with her fingernails. Nguyen Bao saw Wen Xin froze and added, Sugar candy is sweet, so it won't be bitter after eating it. Tears are bitter. Wen Xin wanted to tell Nguyen Bao to get out of the way, but looking at Nguyen Bao's sincere gaze, her screaming voice couldn't be uttered, and she ghostly took the lollipop handed by Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao breathed a sigh of relief and issued a serious invitation. Wen Xin student, do you want to go home with me? In her heart, even though classmate Wen Kursen wouldn't let her call her sister, in her heart, classmate Wen Kursen was a sister and a family member. Before Wen Xin could say anything, the driver on the side said, Miss Nguyen Bao, Miss Xin has to go back to her own home, or else Mr. will be worried. Nguyen Bao gave a soft oh, then said to Wen Xin, then Wen Xin, go home quickly, don't cry anymore. After saying that, Nguyen Bao ran towards Wenidong in a flash, with 2 lines of tears still hanging on her dirty face. Wen Kursen tore open the lollipop's wrapping with her hand, then stuffed a bite into her mouth. Lollipop, kinda sweet. Wenidong hugged Nguyen Bao and sat in the car. Nguyen Bao was still a little worried, frowning her little eyebrows. Wen Eaton asked softly, Baby, what's wrong? Nguyen Bao's milky voice carried a worry that could not be hidden. Great uncle, will cousin auntie not want Wen Xin's classmate? She didn't like her cousin's aunt's behavior. She couldn't leave her daughter behind no matter what. Wenidong could see Nguyen Bao's worry and rejection of Ding Ninja. A flash of sternness emitted from the bottom of his dark eyes, his hands resting on Nguyen Bao's armpits, holding her on his lap, softly explaining, Of course it won't be. No mother would be willing to throw away her own child. Ding Minjia is not a good person or even a good mother. She may have a motherly love for Wen Kursen, just not as much as she can use it, but no matter what, she won't not want Wen Kursen. After all, Wen Kursen is her bargaining chip. But it was impossible for Wenidong to let Nguyen Bao know these words. Baby, your mom hasn't been by your side all these years. I believe that she has unavoidable hardships, and she would never leave you behind until she has to, Wenidong said slowly. Nguyen Bao met Wenidong's gentle line of sight, and her large eyes that looked like grapes pooled with shallow tears. At the same time, the wind and clouds of the originally sunny sky suddenly changed. Great uncle, mommy, she's coming back, right? Wenidong said firmly. She will definitely come back. As long as Nico is alive, she will be back. Warmblood's milky voice was tinged with sobs. I miss mommy. It's human nature for children to miss their moms. When Idong didn't know what to say, he could only hold Muan Bao and gently pat her back. As Numbua's tears flowed, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and a torrential downpour fell. The driver wondered, why is it raining for a good reason? Muan Bao heard the driver muttering and hurriedly dried his tears. No crying, I won't cry, God forbid it should rain. Perhaps hearing Muan Bao's heartfelt words, the heavens stopped pouring rain after Muan Bao wiped away her tears, and the covered sun was revealed. The driver is shocked. Why is the sun out again? When Idong was so focused on Muan Bao that he didn't pay attention to the change in the weather. Seeing that Muan Bao stopped crying, he said, Muan Bao, do you want to know what your mom used to do? Muan Bao raised her red eyes to Wen Idong and said in a small crying voice, Wanna. When Idong Su said, your mother and you are as understanding and well-behaved, because it is a twin premature birth. She grew up in very poor health, often see the doctor to take medication, and from time to time to be hospitalized for observation. Also because of this she did not have friends, but she is very optimistic every day. Even if the hospital issued several times the notice of the critical condition, she was strong and survived, because she couldn't bear to let go of us, so she never gave up. Baby, I can't hide it from you. When your mom was pregnant with you, we didn't support it, and even hid it from your mom, and took her to get an abortion. That is, we didn't want you in her womb. Wen Idong's dry voice was heavy. This matter, is that we are sorry for you? Muan Bao looked at Wen Idong and didn't say anything. Meeting Muan Bao's clean and clear eyes, Wen Idong only felt ashamed. But these words, even if he didn't say them, Muan Bao would still know them later, and it would be better for him to tell her in person rather than learn them from someone else. Baby, your mom's health is so bad that getting pregnant and giving birth is an extremely dangerous thing for her. But your mom loves you so much that she must give birth to you even if she breaks away from us. So there's no way she'd ever leave you behind for no reason. Warmblood nodded vigorously. I believe mommy. After she finished, she raised her hand to stroke up Wen Idong's face again and said in a milky voice, I also believe that grandparents and uncles, you all love me very much. It's just that because mom's health is so bad, you don't want to lose her. That's why you didn't want me in the first place, right? Wen Idong nodded firmly. Right. Natalie was their favorite sister, daughter. How could they not want the fetus in Natalie's womb if they didn't have to? Numbu smiled and said, I forgive you guys, because if it were her, she'd choose her mom, too. Wen Idong's heart softened and he hugged Muan Bao tightly. Thank you baby. Asterisk. Meanwhile, the Winchesters, when Kuxian stuffed all kinds of small snacks into her small school bag one by one. The nanny who had been taking care of when Kuxian saw this and reminded, Xin, you can't eat so many snacks. When Kuxian shook her head and said, it's not me who eats. Then is Xin going to give it to someone else? The nanny was a little surprised. She had taken care of Wen Kuxian for so long. She rarely saw her bring snacks to school. After all, Wen Kuxian was not a child who loved to share. But the snacks she brought this time were all her own very favorite ones. When Kuxian's small face blushed, thinking of the candy Muan Bao handed her, she nodded and said, well, I'm going to return it to her. She's just returning the warmer. Don't want to owe her. Chapter 43, The Childish Man Looks Familiar. At this time, the second floor came Ding Mingjia hysterical roar. When Sun Yen, I for you to give birth to children for so many years, even if there is no merit also have hard work. You now feel that I have no use of value. You want to kick away. What do you take me for? When Kuxian looked up in the direction of the second floor and flattened her mouth in aggravation. She didn't understand why mom had to fight with dad as soon as she came back. It was a long time ago, and now it's even more so. If that's the case, she'd rather her mom stay at her grandmother's house all the time. The nanny frowned slightly, holding Wen Kuxian's small hand, and asked, Xin, let's go back to our room and play for a while, okay? Good. On the second floor, in the master bedroom, Ding Minjia's face was livid as she glared at Wen Huanyan, and the divorce agreement in her hand was torn to shreds. When Sun Yen, I will never divorce you. She stayed in her mother's house for so many days. One, because when Huanyan mentioned the divorce, she wanted to go out to avoid. The second is also to let Wen Huanyan calm down. Thinking that the time is almost up, she carefully dressed back. She always knew that when Huanyan liked her what kind of. The two were married for so many years, but also because of the fury of the divorce said. But soon when Huanyan was coaxed back by her, he is just need a step. All men are like that. She thought that as long as she was as small as before, she could coax Wen Huanyan back and continue to be her missus. What? Who thought that Wen Huanyan was indifferent and took out the divorce agreement? Divorce? How could this be possible? She had spent all of her efforts on Wen Huanyan, and it was not easy for her to get to this point. How could she possibly give it away? When Huanyan looked at the torn divorce agreement, his face calm. The agreement? I will let someone reprint a copy. Ding Mingjia finally realized that when Huanyan was not joking this time, nor was he saying divorce in anger. He really wanted a divorce. The panic that surfaced within her almost drowned her. Without hesitation, she fiercely stepped forward to hug Wen Huanyan and cried, Huanyan, I know I'm wrong. I'll change. I'll definitely change. You forgive me this time, okay? I promise this is the last time. When Huanyan's expression remained cold, he reached out and broke Ding Mingjia's hand holding him. Ding Mingjia became more and more afraid. She knelt down and hugged Wen Huanyan's leg, begging, Huanyan, for the sake of me taking care of you all these years, for the sake of Xinshin, don't want me. Xinshin is our daughter. She would not be able to stand it if she knew we were divorced, and you don't want Xinshin to be without a mother, do you? When Huanyan looked down at Ding Mingjia, up to now she would only use her daughter to exert pressure. The disappointment in the bottom of his eyes became more and more obvious. Ding Mingjia, Xin will be better off without you. Ding Mingjia blushed. Look at what you've taught her. When Sun Yan said with extreme disappointment. Ding Mingjia's eyes were filled with tears, and she said indignantly, yes, it was all my teaching. Aren't you at fault? When you sent Xinshin to the Wen Mansion, wasn't it because you wanted to use her to consolidate your position? Maybe I'm not a good mom, but do you think you're a good dad? When Sun Yan, in the end, we are all the same kind of people. When Huanyan silently looked at Ding Mingjia, then nodded and said, you're right, we're all the same kind of people. We can give up everything in order to achieve our goals, and since you know that, you should know that a divorce would be the best for me. Ding Mingjia was speechless. If you don't sign the divorce papers now, when my parents return home, you'll really have nothing left. When Huanyan reminded, he's generous enough with her. For the sake of so many years of affection, he gave her a villa worth $10 million as well as $5 million. Ding Mingjia's face was ugly. Her in-laws disliked her from the beginning, not only because of her family history, but also because she didn't give a son to the Wen family. Her in-laws became more and more dissatisfied with her over the years, and this time, they were even more resentful of her because she had offended the Wen residents. They returned to China, and would only allow Wen Huanyan to divorce her, and at that time, she didn't even have the money and real estate on the agreement anymore. When Sun Yan faintly said, how you choose is up to you. Ding Mingjia stood up from the ground as she wiped away her tears. It's fine if you want me to sign, but Xin has to follow me. This is impossible. When Huanyan refused without hesitation. Xinshin is a child of the Wen family. It is absolutely impossible for her to be with you. How could he not know what Ding Mingjia was thinking? As long as his daughter followed her, she and the Wen family would still be involved in the future. Ding Mingjia, this is the last chance I'll give you. Don't give an inch. Ding Mingjia clenched her fists fiercely. She knew that she couldn't compete with Wen Huanyan and could only take a step back. Okay, then I'll make a request. I demand the right to visit Xin every week. Winnie Sun Yan. That's my bottom line. As long as there is contact with her daughter and she intercedes with her daughter every day. She can't believe that Wen Huanyan can't bear to let their mother and daughter be separated. She still has a chance. When Sun Yan hesitated for a moment and answered, yes, I also want the suite on the west side of town. Give it to me and I'll sign it right away. The corner of Wen Sun Yan's mouth spread a cold smile. Really did not misread this insatiable woman at all. A touch of disappointment crossed the bottom of his eyes. Good. Asterisk. The royal garden. The Maybach was coming towards the gate, and at the entrance, the man in Chinese clothes was talking to the security guard, who saw the Maybach and hurriedly pulled away from the man in Chinese clothes, and then respectfully opened the door to let the car in. Nguyen Bao in the back seat was lying on the window looking out, and happened to meet the measuring gaze of the man in the Chinese mountain suit. Nguyen Bao tilted his head, and then smiled at him, revealing two cute and adorable little pear swirls. The corners of the man's mouth in the mid-mountain suit hooked stiffly, looking like he wanted to laugh, as if he didn't know how to laugh, making it look extremely comical. Nambua's big eyes flashed with confusion when she saw it. Why is this uncle so strange? When the car went inside, the man in the mountain suit retracted his eyes fondly. Human cubs were so cute. I don't think there's anything wrong with the laugh he just gave. Is there? But remembering how the cub had just looked, he thought he'd better practice his smile again so he wouldn't scare people later. Wait, why does that human cub seem familiar? A man's figure suddenly surfaced in the man's mind in the mid-mountain suit, and his expression gradually became terrified. No, it can't be. How could a cub that cute look like that horrible as hell man? Chapter 44, Who gave it to you? It wasn't until the impatient voice of the security guard came to his ears that he looked back at the guard in confusion. What? What are you thinking? I've told you several times. You need to take out your ID card to get in. The security guard emphasized. Zhongshan Suitman took out a good ID card to the security guard. The security guard read over the name on the ID card, Xiang Candle. He looked carefully at the ID card avatar. is indeed exactly the same. The security guard returned the identity to Xia Xiancandle and asked immediately after, "Who are you looking for when you enter the royal garden?" Xia Xiancandle froze and asked rhetorically, "Isn't it true that you only need an ID card to get in?" "I'm sorry, mister. Xia Xiancandle, there have been too many outlaws walking around lately. I'll have to verify the information of the person you're visiting before I can let you in, or you can just ask the occupants of the royal garden to take you in." Shay to Candle, how would he know the name of the person who was carrying the dragon's breath, and wasn't sure if the dragon's breath was actually in there? "Mr. Xia, could it be that you don't even know who you're looking for?" The security guard watched as Xia Xiancandle couldn't tell him. His eyes narrowed dangerously. He had already felt that Xia Xiancandle was strange, but now the doubts in his heart had spread even more greatly. Xia Xiancandle fell silent and stared at the security guard face to face. Not a moment later, two police rushed to the wrongdoer's Xia Xiancandle away. The first time into the police station, Xia Xiancandle was dumbfounded, but fortunately he has no criminal record. Also, for the time being there is no misbehavior. Just be imprisoned for a few days, waiting for the henchman to come to the door of the ransom. Of course, this is an afterthought. On this side, Wenidong and Wanbo had just arrived outside the Wen residence when they saw Ning Shuyuan and Wen Ishi, who were guarding the doorway in eager anticipation. Just as the car door opened, Ning Shuyuan couldn't wait to pick up Nguyen Bao. Looking at the injuries on Nguyen Bao's face, she was filled with heartache. "Baby, does it hurt?" Wen Ishi was also filled with heartache. Nguyen Bao shook his head. "Grandmother, third uncle, I'm not in pain." Ning Shuyuan was filled with worry and said, "Baby, either listen to grandma and don't go to kindergarten, okay?" She received the news that Nguyen Bao was being bullied, and if Song Fei Yun hadn't stopped her, she would have wanted to rush to the kindergarten immediately. Warm bloods but their fingers, but I want to get on. She loves going to kindergarten and making friends. Ning Shuyuan lost it. Warnidong said, "Mom, it's normal for children to have some friction with each other. Besides, Nguyen Bao really likes kindergarten." Ning Shuyuan sighed. "Fine." Nguyen Bao could see Ning Shuyuan's loss and took the initiative to talk about what happened in kindergarten today. "Grandma, kindergarten is great. I've made good friends and they're all very nice." Good. Ning Shuyuan looked at Nguyen Bao, who was smiling and laughing. She also knew that she was really happy. As long as Nguyen Bao was happy, what does it matter if she backed down? While holding Nguyen Bao towards the inside of the villa, "Then baby, tell grandma, what else happened today?" The two brothers, Wen Ishi and Wenidong, walked behind, listening to Nguyen Bao's chirping voice, and both of them had a few moments of tenderness between their brows. Wen Ishi asked, "Big brother, is it solved?" Wenidong knew that he was asking about the person who bullied Nguyen Bao, and answered in a low voice, "The baby didn't suffer. Those kids were hurt worse than the baby." Friction between children. There is no need to punish too severely. After all, the babies still have to go to school in kindergarten. Too unsympathetic, for fear that the other children alienate the baby. Wen Ishi smiled proudly. "We Wen family members can eat anything, only we can't suffer." Wenidong was concerned about Wen Ishi's recent situation. "No work recently?" Wen Ishi waved his hand. "It's been years since I've taken a break. I need to rest for a while before taking on a movie. If you have a hard time, feel free to ask." Wenidong patted Wen Ishi's shoulder. A dark color crossed the bottom of Wen Ishi's eyes, and he smiled and said, "Don't worry, what difficulties can I have?" The scandals, he hadn't looked at them. The Wen family was having a lively dinner. While compared to the Wen family, the Su family was much cooler, with only Master Su and Su Tingzhou at the table. Elder Su asked, "Zhou, Grandpa went late today. Were you bullied?" Su Tingzhou shook his head. "No, Uncle Nguanbo is very good." "Warmer?" Su Tingzhou said. "Her name is Warmth, and her nickname is Nguanbao." "Surname Wen?" Elder Su's complexion slightly paused, remembering the Wen family's newly found granddaughter. He thought it should be her. "You like her a lot?" He heard the joy that filled his grandson's words. Su Tingzhou's small face blushed. "Nguan Bao is cute. She's great." Elder Su smiled. "It's rare to see you praise a little kid like that." Su Tingzhou scratched his head in embarrassment. Master Su watched his grandson reveal his childish side, and was very pleased. Sons and daughters-in-law are busy with work, rarely accompany the child. The grandson has been followed by him. The old man, half into the ground, has developed a withdrawn and nonverbal nature. Now there are a few points of the child's vivacity. "Grandpa, fortune-telling isn't always fake," Su Tingzhou suddenly said to Elder Su with all seriousness. "Oh?" Elder Su was surprised by his grandson's words. Su Tingzhou told Nguanbo about the fortune-telling. Master Su didn't think anything of it. He just smiled and said, Zhou, you have to know that there are many coincidences in the world. Fortune-telling may not always be false, but it is rarely true." He did not say that fortune-telling was fake as before. After all, not long ago, he heard his good friend Lao Jiang mention something, and believed that there were many things in the world that science could not explain, and now he would like to see the person who had saved Lao Jiang's life. Just so, he also does not believe that a kindergarten child can tell fortunes. Although Su Tingzhou didn't quite understand the meaning of his grandfather's words, he felt that Nguanbao's calculations were all right. Elder Su suddenly said, "In a few days, your mom will be back after filming." Su Tingzhou responded with a salty "oh" and continued eating. Elder Su sighed helplessly as he watched his grandson being so cold to his daughter-in-law. After all, it was the son and daughter-in-law who brought this on themselves. Their grandchildren were still young and in need of companionship, but they were not around. Asterisk. The next day, Warmblood came to the kindergarten classroom. So Tai happily greeted Nguanbao. "Nguanbao, good morning." Warmblood responded, "Good morning, Artie." Immediately following that, he turned towards Su Tingzhou. "Boat, good morning." Su Tingzhou raised a smile. "Nguanbao, good morning." Nguanbao looked at the small snacks piled up on his desk with a surprised face. "Artie, Boat, this is what you guys sent?" Su Tai and Su Tingzhou shook their heads. Suddy said, "No, these little snacks were here when we arrived." Numbu wondered, "Who gave it to me then?" I know. The little boy next to Suddy raised his hand and said, "It's Wenku Xin from the older class. I saw her holding a bunch of snacks and putting them here." Numbu? From Winkelstein? Suddy's little fat face was full of doubts. Wenku Xin, how could she send warm snacks? Yesterday she was bullying us. Suddy's table spread her hands. "I don't know when I saw it was her I know." Su Tai said to Nguanbao with righteous indignation, "She definitely wants to harm you. She gave you a small snack. When the time comes, she will definitely tell the teacher that you stole a small snack." Humph, I knew she wasn't that kind. It's too much. Su Tingzhou nodded along thoughtfully. Nguanbao looked at the exasperated So Tai, and then looked at the small snacks on the table. There was a lollipop exactly like the one she gave Wenku Xin yesterday. She picked up the lollipop and arched her eyebrows. "I don't think she's trying to harm me. Then why did she give you little snacks?" Salvi wondered. Numbu said, "Maybe she was apologizing to me." "Why did she apologize to you?" "Because she's done bad things before." Oh, So Tai suddenly realized. She looked at the small snacks on the table and gulped. Since it wasn't something harmful, she should be able to eat it. Although she still hated Wenku Xin, she couldn't hate the small snacks. Salvi picked up the little creamy candy packet she wanted to eat the most. She hadn't eaten candy for a long time, and asked, "Numbu, can I have one of these?" "It's okay." Warmblood balked. Suddy picked up the small milk candy package with a smile on her brow, tore open the package and stuffed it into her mouth in one bite. Sweet and tasty, too delicious. Nguanbao picked up another kind of candy and handed it to Su Tingzhou. "Zhou, are you going to eat it?" "I don't love sugar." Su Tingzhou shook his head and reminded again. "Nguanbao, you can't eat too much sugar. You'll grow cavities, and when you grow cavities, you have to pull out your teeth. It's painful." Even strong as he was, he still cried when he had his tooth pulled. "I know, I eat very little." Warmblood nodded. During the outdoor activities, Nguanbao unintentionally found Wenku Xin, who was squatting under the fence and crying in a small voice. With her short legs, she walked over. "Wenku Xin student?" Wenku Xin looked up at Nguanbao and with a crying voice fiercely said, "Go away." Chapter 45. Who taught Numbu that you can't hold a boy's hand? Nguanbao's feet lurched and for a moment she didn't know whether she should go over or not, but thinking of the little snacks she had sent, she walked over boldly anyway. Wenku Xin saw that Nguanbao not only didn't leave, but also walked towards herself. She panicked and wiped off the tears on her own face, and fiercely said, "The candy you gave me that day, I have doubled it back. I don't owe you anything, you go away." Nguanbao came to Wenku Xin and squatted down in front of her, stretching out her chubby little hand to pat Wenku Xin's shoulder. Milky voice comforting, "Wenku Xin student, don't cry. Tears can't solve the problem. You can talk to me, I'll come and help you." When Wenku Xin heard these words, tears once again could not be restrained and fell. "What can you do to help me? It's all your fault." Nguanbao scratched his head in uncertainty, his little face in a daze. Wenku Xin sniffled. "It's all because of you that my mom and dad are getting a divorce." She had wanted to throw away all the little snacks she had packed for Warmblood and not give them to her, but for some reason she had brought them to kindergarten anyway and put them on her desk, so that she wouldn't owe anything, she thought. "What's a divorce?" Numbu asked, puzzled. "It's the separation. My mom and dad are going to separate." When Kurson cried, "I will only be able to follow my dad in the future, and my mom said that she will come to see me often in the future, but I am still sad," said Wenku Xin. "I'll cry out." Warmblood clutched her little dress a little helplessly. Wenku Xin cried until she couldn't help herself and said with her last glimmer of hope, "Nguanbao, can you keep my mom and dad from getting divorced? I don't want them to separate." "I guess not," Warmblood said weakly. She can tell fortunes, but she can't keep people from getting divorced. When Kuxian tilted her head and cried again, Nguyen Bao anxious, don't you cry ah, it's okay for mom and dad to separate ah, my mom and dad also separated ah, dad in the sky, mom, still don't know where it is, you can still be with your dad, isn't it quite good? When Kuxian's crying gave way, and suddenly thought that Nguyen Bao didn't have a mom and dad, while her mom and dad would get divorced, but she could still be with her dad, and her mom said that she would come to see her often, and would definitely not want her. Children like to compare with each other. When Curson and Warm Treasure feel much better than the Warm Treasure, the young mind also feel better. You're with your dad and you miss your mom, you can still go find her. Nguyen Bao said, I also miss my mom, but I don't even know where to find her. Saying that, Nguyen Bao's eyes followed with a red circle, just like the eyes of a little rabbit. Pitiful. When Kuxian could not care about her own sadness, seeing Nguyen Bao wanting to cry, her hands and feet got up. Don't you cry ah, if you want your mother, then you can go with me to see my mother ah. I don't mind if you take my mother as your mother. I'm not crying. Numbu held back her tears and retorted, I have my own mommy, I don't want your mommy. Her mom is the best and doesn't want anyone else's mom. Humph. I don't want to give it to you yet. When Kuxian hummed twice through her nose, and for a moment she forgot about mom and dad getting a divorce, Nguyen Bao was relieved to see that she stopped crying and said in a milky voice, Classmate, when Kuxian, class is about to start, go back to the classroom. When Kuxian stood up and looked at Nguyen Bao, who was shorter than herself, and muttered, why don't you call me sister anymore? You won't let me scream. Nguyen Bao's big black and white eyes blinked, thinking that when Kuxian's classmate was so forgetful. When Kuxian's small face was red, somewhat embarrassed, whispered, I'm sorry, I won't bully you in the future. Warmblood's little milky voice said atmospherically, Grandpa says it's a good boy to know his mistakes, so I forgive you. So, then, will you still call me sister? Warmblood called out as she wished, Sister. When Kuxian's eyes reddened, and for the first time, she answered aloud, Aha, it's actually nice to have a sister. When Kuxian went to class and Nguyen Bao returned to the small class, Saudi's mouth pouted. Nguyen Bao, when you have a sister, will you stop playing with us later? Of course not, we're friends. Saudi smiled happily again. Su Tingzhou followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, kids, let's hold hands and play the game together, said Miss Huang, clapping her hands. Su Tai immediately took Nguyen Bao's hand, and Su Tingzhou subconsciously had to go and take Nguyen Bao's left hand. Nguyen Bao didn't know what came to mind and retracted her left hand, saying to Su Tingzhou, no hand holding ah. Su Tingzhou frowned. Why, no holding a boy's hand? Nguyen Bao's little face was covered with seriousness. Teacher Huang heard the commotion over here and came over. Then she heard Nguyen Bao's fervently serious words, her face with a few moments of consternation. Looking at the aggrieved Su Tingzhou, Teacher Huang squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, who taught you to say that you can't hold a boy's hand ah? My brother and uncle said that you can't just hold the hands of outside boys. Teacher Huang smiled and said, it's not the same oh. Then teacher asked you, are you and Bo a good friend? Nguyen Bao looked at Su Tingzhou and nodded vigorously. Mr. Huang added, you're still young and good friends, so it's okay to hold hands between good friends. Is that so? Sure. Nguyen Bao believed Mr. Huang and took the initiative to hold Su Tingzhou's hand. Zhou, I'm sorry, I made a mistake ah. Su Tingzhou looked at Nguyen Bao and couldn't bear to reject Nguyen Bao, so he obediently said, it's okay. There was a bit of a falling out, but children are forgetful of each other and quickly stuck together again. After the lesson, Mr. Huang hesitated to call Nguyen Bao's parents. After all, the words not to hold hands with boys are too advanced for the 3-year-old child. Hello, is this the parent of student Warm? Teacher Huang had seen Warm Flint, but this time the call was a woman's voice, and she opened her mouth with some hesitation. Yes, I'm her great aunt. Song Fei Yin didn't expect to receive a call from the kindergarten teacher. Remembering yesterday's fight, her voice couldn't help but carry a bit of anxiety. Is something wrong with Nguyen Bao at the kindergarten? It's fine, Mr. Huang said in a busy voice. It's like this. She said what Nguyen Bao had just said, explaining, Nguyen Bao aunt, Nguyen Bao is still young oh. For children of their age, there are some words that are too ahead of their time, so it's better to try not to say them to children, like this hand holding. For example, if it's not handled well, that can cause trouble for friendships between kids. Song Feiyan was silent for a while and said, Mr. Huang, I understand. I'll let you take the trouble. It's fine. It's fine. Nguyenbao the child is very good and obedient. I can't bother with anything. Song Feiyan hung up the phone after exchanging pleasantries with MS. Huangyan waited for Nguyenbao to come back from school as she called a family meeting. In addition to Wen Suwa, who was out on a social occasion, and Wen Nan, who had a temporary surgery. The remaining members of the meeting were the three brothers of the Wen family, Ning Shuyuan, Song Feiyun, and Wen Qian. Meeting content and eliminating over-the-top topics in front of kids. Song Feiyun was the first to ask the question. Who taught Nguyenbao that you can't hold a boy's hand? When these words came out, Wen Qian and Wen Yishi looked at each other in disbelief and simultaneously scrunched their necks. Wen Yishi patted his butt and prepared to go upstairs. Sister-in-law, I still have some things to do. I'll go upstairs first. Mom, I still have homework to finish. I'm going up to do my homework too. Wen Qian also followed to retreat. Song Feiyun turned back. Stop. She had thought that Xiao Bei had taught her, but now that she had seen these two who did not fight, what was there not to understand? Wen Yibei snorted coldly. So it's you guys? Xiaoqian Yu followed suit and turned bad. Wen Qian. Actually, it was him who said it in the first place. Wen Yishi smiled and turned back. Sister-in-law, I think I taught you right. The brat outside knows all the flowery words. He seriously suspected that it was some dogman with a knack for flowery language who had tricked Natalie out of her heart. Chapter 46, Boat Mom, did you come down from the sky? Wen Qian nodded approvingly. Wen Yidong frowned and was about to speak. Xiao Yun. Song Feiyan looked at Wen Yidong. Then to Wen Yishi and Wen Qian, you all think you're right. Right, but don't forget that Nguyenbao is only 3.5 years old. She's still a little kid. This is too ahead of her time, and it may even affect her ability to make friends in kindergarten. Fora Yun is right. Ning Shuyuan followed and stood up and said, with a look of disgust, you're all big men, and we don't expect you to raise a child, so just don't add to our mess. Seeing this, Wen Yishi and Wen Qian silently hung their heads and stopped talking. On the second floor of the Wen residence, Nguyenbao was lying on the table drawing, only from time to time still looking at the direction of the door, worried about the situation downstairs. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open. Nguyenbao turned back in surprise, his eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, did I do something wrong? You didn't do wrong. Wen Yibei walked over and rubbed Nguyenbao's little head. Your third uncle and Xiaoqian didn't say anything wrong either. It's just that. Forget about it. Let's talk about this matter later. What are you doing now? Wen Yibei froze when he saw the photo album placed on Nguyenbao's desktop, especially after seeing Wen Yichen's photo. He looked puzzled. The teacher assigned homework to paint people. I'm painting a family portrait. Nguyenbao didn't see Wen Yibei's dissimilarity. Wen Yibei went to Nguyenbao's side and sat down, looking at her drawing. Although the drawing style is a bit rough, it is as cute as a young child can be, and I have to admit that it is very rare for a 3-year-old to be able to draw like this. Nambu pointed to the small man in the very center, his hair purposely painted with a silver-white paintbrush. This is Grandpa, and pointing to the little man with long hair next to Winsome, this is Grandmother, this is Great Uncle, Second Uncle, Third Uncle, Little Uncle, and Auntie, Brother and Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao pointed over one by one, and finally pointed to the small person standing beside Nguyenbao, with a few misses in the bottom of her eyes. This is Mommy. She had never met her mom, so she purposely took out a picture and drew her mom. It wasn't a good drawing, but she'd taken it seriously. Wen Yibei's fingers rubbed against Wen Yichen's small human face a few times, his brows wistful. The drawing is very similar. Really? Nguyenbao smiled and narrowed her eyes. I'll have to show it to my mom when she comes back later. Wen Yibei rubbed Nguyenbao's little hair bun. Then she'll love it. Nguyenbao looked over at the picture of Wen Yinik, his big crystal clear eyes rippling with water. Mom, when are you coming back? We all miss you. Meanwhile, in the cave of the mysterious mountain range in the far north, a woman was sleeping in a huge crystal coffin, wearing a long silver-white dress, with her long hair like seaweed spread out in the coffin. She was extremely beautiful, as if she were a fragile crystal doll, just lying still. Only this time, there seemed to be a special energy emanating from her heart. A burst of red light looked especially eerie in the coffin. One of the fingers of her hands, which were folded over her stomach, moved slightly, fleetingly. Asterisk. In the noisy small classroom, Ms. Huang clapped her hands. Okay, kids, take out all the homework assigned by your teacher yesterday. Nguyenbao had just pulled out the family portrait she drew yesterday from her small school bag. When Su Tai in front of her turned back and unfolded her drawing for Nguyenbao to see. Nguyenbao, Zhou, look, this is the picture I drew of Mom and Dad. Do you think it looks like it? Looking at two completely indistinguishable matchmakers. Warm blood. Su Tingzhou, with a proud look on her face, Suddy said, my dad says I'm very talented at drawing. so maybe I'll become a painter in the future. Su Tingzhou, have you ever thought that your father is lying to you? Nguyen Bao realized that Su Tingzhou was going to speak the truth and hurriedly interrupted him. Tilly, I think that as long as you persist seriously, you will definitely become a very powerful person in the future. Saying this, she moved over to Su Tingzhou's ear and whispered, Zhou, occasionally we need to lie with good intentions. Su Tingzhou nodded in sudden realization. Sally's round eyes twinkled with great doubt and asked Warmblood, how persistent does that have to be? Nguyen Bao thought for a moment. If you want to be a painter, then just keep practicing drawing every day. Grandpa says stick to one thing and you'll be successful in the future. Still have to paint every day. I don't like it. I don't want to become a painter. Saudi's face was full of fear. A pair of little fat hands waved eagerly. Becoming a painter is so tiring. I still like to eat. Nguyen Bao, do you think if I insist on eating cake every day, will I become a cake maker in the future then? Numbu. Su Tingzhou looked at Su Tai's face full of longing and felt that the well-intentioned lies could not be used at this moment. Can't. You'll just be a big fat man. Sally, humph. Nguyen Bao nodded and said, Tilly, it's not good to eat too many sweets. Su Tai trusted Nguyen Bao the most, and could only respond pitifully, okay, then I'll eat less in the future, and strive to eat only one cupcake a day. Okay. Su Tingzhou wanted to say something, and Su Tilly directly covered both ears. Don't listen to the Wangbao reciting scripture. Su Tingzhou. Nguyen Bao sighed helplessly. She felt that the next time she saw Artie's mom it was still necessary to say that she couldn't give Artie too many sweets. Wow, Nguyen Bao, is this your drawing? You've drawn well. Su Tai looked at the family portrait in Nguyen Bao's hand and let out a gasp. I like to draw. Numbu said coyly. Southie sighed. You've drawn a lot of people. Aha, it's a family portrait. Su Tai looked at Su Tingzhou again, and Su Tingzhou took out his own painting, and he only drew an old man. This is my grandfather. Wow, Boat, you draw well too. So Tai sighed. But why don't you draw your mom? Your mom is so pretty. Su Tingzhou bristled. I'm not drawing her. I'm only drawing Grandpa. Nguyen Bao looked at Su Tingzhou with his little head tilted and asked with some curiosity, Zhou, what does your mom do? She often flies in the sky. Su Tingzhou said. Every time he calls his mom, she says she's flying soon. She called on her busy schedule and after a while said she was flying too. Nguyen Bao's black grape-like eyes were wide and a bright light flashed in them. Your mom is in the sky? Su Tingzhou nodded without much thought. Warmblood let out a deep gasp in envy. His mom is so awesome. When school was over, Nguyen Bao met Su Tingzhou's legendary mother in heaven. Zhou. Su mother wore a black mask to pick up Su Tingzhou. Although it was hard to see her beautiful face underneath the black mask, her eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and beautiful. Su Tingzhou's little face carried a hint of surprise when he saw Mom Su. Su mother came in front of Su Tingzhou, her warm and elegant voice carrying gentleness. Mom ended her work early. Is Boat happy? Su Tingzhou glanced faintly at Su's mother and didn't say anything, but the little hand moved merrily. Su mother was not annoyed, raised her hand and rubbed Su Tingzhou's little head, and then realized that the little girl next to Jojo was staring at her with unblinking eyes. She thought that she had been exposed, and subconsciously touched the mask that had not been removed, and breathed a sigh of relief. Little friend, how are you? Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up as he carefully asked. Boat Mom, did you just come down from the sky? Chapter 47, I can't let Numbu down. Mom Su laughed. Right, she just got off the plane and rushed over to pick up her son. Nguyen Bao's eyes brightened even more, and she said with some embarrassment, so, then when Auntie goes back to heaven, can you bring a message for me and Grandpa, and Daddy? She wanted to tell her Grandpa and Daddy in heaven that. Su mother froze, only then understand just the meaning of the child's words, laughing and crying. Children, you misunderstand it. Auntie, because of work, often need to take the plane. The plane is flying in the sky, not that auntie in the sky. Oh. Instead of getting angry because of the misunderstanding, Su's mother explained to Nguyen Bao very gently, while her voice was also tinted with a few points of heartache. She didn't realize that this little girl grandfather and father had passed away. So it is. Nguyen Bao was a little lost. She thought people in the sky could come down. I'm sorry, Auntie, I was mistaken. Mom Su gently rubbed Nguyen Bao's little hair bun. It's okay, Nguyen Bao. Wenbei's voice suddenly came from behind. Little uncle. Nguyen Bao was about to run towards Wenbei with his little school bag, not forgetting to say goodbye to Su Tingzhou and Su Mama. Nguyen Bao. Bye. Su Tingzhou followed suit and Nguyen Bao said goodbye. Mom Su looked at Nguyen Bao's departing back, the two little hair buns on top of her head bouncing cutely and lovingly. So her name is Warmblood. How cute. Su Tingzhou looked up at Su mother, hesitantly asked the exit. Nguyen Bao's father and grandfather are in the sky. Are they dead? Mother Su met her son's gaze and nodded heavily. I suppose so. Su Tingzhou looked to Nguyen Bao's back as she held her brother-in-law's hand. No wonder her family photo doesn't have her dad and grandpa in it. Wenbei hugged Nguyen Bao and sat on the car, asking, what did you just say to the little friend's mom? Warm blood goes over the oops he made. Won-Ibe smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Warm blood said, Boat doesn't seem close to his mom, but I know he loves it when his aunt comes to pick him up. At a young age, you know to worry about other people's family matters. Won-Ibe pinched Nwanbao's little nose. Nambu let out a cheeky laugh. Won-Ibe looked out the window. Su mother holding Su Tingzhou's little hand, as well as the kindergarten door. So many mothers are holding their children to leave. He didn't know what Nwanbao was thinking in his heart when he saw the scene, and with a slight astringency in his heart, he said, tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take you out to play. Numbo cheered happily. Yeah, asterisk. Shihuan East Street. Many people look sideways at the posture. Untamed man holding a little girl wearing a princess dress. The little girl looks to be about 3 years old, head tied with 2 small hair buns. White tender little face cute and dynamic, as if from the New Year's painting out of the little Fuwa. Little uncle, put me down. I can walk by myself. Nwanbao saw that everyone else was looking at him, and was a little embarrassed to bury his little face between Won-Ibe's neck. Won-Ibe held Nwanbao's small body with one hand, and pinched Nwanbao's small face with his other hand. Don't like little uncle holding you? Nwanbao's milky voice carried a bit of embarrassment. I'm fat. Little uncle will be tired day. She had been fed by her grandmother and great aunt all this time, and her whole body had gained a lot of weight. Especially her little tummy was bulging like a small watermelon, as if it was almost the same as Tilly. She was embarrassed to touch her watermelon belly. Won-Ibe's line of sight moved down and landed on her round bulging belly, which looked good to touch. He went up and gently pinched it and laughed. Well, this is whose little watermelon. It looks like it's going to be ripe. How about picking it to eat? Nwanbao reflexively covered the watermelon belly and said with a red little face, You can't eat it. It's a little watermelon raised by grandma and great auntie. She was actually afraid that she would grow too fat, but grandma and auntie said that small children were more cute when they were chubby, and there were a lot of words that Nwanbao didn't understand too well, but all in all, it was that a lot of benefits of being fat were instilled in her little head. She thought of Tilly, chubby but adorable indeed, and that was accepted. Won-Ibe heard Nwanbao say this and laughed out loud. He was already born good-looking, and when he laughed like this, he looked more and more handsome and sunny. Not only did Nambu look stunned, but several girls not far away looked stunned as well, and they murmured excitedly, This little brother looks like the movie star when Yeah, I thought it looked like that just now, and it looks even better when he smiles. There are very few who can surpass our Master Shi in terms of beauty, and this little brother is on par with Master Shi. When Nwanbao heard Wen-Ishi's name, his big round eyes blinked, and he said to Won-Ibe suspiciously, They're talking about third uncle? Won-Ibe remembered that just before he left the house, Wen-Ishi made a sarcastic remark at him, itching to replace him and accompany Nwanbao out, but unfortunately, his face was too famous to make an appearance. He snorted coldly and reluctantly responded, Aha, who would have thought that Wen-Ishi, the third son of the Wen family, would enter the entertainment industry and become the youngest 3-time movie star ever. Wen-Ishi graduated from a prestigious school, not like from the business, by chance because of when Nico Han shot a Photo Explosion Network, was CEN well-known film and television company to see and send out the invitation to sign. Wen-Ishi thought for a long time did not come to a decision, is when Nico see his heart to the direction, so he advised him to from the heart to do. Eventually, Wen-Ishi signed with CEN Pictures and became an unstoppable force in the world, although he is not a graduate of the science class, but the acting skills are not inferior to the science class students. Only 1 or 2 movies released each year, but all the fine and colorful, attracting countless fans, debut for 5 years, the number of fans over 100 million. The most important thing is that Wen-Ishi has never relied on the One clan, and he has been able to do so because of his own abilities and means. Listening to the young ladies discussing Wen-Ishi, Nwanbao couldn't understand but always felt that his third uncle was so powerful, couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Third uncle is so powerful, it's just like that, Won-Ibe said in a very natural tone, just with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. Even he had to admit that this third brother of his was formidable, becoming the pinnacle of the entertainment industry with his own strength. Even though acting is considered an unprofessional career for upper-class people like Ezra Wen has gained the favor of the crowd based on his strength. And he, little uncle, is also very good. Little uncle won the championship, and in the future, he can also win the world championship day. Nwanbao noticed that Won-Ibe's face was not looking good. She used her white and tender little face to intimately stick to Won-Ibe and said in a milky voice, in her mind, her brother-in-law was just as awesome as any other uncle, and if it weren't for her brother-in-law, she would have been homeless long ago, just like those grandpas under the flyovers who have no place to go. Won-Ibe listened to Nwanbao's sweet and adorable voice. A deep smile rippled under his eyes. He pinched Nwanbao's little face. Trust me so much? Warmblood nodded vigorously and said, brother-in-law is awesome, said with a thumbs up, adorable and heartwarming. Wanibe laughed, then I can't let Nguyen bow down and try to win a world championship for you. Nambu narrowed his eyes with a smile. If my brother-in-law says it, it will be done. The uncle and nephew were so happy that they didn't realize that the girls were talking about gossip again. Master West hasn't even made an appearance in a while. It's not all because of those unscrupulous paparazzi and black fans. How dare they say that our Master Shi is interfering in other people's families as a third party, and they don't see that with our Master Shi's beauty and ability to use to be a third? That's right, it was also exposed before that our Master Shi was adopted by a rich woman. Cut. Our Master Shi's business value is among the top in the world. He still needs to be adopted? Wanibe's eyes darkened when he heard these words. Chapter 48. I didn't steal it. It's mine. Wanishi's gossip, he also heard a little. Just too false. He did not even bother. Brother-in-law, what is being wrapped up and raised? Nguyenbao's little face was confused. Is it like me being encased and raised by you guys? Wanibe didn't know how to explain this to Nguyenbao for a moment, and hesitated for a moment, saying, no, this is something you'll know when you grow up later. Warmblood nodded dully. Wanibe was also afraid that Nguyenbao would hear something bad, so he was ready to take Nguyenbao to the mall's play area. But he received a call from Yu Yuan first. Brother North, my Ferrari is sitting in the store getting dusty. You haven't brought a warmer to pick it up yet? After Yu Yuan reminded him, Wanibe remembered that he gave Nguyenbao the keys to his Ferrari on the racetrack that day. And with a lot of things happening lately, he really forgot about it. And after talking to Yu Yuan, he asked Nguyenbao, did you bring the keys to the car that Yu Yuan gave you last time? Nambu nodded as she opened the small bag her grandmother had given her to reveal the keys to the Ferrari. Wanibe waved his big hand. Go, take you to pick up the car. Wanibe brought Nguyenbao to the Ferrari store and saw the limited edition Ferrari parked right in the center. The whole car was tawdry red. Nguyenbao couldn't tell the type of car, but she saw the conspicuous red car at a glance, and her eyes turned starry-eyed. Wow, nice. Wanibe raised his eyebrows. Like it? Nguyenbao looked up at Wanibe and said in a milky way, like it, but I have this, said the man, patting the car keys in his small bag. She wasn't greedy. Uncle Yu Yuan had already given her a small car. Wanibe originally did not appreciate Yu Yuan's aesthetics of buying a car, but now that he saw that Nguyenbao liked it, it was a rare occasion that he praised Yu Yuan a few times in his heart, and he spoiled him by saying, tiny cute, this one is yours. Nguyenbao's eyes mischievously lit up as she walked her short legs towards the red Ferrari. Wanibe was about to follow when his cell phone rang. He frowned slightly when he saw the caller ID and turned to the corner next to him to pick up the phone, but his eyes were fixed on Nguyenbao's small figure. Nguyenbao came in front of the red Ferrari. She hadn't noticed that Wanibe wasn't following anymore, and said towards the back, little uncle, the car is so bright. Not getting a response, Nguyenbao doubtfully looked towards the back and did not see Wanibe's figure. She was a little uneasy and grabbed her small skirt. Suddenly she saw someone in the corner waving at her. Nguyenbao then saw Wanibe, who answered the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her brother-in-law was behind her. Nguyenbao's big eyes were full of peace of mind. She circled the Ferrari front and back, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Nguyenbao reached out her little hand and touched the Ferrari. Uncle Yu Yuan gave her such a nice gift. Should she give Uncle Yu Yuan a gift too? But what is going to deliver? Suddenly, a young saleswoman walked up to the warmer for fear of disturbing the surrounding customers. She lowered her voice and chided, kids, don't touch. Nguyenbao was startled and hastily retracted her small hand. She looked up to see the saleswoman glaring at her with an impatient face. Nguyenbao shrank her neck in fear. The saleswoman took out a small handkerchief and wiped the place where the warmer touched, and said in disgust, hasn't your adult taught you not to touch other people's things? Do you know how expensive this car is? Can you afford to pay for it if you touch it? Warmblood grabbed her little skirt with both hands. I'm not touching anyone else's stuff. This is. Before she could take out the car keys, the saleswoman said in disgust, I just saw you touching this car. You're too young to learn how to lie. Nguyenbao frowned a little and took out the car keys. I'm not lying. This is the car that Uncle Yu Yuan gave me. The saleswoman looked at the conspicuous car key in Nguyenbao's hand. It was indeed the key of this Ferrari. She first examined Nguyenbao up and down with a critical eye, recognizing that the clothes Nguyenbao was wearing was a famous brand. But the people who could enter the store were all non-rich or expensive. She had seen many rich people, but even the richest people couldn't possibly give away a multi-million-dollar Ferrari to such a small child. She snatched the car keys from Nguyenbao's hand and raised her voice. You're a little kid with unclean hands and feet, and you're stealing other people's keys. People all around them who were unsure of what was going on came up to the table. The saleswoman arrogantly said, let's all judge. Not only did this kid steal the car keys, she also said that this limited edition Ferrari is hers. The crowd murmured, Stealing the keys to a Ferrari? This kid has a lot of guts. She looks like she's only 3 or 4 years old, and she's learning to steal? Is it hard to believe that the adults taught them? Seeing the crowd pointing at him, Warmblood constrainedly grabbed his shirt and whispered, "I didn't steal it. The cart is mine." The saleswoman said condescendingly, "Don't admit it till now. Kid, where's your adult? Call your adult over here. Her lord is here." When eBay came over from the crowd, his handsome face carrying a bit of gloom. He had just finished answering the phone when he saw a group of people over here surrounding his little friend. Brother-in-law. Muanbao's big bright eyes were flooded with aggression and fear. She didn't understand why everyone had to say she stole, when she clearly hadn't. When eBay stepped forward and picked up Muanbao, Muanbao opened his small hands and hugged his neck tightly. He patted Muanbao's back soothingly. "I'm here. Muanbao, don't be afraid." Immediately afterward, when eBay looked at the saleswoman with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "Her family's adults are here. What do you want to say?" The saleswoman did not expect the child's adult so young and handsome. A moment to look stunned. Visible when eBay also does not look like a rich kid. The bottom of the eyes flashed a touch of dislike. Said, "Your child do not know where to steal the keys." But also Nan said that this car is her. "You do adults. Go back to manage it properly. Today we see in her as a child sake. Will not police processing." When eBay snorted coldly, "You don't want to call the police. I would like to call the police to deal with it. You a salesman is where the face to grab the key of the guest." The saleswoman looked dismayed. "What key grabbing?" When eBay's jaw lifted slightly and raised the car keys she was clutching in her hand. "The keys are in your hand, and you're saying you didn't grab them?" The saleswoman gasped. "It was your kid who stole the key. I just took it from her and returned it to its rightful owner afterward." "You saw it?" When eBay said in a cold and deep voice, "See my little friend steal the key?" Saleswoman, "I didn't see it, but this car has long been ordered by other customers. It's not even yours. Since you didn't see it, it's slander. I'll get a lawyer to butt heads with your store." When eBay directly interrupted the saleswoman, "Now, give back the key." The saleswoman felt that when eBay was just bluffing and said sarcastically, "No wonder your kids like to talk nonsense. Dare I say it's you as an adult who teaches them. You say this car key is yours. You take the evidence out. Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford it?" As soon as the words fell, a voice came from the side. "It's the store's good fortune that the fourth young master has come to visit, only to see." The general manager hurriedly rushed. A fawning face came to the front of Wenbei. He looked at the warm treasure in Wenbei's arms, smiled out of the face full of folds. "This is the little miss, right? Yu Shao has commanded earlier. Just waiting for you to come to pick up the car." Chapter 49. Third uncle smells different. The general manager in fact does not know the real identity of Wenbei, but Yu Yuan is their store's old employer. Yu Yuan and to Wenbei obedience. He generally know that this for young family than Yu Yuan only higher than low. He cannot afford to offend. Not to mention Yu Yuan has commanded. This car he gifted to a small child. In a matter of days, someone will come to pick up the car. The saleswoman's face suddenly changed. She was dumbfounded and watched the general manager nodding to Wenbei. Listening to the general manager's words, she immediately felt 5 thunderbolts. This car is really this small child? She immediately felt that the key in her hand was like a hot potato. Wenbei glanced at the saleswoman with an iron face and gave a cool smile. "I would like to pick up the car, but the car keys have been snatched, and I've been stigmatized for stealing the keys. So what do you say to fix it?" The general manager followed Wenbei's line of sight to look at the saleswoman. See the other face ugly. His heart thumped a bit, although he did not know what happened, but always feel that the big thing is not good. When he learned of the original cause of the incident, he could not wait to immediately dismiss the saleswoman. But now the solution for the present is to apologize to Wenbei. "Fourth young man, really sorry. It's me who didn't control the people below. You can rest assured that I promise that this will never happen again in the future." The general manager swept his eyes at the saleswoman. "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize to the fourth young man and the young miss?" The saleswoman hurriedly bowed. "Yes, I'm sorry fourth young man. I'm sorry little miss. It's me who has eyes to recognize MT. Taishan. I hope that little miss will be generous and forgive me this time. I will definitely change." Who would have thought that the buyer would just give the car to a little kid? What's so great about this little kid? He's not even hairy. Can he even drive? I don't know what the buyer was thinking. Wenbei was cold. She was clear that the deciding factor lay with Muanbao, and directly pleaded with Muanbao. Muanbao shook his head and said in a milky voice, "You're wrong. I'm not an adult. I'm a little person." This young lady didn't feel like she was apologizing even though she kept apologizing. The world of grown-ups is a complicated one. A smirk crossed the bottom of Wenbei's eyes, but he still had a sullen look on his face at the general manager. "Are you thinking that a single apology can be offset?" The general manager returned. "Don't worry. Fourth young master, you won't see her again at the boutique in the future. The saleswoman's face was pale. This was to dismiss herself, and listening to the general manager's tone, she couldn't get a job in the car buying store in the future. It was hard for her to take the Ferrari saleswoman position, in order to accost the rich people and strive for a flying start. And now it's all gone. When eBay saw that the other party was on the right track, and did not hold on to it any longer, and only said, "Car, you guys send it to the Royal Garden Wynn residence." When the general manager heard the word Wynn mansion, his face changed slightly and his attitude was even more respectful. When eBay holding the warm treasure left, the female sales clerk wanted to cry towards the general manager, "Manager, I know wrong, I surely change, you don't dismiss me." The general manager glanced at the saleswoman with cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "You should be glad that the other party didn't hold on for dear life, or else you wouldn't just be sacked." "Manager, didn't you just hear the other party say where to send the car?" "The Wynn residence in the Royal Garden. The other party is from the Wynn family." The saleswoman was shocked on the spot. "The Winchesters. Did what the hell did she do?" When eBay held Nguyenbao and walked out, Nguyenbao remembered the crying face of the saleswoman just now. "Little uncle, doesn't that aunt have a job anymore?" When eBay's footsteps lurched as he asked, "Does Nguyenbao think that little uncle is ruthless?" He asked breezily, but in the back of his mind he was a little worried. He should have just avoided warm blood. Nguyenbao shook his head and said, "Little uncle protects Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao knows day. In Nguyenbao's heart, little uncle is the best person." When eBay's heart warmed and he was moved, in little uncle's heart, Nguyenbao is also the best and finest baby. It was also the last sunshine in his life. How could he allow others to bully her? Nguyenbao smiled sweetly, suddenly thought of the car, and asked, "Little uncle, the car that Uncle Yu Yuan gave you is very expensive?" "It's okay. This should be regarded as the best car Yu Yuan has ever bought," counting on his kid's knowledge and giving the best to Nguyenbao. Otherwise he would not have wanted it. Nguyenbao's big, cute eyes looked at Wenbei and asked, "Then am I going to give Uncle Yu Yuan a present?" "Expensive things, she has a lot of them now, all from her grandparents, aunts and uncles, but she can't give them to Uncle Yu Yuan. Think of it this way, she has no valuables and no money." Nguyenbao watered, "But I'm so poor, I can't afford to give expensive gifts." Wenbei was amused by Nguyenbao's appearance. "Tiny cute, you've already given him the most expensive gift. Nothing in the world is as valuable as the gift of a life." Numbu was puzzled, and before she could figure it out, a man dressed casually in a black duck hat and mask walked up to them. Nguyenbao's eyes lit up, his little milky voice was permeated with joy. "Third uncle." The disguised Wenisi picked up Nguyenbao from Wenbei's arms and asked, "How did Nguyenbao recognize third uncle?" Saying that, he raised his eyes to look at Wenbei, who raised his hand and shrugged. "I didn't say that. He just received a phone call from Wanishi, saying that he came out in disguise to find them, asking for the address. He did not want to say. After all, Wanishi is extremely popular, which if recognized in the street, it is not a joke. No matter arguing that the party has gone out, he can only inform." Nguyenbao tilted his little head and said in a cute and adorable way, "Third uncle smells different." Nguyenbao remembers that. Wenbei snorted out a laugh. "Third brother, it's only been a while since I've seen you, and you already have a foul odor on you?" Wanisi's face darkened. Nguyenbao shook his head and explained, "No stink, no stink. Uncle San doesn't stink. Everyone smells different. I remember it all." Wanishi's expression eased as he scraped the bridge of Nguyenbao's little nose. Then if third uncle changed his face, would Nguyenbao be able to recognize him as well? Kanda, Warmblood nodded without hesitation. She has a good memory. When eBay raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about me?" Warmblood responded, "It's okay today. Our Nguyenbao is awesome." One Ishi complimented, "Let's go. Third uncle will take you to the playground." Numbua's eyes lit up. "Really? Can I go in and play?" She used to pass by the playground with her grandpa and there were so many places to play, and every kid who went in was so happy, but she knew it cost money to go in, and grandpa was tired of making money, so when grandpa asked her if she wanted to go and play, she said no, but she actually wanted to go and play. Although grandpa did not take her in, but bought her a bunch of sugar gourds at the door. Sweet, delicious, she now remembered that flavor. Chapter 50 Explosion. The movie star's illegitimate daughter is exposed. Playground. Nguyenbao held a bunch of iced sugar gourds in both hands. Looking at the rounded sugar gourds wrapped in frosting, she licked her little mouth, but still handed the sugar gourds to her two uncles first. "Third uncle, little uncle, eat." Wanishi wearing a mask is not convenient. Just wanted to say no. Next to Wenbei is not polite. Bend down, open his mouth, eat. Brother-in-law, is it sweet? Nguyenbao's eyes smiled like a crescent moon. When eBay smiled along with her, very sweet. When Ishi took off his mask, bit off the sugar plum in one bite, and quickly put it back on again. The whole process was just as fast as the blink of an eye. Numbua's eyes widened. Wow, Uncle Sam is fast. Delicious. Wanishi looked at the dumbfounded and cute Nwanbao and smiled as he pinched her little face. Warmblood followed suit with an "ao" to eat the candy cane, but his mouth was too small and the candy cane got stuck. Wanibe laughed twice, dotingly saying, you're a small person with a small mouth, but your ambition is not small. Afraid of hurting Nwanbao's little mouth, he carefully pulled the candy cane out of her mouth and admonished, "Small bites." Nwanbao nodded with a small red face and took small bites of the candy cane. She nibbled and looked at the distant silhouette, then pulled Wanishi, pointed at the distant silhouette, and said, "Third uncle, there's someone." Wanishi looked over and only saw the crowds coming and going. For a moment he didn't understand what Nwanbao meant. He said, "It's the weekend. Many adults will bring their little ones over to play." Nwanbao saw that Wanishi didn't care, just curious how someone could be standing in a tree peeking at them all the time. Isn't he afraid of falling? Warmblood had just finished his bellyaching when he saw the man hidden hundreds of meters away in a tree holding a video camera fall out of the tree. Numbu. Sure enough it fell off. Wanibe noticed Nwanbao's abnormality and followed Nwanbao's line of sight to look over, but there was nothing unusual, and asked, "What's wrong? Climbing trees? It's too dangerous." Warmblood patted his little chest. "That uncle is so miserable. I don't know what happened to him." Wanishi smiled and said, "Yes, climbing trees is too dangerous. Baby can't climb trees in the future." Warmblood nodded. No tree climbing. She ate a candy cane to calm her nerves and wondered if she should take that uncle to the hospital. And then she saw the uncle limping and crawling up as if he was okay. When Nwanbao finished eating the sugar gourd, Wanishi took out a wet tissue and squatted down to wipe Nwanbao's hands. Move gently and carefully. When Wanibe saw this, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Yo, third brother, it seems like you've done a lot of homework." Wanishi glanced at Wanibe. "That's natural. I'm not like you. I've been with baby for so long and didn't even realize it was my own family." Wanibe, "Well, this thing is not going to pass. Let's go, baby. Third uncle will take you to play on the carousel." Wanishi wiped Nwanbao's hands clean and threw the dirty wet tissue into Wanibe's hands before bending down to pick up Nwanbao and walk forward. Wanibe looked at the wet tissue in his hand, his face full of black lines. "I'm a garbage can. You throw my hand." Nwanbao lay on Wanishi's shoulder and waved his little hand at Wanibe. "Little uncle." Wanibe could only resign himself to throwing the garbage into the trash can and then jogging after them. Hundreds of meters away, the limping man leaned against a large tree, and even though he was injured, it was hard to hide the look of excitement on his face. He dialed the editor-in-chief's number, his voice laced with excitement. "Editor-in-chief, you'll never guess what powerful thing I've captured. It can definitely dominate the headlines for 3 days and 3 nights. Asterisk. When Wanishi and Wanibe brought Nwanbao back to Wen Mansion, Nwanbao had been playing all day and fell asleep in the car early, or Wanibe carefully carried her out of the car, and when they walked in the door of the house, they found that the atmosphere in the house was extremely quiet. Is the baby asleep? When Ning Shuyuan saw Nwanbao return, she immediately got up and carefully took the sleeping Nwanbao from Wanibe's arms. Perhaps playing too crazy? Even if someone else is holding it, Nwanbao is still unconscious, and is still drowsy and asleep. Ning Shuyuan carried the warm treasure upstairs, and Wanishi sat on the sofa like a grandpa and came to say, "But I'm exhausted." When Suwa glared cross-eyed at Wanishi and said in a tone of hatred, "You still have the face to sit. Look at what you've done." Saying that, when Suoi threw his cell phone to Wanishi had thought that his family was dissatisfied that he and Wanibe had taken Nwanbao out to have a crazy time. But who would have expected his face to change abruptly when he saw the content on his cell phone? And originally ready to go upstairs to rest, Wanibe also noticed that something was wrong. He followed and opened his cell phone, only to realize that Nwanbao was on the headlines. She also appeared as Wanishi's illegitimate daughter. Explosion. The movie star's illegitimate daughter is exposed. The top streaming movie star turned out to be entrapped with his boyfriend to the amusement park. Movie star WYX hidden marriage? Photographed on the playground with his daughter. Several headlines were accompanied by videos of Wanishi, Wanibe and Nwanbao, the 3 of them holding hands to buy sugar gourds, Nwanbao feeding the sugar gourds, and then the 3 of them walking hand in hand towards the inside of the playground. The picture was extremely cozy. Even though Wanishi was wearing a mask and hat, fans could still tell it was Wanishi, especially since Wanishi had the mask off in the middle of the video to eat a candy cane. A large swath of fans in the comments section broke defense. I don't believe it. The man I've been fanning for so many years has a daughter. What do you mean? Previously said that our Westmaster interfered in other people's marriage, and now said that Westmaster is a daughter, and then appeared a daughter. This fake news, how so much? It doesn't have to be a daughter. Maybe it's a relative's child. Master West is only 26 years old. Where did such a big daughter appear? I don't believe Master Sai has a daughter anyway. Fans should stop washing. That girl and Wanishi look alike. Ask yourself, so I'm the only one paying attention to the man next to Master Shi? You West fans are really enough. Wanishi has been out for many years, has been playing the single persona, now run out of a daughter. This is not a blatant deception? Poor character, playing big names, foul language, personality flip-flop, illegitimate daughter is so old, and still claiming to be single. When eBay immediately exploded after reading the news, as well as certain targeted comments. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of fans are you? How dare you say that our Nguyen Bao is an illegitimate daughter? Can you give birth to such a cute baby? And what kind of eyes do they all have? To say that I am a pair with you, do I look like a pair? When eBay was all pissed off and laughed. At first let you stay in the company to study. You are not happy. Have to break into the entertainment industry. Get full of fishy. When Swoi blasted at Wanishi for a while, and then angrily said to one eBay, you don't say him either. Look at you. You're in your 20s. You don't do your job. You only know how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. You two are half a caddy. One eBay. When Idong glanced at Wen Suwa, disapproving of the demeaning meaning of his words, and his brows sunk slightly. Dad, Wen Suwa actually regretted just after saying it, but being in a high position for many years, he couldn't lower his face and could only coldly grunt to show his dissatisfaction. This matter, I will handle it. Wanishi's voice was cold and hostile as he darkened his face, vilifying him for interfering in other people's marriages, vilifying him as a man. He could care less, but not when it comes to warmongers. Chapter 51. Is Warmblood really an ordinary person? Wanishi returned to his room and turned on his turned-off cell phone. Only then did he see that his agent, Brother Zhou, had called him more than a dozen times. He sank his eyebrows and was about to call back when Brother Zhou's phone called again, and before he could speak when he connected, he heard Brother Zhou's laundry list of words. My ancestor, you finally answered the phone. Anxious me. Zhou brother words without stopping for a moment. Continued. Just the headlines you see. Out of the big things ancestor. Now, not to mention the circle. It's all over the country. They all say that you have a daughter in secret marriage. I haven't even finished digesting this news. Then they say that you openly came out of the closet and traveled with a man. And there are also people who say that you cheated on your wife and had a daughter, then dumped the person, and got involved with the man in the video. Ancestor, what's going on here? Why don't you tell me? When Ishii, who couldn't interject a word the entire time, rubbed his brow. Zhou didn't hear when Ishii speak. His heart went cold with fear, shivering his voice. You, don't tell me, you really have a daughter? The thing is good. After all, this news not many people believe. The main thing is that the little girl in the video, that looks in when Ishii is really a few points similar, especially when Ishii spoiled the little girl look. Oh look, it is not a general relationship When Ishii said in a serious tone, Brother Zhou, how many years have you followed me? Zhou returned uncertainly. 5 years. From his debut, Zhou was assigned by the company to Wanishi. At that time, Zhou can only be considered an ordinary agent, but with Wanishi rising, the value is immediately different. For this reason there are also many teams to open better conditions want to dig him, but Zhou refused one by one. He will not forget his roots. He has this position today. All rely on Wanishi. Yeah, 5 years, so where do you think I got such a big daughter from? One EC said. Where could he have a daughter when he's been shooting day and night all these years, never socializing, much less having any emotional involvement with another woman? Fair enough, so what's that little girl's relationship to you? Zhou thought for a moment and nodded approvingly, then asked carefully over the phone again, mentioning Nguyen Bao. When Isi's tone unconsciously carried a few points of warmth, my niece. Brother Zhou was greatly relieved. So it's the little niece. That's good, that's good. He told me that Master Shi was a man of measure. Where could he have sprung such a big daughter? When Ishii asked, Brother Zhou, who is the person behind the release of the information? Brother Zhou sighed. I haven't found out yet, but the paparazzo who followed the breaking news this time is the same paparazzo who filmed you in Chu Shangxiang before, so he's dead set on chasing you. A flash of darkness crossed the bottom of Wanishi's eyes. Check, I'd like to see just who is it. No need for you to say, I will also investigate. These bastards, I have to find out one by one. Zhou's voice also carries a few points of ruthlessness, followed by a turn of phrase, but the microblogging thing, but also have to step in to clarify the next. When EC answered lowly, and after hanging up the phone, he logged into his Weibo account. The account is usually managed by Zhou, who occasionally posts movie promotional marketing, but basically stays out of his personal messages. When Ishii v. My niece. Pro. A simple yet dominating sentence that slapped the faces of I don't know how many black fans and people watching from behind. I knew it. Master West wouldn't lie to his fans. So it's a niece. Master, she's niece is so cute. The little princess is here, and the black people are getting out of my way. Does anyone still believe in this clarification these days? Don't forget that 2 years ago, the most popular YY was photographed by paparazzi hugging his son, but it turned out to be a relative. But not 2 days after people are stoned to be a real son. Ezra Wynn has been out for so many years. His background has been a mystery. Who knows if it's really a niece or a daughter? Although most of the fans believed Wanishi's clarification, a small portion of them still held a disbelieving attitude and had to ask Wanishi to produce evidence. In order to protect Nguyen Bao, the Wynn family didn't even organize the recognition banquet, so how could they let Nguyen Bao appear in front of the public? Wanishi also did not come up with the so-called evidence, just the face of the most arrogant jumping black fans, directly sent a lawyer's letter, and refused to make peace. As for the paparazzi who followed the shooting, as well as the company behind him, he did not intend to let go of the case, directly prosecuted, and used a strong attitude to show that this time he did not back down in points. That's what made the online messages slowly die down. It's just that when ESI was holding his cell phone, he remembered Nguyen Bao's words earlier at the playground pointing to someone in the distance. Was she trying to tell herself that someone was filming him again? He just didn't understand that meaning at that time, but looking at the video on the internet, it wasn't very clear. It was obviously taken from a very far away place, and Nguyen Bao could see that far? To verify this, the next day when ESI asked Nguyen Bao, "Baby, what is your eyesight?" Warmblood's pink cheeks were tinged with confusion. What the heck is sight? When Isi pointed to Nguyen Bao's big watery eyes, just how far can the eyes see? Nguyen Bao blinked, then made a stretching motion with her hands, matching her milky tone of voice. She looked extraordinarily cute and innocent. Can see far? Far away. When Ishi knew that what Nguyen Bao said was true, he looked into the distance and pointed to a place he couldn't even see and asked Nguyen Bao, "Then can Bao Bao see what's there?" Warmblood's round eyes were like black jewels, and it took no effort to look far enough to see what was on the spire in the distance. Well, there's a poster on top of that spire. There's a pretty young lady on the poster. I recognize this young lady. Nguyen Bao was as if he had discovered a new continent, and was very excited. It's Boat Mama. She had only met Boat's mother once and the other person was wearing a mask, but it didn't stop her from instantly recognizing Boat's mother on the poster. Boat Mom is really pretty, just a little bit worse than her mom, I guess. In her mind, her mom was the prettiest. When Ishi was shocked, but not shocked that Nguyen Bao knew the person on the poster, but shocked that Nguyen Bao could see so far. That spire is at least 1,000 meters away from here. The poster on the spire is even smaller. Nguyen Bao, this eyesight is not less than a sniper rifle aiming distance. What's more, she probably sees further. Isn't this the clairvoyance from fairy tales? But is it really humanly possible? When Ishi suppressed his shock and gently instructed Nguyen Bao, "Baby, you mustn't tell anyone else about this matter except us, okay?" The piker is not guilty of the crime. Even though the Wen family was strong enough now, they could no longer afford to take risks. Although Nguyen Bao did not understand what Wanishi meant, she nodded her head seriously, her soft little milky voice carrying solemnity. "I know." Afterwards, when Isi found his second brother, Wen Nan, and told him what happened, his voice low and soft, with a certain panic, "Second brother, is baby really an ordinary person?" Chapter 52. Zhang Peixing is just having bad intentions. There are too many mysteries hidden in Nguyen Bao that science can't explain. Not only can he tell fortunes and draw talismans, but he also possesses the skill of clairvoyance, which is no longer something ordinary people can do. After when Nan heard Wanisi's words, she didn't even frown for a moment, but just said lightly, "No matter who she is the most important person to us. There are more than a few quirks on the warmer. Yet no matter what, Warmbloods are their irreplaceable family. This is natural." When ESI said without hesitation, "I'm just worried that we won't be able to keep her." The more secrets Nguyen Bao carried, the more uneasiness he felt in the back of his mind, always thinking that one day she would leave. When Nanan patted Wanisi's shoulder and said, "So, we have to cherish every day we are with Nguyen Bao. What will happen in the future? No one knows." Wanisi nodded and walked out of the research room with some solemnity and loss. When Wanishi left, when Nanan stood in place for a long time, half of his face hidden in the darkness, looking gloomy and mysterious. It was a long time before he slowly opened the glass lid that was closed in front of him, only to see a blue flame flickering in the center of the glass. The blue flame was extremely hot, and he had used only ordinary glass, but strangely enough the glass was not damaged in the slightest, and was not even hot on the outside. However, this is not the strangest. The strangest thing is that this fire was originally red. He suddenly had a feeling, and put a drop of blood that he got from Nguyen Bao on the fire. the fire immediately turned blue, and even continued to burn for 3 days and 3 nights without combustible materials. When Nanan quietly looked at the blue flames, his face cloudy and undefined. Maybe, it's time to go somewhere. Asterisk. Nguyen Bao had been playing with a ball in the back garden. Suddenly she saw Jiang Pei-shing holding a long pole. She hugged the small leather ball and ran to the railing with her short legs. Brother Pei-shing, what are you going to do? Jiang Pei-wei walked to the railing and smiled at Nguyen Bao. I'm going fishing. This was one of the rare ways for Jiang Pei-shing to relieve his anxiety. Oh, responded Warmblood's little milky voice. Jiang Pei-shing's eyes moved slightly as he asked, does Nguyen Bao want to go? Nguyen Bao opened her big watery eyes, full of anticipation. Can I? Jiang Pei-shing's lips curved slightly. Of course, he was happy to do so. Nguyen Bao couldn't see it, and when she heard that she could come along, she hurriedly put down the small leather ball in her arms and looked towards Ning Shuyuan, who was drinking tea, and called out inquiringly, Grandmother. Although Ning Shuyuan has been in the mental hospital for the past few years, the Wenjiang and Jiang families are family friends, and she has watched Jiang Pei-shing grow up before and knows his character. And seeing that Nguyen Bao couldn't wait to go out and play, she waved her hand. Go. Jiang Pei-shing bowed slightly towards Ning Shuyuan and respectfully said, Don't worry Grandma Wen, I'll just take Nguyen Bao to the Moonheart Lake next door to take a look. In fact, there are small ponds behind the Wen and Jiang houses, but they are not as big as the Moonheart Lake next to them. Ning Shuyuan nodded. Nguyen Bao, who had gotten Ning Shuyuan's permission, was afraid that Jiang Pei-shing would wait for too long and bent down to drill out through the small hole under the railing. Nguyen Bao, don't rush. I will wait for you. You come out from the door. Jiang Pei line to stop, although it is a wooden railing, but small children's skin is delicate. Careless will scratch. So after seeing Nguyen Bao's action, he said in a hurry. Good Warmblood took a short step and ran towards the door. Wen Qian, who had just finished his homework and came to play with Nguyen Bao, saw this scene and his face darkened. The tone of his voice was full of dissatisfaction. Jiang Pei-shing must have done it on purpose. Ning Shuyuan, who had been silently drinking tea in the back garden, smiled and asked with interest, Oh, how? Moonheart Lake is clearly on the left side of the Leaning Jiang mansion, and our house is on his right side. Yet he had to go around to our back garden to walk through it. This is clearly intentional. Wen Qian said indignantly. Ning Shuyuan's lips bloomed into an arc. Our Nguyen Bao is too pleasing to the eye. Grandma, Jiang Pei-shing is too much. Swindling Nguyen Bao like this every time. Where did he lie? Didn't he take the baby with him? That was it. So Wen Qian got even angrier. Jiang Pei-shing is just ill-intentioned. Ning Shuyuan watched her grandson reveal his childish side, and her brows were full of smiles. If Xiao Qian is not at ease, let's go together to take a look. When Qian pursed his lips, he was not uneasy. Although Jiang Pei-shing was younger than him, he did things in a measured way. He would never let Nguyen Bao be in danger. Later, I'll go back. Ning Shuyuan rubbed Wen Qian's little head. Let's go. Accompany Grandma inside to look at the books. Wen Qian obediently accompanied him, and Ning Shuyuan instructed the butler as she entered. Open a small gate at the back garden railing. This also makes it easier for baby to get in and out. Wen Qian, the butler responded. Yes. On the shore of Moonheart Lake, Jiang Pei-shing sat on a chair. His long fishing rod was not in the lake, and Nguyen Bao obediently sat on the side and waited. Jiang Pei-shing was afraid that Nguyen Bao couldn't sit still and said, Nguyen Bao, there's a slide over there. If you're bored, you can go play. Nguyen Bao, however, shook her head and said, I'll accompany Brother Pei-shing. Jiang Pei-shing's eyes warmed up, and suddenly there was a movement in the fishing rod, and he hurriedly put it away. Has the fish taken the bait? Nguyen Bao said sharply. Still afraid of scaring the fish, his voice was lowered for the most part, but the collected rods were empty. Nguyen Bao comforted. Brother Pei-shing, don't be anxious. Next time it will definitely work. Today, however, was strange. Jiang Pei-shing didn't catch a single fish. Brother Pei-shing, go for it. Brother Pei-shing, you can da. Brother Pei-shing, once. Nguyen Bao's voice lurched, stretched out her palm to count her little fingers, then said, 5 times can't work. The 6th time the fish is sure to take the bait. Jiang Pei-shing. He reached out and pinched Nguyen Bao's fleshy little face, not yet willing to exert himself, just gently pinched it, and sighed helplessly. It seems that Brother Pei-shing can't make it today. Nguyen Bao will take over for me. Okay? Good da. Nguyen Bao just watched a few times Jiang Pei-shing's action, already know how to do it. She leaped forward and said, I fished to Pei-shing brother to eat ah. Nguyen Bao just took the fishing rod. Not even a moment later, the rod moved. She did not move as fast as Jiang Pei-shing, even because of the lack of force. She could not pull it up at all. She asked for help. Brother Pei-shing. Jiang Pei-shing hurriedly held Nguyen Bao's hand and pulled the fishing rod up, only to see a big fish the size of an adult's arm at the hook. Numbu, wow, what a big fish. Jiang Pei-shing, could this be the newbie aura? Jiang Pei-shing helped Nguyen Bao put the big fish into the bucket, and Nguyen Bao flung the fishing rod down immediately afterward. I'm going to catch another one for grandma. Jiang Pei-shing was just about to say that he hadn't gotten the bait yet, when he saw the fishing rod in Nguyen Bao's hand move again. Brother Pei-shing. Jiang Pei-shing helped pull on another big fish. The next thing you know, Warmblood seems to be transformed into a little fishing master, and without bait, one big fish after another is hooked. Looking at the countless fish swimming happily in the barrel, Jiang Pei-shing let out a sigh of relief. What kind of enigmatic operation is this in the end? Chapter 53, Ominous Omens. Jiang Pei-shing, who was frequently hit in the face, hurriedly pulled Nguyen Bao's hand. Nguyen Bao, enough is enough. The bucket is going to be too big to fit. Nguyen Bao hadn't enjoyed herself yet, but when she saw the almost full bucket, she nodded. That's a lot. We can't eat it. Then let's release some and keep only 2. Okay? Good. Jiang Pei-shing dumped the fish in the bucket back into the lake, leaving only 2 of the biggest ones, and then walked towards Wen Mansion with the bucket and fishing rod in one hand and Nguyen Bao in the other. Brother Pei-shing, fishing is so much fun. Then I'll ask you to join me in all future fishing trips. Am it? Jiang Pei-shing asked as if he didn't mean to. Did Nguyen Bao make any new friends in kindergarten? There duh. At the mention of her new friends from kindergarten, Nguyen Bao's little short legs all bounced twice with joy. There's Tilly and Boat. They're all very nice. Jiang Pei-shing could see that Nguyen Bao loved her new friend. Because of the bouncing, the 2 little hair buns on top of her head were shaking a little, looking especially cute and lively. Then will Nguyen Bao prefer new friends to Brother Pei-shing? Would not. I like Pei-shing brother very much. Jiang Pei-shing's small face wore a satisfied smile. I also like the warm treasure. Who wouldn't love a warm and cuddly warmer? The 2 walked towards Wen's house, but met 2 men probing inside at the door of Wen's house. One of them looked in his early 30s, wearing casual clothes, looking young and decent, while the other man was older, looking about 50, wearing a black suit, with thinning hair, and a sad face that didn't look good to be messed with. Jiang Pei-shing was about to pull Nguyen Bao in another direction when he saw 2 men notice them and suddenly walk towards them. Jiang Pei-shing instantly became wary and immediately protected Nguyen Bao behind him. When the young dignified man saw Nguyen Bao, his eyes narrowed into a line with a smile and greeted Nguyen Bao. Hello little baby, how are you? I'm your uncle's friend. Can you take me to see your uncle? This was none other than Bro Zhou, the agent who had come to see Wen Yishi. After getting the address from Wen Yishi's mouth, he was first shocked, although Wen Yishi earns enough money in the entertainment industry to buy a small villa here. But the person who can live in the royal garden is not only rich on the line. He has followed Wen Yishi for 5 years, but he knows very little about his family background. He entered the royal garden with trepidation, and when he arrived at the entrance of Wen's residence, he was surprised again, thinking that it was hard to believe that Master Shi had bought such a large villa with all of his belongings. Just as he was about to contact Wen Yishi, he saw his little niece. The little niece's black hair is tied with 2 small hair buns. Her eyes are round like 2 black jewels, powdered and carved, even more adorable than in the video. No wonder Master Shi, who doesn't like children, loves this niece so much. If he had a niece this cute, he would also love her to the bone. Nguyen Bao tilted his head and looked at Zhou. Hearing him say he was a friend of his uncle, he softly asked, "Which uncle of mine are you a friend of?" Zhou froze, thinking that it is hard to believe that Master Shi has several other brothers. So, hesitantly, he asked, "How many uncles do you have?" Nguyen Bao put up 4 chubby white fingers. "I have 4 uncles." Zhou was shocked. "I didn't realize that Master Shi had 3 brothers. I'm a friend of your uncle Wen Yishi." Kids might not know what agent meant, so Zhou said friend directly. "Oh, so your Uncle San's friend." Nguyen Bao came to a realization. Brother Zhou smiled and said, "So Master Shi is the 3rd in line." Jiang Pei-shing frowned, slatting his face like a small adult, and asked, "You said your Uncle Shi's friend, so how come you don't know about this?" With that, he took another wary step backward, pulling Warmblood with him. Zhou, looking at the child's wary expression, he cried, "Because he didn't tell me." Jiang Pei-shing's vigilance hadn't diminished by half, and he noticed that the other man's gaze had been following Nguyen Bao, even though it was friendly. "I'm really your uncle's friend." Seeing that the child didn't believe him, Zhou helplessly emphasized again, "Jiang Pei-shing, where's the evidence?" Nguyen Bao can see that Zhou is not a bad person, but Brother Pei-shing is also right. He said that he is a friend of uncle, and does not know a lot of information. It is very suspicious. So also follow the nodding of the little head. Milky Hoo said, "Right day, to have evidence." Looking at the 2 little kids who were asking for evidence towards him, Zhou smiled helplessly. "So what kind of evidence do you want?" "Uncle, it's not what evidence we want, but what evidence you can produce to prove that your Uncle Shi's friend." Jiang Pei-shing boarded his little face and said seriously. Zhou and the other man looked at Jiang Pei-shing with a few moments of surprise. This child looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. To be able to say these words, he really didn't look like a child. Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I call your uncle?" He had just taken out his cell phone when he heard a snort. "Brother Zhou, you're really getting back on your feet. You can't even handle little kids. Joe turned his head to see Wanishi leaning against the doorway. Staring at himself playfully, he laughed bitterly and said, Master Shi, where is it that I can't handle it? It's that your kids are too refined. When Nguyen Bao saw Wanishi, his milky voice was permeated with joy. Third uncle. Jiang Peixing followed suit and called out third uncle. Wanishi mouth corner. He remembered that in the past, this kid in the Jiang family called him third uncle. And now, meh, sounds harsh. He looked over at Numba with a smile on his brow, bending slightly and stretching his arms out at her. Nguyen Bao immediately jumped at him with her short little legs. Wanishi held Nguyen Bao steadily, then supported her little butt and picked her up. Third uncle, this is the fish that Nguyen Bao caught. Jiang Peixing put the bucket in front of Wanishi and looked at Nguyen Bao again. Then I'll go back first, Nguyen Bao. Bye. Nguyen Bao waved his little paw at Jiang Peixing. Brother Peixing, bye. After Jiang Pei walked, Wanishi looked at the two big fish in the bucket, raised his eyebrows high and asked Nguyen Bao, Baby, did you catch this? Warm blood nodded her head, her little milky voice proud and full of pride. Aha. Then, embarrassed, he asked, Third uncle, am I tired of it? Looking at Nguyen Bao's proud little appearance, Wanishi pinched her little face and praised without mincing words, My baby is really great. Nguyen Bao smiled a sweet smile, two little pear swirls cute love hanging on her face. Master Shi, your kid is too cute. Joe looked at Nguyen Bao and was so tickled that he wanted to go up and pinch Nguyen Bao's little face. Just as he raised his hand, he was slapped away by Wanishi. Scram! Wanishi laughed and scolded. His baby, not just anyone can pinch it. Master Shi, you're too petty, Joe said indignantly. Wanishi looked askance at Joe. What can you do? Cho, what can he do with this little ancestor? He can only spoil it. Another man greeted Wanishi. Hello, movie Emperor Wen, I'm Manhwa. First time meeting, please teach me more. His voice was respectful and vaguely nervous, and his originally sad face pulled out a stiff smile. Numbu's dark, bright eyes looked fixedly at the top of the man's head. This uncle's head was glowing black. Grandpa said it was an ominous sign. Chapter 54, inviting you and Nguyen Bao to participate in a variety show. The man may have noticed Nguyen Bao's gaze. The curvature of his mouth curved wider and wider, and his already stiff smile was hardened into a bizarre and terrifying aura. Warm blood. So it's Directorin. I've heard a lot about you. The surprise in the bottom of Wanishi's eyes flickered, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Joe, asking with his eyes what was going on. How come Hodong came to see him with Cho? Directorin was also famous a few years ago, but not in the film and television industry, but in the world of variety. 9 years ago, by his guidance of the Wilderness Survival Program has taken the highest ratings record in the history of variety, but also because of this program so that the Starfish television station crowded into the top 5 of the country's television stations. Over the years there are also a lot of directors competing to copy the Wilderness Survival Program, but never surpassed. Over the years, many directors have tried to imitate the Wilderness Survival Program, but they have never surpassed it. He also, because of the Wilderness Survival, to become a variety of rising stars, and then single-handedly organized the Singing Star, is to open the singer of the world of variety road, because the singing star out of the circle of the singers are countless, including the current king of the song Zhou Shuo. Zhou Shuo was just a newcomer, but because he participated in the Singing Star was discovered by him. Singing Star, so that Zhou Shuo attracted tens of millions of fans, became the top stream of superstars at that time. His 2 programs have made him become a variety of famous director. How many stars Flower Girl movie star scrambled to be on his variety show? Thought he would continue to shine in the world of variety. Who thought that after the Singing Star, he disappeared? Some people say that he was blocked because of offending people, but also said that he was suffering from a serious illness, bedridden. All kinds of rumors are. All these rumors cannot withstand the passage of time, especially in the entertainment industry. Replacement is like a common occurrence. Joe said, it's not convenient to talk outside. Let's talk inside. Remember to carry it in. Wanishi signaled the bucket toward Joe, then turned toward the villa with the warm treasure in his arms. Joe, well, he's a bucket-carrying toolman. Joe bent down to carry the bucket, but Hodong next to him was a step ahead of him, attentively saying, I'll do it. It's better for me to do it. Where do I need you? Joe took the bucket from him and patted Hodong with his other hand, understanding what he was worried about. Don't worry, Directorin. Master, she looks bad, but still bad. Joe originally wanted to put in a good word for Wanishi, but he couldn't lie to people, so he could only sigh and say, you'll know if you've been in contact. Hodong, who didn't have much confidence in the first place, became even more worried. Wanishi carried Nguyen Bao into the house, and Nguyen Bao looked backward at Joe and Hodong who were following him. So they really are third uncle's friends? Nguyen Bao was embarrassed. Then I shouldn't have not trusted them just now. Wanishi smiled and complimented. Just now, baby did a good job. Even if it's the friends of your uncles, baby can't be too trusting, you know? After all, some friends are just backstabbers. Nguyenbao nodded his head, seemingly understanding. Got it. After entering the house, Song Fei-yun was the first to walk up. Although she didn't care about showbiz matters, she also knew that Brother Joe was Wenishi's manager, so she nodded slightly at Brother Joe and Haodong. Wenishi said to Song Fuyun, "Sister-in-law, I have some things to talk about with my friend. The parlor is ready for refreshments. You take them there." Song Fei-yun smiled and said. She took Nguyenbao from Wenishi's arms. "Nguyenbao, come. Your third uncle has something to talk about. You and I will go play, okay?" Nguyenbao wrapped her hands around Song Fei-yun's neck and pressed her face intimately. "Great auntie, I caught a big fish, oh. Let's eat it later, okay?" The milky voice carried a fierce mo. Makes for a cute listen. The smile on Song Fei-yun's face deepened. Good. Let sister-in-law Gue make fish for Nguyenbao later. Our Nguyenbao can even fish. It's awesome. The maid took the bucket in Zhou's hand and followed behind Song Fei-yun and Nguyenbao. Wenishi went to the parlor and sat down, signaling Zhou to sit with Haodong. Zhou revealed an unseen look of shock. "Master, she, this is your home? Just outside, okay?" A door into the show of wealth in the face so that he almost could not maintain the calmness of the face. The living room is full of antiques. There are a lot of oil paintings. If he is not mistaken, one of the oil paintings last year auctioned 200 million of the heavenly price of. When Isi answered, "The old mansion," and Haodong wasn't that shocked, but only looked at Wenishi with an increasingly cautious and respectful gaze. Movie Emperor Wen turned out to be a member of the Wen family. Zhou's jaw dropped as he looked at Haodong and then at Wenishi. Wenishi entered the entertainment industry under his real name. Although his last name is Wen, almost no one took him as one of the four big families. The Wen family, after all. How could a person from the Wen family enter the entertainment industry? But who would have thought that Wenishi is the third son of the Wen family? Director in the Wen family you are talking about. Is it the Wen family I think of? Zhou asked with a trembling voice, and Haodong looked at Zhou. His eyes were helpless. He also did not expect Zhou to follow Wenishi for so many years, but never noticed his identity. Zhou read in Haodong's eyes and looked at Wenishi with a look of shock beyond words. "Master, you're from the Wen family." When ESI answered, Brother Zhou was shocked. "You're a member of the Wen family. Why do you still need to enter the entertainment industry?" When Isi raised his eyebrows, "There is an explicit rule that the Wen family cannot enter the entertainment industry?" "Zhou, that's not true. But, the Winchesters still need to go into the entertainment industry to steal jobs from others?" Zhou turned his head and asked in Haodong Directorin, "How do you know that Master Shi is a member of the Wen family?" And Haodong looked at Zhou. "There is a Wen residence sign at the entrance. The lady just now is the wife of Wen's president Wenidong. I had the pleasure of meeting her once a few years ago." "Zhou, so, cootie, just him, Master West. You've kept this from me." Wenishi lightly glanced at Zhou. "I've never deliberately hidden anything." "Zhou, I see. He's the one who's stupid. Say, what is it that you are looking for me for?" Wenishi looked at the two men and said emphatically to Zhou, "I remember saying that I'm taking a break for these 6 months, and that I won't take on a movie even if the sky collapses." Zhou knows Wenishi's nature. No one can change what he has decided. And snapped, "This time it is not a drama. It is that director and wants to invite you and your little niece to participate in the variety show." When ESI frowned, Who did you say invited me and who?" "Zhou, your niece, and Haodong, it's better for me to say it. Movie Emperor Wen, it's like this. I signed a variety show with Mangle TV. It's a parent-child variety show, and I'm going to invite 5 parent-child combinations to participate. And I saw your hot news 2 days ago, so I want to invite you to participate together with your niece." Chapter 55, The Chilling Trigrams. If it was in the past his own curiosity, he is naturally full of confidence, but has suffered too much, and now in the entertainment industry almost no one to find out that he has long lost the confidence of the year. Director in, "I never take on variety shows," One Ishi said, and Haodong, "I know, that's why I didn't have much hope when I came here. And I was even less confident after realizing that you're a member of the Wen family." He laughed bitterly a few times and said, "I always thought that there might still be a chance." Movie Emperor Wen, "I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted to make this parent-child variety show as early as 7 years ago, only that a lot of things happened later and it was delayed. But I would say that this variety show will definitely explode once it's made. And your popularity will be even more on the up and up." On Haodong is not a pie in the sky. He is 100% confident in his variety show. After the first season of Singing Star, he stepped up the second season, but the boss of Star TV wanted him to think of another variety show, and the second season of Singing Star was handed over to another director of Star TV. He naturally did not agree, and Star TV, after several months of tugging and pulling, he finally had to take a step back and start another variety show. At that time, the idea was to make a parent-child travel variety show, but just halfway through the idea, he inadvertently found out that the head of Star Ocean TV wanted to give the variety show to someone else to train a new director, and he finally realized that he was just a stepping stone for someone else, and as a result, He broke up with Star Ocean TV completely, and the whole entertainment industry blocked him after he was blocked by Star Ocean, which resulted in him being out of a job. Immediately after his wife was seriously ill. In order to treat his wife, he spent all his savings. His wife got better, and thought that the couple would just live peacefully. Who expected his wife's illness to strike again, in urgent need of a large sum of money for treatment, which made a comeback after many years to reach a contract with the Mangle TV station. Joe also chimed in, Master Shi, the undirected variety show is also an opportunity. Let's give it a try. If in the past, Brother Joe would never let his own artists on the variety show, one is the low threshold of the variety show, and the other is easy to expose the personality. But now an Ishii too many scandals entangled in the majority of the fans, but the popularity of the people are losing day by day. In order to pull back, the fastest way is to go on the variety show. Of course, the variety show is not just any one of them. Those hooked up, Master Shi is not suitable. The variety show directed by director and does not have this aspect of the trouble, which is also the purpose of Joe to bring director in over. When Ishii's face did not change, I still say the same thing. I don't take on variety shows. Is he living too long? Bringing a warmer to a variety show. On how Dong sighed darkly. Understood. Joe could only sigh with regret. When Ishii walked out of the parlor with Joe and Haodong, who had a regretful lost look on his face, and Haodong was about to say goodbye, not realizing that he wanted to invite another protagonist appeared in front of him, looking at him with big round eyes. Uncle, you want to tell fortunes? I can tell fortunes for $9.09. The child's voice was soft and sweet and milky, and Haodong once upon a time loved children, but for his wife's health reasons, the couple didn't want a child, and when he first saw Nguyen Bao, he thought she was very cute, and now when he heard her milky and extremely serious words, it made the loss between his brows gradually fade away. He bent slightly and looked straight at Warmblood, trying to soften his stiff face and soften the tone of his voice as he spoke. You still know how to tell fortunes? Warmblood nodded. Uncle, does it count? I'm cheap. Joe looked dumbfounded at Nguyen Bao and whispered to Onishi, Master Shi, your kid is too cute, just for her cuteness, not to mention $9.09, even 99 I'm willing to count. Of course he didn't think children could tell fortunes, he just thought it was a little game like playing house. When Ishii glanced at Joe in a salty manner, step aside, it's not just anyone who can tell the trigrams of a warmer. He looked at An Haodong thoughtfully. Of course An Haodong couldn't refuse the little cutie, count on it. Nguyen Bao's eyes slowly closed. His small white face was boarded up in seriousness, and he stretched out his short fingers and began to pinch. The three adults stared unblinkingly at the warmer. When Ishii had heard Wen Bei talk about Nguyen Bao's fortune-telling appearance, but it was the first time he had seen Nguyen Bao in this serious manner. Well, you can't say it's exactly the same as those fortune-tellers under the flyovers. You can only say it's carved from the same mold. It's quite comical to see tiny little people making adult appearances. Joe is really too cute when he holds his starry eyes and looks at the warmer. If all the children in the world were like Master West's niece, he guaranteed that the world would be full of love. And Haodong was also adorable by Nguyen Bao. He felt that this child was particularly good-looking when he watched the video before, and the reality was even more so. If this could be on his parent-child variety show, it would definitely explode. But it's a pity. Uncle. Nguyen Bao opened his big dark and bright eyes and looked at An Haodong and said seriously, the black chi gathering on top of your head is an ominous sign. An Haodong. Joe, it's ominous. Looks like director and has to be more careful these days. Joe didn't think that Nguyen Bao was telling the truth. He just said it jokingly, and Haodong was about to echo Joe's words when he heard Nguyen Bao add, Uncle, Auntie in room 305 of Building 9 of Xingha Hospital needs you very much right now. And Haodong's complexion suddenly changed. Room 305, Building 9, Xingha Hospital, is his wife's ward? His face was shocked and he looked at Nguyen Bao incredulously. Not many people knew about his wife's serious illness, let alone knew her hospital room number, but the child in front of him was able to say it seriously, which made him look gradually grave. Uncle, it's not too late for you to go now. Nguyen Bao met An Haodong's gaze and added in a milky voice. A layer of panic quietly floated in the bottom of An Haodong's heart, and he pulled his legs out without saying a word. Joe, who was left behind, looked at An Haodong's back, which had already run out of sight, and then looked at the godly Nguyen Bao, and only felt that he had left a great deal of ground. What's going on here? Wanishi also probably guessed what had happened to An Haodong over the years, but Nguyen Bao's special. He didn't want to tell Zhou, and changed the topic. What's going on? I haven't asked you what's going on. You brought someone here without my consent? Didn't I tell you on the phone that I wanted to talk to you about a big cooperation? Brother Joe was successfully diverted and playfully said. When Isi restrained himself from rolling his eyes, get lost. After saying that, he picked up Nguyen Bao and was about to leave. Master Shi, do you really need to rest for half a year? Aha. When Ishi responded, scraping the bridge of Nguyen Bao's little nose, and after making the person laugh, he said. I just want to accompany my family's children right now. Joe looked helpless. Last time, that thing you were checking on, how did it go? Wanishi suddenly remembered this matter and turned back to look at Joe. We've only found out about Centerfold Entertainment, but we haven't uncovered who it is yet. Joe was serious. There are countless stars under the banner of Zhongfeng Entertainment, and Chu Xiangqi, who previously had a scandal with Master Shi, is also an artist under Zhongfeng's banner. What's the use of having you? Wanishi angrily snapped. Cho. Wanishi carried Nguyen Bao towards the upstairs. Nguyen Bao looked at Wanishi with some worry. Third uncle, will that auntie be alright? And guide believes in your words. She should be fine, Wanishi said, with a small sigh of relief. Numbu said, I didn't actually finish that uncle's trigram just now. Wanishi looked at Nguyen Bao. That uncle's head is spreading with black gas, an ominous sign of a broken family. Nguyen Bao's voice was soft with a small milky tone, but the words that came out were chilling. Chapter 56, In His Dreams is His End. The reason why Nguyen Bao didn't say it in front of An Haodong before was because of fear. In the past, when she didn't know any better, she told her neighbor's uncle's fortune, saying that he would lose his family's fortune and his wife and children. And the neighbor's uncle, who was originally still kind to her, immediately turned cold, not only didn't believe in her, but also spoke evilly to her. Originally, not many people care about this matter. Who thought that less than a month neighboring uncle was obsessed with gambling, and finally really ended up in her fortune-telling that end? The neighboring uncle cursed her as a monster, saying that it was all because of her harmed him, around the neighbors to avoid her. Extremely disgusted, the aunt and uncle also want to throw her out, saying she will harm the whole family. It was only when Grandpa defended her, saying that he had divined the fortune, that everyone stopped looking at her like she was a monster. Later, her grandfather told her that talking was also a skill, and that if some of the trigrams were bad, she couldn't talk too hard about them. Warmblood kept this in mind, because it was only by leaving out the words broken home. Wanishi's footsteps jerked when he heard this in Haodong this trigram. At the moment, one could only hope for on Haodong. Xinghua Hospital. In the pale ward, a bone-thin woman sat beside the edge of the bed, her burnt, thin face a dead gray, her eyes deeply sunken, the eye sockets with a clear grayish-blue color, pupils hollow and with despair looking at the photo placed on the bedside table. The picture is of a young couple, of her who was young and not sick. The two were not much more than outstanding in appearance, but the man was decent and the woman was clean-cut, both with smiles on their faces. Her eyes glanced fondly at the photo of her husband, the one she was most sorry for in her life, dragging him down for half his life. The woman pulled a razor blade out of the nightstand drawer, razor sharp and cold. She took the blade and trembled as she aimed it at the aorta between her neck. Just as she did, the door of the ward was opened with a pop. The woman was startled. Her hand shook with the blade, leaving a bloodstain on her neck, and she looked at An Haodong, who suddenly appeared with a face full of dismay. An Haodong was panting, his forehead covered with sweat stains, one hand propped up against the door panel, his face white, looking at the woman with a trace of disbelief. You effin', Haodong. Su Yuefen's hand holding the blade tightened slightly. Didn't Hodong go out to talk about cooperation? How come you're back so soon? And Haodong anxiously walked to Su Yuefen, and fearing to provoke her, softly reached out towards her. Yuefen, give me the blade. Su Yuefen hesitantly looked at An Haodong, finally could not bear to make excessive action in front of him. She put the blade into An Haodong's hand, and Haodong threw the blade into the trash can almost immediately. The aftershock never disappeared. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he had come one step later. He closed his eyes and said, I'll get the nurse to dress your wound. Without waiting for An Haodong to leave, Su Yuefen's 2 lines of tears slipped from her eyes, and her pale and apologetic voice came out. I'm sorry, Haodong. I just don't want to drag you down anymore. They met at a young age and have been married for nearly 30 years. Although they have no children, their relationship is harmonious and cordial. She knows her husband's talent and ambition, and has always been behind him. Who had thought that a sudden illness would cut off all their hopes as a couple? She suffered from the physical torture of the disease over the years. She could endure, but watching him give up his dreams, spending his days with her at the doctor's appointments, pouring his family's money into her, and even bowing his head for her, she couldn't bear it any longer. Back then, although the old boss of the Star Ocean deliberately blocked An Haodong, so that he had no job to rely on, but ultimately buried his dream of the person is her disease, not only money but also time, he is not assured that the caregivers care everything personally. There is no time to care for his dream again, until the money is gone. He wants to make a comeback to make money. The old president of the Star Ocean heard the news, directly in the circle to put the word, who dares to accept him? It is equal to with the Star Ocean declared war. The Star Ocean is already one of the best TV stations. No company dares to offend the Star Ocean for him. so the couple is poor and desperate. He can't even afford to pay for his wife's medicine, and he sees that he will be evicted from the hospital, so he just has to bow his head. Star Ocean's old boss put forward extremely harsh conditions, and Haodong was ready to agree. But how could she possibly watch her husband bow down to the villain for himself? She would rather not be cured. She would rather die than see this scene. Without me, your path will be smoother in the future. I've already dragged you down for 7 years. I don't want to be a stumbling block again. Su Yufan smiled weakly as she looked at her husband's no longer young face. You should stand tall and shine, rather than willingly becoming mediocre for my sake. Not to mention bowing down to those villains for my sake. And Haodong did not interrupt Su Yufan's words. He stood in place without a word, his hands placed on his sides clenched tightly. Without you, what would be the point of my international fame? Su Yufan froze. This was the first time she had heard her husband's words of love. She knew that he was not good at words. They had been married for several years. He never said love words, and she had also suspected that he was not romantic enough. And after a serious illness, she realized that his love has always been there, and that he is the one who quietly pays for the action. Haodong, Yufan, I've already signed a contract with Mangle, Haodong said. He hadn't told his wife before it was finalized, but now she must have misunderstood that he had bowed down to Star Ocean for her. Mangle? Su Yufan was slightly stunned. Mangle has also been planning to do variety for the past 2 years, and they offered me an olive branch, which I agreed to. Su Yufan was greatly relieved. Good. Mangle TV is also one of the best in the country. Just compared to the development of variety, they pay more attention to the TV series. In recent years a lot of big explosion drama are from Mangle. No wonder Star Ocean this time cannot insert hands. When the nurse bandaged Su Yufan's wounds, she fell into a deep sleep. Haodong was standing guard next to him, and he squinted a bit tiredly on the edge of the bed. This sleep sank him straight into a nightmare. He did not come back in time, but accepted the call from the hospital, only to learn that his wife committed suicide and died. And when he rushed to the hospital only to see his wife's cold body, he was very calm to deal with the aftermath for his wife. He came to the top floor of the Starfish TV station, and left the collection of evidence of the Starfish's blockade and suppression of his own over the years, as well as a suicide note, and then leaped down from the top floor. Haodong woke up from his sleep with a start, the suffocating feeling in his dream making him sweat coldly. He looked at his wife who had closed her eyes and hastily reached out to probe her nostrils. Feeling her breathing, that heart-wrenching pain faded away. The child's tender voice rang in his head. The black chi gathering on top of your head is an ominous sign. If he hadn't listened to Numbu and rushed back, the dream would have been his own end. Win House. The dinner table was joyful. Song Feiyan gave Ning Shuyuan a bowl of fish soup and said, "This is the fish Nuanbao specially caught for Mom." Ning Shuyuan's heart warmed. Our baby is really wonderful. Immediately after taking a sip of the fish soup, he exclaimed, "This is definitely the best fish soup Grandma has ever had." Nuanbao smiled and bent his eyebrows, cheerfully saying, "Grandma likes it, then I'll give Grandma back fishing for big fish next time." Ning Shuyuan wrapped her arms around Nuanbao and kissed him fiercely twice. Nuanbao was truly Grandma's most attentive baby. Wansu got a little tasty as he asked, "The baby is only fishing for Grandma to eat?" Nuanbao looked at Wansuo. "Give it to Grandpa too." He also looked at Wenidong's family of 3. Also for great uncle, great aunt, and brother. Immediately afterward, he looked at the other 3 uncles. "Give it back to second uncle, third uncle, and youngest uncle." Everyone eats the fish that Nuanbao caught. Rather, he's a little sea king who is left and right, and doesn't leave anyone behind. When Bei laughed and ranted. "Well, Little Sea King is a very graphic analogy," Wanishi said with a snort of laughter. Warmblood looked confused. "Don't talk about the baby like that." Ning Shuyuan laughed and scolded. Bei shrugged his shoulders and suddenly asked towards Wanishi, "I heard that your agent came to your door today. Is it about the last scandal?" Wanishi said, "No, it's a director who wants to invite Nuanbao and I to participate in a variety show." Winchester's, Numbu, what's a variety show? Chapter 57, Nuanbao is going to be on the variety show. Bei found his voice only after a long time, revealing a look of whether he had made a mistake or not. "What, invite you and who, with Nuanbao?" Wanishi said carelessly, "Well, it seems to be some kind of parent-child variety show. Parent-child variety show invites you and Nuanbao. There is no mistake. How come he didn't invite you and Dad to form a parent-child team? Then the ratings still don't quack upwards." Bei snorted coldly and said quietly, "Ezra Winslow, invite them to form a parent-child team." The picture, cannot even dare to imagine. The table fell silent. Wenidong rubbed his brow. Only Xiaoxi could be so reckless in poking fun at his father. Nuanbao looked at the black-faced Wensuo, and then at the iron-faced Wanishi, and asked Ning Shuyuan, "Grandma, what's a variety show?" Ning Shuyuan explained to Nguyen Bao what a variety show was, and Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up. Then going on a variety show means going on TV. Won't lots and lots of people see Nguyen Bao? She knew that there was a TV in every house, and usually her grandmother would watch cartoons with her, the ones that were on TV. It's true that a lot of people will see the warmer if it's on a variety show, Song Forayun said. Numbu held up her little fist in excitement. Then I want to be in the variety show. The Winchesters. When Ishii frowned and said honestly, television isn't that good, let alone reality shows and the like. He always mixes in the entertainment industry, knows that many children are full of curiosity about this circle, and there is no shortage of child stars in the entertainment industry, but too early into the fame and fortune are not conducive to the physical and mental health of the child, not to mention that the entertainment industry is originally a big dye bowl. Ning Shuyuan touched Nguyen Bao's little hair bun and asked with hesitant words, why does the baby suddenly want to appear in a variety show? Nguyen Bao's little face was overflowing with a big smile, and his little milky voice was all full of excitement, because lots and lots of people will see me, and mom might see me too, so she can find her way home. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone lapsed into silence in unison. The words that when Suwa originally wanted to refuse could no longer be said. He knew that Nguyen Bao's idea was undoubtedly a waste of effort. When Nico disappeared, they almost searched all over the country, and even sent people abroad to look for him in a big way. During that period of time, all the major news made a big fuss about it, but all those who had information about Nico had huge sums of money to give away. But after so many years, they hadn't gotten half a bit of information about Nico. But these were words he could not say to Warmblood. He couldn't crush Warmblood's hopes. Ning Shuyuan's eyes reddened a little as she quietly turned her face away and wiped the tears that spilled out of the corners of her eyes. Nguyen Bao looked left and right. Seeing that everyone was silent, she tugged at her clothes with her small hands helplessly. Did I say something wrong? Ning Shuyuan waited for her emotions to calm down a bit and turned her head to rub Nguyen Bao's little head. The baby didn't say anything wrong. If you want to go on, then go on. Grandma supports you. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wanishi. Lao-san, you know the entertainment industry best. The baby is on the variety show. Is there anything to pay attention to? Wanishi noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. He cried and laughed. I understand the entertainment industry, but I've never been on a variety show either. Besides, I've already rejected Directorin. We can't have him go back to Directorin and say he's participating again. Wanibe swept his eyes at Wanishi. Third brother, haven't you always bragged about how high you are in the entertainment industry? Reject it and ask for it back. Wanishi silently rolled her eyes. You're a beggar. Directorin? And Haodong? Wenidong. Because Wanishi also knew about the entertainment industry, knew that Haodong was talented, and also knew that Haodong had now entered into a partnership with Mangle. Aha! When ESI answered, Warnidong said, and Haodong cooperates with Mangle. This variety show is from Mangle. I'll go to Mangle tomorrow. When Ishii hurriedly said, where do I need to bother Big Brother to take action? It's better for me to do it. I can still solve this small matter. However, before Wanishi could find Haodong again, and Haodong had already prepared a heavy gift to thank him. I came here specifically to thank Nguyen Bao, and Haodong's face was full of sincerity as he bowed towards Nguyen Bao and thanked him. If it wasn't for your trigrams, I'm afraid that we as a couple would only be able to meet each other in the Yellow Springs. He had always believed in science, but since the trigram of Warmblood, he felt that he was afraid that there were also things in the world that science could not explain. Nguyen Bao seldom received such a grand and sincere thank you. She quickly waved her little hand and said, no thank you, no thank you. Then there was some embarrassment and scratched his head, and the little milky voice penetrated the tone that was difficult to speak. It's just that, uncle, you haven't given me the money for fortune telling. Yesterday, this uncle ran too fast and forgot to pay. This is the gift I specially picked out for you. And Haodong handed the gift he bought in his hand to Nguyen Bao. Unlike all the gifts that other people gave to children, the one he gave was an extremely delicate fishing rod, and the price of this brand of fishing rod was not even low. Wanishi took the fishing rod for Nguyen Bao and said to Nguyen Bao, this will be taken as guidance fortune-telling fee for you. Do you like it? Nguyen Bao nodded his head and said in a small tone with some embarrassment, but my trigram fee is only $9.09. This fishing rod seems to be more than $9.09. Uncle lost. Wanishi smiled. The price point of this brand of fishing rods are not low. If the former director naturally not bad this amount of money, but for the current director I am afraid that this price is considered to be sky high. And Haodong waved his hands repeatedly. No loss, no loss. Nguyen Bao saved our couple's life. I still think this fishing rod gift is too light. I'm shy now. Please Nguyen Bao don't mind. When I earn money later, then I will properly repay you for saving my life. It wasn't like him to say this to a child, but he didn't dare to think of Numbu as a child now, and to him, Numbu was a lifesaver. Don't mind Bao smiled with her eyebrows curved like a string moon. Uncle is also great day. You believe in my trigrams. She knows she's small and a lot of people don't believe her and think she's full of. But this uncle believed in her, and she was actually happy. And Haodong's dark eyes were tinted with a layer of laughter, and he was glad that the person he was at the time believed Bao. Uncle, I have one thing I want to ask you all. Bao knew that this uncle could help himself to be on TV, so he pinched his little milky voice and said, "Can I be on the variety show? I will be very good, and I will do a lot of good things, and I definitely won't make trouble for uncle." Bao sold herself to Haodong with a small red face. Wanishi originally wanted to discuss the variety show with Haodong, but he didn't expect to be led by Bao. Looking at Bao trying to sell his little body, he was dumbfounded. His cool eyebrows were full of doting, and Haodong also didn't expect that the thing Bao asked him to do would be this. He subconsciously said, "Of course, it's just." He looked to Ezra when with uncertainty. Wanishi pinched Bao's small hairbag, full of helplessness, and said to Haodong, "Yesterday's rejection of Directorin just pretend that it didn't happen. And this parent-child variety show, we're participating. Joy from heaven." And Haodong smiled. If movie director Wen can participate, then this program will definitely explode. What he said was by no means a compliment. After all, Wanishi's popularity is there, coupled with the topic of his first variety show appearance. This program can get super high attention without opening, and with Bao as the little angel, he had a feeling that this variety show would definitely explode, and it would definitely surpass the previous ones. Chapter 58, Can the Third Be Good? Soon after, news of variety director and Haodong's comeback came out, and he and Mangle TV launched a parent-child outdoor reality show run, North Nose, which carefully selected 5 groups of families who would take care of their children's diets alone outdoors, and complete the tasks set by the program team together. Mangle Film V, it's a great honor to invite At and Hado to co-produce Run. They Knows, director and will be the general director of Run. They Knows. In addition, we also invited 5 groups of families to participate in the program, including movie star Edwin Ishii and his niece, singer at Zhou Shua and his father and son, actress at Lin Lanqing and her mother and son, actor at Guan Chang and his father and son, and young flower at Chu Shangxiao and her sisters. We also invited 5 families to participate in the program, including movie star Edwin Ishii and his niece, Song King at Zhou Shua and his son, TV queen at Lin Lanqing and her mother and son, TV star at Guan Chang and his son, and little flower at Chu Xiangxi Axio sisters. Mangle Pictures just blogged about it, and it exploded right below the comments. Aha, am I reading this right? Master West is going to be in a variety show. Upstairs is correct. Never thought I'd see Master Shi on a reality show in my lifetime. Crazy support. Has Ezra Wen been reduced to the point of going on a reality show to brush up his presence? What do you mean by fall? Don't you see that the program group invited our top stream, Joshua? Needless to say, many years of long Red Sun is still the heavenly child star. Lin Lanqing is the youngest queen. In recent years Red Guan Chang is the first TV Grand Slam winner. Compared to these Chu Shangxian love, although inferior, but at least it is also the top stream of small flowers. This reality show is definitely going to be a big explosion. The upstairs analysis is correct. Just put Wen Ishii and Chu Shangxiang together. Do not mind diaphragm? The scandal a while ago was a big deal. I heard that Chu Shangqi has already completed the divorce procedures. If there is really something with Wen Ishii, then it's okay, right? Wen Ishii interfered in Chu Shangqi's marriage, causing others to divorce. And now this pair of scum have to go on the show to show their love. I can't accept it. Chu Shangxiang is also worthy of being on this variety show. The others are all top streams with achievements in various circles. What is Chu Shangxiang? A woman who relies on all kinds of scandals to rise to the top is also worthy of being called a top stream? A woman who relies on various scandals to rise to the top is also worthy of being called the top stream of the scandal world? Wen Ishii's face had darkened when he saw the list of co-participants in the variety show, and Haodong's phone call came over in a hurry. The first time to explain to Wen Ishii, Chu Shangxia was definitely not invited by me. It's Mangle's side that sent the person in, and I only realized it now. Although he has not been in the entertainment industry for a long time, but Wen Ishii and Chu Shangqi's scandal, he still knows some. With his understanding of Wen Ishii in the past few days, most likely false. So when Chu Shangqi knew that the program threw an olive branch, he did not hesitate to refuse. Since the invitation to Wen Ishii, he definitely do not want Chu Shangqi. After all, he does not like someone messing around with his program. So he originally wanted to invite another group of families, but he didn't realize that Mangle Pictures directly skipped over him to get Chu Shangqi in, and the notice was sent out. So even if he dumps the pot now, it's too late to do anything about it. Not hearing Wen Ishii make a sound, and Haodong's voice grew more and more apprehensive. Movie Emperor Wen, you must believe me. Wanishi said without a hitch, "Of course I believe in Directorin, but please also ask Directorin to tell Mangle that I have a bad temper. Don't mess around in front of me, or I don't know what I'll do." Except for the fact that he is bringing his niece, all the others are father and son, mother and son, and now there is another sister. Mangle Pictures is trying to bundle the marketing tactics too obviously, and Haodong responded repeatedly, "Don't worry, Movie Emperor when, this reality show is through live broadcasting, so if anyone wants to mess with it, I'm afraid they'll be asking for trouble." The use of live broadcasting was his proposal, so as to better show the authenticity, although the first time Mangle refused this unfavorable way of establishing a persona, but he insisted on his own position. Mangle, that is why he took a step back. After Wanishi hung up the phone, he went to Nguyen Bao's room, and before he even entered the door, he heard the voices of his mom and sister-in-law rambling on and on. This is his mom's voice of dismay. "It takes 5 days to record at one time. How am I going to live for 5 days? It was the comforting voice of his sister-in-law. "Mom, 5 days will go fast." It was his kid's cute voice. "Grandma, I'll be good. Wait for me to come back." Well, babies are the best. His mom continued, "Will the oldest be okay? He's never had a baby before." The tone could be skeptical of him. "Shouldn't be a problem." Sister-in-law's tone also held a few deep skepticisms. "Our baby is just over 3 years old. All the other kids are older than her. What if some kids bully the baby?" His mom continued to worry. "No, I'm still not sure. Can we switch? Seems like it's already signed and can't be changed. What's the penalty?" His mom was ready to break the bank. "Baby, why don't we just forget about it and not go?" Before Nguyen Bao could make a sound, when Isi couldn't stand it anymore, he walked in and said with a black face, "Not good." Ning Shuyuan and Song Fian looked at Wanishi in unison. Wanishi rubbed his sore brow and sighed. "Mom, don't add to the chaos. I can take care of the baby. Besides, this reality show is a live streaming method. Someone who wants to do something in front of the camera has to be considerate of the audience. If warm blood was bullied, the whole family might have to go out right away." Ning Shuyuan looked at Wanishi and said in a salty manner, "You can't even take care of yourself. Can I expect you to take care of the baby?" Ezra Win. Nguyen Bao patted her small chest and softly said, "Grandma, I will take good care of third uncle De. I can da." When Nguyen Bao said this, Ning Shuyuan couldn't say anything else and continued to prepare the things Nguyen Bao was going to leave with Song Fei Yun. On the day of departure, the whole family was at the door to see them off. When Suwa habitually wanted to touch Nguyen Bao's little grips, but forgot that she wore a hat today, and as a result, he touched a pink rabbit ear, which felt oddly good, and couldn't help but pinch it twice more. In an instant, he felt the strange glances of several of his sons. Winslow lowered his hand without expression. Numbu tilted his little face and looked at him with round eyes. She was wearing a small beige sweater today over light pink furry bandeau pants, a small hat of the same color on her head with 2 tiny rabbit ears on the ends, and a small white satchel in the shape of a bunny on her back. It's adorable, but even cuter than the clothes are the little powdered looks of the warmer. When Suwa broke in a second, and with a gentle face, she admonished Nguyen Bao, "If the baby doesn't have a good time, just call and tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will go and pick you up right away." Good Numbu nodded obediently. Nguyen Bao, "Come." When Idong squatted down in front of Nguyen Bao and took out a pearl bracelet that was white with pink, with a tiny rabbit head pendant at the bottom, Numbu let out a surprised wow. When Idong personally put it on Nguyen Bao's right hand, the white and soft wrist was just right. He asked, "This is a gift from great uncle and second uncle. Do you like it?" "Love it. Thank you, great uncle." "Thank you, second uncle." Nguyen Bao nodded repeatedly. When Nan touched Nguyen Bao's little hat, he should have left early to find that person, but after knowing that Nguyen Bao was going to be on the variety show, he decided that it would be better to send Nguyen Bao first before going to look for the person. He gently swept his gaze over the bracelet, which looked like just an ordinary pearl grouping string, but there was hidden high technology inside. Chapter 59. Which uncle is your favorite? Inside the bracelet is a miniature monitor that can probe the location of the warmer as well as the lifeline at all times. Once the warmer encounters a life-threatening situation, this monitor will activate the automatic alarm device, which is universal worldwide. When Wanibe saw them giving away bracelets, he said with an accusatory face, "Big brother, second brother, you guys gave away things without even telling me." When Idong patted Wanibe's shoulder, "This thing was prepared a long time ago. It's only now that it was given to Nguyen Bao." Wanibe grunted coldly and picked up Nguyen Bao. Little uncle also prepared a gift for Nguyen Bao, and it's the best and finest gift. Without waiting for Nguyen Bao to ask what it was, Wanibe gave Nguyen Bao a hard kiss on the cheek. Kisses on the left side of the face, the right side of the face, the forehead, the chin. Straight away, Nguyen Bao was amused, playfully trying to avoid Wanibe because of the itch. Not a grown-up. Ning Shuyuan rescued Nguyen Bao from Wanibe's hands. She was full of reluctance pulling Nguyen Bao's little hand, and in no time she was in tears. Nguyen Bao obediently and softly wiped the tears on Ning Shuyuan's face with his little chubby hands. "Grandma, don't cry. Third uncle said that grandma can see me on the cell phone. If grandma misses me, just look at me yo. Grandma will definitely watch baby every hour of every day. Looking at the sweet little baby, Ning Shuyuan's heart softened and softened. She hugged Nguyenbao and kissed him several times in a row, and was mushy for a while. Baby, your third uncle can't be relied on. If there's anything, you'll look for the uncles and aunts there, okay? Ezra Win. Nguyenbao's little face nodded solemnly. Grandma has said it many times. I remember it all. When Ishi took Nguyenbao out of Ning Shuyuan's arms. Alright, we're leaving. When Ishi carried Nguyenbao into the nanny car, and Nguyenbao poked his little hand out of the window to say goodbye to them one by one, until the car went away. Ning Shuyuan still stood at the door for a long time. When Suo walked to Ning Shuyuan's side, and suddenly heard Ning Shuyuan say, if only Nico could see Nguyenbao, how good it would be. When Suo's throat choked as he reached out and wrapped his hand around Ning Shuyuan's thin shoulders. Go inside, the baby will be back in a few days. Asterisk. In the nanny's car, Warmblood was sitting in a child's chair, his little face set squarely on the ground, just a few moments of dopey cuteness in his big, black and white eyes, and across from her sat an unfamiliar man. The man is Run, North Nose Staff. He looked at the camera in his hand, towards when Issei greeted, Mr. Wev, hello, we want to record a pilot promo. Mr. One can do a self-introduction. Mr. One can introduce himself? When Ishii, although the first time to record a reality show variety show, but the necessary process also probably no. A serious to the camera self-introduction, everyone. I am the actor Wen Ishii. This is my niece Warm Children. The staff pointed the camera lens at Warm Bao again, without waiting for the staff to open their mouths and ask Warm Bao. Warm Bao waved his little chubby hands and followed what Wen Ishii had just said, and changed his words to say, hello uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, and grandparents inside the camera. My name is Warm Bao, and this is my third uncle, Wan Ishii. The staff gave a wow and asked, hello, Warm Kid, can you tell me how old you are? I'm 3.5 years old. Nambu returned. Just now you said Mr. When is your third uncle? How many other uncles do you have? I have 4 uncles. Wow, you have a lot of uncles. So which one is your favorite? Nguyen Bao blinked his big eyes and asked rhetorically, Uncle, do you like your dad or your mom? Staff dumbfounded. When Issei lost his smile. Ahem, let's change the topic. The staff hurriedly changed the topic. You're going to be on the program with your third uncle soon. Are you happy? Numba thought for a moment and said, half happy, half unhappy. The staff puzzled. Why are you happy and unhappy? Happy and third uncle to play. Not happy is afraid that I cannot take care of third uncle Nguyen Bao milky voice said. The staff looked at Wen Issei and asked incredulously, you take care of your third uncle? Nguyen Bao nodded, her little face covered with sincerity. Grandma said that third uncle couldn't take care of me well. I promised grandma that I would take care of third uncle day. The staff looked at Wen Ishii with a look of you even want a 3.5-year-old baby to take care of you, in which the contempt is hidden. Ezra Win. He could almost imagine the hot search headline 3-time movie star Wen Ishii can't take care of himself. He was helpless. Reaching over, he covered Numbua's little mouth that was still trying to blather. Okay, baby, you get some sleep. Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Ishii. Her little mouth moved. Wen Ishii let go of the hand covering her. Nguyen Bao said, but I'm not sleepy. Are you sleepy, third uncle? I'm not sleepy. Then, third uncle, will you talk with me? I'm a little nervous. Nguyen Bao nervously tugged at his small clothes. Wen Ishii raised his eyebrows and pinched Nguyen Bao's chubby little face. What are you nervous about? Nguyen Bao looked at the staff, then little towards Wen Ishei's direction, very quietly asked, third uncle, will the uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, grandparents and grandmothers in the camera dislike me? Will they hate me? Her little milky voice was very whispery, but she had forgotten that she had a radio mic on her shirt and her voice had been recorded long ago. When Ishii wanted to say, how could that be? Nguyen Bao is so cute, how could anyone hate her? But, after much thought, he decided to be honest. Baby, you have to realize that people aren't RMBs and can't be everyone's favorite. Also participating in the reality show is the son of the king of Zhou Shua Zhou Wenting. His father comes with the flow, so Zhou Wenting was born into the limelight. 3 years old debut so far has been 3 years. These 3 years he has been in a lot of film and television drama cameo. Is regarded as the national son, but even if it is him, there are a lot of bad words. This is the way the world is so. Nguyen Bao tilted her little face and softly said, I know. I'm just afraid that they won't like me, and then they won't like third uncle. My brother-in-law said that there were many people who liked Uncle Sam, and that Uncle Sam, who was liked by so many people, must be very good. If she doesn't perform well, does that affect Uncle Sam? Wen Esi froze. Nguyen Bao thought Wen Ishii was worried. Her small hand patted Wen Ishii's hand as if it was soothing, and she said in a good and soft manner, third uncle, don't be upset. I'll perform well so they won't dislike you. Wanishi only felt his heart warm as his eyebrows filled with gentle doting. As long as baby likes me, I won't be unhappy. Nguyenbao clenched his little fist. I will always like Uncle Sanda. Baby, just be yourself. Don't worry about what others think. It's most important that you're happy, okay? Wanishi said slowly. Nguyenbao obediently responded. Got it. The staff who heard all the conversations were almost adorable by Nguyenbao, and looked at Nguyenbao with starry eyes. How is it possible to have such a well-behaved, adorable little munchkin? Chapter 60, The Little Girl Who Looks Like Nguyenbao. The pilot movie of the 5 groups of families of Run North Nose immediately hit the hot search, sparking a warm reaction on the internet. My goose is so handsome. I'll always support Wintin. Joe Wenting is worthy of being the son of the nation. This popularity is not inferior to Top Stream at all. Wenting's first time on a variety show. He's only 6 years old. I hope you'll show some mercy. My god, Lan Qing's son is so cool. He's just a walking coolie. I heard that Lan Chang married into a rich family, and her in-laws were able to let her bring her son out to run a variety show? Seiki Chang. Quan Chang. Support Quan Chang. Chu Shangqi's sister looks just like her. She's like a smaller version of Chu Shangqi. Master West is handsome as always, but I'm sorry, I love Baby Warm more this time. She's really warm. Laughing my ass off. The tall master, she still needs to be taken care of by a 3.5-year-old baby. Goo. The warm little baby is as warm as her name. So warm. I'm going to be adorable through the screen. I'm thinking of stealing little kids. Report. Upstairs is trying to steal the baby. Take her away. Let me do it. Help. I really want to pinch the warm baby's face. It's really cute, his mom opening the door for cute to the core. Although I'm interested in the scandal between Master Shi and Chu Shangxiang, I'm more interested in the munchkin. Although the online debate are in a good direction, but also many black people open scolding, said they want a red, want crazy, even borrow the child to go red. There are a lot of unpleasant words, simply breathtaking. Black people have boycotted the program. Of course, the fans are not to be messed with. A time when a lot of fans down to the scene of the wildly tearing black powder. The stars of the variety show can't see the bloody storm on the internet, and they don't care. After all, they are about to officially start broadcasting. The program was broadcast live, with 5 groups of families corresponding to 5 live rooms, allowing fans to switch between them at will. The most popular of the 5 families is Wanishi, so his and Nguyenbao's live broadcast was directly locked by a large wave of fans. The crew was at the bottom of the mountain making preparations for the guests, who arrived at their destination with their children in tow. Nguyenbao, carrying a white bunny satchel, stood close to Wanishi, her big watery eyes blinking and hiding a few points of uneasiness. Wanishi gently patted Nguyenbao's little hat and soothed. Don't be afraid. Nguyenbao's little face was set squarely, looking up at Wanishi and nodding gravely. Aha. And just started broadcasting. Wanishi's live broadcast has already exceeded 10 million viewers to watch. Master West, Master Sai, Master Shi. This face is truly heavenly handsome. Crazy licking screen. This is definitely the group with the highest face value. If everyone could give birth to such cute babies, who else would be afraid of having babies? The baby is nervous, isn't it? So cute. The heart to steal the baby has reached its peak at this moment. Mom, yeah. Shot in the heart by a baby. Is there a team stealing small children? There is. Add me one. At this moment, in the Win residence, the Winchesters, led by Wensuwa, all gathered to watch the TV screen. When Wensuwa saw the pop-up screen of stealing children, her face sank. Pull out all the information of these people and check them properly. One damn human trafficker in trying to team up to steal a warmer. It's just lawless. When eBay snorted out a laugh. What they said about stealing a child is not literally stealing a child. But, forget it, what am I explaining to you as an old-fashioned person? You don't understand even if I say it. Winslow, Ning Shuyuan, who also doesn't get it. Song Feiyan laughed repeatedly and explained to the 2 old men the meaning of the internet term, team up to steal children. Ning Shuyuan came to a realization. So that's what it means. It's true that no one can resist a baby's cuteness. When Suwa secretly nodded his head as he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Liang, the person you were just instructed to investigate. There's no need to do so. Then exit the interface. Seriously think about it. Or open Baidu, searching for a variety of internet terms. No matter how many people on the internet want to team up to steal Nguyenbao. At this time, Wanishi looked at her white and tender little face in a serious manner, only full of heartache. He squatted down to look at Nguyenbao and asked, "Do you want uncle to hold you?" Nguyenbao knew that it was already on, and also knew that the dark machine in front of her was the filming. Thinking that everyone had heard Uncle San's words, her pink little face was permeated with a touch of small shyness, her milky voice with shyness. "Don't, I can walk on my own." The shy warmer once again poked the little hearts of countless uncles and aunts. Capturing a shy baby. My god, I have to record this little milky voice on an infinite loop. After Nguyen finished speaking, she held Wanishi's hand with one hand and pushed her own little pink suitcase forward with the other. While there were already quite a few people in front where the guests were converging, Lin Lanqing looked at Su Tingzhou, who was glued to his side and full of reluctance. Lin Lanqing squatted down and gently said to Su Tingzhou, "Zhou, what's wrong?" Su Tingzhou's big black eyes glanced at Lin Lanqing, and his little toes quietly crushed on the ground. Lin Lanqing has a busy work schedule and can spend little time with her son. This time the variety show came to her door. She wanted to refuse at first, but when she heard that it was a parent-child variety show, she hesitated, thinking that it was a job and she could spend time with her son. So as long as her son agreed to do it, why wouldn't she be happy? Boat baby so heartbreaking why did Lin Lanqing bring her son on the show? Is she so short of money? A child arriving in a new environment for the first time would have needed to adapt for a while, and the upstairs talk is too much. Just by looking at Lanqing you can tell that she usually spends very little time with her son, so let's all give this mother and son a little bonding time. Lin Lanqing looked at her son's face full of displeasure, and her delicate face flashed with a touch of bemusement. She got married and had children early and didn't spend a lot of time with her son, so she didn't know what to do with him for a while. Boat, I want to go home. I miss Grandpa. Su Tingzhou looked at Lin Lanqing and boldly spoke his thoughts. He didn't cry, but his aggrieved look poked Lin Lanqing's heart. But didn't Boat promise to stay with Mom for 5 days? It's only been a few hours and you can't stay anymore? Su Tingzhou didn't say anything. He thought he was just alone with his mom. He didn't expect there to be so many people. That big machine kept following him. He didn't like it. If he had known it was like this, he might as well have gone to kindergarten to play with Nguyen Bao. He had just thought of Nguyen Bao when he suddenly saw the little girl who looked so much like Nguyen Bao slowly walking towards him. Wait, that is the warmer. Chapter 61. Is this a survival parenting program? Nguyen Bao, Su Tingzhou, who was still like a frosted eggplant, was filled with excitement as he waved his hand towards Nguyen Bao, then rushed all the way towards Nguyen Bao with his short little legs. When Nguyen Bao saw Su Tingzhou who ran towards him, his little face also bloomed into a big smile. Boat, Nguyen Bao, why are you here? Su Tingzhou asked excitedly. I'm recording a program with my third uncle. I'm coming to record the show with my mom too. So what's the situation now? Why is Boat, who was just full of reluctance, suddenly so excited? I see that Zhou and Nguyen Bao know each other. Previous Boat, 6 parents, I want to go home. The current Boat, starry-eyed, I also came to record the program with my mom. This face change is a real masterpiece. Lin Lanqing didn't expect Wanishi's niece to be Nguyen Bao. She nodded her head towards Wanishi before smiling at Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, do you still remember Auntie? Nguyen Bao looked at Lin Lanqing and nodded. Boat Mom. Lin Lanqing gently scraped Nguyen Bao's little face. Nguyen Bao is so good. Wanishi didn't expect Nguyen Bao and Lin Lanqing's son to be acquainted with each other. Without waiting for him to ask, Nguyen Bao warmly introduced towards Wanishi. Third uncle, this is my kindergarten table mate Zhou. Good day. Third uncle little child Su Tingzhou called out extremely politely towards Wanishi, a gentlemanly smile on his little face. Ezra Win, what's wrong with these kids? All rushing to call their uncle? What's the deal with being inexplicably a little upset? So it's the little table mate Wanishi was a little out of breath, rather gritting his teeth. That's quite a coincidence. What's wrong with me being a little happy to see Master West upset? Am I the legendary plus fan? Master West, the little brat wants to arch my family's cabbage. Ha. Both babies are so cute. I want to take them away. Now I'm not worried about my son clamoring to go back. Lin Lanqing was greatly relieved. She and Wanishi did not have friendship, but the Su family and the Wen family also have business dealings. When she and Shi Yen got married, Wanishi followed the Wen family to participate in the showbiz industry. She is also considered to be one of the few people who know Wanishi's life. Ezra Win. It's even more upsetting. And because of Wanishi's arrival, the other parents came over to say hello. Song King Joshua came striding in with his national son Zhou Wenting, who was the first to reach out and greet Wanishi. It's been a long time, Master Shi. Wanishi shook Joshua's hand and humbly said, where do I dare to be Zhou's Master Shi? I'm the third in line, so Zhou can call me Lao San. Joshua laughed. Good, Lao San. He also introduced his son towards Wanishi. This is my son Zhou Wenting. Wenting called Ishi uncle. Zhou Wenting greeted the gentleman. Hello Uncle Ezekiel. Hello. Wanishi had naturally heard of Zhou Wenting. Of all the kids who participated in the variety show he had the most heat, and the internet was almost unanimously favorable towards him. He pulled Nguyen Bao towards Joshua and the others to introduce them. This is my niece Nguyen Bao. Zhou Wenting had long since noticed this cute little girl, and he greeted her with a smile. Nguyen Bao's sister. Brother Wenting is good. You look good. Nguyen Bao's little face flushed. Her eyes were even more unblinking as she stared at Zhou Wenting. The adults laughed. Su Tingzhou flattened his mouth, his big eyes also staring at Zhou Wenting. Well, this brother was indeed good-looking. Ha ha ha. Guan Chang came a step late to hear Nguyen Bao's words and burst out laughing, pulling his son next to him and introducing him. This is my son Guan Nianchuan, 5 years old this year. Guan Nianchuan's appearance is not as delicate as Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou, and he has a small bald head, looks tigerish, and is a few points better than the small bald head in the cartoon. Guan Chang touched his son's little bald head and asked Nguyen Bao with interest, "Who does Nguyen Bao think is the best looking of the boys present?" Nguyen Bao blinked and looked at Su Tingzhou beside him, then at Zhou Wenting in front of him, and also at the little friend Guan Nianchuan beside Uncle Guan Chang. Her gaze was serious, and as she looked over one by one, it was surprising to see the three children puffing out their little chests in unison. The giveaway just shut down my 3.5-year-old baby. Only kids do multiple choice, but grown-ups want it all. I have to say this is a good question. All three little boys have different characteristics. National quality little Wenting, loyal doggy coolie boat, and tiger-headed adorable Chuan Chuan. Nguyen Bao's last gaze fell on his uncle Wenishi's face, and without hesitation, he said, "Third uncle is the best looking." The answer left the room silent for a few seconds, followed by bursts of laughter. Wenishi lost his smile. As expected of a baby I'm looking at, picking an answer that offends no one. Only I think the warm treasure this answer is the most accurate? Indeed, the Westmaster looks best. Indeed, your third uncle's face value is loud and clear in the entertainment industry. Guan Chang laughed. After this conversation, the group also became jovial and a few of the kids got acquainted. At this time, Chu Xiangqi pulled the little girl with 2 cowhorn pigtails to come. Her gaze seemed to have only Wenishi in it. Looking at Wenishi with a smile on her face, with her appearance, the atmosphere in the room froze for a few moments. After all, Wenishi and Chu Xiangye's scandal was well known. Wenishi's expression was indifferent, and he said with nonchalant sarcasm, "Miss Chu, we are not yet familiar enough to call each other by name. Scum, tricked our innocent Xiang Xiang into a divorce, and now he's putting on this cold face. Scum, the people upstairs are too funny. Our master she hasn't even looked at Chu Xiangqi. She's the one who's rushing up to her." Chu Xiangqi was speechless, not expecting Wenishi to be so disrespectful in front of the crowd and the cameras. She smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, maybe I'm a little self-conscious. Xiaozhou, come on, say hi to your brothers." The little child Chu Zhao looked at everyone in fear, then hid behind Chu Xiangqi and didn't come out. Chu Xiangqi's face stiffened. Compared to just Nguyen Bao's appearance of being in danger, Chu Zhao's performance was especially unqualified. A flash of impatience crossed the bottom of her eyes, but it passed in an instant, and she also said very gently and apologetically to the crowd, "I'm sorry, my sister is a little bit cognizant of the world. I'll say sorry to you guys on behalf of her." Chu Xiangqi has no children on her knees. In order to participate in this program, she brought her younger sister who was about 20 years younger. That is, this year's 5-year-old child Chu Zhao. It's fine. Kids are recognizable. They'll be fine after a while. Everyone agreed. We don't want to make the situation too stagnant even if we are going to record the program together. So let Chu Shangxian join the group chat as well. And Haodong strides towards everyone. Parents and children are all here. I introduce myself. My name is Haodong, is the Run, North Nose director. First of all, it is a great honor to invite you to participate in Run, North Nose. Other nonsense I do not say much. First of all, it's a great honor to invite you all to join us in Run, North Nose. I won't talk too much about other nonsense. I'm going to announce the tasks we have to accomplish in these 5 days and 4 nights. The task is simple. As long as you stay in the mountain enough for 5 days and 4 nights, all the things you have to accomplish on your own during these days are not limited to hunting, cooking, sleeping, etc. In other words, you have to survive in the mountain alone for 5 days and 4 nights. The guests in the audience let out a shocked Lin Lanqing issued a soul-crushing question. So, this is a survival parenting program? Chapter 62, he thought Warmblood would hand it over. On how Dong agreed. You could say that. Guests, what's the deal with feeling duped? I'm not going to lie. I've had a bad feeling ever since I found out that the director was the director of the Wild Bunch. I'm looking forward to watching the celebrities survive in the wilderness. Look at the babies being scared silly. Will this show be too cruel? But I am so looking forward to it. Lin Lanqing felt like her head was 2 sizes too big. It's over. I thought it was a travel program and I was so excited to bring my son to participate. Zhou Shuo looked at the mountain over there and hesitantly said, "There shouldn't be wolves on this mountain, right?" Chu Xiangqi didn't look too good either, but then she thought that she had gone through a lot of trouble to come to this program. not to mention wilderness survival. Even if it's an extreme challenge, she wouldn't mind. The director's team can definitely guarantee our safety. I kind of can't wait. Seeing this, Guan Chang smiled and said, as long as we are united and tied over the difficulties, there is definitely no problem. It was a pretty bossy line, but then suddenly the extra bar was added to the end and it became laughable. Su Tingzhou looked left and right. The atmosphere in the room didn't seem too good. He whispered, Numbu, what are they talking about? Nguyen Bao shook her head, looking at Boat a little nervous. She lowered her little milky voice. I don't know Boat, don't be afraid. My third uncle is very mushy. He will protect us de. Saying that, she glanced at Lin Lancheng and added, and will also protect your mom de. Su Tingzhou looked at the taller one Ishi. Well, Nguyen Bao, I'll eat well too, and when I grow taller, I'll protect you. Good. When Ishi and Lin Lancheng, who heard the entire conversation between the two children, when Ishi, this little kid just wants to arch my family's cabbage. Lin Lancheng, yo, can't see that my son is so ambitious. I can't believe I'm in a kindergarten baby CP. It's a little sweet. What's going on? After 28 years of living as a single dog, I finally understand the reason for being single. Stupid mouth. Boat warming CP, childhood friend YYDS. When Mansion, when Swoi looked at the cell phone screen, searched out the meaning of CP, his face green, said, little kid, the hair is not yet complete and still want to arch my family cabbage. Who gave him a dream? Also with equally blue faces were Wen Yidong and Wen Yibei. Song Fei Yin covered her mouth and snickered, but the netizens were right. It was indeed sweet. Ning Shuyuan looked at Su Tingzhou. This kid looks good. When Sua's face darkened even more. It's not good. It's just a smart mouth. Su Tingzhou pulled out a cheese stick from his pocket and handed it to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, this cheese stick is delicious. Here you go. Warmblood took the cheese stick and milked his thanks. Thanks, Boat. You're welcome. When Joshua saw the cheese stick in Nguyen Bao's hand, he suddenly looked at Zhou Wenting and said in relief, son, it's still your mother who's thoughtful enough to prepare some food for us, so we won't worry about going hungry. However, as soon as Joshua's words fell, and Haodong's voice once again sounded like a demon, now please turn in your suitcases with snacks, anything edible, and all electronic devices. Joshua and Zhou Wenting, Lin Lancheng and Su Tingzhou, Guan Chang and Guan Nianchuan, Chu Shangxiao and Chu Zhao. The little child Chu Zhao was the first to cry out, I don't want it. I don't want to hand over the little snacks. I don't want to record the program. I want to go home. Although Zhou Wenting didn't want to, he could only obediently pack out the contents of his suitcase. Guan Nianchuan is not a fan of snacks, but he is especially fond of electronics and clings to the game console without giving it away. No, I won't pay. When Ishi is fine. After all, Nguyenbao is very good. Usually rarely play with electronic products. Small snacks do not eat much. Only now. Nguyenbao silently looked at the cheese stick she had just taken in her hand, and then meeting on Haodong's line of sight, she made a move that caught her off guard, ripping the package of the cheese stick in 2 clicks and stuffing it into her mouth as soon as she could. Eat it in your stomach before you count it as your own. Nguyenbao's cheeks were stuffed with cheese sticks. She spread her hands to an Haodong. No more. Eat it. On Haodong. He assumed that Warmblood would be good enough to turn it in. The kids are so miserable. It scares me to eat a bag of fries to keep the fear down. Still, Wenting is the best behaved. He didn't even need Joshua to open his mouth. He cleaned up by himself. How come the picture style has changed when it comes to Nguyen Bao? Capture a baby hamster warmer. Such cute babies. How can the director bear to rob their rations? It's too much. Let me do it. Su Tingzhou wasn't happy about it either, and he clung to his last packet of rations. This is my favorite jelly. Jojo is good. When the catalog is finished, mommy will buy it for you again. Okay? Lin Lancheng patiently soothed. Su Tingzhou shook his head vigorously, and his eyes turned a shade of red. Nguyen Bao saw his little friend like this. Boat, I have an idea. She tore open the bag of jelly, then pulled out the jelly and handed it to Su Tingzhou. If you finish it, you don't have to turn it in. When Su Tingzhou heard it, it seemed like it, so he sharply finished off a jelly. Numbu, we'll eat together, not for Uncle Devil. And Hadong, kids, turn in your snacks. We're just holding them for you, and we'll hand them back to you intact after you've made it through the 5 days and 4 nights. Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up. Then Uncle has to keep his word. Oh, cheating is a puppy. Oh, on Haodong, we will keep our word. Nguyen Bao comforted Su Tingzhou. Zhou, you heard it. We're just keeping it for the uncles. When we finish our mission, they'll definitely return it to us. Seeing this, Su Tingzhou could only hand over the jelly. The other children also turned in their belongings. Only Chu Zhao was still reluctant. She reddened her eyes and clung to the small flatbed without letting go. I don't want it. I don't want it. Zhao. Didn't you listen to the director? Uncle just said, not only snacks should be turned in, tablet phone can't be left. Oh, Chu Shangxiang can only patiently pacify Chu Zhao. Look at your brothers and sisters have turned in. You are the most good and obedient. Give this to uncle them, okay? I don't want it. Chu Zhao popped out one word at a time, bawling. I don't want to record the program. I want to go home. Chu Zhao, if you continue to be like this, sister won't like you anymore. Seeing that she really couldn't be appeased, Chu Xiangqi could only put out harsh words. Chu Zhao's cries gave way, and he became even more aggrieved. Chu Xiangqi hugged her and once again softened her tone. Look at your sister. She is smaller than you. She knows that she has to turn it in. You know better, okay? Chu Zhao looked at the warm treasure and finally gritted her teeth and handed over the tablet. Chu Xianye hugged her and boasted, Zhao Zhao is so good. With the surrender event behind us, it was quickly followed by the next event. On how Dawn let the people set up the things. 5 big bags in total. Here are the props you will use for the next 5 days. They are tents, sleeping bags, and some necessities, such as pots and pans, and other things you can use. But here are 5 groups of equipment are different. There is a deluxe version of the big tent. There is also a humble version of the tent. The next depends on which group of props you can draw. When and how Dong took out what each type of tent looked like when it was set up, the crowd looked at the deluxe version of the tent, which was roughly 25 square feet in size, with a medium-sized tent inside for sleeping. The large tents and medium-sized tents are similar and look quite spacious, but the small tents look like they can accommodate 3 people. Not to mention the humble tents, which can accommodate 2 people and don't even have a place to land. With the next 5 days of landing at stake, both adults and children were pumped up. Chapter 63 Uncle Doesn't Mind. Kids, what number do you like? An Hao Dong asked as he looked at Nguyen Bao and the other children. Chu Zhao did not hesitate to call out. Number 1. Number 1 is the deluxe version of the tent. Zhou Wenting's gentlemanly courtesy, the younger siblings pick first. My Bao Zundu is fine. Dash. Can such a gentlemanly and elegant cub pack up and send me one? Guan Nianchuan shrugged. As long as it's not number 5, I can accept anything else. Number 5 is the skimpy version of the tent, and he doesn't like it. Guan Chang slapped Guan Nianchuan on the head. Brat, often what you want the least, you draw. Guan Nianchuan, don't, right now. Only Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou hadn't expressed their opinions, so everyone's eyes converged on them. Warm Blood looked at the 5 jagged photos, her little milky voice tinged with the slightest hint of embarrassment. I like number 1 too. Number 1 is the best. She wants the best for Uncle Sam. Nguyen Bao had just finished speaking when Su Tingzhou eagerly said, I'll like whichever Nguyen Bao likes. I want to sleep with Nguyen Bao. Ezra Win, Lin Lanqing, boat is good. If you like it, you have to say it boldly. Dash, ha 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 ha. Master West shows a 1-second face change. Dash, Master West, you're afraid you want a fart to eat. Dash, am I the only one who has observed the little expression of the little cute pussy of Nguyen Bao? Too cute. Decisively collect the expression pack. Everyone let out a good-natured laugh. Only Chu Xiangqi's eyes flashed with a touch of dissatisfaction. She smiled and said, Senior sister, boat is really cute. It's just that there are quite a few tents. There's no need for 2 groups of families to be crammed together. Chu Xiangqi and Lin Lanqing belong to the same Zhongfeng Entertainment. The 2 debut time is almost the same, but Lin Lanqing go as the queen of the big flower girl route, while on the contrary, Chu Xiangqi over the years starred in a lot of TV dramas, but no one to get out of the way, to go as the route of the queen of the scandal. Despite the different routes, it is common to see competition for resources in companies, and Lin Lanqing, no matter whether it was her beauty or her works, crushed Chu Shangxiang on the ground. So how could Chu Xiangqi watch Lin Lanqing get involved with Wenishi by virtue of her son? After all, who knows? Wenishi is extremely hot, and she is the one who pulls up the status by getting involved in scandals with him. Lin Lanqing laughed lightly twice, her voice still gentle but sharp. But children's words are reckless. When Ing Tian didn't even say anything, you mind so much. Is it possible that you also want to get involved with our Nguyen Bao? The corner of Chu Xiangqi's mouth froze with a smile. Nguyen Bao is so cute. Who doesn't like it? We will spend the next 5 days. Nguyen Bao and Zhao Zhao are both little girls of the same age. There must be a lot of things to talk about. And we, Zhao Zhao Zhao, will take good care of our younger sister as well. Worthy of the 2 top streams of the center. This talking clip is wonderful. We Lanqing don't care about the queen of gossip. Nguyen Bao was baffled and looked towards Chu Zhao, who was hiding behind Chu Shangxiang, keenly sensing that this young lady didn't like herself. She looked at Su Tingzhou again and said with an apology, Zhou, I'm sorry, we can't sleep together because I'm a little girl and you're a little boy. Su Tingzhou was puzzled, but we just slept together in kindergarten. Warm blood. Wenishi couldn't stand it anymore, picking up Nguyen Bao and looking down at Su Tingzhou. I don't agree. Dash, Master Sai finally can't stand it anymore. Master Shi is crumbling inside. Each one covets my little baby. Master Shi, I don't agree with this marriage. Su Tingzhou looked at the tall and big Wan Ishi with a resigned face. Lin Lanqing lost her smile and touched her son's head, saying, Zhou, that's different. Oh, in kindergarten it's all the kids sleeping together, but they all sleep in their own cribs, right? Su Tingzhou nodded and Lin Lanqing said, so this isn't called sleeping together. Oh, Mom knows that Nuanbo is your favorite best friend, but there are differences between men and women. Oh, Su Tingzhou sighed deeply. Mom, why am I not a little girl? That way you can sleep with warm blood. Lin Lancheng, ha 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 ha, boat, I want to become a little girl, boat, Thai transsexuals know about it. Su Tingzhou's childish words once again elicited a good-natured laugh from everyone, and because of Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou's childhood sweetheart's little CP, it caused Wan Isi and Lin Lanqing's live broadcasts to soar in heat, and Haodong inverted the 5 pictures and messed them up, then set them on the table, looked at the children and said, children will live in whichever tent they draw. Oh, which child will start first? Zhou Wenting humbly looked at his younger siblings. Guan Nianchuan raised his hand, then I'll go first. He took a confident step to the table, first taking a deep breath and whispering, don't ever let me get number 5. This little look of Kawabo praying is exactly like me. Ha 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 ha. Guan Nianchuan finished his prayer, reached out and carefully selected a photo, then bounced back to Guan Chang. Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou walked over. Su Tingzhou also quietly reached out to hold Nguyen Bao's small hand, and when Nguyen Bao looked over, he straightened his small chest. Nguyen Bao, don't be afraid, I'll hold you. Oh, warm blood, she's not scared. But looking at Su Tingzhou's nervous little appearance, Nguyen Bao didn't poke and prod that it was him who was afraid, and obediently led Su Tingzhou over. Ha 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 ha, who the hell is scared? The warmer is really well behaved. I'll be able to do this for the rest of my life. Wan Isi looked at the two holding each other's hands and rubbed his brow with quite a headache. Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou followed with a photo, leaving Zhou Wenting and Xu Zhao. Xu Xianqi shoved Xu Zhao. Zhao, it's your turn, go. Xu Zhao was afraid. I don't want it. Xu Xianqi didn't expect Xu Zhao to be so timid. She patiently pacified. Zhao, you also don't want to sleep in the worst tent, right? Now there are only 2 left. You go and pick one and bring it back, okay? Xu Zhao didn't like number 5 either, but she didn't want to take that step either, and was hesitant to go over. Zhou Wenting originally wanted to wait for Xu Zhao to take it first, but Xu Zhao didn't go. Zhou Wenting could only take away one. Now there is only one left. There is no doubt that this one is Xu Zhao's. Xu Xianqi took the last photo for Xu Zhao. Children can now turn the picture over. On Haodong said. Guan Chang looked at his nervous son and smiled. Son, now is the time to witness the miracle of your hand. The accompanying photo flipped over and a photo of small tent number 4 was revealed. Guan Chang and Guan Nianchuan breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Guan Chang and Guan Nianchuan, oh yeah, I'm going to die laughing at this father and son. The penultimate tent they're content with. Worthy of being father and son. The expressions and movements are exactly the same in terms of hilarity. Nian Chuan is such an elegant name, but little Chuan looks like a little tease. Zhou Wenting turns over the photo to reveal large tent number 2. Zhou Shua, Ah Ting, the luck is bursting. Dad will follow you to enjoy the blessings. Zhou Wenting smiled coyly. Su Tingzhou turned over the photo in his hand to reveal medium-sized tent number 3. Lin Lanqing sighed in relief. Number 3 is not bad. We have just enough for mother and son. Now that there were only deluxe tent number 1 and simple tent number 5 left to be announced, everyone coincidentally looked at the photos in the hands of Nguyen Bao and Xu Zhao. Nguyen Bao nervously tugged at his clothes, and Wan Ishi comforted, it's fine, even if it's number 5, Uncle doesn't mind. Numbu nodded vigorously, and she took on the air of a strong man ready to turn over the picture when a shrill cry was the first to come from next door. Woohoo, I don't want number 5. I don't want to sleep in this place. I don't want to. Xu Xiao had flipped the photo, and it was the very same tent 5 that everyone had rejected. Chapter 64, You Can't Bear to Let Missy Live Here? Humble tent number 5 has already been announced, so the only one in Warmblood's hands can be number 1. Warmbloods flipped through the photos and saw deluxe tent number 1. Wow, Uncle Sam, look, I drew the best tent for you. Nguyen Bao smiled so much that he couldn't see his teeth. Wan Ishi didn't mince words in praising. Yeah, our Nguyen Bao is the best. Wow. Warmblood is awesome with this hand. Zhao is so poor. Can you switch with someone else? It's not safe in a simple tent, is it? Both Zhao and Xianqi are girls. Xu Zhao cried cannot own. Xu Xianqi's face also revealed a few ugly, but she took into account his alive camera. Can only suppress the dissatisfaction to continue to pacify Xu Zhao. Don't cry no. 5 is nothing bad. Sister with you it. Xu Zhao cried especially miserably, yelling, I don't want it. I don't want number 5. This is so bad. I don't want to sleep in such a bad place. As the eldest brother, Zhou Wenting saw the sister who cried the most and looked to Zhou Shuo, who knew what his son was going to do and nodded his head gratefully. Zhou Wenting then handed the no. 2 photo in his hand to Chu Zhao and said, Sister Chu Zhao, I'm going to let you have the no. 2, look at it, okay? Ahuan tea is really nice. Don't. So Wen Ting and the King of Song will have to sleep in such a bad tent. I can't let go. In fact, no. One can sleep 2 families Zhao Zhao and Nuanbao can sleep together 2 little girls also have a care. Yeah. Rolling. Chu Xiangqi don't get next to our master Shi. Whoever draws it is whose. Why should we sleep together? Please Chu Xiangxiang's fans have some face. Stay away from our master Shi and Nuan Bao. Chu Zhao cries a beat. Chu Xiangqi reveals a grateful look. Thank you Wenting. Zhao. Chu Zhao shook his head and shouted, I don't want number 2. I want number 1. Her eyes, which looked as if they had been washed in water, looked to Warmblood and the photo number 1 she was holding. Warmblood, Ezra Win, Zhou Wenting, ********. Chu Xiangqi want to have a good face. Zhou Wenting are going to change to her. She also want to steal with us Nuanbao. Come on, we didn't say anything. Kids are like that. Xiaozhou is just brave enough to say what's in his heart. A flash of strange light crossed the bottom of Chu Xiangqi's eyes, but her face showed a difficult color and said, Xiaozhou, it's not allowed. No. 1 was drawn by her sister. Xu Zhao wailed in aggravation. But I just like no. 1. I just want no. 1. Can't she give it to me? Warmblood quietly squeezed the picture of number 1 in his hand. She didn't want to change it, but would people think she was unintelligent that way? Su Tingzhou said angrily. Number 1 was obviously obtained by Nuan Bao. Why should it be given to you? Perhaps hearing Su Tingzhou's angry voice, Xu Zhao's violent temper also flared up, and his voice was tinged with brutality. I don't care. I want number 1. I don't want anything else but number 1. Looking at Chu Zhao who did not give in, the spoiled sister Chu Xiangqi looked at Wenishi with hesitation and with a few points of pleading, softly proposed, 2. Third brother, tent no. 1 is big. Can you let me and Zhao Zhao sleep in the outer room? Currently Wenishi has the highest heat and the most people in the live broadcast. As long as she gets involved with him on the show, her position will definitely be more secure, and she believes that day by day, Wenishi will definitely fall in love with her in time. Wenishi took Nuan Bao's slightly cold hand. A flash of disgust crossed the bottom of his deep eyes, and he indifferently said, I can't. Chu Xiangqi stiffened, her face showing a few moments of embarrassment. Guan Chang and Zhou Shuo glanced at each other. They had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, they had long been human beings. How could they not see Chu Xiangxiang's calculations? But in front of the camera, it was not good for them to speak. At once, the atmosphere froze. Wenishi has gone too far, right? And Xiangxiu has taken a step back. Sleeping in the outer room is still not an option. That's it. Number 5 is obviously very insecure about how to sleep. No sympathy at all. Wenishi is cold-hearted. Such a person is also worthy of staying in the entertainment industry. Get out while you can. Lin Lanqing secretly sneered and said what Chu Xiangxiang had just said. Senior sister, there are quite a few tents. There's no need for 2 groups of families to be crammed together. Number 5 is simple but it's not like it can't sleep If you change it here, then aren't you able to switch them all at will in the future? Chu Xiangqi's face became more and more ugly, calmed down and said, I don't mean this. I just consider that my sister is young. If we were ranking them by age, then number 1 would be even more of a warmblood. Yes, warmblood, a 3.5-year-old baby deserves better. I always feel the tea in the tea of Chu Xiangxiang. Chu Xiangqi couldn't say anything to Lin Lanqing. Seeing that everyone was silent, she could only say to Chu Zhao, Zhao, be obedient. We got number 5. We can only live in number 5. I don't want it. I want number 1. If you don't give me number 1, I'll go home. Xu Zhao's small face was full of petite indulgence. She'd been spoiled by the older members of her family and had always gotten whatever she wanted. And now it was just a tent. And she couldn't believe she couldn't get it. Chu Xiangqi could only look at Nuan Bao again in a difficult situation, and whispered softly, Nuan Bao, Auntie knows you are the most good. Can you let Miss Sister it? And wait for Auntie to make up for it to you afterward, okay? Children are all very good at talking, especially a well-behaved child like Nuan Bao. So Chu Xiangqi was certain that Nuan Bao would agree with her. Wenishi's eyebrows instantly clouded over, and just as he was about to open his mouth to satirize Chu Xiangqi, he heard Nuan Bao's milky voice ring out, no good just now the director uncle said whoever draws it is the one who gets it. Number 1 is what I drew, not what my sister drew. I can't give it to my sister. Chu Shangxiang did not expect Nguyen Bao to reject herself. A trace of consternation appeared on her face. She smiled awkwardly and said, "But Zhao Zhao is still a little girl, and tent number 5 is so simple. You can't bear to let the young lady live here? Dash, asterisk 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 what the hell? Chu Shangqi has started moral abduction. Dash, though I know Chu Shangxiang favors his sister, but this is indeed not a good thing to say." When Yishi's face was cold, and his dark gaze was like a sharp blade sweeping straight towards Chu Shangqi, Nguyen Bao's big eyes blinked. "But I'm even younger than my sister. Auntie, can you bear to let me stay?" Chu Shangqi's face stiffened. She was surprised to be blocked by a 3-year-old girl. Dash, my boy is good. Dash, ho warmer. My warmer. It's so cool. That's right. You're the youngest baby. Why should you let anyone else? Chu Shangqi is so shameless. Nguyen Bao continued, and I promised Grandma to take good care of Uncle San. I want to give Uncle San the best. When Ishi's gaze towards Nguyen Bao became more and more gentle, and a very shallow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 65, Because They Can't Cook. Everyone present didn't expect Nguyen Bao to be able to say something like this, and Guan Chang and Zhou Shua looked at each other and smiled. Both of them had sons, and although their sons were also very knowledgeable, they still envied Wan Ishi. Lin Lanqing had a deep smile in her eyes and looked at Wan Ishi with a face of envy. Cinema Emperor 1. How does your family teach children? Nguyen Bao is really too warm. Right. How come I don't have such a warm little baby? Su Tingzhou looked at Lin Lanqing, his little mouth flattened. While my heart is also happy that my mom praised warm blood, I'm also a little sad that he's also warm. Numbo smiled coyly. Boat is fine too. Lin Lanqing looked down at her aggrieved, flat-mouthed son and realized that she had just said something that hurt her son, and hurriedly corrected herself. Just now mommy said something wrong. Our boat is also the best and warmest baby, and is mommy's favorite little baby. Su Tingzhou had just been a little bit unhappy, but when he heard his mom say that she loved him the most, his cool little face instantly reddened in a circle. Lin Lanqing felt more and more adorable to her son. Compared to everyone pictured cozy, Chu Shangqi is furious shivering, but in front of the camera and must be restrained, can only try to raise a touch of reluctant smile, against his will. Said, Nguyen Bao really know how to do things. Shine to learn a little bit from your sister O. Chu Zhao also heard that Nguyen Bao did not want to give himself one tent. Two eyes glared round, not happy to howl again. But I really don't want to live in tent number 5. It's so ugly, and living in it will make me ugly too. Nguyen Bao looked at Chu Zhao and said, It won't be. My sister's good looks will make all the ugly tents look good. Chu Zhao howling broke off, as if he didn't expect there to be this kind of argument. Dash, Mama yeah, this rainbow fart of my pups is awesome. Dash, just ask, who wouldn't want a little brat that blows rainbow farts? Dash, look at the blowing up of Chu Chiu. It took Chu Zhao a long time to respond and nodded approvingly. You're right, I'm so cute, the tent will look good too. She didn't like the sister at first, because from the very beginning her sister had been telling her to get along with her sister and make sure she got along with her sister. And just now she hated her sister even more when she wouldn't change her tent with her. But now she felt that Warmbloods was very discerning. Chu Zhao wiped away her tears and even comforted the dumbfounded Chu Shangqi. Sister, later on, let's make the tent look better, okay? Christina Chu. Her sister coaxed a rainbow fart out of her. Looking at the expectant Chu Zhao, she smiled skinlessly and said, Good, dash, I made a little discovery, dash, +1. I've also found out that Xiao Chuzhao might be eaten to death by Nguyen Bao. Once the tents were distributed, the next step was the distribution of food for the night, and Haodong let the people put the things up, only to see 5 baskets with all kinds of food, including rice, pasta, steamed buns, potatoes, meat, eggs and so on. This time, let's go with the card draw. There are 5 cards here, corresponding to numbers 1 through 5, and the adult who draws number 1 picks the ingredients first. 5 adults. Guan Chang laughed bitterly. It's not a matter of whether we have a good hand or not. We won't be able to cook if the key is drawn. Guan Chang and Zhou Shua looked at Lin Lanqing and Chu Shangqi in unison, and Chu Shangqi pursed her red lips. I haven't cooked in many years. The implication is that it won't. Lin Lanqing shrugged. Don't look at me. I can make instant noodles at best. The point is, the bubbly was also confiscated. What about? These days, everyone's face changed. Wanishi walked towards the place where the cards were drawn with a calm face, and Zhou Shua looked at Wanishi expectantly. Lao San, you will? No. Zhou Shua's expectations were dashed. No? Then why are you going? Wanishi said, a big bun is better than being hungry. As soon as the words fell, everyone's complexion shook as they rushed up to draw cards in unison. Buns are cooked food. Just eat them straight away. It may be hard to swallow, but it's certainly better than starving. Soon, all 5 adults got their draw cards. This time Lin Lanqing took number 1, Guan Chang number 2, Chu Shangxiao number 3, Zhou Shua number 4, and Wan Isi, number 5. The European royal warmonger and her non-common uncle, laughing to death. Master Shi is so unlucky that by the time he goes to pick, the big buns are gone. Lin Lanqing touched her son's head shell. Don't worry, son, mommy won't let eat big dry buns. She righteously chose noodles and 2 eggs, and then with a confident look on his face. Cooking noodles? It should be just like cooking instant noodles. I can handle it. This may not be the same the gap is still quite large. Guan Chang's second came forward and took 3 large steamed buns. Son, eat steamed buns first to settle in the evening. When dad learns to cook, then I'll take you to eat something good. Guan Nianchuan, so dad, when will you learn to cook? He had a horrified look on his face, thinking that he shouldn't have been able to learn to keep gnawing on his buns. Guan Chang scratched the back of his head. This will be learned one day. You have to believe in dad. Guan Nianchuan isn't very convinced. Nerdy little Kawakawa and his unreliable dad. My heart aches for my little Kawakawa for a day. Xu Xiangqi didn't know how to cook either, but she didn't want to be weaker than Lin Lanqing, and chose rice, 2 large tomatoes, and 2 eggs. Zhou Shua, who also didn't know how to cook, looked at Wanishi with an apologetic face. Lao San, I'll take the remaining 2 large steamed buns. Even if he dares to do it, he needs others to dare to eat it. Ezra 1. Good. Muanbao looked at Guan Chang and Joshua, who both chose big steamed buns, and said with a strange face, so much food. Uncle Guan Chang and Uncle Joshua both chose big steamed buns. Do they like steamed buns? She also ate big buns, but they weren't as good as vegetables. Ezra win, because they can't cook. Warm blood. The uncles are so pathetic. Next, when Ishion, the big steamed buns are chosen away, leaving a lot of dishes. Wanishi does not know what to take. Third uncle, I want to eat potato stew, and egg custard, and green vegetable dishes are good too. Alas, my treasure, your uncle can't cook. Poor my treasure wants to eat such a grounded dish, but he can't even get it. If you can't do such a simple request, what use do you have for Master Shi? Wanishi picked the few ingredients that Nguyen Bao said he had, although he was the last to pick, but since no one knew how to cook, he took the most and the richest instead. Guan Chang and Joshua said, I kind of pity the oldest 3. It still has to be a boy who is good to feed, and the big steamed buns will solve it. Guan Yanchuan and Zhou Wenting, they don't want big buns either. Seeing that everyone had chosen something, and Haodong waved his hand and said, alright, now everyone can go up the mountain and choose a tent pitching destination. 5 groups of families carried their suitcases to the mountain. Good weather recently, the road on the mountain is flat and easy to walk. Soon 5 groups of families decided to tent together. So there is a care, but they are all glamorous stars, basically seldom work. So tenting has become a temporary solution to the difficult task. Chapter 66, How can a warmer pitch a tent? The 5 adults stared at the floppy tent with frustrated faces as Wanishi and Joshua studied the instructions. The 5, who will save us? It's true that a big star with clothes on his back can't even set up a tent. I don't understand what the point of this program is. 5 adults were busy setting up their tents while 5 children stood and watched. Xu Xiao was the first to get impatient. Sister, how much longer? I'm so tired. Xu Xiangqi was busy and didn't pay attention to Xu Xiao for a while. Xu Xiao pouted her lips in dissatisfaction. As a big brother, Zhou Wenting soothed, Zhao Zhao, don't be anxious, let's sit down and wait, okay? Xu Zhao looked at the ground and frowned in disgust. The ground is dirty. I'm not sitting. Zhou Wenting looked left and right and seemed to be looking for a stool again. Guan Nianchuan didn't care so much. He sat down directly on his butt. When Xu Zhao saw it, he even moved away from Guan Nianchuan. You sit on the floor. You don't love cleanliness. I don't want to play with you. Guan Nianchuan didn't care. Love to play or not. You little girls just have too many things to do. Xu Zhao inserted her small waist. You're dirty. You're covered in germs. Whoever plays with you will be infected with germs. Guan Nianchuan held back his red face. I don't have any bacteria. Don't talk nonsense. Xu Zhao roared. If you have it, you have it. Zhou Wenting conciliated. Alright, don't argue. Let's each take a step back. Chuan, we're little boys. We can't argue with little girls. Guan Nianchuan pursed his lips stubbornly and said indignantly, why can't little boys argue with little girls? It's not like I'm trying to argue with her. She's the one who's trying to argue with me. Zhou Wenting had quite a headache, his tiny face showing a difficult color. Xu Zhao showed no weakness, glaring at Guan Nianchuan. How about I just argue with you? Xu Shou is so annoying. Sitting on the floor is just not clean. Doesn't she love to play with mud and sand? Then what is this called? Little boys and little girls are not the same after all, and little girls may have little cleanliness fetishes. Look at how aggrieved we, Chuan, have become. 110 is miserable. At the age of 6, he has to take care of his Princess 6 sister and his younger brother at the same time. At this time, Nguyen Bao did not know when he took a jacket and came, sharply spread the jacket on the ground and said, brother and sister, so you can sit. If I'm not mistaken, this should seem like Master West's jacket. Little ones, sweet little warmer. Master West, the leaky little warmer. Zhou Wenting froze when he saw the clothes in the warm treasure store. still looking disgusted. Chu Xiao twisted her little face and said, I don't want to sit, it's still dirty. Guan Nianchuan didn't care about Chu Xiao and moved his little butt to sit on his jacket. Nguyen Bao said, but if children stand for too long, their legs will get thicker they won't look good anymore. Chu Xiao's small face changed and she said doubtfully, really? Warmblood nodded fervently. Chu Xiao no longer hesitated, and not minding the dirt, he sat his butt on the jacket. A jacket can only sit down two children, and Su Tingzhou followed suit and also took a jacket and patted it on the ground, then beckoned toward Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, come on, let's sit here. This is Lan Qing's jacket, isn't it? It seems that not only Master Shi's little cotton jacket is leaking, but the goddess's wallet is also leaking. Nguyen Bao looked toward Zhou Wenting and called out enthusiastically, Brother Wenting, you sit too. Zhou Wenting looked at Nguyen Bao's eyes that looked like crescent moons, and a smile spilled out on his face. Good. The 5 children sat in rows and dutifully watched the busy adults. Chu Xiao was so sleepy that he leaned his little head on Guan Nianchuan's shoulder. Guan Nianchuan flattened his mouth, but did not push Chu Xiao away, just looked at the adults with disgust and yawned. How long is it going to take them to set up the tent? Anyway, Daddy? Su Tingzhou followed suit and yawned, tiredly saying, Your Excellency works so slowly. Zhou Wenting sighed like a young adult. Then we can only give them a little more time. Nguyen Bao left to look at the right to look at, and finally took a small short legs up towards Wenixi. At this time Wenixi and Zhou Shua is still studying the drawings, but they see the drawings out of the flowers did not understand how this tent in the end. Nguyen Bao put in a small head. Big eyes in the drawings above the turn a circle. Wenixi rubbed Nguyen Bao's little hat and said in his busy schedule, Nguyen Bao, sit over there and wait for a while, we'll get it done right away. Nguyen Bao looked at Wenixi, but did not obediently leave, but came to the side of Guan Chang who kept trying to assemble it. She followed the instructions on the drawings, her little milky tone gasping, Uncle, this corner is over here. Guan Chang was confused, and when he heard Nguyen Bao say this, he didn't think much about it and directly followed Nguyen Bao's instructions. Wenixi, mind your kids, can you not cause trouble for us, Guan? That's right, what do kids know? They only know how to cause trouble. Can't they just sit over there and wait? Our good boy is just trying to help. 2. People are too malicious towards Nguyen Bao, right? From the recording of the program until now she is better behaved than all the kids, okay? A heated argument is launched on the air against Warmonger, but Warmonger is directing Quan Chan to set up his tent. The tent, which had been a messy mess, gradually took shape under the direction of Warmblood. It worked. It finally worked. Guan Chang excitedly threw his head back and let out a long whistle, then violently picked up Warm Bao and threw it up. Warm Bao is great. Warm Bao is awesome. Fantastic. When Wenixi saw Guan Chang's action, she looked panicked and subconsciously rushed over to catch Nguyen Bao, but Guan Chang was very reliable. Not only did he steadily catch Nguyen Bao, he also threw Nguyen Bao up again. Warmblood also went from screaming in fear at first to cheering with joy later. It's so much fun. Zhou Shua, on the other hand, looked at the pitched tent in shock. Pitched? Xu Xiangqi was puzzled. How did you get hitched? Guan Chang threw it high a few times before holding Nguyen Bao steadily. Yeah, I hitched with Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao can hitch. Lin Lanqing was surprised. How did Nguyen Bao set up a tent? Nguyen Bao pointed to the drawing on the ground. Look at the drawing, and you'll be able to do it. It's easy. 5 adults. Xu Xiangqi was full of skepticism. You look at the drawings and you know how to do it? Nguyen Bao was taken out of Guan Chang's arms by Wenixi, and when she heard Xu Xiangqi's skepticism-filled question, she nodded her head and said in a milky voice, Yes, it's very simple. Ha 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 stupid, right? A 3.5-year-old can look at the drawings. The smack in the face always comes at the right time. My treasure is awesome. Crazy call for the warmer. Warmblood came next to show how easy it was, directing the 5 adults according to the drawings and then setting up all 4 remaining tents securely. Zhou Wenting looked at the deeply hidden Nguyen Bao and complimented. Nguyen Bao is really powerful. Su Tingzhou revealed a small pride with honor. Nguyen Bao has always been great. Chu Xiao inserted her small waist and snorted coldly. What's so hard about it? I can do it too. Perhaps because she had just woken up from a nap. Her arrogant voice had a hint of huskiness to it, making it seem not so brutal. Guan Nianchuan rubbed his small shoulders and glanced at Chu Xiao who was talking big. Then why don't you build one for me to see? I'm a little princess. Little princesses don't do heavy work. Chu Xiao's little head twisted. Guan Nianchuan gave a small cut. Nguyen Bao, who was surrounded and praised by the crowd, jumped into Wenixi's arms with a red little face, suddenly realized that Nguyen Bao was looking at the drawings, and accurately get up the tent. This child cannot be unforgettable, right? How can a 3.5-year-old child forget everything? At best, he has a good memory. The tent issue is resolved, leaving one last vital issue for today. That is dinner. Chapter 67, Nguyen Bao cooking. Tent number 1 was big enough for everyone to gather in and prepare dinner. Zhou Shua said, "Why don't we all share the steamed buns and get through tonight first?" Even though none of them wanted to eat the buns, there didn't seem to be any other way to do it now. Lin Lancheng and Chu Xiangqi both took ingredients. Chu Xiangqi looked at the pots and pans in front of her and jumped at the chance. "I'll try it first." Chu Xiangqi picked up the pot, but looked left and right and there was no microwave, no fire. How can this be done? When Nuan Bao saw Chu Xiangqi take the pot, he ran to Wen Yixi's side and volunteered. "Third uncle, do you want to cook?" "I'll do it." Wen Yixi then remembered that Nuan Bao could cook, but the dilemma in front of him was that he didn't even have a fire stove. How could he start a pot to cook, then wait for uncle to get the fire going? After saying that, Wen Yixi walked out. "Good." Lin Lanqing looked at Nuan Bao. "Nuan Bao, you can still cook?" Everyone looked at Nuan Bao with disbelief. A little baby that wasn't even as high as the stovetop could cook? Numbu nodded. "I will." Chu Xiangqi snorted a laugh. "Nuan Bao, cooking is not a child playing house." Warm Blood's eyes blinked, and her little milky voice confessed, "But I can really cook. You, don't add to our mess. Go to the side with your brothers and sisters, okay? And leave the cooking to us." Chu Xiangqi smiled understandingly. Looking at Chu Xiangqi, who didn't believe herself, Nuan Bao puffed her cheeks and increased her tone. "I really will." Chu Xiangqi only felt that Nuan Bao was more serious inside. This is not the time to play around. "Nuan Bao, you listen. These ingredients are the dinner for uncle and auntie and all of you today. If you spoil it all, then everyone can only go hungry." Numbu pursed her lips in displeasure. Lin Lanqing, Guan Chang, and Zhou Shua frowned, seemingly not quite agreeing with Chu Shangxiang's words. How understanding we are in Shangxiang. Nowadays brats just like to add to the chaos. When we were just pitching the tent, why didn't you guys say that our cubs were adding to the mess? Chu Xiangye is also talking too heavy. There are drawings for pitching tents, but where are the drawings for cooking? And the warmers are still not to be messed with. Soon, when Ishi, who had gone out for a trip, had walked in, he moved 2 big stones and put them aside. Seeing Nuan Bao's puffed up little face, his eyebrows sank as he asked, "What's wrong?" Nuan Bao looked at Chu Xiangqi and silently leaned in Wen Yixi's arms without saying anything. It's more infuriating to not initiate a complaint than to initiate one. Chu Xiangqi truly felt that Nuan Bao, this child, was not pleasing to the eye. If not for the fact that she was Wen Yixi's niece, she really hated to stay away. Guan Chang didn't think anything of it and told what had just happened. Wen Yixi's face became more and more ugly. Chu Xiangqi smiled twice and said, "I am also worried about Nuan Bao. Besides, we don't have a lot of ingredients in the first place. If she wants to play, wait for us to finish eating. No need." Wen Yixi, a face of indifference, interrupted Chu Xiangqi words. "Ingredients are personal. Get my personal ingredients. How she wants to get, how to get. Won't starve you, Chu Big Star, what's the matter?" Chu Xiangqi's face stiffened. Wen Yixi is so cold-blooded. Our master, she didn't say anything wrong. He got all the ingredients himself, even if they are really bad. So what? The warmer still doesn't come out of his head. Nothing happens. That's why I hate brats. Now the atmosphere is stiff. Guan Chang can only stand out to liven up the atmosphere. Oops, we all have to spend so many days next. What a not personal ingredients. Nuan Bao want to do, let her try. Even if it does not work, we also have a big steamed buns. We'll not starve. Lao Guan is right. We're a group, and Nuan Bao might actually be able to cook. Lin Lanqing, on the other hand, took out her own ingredients and said, "Nuan Bao, despite your boldness to do it, maybe you're even better than Auntie O." Seeing everyone protect the warm treasure, Chu Xiangqi clenched her hands tightly. Nails are deeply pinched into the palm of her hand, but she could not feel any pain. If not for the camera, she really wanted to turn around and leave. A little kid whose hair has not even grown abandoned to cook. To say it out to laugh off other people's teeth. But to see that everyone agrees, what can she say? Chu Xiangqi reluctantly smiled and said, "It's my fault, since Nuan Bao likes to cook. Let's do it." Just now Auntie was just worried about burning the fire for cooking, and the little kid will get burned if she doesn't pay attention. She would like to see the faces of these people after no warmonger spoiled the ingredients. Nuan Bao met Chu Xiangqi's line of sight. This aunt was obviously smiling at her, but she could feel her dislike. Adults are really weird. Despite feeling strange, Nuan Bao still expressed his thanks for Chu Xiangqi's worry. "Auntie Chu, don't worry, I won't burn myself." How could Wen Yixi not know what Chu Xiangqi was thinking? But he didn't care at all. Wen Yixi, Guan Chang, and Zhou Shua built a simple version of a fire stove. 2 big stones in the middle can burn firewood, and the top is just right for the pot, while Lin Lanqing and Chu Xiangqi also washed the ingredients. And Chu Xiangqi cut the vegetables. She had never cooked before. She cut the potatoes into big ones and small ones. Numbu walked over. "Auntie, I'll do it." Chu Xiangqi frowned. "Ah, can you? It's better for me to do it. This knife is very sharp." Warmblood whispered, but Auntie cut it, I can't stew it. Chu Xiangqi's face was dark, but she still pretended to be concerned and reminded Nguyen Bao. Good, then you have to be careful with this knife. Oh, aha. Nguyen Bao's small hands took the chopper and began to cut the potatoes. She was not fast, because the chopper was heavy and even a little clumsy, but the pieces of potatoes cut out were the same size. Everyone looked at Nguyen Bao in surprise. Nguyen Bao sharply put the potatoes aside, then cut the meat, cutting the meat to be more forceful. Since returning to the Winchesters' home, she hadn't cooked for a long time. Cutting the meat took more time. Who would have believed that one day I could see a 3.5-year-old baby chopping vegetables and cooking? In this comparison, my son is directly second-guessed into the cracks. So, Warmblood will really be cooking. This is a great punch in the face. My mama whose 3.5-year-old baby can cook. When Swoi looked at Nguyen Bao who was carefully cooking, her face was full of heartache. What is that boy Wenishi doing? How can he let the baby do heavy work? It's really a waste to raise him for 20 years. In the end, we still need our baby to take care of him. Wenibe, third brother is really getting back to life. Ning Shuyuan, when Laosan comes back, let him learn how to cook. Wenidong, good. After the warmer cuts the vegetables, start a pan with oil and start frying. A maneuver that straightened out the crowd in the room and everyone in front of the screen. Soon a colorful potato stew was up. Warmblood squeezed his little hand and waved his big hand. Next course, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It was only after the potato stew, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fried greens, and eggs with meat and greens were served that everyone reacted. It turns out that Warmbloods can really cook. Lin Lanqing looked at Nguyen Bao as if she had found a treasure. Nguyen Bao, how are you so powerful? Guan Chang looked enviously at Wenishi, then looked at Nguyen Bao with fiery eyes. Nguyen Bao, what else don't you know how to do? After Zhou Shua took a bite of the noodles, he gave Nguyen Bao a thumbs up. Nguyen Bao is definitely the most powerful kid uncle has ever seen. Chu Xiangqi was shaking with anger, but she had to pull out a big smile. Nguyen Bao even knows how to cook. It's awesome. However, she quickly asked again, pretending not to notice, but how does Numbu know how to cook? All I could do when I was as young as you was play with mud. Chu Xiangxiang asked the right question. This can't help but make people wonder if Nguyen Bao has been specially trained. In previous survival programs, there have been people who were informed of the program's mission beforehand, so they trained into the program ahead of time. Isn't it really good for the program to come out and give an explanation first, using a 3.5-year-old child for eyeballs? Wenishi is so evil. For the sake of Red, he would do anything. Chapter 68, Can Dad Still Change? Just as the internet resounded with skepticism, Nguyen Bao's little milky voice softly said, I'll always act. She was too young to realize that some people had words in their mouths, so she spoke with a small hint of smugness in her voice. Auntie and uncle don't like to cook, and after Grandpa is gone, I'm the one who cooks AC, she added in a good and soft manner. How old is Warmblood? Do you have a professional lawyer to tell you if this is abuse? How can there be such a person in the world? Won't Wenishi come out to explain? How could Wenishi's niece be abused? What kind of family is it? I just saw Nguyen Bao skillfully cooking. I was heartbroken. My daughter is 18 years old, and I spoiled her so much that she can't even cook. Who wouldn't like such a well-behaved and understanding little baby to fall into their family? That someone would be willing to do this to her. At the same time, the adults present all secretly *******, and then looked at Wenishi with a look of evil. Wenishi felt that if he did not explain himself, I'm afraid that he would have to take the black pot of all the evils. And at that moment, he told Nguyen Bao about the things that he had only just picked up and brought back, and hid all the information about the Wen family and Nico, and only said that the child had been away from them since he was born, and that everyone thought that Nguyen Bao had been taken by the traffickers, and then was saved by the good grandpa. Lin Lanqing said seriously, so that's how it is. Your family is too careless to even look after a child. She couldn't imagine the madness she would have done if her son had strayed. Guan Chang said hatefully, human traffickers are really too rampant now. Zhou Shua's heart palpitated. Luckily the warmer was recovered. The aunt and uncle who mistreated Nguyen Bao were bound to be no good people, and if Nguyen Bao didn't get it back, there was no telling what he would face in the future. Goddamned human traffickers are really hateful. Parents with children should take good care of them. Human traffickers are too rampant now. Can't imagine how miserable Warm Bao used to live. My poor Bao. Originally, we were all happy and cheerful, but Chu Xiangxiang is a demon. Asking about such a heavy topic, Chu Xiangqi also didn't expect things to be like this. Her face showed a few moments of sadness. Nguyen Bao, Auntie didn't know it was like this. I'm sorry for bringing up things that made you sad. Nguyen Bao milk whistled. It doesn't matter. I'm happy now. She has so many favorites now and is really happy. Of the few kids, They also probably knew that Numbu had a bad time before. Zhou Wenting pinched the meat in his bowl into Nguyen Bao's bowl. Nguyen Bao eat. Guan Nianchuan followed suit and chucked a piece of meat to Nguyen Bao, for sister. Not to mention Su Tingzhou, as the two sat side by side. Su Tingzhou pinched all the meat in his bowl for Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, you can have all of mine. Nguyen Bao's big round eyes rippled with a mist of water as she looked at the bowl of meat that was almost overflowing, but soon she wiped the corners of her eyes again. Thank you, brothers. All this meat is from her brothers. She'll eat it slowly. Only Chu Zhao was full of concern and ate to himself. Chu Xiangqi frowned, not expecting her sister to be so uptight. Remembering the fans in front of the camera, she quietly pinched Chu Zhao's thigh with her hand where the camera couldn't capture it, and then signaled to Chu Zhao to clip the meat to Nguyen Bao. Chu Zhao's thighs hurt, but she didn't read Chu Xiangqi's meaning and asked, full of doubts, "Sister, what are you pinching me for?" Chu Xiangqi's face blanched, and only after a long time did she pull out a smile of embarrassment. "It's fine. My sister is afraid that you'll choke. Eat slowly." Oh, Chu Zhao was heartless and didn't see that the adults present were showing strange looks as he continued to eat his noodles. Babies are so warm. There are so many of them. Can't you give me one? What kind of goddamned babies are they, anyway? Su Tingzhou came over to Nguyen Bao's side and said in a warm and small voice, "Nguyen Bao, don't be sad. I can share my mom with you." He knew that Warmblood's dad and grandpa had gone to heaven, and he hardly ever heard Warmblood talk about his mom. So maybe Warmblood's mom also. Numbu also whispered, "But that would make your mom sad." Su Tingzhou glanced at his mother, who also couldn't afford to be sad, so he pursed his lips and said, "Then I'll share my father with you, and he won't be sad." Warmblood. Su Tingzhou finished and then shook his head again and again. No, my father is not good. I want to change my father, or not for you." Warmblood's eyes were round. Can daddy still change? Then could she get a different daddy who didn't go to heaven? Thinking like this, Nguyen Bao's eyes instantly brightened a few points. Su Tingzhou nodded his head and said, "Of course we can. We were born from mom. As long as mom changes her husband, then we can change our dad." Numbu. It always felt like something was wrong, but then again, both had a point. They thought they were whispering, but Lin Lanqing and Wenishi beside them heard everything. Lin Lanqing covered her son's mouth with a crying face. Zhou, you can shut up." Su Tingzhou looked puzzled. Did he say something wrong? I do think that makes sense. When Nico comes back, just let her get a new man. Then his cubs will have a new dad. If that's not possible, the men don't have to. Laughing, Boat turned out to be such a Boat. Actually, he's right. The goddess remarried, and Boat didn't just get a new father. Look at the way we Warmbloods are listening to us. Ha 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 ha. Kind of sympathizes with Lanqing's husband, having such a rebellious son. Why does Master West say this with a bit of gnashing of teeth? Far away in Europe on business, Su Shiyan has not seen his wife and son for a long time. His wife and son on the live broadcast. Busy, he immediately opened his wife's live room, and then heard his son said loudly that he wanted to change his father. Su Shiyan. Good enough. He was so busy traveling all day trying to make more milk money that he didn't even have time to visit his own wife, and his son resented him. Mr. Su, the chief assistant next to him looked at the pale-faced Su Shiyan and only felt that the young master was in danger. I've heard that there are a lot of tutors nowadays in order to exercise a child's interest, so contact them in the next couple of days and find a few more teachers to teach him properly. Su Shiyan said. Chief assistant, okay. The young master has a bitter future ahead of him. Su Shiyan's gaze fell on Nguyen Bao's body next to his son. His gaze softened. This child did indeed resemble Wen Yicheng. He and Wen Yidong are the same age and have dealings in business. He has seen Wen Yicheng a few times and treats her as his sister. And naturally, he has a few genuine favorites for the children of the Wen family. Asterisk. After Chu Zhao finished eating, he had a satisfied look on his face. Nguyen Bao, do you know how to make chicken stewed mushroom? I want to eat this tomorrow. This tone of commanding from a superior position made Wenishi's face sink coldly. If you want to eat, do it yourself. When Chu Zhao saw the fierce Wenishi, his neck shrank, but he still boldly said, "But I don't know how. And where does the little princess need to cook by herself?" This sentence she did not say out. After all, Wenishi's face is too ugly. Wenishi didn't look at Chu Zhao again, but instead looked at everyone and said, "Today is a special situation. I don't think you guys would be so bad as to let a 3.5-year-old child continue to cook and take care of you." Lin Lanqing said, "This is natural. Let me come tomorrow. When it's not good, everyone give me some face, haha." This matter started because of Chu Zhao. Chu Shangxian with a few apologies hurriedly said, "Then I will cook with senior sister." Guan Chang said, "I may not be very good at cooking, but I'm good at washing dishes and brushing pots and pans. Leave those to me, Joe Shua said. Then I'll chop wood, and you can leave it to me to do odd jobs and such. After the meal, everyone finished their assigned work one by one. I thought I could wash up, but I didn't expect on Hao Dong to show up. Without waiting for an Hao Dong to speak, Nguyen Bao's little milky voice sounded first. Uncle Director, another assignment? She'd seen it all. The director's uncle had a mission as soon as he showed up. An Ha Dong. Yes, but it's tomorrow's mission. A few of the adults had gotten bad looks on their faces. Warm blood, however, jumped at the chance. What mission Ak? An Ha Dong, tomorrow morning our program team will prepare breakfast for everyone on a first-come first-served basis. But for lunch and dinner, all the baby moms and dads will have to take care of it on their own. There are wild chickens, rabbits and other prey on the mountain, as well as all kinds of wild vegetables and mushrooms, so you can use the prey you called in or the wild vegetables you picked to exchange with the program team for the ingredients you want. Long before the director had already said that they would be allowed to spend these days in the mountains, they had a premonition, and now when they heard about tomorrow's mission, they weren't shocked. They were just filled with difficulties. Nguyen Bao raised his chubby little hands high, his little milky voice confident and resolute. Yeah, we'll definitely accomplish the mission. Su Tingzhou followed closely behind, echoing, aha. Zhou Wenting wasn't as optimistic, but still cheered. Yes, we can do it. Guan Nianchuan looked at everyone and nodded hesitantly. Xu Zhao skimmed his lips and said, I don't want to go hungry. You guys cheer up. The 5 adults looked at each other in disbelief. Yeah, we're sure we can get the job done. They're not so bad that they're losing to kids, I guess. Chapter 69, trying to step on Warmonger to get to the top. Royal Garden. High-hanging curved moon sprinkled down in the most remote independent small villa. Wearing a black mountain suit, Xia Xiang Candle stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands folded. The black and red compass in his hands did not move half a bit, obviously having entered the Imperial Brocade Garden. The compass is still useless. Xia Xiang Candle's dark gaze stared at the motionless compass. A flash of red light crossed between his eyebrows. He suddenly looked behind him and ordered, have someone check the information of all the occupants of the Imperial Brocade Garden. The man in the black cloak behind him had a difficult look on his face as he said, Boss, all of our money has been used to buy this villa, so I'm afraid we don't have any more money to investigate this information. Xia Xiang Candle's brow furrowed in disbelief. That's all the money you've made in all these years here? Boss, it's so hard to make money, the man said lifelessly. And the villa in the royal garden, even the most remote location is sky high. Their brothers not only spent all the money, but also loans for decades. Shade a candle. In the middle of the day, a ghostly sigh rang out. Bear with me a little longer. We'll go back when we find someone. The man responded. Yes. Xia Xiang Candle stared straight at the compass, seemingly expecting a miracle, but the compass remained motionless. Third uncle, I've finished my bath. Now go to sleep? Suddenly milky voices rang out. Who? Xia Xiang Candle fiercely looked toward the place where the sound came from, but there was no one present except for him and his men, and he didn't feel anyone's breath in the villa. Could it be that the strength of the person coming was above him? Xia Xiang Candle's entire body was on alert, completely forgetting that the voice was milky and not an adult's voice at all. The man looked embarrassed, trembling, and took out the cell phone placed in his pocket. Boss, it's me, chasing the sound of the live broadcast. Xia to Candle. What's live? He did recognize the phone, but the words the man was saying were unintelligible again. Just looking at the little girl on the cell phone screen, he looked puzzled, remembering the little girl sitting in the car that day. So it was her. The man's explanatory voice rang out. It's just a parenting program. This human cub is the best looking and the most popular, speaks in a milky voice, and is the most well-behaved and adorable. The man kept praising Nguyen Bao, and when he came back to his senses, he added, Boss, I only watch live broadcasts occasionally to pass the time. Usually I work very hard. He's definitely not lazy. Xia Xiang Candle looked at Nguyen Bao with a deep gaze. Her white and tender little hands were packing up her sleeping bag. Perhaps she had just taken a bath. Her hair was messy against her scalp, and a lot of her hair was standing up, but it added a bit more cuteness. Do you think this human cub looks familiar? Xia Xiang Candle swept the compass out of the corner of his eye, followed by his gaze returning to Nguyen Bao. The man nodded and said, Is a few minutes familiar? She and her uncle look quite like. Her uncle, you know. Is the entertainment industry at the moment the hottest movie Emperor 1 EC? Shade a Candle. He closed his eyes and just felt bad for this subordinate. Xia Xiang Candle was about to withdraw his gaze. However, suddenly a bright light flashed on the screen. His face suddenly changed. Grabbed the handset of his men, fixedly looked at the screen of the warm treasure. It turned out that just finishing the sleeping bag warm treasure unintentionally revealed half of a small Buddha bead on the neck. Just as quickly Warmblood sat up, the necklace around his neck tucked back into his shirt. The half bead looks like the legendary faceted light dragon pendant, but it was so fleeting that he did not see it. Can we get information on this human cub? The man, though puzzled by his boss's sudden interest in human cubs, told what he knew. Her name is Warmth. Her nickname is Nuan Bao. She is 3.5 years old this year. She is the niece of the three-pronged movie star Wanishi, and that's all that's known on the entire network at the moment. Xia Sang Candle's gaze fell on Wan Bao's body. The child's white and tender cheeks were like little peaches, and that man could be described as a world of difference. But he didn't know why, but he always felt that she had a slight resemblance. When I saw this human cub that day, he was carrying a compass, but the compass did not give any indication that it should not be this child. So just now he should have misread it. Forget it, you go back. Yes. The man put away his cell phone and turned around, ready to leave, when behind him came Xia Zion Candle's lustful voice again. Wait. The man turned back and asked, anything else, boss? Where did you see this live broadcast? You get it for me. Xia Zion Candle stammered. The man was shocked, but after years of living as a social animal, his hands were already moving even though his brain hadn't reacted yet. I didn't realize that the boss was such a boss. It's just as much of a stargazer as they are. Asterisk. 9 Sales Mountain. Everyone washed up one after another. Chu Shangqi took advantage of work emergencies to deal with and temporarily took back her phone. Then checked the heat of the live broadcast in the restroom set up on the mountain. Seeing the result, his face instantly grimaced. Among the 5 major live broadcasts, the first in the ranking is Wanishi and Nuanbao. Wanishi opened the broadcast with this program to attract millions of fans, and Nuanbao's name has repeatedly been on the hot searches. It can be said that it is the existence of the recent Invincible, and this is only the first day of the broadcast. It is impossible to imagine what heights they can reach after the program ends. The second was Lin Lanqing and Su Tingzhou. Because of Nuanbao, the little CP of Su Tingzhou and Nuanbao was frequently on the hot search, so this mother and son pair also crushed Zhou Wenting and Zhou Shua's live broadcast. The third is Zhou Shua and Zhou Wenting. The influence of the King of Song and Zhou Wenting's national son cannot be underestimated. Fourth was Guan Chang and Guan Yanchuan, and she was surprisingly at the bottom. Since her debut, although she had been crushed by Lin Lanqing in terms of works, she had never been at the bottom of the list in terms of variety shows. Chu Shangqi's hand holding the cell phone was trembling from anger. I used to think Chu Shangxiang was good-natured, but now I think she's so fake. Rumor has it that she got divorced because of Wanishi, but on the show Wanishi didn't give a damn about her. So the rumors are all false, right? It's annoying to see Chu Shangqi. I didn't expect her sister to be so aggressive. It's just a scaled-down version of Chu Shangqi. Seeing her sister only proves that her face is original. The sisters really look like I can guarantee that her sister will grow up to be Chu Shangxiang like this. It is not too much to say that the twins are not too much. I always thought it was Chu Shangxiang mother and daughter on the program, and wondered when she gave birth to a daughter, and didn't pay attention to the fact that they turned out to be sisters. When Chu Shangqi saw the words mother and daughter, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she hurriedly exited the live broadcast and dialed her agent's number. She brought a touch of hostility under her eyes. Sister Fong, the heat in my live room keeps dropping again. If this keeps up, her heat will only go down more often, and she's on the show for better heat, not to be run over. Our team has bought you quite a few hot searches since the start of the broadcast, but they will soon be squeezed out by each other, Sister Fong said. Chu Shangxiang said in annoyance. What then? Do you want me to stay at the bottom? If she wasn't afraid of ears through the walls, she would have wanted to yell a few times. Sister Fong's side was silent for a long time, and it was only after a long time that she spoke. Perhaps you should think of another gimmick. After all, that child is much hotter on the program than Wanishi. Chu Shangqi's expression was a beat. From the beginning of the show, she had wanted to keep touching Wanishi. Even though this practice affects her reputation, she has been relying on this way to get to the top since her debut, and she has to admit that this shortcut is very good. But now that Wanishi is obviously on the defensive, she is not good at getting down to business. But warm blood, just step on her to get to the top and the heat will come naturally. Chu Shangqi's eyes lit up, and her pretty face looked a bit sinister in the weak light. Chapter 70 Can't let Nuan Bao finish the mission. Early the next morning, the program team prepared a rich breakfast on the table. Let's see who's the first one to show up. Blind guessing a wave. I guess it's Kawakawa. Soon. Tent no. 4 opened from the inside. Guan Yanchuan child poked out a small head from inside. A glance at the table breakfast. 2 eyes instantly glowing. Dad, there is food. There is a lot of food. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guan Yanchuan jumped out of the tent, running wildly to the table and letting out a wow as if he had never seen the world before. Guan Chang followed Guan Yanchuan and looked at him with a look of having never seen the world, and sighed helplessly. Am I starving you or something? Look at your unproductive appearance. Guan Yanchuan made a face at Guan Chang and gave a small hum. If it wasn't for the director's uncle preparing breakfast, then we would definitely be hungry this morning. Quan Chan, that seems exactly right. My guess was right. Snack food Kawakawa is definitely the first one to go online. I have to say the truth about Kawakawa. Guan Nianchuan picked a few breakfast items, then sat down with Guan Chang to eat them. As he ate and looked at the table full of breakfast, he had a bright idea and suddenly came to Guan Chang's ear and whispered, "Dad, we can't eat it all anyway. Can we take some and save it for noon and night so we don't have to go hungry?" Guan Chan, "Yeah, it can still be like that." He looked at his son with relief. So true. His cub was just so smart. Ouch, 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 ouch. Kawakawa, we can't ask for food. We have to take it. The program is in jeopardy. Both father and son had stupidity, and Haodong naturally heard the conversation between father and son. His face turned green. He didn't expect this father and son to come up with this kind of tawdry maneuver. Parents, please note that the breakfast provided by the program is not allowed to be kept private. Guan Chan, Guan Nianchuan regretted. Well, right. Soon, Zhou Shuo brought Zhou Wenting to join the breakfast team as well, and Lin Lanqing and Su Tingzhou, Xu Shangxiang and Xu Zhao all got up one after another. Strange, Nguan Bao and Master Shi aren't up yet? The sun's going up your ass, and these two are still in bed? Because the tent belonged to a private venue, there were no cameras installed inside, and now the other 4 major live rooms were open one after another. Only Nguan Bao's and Wenisi's live rooms were still present in the black screen. Lin Lanqing looked at the big tent suspiciously. The warm treasure isn't up yet? Zhou Shuo said. I'll go call. Zhou Shuo just got up and walked towards tent number 1. The tent opened from the inside. Wenishi was fully dressed and took the lead to come out, while Nguan Bao was like a frosted eggplant coming out from the inside. The most attention-grabbing thing was Nguan Bao's hair. Her shoulder-length short hair was like an explosive head standing on her head. Even if it was a little munchkin topping the hairstyle, it was also extremely shocking. Crowd. Lin Lanqing asked the question of the viewers on the pop-up screen. What's going on with Nguan Bao's hair? How come Numbu has become an explosive head after one night? What happened? Where's my beautiful hair? Luckily, my cub has a high face value, or else he'd be ugly as hell with this hair. Numbu, crying, emoji saved. At the same time, the Wen family members who were watching the live broadcast from the Wen residence were not very nice. Winslow, what's with the baby's hair? Ning Shuyuan, why is your hair standing up for good reason? Wanibe frowned. Did you not sleep well after the change? Wanishi said helplessly, I don't know what's going on. I got up early in the morning and it's like this. I can't comb it down. He's going crazy with the hair too. Xu Zhao's eyes stared unblinkingly at Nguan Bao as well as her hair, and quickly averted his eyes and said, Nguan Bao is so ugly. Hearing this, Nguan Bao's little face trembled slightly, and his pitiful little appearance instantly poked the little hearts of certain older uncles and aunts. If the hair is ugly, it's ugly. People, stop it. The baby is going to cry from the ugliness. My poor cub. Jusho is so poisonous. People are only 5 years old, so of course they can say whatever they want. Nguan Bao flattened his mouth, a pair of little chubby hands helplessly pulling at his messy vertical hair, his little milky voice carrying a small grievance. Auntie, I'm not going to bleach the brew. Lin Lanqing hurriedly comforted Nguan Bao, who said that, our Nguan Bao is the prettiest. Su Tingzhou also rushed forward to comfort. Yes, Nguan Bao is the most optimistic little baby, even if the hair is all up. Warm blood looks best. Zhou Wenting and Guan Nianchuan also came forward in unison to comfort them. Lin Lanqing touched Nguan Bao's hair and guessed, Did you sleep last night without drying your hair? Wenishi wondered, but she didn't wash her hair yesterday either. Lin Lanqing blanched at Wenishi. A small child's hair will be more or less wet from the bath. It still needs to be blown dry before sleeping. Ezra Win. So that's it. The truth is out. It's true that it's good for a baby daddy to stay alive with a baby. When family members looked at Wenishi, all revealed a look of hatred. When Sui was so angry that his face turned white. What's the use of having him if he doesn't know so little? Song Feiyan defended Wenishi. Lao San hasn't taken care of a child before either. He definitely doesn't understand any of this. Wan Yibei snorted. Then he doesn't know much. Pour me pa on the show with him. Song Feiyan looked at the archfire Wan Yibei, helplessly shook his head. The oldest 3 back is estimated to be enough. Lin Lanqing said, Nguan Bao, don't worry. Auntie will help you tie up your hair. Numbu, thank you, Auntie. Lin Lanqing took a small leather band and tied 2 small hair buns for Nguan Bao, looking cute and adorable. Nguan Bao looked towards Chu Zhao, her little milky voice floating with a hint of excitement. Sister, I'm not ugly. Chu Zhao glanced at the warm treasure. It was indeed not ugly. Remembering what her sister had instructed last night, she was not going to like the warm treasure. Seeing Chu Zhao ignoring Nguan Bao, the bottom of Wenishi's eyes darkened as he reached out and pinched Nguan Bao's small hair bun. Hurry up and eat. Nguan Bao didn't pay attention to Chu Zhao's face. She happily sat down to eat and didn't forget to urge Wenisi. Third uncle, next time you have to blow dry your hair. Alright, next time uncle will make sure to take care of drying your hair. Numbu nodded. Don't forget yo, Wanishi, can't forget. He had just woken up and watched Numbu staring at the exploding head, and I'm afraid he couldn't forget that image for the rest of his life. After everyone finished their breakfast, they started to assign tasks. Since the program does not allow adults and children to do tasks together, the tasks were assigned as the adult group to go hunting and the child group to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. Zhou Shua patted Zhou Wenting's small shoulders and solemnly said, "Ah Ting, the younger siblings are in your hands. You have to lead them through the mission." Zhou Wenting nodded. "Dad, don't worry uncles and aunts. I will definitely take good care of my younger siblings." The adult and child groups went their separate ways. No one paid attention to the fact that Chu Shangxian looked at Chu Zhao before she left. Chu Zhao's small mouth pursed. Remembering what her sister had instructed last night, we can't let Nguyen Bao finish the task. Thus, the gaze toward Numbu was tinged with a bit of malice. Chapter 71 Quarrels. Zhou Wenting led the other 4 children to set off, all with baskets of vegetables in their hands. The path up the hill was not easy and the children held hands as they headed up. Guan Nianchuan was panting with exhaustion and asked toward Zhou Wenting, "Brother, where are the mushrooms?" Zhou Wenting opened the paper-like mini-map and looked at the red markings on it. "It's still ahead." Turning back to see that everyone was tired, he reassured, "Hang in there everyone, we'll be there soon." Nguyen Bao clenched his little white fat fists. Milky voice cheered, "Everyone cheer up, wow, we're going to pick mushrooms and choice them back." However, only focusing on the pumping, Nguyen Bao did not pay attention to the small slope under the feet. A slip, the whole person fell to the ground. Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou and Guan Nianchuan, warm treasure. Nguyen Bao climbed to her feet with the help of Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou, and she patted the grime on her body. "I'm fine. The good thing is that the roads in the mountains are all dirt and mud. Soft, so even if you fall, it doesn't hurt." It just so happened that her hand was propped up on a small rocky outcropping in the dirt and mud, and it was a little ghastly red and swollen in the center of her hand. Chu Zhao saw the bruises on Nguyen Bao's palms and they looked painful. Luckily it wasn't her who fell. Su Tingzhou found Nguyen Bao's red palms. "Does it hurt?" Zhou Wenting frowned. "Nguyen Bao, why don't we go back first?" Warm Blood shook his head. "Don't act. We're going to finish the mission de." She didn't give a damn about this little pain. Guan Nianchuan, "But your hand is injured." "It's okay, I don't hurt." Warm Blood was a principled baby, and she knew that she wouldn't go hungry as long as she completed her mission. Zhou Wenting saw her see this. "Then if you're in a lot of pain, tell your brother." Nguyen Bao nodded obediently and softly. Su Tingzhou held Nguyen Bao's hand. "Nguyen Bao, I'll hold you." "Good. My daughter usually has to cry and wail for a while when she bumps into something. Boat Nguyen CP really good knocking dash, little man boat is on the line." All the children worked together and continued to climb the hill, until Chu Zhao children could not hold on any longer and threw the basket of vegetables in his hands. "I am so tired. I want to go back." Zhou Wenting picked up the vegetable basket, folded it with his own, and softly said to Chu Zhao, "Zhao Zhao, look, we're almost there. Just hold on a little longer, okay?" Zhou Wenting pointed to their position on the mini-map, which was just 400 or 500 meters away from the mushroom-picking location. Exhausted, miserable Chu Zhao this will not mind the dirty ground, but sitting on the ground, shaking the small head, "I do not want to go. I'm so tired, cannot climb up. I want to go back. I want to find sister." Looking at Chu Zhao who was clamoring to go back, Zhou Wenting was somewhat helpless. "I'm really convinced." Nguyen Bao is only 3.5 years old. Before the fall did not call tired. Chu Zhao are 5 years old and still so capricious. Dash, shouldn't have brought Chu Zhao as a drag queen. Dash, what did she do wrong? She just misses her sister. Dash, people shouldn't talk so mean. Chu Zhao is still a little baby. It's normal to be tired. I don't know how the program organizers arranged it. The kids are walking so far. Nguyen Bao went up and said, "Sister, but we still have to go back a long way de. Let's finish picking mushrooms and rest for a while before we go back, so we won't be tired AC." Chu Zhao disgruntledly pouted her lips. "I don't want it. I want to go back now." She didn't want Warm Blood to finish the job. Su Tingzhou's small eyebrows wrinkled. "But we still have to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. If we don't complete the task we'll go hungry." Guan Nianchuan got a jolt. "I don't want to go hungry." Chu Zhao flattened his mouth. "But I really can't walk anymore." Nguyen Bao looked at Zhou Wenting and proposed, "Brother Wenting, why don't we sit down and rest for a while? Wait for sister to rest." Zhou Wenting looked at Chu Zhao, who couldn't walk, and could only nod his head. "All right, then let's all sit down and rest." 5 children have sat down. Nguyen Bao just sat down, suddenly noticed the ground black and green. Skin slimy, a little like fungus things. Small milky voice raised high, "ACA, is the ground beat?" What? Zhou Wenting was the first to react, looking at what Nguyen Bao had picked up, his tiny head filled with great confusion. Nguyen Bao offered the ground vegetables in his hand like a treasure and handed it to everyone to see. His white and tender little face fluttered with a touch of excited redness. This is called ground vegetables, also called ground fungus. Delicious ah! Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou and Guan Yanchuan. Chu Zhao immediately jumped up and stayed far away from Nguyen Bao with a disgusted face. Nguyen Bao is disgusting. Don't come near me. A trace of hurt flashed under Numbua's eyes, followed by reassurance that it was because people hadn't seen this dish rag before. This one is a vegetable dish, fried and delicious. Xu Zhao's little face turned white, looking at the warm treasure as if it was looking at some source of pollution. I don't want to eat such a disgusting thing. Dash, does anyone want to popularize the idea that this gooey stuff is really edible? Dash, it's edible. And Numbu is right. This is really tasty. It's just time consuming to wash it. I haven't eaten it or seen it before, but Chu Chiyu talks really hard. Dash, Chusho is not pleasant at all. Dash, I think Chusho is right ah. This Watsid looks disgusting in the first place ah. Who would eat this kind of thing ah? Dash, I've eaten it too. When I was a kid and my family was poor, my grandmother would go to wet places and pick up ground vegetables. It's hard to imagine a 3.5-year-old pup recognizing ground vegetables. Nguyen Bao saw that Chu Zhao was so repulsive, and hung down his small hand with some loss. Why doesn't my sister believe her? In the past, when her aunt and uncle didn't feed her, her grandfather would go outside and pick up ground vegetables and fry them for her, which were delicious. At the Win residence, Ning Shuyuan looked at Nguyen Bao, who had a sad little face, and a stabbing pain came from her heart. The little princess they hold in the palm of their hand is being looked down upon everywhere because of a program. Ning Shuyuan was heartbroken. Send someone to fetch the baby back. When Suwa had long wanted to send someone to fetch Nguyen Bao back, so he got up and said, I'll go myself. Song Feiyun's brows furrowed, but with her husband away, she couldn't say anything to her in-laws. When Ibe saw Wen Sua's action and remembered Nguyen Bao's expectant little face when he was going to be on the program before, he also felt heartbroken for Baby, but he respected Baby even more and stopped Wen Suwa from picking up Nguyen Bao and said, No. When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan looked towards Wen Ibe who had spoken out. When Ibe looked at Nguyen Bao in the screen, obviously sad, but still forced to smile. You guys think of Number as being too fragile. She still tenaciously survived for over 3 years without our protection. She's stronger than we even thought. She went on the show because she wanted more people to see her and know her. She wanted to find her mom, and to us it seemed ridiculous, but it was the only thing she could do and wanted to do. When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan didn't make a sound, Song Feiyun's gaze towards Wen Ibe brought a few points of surprise, so without realizing it, Xiao Si had also grown up. Song Feiyun softly soothed, Mom and Dad, I know you're worried about Nguyen Bao, but Nguyen Bao isn't an ordinary child. I'm sure she'll be able to do it. She's the smartest and most powerful cub. When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan still didn't say anything as they gazed at the warm treasure in the screen in unison. Chapter 72. Do you recognize all these mushrooms? Nguyen Bao hands pinched the ground vegetables, white cheeks gas bulging. Voice Milk Fierce said, This is not disgusting things, it is called ground vegetables. Hungry when delicious Lu. You do not want to eat cannot eat, but cannot stop others to eat. Nguyen Bao usually smile. Extremely cute, but now Milk Fierce look or the crowd saw for the first time. Just her watery eyes staring round, like a white fat bun face Milk Hoo. Simply adorable. Dash, wow my pups are so cute and adorable. An angry baby is so cute. This fierce little milky voice is so cute, and I treasure said very right ah. Some people want to eat still cannot eat it. Like Chu Zhao, such a pampered out of the little princess naturally did not experience the feeling of starvation. Do not know that the stomach hungry up anything can eat. Chu Zhao did not expect Nguyen Bao to be mean to herself. She pointed at Nguyen Bao fiercely and said, You dare to be angry at me. I'm a little princess. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the moon. Warmblood grunted through his little nose. You're not the one who can represent the moon, and God forbid you should. Chu Zhao became even more angry. I just can. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the moon. Nguyen Bao simply twisted her head and ignored her, making Chu Zhao angry. At this time, Su Tingzhou took the ground vegetables from Nguyen Bao's hand, and the moment he picked them up he felt slimy and terrible to the touch. But he trusted Nguyen Bao and supported. If Nguyen Bao says it's delicious, then it must be delicious. Zhou Wenting felt that his sister's words just now were a bit funny, and returned to the topic at this moment, saying, Nguyen Bao has eaten it, so we can definitely eat it as well. Let's pick up some and go back. Guan Yanchuan had squatted to pick it up, only Chu Zhao hated to be far away from them. Soaring a little soprano, Don't you guys pick it up, it's dirty, I don't want to eat it. Su Tingzhou exasperatedly glared at Chu Zhao. Who cares if you eat it or not, we're going to eat it anyway. Chu Zhao was furious, coldly grunted several times and said, Dirty? You will become dirty even if you eat it. You need to see a doctor and get a needle shot. Won't they? Warm blood frowned and milked. You won't get sick if you wash it. Seeing that everyone was not listening to her, Chuzhao was so angry that her little face turned red and she simply skimmed her eyes away. Out of sight, out of mind. When the children had pretty much picked up all the ground vegetables in the place, Zhou Wenting carried the basket and said, "Alright, let's continue looking for mushrooms." The little babies all put up their own little baskets and followed Zhou Wenting. Only Chuzhao still won't go. "I haven't rested well." Zhou Wenting frowned, "But we've been resting for a long time. We need to finish the mission early to go find mom and dad." Chuzhao coldly looked at her little face. "You guys picked up dirty things. I'm not going to go with you." Chuzhao is really annoying. Here is a small suggestion to the program team. In the future, children with princess disease should not be randomly on the program. It's really bad luck for Chu Shangxiang to bring this princess sick sister on the program. And Haodong was guarding behind the camera monitor and felt a headache even when he saw this scene. He regretted that he should have firmly resisted letting Chu Shangxiang bring Chuzhao to record the program at that time. He knew that most of the pampered little girls would be a bit princessy, but not so much that they would be the same as Chuzhao. Look at the other Nuan Bao. This is the real little princess of the Winchesters, but the character is so delightful and cute. Zhou Wenting's face also looked bad, and Su Tingzhou gasped, "Whatever, brother Wenting, let's go." Zhou Wenting sighed, "We can't leave our sister behind." Su Tingzhou was furious into a bun face. Nuan Bao looked to the photographer uncle who was taking pictures of Chu, and said softly, "Photographer uncle, my sister is too tired and doesn't want to go. Can you help us take care of my sister? We will come back right after picking the mushrooms." Zhou Wenting also felt that this was a good solution, so he followed suit and looked at the photographer uncle with an expectant face. Uncle Camera was in a difficult position. When the director's voice came over the headset, "Promise her." Uncle Photography then nodded. "Yes." Nuan Bao looked at Chu Zhao again. "Sister, you rest here ACA. My brothers and I will come back for you right after picking mushrooms." Chu Zhao's red-eye frame, irrationally crying and wailing, "You're leaving me behind. I don't want it. I don't want it." Zhou Wenting said in a soothing voice, "We're not going to leave you behind. Zhao, you wait for us here. We'll be back after picking mushrooms." Guan Nianchuan followed suit and said, "Yes, you can't walk, so you'll wait here for us." Zhou Wenting, in order to come back earlier, immediately took Nuan Bao, Su Tingzhou and Guan Nianchuan to set off. There is a photographer uncle to take care of Chu Zhao. They are not very worried. Only think about hurrying to finish picking mushrooms. Chu Shou looked at the backs of the 4 children leaving and stood in place indignantly. They left themselves behind. It was too much. Wow, there are so many mushrooms. The 4 children reached the mushroom field and Guan Nianchuan's child let out an exclamation. Su Tingzhou carried a vegetable basket and reached out to pick the best growing red mushrooms next to him. "Everyone, pick it quickly. Don't pick this." Nuan Bao stopped it. "This mushroom is poisonous. You can't eat it." Su Tingzhou's outstretched hand was hastily withdrawn, and he clapped his small hands in hindsight. Guan Nianchuan looked at the red mushroom in front of him and wondered, "This is a good-looking mushroom. How can it be poisonous?" Nuan Bao shook his head and sang in a milky voice, "Red umbrella and white pole. After eating, we will lie down together. After eating, we will lie down together. After lying down, we will sleep in coffins, and then we will bury the mountain together." Burying the mountain and crying, the whole village came to eat. With umbrellas for dinner, the whole village lies down together, laying on their backs and sleeping in their coffins. No one will help them bury the mountain. We can only dry up together, and the umbrellas will grow in the next rainy season. Su Tingzhou and Guan Nianchuan. Nuan Bao pointed at the red mushroom and said seriously, "This is a poisonous red mushroom. After eating it, you will vomit, have diarrhea, and if it is serious, you will die." The child's voice was soft and cuddly, but the word dead still made people break out in a cold sweat. This is really a poisonous crimson mushroom. I had a bad feeling about picking mushrooms before, and I was worried that the babies would pick some poisonous mushrooms. Is Nuan Bao really only 3.5 years old? How can he even recognize poisonous mushrooms? How could I have ever imagined that one day I would be outclassed by a 3.5-year-old? Nuan Bao pointed to the white umbrella-shaped mushroom next to it again. "This is the yellow-spotted umbrella mushroom. This one is also poisonous. You can't eat it." Immediately afterward, she went on to point out several mushrooms that were not highly toxic, but not edible. This little guy didn't get a single one wrong. Good lord. The parent-child program was played by Warmbloods as a mushroom recognition segment. I'm so good. Marveled at by my treasure every day. And Nuan Bao does not yet know. This video of her identifying mushrooms soon caused a sensation throughout the internet. Many parents have taken this video to teach their children to recognize poisonous mushrooms. And doctors and professors of medical schools have also taken this video to educate their students. Originally, this is only a parent-child program, and most of the people watching it are also fans. But as the video of Nuan Bao recognizing mushrooms circulates on major platform sites, more and more people are paying attention to this program, and the number of people studying medicine is the largest. biologist. Even the widely known medical professor Gao Ruming retweeted the video of Nguyenbo recognizing mushrooms with the word awesome. Soon the show was on fire in all areas. Even in Haodong didn't expect this effect, not to mention the executives of Mangle Pictures, who would sign in Haodong. Firstly because of his talent, and secondly to fight with Star Ocean. Previously, also because of the fear that the program does not go out of the circle. Their executives are highly supportive of the sisters of Chu Shangxian Love who are forced into it, also just to create a topic. Now it seems that Nguyen Bao on the body even more topics. Zhou Wenting looked at the mushrooms in front of him and only felt dizzy, looking at Nguyen Bao with a surprised face and asking, Nguyen Bao, you recognize all these mushrooms? Chapter 73 Nguyen Bao catches wild pheasants. Nguyen Bao nodded. Recognize ACA. Grandpa taught me day. When her grandfather didn't make any money and she was hungry, she would climb up the mountain with him to pick mushrooms, and he taught her to recognize all kinds of mushrooms and wild vegetables. Zhou Wenting gave Nguyen Bao a thumbs up and praised, your grandfather is really great. Nguyen Bao's white and tender face revealed a small pride. My grandpa is the best. In the Wayne mansion, when Suo looked at Nguyen Bao's proud and dejected little expression, and a touch of melancholy dyed the bottom of his dark eyes. Yang Jianyue teaches babies a lot of things. If the man hadn't passed away, he would have been fiercely grateful. Ning Shuyuan nodded, her heart warming as she said, he taught the baby well. Su Tingzhou saw that Nguyen Bao was happy and followed suit with a smile. Grandpa Nguyen Bao is awesome, and so is Nguyen Bao. Guan Yanchuan nodded approvingly. Numbu smiled coyly as she listened to the appreciation. The little pear swirl showing at the corners of her mouth sweet and milky. Everyone's awesome Mac. Guan Yanchuan added regretfully. But, these poisonous mushrooms cannot be eaten. So which ones can be eaten? Nguyen Bao looked to the yellow mushroom next to him, and his little milky voice rang out excitedly. This is a chicken mushroom. You can eat it, and this can be eaten too. Warmblood greeted everyone by getting their hands on all the edible mushrooms and picking them, and Haodong behind the monitor sighed with relief. The task of picking mushrooms is actually difficult to complete, so from the very beginning, the program team never thought that the children's group would be able to complete the task, but they didn't think that Nguyen Bao would be able to recognize the mushrooms. The assistant director praised continuously. Nguyen Bao doesn't look like a 3.5-year-old at all. It's too powerful. If my boy is this powerful, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. And Haodong's brows carried depths and he sighed in a small voice. There's more to this child's power than that. Her fortune-telling is the real ace in the hole. But, it would be bad for her if everyone knew. On Haodong asked the assistant director, how is the adult group doing? So far, nothing has hit the fan. The assistant director shrugged and sighed in embarrassment. And Haodong also did not expect 5 adults spent a morning even a pheasant did not catch. It seems to rely on the children to eat. Not only did the crew think so, but even the viewers in front of the live camera felt humiliated. The task was completed perfectly for the children's group, but the adults group had a hard time saying it. Not to mention pheasants, they didn't get a single fish down the river. It's true that there is no comparison. There is no harm. As much as I like Master Sai, I really want to say that you're too wasted. Master Sai, awesome niece, and her scrappy uncle. Nguyen Bao and the kids headed back after picking up the mushrooms. They had to rush to meet up with Chu Zhao. Nguyen Bao suddenly remembered that last night Chu Zhao said she wanted to eat chicks stewed with mushrooms, and her little milky voice sighed. If only uncle and uncles and aunts could hunt wild pheasants. Wild pheasant stewed with mushrooms would be he best. Sister would definitely like it. They picked up so many mushrooms that not only can you make wild pheasant stew, but you can also saute a small mushroom on its own. It's delicious. Guan Yanchuan looked at Warm Treasure and sputtered. My dad definitely can't hunt wild pheasants. He usually can't even catch a chicken. Though his chubby little face tried not to show his dislike for his dad, he couldn't help it. Really don't expect too much from his dad. He's really unreliable. My dad too. Zhou Wenting chimed in. Neither can my mom. Su Tingzhou followed closely. Warm blood. Uncle Sam doesn't seem to be doing too well either. Ha 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 ha. Too graphic a description. It's true that the ones who know the parents best are the children. That little expression that Nguyen Bao revealed must have also thought that Master Shi couldn't do it either. Ha ha ha, happy me. The cubs are absolutely right. The adult group has not had a single catch so far, and I doubt the program sends pheasants to them that they can't catch. If the adult group and the child group swapped missions, I'd rather trust the child group to hunt than the adult group to pick edible mushrooms. The 4 kids sighed in unison. Their expectations for lunch suddenly lowered. Guan Yanchuan looked at the mushrooms and ground vegetables he had picked and optimistically said, as long as I don't go hungry, it's fine. The 3 children nodded their heads, agreeing with him immensely. Only the warm little milky voice was still tinged with deep regret. If only the wild grouse had appeared here. as soon as the words were out of their mouths. However, a wild grouse strutted up to them. My eyes are blurred? I can't believe I actually saw wild pheasants. Asterisk. There really are wild pheasants. Boo. Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou and Guan Nianchuan? Everyone in front of the live screen? Pheasant. Warmblood was the first to react, his little milky voice soaring high. In the director's office, everyone looked at the sudden appearance of the wild pheasant and was confused. Deputy Director, what's wrong with the props team? All the praise are placed on the adult side. How come this wild pheasant has scurried to the children's side? The props team was even more confused. It's impossible. The 2 mission points are this far away, and the prey we put out there is guarded. It's impossible to run this far? Assistant Director, so what's going on here? Props team, that's not right. Our pheasants are marked. This one isn't. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What does mean? Props to the crew. It means that this wild grouse is not one that we put out. It's a wild grouse that actually grew up in the mountains. Crowd, wow. That's some luck against the odds. Only to see the reactive Nguyen Bao walking gently towards the wild pheasant, afraid of startling the wild pheasant and making him run away. The wild pheasant seems to smell the danger. Its 2 small eyes on Nguyen Bao. The whole small body began to shiver. The body feathers shook fiercely. 2 paws panicked to run up, directly hit a big tree. Snapped. The chicken body fell to the ground. 4 kids. This chicken is so stupid. Without saying a word, Nguyen Bao stepped forward and grabbed the wild pheasant by the neck, lifted it up, and smiled at the other children, revealing a mouthful of small white teeth. Little brothers, we have our vegetables. My cub smiles with a sunny face, and the wild chickens as food are raw and unlovely. I'd call it the devil's smile. Chapter 74 Large-Scale Shura. Watching the adult group catch a chicken makes me angry. Watching Warmblood catch a chicken is too much fun. That's the difference between a chicken and a chicken. Or maybe it's the difference in people. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Wenting looked at Nguyen Bao, who was carrying the chicken's neck. Sister is fantastic. Guan Nianchuan nodded approvingly and looked again at the tree that had been hit by the wild grouse. This chicken is clumsy. Su Tingzhou walked over towards Nguyen Bao, and although he was a bit scared, he bravely said, Nguyen Bao, I'll carry it. Nguyen Bao could see Su Tingzhou's fear and shook her head. No need de. Zhou Wenting found a rope and walked over to tie the pheasant's 2 claws so that the pheasant could not fly. After tying up the pheasants, Zhou Wenting put the pheasants in his basket and said, the pheasants are heavy. I'll carry them. Nguyen Bao obediently nodded her head. This wild pheasant was indeed very heavy, and just after lifting it for a while, her hands and arms were a bit sore and tired. Worried that her brother was too tired, Nguyen Bao's little milky voice admonished, if Brother Wenting gets tired, let me carry it instead. And me. Guan Nianchuan raised his hand, and with his other hand, he pinched the muscles on his little arm. I'm strong and have muscles. Su Tingzhou also pinched the budding muscles on his arm and said, I have them too. Warmblood followed suit and pinched the flesh of his arm. Chubby and fleshy. It's a good pinch, and it's not like the muscles my uncles were talking about before. She blushed a little, embarrassed. I don't have any muscles. All I seem to have is fat. Ha 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 ha, the warmer is too cute. Muscle is not there, but fat is there. Where is the little baby fat? That's baby fat. Zhou Wenting felt that his younger siblings were so adorable that it warmed his heart and seemed to fill him with strength. He didn't reject his siblings' good intentions either. Okay, when I can't carry it, I'll let you guys carry it instead. The friendship of children is really warm. The 4 of them are harmonious and cute. Just one more Chu Zhao. And when Nguyen Bao and these children came to the place where they had just parted ways with Chu Zhao, it was empty. The 4 kids panicked in unison. Nguyen Bao's little face panicked. Where's sister? Immediately afterward, shouted, Sister Chu Zhao, Chu Chiu is gone. What's going on? How can a good person disappear? When they left Chu Zhao behind, I thought something would happen, and sure enough, even though Chu Zhao is unpleasant, leaving a small child in the mountains is a shameful act. Trouble upstairs to figure out the situation. Okay, it's clear that Chu Zhao himself is clamoring not to go. What can they do? Most of the viewers are in the live room of the 4 children and adults. Relatively speaking, Chu Zhao's live room is almost nothing, so there is only a small portion of the audience who knows Chu Zhao's current situation. Don't argue. I just came back from the live broadcast of Chu Zhao. She is still alive and kicking. It's the photographer who suffers. Feeling sorry for Chu Chiu being left behind? Might as well be heartbroken about the photographer who followed her. Zhou's doing it again? Zhou Wenting also panicked. Shine's sister, Guan Nianchuan, what to do? Chu Zhao is missing. Wild beasts love to eat children. Will she be eaten by wild beasts? His father, in order to keep him from running around in the mountains, had told him before that there were many wild animals in the mountains and that they liked to eat little children the most. Su Tingzhou's small face went white. Then what? He doesn't want to be eaten. Boo. The beast? Sister sister was eaten by a wild beast? Her eyes were wide and contained bags of tears. At that moment, a thunderclap rang out and lightning flashed. Ah! The kid screamed out. Su Tingzhou was so scared that he hugged Nuanbao, while Guan Nianchuan quickly hugged Zhou Wenting by his side, and Nuanbao followed suit, hugging Zhou Wenting's arm, his little milky voice carrying a deep sense of alarm. Brother Wenting, is it a wild beast that's coming? It must be that the beasts are coming. Just think of the beasts in the cartoon coming out as this weather. They must be coming to get us. Dad said that the beasts have big mouths, one mouthful for a little friend. Shuzhao is surely not enough for them to eat, so they are coming to eat us. Warmblood was shivering with fear, his little milky voice tinged with sobs. I haven't found my mommy yet. I don't want to be eaten. And as Nuanbao's crying became more and more obvious, the thunder in the sky became louder and louder, and what was originally windy and sunny had now turned into dark clouds, creating an even more horrifying atmosphere. Warmblood cried, I don't taste good, can they not eat me? Guan Nianchuan, you're good looking, beasts love to eat good looking kids. Numbu. Guan Nianchuan looked at Warmbao and added, and you have a lot of meat, they must like you. Warmblood looked down at his small, fleshy body and squeezed the soft flesh of his face again. Chuan brother is right, she really has a lot of meat. So the tears piled up. Su Tingzhou was also scared, but he hugged Nuanbao and bravely said, Nuanbao, don't be afraid, when the beasts come later, I'll stand in front of you, so that they can eat me as well, and I have a lot of meat, so when they're full, they probably won't eat you. Guan Nianchuan, yes, don't be afraid. Nuanbao, I'll stand in front of you too. Dad said to protect my sister. Boys should stand in front of girls. Warmblood was touched and said, thank you brother, but let them eat me first. I don't want to see you all eaten, although I don't want to laugh. I really can't help it. Dash, ha 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 ha. The cubs are really cute. Another day of being sweetly cried by their friendship. Zhou Wenting was also scared, but looking at his scared younger siblings, he tried to restrain his inner panic and pacified. The uncles on the program won't let the wild beasts come over, and Shou Zhao's younger sister definitely won't be eaten. It should be, right? And that's when the big tree in front of them made a rustling sound, as if something was coming. Zhou Wenting's face turned white. Could it be that the program's uncles didn't block the beasts and they came over? Several of the children shivered and hugged each other. Warmblood even whispered, beast stay away, we're not good. Listen to the footsteps getting closer. Guan Nianchuan closed his eyes and shouted, ah, beast you don't want to eat us, you go to my dad is better. The 5 adults who heard the commotion and walked over just happened to hear Guan Nianchuan's words. Among them, Guan Chang's face was especially wonderful. Dash, and ha 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 ha. Dash, parent-child program shocking Shura. Kawa. Please be careful. Dash, Brother Guan's face is blackened. A large ungrateful sun scene. Chapter 75. You shouldn't have left Chu Chiu behind. Brat, what are you talking about? Guan Chang blackened his face. Ugh. He wanted to hit the kid in front of tens of millions of viewers. Hearing Guan Chang's voice, the 4 children froze, and when they looked up and saw their mom and dad, their little faces were all filled with the celebration of being reborn after the robbery. Zhou Wenting pounced on Zhou Shua. Dad. Guan Nianchuan also forgot about his unfilial words just now, and rushed towards Guan Chang like a small firecracker. Dad, I miss you so much. Quan Chan. The anger that had just been raised instantly dissipated. He cried and laughed and hugged his good oldest child. When Nuanbao saw Wanishi, the tears wrapped in his eyes instantly dissipated, and at the same time the sky cleared up. She stomped her little short legs and pounced on Wanishi, her face flustered and worried. Third uncle. Wanishi bent down and opened his arms, firmly holding Nuanbao. Looking at her scared expression, his brows sank. Nuanbao. Lin Lanqing quietly sighed in relief when she saw the children following suit. Even though she had been acting calmly, she was always uneasy about her son's well-being in the mountains. Walking over to Su Tingzhou and touching his little head, did Zhou miss his mother? Compared to other children who are very dependent on their moms and dads, Su Tingzhou is more independent, but the first person he thought of when he was just scared was his mom, and when he heard his mom ask him, he pursed his lips and answered with a small, Lin Lanqing eyes flashed a bright light. In the past she was shooting outside, often several months to go home once. At that time her son and she was not familiar with. Every time she went back, her son and she not only could not say a few words, but also will avoid her. But now looking at her son's good and soft behavior, she once again felt that she had made a very good decision to come to the show. Chu Shangqi scanned around without seeing Chu Zhao, and asked anxiously, how come there are only you guys? Where is Zhao Zhao? Nuanbao was about to tell Wanishi about Chu Zhao. When he heard Chu Shangqi's question, he hurriedly said, Third uncle, Saves sister. Sister has been captured by a wild beast. Ezra Win. Chu Shangqi's face suddenly changed. What beast? What the hell is going on? Zhou Wenting told the story once. Chu Shangqi's eyes bottom crossed a touch of gloom. Face followed by ugly down. Seems to be forced to suppress the anger and asked, so you guys just throw Zhao Zhao alone? Nguyen Bao carefully added, not sister alone. There's also Uncle Photography, who promised to take care of sister. Chu Shangqi choked, did not take heed of Nguyen Bao's words. Her complexion became worse and said, I know that my family Zhao Zhao has a big temper, but she's still small. If she says or does anything bad, you can tell me, but you can't leave her behind, so that Zhao Zhao will only be even more scared. Facing Chu Shangqi's accusation, the four children blamed themselves. Nguyen Bao's little milky voice apologized. I'm sorry Auntie Chu, sister can't walk. Uncle Photography said he would take good care of sister. Chu Shangqi directly interrupted Nguyen Bao's words. No matter what, you guys shouldn't leave Zhao Zhao behind. I know Nguyen Bao you want to complete the mission, but there is always a priority. The mission is important. Isn't Zhao Zhao important? She is very timid. For her the photographer is a stranger. She will be afraid. Chu Shangxiang's words were just like portraying Nguyen Bao as someone who only cared about the mission and didn't care about his little friends. Nguyen Bao didn't hear the deeper meaning in Chu Shangxiang's words. Instead she only heard her say that Chu Zhao would be afraid, and she blamed herself more and more. When Ishi hugged Nguyen Bao, his dark eyes swept Chu Shangqi. The photographer followed Chu Zhao. Nothing will happen to her. If something had happened, the program would have shown up. Chu Shangqi seemed to come back to her senses. I'm sorry third brother. I'm just too worried about Zhao Zhao. The mountain is so big. What if she gets lost? It's all Nguyen Bao's fault for having to leave Chu Zhao behind. See how anxious we Shangxiu have become? I think Chu Shangxiang is right. No matter what happens, even if a photographer is there, you shouldn't leave Chu Zhao behind. Upstairs thing should not throw down Chu Zhao. Can go to the Chu Zhao live room to see? I really convinced to make the essence of the little princess. If I hadn't gone to Chu Zhao's live room just now, I truly think Wen Yishi is very cold. But now I just want to say that Nguyen Bao really had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes when he met Chu Zhao. Thanks to Nguyen Bao who was thinking about Chu Zhao wanting to eat chicken stewed mushroom before. But it turned out that he didn't take her seriously at all. As if going in to tell them that Chu Chiu is in the west. Zhou Wenting's face turned white. I'm sorry Auntie Chu. It's me who didn't take care of my sister. Su Tingzhou frowned and said, it's Chu Xiaofei who's making a scene and not leaving. We can't do anything about it. Chu Shangqi's red lips pursed. Lin Lanqing said, you first calm down a little bit. The first priority is to find Zhao Zhao first. Maybe the photographer took Zhao Zhao back to the tent there. Let's go back to see. Chu Shangqi sniffed and immediately walked towards the tent. The crowd followed in unison. Nguyen Bao leaned in Wen Yishi's arms, her little milky voice with a sobbing tone. Third uncle, was sister captured by a wild beast? Wen Yishi patted Nguyen Bao's back soothingly and softly said, Nguyen Bao don't worry, there are no wild beasts on this mountain. It's my fault, I shouldn't have left my sister behind. It'll be fine. Wen Yishi looked at the staggering Chu Shangqi in front of her, seemingly anxious, but a truly anxious person would only be the first to look for people first, but her first time first to look for trouble. This matter had better have nothing to do with her, or, his eyes were half narrowed, and the coldness that flooded the bottom of his eyes was chilling. When the group returned to the tent, not only did they not see Chu Zhao's figure, they didn't even see the photographer. Chu Shangqi anxiously called, Shine, Shine, where are you? It's my sister's fault. My sister should take you with her. Shine, come out quickly. Don't scare my sister. Xiang, don't worry. My sister is definitely fine. The program group is too unproductive, right? Zhao Zhao has been missing for so long, and the program group is not seen coming out. Am I the only one who finds Chu Shangxiang inexplicably a bit awkward? You're more than one person, and I think it's fake. Huan Chang and Lin Lanqing glanced at each other. Both of them were veteran actors, so they could naturally understand the gold content of this paragraph of Chu Shangxing. If this acting skill was used in filming, there would be no worries about not getting a movie. Although Zhou Shua was a singer and didn't know much about acting, he inexplicably felt awkward. Only the 4 little children who didn't know what was going on were so anxious that their eyes were tearing up and shouting along to help. Nguyen Bao hurriedly got down from Wen Yishi's arms, shouting with a small milky voice that was anxious and worried. With tears in their eyes, the sky began to thunder and lightning again, and everyone's face sank. If it rained, I'm afraid it would be even more inconvenient to find someone. Nguyen Bao's big watery eyes looked at the gloomy sky, sniffled her little nose, and whispered, Goodness gracious, please don't rain. We haven't found Sister Zhao Zhao yet. In a flash, the clouds faded and the sky cleared again. Nguyen Bao's voice is very small, and the crowd is anxiously looking for Chu Zhao, including the audience in front of the screen are focused on finding people. For a time almost no one noticed Nguyen Bao, only the Wen family members in the Wen mansion. Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan and the others didn't feel it and only thought it was an accident. Wen Yidong was the only one who noticed this, and a flash of contemplation crossed his brow. Nguyen Bao was harboring too many secrets. He had considered this aspect when he did not agree to let Nguyen Bao appear on the show at the very beginning, and now he could only take one step at a time. I hope everything goes well on the dick side. Chapter 76, The Demonic Chu Zhao Eats His Own Fruits. Just after the crowd searched for a circle, the show's people appeared holding Chu Zhao, who had red eyes, as if he had suffered a great deal of wrongdoing. Chu Xiangqi made a gesture to rush over. Shou Zhao. Chu Zhao reached out for Chu Xiangqi's embrace and called out sister in a pitiful manner. Chu Xiangqi, as if she got the lost and found treasure, tightly hugged Chu Zhao. Where did you run away? Do you know that sister is very worried? She'd have to compliment Chu Zhao on how well he'd used that trick later. Chu Zhao aggrieved and lowered his little head. Guan Chang sighed in relief and said, "It's good to find people." Numbu and the other children rushed to flock to it. Shine, Shajo-sama. Chu Shou looked at Nguyen Bao, coldly grunted, and twisted his head to not look at her. Chu Xiangqi's eyes moved and asked Chu Zhao, "Zhao Zhao, what's going on? Did you lose your temper again?" Chu Zhao said with red eyes, "I didn't. They left me behind." Su Tingzhou corrected with a small face, "It was you who didn't leave, so we asked you to wait in place until we returned." Chu Zhao roared, "I'm tired. I can't walk. And why should I wait for you guys? It's obviously you guys who left me behind." Chu Xiangqi hurriedly said, "Zhao Zhao can't be like this. Brother and sister didn't mean to leave you behind." Chu Zhao was brutal, "They just did it on purpose." Nguyen Bao's little eyebrows furrowed. "No, it's that we have to finish the mission or we're going to go hungry." She didn't want people to go hungry. "I'd rather go hungry than eat something as disgusting as what you guys picked." Chu Zhao wrinkled her little face in disgust. Nguyen Bao and the other children didn't look too good. Wan Yixi walked over and picked up Nguyen Bao, who was standing helplessly, then looked at Chu Zhao. "Then you'll be hungry." Saying that, and not waiting for Chu Zhao to speak, he looked directly at the staff. "What's going on?" It turned out to be two staff members carrying a stretcher, and on the stretcher was none other than Chu Zhao's photographer. Nguyen Bao also saw the injured photographer. His little face went white and white. He hurriedly got down from Wan Yixi's arms and walked to the stretcher with his little short legs, his little hand gently placed on the photographer's not-so-normal left leg. "Photography uncle, does it hurt?" The photographer looked at Numbu, who was full of concern, and said with a soft heart, "Thank you, Numbu, it doesn't hurt anymore. People are different, even children are extremely different. I'm sorry, Uncle Photography, if it wasn't for me, Sister Shine wouldn't have gotten lost and you wouldn't have gotten hurt." The photographer looked at Chu Zhao over there and said, "It's none of Nguyen Bao's business. It's Uncle who didn't take care of Zhao Zhao. Lin Lanqing didn't think that recording a program would result in an injury. How did you get hurt?" The photographer looked at Chu Zhao. "Chu Shangxiang is top stream. If he said anything bad, I'm afraid that his own job will not be able to keep. He can only pretend that nothing happened." Smiled and said, "Accidentally fell down from the tree." He really hadn't seen a child that Chu Zhao was so good at tossing around, so it seemed that the child birth plan would have to be backed up. If he really gave birth to a child like Chu Zhao, he would be furious. Chu Zhao's small mouth pursed. "Photography uncle is not good at all. Let him climb the tree to pick fruit. He is clumsy. Fall from the tree la." She didn't blame herself at all and blamed the photographer for not picking her fruit. Chu Xiangqi, face white, hastily covered Chu Zhao's mouth, but then thought, "This live not only the adult group has a photographer to follow, the children also have, that is to say, everyone has a live broadcast. Chu Zhao's live broadcast certainly have things originally, even if she wants to later delete cannot be deleted." Suddenly thinking of this, Chu Xiangqi panicked, which really scared her. The photographer pretended to be naive and scratched his head. "I've never climbed a tree before, so I'm not very skilled." Chu Zhao didn't care at all about the misery on Chu Xiangqi's face. She pulled down Chu Xiangqi's hand and said kindly, "Then Uncle Photographer can practice." The photographer grunted twice. "Good. It's something to practice so you don't run into a little kid like Chu Chiu next time." Even though the cameraman didn't say much, the crowd probably knew what happened when they saw that Chu Zhao was fine, and when they saw the staff showing a look of disbelief, a hint of coldness spread at the corner of Wan Yixi's mouth. "What a great show." After saying that, he left with Nguyen Bao, who was frozen and still didn't know what was happening. Lin Lanqing followed suit with a sneer, leading Su Tingzhou to follow Wan Yixi. Guan Chang and Zhou Shuo looked at each other in dismay, also leaving with their respective sons. Chu Xiangqi's face gradually grimaced. She could imagine what this matter would develop into. She was letting her sister destroy the warm treasure to complete the task, but she didn't expect her sister to be like this. At the beginning, when Chu Zhao disappeared, she could aim the spearhead at the warm treasure, but all of the back was destroyed by Chu Zhao. Chu Xiao didn't pay attention to the change in Chu Xiangqi's face. She patted her stomach and said heartlessly, "Sister, I'm hungry." Chu Xiangqi met Chu Xiao's wide eyes, and if she hadn't taken into account that the camera was still on, her disguise would have to be torn off. She had always known that her parents were extremely spoiled towards Chu Xiao, but she had never expected to raise the other party like this at all. I'm still not quite sure what's going on. The photographer was injured because of the photo? Does anyone know what's going on? Come out and tell us. Program with Chu Xiao missing. Nuanbao left Chu Xiao alone looking for Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was found in other news frequently on the hot search. Now the whole network are discussing this incident, and Chu Xiao live room also has a lot of people who know. They directly write out the incident. I'll give you a popularization of what happened. Chu Xiao, because too tired to make, was left in place to wait for other children to pick mushrooms back. But our Chu Xiao is a little princess, always only other people to wait for her, where it is her turn to wait for other people. So she went. The photographer urged her not to walk around, or the other children could not find the photographer urged her not to go anywhere, or the other children could not find her would be worried. But the little Princess Chu does not care so much. She does what she likes. So strutting away, the photographer rushed to follow. If you think this is the end of a big mistake, the photographer is afraid that she is lost. Proposed to take her back to the tent. Chu Xiaohong princess does not want to go back. She wants to let the children know the consequences of leaving her, so she is ready to quietly hide. No matter how to persuade the cameraman is useless. The cameraman can only accompany. Who knows the Chu Xiaohong princess and saw the fruit on the tree? Let the cameraman climb the tree to pick fruit. The cameraman has no choice but to put down the camera and climb the tree. The photographer had no choice but to put down the camera and climb the tree. The result is that the photographer accidentally fell from the tree, resulting in leg injuries, cannot walk. Chu Xiao princess was also scared, let out a loud cry. The photographer can only drag the injured leg, carefully comfort Chu Xiao princess, and then it is the program team to find them. That's how it happened. And incidentally, Princess Chu is still blaming the cameraman for not picking the fruit for her. Do 5-year-olds have this kind of heart? Nowadays, kids are more sophisticated than we were when we only knew how to play in the mud. No wonder someone said before that the photographer of Chu Xiao is so miserable. So it's really miserable. It occurs to me that if this program had been edited in post-production instead of live, would the disappearance of Chu Qiu have been presented differently? And what kind of situation would have been faced by Nguyen Bao? Who is the main culprit to all appearances? I can't imagine. It will only be reduced to a full network mockery. Right, even if she is only 3.5 years old. And when Ishi will be scolded until next year. Right. Chapter 77. Do you still want to stay here? When Ishi carried Nguyen Bao back to the outer room of the big tent, Nguyen Bao was not in a high mood. His little face was downcast and blaming himself. Third uncle, I really didn't mean to do it. I want to finish picking mushrooms to go back to find Sister Zhao Zhao. I don't want everyone to be hungry. It doesn't feel good to be hungry. She knew all too well what it was like to be hungry. And it was hard. She didn't want that for everyone, and she didn't want Uncle Sam to starve. Nguyen Bao's eyelashes were born long and dense, lighting a pair of big watery eyes, as if colored with a layer of water mist, giving rise to pity. When Ishi put Nguyen Bao on the small stool next to him, reached out and pinched her pink baby fat, Uncle knows you didn't do it on purpose, and this matter doesn't concern you. Baby, you honestly tell Uncle now, do you still want to stay here? Master West wouldn't be trying to take good boy out of the program, would he? Don't The program team kicked Chu Shangxiang and Chu Zhao out. Don't let Nguyen Bao leave. Without the warmer, the show wouldn't be much of a show. As a passerby I'll say a few words. This matter was not Nguyen Bao's fault. She knew the photographer would take care of Chu Zhao. She just didn't expect Chu Zhao to be too capable of acting. Nguyen Bao tilted his little head, his big flashing eyes full of doubt, even as the little hair bun on top of his head wiggled. When Ishi made his words more understandable, if you don't want to stay here, Uncle will take you home. Nguyen Bao's little milky voice said with a tangle, but we're recording the program here. We can't go back to. She had counted the time. It was only one night ago. When Ishi said without a care in the world, it's okay, if we want to go back, we can go back right away. The little princess that they hold in the palm of their hand in the Wen family doesn't need to be aggravated here. Nguyen Bao strained his little fat face and said seriously, no duh, if we go back, we have to lose money. Lots and lots of money. She'd heard it all from her grandmother and great aunt and uncle that there was going to be a payout, and while she didn't know how much, she knew it had to be a lot more. When Ishi just wanted to say that it's okay to lose more money, but before he opened his mouth, he heard Nguyen Bao's serious little milky voice, and we can't, half and half. We must do what we promise people. She wasn't quite idiomatic yet, and didn't really understand the meaning, but she had heard it so much that she had memorized it. My cub can still speak idioms. It's so mushy. Even a 3.5-year-old child knows that you can't do things halfway. And if you've signed a contract and still want to break it, you're going to want this kind of idol as well. When Ishii is also too fussed. How big I have to quit the program. Are into the entertainment industry where there is not aggrieved. Have the ability not to enter the entertainment industry. Master she just doesn't want the little baby to be aggrieved. Master she has been working in the entertainment industry for so many years. It's hard not to be able to be capricious for once. And this time, Master she is doing it for the sake of the cubs. Such a knowledgeable and well-behaved baby would still be talked about. It's too much. I'm going to be powdering my cubs for the rest of my life. The show's crew was probably relieved. The pop-up screen said it right, and Haodong's heart lifted when he heard that when Ishii wanted to quit the program, others didn't know, but he could still not know the other party's identity? Wanting to quit the program was just a matter of words. Now that he heard Nguyenbao's words, he was finally relieved. When Ishii pinched Nguyenbao's little chubby face again, "Alright, you little carrot head still knows that you can't give up halfway." Nguyenbao smiled and narrowed his eyes. His little milky voice was tinged with a little pride as he said, "I know a lot." Third uncle, have you ever eaten ground vegetables? Nguyenbao said, stopping his short legs to carry his own basket of vegetables to Wanishi in front of him, pointing to the dirty ground vegetables inside, for fear that Wanishi would dislike it, and hurriedly said, "This vegetable dish can be tasty, although it is dirty now, and when I wash it, it will look good." Wanishi has never seen this dish since he grew up. If others let him eat this dish, he was too lazy to take care of it. But when he heard Nguyenbao say this, he just smiled softly. "Then uncle and you wash it together." Good. By the time Wanishi came out with Nguyenbao, Lin Lanqing and Guan Chang had already started cleaning the picked ground vegetables and mushrooms. Zhou Shua was cleaning the wild pheasants, and the other children were all helping to collect firewood. When Lin Lanqing saw Nguyenbao coming, she immediately greeted him. "Nguyenbao, come and see if this dish is clean like this." "I'll mess with it." Nguyenbao let go of holding Wanishi's hand and hurriedly ran towards Lin Lanqing and Guan Chang. Looking at the cleanly washed ground vegetables, Nguyenbao nodded. "It's like this Auntie and Uncle Guan are awesome." Every time Guan Chang spoke to Nguyenbao, he would unconsciously lighten his tone. "Thank you Nguyenbao for your compliments. Uncle Guan will continue to work hard." Seiki called Chuan Chuan, son, Guan Nianchuan, brat. Brother Guan called Nguyenbao, wavy line. On the difference between sons and daughters. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Shua was handling the wild mountain chicken and praised Nguyenbao. "I just heard Wenting say that the wild mountain chicken was caught by Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao is also too good. We're blessed with a mouthful of food today." Nguyenbao's fair and flawless cheeks carried 2 blushes, and her big clear and soulful eyes were full of embarrassment. "The pheasant is heavy. It's brother who lifted it down. Brother is also great. Thanks to you guys this time, or else we really would have gone hungry." Lin Lanqing said as she looked at the mushrooms, ground vegetables and wild mountain chickens in front of her, so that in comparison their adult group had really gotten nothing. Guan Chang and Zhou Shua and Wanisi, the 3 men silently cleaned the ground vegetables, mushrooms and pheasant, and in tent number 5, Chu Xiangqi made Chu Zhao stand in the tent. She reached out and fiercely pinched the soft flesh on Chu Zhao's arm. "What did I tell you? I told you to sabotage Warm Treasure's mission, and what did you do as a result? You one and all will only cause trouble for me." Chu Zhao winced in pain as he was pinched in the soft flesh. Chu Xiangqi fiercely covered Chu Zhao's mouth. "Don't scream. If people outside hear you, I'll beat you to death." Chu Zhao was in pain with tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to scream anymore and could only cover her mouth herself. Chu Xiangqi ruthlessly pinched Chu Zhao several times, and then slapped Chu Zhao's buttocks hard several times. "You piece of, it's your fault. You can't do a little thing right. Piss me off. What use am I to you? You'll only drag me down." Chu Zhao sniffles. "Do not dare to cry and do not dare to make a fuss." She knows that although mom and dad like her, very spoiled her, but the sister is very fierce. At home when there are mom and dad to protect, outside the sister will only know one when she hit her scolding her, and hit places that aren't easy to spot. When Chu Shangshang finished venting, she took a hard, deep breath. "Okay, no more crying. Wait until we get outside and you apologize properly. You're a kid. They won't bother with you. Don't give me any more tantrums or I'll throw you out." Chu Zhao cried. "Sister, don't throw me. I know I'm wrong. I apologize." Hearing Chu Zhao like this, Chu Xiangqi's hideous face gradually faded away, gently wiping the tear stains on Chu Zhao's face. "Good boy. That's a good boy." For the two-faced Chu Xiangqi, Chu Zhao seemed to have gotten used to it, and she touched her arm that was being pinched painfully. "It hurts." Chapter 78, Brother Wendian is wrong. When Chu Shangye led Chu Zhao out, she saw that everyone was busy with the work at hand. Chu Xiangqi walked over, apologized to everyone and said, "Everyone is sorry. This is all a moment of naughtiness caused by Zhao Zhaorong. I have educated her." Zhao Zhao quickly with the uncle and aunt to apologize. Chu Zhao's eyes were even redder than just now. Obviously she had just cried profusely. She looked at Chu Shangqi, who was serious to herself, and said with a sobbing voice, "Uncle and auntie, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have run around." Wanishi continued to wash the dishes with an expressionless face. The children who had been collecting firewood also gathered around when they heard the noise from this side. Lin Lanqing looked at the red-eyed Chu Zhao. Her voice softly said, "Zhao Zhao, you shouldn't apologize to us. You should apologize to your brother and sister. They were worried about you just now, especially Nguyen Bao. I don't know what kind of mindset Chu Shangxiang is in. Doesn't she know that the ones she's really sorry for are the little kids? Really drunk. I was kinda liking Chu Shangxiang, but watching this show she's really teared up. Friendship among children is pure, and children are innocent, and the most important thing is the teaching of adults. With Chu Shangxiang as her sister, how could Chu Zhao learn? Wait and see. This little princess still has to make a demon." Chu Zhao unconsciously pouted her mouth and just wanted to say who told them to leave her behind, but when she met Chu Shangqi's gaze, she shrunk her neck. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, Nguyen Bao." Nguyen Bao shook his head, soft with a small milky voice. "It's okay as long as sister is okay. The other kids have said it's okay." Chu Shangqi pushed Chu Zhao. "Go play with your brothers and sisters." Immediately after she followed along with the dishes. "I'll help." Chu Zhao also changed his nature and followed behind Zhou Wenting to collect firewood. The atmosphere was also one of rare harmony. Under Nguyen Bao's guidance, Lin Lanqing and Chu Shangxiang cooperated to fry several dishes. Lin Lanqing picked up the large chicken leg of the wild pheasant and was about to clip it to Nguyen Bao, but Chu Shangxing grabbed it first. She attentively put the chicken leg into Nguyen Bao's bowl. "This wild pheasant is thanks to our Nguyen Bao. This large chicken leg is for you to eat." Guan Chang's face was in favor of it. Yes. Nguyen Bao is a big contributor. Without Nguyen Bao everyone would have to starve. Zhou Shuan nodded. That's right. Numbu was a bit overwhelmed, not knowing whether to accept the chicken leg or not. Wanisi touched Nguyen Bao's little hairbag. "Eat it, you deserve it. Thank you, uncle and auntie." Nguyen Bao milked his thanks. Chu Shangqi sells well. Just so that Lin Lanqing clamps the big chicken leg is awkward. There are 4 other children on the table, but there are only 2 chicken legs. Su Tingzhou said, "Mom gave it to brother Wenting, and the wild pheasants were carried by brother Wenting. He may be little, but he knows to take the heat off his mom. Yes, Wenting is still a child. Taking care of you 4 little ones is really hard work. This big chicken leg must be rewarded to Wenting." Lin Lanqing put the large chicken leg into Zhou Wenting's bowl. Zhou Shu hurriedly said, Don't. He's a big boy. It's only right to take care of his younger siblings. It's better to give it to his younger siblings." Zhou Wenting followed suit and shoved. "Auntie, it's only right that I take care of my younger siblings." "No da." Nguyen Bao's milky voice suddenly interrupted Zhou Wenting. Everyone looked at Nguyen Bao, and Lin Lanqing was puzzled. "Nguyen Bao, what isn't ah?" Nguyen Bao looked at Zhou Shua and Zhou Wenting. His voice was good and soft and with seriousness. "Uncle Zhou and brother Wenting are wrong. Grandpa said that no one is righteous or obligated to be good to anyone, and that brother Wenting is not obligated to take care of us because brother Wenting is a kind brother." Zhou Shua froze at his words. He had never thought about what Nguyen Bao had said. All along he had felt that his son was the older brother, so he should give in to his younger siblings and take care of them, but he had forgotten that his son was not obligated to take care of anyone. Zhou Wenting could understand Nguyen Bao's words. It was just that they weren't the same as mom and dad's. Mom and dad told him that he was the oldest brother on this show and that he must take care of his younger siblings. When he used to be on the set filming, when other people took care of him, his parents said again that he had to know better than to bother others. Nguyen Bao is so right. All this time Wenting has been humbling himself, but everyone forgets that he's only 6 years old and still a baby too. What's wrong with that? The big ones have to take care of the little ones. It's only right. Not really. I think Warmblood has a point. I'm the older sister in the family. Everyone told me to give in to my younger siblings. Whether it's clothes, shoes, toys, I gave in, and in the end even the opportunity to study. And at the end of the day I didn't get a single good word out of them because they all said it's what I'm supposed to do because I'm the older sister. When I first saw Wenting, you guys thought he was very big brotherly and understanding, but I only saw his tiredness and hard work. Please don't let him be the second me. This fan statement instantly hit the hot seat and sparked a vast amount of buzz. Some people find it trivial, others find it biting. More and more people are speaking out about their experiences. Some netizens lamented that if you don't know others' pain, don't talk about others' shortcomings. There are even many platforms urging parents not to be biased and to learn to listen to their children. Zhou Shuo reflected for a while, then looked at his son, with apologies under his eyes. Nguyen Bao is right. It's dad who's wrong. It's always wronged you. His son has always been understanding. When others are playing, he is shooting. When others are messing around, he is studying. Always thought that he hardly has any time for himself. It has always been imposed by them as parents. never asked him if he likes it or not. Willing or not, Zhou Wenting's small face froze. He rarely heard his father apologize to himself in such a solemn tone. Over the years he and his dad have been getting together and away from each other. Either he is on the set or his dad is at work, and occasionally when they have time to get together, his dad asks the most questions about how he is doing on the set, and he sometimes feels aggrieved, but he has never shown it. Dad. Zhou Wenting's voice was slightly hoarse. Zhou Shuo rubbed Zhou Wenting's head. All right, don't say anything melodramatic when you're two old men. Hurry up and eat. The chicken legs are getting cold. Zhou Wenting. Good. Laughing. 6-year-old Wendian became an old man, ha 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 ha. Tears in my eyes 1 second, but I can pull back the next. Zhou Wendian silently gnawed on a large chicken leg. Guan Chang looked at his own son, pondered for a while, picked up the chicken wings and put them in Guan Nianchuan's bowl, just in time to say a few inciting words, but he saw Guan Nianchuan roll his eyes at himself. Chicken wings are all bones. I don't want to eat chicken wings, Dad. I want to eat chicken breast. Chicken breasts have the most meat, and he's had his eye on them for a long time. Guan Chang ignored. Love to eat or not? Guan Nianchuan, still on the side. When Ishi chucked a large piece of chicken breast into his bowl, eat it. Guan Nianchuan immediately spread a big smile. Thank you, Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen is the best and most handsome. Quan Chan. Who the hell is this raggedy son of a who was raised in a family who wants it and takes it? Chapter 79. Is this bumped out by me? Ha 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 ha. Quan's old father's heart is breaking. Seiki, who originally wanted to show some fatherly love, now hates to withdraw a chicken wing. Lin Lanqing was originally going to clip chicken wings for her own son, but after seeing Guan Chang's approach was disliked. She cautiously asked first, Zhou, what do you want to eat? Mom will clip it for you. Su Tingzhou shook his head. I can do it myself. He reached out his own chopsticks and added the ground vegetables. I have to say that the sour and spicy flavor of the ground vegetables is really fragrant. This dish is loved by adults and children. Even Xu Zhao, who was disliked 100 times before, was extremely fond of it and ate the most flavorful food. Guan Nianchuan looked at Xu Zhao, who was eating the most happily, and muttered, Didn't you say you weren't going to eat? Xu Zhao bristled. I don't eat that disgusting vegetable dish, and I didn't say I wouldn't eat this. With that, he took the ground vegetables again and brought them to his little mouth. Guan Nianchuan said bitterly, This one is it's the crusty vegetable you don't want to eat the most. Xu Zhao's movements froze. She had only seen the ground vegetables before they were washed. She had no idea that it was like this after washing and frying. After a long time, Xu Zhao let out vomit. Shou Zhao. Xu Shengxiang hurriedly took a tissue and wiped her messy mouth. Chuan, Sekichan reprimanded gravely. Guan Nianchuan spat out his tongue. It was supposed to be. Xu Zhao cried out with a wow sound. Xu Shengxiang love anxiously consoled. Zhao, don't cry. We don't eat is. Xu Zhao's cries gave way and he huffed. I want to eat. Christina Chu. Ha 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 laughed so hard that my stomach hurts. Xu Qiyu is too amusing. Isn't he? Strong is Xu Zhao eating while you. Xu Zhao, 1 second, I definitely won't eat this. The next second, it's delicious. I'm going to eat it again. A slap in the face always comes at the right time. Because Xu Zhao's expression was so funny, everyone laughed out loud. Even the audience let out a good-natured laugh, transforming her original popularity quite a bit. When everyone started to pack up after dinner, Xu Shangqi saw that the cameras were at everyone's place and quietly came to Wanishi, third brother. I'm really sorry about today. Zhao Zhao is still young. I hope you don't get on her bad side. Wanishi didn't even look at Xu Shangqi and said in a deep voice, Naturally, I won't see eye to eye with children. As for you, take care of yourself. After saying that, Wanishi left straight away. Xu Shengxiang stood in place, her complexion dark and undefined. In the afternoon, they had to record an interview, and Zhou Wenting and Zhou Shua took the lead to go to the recording, while the other children obediently played games. When it comes to playing games, Xu Zhao is the most active, the first to raise his hand and said, Let's play Snow White's game. I'll be Snow White. Chuan is the dwarf, and Zhou is the little prince. Guan Nianchuan black-faced. I'm not a dwarf, Xu Zhao said. I know you are little fat, but there is no little fat in Snow White. You can only be a dwarf. Guan Nianchuan is upset. Su Tingzhou frowned. What about the warmer? Xu Shou said, Warm blood is the queen. Nuan Bao, who had barely heard the story, nodded briskly. Yeah. Su Tingzhou sank his little face. It's not good. The queen is bad. Nuan Bao looked at Su Tingzhou in confusion. What did it mean? Did not wait for Su Tingzhou to explain. Guan Nianchuan was the first to say, Yes, the queen is not good. My mother said that Cinderella and the queen and Snow White are all stepmothers. All bad people with a smile and a knife. And she said that if mom and dad split up, my dad will find me a mom who is the same as Cinderella's stepmom. And I don't want such a stepmother. I didn't realize that the wife of a movie star is such a wife. So funny. Looking at Chuan Chuan, I can tell what kind of person Seiki's wife is. Surely she's a thief and a lovely person. Chuan Chuan's mom was right in popularizing the idea that when you have a stepmother, your own father will also become a stepfather. So don't do it. It is recommended that Chu Chiu not play a princess, so as not to keep thinking that she is one. Numbu. Su Tingzhou nodded and said, yes, this is not good. Nguan Bao is a princess, but I'm the princess ah. There can only be one princess. Chu Zhao pouted her little lips and said in dissatisfaction. Nguan Bao tilted her little head and said in a glutinous manner, it's okay ah. The queen is a bad person, but I'm Nguan Bao ah. I'm a good person ah. Guan Nianchuan scratched his head. My dad has acted in a lot of plays. Some of them are good guys, and some of them are super bad big bad guys, but my dad is also a good guy. Right, is this bar serious? Ha 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 ha. Kawa is really cute. Guan can control all kinds of roles. Before the domestic violence man in death. Later Guan said in an interview that his wife is too deep into the scene, since he shot a scene are not allowed to let him in the door, even if the door are very vigilant, and from time to time to look at the scum upside down look at him. Even when she came in the door, she was very vigilant, looking at him with the eyes of a scummy man and upside down, and secretly hid a kitchen knife under her pillow when she slept. Dash, ha 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 ha. Dash, Seiki's heart is cold, isn't it? Seeing that the roles were finalized, Chu Zhao said sharply, then let's begin. Before the four people could start, Nguan Bao accidentally bumped Chu Zhao, who suddenly covered his arm and screamed in pain. Nguan Bao was startled and quickly apologized. Sister is sorry. I didn't mean it. Su Tingzhou looked at Chu Zhao strangely. Is the show starting now? Guan Nianchuan, started? I'm not ready yet Zhou laughed me to death with this, but Chu Zhao's acting skills are so much better than Chu Xiangxiang's. Dash, could it be a real bruise? How can that be? I just saw the warmer just accidentally bumped it lightly. Chu Zhao covered his arm with one hand and complained. I'm not acting, it just hurts. Nguan Bao was at a loss for words for a moment, and hurriedly said, Sister, anoint the medicine. She flew back to the tent, fished out the ointment from her small backpack, and hurriedly ran to Chu Zhao again. This medicine works. I'll smear it for my sister. Dash, it's hard to judge. Nguan Bao obviously didn't do it on purpose, but Chu Zhao doesn't look like he's faking it either. I'd like to see how bad the crash is, but Chu Zhao directly shook off Nguan Bao's hand. I don't want to rub medicine. Su Tingzhou gasped. Are you deliberately touching the porcelain? The word bumper sticker is very popular nowadays, and Chu Zhao also knew the meaning. She said loudly, I didn't. Then roll up your sleeves and show us. Chu Zhao see they all do not believe in themselves. Angry roll up the sleeve. White chubby little arm exposed. The crowd jaw-dropping. I hit this? Warmblood's eyes were wide and round. She hit her sister's arm like that? There are many bruises on Chu Zhao's arm, but a discerning person can see that this is clearly someone else pinched out. Chapter 80, The Woeful Chu Shangxiao. *******. This is being pinched. Who'd do that to a kid? It's definitely not something a warmblood could bump out of. So, Guan Nianchuan, Su Tingzhou. Nguan Bao took a serious look at the bruises on Chu Zhao's arm, his little head filled with doubt. It's the exact same mark left by the aunt who pinched her. Does someone pinch their sister too? Sister, does it hurt? Nguan Bao reached out and gently touched Chu Zhao's arm. Her soft little milky voice tinged with worry. Is someone bullying you? It's being pinched out here Being asked if she was bullied. Chu Zhao remembered her sister and the warnings from home. Her small face instantly changed. She fiercely slapped away Nguan Bao's hand and put her rolled up sleeves down. None of your business. Sister, you can't keep quiet when you're being bullied, or someone will keep bullying you. Nguan Bao's little milky voice said seriously. Nguan Bao is right. Who are you being bullied by? Tell us. We'll find him to settle the score and help you take revenge. Guan Nianchuan patted his small chest and said in a very atmospheric manner. Although Su Tingzhou did not say anything, he also used his actions to show that he wanted to help Guanzhou. Chu Zhao of course did not dare to say who hit her, but just took out what her family had told her. I'm not the one being bullied. Hitting is loving. You guys don't know anything. After saying that, Chu Zhao ran back to the tent in a puff of smoke. Nguan Bao's big eyes were full of ignorance. Beating is kissing and scolding is loving? Chuan Zhou, will you also be beaten and scolded? Guan Nianchuan scratched his head and said, It will be. My mom can be fierce. She often hits me and scolds me. The last time I broke the beauty instrument that dad gave her, she opened my ass up to the flowers. The last time I sneakily threw away the homework that the teacher assigned me, she and my dad started a mixed gender fight against me. Warm blood. This one doesn't seem to be complaining about being hit. But, why was Chu Zhao beaten? Is it also because Chu Zhao misbehaved and made mistakes? But every time they get really angry and hit me, it doesn't actually hurt. Guan Nianchuan added, much less leave a mark as heavy as Chu Chiu's. Warmblood was even more puzzled. Kawa. you're not doing this wrong. Men and women playing together ha 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 ha. This is the real hit is pro scolding is love it. Xu Zhao that, at a glance is a beating. Su Tingzhou glanced at Guan Yanchuan, his voice a little low. I have not been beaten. Mom and dad are very busy. Meet rarely. Cuddle cubs. Lin Lanchang is a recognized desperate woman in the entertainment industry. 4 or 5 plays a year. Almost all live in the film and television city, usually where there is time to beat the child, but still advise her to be more attentive to the child. Compared to other families, their mother and child is obviously a little awkward. Nguyen Bao heard the loss in Su Tingzhou's voice. She patted Su Tingzhou's shoulder as a sign of comfort. It's okay, Zhou. Now auntie is by your side AC. Her dad is in heaven and her mom hasn't come back yet. None of them were with her either. Speaking of which, I've always heard Warmblood mention her grandparents and uncles, but I don't think she's ever mentioned her mom and dad. Last time I mentioned it, said she hadn't found her mom yet, and her mom didn't know what happened? Nguyen Bao actually misses her mom and dad, right? But she's so optimistic every time. It's heartbreaking. All I want to know now is who was the one who hit Chu Chiu? Soon, Xu Zhao was injured on the hot search, and the title also used the suspected abuse words. Xu Shangxian loves microblogging is almost all to be attacked. Children cannot distinguish, but they adults can distinguish. This wound is obviously a pinch, and this is only the arm. There are other places that cannot be seen. Still do not know what the situation is, and even some enthusiastic viewers have been thoughtful to call the police. The program team had to pay attention. The deputy director avoided the camera to find Xu Shangqi. Xu Shangqi learned that the whole face has changed, a flash of emptiness in the bottom of her eyes fleeting. She covered up. Deputy director, this I also just know. I will later find Zhao Zhao to ask what's the situation. Deputy director read countless people, then the heart is naturally captured. He pondered for a moment, meaning to say, Miss Chu, the program is still to be recorded. There are some words that I hope you think clearly before. Xu Shangxiang is the person that the top management is hard to stuff in, and the person that the top management wants to protect. The black material can only be suppressed to death, even if it is for the sake of the program. Knowing that the program group would protect herself, Xu Shangqi instantly put down a lifted heart and assured, don't worry, Deputy Director, I know what to do. Live interview later. You watch your step. Understood. After the deputy director left, he talked about the matter with Haodong again, and Haodong's face instantly sank. His previous leading programs never had some nasty things. However, when this parent-child program came out, despite the many positive reviews, it also corrupted a lot of roadkill because of the Chu Shangxiang sisters. And Haodong thought for a moment and solemnly said, let Mr. Yen screen the alternatives. The deputy director was shocked. Yen is one of the top management of Mangle Film and Television, and is also the only person in Mangle who supports Haodong. When the matter of Chu Shangxiang's love didn't get too pleasant, it was also Yen who helped Haodong in the top management meeting. It can be said that without Yen, this program can't be accomplished, the assistant director said in a hurry. But on General Manager Chi's side, she is the one who wants to protect Chu Shangxiang, and Haodong bluntly said, mixing in the entertainment industry is too little to have black material. More or less true and false is difficult to distinguish. Black material can find ways to cover up, but the character is not good. It is the same as paper cannot wrap the fire. How good can a person be who poisoned a child? His own sister? Not to mention how many tawdry maneuvers she's had so far in the taping of the show. It can be said that of the 5 artists who recorded, Xu Shangxiang is the least checked. Then I'll contact Mr. Yan's side first, the assistant director said. Xu Shangqi brought Xu Zhao for an exclusive interview, in the face of the staff to ask about the abuse incident. She acted extremely shocked. What? Abuse? How is this possible? The staff told the whole story. Xu Shangqi was dumbfounded and unbelieving to look at Xu Zhao. Zhao? She violently pulled over Xu Zhao's hand and rolled up her sleeve. Looking at the bruises, Xu Shangqi's face changed drastically. Zhao, what's going on here? Who pinched? You tell sister. Who did this? Xu Shangxian's appearance doesn't look like she's pretending. Is she really unaware of it? How is it possible not to know? These days she and Xu Zhao also spend time together. Right. Xu Zhao was pinched like this. She would not know? Too fake. Xu Zhao didn't say anything. The staff looked at Xu Shangqi's demeanor and didn't want to fake it. So they asked, Miss Chu really doesn't know? Xu Shangqi wiped her tears. I really don't know to say, but also thanks to the program group's invitation. I can only be with Zhao Zhao for so long. In the past, I was busy working, Usually sleep time is very little, not to mention go home to accompany the family, Zhao Zhao or all the family members to take care of. I remember reading an interview with Chu Shangxiang before, and she flatly stated that she hadn't gone back to see her parents for 2 years. It is said that Lin Lanqing is a desperate woman, but in my opinion Chu Shangqi is not worse than Lin Lanqing at all. Lin Lanqing and her son spend very little time together, not to mention the time Chu Shangqi's sisters spend with each other. Hugs of Shangxiang. Others do not understand you, but we understand you, who do not want to go back every day to accompany the family. But sometimes there is always a time when you cannot help it. Other people do not consider it even if, but also slandered you abused your sister. I also don't believe that Chu Shangya would abuse Chu Zhao. After all, Chu Zhao is very close to her. Am I the only one who caught the point that the family takes care of? Could it be that it was the family that abused Chu Chiu? But my parents are old, Shine and too naughty. The family invited a nanny aunt to take care of Shine. Said here, Chu Shangqi paused. This matter I will definitely investigate thoroughly. Give Shine an explanation. I also take this opportunity to remind all parents with elderly children at home to make sure they take the time to go back and check on their elderly and children more often. And I'll take this as a lesson. Chu Shangxiang's words directly led the spearhead to the nanny. While this comment was recognized by many people. Chapter 81 Tell Uncle what you think. Give a nod to Chu Shangxiang love. This speaks to my heart. We really need to pay attention. After my child went to kindergarten, I hired a nanny to take care of it, and then my husband and I were busy with our careers, and one day I found that my child was not right, and I brought him to the hospital for a checkup only to find out that he had depression, and at that moment my sky was falling, and I never understood what was going on, and it was only until the home was equipped with a surveillance camera that I realized that the nanny had been mistreating my child, and that my good child had become this, and that even if I regretted it, it would be too late. It is not uncommon for nannies to abuse children, and it is equally uncommon for them to abuse the elderly, and we must pay attention to this. I have to say that Chu Shangqi this woe is very good. Now online about her negative news directly disappeared. All the nanny child abuse of various social news. Chu Shangqi's words are triggered by the passers-by all praise. After the end of the interview, Chu Shangqi satisfied with taking Chu Zhao back to the tent. Just now Chu Zhao did not speak, but to her to show a very close. This is all Chu Shangqi designed. She was afraid that Chu Zhao more and more say the more wrong. At this moment she is very gentle with Chu Zhao said, Zhao Zhao just now performance is very great. You do not like Snow White Barbie toys, and so on the show is over. The sister will give you to buy a full set. Chu Zhao's eyes lit up. Thank you sister. Chu Shangqi laughed. A hint of hostility flickered under her eyes, and she spoke clearly and gently, but her tone was extremely gloomy. Shouju in the future also need to behave so well no? You behave well sister will reward you. If you do not behave well, sister but will punish you I know. Chu Zhao recalled those means of punishment, and her small face turned pale. Chu Shangqi tenderly touched Chu Zhao's little head. Good boy. When Ishi held Nguan Bao towards the live interview side, Nguan Bao suddenly asked, Third uncle, is it true that beating is kissing and scolding is loving? Her aunt and uncle often scolded her, but she never felt that they liked her. Her grandparents and uncles never said anything serious, not to mention hitting her, but she knew they liked her. When Isi froze, why do you ask? Nguan Bao told him about Chu Zhao and Guan Yanchuan. When Isi stopped and squatted down in front of Nguan Bao and said, Nguan Bao, tell uncle, what do you think? Kawakawa was beaten because he did something wrong, so his mom and dad would beat him because they were angry, but then Kawakawa said the beatings didn't hurt, so I think his mom and dad actually loved him so much that they didn't beat him hard every time. It's like when Auntie beats Chienpa. Chienpa cries a lot, but after the beating he's not hurt at all because Auntie didn't use force. That's hitting is kissing and scolding is loving, but every time Auntie beats me, it's very forceful and leaves marks, and there's also uncle who beats me, and they don't treat me as if I were kissing and scolding, but they hate me a lot. My cubs are so heartbreaking. The cubs didn't cry, but my heart is breaking. It's hard to imagine that Nguan Bao is just over 3 years old, yet she already understands whether people like or hate her. She must have been very scared in those days. Those aunts and uncles are not human beings. My daughter is so cute and nice that she could bear to poison her. This kind of people should go to hell. I can't even imagine how Nguan Bao spent his time under the mistreatment of others. The fans outside the live screen had their hearts broken, not to mention the Winchesters. Ning Shuyuan's tears couldn't stop flowing down her face, and when Sui reached out to wrap his hand around his old wife's shoulders in a gesture of comfort, while in his dark pupils were filled with pain and suffering. When Ibei's hand on his lap clenched violently when he heard Nguan Bao's words, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Natalie, if you are in Song Fei Yun side. At home Nguan Bao almost never took the initiative to mention that period of hard times. The most mentioned is also that Grandpa Yang, full of love for Grandpa, From just now she saw Chu Zhao's injury, innocent big eyes flashing as worried. Afraid of Chu Zhao's suffered she once experienced, so when that couple gave her pain, she also did not forget, precisely because did not forget, so more afraid of others to repeat the same mistake. Song Fian patted Wen Yibei's shoulder and said, Junior, the past can't be changed, what's important is the present. Wen Yibei closed his eyes. I know. His voice was muffled, and the same heartache is also Nuan Bao in front of Wen Yishi. He remembered that the couple has gone to jail. He really hate to throw people into the frying pan and fry repeatedly. He did not even dare to think about Nuan Bao in those years exactly how to spend. Numbo cooks and recognizes mushrooms, and they only see her awesome know-it-all side. Instead, he was heartbroken because he couldn't imagine what his baby had gone through to get that far. Warm treasure, Wen Yishi's low voice with a few hoarse. However, Nuan Bao said this is not to make people's hearts ache. She is just giving an example. Did not hear Wen Yishi's words, she said to herself, grandparents and uncles never hit me or scold me, but I know that you all like me. So, hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. The words are not true for Chuan Chuan and Shenbao is right. For me is not right. Warmblood stumbled over his words for the first time in such a long sentence, yet his words were extremely clear and lucid. When Yishi cleared his throat, he rubbed Nuan Bao's little head and said in relief, You're right. Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Targeting people. Grandparents and uncles love and adore Nuan Bao, but I'm pretty sure that none of them will hit Nuan Bao, and they've decided that they won't let anyone bully Nuan Bao either. Nuan Bao smiled and narrowed her eyes. The pair swirls at the corners of her mouth were hidden. I know ACA. I also like grandpa, grandma, great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, little uncle, great aunt and brother Pei Xing ACA. Warmblood counted through them one by one, and luckily 10 fingers were enough. When Yishi heard a large series of nods in front of him, and when he heard Jiang Peixing's name, his face darkened. That kid from the Jiang family is capable of ranking up, but the hangman is not worth mentioning. Jiang residence. Jiang Peixing sat in front of the desk holding his cell phone, and on the screen of the phone was precisely Nuan Bao's milky and cute little face. Hearing Nuan Bao say that he liked him, his stern brow softened a few points. The warmer was like a dash of sugar in his boring life. Sweetness. Looking at the pop-up screen full of, like warmer, comments, Jiang Peixing followed the pop-up screen for the first time. Ever since he found out that Warmblood was on the show, he signed up for a new account called My Little Candy. I like the warmer too. Very, very much. This is the first pop-up left by My Little Candy. Just after posting the screen, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Peixing's small face changed slightly, immediately turned off his cell phone and put it in the drawer, then took out his workbook and spread it out in front of him. The action was done in one go. Only after doing so did he speak. Come in. A slender woman walked in with a glass of milk, her face delicate and clear, her temperament noble and elegant, her eyes clear but with a faint indifference. Jiang Peixing called out, Mommy, Mrs. Jiang placed the glass of milk on the table, looked at him as he was writing his homework, and hooked her mouth, seemingly satisfied. Drink the milk. Jiang Peixing picked up the milk and drank it all in one go, handing the empty cup back to Mrs. Jiang, respectful and distant. Thank you, Mommy. Regarding the detachment in Jiang Peixing's voice, Mrs. Jiang didn't seem to care at all. She just took the empty cup with an indifferent face and said, I heard from Teacher Yang that you've been able to finish your 6th grade coursework, so when this semester is over, you'll go directly to the junior high school to report. Mrs. Jiang's voice was clear and cold, carrying an irrefutable authority. Chapter 82. Do you know who Anishi's sister is? Jiang Peixing's eyes slightly converged. He is now in the 3rd grade in Jingxi. Compared to other schools, Jingxi's coursework is more complicated, and more business class coursework, for many students simply do not have the extra time to rest, and in the school and his parents had no choice but to complete the entire elementary school period of schoolwork. Skipping a grade is the certainty that they gave him the choice. Jiang Peixing was silent for a moment, and finally boldly stated his thoughts. Mommy, I don't want to skip a grade. Mrs. Jiang's delicate face was not easy to raise. A touch of softness instantly swept away. She took a deep breath, tried to use a soft tone to say, Ah Xing, you are the future heir of the Jiang family. The entire Jiang family is waiting for you to grow up. You do not have the time and idea of capricious. No? Jiang Peixing closed his eyes, but his childish little face was heavy. I know, Mrs. Jiang stroked Jiang Peixing's little head with satisfaction. Ah Xing, Mommy is all for your own good. Jiang Peixing didn't say anything. Mrs. Jiang was about to leave when she suddenly thought of the Wen family next door and asked, You're familiar with that little girl from the Wen family? She had been abroad for a while, but she had also heard about the Wen family's retrieval of the little princess. I've also heard the old man mention this little girl a lot in the past 2 days. Jiang Peixing's complexion changed, and instead of answering the question directly he said, she saved Grandpa. Mrs. Jung had also heard about this from the old master's mouth, but she only thought it was a coincidence. If that little girl wasn't a member of the Wen family, she was afraid that she would still suspect that the other party's motives were not pure. That little girl is too young. Otherwise, in you, Mrs. Jung point to the point, in their circle, the mansion marriage is a common thing. Some families or even children have not yet been born on the doll marriage. The Jung family is the mansion in the mansion. For the marriage thing is especially the Jung family is the most powerful of the powerful families, and is especially cautious about the marriage, which is also the key to the Jung family's failure to decide on the marriage so far. Since Jung Peishing was born, I don't know how many families have come to the door to try to get married, but the Jung family has refused. If it was the Wen family, she would not have to think so much, but Wen's little girl is still young, and a lot of things are still up in the air. Well, you keep doing your homework. After saying that, Mrs. Jung turned around and left. Jung Peishing was silent for a long time before he took his cell phone out of the drawer and continued to watch the live broadcast. And at this time, Wanisi continued to walk towards the recording shed with Nguyen Bao in his arms, and again made a gesture to ask carelessly, "Then who is Nguyen Bao's favorite?" Each of the Winchesters in front of the live broadcast perked up their ears. Nguyen Bao's big beautiful eyes flashed a touch of cunning, stretching his little fat hand to cover Wen Ishi's mouth. Third uncle don't ask. Ezra Win. Ha 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 ha, congrats Master West, for having a manually closed mic cutie. Dash, this little fat hand seems to have us so cute. Dash, kissing my chubby little boy. The cubs aren't fat, they just look fleshy. With the pop-ups all kissing, Wanishi had already carried Nguyen Bao into the recording studio. Numbua's hands rested obediently in her lap, and her whole body looked dutifully and softly at the staff. The staff member, a maternally single man, made an effort to raise a kind smile to Warmblood, and getting a sweet gooey milky smile from the little cutie, the staff member felt like his heart was going to be sweetened. "Hello there, Warmblood." The staff's voices melted into clip sounds to greet Warmblood. Nguyen Bao held up his fat paw and waved. "Hello, uncle." The staff smiled more and more kindly and looked towards Wanisi, who was sitting beside Nguyen Bao. Because there was a little delay before, the staff couldn't say some pleasantries and went straight to the topic. "Mr. What? This interview is mainly to answer the audience's questions. We all know that you never take part in any variety show, but this time, you came to the Run North Nose. May I ask what the reason is?" The previous Zhou Shua is because of An Haodong to participate. After all, Zhou Shua is because of the original An Haodong's King of Song before debut, is to return the favor. Guan Chang was invited by Manhwa Pictures, and it was hard for him to refuse. As for Lin Lan Cheng, she wanted to take advantage of the program to be with her son and learn more about him. That's why fans are wondering more and more what Wen ESI is on the show for. Dash wants to know, why else would I want to be popular? Why else? For money. It's well known that Win Ezekiel's appearance fees are expensive. Dash, I think because of the warmer. This fan guessed correctly, only to see Wanisi's gaze gently looking at Nguyen Bao. Of course it's because of my Nguyen Bao. Numbua's big watery eyes curved into a crescent moon as she smiled. The staff followed and looked at Warmblood. "So why does Warmblood want to be on our show?" Warmblood milked. "Because I want mommy to see me." The staff froze. Dash, what does this mean? Where the hell did Nguyen Bao's mom go? With Wanisi's love for Nguyen Bao, it's impossible for his sister to leave her daughter behind, right? The staff member responded by asking, "And then what?" Nguyen Bao smiled with an innocent look. "Then mommy can find me." The staffer looked puzzled. "Where is your mom? Can't she find you?" "I don't know where mommy is AC." Nguyen Bao shook his head, his originally innocent face carrying a few moments of loss. Wanisi touched Nguyen Bao's head and met the staff's puzzled eyes. He also knew that Nico's disappearance couldn't be hidden. He sighed softly and said, "My sister, that is, Nguyen Bao's mother has been missing for 4 years, and because of this Nguyen Bao didn't grow up beside us. The reason why Nguyen Bao was on the show was so that my sister could see her, and thus find her way back home." Numbu perked up again. She looked at the camera a little nervous and worried and said, "I'd like to say a few words to my mom." "Say it," Ezra Win said. Nguyen Bao said, "Mom, my name is Nguyen Bao. Grandparents, aunts and uncles and aunts and brother, they all like me very much. They are also waiting for you to come home, waiting for a long, long time, and I'm also waiting for you to come home. Mom, I'm very good day, won't let you bother. You don't dislike me. I will be at home and wait for mom to come home." Her voice was soft and sweet, with a small hint of apprehension that she was afraid her mom wouldn't like it. Wanishi's throat tightened as he reached out and pinched Nguyen Bao's chubby little soft flesh. "Your mom surely doesn't dislike you. She loves you very much." "Aha." Warmblood nodded vigorously. I love mommy too. The wind and sand are so strong on my side that it's blowing tears out of my eyes. Who could not love such a sweet little baby But to be honest, Nguyenbao's mother has been missing for so many years, and with Master Shi's influence, if she can't be found after so many years, maybe she has to plan for the worst. Missing for so many years, sometimes death is a relief. Life is worse than death. This if trafficked to the ravine, is not life worse than death? Warmblood's ideas are naive, but it's the only thing she can do and wants to do at her age. A child without a mother is really too pitiful, even if it has a lot of love. But no one can replace a mother's love. I hope Mama Warmblood can see that she's coming home soon. Her little baby is waiting for her. After the recording of the interview, the staff specifically asked Wanishi if he wanted the program to publish a missing person notice. Wanishi refused the program's good intentions. The family has never forgotten to look for Nico over the years, and all the methods that can be used have been used, and the program published is not much use. However, as the Nguyenbao interview was broadcast, the search for Nguyenbao's mother was directly on the hot topic. Many kind-hearted people wanted to provide clues, yet they didn't even know what their names looked like, and they were about to call the program team for more information. Even the police around the world participated, but soon everyone's attention was bombarded with explosive news. Do you know who Ezra Wen's sister is? This piece of news was directly topped on the hot search, and the title attracted countless people to click in and read. Chapter 83, The Little Princess of the Wen Family. Run, North No's live program is being broadcast, in which the baby Nguyenbao triggered a lot of netizens' love. The program Wanishi first talked about his family, that is, Nguyenbao's mother disappeared for 4 years. I do not know the internet still have no memory of 4 years ago. One of the 4 big families of the Wen family also has a missing person. It is the Wen family's youngest daughter Wen Yicheng. That year, the missing case stirred up the whole of China. But so far the case is still a mystery. Disappearance case stirred up the whole of China. The Wen family has even repeatedly offered a reward in public for anyone who can provide information about Wen Yicheng. Only so far this disappearance case is a mystery. Of course I mention Wen Nico, not have her information, but I suspect that she is Wen Yishi's sister, that is, Nguyenbao's mother. My suspicion is not unfounded. First of all, both of them are surnamed Wen. Wen family is now at the helm of the Wen family's eldest son, Wen Yidong. The Wen family's 4 sons happen to correspond to Nguyenbao's 4 uncles. Secondly, the looks of Wen Yicheng and Wen Yidong are also a bit similar to Wen Yishi. I searched the whole internet and finally found a public appearance of Wen Yicheng. She and Nguyenbao can't be said to be similar, but only exactly the same. I'm attaching the photos for your perusal. The accompanying picture is a sneak peek of Wen Yicheng attending the banquet. She was wearing a pure white long dress gown, her back to the camera, her hands vainly holding on the golden escalator. A glance back between the light and shadow was captured. Her delicate features were like an angel who did not eat earthly fire. Her beauty was shocking. Mom yay, I really did see angels come down to earth. One word beauty is not enough to describe her. Master Shi is the 3rd youngest member of the Wen family? Then why is he still in the entertainment industry? I thought Wen Yishi was from a wealthy family, but I never thought he was a rich 2nd-generation member of a top family. To be honest, Nguyenbao and Wen Nico really look like each other. The difference is that Nguyenbao is still a cub and is more rounded and cute, and Wen Nico is more bright and shocking, but their facial features are really surprisingly similar. The genes of the Winchesters make me shed tears of envy. Look at it this way. Warmer is the real little princess, isn't it? When this post came out, a lot of people believed it, but there were many who questioned the disbelief. Wen Yishi is the 3rd youngest member of the Wen family. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. The funniest thing is that some people say that Wen Yishi's name is similar to the Wen family's son. Come on, star stage name only. Maybe Wen Yishi is intentionally leaning towards this. Want to get out of the circle by virtue of the 2nd generation of rich people? Laugh to death. As far as I know, each of the sons of the Wen family is outstanding, and if Wen Yishi is really the 3rd youngest member of the Wen family, he still needs to work in the entertainment industry. There are a lot of people who look like each other. The little flower girl Lulu and the vegetarian children look like each other. Right, but the 2 people have no relationship with each other. I also think it is unlikely. Wen Yishi debuts so many years, although the resources are good to burst, but in all fairness it is his own outstanding. Never heard of which big brother is his backer. If it is really the Wen family, how can the Wen family not escort for it? Those who questioned the news flocked to the official website of the Winnipeg group of companies under the microblogging site for confirmation. At Wen's group, someone is pretending to be your family's 3rd son. Come and send a lawyer's letter to give a statement. At Wen's group, come out quickly, or your boss will be impersonated. Laughing, Nguyenbao is the little princess of the Winchesters. Then I'm still the oldest Winchesters? The identity about Wen Yishi and Nguyenbao was made a big fuss all over the internet, and just when everyone was watching the show, Wen's group official website replied, At Wen's group, someone is pretending to be your family's third son. Come and send a lawyer's letter to give a statement. Reply, Wen's group, don't dare to post it, or else Wen will always come after me. Weak and pathetic. JPG, at Wen's group, come out quickly, or your boss will be impersonated. Winchesters, bubbling. JPG, don't dare anyone to impersonate a Winchesters. Laughing, Nguyen Bao is the little princess of the Winchesters. Then I'm still the oldest Winchesters? Wen's group, there is still a net under the old ancestor? Admiration. JPG, with 3 replies sent out, the whole internet exploded. Asterisk. Don't dare anyone to pretend to be a member of the Wen family. So Wenishi is really the third youngest member of the Wen family, and Nguyenbao is really the little princess of the Wen family. TM. Is this still the official website I know with an iron face? How come I see the drama side of it? This is a scene I'd call the most reversed joke of the year. So, why did Wenishi, as the third youngest member of the Wen family, go into the entertainment industry? Winchesters, kids are old enough to always have their own ideas. Showing hands. JPG, in the program Chu Zhao all kinds of demon. Thought she is the little princess. Did not expect the real little princess is the warm treasure. Half a day ago I wanted to be Warmblood's mom. Now I just want to be Warmblood's daughter. I'm not afraid that Wenishi is a rich kid, but I'm afraid that he's a top-ranking rich kid. Wen's group V, thank you for your love for the little princess. Wen's will take 10,000 fans who like and haven't hacked the little princess, and present them with a live little lamb and a suite worth 888 a night at the Venice 5-star hotel, as well as 3 years of rent-free rent for the houses under Wen's real estate. Wen's official website this microblogging out. The whole network boiled. It is well known that there are many companies under Wen's umbrella, and the most famous among them are real estate, hotels, and the milk industry. The rewards given by Wen are under these 3 major companies. The first 2 are okay. The last one makes countless netizens for the heart, knowing that Wen's real estate is spread all over the country. The 10,000 fans that were taken to get 3 years of free rent are making a fortune. I don't care about the lamb, the hotel or the house, but mostly I really like the little princess. My love for the little princess has reached its peak. Let me win the lottery. Many people are desperately checking to see if they've said anything bad about the little princess, right? The internet has a memory. My concern is that Wen is handing out prizes for the little princess. Is Wenishi going to cry in the toilet? Ha ha ha. Does it count if you haven't hacked the little princess and hacked Ezra 1? Wen's group. Wenidong's office. Wenidong put down his cell phone. Liang quietly guarded the side, wanting to say something to look at Wenidong. What do you want to say? Wenidong naturally noticed Liang's movement. Liang for the problem. The third young man has always disliked Wen's meddling in the entertainment industry. If he knows that his identity has been exposed, will he be able to do so? Chapter 84. Does the program team really believe Nguyen Bao's words? That was before. Wenidong said indifferently. He looked towards the photo frame placed on the desktop. It was a photo of their family portrait. Next to it was Nguyen Bao's exclusive photo frame. On it, Nguyen Bao smiled innocently and brilliantly. From the time he agreed to bring Nguyen Bao on this variety show, he already knew that he would expose his identity. Kids don't lie. Not to mention the fact that Numbu was on the show to find his mom, and he can't hide his identity at all. He had expected this, so he didn't hesitate to talk about Nico's disappearance. Now that I've stepped in, keep an eye on the internet. Yes, in this identity fiasco, the most shocked when it comes to Manhwa Film and Television. Manhwa Film and Television executives never thought that a program actually invited Wen's third young man and the little princess of the Wen family. However, they are also afraid. After all, when Chu Shangxian love is also stuffed by them. At this point I'm afraid that and Wenishi have a suspicion. Mr. Shi, who was trying to protect Chu Shangxian, found Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen, you're too unkind. Did you already know that movie director Wen was the third youngest member of the Wen family? Mr. Yen was 100 times wronged. If he had known that, even if he spared the identity of the director, he would have stopped Chu Shangxiang. He said in a cold voice, "You're overthinking it, Mr." She smiled sarcastically, and worried that Wenishi had a grudge against Mangle Pictures because of this. Then what should we do now? As long as the one you're keeping is at peace, I'm sure he won't mind. Mr. She frowned and said, "I'll go warn Chu Shangxian when this recording session is over." He helped Chu Shangqi. One is to repay Chu Shangqi a few years ago to help support him, so that he is enough to step by step to climb to the position of director of your Manhwa Film and Television. And the second is that Chu Shangqi's beauty plan to make him a moment of fascination. But this woman is even more charming. He prefers power. This feast about warm bao had been fermenting on the internet for a day and a night. However, for the news on the internet, Wenishi and Warm Bao, who were broadcasting live, and the others had no idea, and they now had to figure out how to get the food for the day again. Bao looked at the sky, and his little face looked at Wanishi with a grave expression. Third uncle, can we not go out today? Knowing that Bao wouldn't say this for no reason, Wanishi asked, what's wrong? Warmblood pointed to the sky and said, it's going to rain, it's not safe day. Wanishi looked to the sky was clear, and there was absolutely no sign of rain to be seen. The surrounding people heard Bao's words. Among them, Chu Xiangqi felt it was the funniest. A touch of ridicule swept across the bottom of her eyes. Bao, since the program team chose this place, they must have done their homework beforehand. It won't rain in recent days, besides the sky is clear now. It doesn't look like it's going to rain either. If you are too tired, go back to the tent and rest until we come back, okay? Xu Shangxiang is like a gentle big sister tolerating her naughty sister. In her portrayal, as if Bao just doesn't want to finish the task. Bao didn't hear the meaning outside Xu Shangxi's words. Her little head shook and said, I'm not tired, but it's really going to rain, let's not go out. It's safe here duh. Grandpa had told her that heavy rain in the mountains was a very dangerous thing. Not only was it easy to fall, but she could also get lost because of the rain and fog. And getting lost in the mountains, something bad could very well happen to a little bitty person like her. Xu Zhao inserted her small waist and called out, my sister said it won't rain. Don't talk nonsense. Although Bao is Wen's little princess, I'm standing for Chu Shangxiang in this wave. How can it rain with such a big sun? Make a better excuse. Although Wen's raffle was attractive, the people who had hacked Bao and Wanishi before had no more chances, so they naturally said whatever they wanted to say, and besides, they hadn't said anything wrong. Guan Chang looked at the weather. Bao, this day doesn't look like it's going to rain. Are you looking at it wrong? Warmblood shook his head. I'm not mistaken, it's really going to rain. Sekichin was also in a bit of a bind. Chu Shangxiang said patiently, Bao, don't make a scene. If we don't set off it will be too late. If we can't finish the mission everyone will go hungry. Warmblood frowned a little. She didn't want everyone to go hungry, but she also didn't want them to be in danger. At this time, when Ishii said, you guys go, Bao and I will stay behind. There are some noodles left over from earlier that are enough for us to eat, and Bao and I won't share any of the prey that you acquire. Of course he believed in Warmblood's abilities, but he couldn't ask everyone to. Chu Shangxiang and Guan Chang and the others didn't expect Wanishi to believe such a childish statement from Bao. They were all a bit helpless. Third brother, we are all our own people. Even if we hunt prey, we will share it together. Xu Xiangqi said, since Bao doesn't want to go, then you guys rest and we'll just go. People, Wanishi is the third youngest member of the Wen family. What kind of own people are they with you, Chu Xiangya? Before there are people, Westmaster interfered in the marriage of Chu Xiangqi. Our Westmaster is the third young man of the Wen family. What kind of beauty has not seen? Need to lose face to interfered in the Chu Xiangqi? Yeah, Zhou Shua concurred. Su Tingzhou saw that Bao wanted to stay and also looked up at Lin Lanqing. Mom, I don't want to go either. I trust Bao. Lin Lanqing looked at everyone, and seeing that her son was insistent, she could only apologize and say, Brother Guan, Brother Zhou, Xiangqi, then I won't be going either, so I'll just join third brother later. Guan Chang and Zhou Shua nodded, but Chu Xiangqi's face changed, thinking that Lin Lanqing was really good at scheming, knowing that when Ishii and Bao were highly popular, and had to stick to them, but she couldn't stop going even though she had just spoken out of her mouth, so she could only resentfully sweep her eyes at Lin Lanqing, and then lead Chu Zhao and Guan Chang and the others to leave. Just as the three groups of families were getting ready to leave, the program team delivered raincoats and umbrellas. This is what director and asked us to deliver, so don't be afraid of anything. So the show really believes in Warmonger's words? Is it possible that the program team is doing FaceTime for Winnie's sake? Upstairs truth. The Win family who dared to offend not to mention the program team, even the government has to give some face, right? I've seen a dog licking. I've never seen a programmer licking. Regardless of how the pop-up screen appeared to be a mocking sound, Guan Chang and Zhou Shua still had a good feeling about the show's good intentions, and both of them took the umbrellas. As for the raincoats, it was still too much trouble. They didn't take them, and Chu Shangxiang was even more so as she didn't take either of them. Looking at the three groups of families that set off, Bao's little brows furrowed tightly, and his little milky voice carried a few moments of worry. Uncle San. When Ishii pinched Bao's little grip, they'll be fine. Who is to blame for not listening to Warmblood? Warmblood looked at the camera crew following the three groups of families. The little head thought, so many adults are there, should be fine. Third brother, what are we going to do next? Lin Lanqing asked. When Ishii looked at the 5 tents in front of him, even the worst small tents were waterproof, so he didn't have to worry about the rain getting through. But when it rained, he was afraid of the wind. He contemplated for a moment and said, when it rains later on, let's fix the tents a little more. Lin Lanqing, San, is this a true belief that it will rain? She looked up at the clear sky and wanted to say something, but looking at Wen-ishi's serious face, she felt that the other party would not joke about this kind of thing. Not to mention that this is still a live broadcast site. Chapter 85, Nguyen Bao's divine prophecy comes out. I'm really going to be laughed to death by Wen-ishi. He really believes in Nguyen Bao's words. If it will rain in this weather, I'm going to gnaw on the keyboard upside down. Upstairs is really hungry, even for keyboards, so I'll just sit back and wait for the punch in the face. Dash, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Dash, pups are so sure it's going to rain. I don't think it's out of the question. Looking forward to it. JPG, dash, ha 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 ha, believing the words of a 3.5-year-old child. You bunch of psychopaths. If you are sick, hurry up and go to a mental hospital. Dash, as much as I love warmers, there are some things that are better left unsaid. The pop-ups were extremely heated, but neither those who defended warmonger nor those who mocked it actually believed it would rain. But believe it or not, Wen-ishi had already started fixing the various tents with his warmer. Not only did they secure their own tents, but they helped all the people to reinforce their tents. Mom! Su Tingzhou led the stiff and immobile Lin Lanqing to help. Help! Lin Lanqing was momentarily in a tangle. It should not rain this day. Su Tingzhou looked at Lin Lanqing with extreme seriousness and said, if Nguyen Bao says it will rain, it will definitely rain. Lin Lanqing did not expect her son to believe so much in the warmer, but she squatted down in front of Su Tingzhou, took his little hand, and said contemplatively, Zhou, mommy knows that you really like the warmer, but things like the weather are anyone's guess. Su Tingzhou shook off Lin Lanqing's hand and gasped, Nguyen Bao can't be wrong. You don't know anything. After saying that, he no longer cared about Lin Lanqing and ran towards Nguyen Bao and Wen-ishi's direction with a huff. Lin Lanqing, she sighed deeply. Boat is just an avid fan of Nguyen Bao. No matter what Nguyen Bao says, it's always right. Dash, it feels like Lin Lan has given birth to a son in innocence. I'm really worried about their mother-son relationship. Su Tingzhou followed Wen-ishi and Nguyen Bao in fixing the tents together, and Lin Lanqing couldn't possibly sit idly by. Under the unremitting efforts of the two big and two little ones, all 5 tents were fixed. Nguyen Bao keenly sensed the strange atmosphere between Lin Lanqing and Su Tingzhou, and asked Su Tingzhou in a low voice, Zhou, what's swollen between you and Auntie? Su Tingzhou's small face clearly wrote that he was angry, but he didn't want to say more and shook his head. Nguyen Bao looked at Su Tingzhou and then at Lin Lanqing. The round eyes held a great deal of doubt. Lin Lanqing walked to Su Tingzhou, then took out 2 candies, one to Nguyen Bao and one to Su Tingzhou, and tenderly said, Zhou, don't be angry with mommy. Mommy will apologize to you with the candies, okay? Su Tingzhou looked at the candy in Lin Lanqing's palm and his little face changed. There was no rejoicing, only more silence, just as Lin Lanqing was puzzled. Nguyen Bao milkily said towards Lin Lanqing, Auntie, Boat doesn't like candy ah. Lin Lanqing froze, but I remember you used to like eating this kind of candy. Su Tingzhou's small mouth pursed tightly. Half a long time, Cold Baba said, that was before. I have not eaten sugar for a long time. You do not know anything. He doesn't like candy anymore since he had a cavity pulled because of it. Sometimes when I see sugar, I remember the pain of pulling teeth. Su Tingzhou turned around and headed inside the tent, not wanting to pay any more attention to Lin Lanqing for a single moment. In the face of her son's accusations, the blood on Lin Lanqing's face faded away inch by inch, and as she looked at her son's small back as he left forlornly, Lin Lanqing's face became even more unsightly. Nguyen Bao's milky little face also carried a bit of anger as she asked, Auntie, don't you even know that Boat doesn't like candy? Lin Lanqing, I really don't know. She only remembered that she used to bring this kind of candy to her son every time she went back, and he obviously loved it at that time. But when did it change? And she didn't even know it. Nguyen Bao's big watery eyes were filled with doubt. But aren't you Boat's mom? The child's childish question caused Lin Lanqing's heart to tremble. Her mouth followed but she didn't know what to say. She'd always known she was a bad mom, and now the truth was a direct stab in the heart. This is awkward. Not any love can replace a mother's love. Boat obviously has a mother, but it's like a child without a mother. Lin Lanqing is right to emphasize career, but children need company. Childhood is short, so it's better to spend more time with your children. But Lanqing's career is on the rise. If she emphasizes her family, then I'm afraid she'll lose a lot of opportunities. People always have something to gain and something to lose, and it's hard to have it all. Wen-ishi walked over to Nguyen Bao and looked at Lin Lanqing and said, You and Brother Su should still spend more time with the child, so you don't regret it later. After Natalie's disappearance, they often regretted that they hadn't been around Natalie more. Lin Lanqing nodded after a moment of contemplation and walked towards the tent. Quickly finding Su Tingzhou nestled in the tent, she walked over and picked up the aggrieved Su Tingzhou. Zhou, it's mommy who's bad. Mommy will definitely accompany Zhou more in the future. Su Tingzhou wiped his eyes and wiped away the tears that hadn't yet flowed out, and as he listened to Lin Lanqing's reassurance, he bristled and said, That's something that you used to say a lot. Lin Lanqing choked. It's Mom's fault. Mom always thought of seizing the opportunity to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, but forgot that you still need company. Mom promise you, in the future, unless a good book, all the rest do not take. More accompanied boat in the future if you have time. You can also come to the crew for Mom to visit the class. She got into showbiz not just because she did it as a job, but more because she loved it and took it as a hobby. Before she married Su Shiryen, she said this thing with Su Shiryen, she could not possibly give up her interest because of marriage. Su Shiryen promised, so the two got married, and after having a child, she did not give up. Precisely because of this she spent only a few hours with her child. She loves her kids, but there's no way she's going to become a full-time mom for them, and she can only promise to make more time for her son in the future. There was also Su Shiryen as well, who spent only a few hours with his child, so it seemed that the couple would have to discuss this more in the future. Su Tingzhou was very understanding and knew that this was already the biggest step back for his mom. He paused and said, "Good." And outside, Nguyenbao looked at Wen Yishi and said, "Third uncle, why can't Annie stay with Jojo every day?" Wen Yishi picked up Warmbao and said, "Because your auntie has to work. This warm blood knows that work is about making money. And when you make money you can support your family. Then Uncle Sam accompanies Nguyenbao every day. Doesn't Uncle Sam have to work?" Listening to Nguyenbao cite one thing, Wen Yishi smiled and said, "Accompanying Nguyenbao, that's my job." Nguyenbao is full of doubts, but accompany her, no money. No money. Uncle 3 cannot support the family. Then I'll eat less. Uncle San is working hard to raise his family. When I grow up, I'll try to make money to support my Uncle AC. Only then did Wen Yishi understand the meaning of Nguyenbao's words. He snorted out a laugh, reached out and gently pinched Nguyenbao's little nose. "Little worrywart, you just open your belly and eat. Uncle has money, raising 10 of you is no big deal." Nguyenbao let out a wow sound and clapped his little hands in a very flattering manner. "Third uncle is putty. Third uncle is mighty." Wen Yishi heard Nguyenbao's unstinting praise and smiled a toothless smile. He could guarantee that a few in the family had never heard so many compliments on a warmer. "Look at our Master West. If he had a tail behind him, the tail would be flying." Master Shi turned out to be such a master Shi, and gained insight again. "My cub is so sweet. Can God give me a cub like Nguyenbao? I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like the sky is getting cloudy. Like it's going to rain. I felt it too." Shocked, JPG, only to see that the originally clear sky suddenly changed, with dark clouds gradually obscuring the sun. Tick-tock, pouring rain from the sky. Hey, it's not an illusion. It's really going to rain. God's prophecy is out? Chapter 86, Numbu is a crow's nest. I'm meowing. Shocking the out of shocking the door to shocking the house. Is my cub already so great that he can predict rain? Is this really true? It's too metaphysical. Is there a possibility that the program is a show? Artificial rainfall to understand the Wen family has really spared no effort for his little princess. This looks like a fake, but there are still so many people holding up their feet. This is too fake, right? There are really people who believe it. The pop-ups were hotly contested, and the consensus was that it was artificial rain, with people going to the show's official website to slam it on Twitter. "We all know you're lickspittles, but you've gone too far to not offend one. I'm really drunk. Are you trying to create a godmother persona for a 3.5-year-old? Never watched the variety show of Mangle Film again. It's too fake. I was liking Warmblood as a kid, but now I only see good kids being oohed and awed by you adults." The show's microblog was surrounded by a sea of curses below, which included distrustful viewers and fans, as well as various water armies bought by competing film and television platforms. However, Mangle Pictures was no slouch and quickly sent out a notice. Mangle Pictures, today, many viewers questioned the run, North Nose and the warm treasure prophecy of rain, and some people said artificial rainfall to create a program gimmick. Mangle Pictures here to ensure that the program is taken by a fair and impartial attitude. There is no baffling, and even to create a gimmick to make prophecy, even in order to create a gimmick to make a prophecy. In addition, Jiufan Mountain is located in the remote western area has not been raining for 2 months. Today's sudden downpour has been on the Western News Network. Can be confirmed that there is no artificial rainfall. Mangle Pictures posted an update from Western News, which did indeed state that today's sudden downpour in the west was accidental, not man-made. "I'm sorry Warmblood. I'm sorry Mangle. I admit I was a little loud. So it's really just a coincidence. What is it if it's not a coincidence? Is it possible that the warmer can really prophesy? The official state news website has come forward to respond. You black people have been hit in the face through and through, haven't you? If I didn't believe in science, I would really suspect that Warmblood has the supernatural power of prophecy. Soon, the warmonger prophecy of rain rushed to the top of both the entertainment as well as the national news hit lists. Even people who have not seen the run, the Northern Nose program know about it. Everyone is shocked 3.5 3.5-year-old child's prophecy. Even the weather station is silently concerned about the live program. Can be said to directly run. The northern nose pulled up a height. Except, what the whole internet is puzzled about is how on earth did Warmblood tell it was going to rain? And Nguyen Bao, who is being watched by the whole internet, is at the moment hiding from the rain in the tent with Wenisi. Lin Lanqing's eyes were wide with disbelief as she looked at the pouring rain outside, and then she looked at Nguyen Bao with shock in her eyes. Su Tingzhou looked at Lin Lanqing with a proud face, his tone carrying a small dejection. I told you it would rain when Numbu said it would. Lin Lanqing pushed the shot down and hesitantly asked Nguyen Bao about the concerns of the entire audience, asking, how did Nguyen Bao know it would rain today? Nguyen Bao met Lin Lanqing's puzzled gaze and said warmly and softly, I counted it. Lin Lanqing? Su Tingzhou, Nguyen Bao is the best. If it weren't for Nguyen Bao, we'd all be in the rain. Lin Lanqing looked at Nguyen Bao, and then at Nguyen Bao's guardian at the moment, Wen Ishi, and was about to inquire about what was going on, when she heard Nguyen Bao say worriedly, I don't know how Uncle Guan and the others are doing? Lin Lanqing, she was going to forget that there were 3 other groups of families in the storm. If it wasn't for Nguyen Bao mentioning it, I would have forgotten about Chu Shanqi and the others. Yeah, so shocked I forgot how my favorite Quan is doing? And my brother Chao. I only care if Chu Shangqi's face hurts. Many people flooded into Guanchang, Zhou Shua, and Chu Shanxian's live room, and they all instantly fell silent. It's really dismal. Originally, Guanchang and Zhou Shua had both taken umbrellas from the program, so it wasn't that bad, but Chu Shangxiang and Chu Zhao didn't have any umbrellas, so Guanchang and Zhou Shua could only give them the only 2 umbrellas they had. But Chu Shangqi did not expect to really be Nguyen Bao sit in the rain. She had sworn before that it would never rain. Hit the face to come so timely. Let her face. If she took the umbrella of Guanchang and Zhou Shua, I do not know how the audience to look at her. So Chu Shangqi pushed to refuse. Precisely at the time when she pushed to refuse, a gust of wind blew at them. Handed to the hand of Chu Shangqi's umbrella was just scraped away, and Chu Shangqi fell down accidentally and sprained her foot. Chu Zhao let out a loud cry in the pouring rain. Quan Chan, Zhou Shua. Originally, he could only take care of his own son, but now he was tripped up by the 2 dragons, Chu Shangxiang and Chu Zhao. They also couldn't leave Chu Shangxiang waiting for help where they were. After all, the rain was too heavy. Zhou Shua carried Chu Shangxiang, and Guanchang held the crying Chu Zhao. Zhou Wenting held Guan Nianchuan in one hand and Guanchang in the other, and the 6 of them trudged in the direction of the tent. There are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and there are times when people may be in trouble, so Chu Shangxiang can remember that in the future. I'm really convinced. Chu Zhao is enough of a drag, and then another big drag. Chu Shangxiang is really a waste of iron that can't make things happen. Ha 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 ha, silently focusing on Seiki's white eyes, rolling them over and laughing at the baby. Zhou Shua, what kind of sin did I create? The program team didn't tell me beforehand. Recording a variety show still has to test the waste. With the help of the program team, Guanchang and Zhou Shua and others finally returned to the tent, while Wen Ishi, after hearing the sound, and Lin Lanqing also rushed out to meet them, and learned that Chu Shangqi sprained her foot, and the program team also let the doctor come to the tent to wait early. By the time everyone had their hands full organizing themselves, Nguyen Bao and Lin Lanqing had already cooked ginger soup to ward off the cold. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Guan, drink ginger soup, don't get sick and ill. Nguyen Bao carried the ginger soup and handed it to Zhou Shua and Guanchang. Zhou Shua and Guanchang, thank you Nguyen Bao. You're welcome. Nguyen Bao smiled, and followed by serving ginger soup to Zhou Wenting and Guan Yanchuan, as well as the Chu Shangxiang sisters. Chu Zhao didn't like ginger soup, so he stalked his neck and didn't drink it. I don't want to drink this, it's awful. Nguyen Bao milky voice, sister, ginger soup can drive away the cold, will not be sick still have to drink medicine more difficult to drink. Chu Zhao's 2 small eyebrows were wrinkled tightly. She did not like to drink medicine, but she also did not like to drink ginger soup. I'm not getting sick, she said with a cold little face. It's your fault. You're a crow. Chapter 87. Nguyen Bao is the fae he's looking for? With those words, the atmosphere around them dropped a few more points. When Ishi's face sank, and Lin Lanqing, who was taking care of Chu Shangqi, changed her face. The adults were about to speak when they heard Warmblood's earnest little milky voice. Nguyen Bao ignorantly opened his eyes wide, raised his little hand and touched his little mouth, feeling that his mouth had not changed, said with extreme seriousness, I'm not ACA. The crow's mouth is pointy. I'm a human's mouth ACA. My popo cubs are really too cute. I'm not saying that your mouth is like a crow's, but I'm not saying that you have a crow's mouth. I was going to be pissed off by Chu Zhao, but I felt funny again after hearing Nguyen Bao's words. The little 3.5-year-old doesn't know what crow's feet means yet, and it's both heartbreaking and hilarious. Seeing that Nguyen Bao did not understand what he meant, Chu Zhao got angry and said, you are so stupid. When I say that you have a crow's mouth, I mean that you are so stupid. When Ishi's face abruptly sank, a coldness under his eyes, and he drank to Chu Zhao. Shut up if you can't talk. These words were a bit heavy for a child, and Chu Zhao's eyes reddened on the spot, but no one was present to speak for her. Kids can be unintelligent, but they can't use the excuse of being unintelligent to target other kids. Chu Shangqi pursed her lips and greeted Chu Zhao to her side, falsely reprimanding. How can Zhao talk about her sister like that? Chu Zhao pitifully hung down his little head. Chu Shangxiang followed toward Wen Ishi and Wanbao and apologized. Third brother is sorry. It's me who didn't take care of Zhao Zhao. Just didn't expect Wanbao to say it was raining. It was really raining, and it was too much of a shock. She was about to wonder if Wanbao had learned in advance that it would rain and that was why she had pulled this whole stunt. Thinking that she kept making a fool of herself, Chu Shangqi's face was nearly out of control. Although Guan Chang and Zhou Shua were both puzzled by this, they weren't too angry. After all, Nguyen Bao had already reminded them before. Lin Lanqing has never been able to look at Chu Shangqi. At this moment, listening to her beating around the bush, her delicate eyebrows and eyes were tinged with a few points of impatience. If it wasn't for her concern for the live broadcast, she wouldn't have taken care of this stupid lack of. And at that moment, she said bluntly, if you have something to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Chu Shangqi reluctantly smiled, meaning to say, third brother in Nguyen Bao is not prior to know will rain In fact, this is nothing If you tell us in advance, we are afraid that we will not venture out. We a few adults in the rain is okay. It is the body of the children in the end is not comparable to the adults, which if a cold or a fever is not very good. She had already seen that when Ishi was bored with herself and knew that she could no longer flatter when Ishi. In that case, don't blame her for being ruthless with her mouth. She didn't believe in so many coincidences. If I hadn't read the announcement of Mangled Pictures beforehand, I would have been led astray by Chu Shangxiang again. What does Chu Shangxiang mean by this? Nguyen Bao reminded them long ago. It's her who doesn't believe in it. Who can blame her? Can't blame Chu Xiangqi. After all, this is such a miraculous thing. It's inevitable that she suspects that when Ishi and Wanbo learned about it beforehand, right? Even though it rains suddenly, it's really strange for Warmblood to assert that it's going to rain without knowing it beforehand. So how in the world did Warmers know it was going to rain? Hearing Chu Shangqi's words, the bottom of Wen Ishi's eyes were obscure. He swept his eyes at Chu Shangqi with extreme indifference, and asked rhetorically, hasn't Nguyen Bao reminded you that it will rain? Chu Shangqi's demeanor gave way. Wen Ishi, you guys don't believe it. So who's to blame? Guan Chang and Zhou Shua looked at each other. They really didn't expect it to rain either. Chu Shangqi pursed her lips and asked the doubt in everyone's mind. Then how did Nguyen Bao know it would rain? Her voice held a hint of resignation and questioning. When Nguyen Bao heard Chu Shangqi's questioning, she proudly stretched out her small chest and proudly said, because I can tell fortunes. Guan Chang and Zhou Shua and Chu Shangqing and Lin Lanqing. At this moment, all four of them were surrounded by the words what the hell. Lin Lanqing although before also asked Nguyen Bao why know the rain, but also just from Nguyen Bao's mouth to get as she counted. She has never understood this count refers to counting what, and now listen to realize that the original is the counting of fortune telling. Su Tingzhou said, yeah, Nguyen Bao is super good at fortune telling. Guan Chang looked at Wen Ishi, swallowed his throat and said, Lao San, aren't you going to say anything? Wen Ishi knew that Nguyen Bao could not hide his fortune telling, but it was good to know that it was not a particularly rare point. With the identity of the Wen family, even if someone wants to do something, they have to weigh their own identity. The grandfather who raised Warmblood was a fortune teller, and Warmblood learned a bit of fortune telling with him. Hearing this, everyone froze in their tracks. The children, except for Su Tingzhou, were also confused. Did I hear correctly that the Warmer can tell fortunes? A 3.5-year-old can tell fortunes? Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy? Fortune telling? You can tell it's raining? That's not scientific, is it? I'm sorry, I'm still having trouble visualizing this. I'd rather believe it's coincidence. Didn't they say fortune telling is fake? Fake? Then why do those rich people pay a lot of money to have their feng shui calculated? It's probably just a coincidence. Immediately warm treasure fortune telling on the hot search once again caused the whole network debate. Inside the most remote independent villa of the royal garden, Xia Zion Candle is like meditating and hanging in midair, and on the large TV screen in front of him is Wen Isi's live broadcast, and he has a heavy brow. In this world, there are not only human beings, but also many demons whose existence cannot be explained by science. Thousands of years ago, the races were divided into human and demon races. These two clans constantly initiated wars, and their demonic power was thick. And although the number was far less than that of the human race, they were able to continuously defeat the human race by crushing them. And in the thousands of years of fighting, the human race was always on the weaker side. Of course, the demon race is not all evil. Many demons fall in love with the human race, and the children they give birth to are designated as foreigners. foreigners than the demon bloodline is not pure. The demon power is far worse, so by the rejection of the demon race, only the human race to accept the foreigners, and just so, the human race to get the help of foreigners, in the hundreds of years to repeatedly break the demon attack. The demon race is also therefore from the prosperity of the weaker, coupled with the human race, intelligent, drilling all kinds of weaponry. The demon race in the last century is extremely scornful of the human race, but also gradually disappeared. The demon race retired. The foreign race thought it could live in peace with the human race, but the foreign race is always a foreign race. The human race is also extremely taboo. The two races also constantly produce disagreements. And finally the foreign race also gradually disappeared in front of the people. Some of the human race had given birth to Fae in these decades, but all the Fae that had been born had either died or were nowhere to be found. That's why after sensing the foreigner who was carrying the dragon's breath, Xia Xiancandle personally went down the mountain to look for it. It's just that he didn't expect dragon's breath to disappear in the royal garden. It just so happened that this little girl was in the royal garden, which forced him to suspect that this human cub was the Fae he was looking for. His eyes were fixed on the small figure of Nguyen Bao in the broadcasting room. From the time this human cub asserted that it would rain, he felt that she was different from normal people. To know that the dragon race has the ability to order the wind and rain. But the strange thing is that this burst of torrential rain was not ordered by this human cub. Just as Xia Xiancandle couldn't figure it out, he heard Wen Yishi say fortune-telling, and it dawned on him that maybe this human cub was just a coincidence. But his brow furrowed. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to get up close and personal with the human cub. Chapter 88. The warmer is really rare. Xu Xiangqi thought of countless possibilities, only did not think of the possibility of fortune-telling. Most of them into the entertainment industry stars actually believe in fortune-telling science. Otherwise there would not be so many people secretly raise small ghosts, and would not be every time to enter the group filming to pray to the gods and Buddha. But how could she not expect Warmblood to be able to tell fortunes, and so accurately? Is that possible? How is this possible? But she also knew that since Wen Yishi dared to say it in front of the live camera, it was true. Zhu Shangxiang could almost imagine how explosive the whole internet was right now, and the name Nguyen Bao would be completely and utterly hung up on the hot searches. She would be a big hit, and it would also affect her popularity in this program. It wasn't hard to imagine what she would be facing after the program was over. Although Guan Chang and Zhou Shua were also shocked, but thinking that Nguyen Bao had brought more than enough surprises to everyone in the past 2 days, the reason of fortune-telling didn't seem to be unacceptable, and they hadn't thought of making enemies with Wen Yishi and Nguyen Bao, not to mention that Nguyen Bao was so adorable and sweet. Guan Chang quipped, Nguyen Bao also knows how to tell fortunes. That's awesome. Zhou Shua followed suit and praised, Nguyen Bao is able to calculate the weather at a young age. He will definitely become the most powerful fortune-telling master in the future. Nguyen Bao was complimented with flushed cheeks. Her big round eyes smiled into a curved moon, clenched her little fist and said, Aha! I will cheer up de. I want to be the best fortune teller, just like Grandpa. When I think of my grandfather's stall on the flyover, he had very few customers and made very little money. Nguyen Bao pursed his little mouth and said seriously in a little milky voice, No, I want to be even better than Grandpa. Guan Chang thought that Nguyen Bao was so powerful now, so her grandfather must be a very remarkable person, and gave Nguyen Bao a thumbs up. Ambitious. Nguyen Bao smiled with her eyebrows arched like a stringed moon. Family, Numbu is so cute that I believe she can actually tell fortunes. I couldn't guess what the Nguyen Bao persona was all along, but now I understand. It's to play the name of the little princess of fortune-telling. It's all program effects. Just look at it. But I think it's so true. When Zhu Shangqi heard everyone praise Nguyen Bao without mincing words, the corner of her mouth raised a touch of sarcasm, but it faded away in an instant. She took a deep breath and said, So Nguyen Bao can tell fortunes. I've never seen a child who can tell fortunes at the age of 3 or so, and can even calculate the weather. If we knew earlier that Nguyen Bao can tell fortunes, we wouldn't have to make fools of ourselves. It may seem like a compliment to Warmblood, but it's actually blaming Warmblood for not saying it earlier. Guan Chang and Zhou Shua glanced at each other. They really couldn't figure out why such an adult like Zhu Shangxiang had to cross a child. Lin Lanqing looked at Zhu Xiangqi with a cold smile, really going farther and farther down the road of death. Wen Yishi snorted coldly, his eyes swept Zhu Xiangqi extremely coldly. Say it, you believe it? Zhu Xiangqi's face instantly became unnatural. Not only would she not believe it, but she would also laugh at it. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiangqi stopped talking. Zhu Xiangya, thanks for the invitation. Not only don't believe me, but I'll pull and step hard. Ha 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 ha. Nguyen Bao looked at Zhu Xiangqi with a confused face. She didn't understand why this auntie hated herself so much. She didn't do anything bad. She thought carefully and still couldn't help but ask in her little milky voice, Auntie Chu, why do you hate me? Zhu Xiangqi, is that something you can just ask? Her face instantly changed back and forth, hardening her delicate face into a bruise that that grew more and more unsightly. Nguyen Bao had seen the true meaning of changing her face. She took a step back in some fear, but still carried the few courage she had and said good-naturedly, "Auntie Chu, I can change." Numbo thought to herself, she can change whatever it is you hate. Nguyen Bao is brave enough to tear, and Chu Xiangqi's cheeks fall off. How much of a failure must Chu Xiangqian's acting be? A 3.5-year-old could see through her. Moving a small bench, sitting and waiting for Chu Xiangqian how to answer. Chu Xiangqi first looked at the two peacemakers, Joshua and Guan Chang, but at this moment, Guan Chang and Joshua coincidentally looked up at the sky, indicating that they were very busy. Her face changed slightly, and then looked at Lin Lanqing, who was even lazier to take care of her. Seeing no one to help, Chu Xiangqi barely pulled out a fake smile. How could that be? Auntie can't wait to love Nguyen Bao. How could she hate Nguyen Bao? Warm blood, opened round big eyes looking at Chu Xiangqi. Half a long time before the small adult like a sigh. Chu auntie, if you hate me, just continue to hate well. Do not lie. Lying is not good. Chu Xiangqi's face stiffened. Nguyen Bao added, Uncle San said I'm not a RMB and can't be everyone's favorite, but I'm not a hater either. Can't do what everyone hates. Warmblood's little milky voice was sure in the beginning, but not so sure in the end. When he lengthened his tone and added the word bar, the sudden bar made everyone laugh. Lin Lanqing even hugged Nguyen Bao and kissed her tender little face. Nguyen Bao is really rare to me. Nguyen Bao is surely a little bit how can you be a nuisance? Even if you are a ghost, you're still a cute ghost. Cute as hell. I want to be launching at this moment. I also want to kiss. Chu Xiangye is going to be pissed off again. Chu Xiangqi was indeed angry, but she still had to restrain herself in the face of the camera, and could only show an awkward yet polite fake smile. And while most people on the internet are now debating the authenticity of fortune-telling by warmers, most people think it's a coincidence and don't believe that warmers can tell fortunes. But there were a small number of people who believed in the warmer, and among them was Su Tingzhou's grandfather. He also watches the live stream from time to time because his grandson is on the program. Knowing that Nguyen Bao is the little princess of the Wen family, he likes this little girl from the bottom of his heart. And now that he learns that Nguyen Bao can tell fortunes, he suddenly thinks of the rescuer that Lao Jiang mentioned before. Could it be Nguyen Bao? Without hesitation, Elder Su picked up his cell phone and dialed Elder Jiang over. Lao Jiang, it's me, Lao Su. Elder Jiang's voice came from the microphone. You old man are full of energy. I can still not hear your voice. Elder Su exchanged a few pleasantries and then asked, Old Jiang, you said that a child saved your life last time. Is that child the little girl that the Wen family retrieved? It's Nguyen Bao. I'm telling you, that little girl is cute and well-behaved. You must like it. Elder Jiang laughed. By the way, isn't your grandson Jojo on that what's-his-name program with her? The two of them have a good relationship. Elder Su's voice trembled a bit when he received an accurate answer. Yes, I also saw the warmth treasure in the program, and that's when I remembered what you told me that day. Elder Jiang seemed to have thought of something inside. Did you see that Nguyen Bao can tell fortunes? Do you want her to help Ziyu take a look? Su Ziyu, the eldest son of Elder Su, been in a coma for 7 years. Su Ziyu was once the heir to the Su family, on a par with Wen Yidong, and was also the existence of a proud son of heaven. It was only an accident 7 years ago that put him in a coma until now. The Jiang family also suffered a disaster because of his sleep, but fortunately Su Shiyan's ability is not inferior to that of his elder brother, which saved the Su family. And in order to stabilize the Su family, Su Shiyan didn't even have time to spend with his children. Hearing Elder Jiang mention his eldest son, Elder Su's pale eyes gradually moistened. In these 7 years, he visited famous doctors all over the world, but no one could wake up the eldest son, and even know nothing about the reason why the eldest son fell asleep. Until 4 years ago, the eldest son's body suddenly collapsed. The doctors could do nothing. Is the second son of the Wen family when Nan trust a former friend to save the eldest son's life? Unfortunately, that person did not wake up the eldest son. It was also because of that person's appearance that made Elder Su believe that there were things in the world that science could not explain. It's like the eldest son passed out for no reason. Over the years, he also asked people to look for many legendary high priests, but none of them were able to wake up his eldest son. Until now, when he saw Warmblood, for some reason, he always had a marvelous feeling. Thinks the warmer will save the eldest son from waking up. Old Su, I know you want to save Zay Eucalyptus very much, but Nguyen Bao only knows how to tell fortunes. I am afraid that. Elder John's heartfelt, wanting to say something sounded. He was afraid that his best friend was expecting too much, that it would be difficult to end it later. Elder Jiang sighed. I know, I just want the boy to try. Maybe she can really save Zelda. Now that more and more people were thinking about Nguyen Bao, when Yidong instructed Liang, hide all of Nguyen Bao's past information. Arian, yes, when Yidong stood with his arms folded, his eyes burning as he looked out the window. "Where's the dick to?" Liang said. "The second young master has arrived in Siberia and should be able to send word soon." When Yidong's thin lips pursed slightly, the secret on Nguyen Bao might only be known by that person. Chapter 89, The Origin of the Warm Treasure. Only he knows it. Siberia. On the Temel Peninsula, there is only one institute on the whole island, named Katoba, which is located at the northernmost tip of the peninsula, with a total of 28 floors, covered by snow and wind all year round, making it seem lonely and mysterious. When Nan entered the research institute, and it just so happened that it was the peak commuting time, and many researchers were waiting for the elevator, when Nan took out a transparent but glowing white card and pressed the elevator named No. 1 inch in the far corner. Unlike other elevators, the entire door of this elevator is covered by a thin layer of ice and snow, making people shiver. With the ding sound, the ice-covered elevator door slowly opened. A cold air from the inside. Let a person cannot help but retreat. The elevator and the outside layer of thin snow is different. Inside all the ice sculpture. Cold air, ghastly and mysterious. When Nanan didn't stop and stepped straight into the elevator, leaving an uproar in its place. Elevator 1 goes straight to the 28th floor. Is he going to the 0th place? He doesn't want to die. How dare he go to 0 place? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The cold air that had just hit their faces seemed to have not dissipated yet, causing them to shiver in place. At this point, one of the men asked, "Why can't we go to Division 0? What's so special about Division 0? He was a newcomer to the institute and didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of the 28th floor. Division 0. He remembered that on his first day on the job, his master had warned him that he was allowed to go to all the other floors, except for the 28th floor where he was never allowed to set foot, or else he would suffer the consequences. The man had just made a sound when the older man next to him violently covered his mouth, and after giving a sarcastic smile to the crowd, he pulled the man to a corner. "Didn't I tell you not to discuss 0 place in public?" The man scratched his head, remembering the abnormality of that elevator just now, and asked, "Senior Hao, what exactly is this 0 place?" Senior Hao sighed and told him what he knew. The 28th floor is the institute's 0th place in. Is the whole institute's most mysterious and the most horrible place? Different from the other floors of the place, only decades of history. The 0th place has hundreds of years of history. According to reason, such a place is the place that all the scientific researchers aspire to. However, because of the 0th place's strange place, no one dares to dip, and even dare not to go to the 0th place. The man listened with even more confusion and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Why are you afraid to go?" Senior Hao said, 30 years ago there was a newcomer who had just joined the institute who, like you, had a great curiosity about Division 0, so he secretly took elevator 1 to the 28th floor, and the next day his corpse appeared inside elevator 1, and the medical examiner determined the cause of death to be suicide. Man shocked. Senior Hao continued, after that newcomer died, some people became even more curious about Division 0, and 2 old employees also took elevator 1 to the 28th floor despite all the opposition. Man, are these 2 dead too? Senior Hao shook his head. No, they got out of elevator 1 safely the next day. Man, then it's not all right? Senior Hao looked at the men, his eyes sullen. But that night one of the men jumped from the top floor, dying on the spot. The other man was also found hanging from a beam in his room, both suicides. The man was full of shock. That is to say, going to the 28th floor would kill him? The blood color on his face also faded. This is too weird. But why on earth did they commit suicide? Did the top brass not go to the 28th floor and ask? No one knows if the higher-ups have bothered to ask, but the entire institute knows never to set foot on the 28th floor, and that's the first rule on the institute's code sheet. Senior Hao patted the man's shoulder. Once again, a word of caution. Put away your curiosity or you'll be the next to commit suicide. The man's face showed fear and he couldn't help but shiver lightly. He suddenly remembered one Nan who had just entered the elevator. Would this person be alright? Thinking about that guy just now? Senior Hao guessed the man's mind. The man asks, will he die? Even though it was a question. After learning about the 28th floor weirdness from Senior Hao, he felt that the man was dead. Yet Brother Hao said, no. The man froze, and before he could ask anything, he heard the other man say, didn't you see what he was holding just now? The man thought about it, and only remembered that it was a transparent card with a white light, and that there was nothing special about it other than the strange white light. Senior Hao said, that's the pass for Division 0. If I'm not wrong, that man should have gone out from Division 0. Man, asterisk. When Nan went out from the No. 1 elevator, the entire floor of the 28th floor was gloomy and dark, and only a few strands of red light occasionally came through the cracks in the walls, and the 28th floor was even more full of horror under the illumination of the red light. When Nan walked towards the only place on the 28th floor of the gate, transparent sensor door top hovering a thigh-thick python statue, its large head to the center of the position. The python is a statue, but it is a pair of red eyes, or like a real flashing a strange red light, staring straight at Wen-nan. The red light on Wen-nan's body swept around, and then the python's red eyes turned green. The gate also followed the slow opening of the door. The door closed as Wen-nan walked in. The green light on the python's eyes turned red as it continued to stare in the direction of the elevator. Inside and outside the gloom is different. Inside the bright lights, only a few wearing protective clothing researchers in the room to do research. Wen-nan eyes from the aisle to the end, came to the last iron door. Wen-nan next to the detector pressed the hand palm prints. The iron door ding-tong sound opened. Wen-nan stepped into. This is a three-sided transparent chamber. Excluding the iron door is not transparent. The other three walls are transparent. You can see the vast lake outside, at a glance as if the entire peninsula is underfoot. There was only one man in the whole chamber. He sat with his back against the iron door, wearing a white suit, all in the purest white, the collar buttoned to the top layer, giving a feeling of rigor and elegance. His short brownish-black hair at the very end but with a strand of long hair. The long hair had a white hair tie to tie it up. Wen-nan walked towards the man. Senior brother. The man looked sideways at Wen-nan. Extremely handsome, features slightly pale. Face exudes a touch of imperceptible arrogance. The most peculiar is that he has a pair of pupils. The left eye is the normal brownish-black. However, the right eye is the purest green. This pair of pupils make his originally handsome face more demonic and mysterious. Wen-nan. The corners of the man's lips hooked slightly. His voice that was cold and magnetic seemed to carry its own echo in this secret room. He picked up 2 red wine glasses from the table next to him. One of them threw it at Wen-nan. Just in time. Have a drink with me. Looking at the red wine cup that was thrown towards him, Wen-nan did not even blink his eyes, not the least bit afraid of the red wine cup hitting him, because the next second the red wine cup stopped in front of Wen-nan, hanging in the air in the position of his chest. Wen-nan raised his hand and picked up the red wine cup. If such a metaphysical scene was known to outsiders, I don't know how much of a stir it would cause. Yet for Wen-nan, it had been seen for a long time. This elder brother of his was not a very human being. The man took out a red wine bottle and walked over to Wen-nan, pouring a glass of red wine for him before pouring it for himself, and the two clinked glasses. Wen-nan took a sip of red wine and said, "Elder brother knows that I always speak my mind. This time I came to ask elder brother about something. The origin of the warmer may be known only to the elder brother." Chapter 90. In Wan Bao may be a dragon descendant? Wen-nan and Bai Yi were disciples of the same professor, the difference being that they were nearly 20 years apart in time. However, Bai Yi's face did not differ in any way from back then. Still young. Precisely because of this, Bai Yi is unwilling to come out to face the crowd's strange eyes, so far away from his country to hear, until the professor is seriously ill. Bai Yi returned to China. In the professor's setup, Wen-nan met Bai Yi. The professor has never married, no children in the knee. Bai Yi and Wen-nan, the two best students together for the end of the professor. Afterwards, Wen-nan followed the professor's last wish and traveled with Bai Yi to the Kotoba Research Institute to enter Division 0. Division 0 was a special department jointly organized by the top secrets of various countries, and the researchers inside were the top talents selected by each country. Division 0, formed by these talents, specializes in researching and dissecting all kinds of strange people, who are injected with some kind of high-level drugs, which will transform them to a certain extent, and the transformed people will be sent to Division 0 for dissection to extract the failed components of their genes. These people are injected with some kind of advanced drug that will transform them to a certain extent, and the transformed people are sent to the 0th place to be dissected in order to extract the failed components of their genes. And every time the information that comes out of the research will be in the form of a special classified secret in the hands of the people in power in each country. Wen-nan entered Division 0 because of Bai Yi's relationship, yet he was always out of place here. It wasn't that he wasn't capable. On the contrary, he was better than the top talents of each country, but he didn't like to stay with a group of extremely cold-blooded people. And even more so, he couldn't dissect his own kind without any humanity, even if these people had all kinds of criminal records. So in his second year at Division 0, he refused to be approached by any of the countries and decided to leave. Wen-nan said, "This matter may only be known to senior brother." Bai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, which piqued his curiosity. What is it? When Wen-nan wanted to leave the 0 division, the countries were not prepared to release him, but taking into account the power of the Wen family, they finally had to let Wen-nan leave safely, and he deeply regretted Wen-nan's departure. After all, Wen-nan was the most talented person he had ever seen. I thought that once they parted that year, they would never meet again. Who would have thought that 4 years ago, Wen-nan reappeared at the 0th place and asked for his help? One was to help him find his sister, Wen-chen, but Bai Yi did not have the special skill of finding people, so he could not help him with this favor. And the other one was to ask him to save the eldest son of the Su family, Suze Eucalyptus. Bai Yi was also quite curious about the fact that Suze Eucalyptus had been sleeping for many years for no reason, but although he was able to preserve Suze Eucalyptus's body, which was about to collapse, he was unable to truly awaken Suze Eucalyptus. However, he found the aura of a kindred spirit in Suze Eucalyptus. Su Zilu is a foreigner. Bai Yi is also a foreigner, which is also the reason why his appearance has not changed for so many years. The foreigners and people's life expectancy is different. Their lives are longer. Over the years, Bai Yi has seen very few foreigners, and even fewer of them are alive in the world. So it can be said that Su Ziyu is the only one of his kind that he has seen in these years that is still alive. Thinking of Su Ziyu, who was still asleep, a dark light flickered under Bai Yi's pupil. Perhaps sleeping could save his life. After all, unlike Su Zexu, who had the ability to defend himself, no one in the countries dared to touch him for the time being. When Nan took out his cell phone, but found that it had a black screen without any response, the corners of Bai Yi's lips were raised high. It seems like you've been gone for too long and have forgotten the rules of Division Zero? When Nan froze, it was true that he had forgotten that Division Zero did not allow anyone to bring electronic devices, and even if he did, he could not use them, even the most basic phone. Luckily, he had prepared the photos in advance, so he handed Bai Yi the photo of the warm treasure Buddha bead he had taken earlier. This thing, does senior brother know what it is? Seeing the Buddha beads on the photo, Bai Yi's pupils suddenly contracted and his face changed drastically. How did you get a picture of this thing? You've seen it? When Nan saw Bai Yi show this face, he knew that he knew the source of this object. Seen, when Nanan said frankly, but I can't tell you truthfully, so please forgive me. Senior brother. Bai Yi looked deeply at Wen Nan, but did not force, but told Wen Nan what he knew. This should be the legendary faceted light dragon pendant. Is the ancient dragon tribe left a similar amulet general existence? Encountered the life and death of the robbery, it will be the owner to block, and there are rumors that the owner of the faceted light dragon pendant, even if the body is dead, as long as the soul is not dispersed, can be brought back to life. Faceted light dragon pendant owner, even if he dies, as long as his soul is not dispersed, he will be able to come back from the dead. When Nan had thought that she knew enough, but now it seemed that she didn't know enough. His eyes narrowed slightly, hiding the strange light in his eyes as he asked, "There are still dragons in this world?" Bai Yi said, "Nowadays, there is no sign of the emergence of the dragon race in the world. But, this does not mean that there is no dragon race in the world." When Nan's gaze fell on the photo's Buddha beads, remembering the special place on Nuan Bao, he remembered that he had once read the Professor's handbook, which recorded several kinds of divine beasts in the ancient times, among which there are dragons, and the legend says that the dragons can call the wind and the rain, and they are powerful and can also prophesy the future. Nuan Bao can prophesy. As for calling the wind and calling the rain, she is still small, and it is not obvious for the time being. However, the faceted light dragon pendant is already proof that Nuan Bao might be a dragon descendant. That means that Warmblood's dad is a dragon, and Warmblood is an alien race created by the dragons and the humans. Same with Bai Yi. Asterisk. Evening. The air on MT. Jiufan is extremely fresh after the rain, and has the unique aroma of the forest. When Ishi, who had just finished his day, was lying inside the tent with his warmer, and they had left the top of the tent open, and the camera drone that was constantly monitoring the outside noticed and flew above the tent, quietly aiming its lens at the cozy pair. I thought the live broadcast had ended, but I didn't realize that there were still benefits for the fans who pounded the keyboard with excited and trembling hearts. The female goose is cowering in her sleeping bag with only a small head showing, which is really good for poking people. My baby is the cutest in the world. They say cute can't beat sexy. I think Master West is quite sexy, but I can't take my eyes off of his cute cubs. As a 5-year Iron fan of Master Shi, I want to say, compared with the warm treasure, Master Shi is weak. Kitten tucked hand. JPG, on the penthouse. When Ishi, who was completely unaware that all of his fans had mutinied, looked at the starry sky and sighed cozily. It's so comfortable, I don't even want to go back. But I want to go back. ACA and Wan Bao Milk Houghton pronounced a gulp of names. I want grandpa, grandma, great uncle, second uncle, little uncle, great aunt and brother-in-law. When Ishi raised his eyebrows high, don't want third uncle? Nuan Bao's big eyes fluttered to look at Wanishi. But third uncle, you are right beside me. AC. Don't think about it. Wanishi, even if that's the case, Nuan Bao's heart must still miss me. Warm blood. Good. Master Shi, you're so childish. Do your parents know? It's true that it's the unconquerable Master Shi. I never thought I'd see Wanishi speaking love words one day. I've got goosebumps. Wanishi looked at Nuan Bao's soft and adorable bun face, which was even more glistening white and lovely under the moonlight, like a big meat bun radiating divine light. Ahem. Well, he's craving a big meatloaf. Numbu, I want to eat meat buns too. When Ishi coughed coldly, it turned out that without realizing it he had said all the words in his heart. Listening to the salivation in Nuan Bao's little milky voice, he sighed darkly. When did his hallowed great movie emperor even fail to eat a meat bun? The uncle and nephew looked at each other and let out a hopeless little sigh. I want to eat it. I'm going to die laughing at these two. They ate noodles in the evening, and now they must be hungry and craving meatloaf. Eating for her. Give her food. Don't you just want a meat bun? I'll buy it. The program team, I urge you to be human. Chapter 91, replacing Wan Bao and Wan Yishi. The show wants to be human, but the rules don't allow it. The assistant director looked at An Haodong with a desire to speak. Director An, isn't it not good to starve the child? And Haodong rubbed his brow with a considerable headache, glared at the assistant director and said, you think I want to, but where are you going to find a meat bag in the dark? Deputy director. Also, and because of the sudden downpour, a lot of their ingredients were unavailable. Otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed to eat noodles. At that moment, An Haodong's cell phone rang, and he instructed his assistant director to watch the camera and go to the side to answer the phone himself. The assistant director saw Wan Bao and Wan Yishi inside the camera. This pair of nephews and uncles are really more and more eye-catching, and Haodong finished answering the phone with a hint of joy on his face. Don't worry about it. Someone will send food over later. The assistant director was flabbergasted. After all the live cameras were turned off, the show called out all 5 groups of families. What is it? There's not going to be another assignment, is there? The live feed is off and there's a mission? The crowd looked at each other. Wan Bao covered the soft little tummy standing beside Wan Yishi, suddenly heard a gurgle in her ears. She thought it was her own tummy, embarrassed and afraid to shoot the little belly, and so on. After noticing that the gurgle didn't stop, she looked to her left at Su Tingzhou. Su Tingzhou's small face crumpled tightly, covering his small stomach in embarrassment. Wan Bao moved her little feet toward Su Tingzhou. Zhou, are you hungry too? Su Tingzhou nodded. Wan Bao's little face was also bitter. Lin Lanqing touched her son's little head, not to mention that her son was hungry. She was also hungry. Not a moment in Haodong with a few staff carrying a delicate box came over. A open box inside a variety of small snacks, which the most attention is a box of meat buns, the size of a child's fist, crystal clear, in a crowd of exquisite small snacks is not inferior. Wan Bao's eyes swished brightly. It's a meat bun. Wan Yishi raised his eyebrows slightly, perhaps thinking of something. The corner of his mouth curved up into a light smile. Guan Chang exclaimed, this is the dim sum from the Royal Fangjai? Zhou Shua froze. It's really the Royal Fangjai. The international chain of Imperial Fangjai is extremely famous. Their chefs are the original Imperial chef inherited. A lot of food at a price, especially the dim sum category. There is a daily quota. If there is no prior booking, simply cannot be grabbed. They never thought that the program team would actually prepare Fangjai snacks as a midnight snack, and Haodong placed the food on the table. This is the night snack for you. Lin Lanqing couldn't help but let out a wow. The program organizers are really generous. Joshua smiled and gave An Haodong a nod. Director An is really a great guy. And Haodong, who was treated as a big good guy, smiled sarcastically. Where did he have this ability? He himself froze when he saw the exclusive gift box of the Royal Fangjai, secretly thinking that the Wen family was really a big deal. Not only can you get the Royal Fangjai to make dim sum overnight, but you can also have it delivered in a special truck. A couple of kids, on the other hand, all jumped on it. Yeah, each human child took a small snack that they wanted to eat and couldn't wait to stuff it into their little mouths. Wan Bao took the meat bun and didn't eat it himself, but handed it to Wan Yishi first. Third uncle eat. Wan Yishi's heart softened and didn't reject Wan Bao's good intentions, reaching out to take the meat bun, taking a bite and saying, yummy. Wan Bao followed suit and quickly took a small meat bun and bit into it. It's so delicious. Both adults and children ate very well. Only Chu Xiangqi always felt a little uneasy. A staff member soon found Chu Xiangqi. Ms. Chu, please take a step to talk. Chu Xiangqi followed the staff to the side corner. Just heard the staff said it was sent by General Manager Qi. Before the other party could speak, she said in a hurry, you came just in time. Is my popularity in the program getting lower and lower? You guys think of a way for me? Can you make Wan Bao's footage a little bit less? No, even if you reduce Wan Bao's footage, you can't change anything, or this issue program ends. Directly replace Wan Bao and Wan Yishi? A burst of crackling from Chu Xiangqi made the staff not even have a chance to speak. And when he heard that Chu Xiangqi still couldn't figure out the situation and claimed that he wanted to replace Wan Bao and Wan Yishi, his face finally changed, and he said with a dark face, Ms. Chu, there's no way that the program team will replace Mr. Wan and Wan Bao. Chu Xiangqi actually knows that the chances of replacing Wan Yishi and Wan Bao are very small, not to mention Wan Yishi's status in the entertainment industry. After this episode alone, his popularity will still be on the flip-flop. Not to mention that Wan Bao has now become a national little princess, but as long as there are the two of them, her popularity will only keep on diminishing, as if it is committing a crime. Give me your cell phone. I'll contact General Manager Qi. Chu Xiangqi ordered with an iron face. The staff let out a cold laugh. Miss Chu, now let alone General Manager Qi. Even if Chairman Manhwa personally steps in, he can't replace Mr. Wan and Wan Bao. Replacing you would be a breeze. Chu Xiangqi was shocked. What do you mean replace her? Did Mangle think she was no longer of use, so she had to be discarded? The staff looked at this stupid woman in front of her. obviously holding a good deck of cards but playing them badly, and with some pity for her spoke the truth. Mr. Wen is the third youngest member of the Wen family, and Wan Bao is the youngest princess of the Wen family. Chu Shangqi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Wen family? Which Wen family? Could it be? The staff looked at her expression and knew that she had already guessed. That's right, it's that Wen family you're thinking of. Chu Shangqi violently took a step back, not daring to look incredulously at the backs of Wen Ishi and Wan Bao over there. Wen Ishi is the third youngest member of the Wen family? Legend has it that the Wen family, the four great families of China that no one dares to mess with. Wen Ishi and Wan Bao are surprisingly from the Wen family, and she has offended them many times without knowing what to do. Especially Wen Ishi. The staff looked at Chu Shangqi, who hadn't reacted for a long time, and felt that she had done it to herself. Remembering her purpose of looking for her, she said, "General Manager Chi asked me to warn Ms. Chu and tell you to take care of yourself." When the staff left, Chu Shangqi was still standing stiffly in place, her hands placed at her side tremblingly clenched. How she did not expect Wen Ishi is actually the third youngest of the Wen family. If she had known, how could she have counted on him? And warmers. She's finished. At this time, Chu Zhao came to Chu Shangqi with the bunny snack that she couldn't eat. Not paying attention to Chu Shangqi's abnormality, smilingly handing the small snack in her hand to Chu Shangqi. "This is for sister to eat." Chu Shangqi's empty and desperate gaze fell on Chu Zhao, and the ruthless color in the bottom of her eyes became more and more obvious. Blame her. If it wasn't for her, she would never have targeted Warmblood at every turn. Chu Shangqi violently opened the hand handed to her by Chu Zhao, and vented all her anger on Chu Zhao. "It's all because of you. This spoiler, I really had bad luck to bring you on the show." Chu Zhao's little hand was reddened by the beating. She was shocked and confused, looking at Chu Shangqi dumbly. "Sister." Chu Shangxiang glared viciously at Chu Zhao. Thinking that she was completely finished, she could no longer restrain her inner indignation, and forcefully pushed Chu Zhao to the ground. "You get the hell away from me." Chu Zhao fell to the ground, both eyes red in a circle, flattened his mouth but did not dare to cry, for fear of angering Chu Shangqi again. Chu Shangqi's face grimaced. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become like this. I really regret that I didn't throw you away in the first place. Because of a moment of weakness, she ended up like this." Chu Shangxiang really hated to hurry up and throw Chu Zhao, the scourge, down the mountain. Chu Zhao's small face was pale, but there was no particularly large expression movement. Obviously he had gotten used to hearing these words often. Suddenly, Wan Bao's voice came. "Ah, you're going to throw away sister Chu Zhao?" Chu Shangqi's face stiffened and she turned back to see Wan Bao staring at them with two chubby white meat buns in her two little hands. Chapter 92. Will Wan Bao's father come looking for Wan Bao? Seeing that Wan Bao was the only one who came over, Chu Shangqi quietly sighed in relief and said, I'm not. Wan Bao, you heard wrong." Wan Bao wrinkled his little eyebrows and pursed his little round face. "I didn't mishear you. You just said that I really regret not throwing you away in the first place." The latter half of the sentence also forked his waist to learn the tone of Chu Shangqi just now. Not only do not let a person afraid, small milky voice also threw a milk fierce little tone. Chu Shangqi's face stiffened slightly. She wanted to curse, but remembering Wan Bao's identity, she forced down her indignation and changed the topic. "Wan Bao, I know that you're still young and don't know a lot of things, but eavesdropping on people's conversations is a very impolite thing to do. Wan Bao's eyes were round. She really forgot what she just said and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I saw that you guys didn't eat the meat buns, so I came over. I didn't mean to listen today." She handed over the two meat buns in her hand. Chu Shangqi's complexion changed, and raised a gentle and loving smile to take the meat buns handed by Wan Bao. "Then thank you, Wan Bao La." Wan Bao arched his eyebrows. "You're welcome." She turned to go, suddenly remembered what had just happened, so she turned back and said very seriously, "Auntie Chu, you can't throw away sister Chu Zhao. This is not good." Chu Shangqi smiled stiffly. "Just now Auntie was just talking out of breath. How could I be willing to throw a photo?" Saying that, he looked towards Chu Zhao, who climbed up from the ground, smiling more and more gently and relatable. Zhao, do you think sister is right?" Chu Zhao winced and said weakly, Sister is right. Sister is right in everything she does." Chu Shangqi handed the meat bun in her hand to Chu Zhao, and very gently touched Chu Zhao's little head. Zhao is so good." Wan Bao looked at the loving Chu Shangqi and Chu Zhao, always felt something strange, but she could not tell. So after hearing Chu Shangqi say that she wouldn't throw away Chu Zhao, she jumped back to find Wen Ishi. As soon as Wan Bao left, Chu Shangqi's face sank. Looking at Chu Zhao, who was obediently eating the meat buns, she abruptly reached out and snatched Chu Zhao's meat buns, then threw them on the ground. "What are you eating?" "Finished." You do not relieve the anger with the foot hard crushing the ground meat buns, looking at the meat buns like a pile of mud, which is only satisfied. Chu Zhao silently shrunk into a pile, not daring to mess with the Chu Shangqi at this time, and Chu Shangqi didn't know what to think of. Her face shook and she walked towards Lin Lanqing, and under Lin Lanqing's puzzled face, she tugged Lin Lanqing to the other side of the corner, and Lin Lanqing violently shook off Chu Xiangqi's hand. Chu Xiangqi, what's wrong with you? Chu Xiangye questioned. Did you already know the identities of Wen Yishi and Nuanbao? Lin Lanqing then realized what Chu Xiangye was mad about. So she knew the identity of Wen Yishi and Nuanbao. No wonder. Yes, I've always known. The Su family and the Wen family were also family friends, so of course she knew Wen Yishi's identity. Chu Xiangxiang's anger spewed straight to her throat. Then why didn't you tell me? Lin Lanqing laughed, looking at Chu Xiangqi with mockery. Who are you to me? Why should I tell you? You did it on purpose, deliberately trying to see me laugh. Chu Xiangye really hated to fling a few hard slaps at Lin Lanqing. Lin Lanqing, Chu Xiangqi, don't take yourself too seriously. From beginning to end I didn't take you seriously. Whether it was before she married or after she married, she didn't care about Chu Shangxiang. After all, grabbing resources in the entertainment circle was not something rare. Although she really didn't like Chu Shangxiang, she wouldn't intentionally target her. Chu Xiangye took a deep breath to calm the impulse. We belong to the same company. Even if there was any misunderstanding before, you can't harm me. You know that Wen Yishi is the third youngest of the Wen family, but you don't tell me. Isn't everything your own fault? Lin Lanqing said, and I warned you before. Don't go too far with things. Be careful of drawing fire. Chu Xiangqi's face changed slightly. Lin Lanqing had indeed reminded her just when she was trying to speculate with Wen Yishi despite everything, but at that time, she only thought that Lin Lanqing was looking down on her, so she didn't take her words seriously. But who would have thought that Wen Yishi was the third youngest member of the Wen family? I'll tell you one more thing. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Lin Lanqing coldly swept her eyes at Chu Xiangqi and left straight away after dropping these words. Chu Xiangqi clenched her fists tightly. After years of fighting in the entertainment circle, she has the current traffic status, but she did not expect to be ruined. She's not happy about it. And at the same time, Wen Yidong received a phone call from the distant Taimel Peninsula and frowned. I know. After hanging up the phone, Wen Yidong sat in the study for a long time. After a long time he rubbed his eyebrows and looked at the photo placed on the desk. In the photo Wen Yicheng smiled with a curved brow. The face that was no different from Nuanbao's was pure and beautiful. Their Natalie turned out to have gone through something so horrible. The legendary dragons. Bullied Nico. Wen Yidong's hand suddenly clenched tightly, and a bright light flashed in his mind, causing his complexion to sink. The dragon race is extremely powerful, and the pure bloodline is even more so if the one who bullied Nico is really a dragon race. That man may still be alive. Does he know about the warmer? Will he come to the warmer? Asterisk. The most secret of peaks. Snowy mountains and glaciers seem to have built a flying jade dragon on the sea of clouds. Cloudy, where the sun does not shine all year round, is the coldest place in the world, and the only place in the world where no one dares to explore the zone. Beneath the snowy mountain glacier there is a huge cave with an endless river. The amazing thing is to see a golden light emanating from the river that does not reach the bottom, vaguely visible as if there is a figure inside. A man came onto the river. He looked to the figure in the water and called out respectfully and heartily, "My lord," not hearing a sound from underneath. The man coalesced a huge burst of energy in his hand and slammed it into the entrance of the river. Yet there was no half-hearted response. The man didn't give up and wanted to try again, when he heard a cold, low voice from underneath. "Chu Grasshopper, don't waste your efforts. You can't break the prohibition." Chu Anxiety's eyes lit up when she heard her lord's voice, and she busily knelt down and called out. Chu Anxiety has met her lord. The man who was pressed in the forbidden system was extremely handsome, with delicate features and a face like a crown of jade. Between his eyebrows and eyes, there was a hint of severity and majesty in his natural beauty, and at this time, his face was indifferent, as if he was a cultivator from hell, exuding a daunting coldness all over his body. Chu Anxious said, "The Lord can't break this prohibition either?" In his heart, the Lord was omnipotent. Even a few years ago when he was seriously injured he was able to fight back with a Jedi. How could he be trapped in this prohibition? Even if broken open, so what? Called the Lord on the man faintly said, "The world where he cannot break the bar, only he does not want to break open." Thinking about this, his black pupils flashed a touch of pain. "My wife and daughter are gone. I live in the world is also just a walking corpse. If not for the fact that the Dragon Clan could not self-destruct, he would have followed his wife and daughter long ago. He was the one who didn't protect them. His Natalie." Chu Anxious murmured, "Lord?" He wanted to ask what exactly happened back then, why the Lord was driven away and why he was confined here. But seeing the dead silence in the Lord's eyes, he could no longer ask. He had followed the Lord for hundreds of years, but he had never seen such a heavy look on the Lord's face. Chu Anxious, if there is an opportunity, you go to Yicheng for me to see it. In the first place, what she misses the most is her family in Yicheng. Chu Anxious responded, "Yes." Chapter 93, the live broadcast will be over soon. The first phase of Run, North North knows is only the last 2 days, and soon the audience watching the live broadcast will find that it seems to be like a new person like Chu Shangqi. In front of Nguyen Bao and Wen Yixi all kinds of attentiveness. Once again, Chu Shangqi sent the hard-to-get AD calcium milk to Nguyen Bao and shushed him. Nguyen Bao, you're thirsty. This calcium milk is very sweet. You'll love it. Warm blood. For a while, I didn't know how to describe Chu Shangqi. I only felt that she seemed like a wolf grandmother in the story told by my grandmother. Ah, thank you auntie, but I'm not thirsty. Give it to sister Chu Zhao. Chu Shangqi blushed and smiled as she complimented. Nguyen Bao really understands things. It would be good if we, Zhao Zhao, were half as understanding as you. Warm blood. It always feels like a cold chill down my back. Just one night has passed. What did I miss? How did Chu Shangqi become like this? I'd like to ask too. Weak probe. JPG. Chu Shangxiang is being taken over? Before, he was still treating Nguyen Bao with eyes that weren't eyes and a nose that wasn't a nose. Why have you become so attentive? Is there a possibility that she is aware of the identity of the Cubs and Master West? Oh come on. It's really possible. Otherwise it's really impossible to explain this strange behavior of hers. Chu Shangye was so arrogant before. He mentioned the iron plate. Right. Ha laughs to death. That's right. No wonder Wen Yixi resources are so good. So it's the one family behind it. The black people on the pop-up screen keep smearing Wen Yixi. And Wen Yixi has long known that the announcement of the family history will face this situation. Soon the company threw out strong evidence. All Wen Yixi audition clips, and a variety of good difficult action in the movie do not have to stand in for the body. Their own personal, all kinds of video, coupled with all the major directors as well as veteran actors have to support the Wen Yixi. The Wen Yixi rely on the backstage of this said the wind of the evil just to be pressed down. Nguyen Bao came to Wen Yixi's side, looking at Chu Shangqi who kept smiling at her. She hugged Wen Yixi's thigh with some fear. Wen Yixi looked down at his own cub and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Nguyen Bao buried his little face into Wen Yixi's lap and said in a muffled little milky voice, "What's wrong with Auntie Chu? It's a bit scary. Chu Shangye is really enough. Look how scared my cubs are." This dog-licking look is also a mouthful. Wen Yixi's brows clustered and he looked sideways at Chu Shangqi, only to see the other party staring at him and Nguyen Bao with a burning gaze. The excessively hot gaze was particularly uncomfortable. He was like this, not to mention his little pups. He tenderly touched Nguyen Bao's little head and whispered, "Nguyen Bao, you have to realize that there are always some people who are afraid of softness, not to mention people like Chu Shangqi. Wen Yixi, this is completely disregarding Chu Shangqi's face? There's a backer behind the cane. No gentlemanly behavior at all. Nguyen Bao is also overdoing it. People are just a little bit enthusiastic, and then they say it's scary. Are your guts as small as your heart?" Nguyen Bao raised her little face in confusion. Her white little face looked a little flushed because of the rubbing she had just done. It's not good to eat soft and hard, but I also like to eat soft things. Do not like hard. So hard to bite. Ha 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 ha. Pup is worthy of being a snacker. This can be associated with all eat. Holding his face and looking at his cubs. JPG, ouch, my cubs are too cute too. So there's such an explanation for eating soft and fearing hard. I've learned it from my cub, Ezra Win. He smiled helplessly and leaned down to pick up Warm Bao, explaining slowly, eating soft and fearing hard doesn't mean eating. It means that someone bullies the weak and fears the strong, thus doing something unjust and bad. Nguyen Bao, little fat hand holding Wen Yixi's neck, suddenly realized, oh so, bullying others is not good. ACA. I do not like to bully others. I do not eat soft and afraid of hard. ACA. Wen Yixi was adorable by Nguyen Bao's serious look, and pinched Nguyen Bao's little nose. Bear with it a little longer. We'll be able to go home soon. Yes, I miss Grandpa and Grandma. And Uncle Nguyen Bao held up his chubby little fist, his little milky voice filled with joy. Alas, the live broadcast will soon be over. Do not want to give up my child. Swelling. How to do? Who wouldn't want a cub as cute as Warmblood? Can it not end? I haven't seen enough. +1, +10,086. No matter how much the viewers are saddened, the first installment of Run North Knows is coming to an end. The most reluctant ones are the children. Even the steady big brother Zhou Wenting is reluctant to leave Nguyen Bao, not to mention Guan Nianchuan. Nguyen Bao, you have to remember to miss me, rambled Guan Nianchuan. Will da. I'll miss brother Wenting, and I'll miss brother Chuan, and I'll miss you all very, very much. Nguyen Bao nodded, and the little grip on top of his head followed suit. Guan Nianchuan thought the little grips were all cute and couldn't help but reach out and touch them. I'll want to warm the treasure too. Nguyen Bao looked up at Zhou Wenting and asked cutely, will brother Wenting miss Nguyen Bao? Zhou Wenting nodded with a small face. Will. Nguyen Bao immediately smiled and narrowed her eyes, while Su Tingzhou, who was silently watching from the side, was not envious at all, and was extremely proud, saying, luckily, I'm in a kindergarten with Nguyen Bao and at the same table. So even if the program is over, Nguyen Bao and I will still be able to see each other, and we can play games together." Just as he finished speaking, Su Tingzhou received two fierce looks. Lin Lanqing cried and laughed as she took her hateful son away, fearing that if she stayed any longer, Guan Nianchuan's little friend would be huffing and puffing his little fists. Both this wave of hate pulling is really enviable and jealous, causing me to want to go to kindergarten. The four little cubs love each other really well. When you're old, you like to see peaceful pups. Chu Shou is so pitiful. Nguyen Bao doesn't even take her to play. Upstairs, Nguyen Bao just went to say goodbye to Chu Zhao. Chu Zhao's whole face did not even say bye-bye. She herself does not get along with the group. Who can blame? Compared to the four children who were in harmony and reluctant to give up, the little child Chu Zhao was extremely out of place. No matter how Chu Xiangqi tried to persuade her, she was still cowering beside Chu Xiangqi, tightly hugging Chu Xiangqi's thighs. Chu Xiangqi nearly threw her face directly, but fortunately Wen Yishi appeared in time, and he looked for Chu Xiangqi to speak privately. This was also the first time Wen Yishi had spoken to Chu Xiangshan alone in a recorded program, but fortunately the director's team was sensible and did not give the camera to them, or else they would not know how much bloodshed it would cause. When Yishi and Chu Xiangqi came to the corner, Chu Xiangqi deliberately lifted their chest hair, revealing a large area of skin, can also be seen vaguely like congealed fat snow peaks, and the debut of the small flowers. Unmarried small flowers are different. She married, but added a few points of maturity on the body of the flavor. In addition to this face, Chu Xiangqi the most proud of is the curvaceous body. Chu Xiangqi gently asked, "Ez, what do you want to see me about?" When Yishi's eyes chilled, "Miss Chu, I reiterate, you and I are not good to the extent of calling each other names." Chu Xiangqi pursed her lips. Despite Wen Yishi's poor attitude towards her, she raised a delicate smile. "But we used to be obviously very familiar. You often invited me to eat and drink together. Too, third brother, I know you have misunderstandings about me. Those scandals I didn't mean to." Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Wen Yishi. "Miss Chu, I think you've misunderstood." His face sank, and his gaze toward Chu Xiangqi was filled with cold contempt. "I never invited you for dinner and drinks, and the person I invited was not you." Chu Xiangqi's face of the blood gradually faded. She has long known that a few meals, a few bottles of wine are her own deadbeat to go with. When Yishi really want to invite the person is her same company's little sister Shirchuanshi. Chapter 94, Third Uncle's Favorite Person. She and Shirchuanshi are the same period of singing and dancing competition debut. The two are the same dormitory. The relationship is very good. Shirchuanshi is not only good looking, singing and dancing is also the best, and she compared to a lot of weak. That period of time is Shirchuanshi hand with her, using a variety of breaks to teach her to sing and dance, and she also seized the opportunity to rush into the top 16. Later, Zhongfeng Entertainment came to select artists. Their conditions are extremely harsh. Only she and Shirchuanshi in the list, but Zhongfeng Entertainment said in advance that only pick one, either her or Shirchuanshi. And Shirchuanshi, no matter whether it is the looks or talent, are far better than her. And finally she and the best friends traction hit on Zhongfeng's then high-ranking general manager Lu, that is, her ex-husband. She succeeded in being selected as a center artist. At that time she watched Shirchuanshi lost but had to be strong to celebrate her when she was so pleased. All along she was weak in front of Shirchuanshi, and this time she beat Shirchuanshi. She still remembered when she pretended to say that she would definitely pull her in the center. Shirchuanshi was touched by the look, but in reality after she was in the center, she only hated Shirchuanshi to never come out of her career, and she would enjoy Shirchuanshi to be pressed under her feet. She just enjoys the pleasure of Shirchuanshi being crushed under her feet. Just did not expect after more than a year, Shirchuanshi or into the center became her little sister. Her surface ensure Chuanshi friendship, in fact, but secretly steal her resources. I don't know how Shirchuanshi hit Wen Yishi. That period of time Wen Yishi from time to time will ask Shirchuanshi dinner. In order to avoid suspicion Wen Yishi also deliberately find a friend, and she also accompanied the Shirchuanshi to 1-2 go. She and Wen Yishi also hitched a ride. Know that Wen Yishi's position in the entertainment industry, she took great pains to want to get involved in the relationship with Wen Yishi. Perhaps she showed too prominent. Shirchuanshi see out, gradually, and Wen Yishi will no longer meet. She cannot find the opportunity to meet with Wen Yishi. Coupled with her and her ex-husband at the time of the news exposure of the hidden marriage, in order to find the road edge, can only be in her ex-husband to show love? Hard to entangle a few years. All these years, she put her ex-husband eaten to death. In the company is also dead pressure Shirchuanshi, so that she does not have the resources to only face the snow crisis, and Shirchuanshi was stupid enough to believe her all along. When she got her footing in the center forward, she divorced her seemingly united ex-husband, and in order to increase her heat, she didn't hesitate to give the paparazzi the photos of her previous meeting and dinner with Wen Yishi, which created all kinds of news heat and made her popularity skyrocket. Every time things are unfair, As long as she thinks of Shirchuanshi who has no future, she will be able to quell her resentment. But this will hear Wanishi admit that he has a different kind of heart for Shirchuanshi. Shushanshi can no longer maintain the gentleness on her face. You like Shirchuanshi? Wanishi didn't deny it and simply admitted it. So what if it is? Shushanshi did not expect Wanishi to be so dry to admit. She again difficult to hold back the cynical face, like a questioning tone of voice to open. Shirchuanshi, what is good? Why do one or two of you like her? Obviously I'm not worse than her. Why all the good things are toward her? Wanishi's face turned cold, and he swept Shushanshi with contempt. You're not worthy to compare with her. Shushanshi's complexion became more and more ugly, only to hear Wanishi continue. Shushanshi, this is my last warning to you. Stay away from me, from Nwanbo, and from Shirchuanshi. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, Wanishi turned around and left. The reason why he has been tolerating Shushanshi is because of Shirchuanshi's sentence. Shanshi is my best friend. He has endured a lot of patience, and now he has also reached his limit. Shushanshi clenched her fists and said cynically at Wanishi's back, what's the point of you liking Shirchuanshi? She doesn't like you. You're nothing but a wretch. Wanishi's footsteps only slightly lurched, and then left straight away as if he hadn't heard anything. Shushanshi's face turned green for a while, gradually becoming hideous, and a flash of resentment erupted from the bottom of her eyes. Asterisk. After saying goodbye to all the kids, the first installment of Run, North Nose is completely over. The internet has been hurrying to fast forward the second season, cannot afford to give up the cubs and so on, and the 5 groups of families are the most explosive is nothing more than Wanishi and Nwanbo, especially Nwanbo. Now the network no one knows, because Nwanbo is still a minor. There is no contact information and no microblogging. The leading companies in the entertainment industry as well as various brands want to contact Nwanbo. They can only contact Wanishi's agent, Zhou. It's no exaggeration to say that these past few days were the days I received the most calls from brands. After the program ended, Wanishi's manager, Zhou, came to pick up Wanishi and Nwanbo in his exclusive nanny car, and said in the car in an exaggerated tone, moreover, do you know how many new fans Nwanbo has added to your Weibo? More than 20 million 5 days, more than 20 million. This is simply a miracle in the entertainment industry. Master Shi, this is nothing compared to what you had back then. Our Nwanbo is really amazing. It's a pity that the little princess of the Wen family doesn't need to come out for business. Otherwise she wouldn't be counting her money until her hands cramp up. Nwanbo actually didn't understand Zhou's words very well, but she still understood the last sentence, and immediately smiled with arched eyebrows. Zhou's heart almost melted, and he couldn't help but transform into a clip sound in praise. Our Nwanbo is really the world's #1 adorable little cub. A big man in his 30s using this kind of clip tone made Wanishi's goosebumps all rise up as he glanced at Zhou. Be normal, and the warmer is my family's, not yours. Ouch. Do we need to be so clear between us? I am not also your family? Zhou threw a wink at Wanishi. Vomit. Wanishi was about to vomit, but he had to say that his originally irritated heart calmed down quite a bit after Zhou made such a mess, and he laughed and cursed at Zhou. Get lost. Numbu sat in the children's chair and followed with a great sigh of relief when she saw her third uncle's frown finally relax. Don't be upset, third uncle. Wanishi otherwise said. Uncle is not unhappy. Warm blood milked it. Then why do you have that look on your face? Wanishi raised his eyebrows. Which one? So, Warmblood made a little frown of furrowed brows, especially comical and funny on her jade doll-like face. Put. Wanishi and Zhou burst out laughing in unison. Brother Zhou laughed out loud. Ha 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 like, really like. Nwanbao still has a talent for acting. Wanishi reached out to pinch Nwanbao's soft little face in amusement and exasperation, and said with a doting face, you little guy just smeared me like that. Ha, I'm not smearing Uncle San. I love you, Nwanbao softly said, a pair of little fat hands still trying to make a loving gesture. Wanishi was amused, his brows soft. Uncle loves Warmbloods too. Nwanbao smiled and narrowed her eyes, but her big round eyes looked to Wanishi's lit-up cell phone screen. It was a picture of a pretty young lady. She pointed to Wanishi's cell phone with her little chubby finger. This young lady looks good. Wanishi looked to his cell phone. Just after he got on the car, he couldn't help but flip out the photo of Shirchuanchi's sneak peek from back then. He kept forgetting to turn it off. He didn't expect to be seen by Nwanbao. He rubbed Nwanbao's little head and corrected. This one isn't a young lady. Numbu was confused. Not Missy? Ezra Win asked. What did you call me? Third Uncle Ak. Well, Generation. Wanishi just wanted to say that Generation cannot be poor. Let Nwanbao call Auntie, who expected Nwanbao's next sentence, so that he could not help but redden his ears. Nwanbao swung his dangling little legs, his little milky voice filled with excitement. I know, she's third auntie. The great aunt is the wife of the great uncle, then the wife of the third uncle is the third aunt. Cough dash Wanishi coughed for a while, his face reddened quite a bit, revealing a few rare moments of shyness. No, she's not your third aunt. Nguyenbao's big bright eyes looked at Wanishi in confusion. Not just not. Why is Uncle San so strange? A flash of color crossed the bottom of Wanishi's eyes and said, not yet. Warm blood. This she understands. For the time being, not now. In the future it will be. She probed and took a serious look at Shi Chuanqi's picture. The future third aunt was so good-looking. ACA. Chapter 95. Someone broke the news that Nguyenbao was an illegitimate daughter. Wanishi glanced at Shi Chuanqi, who was smiling brightly in the photo. He had met Shi Chuanqi when he joined the industry. At that time he was a rising star in the movie industry, while she was just a student in the drama academy, using her vacation time to work on the crew. It just so happened to be in the theater group he was in at the time. She did the female lead's understudy, and at the time, the female lead had a lot of fight scenes, all of which were on her personally, and her body was full of light swelling marks, except that no one cared about it because she was the understudy. He didn't care. After all, when he entered the circle and ate this bowl of rice, he had to face whatever he had to go through. Just did not expect him and her will produce intersection. The celebration of the banquet, he was the same cast actress drugged. He forced to hold back the discomfort to leave. That time period he cannot go to the hospital. Just want to rinse cold water to suppress the effect of the drug, but accidentally bumped into the nearly submerged her. Obviously at that time she was scared to death. Want to leave immediately, but after encountering him and noticing his body abnormalities, did not recklessly take him to the hospital, but opened a private room for him to flush cold water to suppress the effect of the drug. And by the time he came to his senses, she was long gone. He later learned that she had used all the money she had on her at the time to get a private room for him for the sake of anonymity. He was indebted to her, so he followed her news from time to time. Gradually, the focus on her seemed out of control. After knowing that she was in Centerfold Entertainment, he would invite her to dinner whenever he had time, but 9 times out of 10 she refused. Occasionally, she would come when she couldn't push back, because he was afraid of being photographed. He would bring a friend, and she would bring Chu Shangxiang. Only then she never agreed to his invitations again. Perhaps, she was understanding his feelings and rejecting him in disguise. Thinking of this, a flash of depression colored the bottom of Wanishi's eyes as he slowly put away his cell phone. Asterisk. The Wen family has long received the news that Nguyenbao is coming back. Coinciding with the Saturday a large family does not work. Does not go to school. One by one, all guarded at the gate and so on. Ning Shuyuan anxiously said, why hasn't it arrived yet? Song Fei Yun soothed. Mom, don't be anxious. They should be here soon. Ning Shuyuan sighed. How can you not be anxious? I haven't seen Warm Blood in a long time. Wan eBay. A long time? It seems like it's only been 5 days, and I don't know who's in front of the TV every day on time and on the dot to watch it live. Next to Win Sui. Although he didn't show as much urgency, he had to walk around twice every now and then. When Idong looked at his parents who were so anxious, and Song Fian exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. When Xian saw the nanny car slowly drive by and hurriedly said, coming. When Ishi's nanny car stopped at the door, and the door just opened to reveal Nguyenbao sitting gleefully in the children's chair. Nguyenbao waved his little paw and called out one by one, Grandma, Grandpa, Great Uncle, Great Aunt, Little Uncle, Brother, alas, baby. Ning Shuyuan rushed forward and carried Nguyenbao down from the children's chair. Missed Grandma to death, he said, kissing Numbua's soft little face. I miss Grandma too. Nguyenbao followed suit and kissed Grandma's face. When Suo blearily watched his wife cuddling the fragrant warmer for a while, couldn't wait any longer, and quietly came over. Wife, it's my turn. Ning Shuyuan glanced at Wensuo faintly. Extremely cold. Winslow. Nguyenbao was not picky and opened his little arms to Wensuo. Grandpa, I miss you too. Only then did Wensuo finally hug Nguyenbao. His serious and stern face smiled out of folds. Grandpa also wants the baby. Grandpa squats in front of the TV every day to watch the baby. When Suwa holds Nguyenbao towards the villa, while waiting to hold Nguyenbao when Idong and when Bei, as well as when Xian are all depressed. When Xian is small, this will no longer be able to maintain the modesty. Followed behind when Suwa, a mouthful of one, Grandpa, it's my turn. I want to hold my sister. Winslow, wait a minute. The crowd made their way to the villa. When Ishi, who just got his luggage off the bus, none of them cared about him anymore. Luckily, when Idong still had a bit of conscience as a big brother, patting when Ishi's shoulder and saying, Lao-san, hard work. Finally there was someone who cared about him. When Ishi didn't have hot tears in his eyes, but his emotions were full. Big brother. Unfortunately, the moving words that hadn't been finished were directly interrupted by Winnie Dong. Come back this time and learn the cooking skills first. Ezra Win. Winnie Dong, Auntie Lu is ready, so put down your luggage and learn from Auntie Lu. Wen Ishi, doesn't he even deserve a break now? Compared to Wen Ishi's bitter days, Nwanbao is nourishing, kissing and scenting everyone. Nwanbao sat on Wen Ibei's lap, looked left and right without seeing his second uncle, and asked, "Little uncle, where is second uncle?" Wen Ibei looked at Winnie Dong. Although he did not know where his second brother had gone and what he had done, he also probably knew what his elder brother and second brother had done. He pinched Nwanbao's little grip. Your second uncle had something to go out, and he will be back in a few days. Oh, Numbu answered in a small voice. When Suwa cautiously asked Nwanbao, is it fun to record the program? Will it be tiring? Is it okay if we don't record in the future? Every time he saw someone cursing the baby online, he couldn't wait to hang the other person. Every time he wanted to send someone to find the other person and kill them, he would be stopped by Winnie Dong. The internet is a place of free speech. There are those who like Nwanbao, and naturally, there are those who don't like Nwanbao, and there's no way for them to make everyone like Nwanbao. But he just didn't like it. The little princess of their Wen family should be held in their hands. Without waiting for Nwanbao to speak, Ning Shuyuan followed suit and advised, "Yes, the baby is starving and thin these days." Numbu? She looked down at her still round little belly. Numbu lost weight? Wen Ibei would like to agree with a few words, but looking at her chubby little body, these ungrateful words could not be said. However, small children are all chubby and cuter. Not to mention that although Nwanbao looks chubby, he's actually not that kind of fat. Instead, he's more like a child delivery doll under the seat of Goddess of Mercy, milky and cute. When Idong coughed lightly and said, "Dad, Mom, Lao San has already signed the contract. Not to mention that everyone on the internet loves babies nowadays, so I'm afraid that it will cause unnecessary trouble if he defaults on the next installment." Although these troubles were never in the eyes of the Wen family, Wen Isi was still in the entertainment industry after all, and word of mouth was most important. Nwanbao nodded her head and said softly, "Don't bother ACA. I like to record the program with Uncle San. Fun ACA." When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan sighed in unison when they saw this, they were going to be separated from Nwanbao again. Nwanbao got down from Wen Ibei's lap, walked to Ning Shuyuan's side, his little legs stirred, climbed onto Ning Shuyuan's lap, and she pressed her face intimately, her little milky voice pouting, "Grandma, go 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 go, I wanna go go go." Where could Ning Shuyuan resist? She could only nod happily and say, "Go go go. The baby can go if she wants to." Winslow, wifey is so defenseless. Nwanbao saw that the purpose was achieved, and walked towards Wen Suwa with his short legs. When Suwa didn't even wait for Nwanbao to stomp his legs, he hurriedly reached out and picked up Nwanbao, and also followed to enjoy the same treatment as Ning Shuyuan, and immediately agreed without any principles. Okay, Grandpa agreed. Eldon 1, Song Fei Yun, Wen Ibei. Just as everyone was having a good time, Wen Ishi came down from upstairs and received a call from Zhou, whose fiery voice came out. "Master Shi, it's not good. Someone broke the news that Nwanbao is an illegitimate daughter." Wen Ishi's face sank suddenly, and after hanging up the phone, he opened Weibo. The first few entries on the hot search were discussing warmers, and they exploded right out of the gate. The new national daughter Nwanbao is an illegitimate child. Nwanbao is the illegitimate daughter of the Winchester's daughter. Nwanbao's birth mother had a chaotic private life and her birth father is unknown. Chapter 96. Auntie Chu was not Sister Chu Zhao's sister. A shocking melon just came down? What the hell? Illegitimate daughter? The birth mother's private life is messed up? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know, okay? This is a society of law and order. No way. Nwanbao is so cute. How can she be an illegitimate daughter? The birth mother is still that. But I have heard gossip before that when Ichang disappeared once before this disappearance, and if you check the time, that disappearance seems to be the time when she was pregnant with Warmblood. There were many different opinions on the internet, and soon there were people in the know who wrote little essays to break the news. It is reported that the Wen family 23 years ago the birth of Dragon and Phoenix Tires, and Run. North knows inside the Nwanbao is the daughter of the Dragon and Phoenix Tires born of Nico 1. We can calculate the time. Nwanbao this year 3.5 years old, and Nichiko Wen gave birth to the Nwanbao when it should be only 19 years old or so. That is to say that she was 18 years old when she was pregnant. In accordance with the experience of the general public, the age of the group should still be just a high school student, not yet at the legal age for marriage, which means that Wen Ichen was unmarried and gave birth to a daughter. As we all know, Wen Ichen disappeared for many years. Never rumors of marriage. That does not prove that Nwanbao is the illegitimate daughter. Of course, for the rich family, especially the Wen family, such a flourishing family, the existence of illegitimate daughter is a common occurrence, but a private daughter as a little princess, but also by the crowd of all kinds of embracing, it is really unimaginable. Please the majority of netizens to open your eyes. Look at the little princess of their own powder is a what kind of goods it. This piece of news was soon topped in the first hot search. Wen's official blog as well as the Run North No's official blog have been invaded by netizens. People have been clamoring for Wen to come out to explain. Wen, you guys don't come out to explain? You were quite active in praising your little princess before. Why are you pretending to be dead now? I hate illegitimate daughters in my life. I've actually raised an illegitimate daughter. Birth father unknown. When Ichen used to like to mess around. Take a wild guess. Is it possible that Nguyen Bao has more than one birth father? So disgusting. In response to this revelation, the Wen family launched a large meeting. Although Wen Qian was small, he knew that the situation was serious. So he took the clueless Nguyen Bao upstairs. It was just that before Numbo went upstairs, he glanced at Grandpa, whose face was blue and had to be restrained. Once Nguyen Bao left, when Suo's face completely sank. Old third, is this what you said you could protect the baby? When Ibe glanced at Wen Ishi and snorted coldly, you're not as good as me. At least he wouldn't put warm blood in danger. When Ishi's face was extremely ugly, the bottom of his gloomy eyes flashed with self-blame. If he hadn't brought Nguyen Bao on the variety show, these insults wouldn't have existed at all, and even brought out his sister because of it. He pulled at his mouth, and said in a low voice, it's my fault. Wen Yidong's face was shrouded in a layer of frost. His brows knitted together tightly as he looked at Wen Ishi and said, it doesn't matter if it's wrong, what's important is to make amends. Wen Ishi took a deep breath. Don't worry big brother, I've already asked people to check the information of the person who broke the news, and I definitely won't let go of the person behind the scenes. He had extremely wide connections in the entertainment industry, and even if the other party hid deeper, he had a way to find out. Ning Shuyuan looked at the comments and it was like a zap. Her daughter disappeared twice, and the first time she came out pregnant, and at that time she was still very afraid that something bad would happen to her daughter. So she advised her daughter countless times to abort the child in her womb, but her daughter was adamant that she wouldn't do it, and she even broke with her family. When her daughter disappeared for the second time and her life and death were unknown, she was already desperate. No matter what Nguyen Bao's biological father was, for Ning Shuyuan, Nguyen Bao was the continuation of her daughter's life, a ray of light in her desperate life. I don't care how you deal with the person behind it, but there's only one thing, you all remember it. Ning Shuyuan's firm gaze swept past the Wen family members one by one. I don't care who Nguyen Bao's father is, she is our Wen family's treasure. I won't allow anyone to bully her. When Yidong thought of Nguyen Bao's father and a flash of depression crossed the bottom of his eyes, which passed in an instant. Mother was right, no matter who that man really was, Nguyen Bao was the baby of the Winchesters. When Ibe said, Mom, of course Nguyen Bao is our baby, that will never change. When Ishi said, Nguyen Bao is my full-fledged niece, no matter what happens, I won't give up on her. When Yidong, Mom and Dad, don't worry, with me around, Nguyen Bao will always be the little princess of the Wen family. When Yidong's commitment is different, he is already the rightful helmsman of the Wen family. After all, the Wen Swear couple is gradually aging. Only the next generation can shelter Nguyen Bao, so Wen Yidong's commitment is especially important. Song Fei Yun followed suit. Mom and Dad, don't worry, Nguyen Bao is like my own daughter. She had wanted to have a daughter in the first place. Only after giving birth to Wen Qian, she had injured her body and was no longer fit to reproduce. She could only regret that she had no daughter in her life, and Nguyen Bao's arrival was like adding a daughter to her. Winsome nodded gratefully. When Ishi's cell phone rang, Zhou's side had already found out who started it. It's Chu Xiangqi. Chu Xiangqi, there is a way to heaven but you don't go there. There is no door to hell but you want to break in. A cold glint rose under his eyes. That's the pair of sisters that kept antagonizing Nguyen Bao on the show? Ning Shuyuan frowned tightly. Aha. Song Feiyan also didn't expect it to be Chu Xiangqi. The internet had already published the identities of Nguyen Bao and Wen Ishi. Not only did she dare to lay her hands on them, but she also dared to involve Nico. Could it be that she borrowed guts from the heavens? Ning Shuyuan coldly said. No wonder, with such an evil-minded sister, how can that little friend Chu Zhao learn well? Suddenly Numbua's cute little milky voice came from behind the couch. Not Sister Akers. The crowd was startled and looked over in unison, only to see a small gripper revealed behind the sofa. Warmblood was so short, not quite as tall as the couch, it was no wonder she hadn't been noticed. Baby? Ning Shuyuan reached out toward Nguyen Bao, and when Nguyen Bao came with his short legs, she carried Nguyen Bao and sat him on her lap. Didn't I tell you to play with your brother? Why did you come down? I snuck down. Warmblood was embarrassed to write her fingers. She always felt that everyone didn't look too good and was a little worried, so she lied to her brother that she had to go to the restroom and sneak down by herself. Ning Shuyuan touched Nuanbao's little grip. It's fine. Grandma didn't mean to blame the baby. Wen Yidong, on the other hand, captured what Nuanbao just said and asked, Nuanbao, what did you just say about not being a sister? Nuanbao's big round eyes looked at Wen Yidong. The little milky voice seriously said, Auntie Chu is not Sister Chu Zhao's sister ACA. She is Sister Chu Zhao's mother ACA. The crowd was shocked and looked at each other. Not sisters, but mother and daughter. Chapter 97, Chu Xiangqi was taken away by the police. If this news is announced, I'm afraid it will dominate the hot search for a few more days. You should know that although Chu Xiangqi is divorced, she has always gone for the image of an innocent jade girl. Who can think of more than one daughter? The key Chu Zhao 5 years old. That is to say that this childish Chu Shangxian Love stepped into the entertainment industry only after. I have to say that Chu Shangxian Love hide very well, surprisingly, can conceal the paparazzi for so many years, but I am afraid that this daughter is not her and her ex-husband's child, otherwise it will not be said to the public that it is a sister. Ning Shuyuan could not hide her shock, surprisingly. They are mother and daughter? No wonder that Chu Zhao and Chu Shangye look just like a mold. It was no wonder that the sisters had to be used to cover up Chu Zhao's true identity. If they were to use another identity, I'm afraid that it would still cause suspicion. Song Fei Yun nodded with approval, but her gaze towards Nuanbao was full of doubt. But how does Nuanbao know that Chu Shangxiang is Chu Zhao's mother? Nuanbao's head tilted, and the little grips on top of his head shook. Just no AC. Wanisi pondered for a moment and asked, then when did Warmblood know about it? Nuanbao, you'll know when you see Auntie Chu and Sister Chu Zhaoek. Wan Yishi, then why don't you tell Uncle? Nuanbao blinked his big black grape-like watery eyes, his little milky voice with innocence. You didn't ask me either. If Uncle Sam had asked, she would have said duh. Although she was also puzzled as to why Auntie Chu said that she herself was the sister of Sister Chu Zhao. She knew that there was always a time when adults could not help themselves. Ezra Win. Everyone but him poofed out a laugh. When Yidong looked at Wanishi, his gaze flickering with coldness, but it wasn't directed at Wanishi. It was directed at those who didn't know how to die and wanted to smear the Win family. Of course Wanishi understood what Wenidong meant, and he would not let it go easily. Win's counterattack begins now. Win was quick to respond forcefully to the online smears, and many in the keyboard warriors received letters from lawyers. The first time I received a lawyer's letter when I was growing up. When you can't afford to play. Me too. Shivering. JGP. I'm sorry I just followed the wind and said more. I was wrong. Can the lawyer's letter be withdrawn back? Kneeling and begging for mercy. JPG. I heard that one has raised a group of lawyers who specialize in dealing with various disputes, and that Sunai, who has been in the legal profession for many years and has never lost a battle, is Wen's gold medal lawyer. And for those who dare to slander Wen, I can only give a thumbs up and say Bola, old man. I wanted to say before, I don't know how big a face you guys have dared to slander Wen Yichen, who doesn't know how many years Wen has been looking forward to a daughter. Wen Yichen is the treasure in the hands of the Wen family. You keyboard warriors are going to die. Ordinary people at 18 years old are indeed high school students, and a little more powerful maybe college students. But Wen Yichen, do you know how powerful her resume is? At 15, she was admitted to Stanford University, setting a record for the lowest age at Stanford. And at 18, she got a double degree from Stanford, a record that no one has broken yet. After seeing Nuanbao so powerful, I have thought about who her parents are. To be able to give birth to such a smart and cute cub, I did not expect. Her mother is simply the god of awesome. On this resume, this is the name of the white rich. Yet there are still black people who won't stop bouncing around. So what if she's a great reader? It doesn't change the fact that she's unmarried and has a daughter, and her private life is a mess. The one who graduated from a prestigious international university in the entertainment industry is also a graduate of an international university. But he is a drug addict and a prostitute. But he's a drug addict and a whoremonger. It's true that being well-read doesn't prove character, but please go and search who's number one on the charity list. As the tweet went out, people didn't know what to make of it, but a lot of activists have been running to the charity list's official website to search for it. As the most authoritative charity organization in China, the charity list is never fake. Soon everyone found out that the name that ranked first on the charity list was the person that the whole internet was talking about, Wen Yichen. Really? This Natalie one is really Natalie one? Is it really Nuanbao's mom? This can still be fake. The name, age, and address are all correct. How come I've never heard of it all these years? Oh, so I never paid attention. The highest one-time donation is up to $1 billion. What is the concept of $1 billion? Poor me dare not imagine. Those black people stop saying that this is Wen's money, not Wen Yicheng's. Wen Yicheng's last name is also Wen. Wen's money, her parents' money. Give her. It's hers, she can donate it. What about you guys? What kind of good deeds have you done for so many years of your life? And, I don't know if you guys have found out, when Nico not only donates to various disaster areas and poverty-stricken areas, but she has also set up a special donation called Guardian's Love Donation, which is used to help retired military personnel who are having more difficulties in life, as well as family members of police officers, undercover agents, and firefighters who have sacrificed their lives, etc. Though they all have retirement benefits and pensions, these are hard to play a role in the case of extremely poor family members, so it's amazing that when Nico even considered this was even taken into consideration. Such a person is like an angel to those who are being helped, but she is still suspected of having a chaotic private life. So what if you are unmarried and have a daughter? Should you be accused of having a messy private life if you are unmarried and have a daughter? Nowadays, how many young men and women don't get married, but they just want to raise a baby doll? Is there a problem? It's their own business. Do you need to point fingers? When Ichen is absolutely impossible to meddle in someone else's relationship/marriage. So is it wrong that Nguyen Bao might just be born out of wedlock? The supporters of Wen Yicheng variously fought against the black people, and soon the large number of melon eaters on the internet were attracted by another piece of news. Pure Jade girl Chu Shangxiang explodes with an illegitimate daughter. Chu Zhao and Run North knows is not Chu Xiangqi's sister, but her illegitimate daughter. These hot takes are not without evidence, but they are all labeled with evidence. Chu Xiangqi debuted by singing and dancing competition, and at that time she could be selected. In addition to relying on hard work, more because she hitched a ride with the competition's married behind-the-scenes boss. The two hit it off. The old boss is committed to the last competition announced that she won the championship. I did not expect to coincide with the center of the front to select the artist. Chu Xiangqi more want to get into the center, so she dumped the old boss. Just she never thought she was pregnant. Her special physique is not easy to abort, so secretly gave birth to the child sent home as a sister to raise, and Chu Shangshan Love later married to the center Lu. After marriage, but also outside the hook, not only accompanied by the investor to sleep, but also in foreign countries to raise a few small white men. These are not only photos as evidence, there are also a number of unsightly small video. Pure Lust Girl is the real deal. Knowing that the entertainment industry is messy, I didn't expect it to be a real eye-opener for me. So it turns out that her resources are all from sleeping around. Chu Chiu is the real illegitimate daughter. Chu Shangqi has been taken away by the police on charges of mass defamation of others. And child abuse? Child abuse. Is it the one I understand as child abuse? Chu Shengyi actually abused her own daughter. I could see something wrong between Chu Shangxiang and Chu Zhao in the program before. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I'm not doing anything today. I'm just eating melons. I summarize, that is to say, Chu Xiangqi does not like Wen Yishi and Wanbao, so she deliberately slandered them on the internet, and then found out and got herself arrested? I just want to ask, where did this sister get the capital to dare to go against one? It really makes me sigh stupid as a pig. Chapter 98 Brother-in-law. Do you know who my father is? When Mansion study, when Yishi hung up the phone, looked at Wen Yidong with a sullen expression. Chu Shangxiao confessed, this matter is not only her behind the scenes, there is also Ding Mingjia. Wen Yidong frowned slightly. He expected Chu Shangxiang behind there is more understanding of their Wen family, but never thought it would be in when Huanyan divorced Ding Mingjia, but remembered Ding Mingjia before all sorts of behavior, and do not feel surprised. Wen Yishi continued, Chu Shangxiao is guilty of the charge. It won't be less than 3 years. As for Ding Mingjia, she didn't participate in it explicitly. Ding Mingjia was quite smart. All things did not pass through her hands. At most, she only met with Chu Xiangqi once, revealing a lot of things about the Wen family as well as Wen Yicheng to Chu Xiangqi. And because of this, Chu Xiangqi concluded that Nguanbo was the daughter born from Wen Yicheng's outside play. Wen Yidong's fingers casually knocked on the desktop and said in a deep voice, I'll solve this matter. You don't need to intervene. Although Ding Mingjia and Wen Huanyan had already divorced, after all, there was a daughter, and many things had to be taken into account at this level. But what Ding Mingjia did this time has touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, Ding Mingjia, after knowing that Chu Shangxian will definitely give herself up after being arrested, she watched how much fun it was to scold Wen Yicheng online, and now she had a panic, and quickly found Wen Huanyan. Huanyan, save me, this time you really have to save me. Wen Huanyan was so busy these days that he didn't even have time to sleep. It was not easy for him to come back with the intention of having a good night's sleep, but he was pestered by Ding Mingjia, who suddenly came to the door. His eyebrows were tinged with a few points of boredom as he shook off Ding Mingjia's hand. What did you do again? Ding Mingjia told the story once again. In fact, she and Chu Xiangqi did not have any previous interactions, but later watched the run. North knows feel Chu Xiangqi is a brainless fool. thinking of the whole network explosion of warm treasure. She is more and more angry. Why when Yichang's daughter can get everyone's favorite, but she even see their own daughters have to be beforehand, get Wen Huanyan's consent. Under this kind of stimulation, she ghostly contacted Chu Shangxiang, who was as stupid as she imagined, and quickly believed her words. She just didn't expect her to be caught so soon. After Wen Huanyan heard Ding Minjiao's words, his originally tired and spiritless face suddenly changed. He looked at the other party with the sight of a madman. Are you crazy? You still don't think you've offended enough? How dare you go and provoke them? Ding Minjia grabbed Wen Huanyan's hand and begged for forgiveness. Huanyan, I don't know how I did it. I might have lost my head for a moment. I know it's wrong now. You saved me. You helped me this last time. Her meeting with Chu Shangqi was done extremely covertly, and she didn't leave any evidence throughout. Even if the police came to investigate, she wasn't afraid. Only the Wen family wouldn't let her off easily. When Huanyan violently shook off Ding Minjia's hand, his face turning white with anger. Help you? What am I going to help you with? Because of the asshole things that Ding Minjia did before, he is now scared to work at Wen's, and in order to prove his value, he is working overtime day and night. Who could have thought that she would do this kind of thing again? But the good thing is that he and Ding Minjia are already divorced, and her affairs do not involve him. You go away, and don't even come here in the future. When Huanyan said wearily, Ding Minjia looked at Wen Huanyan incredulously. You don't care about me anymore? It's not that I don't want to control you, it's that I can't. You've touched Wen's bottom line this time. He didn't even want to know why Ding Minjia hated Wen Yichen so much, seeing that Wen Huanyan really didn't want to care about herself. Ding Minjia's pitiful face instantly became hideous. Wen Huanyan, a husband and wife for one day. You even refused to help me. I even gave birth to a daughter for you. Are you not a human being? Wen Sun Yen, you loser. No wonder you can't compare to that surnamed one. You deserve to be pressed under them for the rest of your life. You won't be able to get ahead in this life. Ding Minjia opened her mouth to curse non-stop, words so difficult to hear that even the nanny could not stop. Wen Huanyan, however, was expressionless. He quietly waited for Ding Minjia to finish cursing. When she stopped panting, he said, "Finished cursing? Leave while you're done cursing. Don't force me to call security. This is the last decency I'll give you." Ding Minjia glared at Wen Sun Yen with malice in her heart. Remembering the couple's former love, she only found it laughable, suddenly thinking that her daughter was also considered to be brought up by Song Fei Yun. As long as her daughter went to plead for leniency, maybe Wen wouldn't be able to take matters into her own hands. Where's Xin? I want to see my daughter. When Huanyan knew what she was playing at the first glance and sneered, "You want to use Xin again? I won't let you see her again. By what right? She is my daughter, a piece of meat that fell off my body. When Huanyan, let me see her, let me see her." Ding Minjia roared, still wanting to walk upstairs, but was promptly dragged by the nanny, who dragged Ding Minjia towards the outside at Wen Huanyan's signal. And all of this was seen by Wen Xin on the second floor, who also heard her mother's words, her little face confused but with fear. Mom has harmed Nguyen Bao again. This time uncle and the others won't let mom go. What should she do? Looking for a warmer? Yeah, look for the warmer. The warmer can definitely help mom. Nguyen Bao, who was missed by Wen Xian, is with Wen Yibei at this moment. Wen Yibei held Nguyen Bao to the small garden to play with the small wooden horse. Only Nguyen Bao's soft little face is listless. Wen Yibei pinched Nguyen Bao's little face. After these days of good food and drink, her dry and thin little face more and more fleshy. Touch extremely tender and smooth. Pinch is full of soft meat. Funny flirtation, my piggy, this is how it is? Nguyen Bao was pinched little face. Little milky voice lisp corrected. Nest is not like a piglet, like a dragon cub ACA. At those words, Wen Yibei let go of Nguyen Bao's face. Okay, you're not a little fat piglet. You're a dragon cub. It was just that he had always felt strange. Why would Nguyen Bao think he was a dragon? The piece knot that Nguyen Bao had given him before was also embroidered with a small golden dragon, and she had also said that it was her. Wen Yibei subconsciously asked about his inner doubts. Nguyen Bao grabbed the wrench of the little wooden horse with a pair of chubby hands and said in a milky voice, Nguyen Bao is the dragon cub. Ah, all the time. She's the mighty golden dragon. She looked down at her little hands and feet as well as her little body, and well, she was still the little golden dragon. But she'll grow up soon enough. Wen Yibei puzzled over the matter, but he didn't think deeper, and said in agreement, then what is our little dragon cub thinking about? Why is it listless? Nguyen Bao's big round eyes looked at Wen Yibei, and his little face revealed a few moments of serious hesitation. Wen Yibei saw her little tangled look, only to feel cute and funny. The internet is right. Children are born to play. Just did not expect Nguyen Bao's next words, so that his good mood is gone. Only to hear Nguyen Bao asked sullenly, brother-in-law, do you know who my father is? Chapter 99, is my father still alive? Wen Yibei's face sank. So it turned out that Nguyen Bao had heard their conversation. Nguyen Bao saw it. With a few small sadness on her face, she grew up following her grandfather. saw that people had moms and dads. She also asked her grandfather. He said he didn't know. Maybe her mom and dad went to the sky, and then returned to the Wen family. She realized that her mom didn't go to the sky, she just disappeared. So what about her dad? Brother-in-law doesn't know either, right? Grandma and grandpa and great-uncle, they don't know. So who the hell is my dad? Speaking, Nwanbao's little milky voice paused again, and his little face was filled with doubt. Could it be that I don't have a father? Wen Yibei sweated. Despite not wanting to bring up that man, he still said, how could you not have a father? It's not like you popped out of a stone. Nwanbao's little mouth pouted slightly and said in a milky voice, but the great sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong, just popped out of the cracks of the stone ACA. Say, maybe I am too. Wen Yibei snorted out a laugh. You still know that the Monkey King popped out of the crack of a stone? I know a lot. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. Nwanbao's little face was raised high, and his little grips were carrying a hint of small triumph. Well, you're a big 3.5-year-old. Wen Yibei's hands itched and couldn't help but pinch Nwanbao's little face again. Nwanbao took away Wen Yibei's hand and said, little uncle, you haven't answered me yet. Who exactly is my father? Wen Yibei carried Nwanbao down from the small wooden horse and sat on the swing to the side. He didn't hide Nwanbao but said directly, this is something only your mother knows. Warm blood. Is dad's identity so mysterious? Only mom knows. So she can't find out about dad until she finds mom? But what if dad died? She cautiously asked towards Wen Yibei. Then is he still alive? Wen Yibei, Numbu, and brother-in-law doesn't know? Wen Yibei, aha. He didn't even know who the man was, and even less if he was dead or alive. But he'd better not know who it is, or he'll make him sorry he's still alive. Nwanbao looked at Wen Yibei's gnashing of teeth. His tiny head was filled with great doubts. His little milky voice said with speculation, does little uncle not like my dad? It seems that not only little uncle, grandparents and other uncles also seem to dislike her dad. Wen Yibei scraped Nwanbao's little nose, pretended to be inscrutable and said, you're still young. You don't understand a lot of things. You'll know when you grow up. Nwanbao blinked her big eyes, always feeling that her brother-in-law was being perfunctory. The world of adults was really complicated. She'd better stay out of it as a little baby. Nwanbao got off the swing and Wen Yibei asked, where are you going? Nwanbao jumped up and went outside, not looking back, and said in a milky voice, I'm going to find brother Pei Xing. Wen Yibei. What? One slip of the tongue and his baby was hooked up with that Zhang kid again? Asterisk. When Zhang two families are close to each other, and for this road Nwanbao has been lightly familiar with the road, looking to arrive at the front door of the Zhang family, but was stopped by a tall figure. Warmblood looked up at the adult who had completely covered his small frame. Ha, she's seen this uncle before, right at the front gate of the royal garden. Nwanbao tilted his little head and milked. Uncle, you're blocking my way. The little girl's tone was sweeter than what she had heard on TV, and Xia gave Candle a stiff, kind smile. Numbu. She couldn't help but take 2 steps backward when she hadn't felt scared. Shay to Candle. Looks like he failed his smile exercise again. Nwanbao also felt that he was a little bit not very polite. His little paw scratched the back of his head and said, I'm sorry, uncle. I'm not afraid of you. It's just that, uncle, if you don't want to smile, you cannot smile da. Looking at the understanding human cubs, Xia sang Candle heart soft and soft. Alone look at her so lovely and good behavior. Indeed does not look like they're fey cubs. Not to say that fey cubs are not good. Just, fey cubs are playful and active by nature, and do not distinguish between good and evil. He slowly crouched down. Warm blood. Nwanbao was puzzled. Ha, uncle, you know me? Xia Zion Candle didn't say much but could only respond lowly as he slowly raised his hand towards Nwanbao, his index and middle fingers carrying a strange glow as he tested to see if this cub was the cub he was looking for or not. Nwanbao. Just at the critical moment, Zhang Peixing walked out from the Zhang family's gate, interrupting Xia Zion Candle. Nwanbao tilted her head to look at Zhang Peixing, her little face blooming into a big smile. Brother Pei Xing. Zhang Peixing quickly walked to Nwanbao's side and pulled her behind him, his eyes looking warily at Xia Xian Candle, who had already gotten up. What do you want to do to Nwanbao? He had just seen Nwanbao coming from the second floor and was about to go downstairs to greet him. Who would have expected to see this strange man stopping Nwanbao? So he flew down the stairs. Xia Zion Candle looked at the wary little boy, then at Nwanbao, who was full of doubts. I didn't want to do anything. I was just passing by. After saying that, Xia Zion Candle took another deep look at the warm treasure. It was a pity that it was so close to being able to detect it, so he could only find another opportunity next time, and turned to leave. Zhang Peixing remained vigilant and watched Xia Xian Candle leave his line of sight before he lowered his head and said to Nwanbao with a serious face, Nwanbao, from now on, you can't talk to strangers casually, got it? Warmblood nodded dully, thinking of the uncle who had just left, and still she explained in a small voice, but that uncle didn't mean me any harm. Zhang Peixing held Nwanbao and walked towards the villa. People's hearts are separated by their bellies. There are so many abductors out there, and you're so cute. It's hard to guarantee that those people won't have bad intentions. What's more, Nguyen Bao was still the little princess of the Wen family, and there were only a few more people who wanted to kidnap her to make a fortune. But the subject was too heavy and dark for him to talk to Warmblood. Nguyen Bao obediently nodded. I know, brother Pei Xing. And then remembering how powerful that uncle was just now, she said with an envious face, but that uncle was so powerful just now. His fingers would glow. Glowing? Zhang Peixing's footsteps. He only saw that strange man reaching out to Nguyen Bao. Didn't see any glowing fingers. Remembered that recently some strange and weird psychedelic drugs and so on popped up in the market. He was wary. Nguyen Bao, promise brother, you have to be far away from that person in the future. Do you know? Nguyen Bao saw Zhang Peixing show such a serious expression for the first time. His little face followed suit and said seriously, I promise brother. If she sees that uncle again, she'll stay away. Zhang Peixing is still a little uneasy. Originally wanted to bring Nguyen Bao into the house. But think about it or hold Nguyen Bao turned toward the one house. Nguyen Bao little milky voice with doubt called, Peixing brother? Zhang Peixing explained, I haven't seen Grandpa Wen and Grandma Ning for a long time. Nguyen Bao cheered. Then brother Peixing stayed for dinner tonight? Zhang Peixing seldom ate in other people's homes. For one thing, he was afraid of troubling others, and for another, he was uncomfortable, but looking at Nguyen Bao's big, sparkling eyes in anticipation, he couldn't say no. If Grandpa Wan and Grandma Ning don't mind the trouble. Warmblood immediately said for Grandma and Grandpa, no trouble. No trouble. The corner of Zhang Peixing's eyes curved and he smiled. When he returned to Wen's house, Nguyen Bao immediately ran to say to grandmother that brother Peixing wanted to stay for dinner, while Zhang Peixing came straight to the study to find Wen Yidong, who has always been a person he admires. Zhang Peixing, Uncle Edom. Wen Yidong froze, listening to the habit of him calling himself uncle. A time to change the name is still a little uncomfortable. Thinking of Nguyen Bao, a flash of strange light crossed his brow and he asked, Pei Xing, what's wrong? Zhang Peixing told the story of Xie Xiang Candle's strange behavior towards Nguyen Bao just now. Upon hearing this, Wen Yidong sank his eyebrows without moving, but he didn't show it and only said to Zhang Peixing, I really thank Peixing this time. I will pay more attention in the future. Zhang Peixing was embarrassed and said no thanks before leaving the study. After waiting for Zhang Peiwei to walk, Wen Yidong came to the window and looked at the road between Wen Mansion and Zhang Mansion. His gaze sank again and again, took out his cell phone and dialed Liang's number and instructed, Liang, check the information of the recent new tenants of Royal Jade Garden as well as all the people who have entered Royal Jade Garden. Who the hell is that strange man? What's his purpose in looking for Warmbloods? Chapter 100, Nguyen Bao. Can you help my mom? Before dinner, Nguyen Bao pulled Zhang Peixing to the back garden to play with a small leather ball. If only Zhou Zhou, Wen Ting brother and Chuan Chuan brother were here too, then we could play ball spicy together. Zhang Peixing paused slightly under his hands and asked as if he didn't mean to, does Nguyen Bao like the kids you're on the show with? Nguyen Bao nodded and said, I like it. Zhou Zhou, brother Wen Ting, and brother Chuan Chuan are all super nice to me. I like them. 2 favorites in a row shows how much. Zhang Peixing's eyes slightly converged, pretending to be pitiful. Then Nguyen Bao has so many favorite brothers. Will she still like brother Peixing? Nguyen Bao, I like Peixing brother the most. Without brother Peixing, she would have been captured and sold by her aunt and uncle that day. Zhang Peixing was very coaxing and smiled with arched eyebrows. Nguyen Bao, brother Peixing. At this moment, Wen Kuxian's voice came from outside the flower railing. Nguyen Bao looked over and saw Wen Kuxian standing outside the railing with a gray head. She stomped her short legs and ran over. Sister. Zhang Peixing followed suit, his brows furrowed, seeing Wen Kuxian dirty under her skirt, obviously having fallen, and no one following her around. Kuxian, what happened to you? Sister, come in. Nguyen Bao reached out and tried to pull Wen Kuxian in through the garden door. Wen Kuxian looked at her own hands that were dirty because of the fall, and then looked at Nguyen Bao's chubby, white, and clean little hands, and developed a little inferiority complex, and waved her hands back and forth and said, I'm not coming in, Nguyen Bao. I'm here to look for you. She sniffled and said, Numbu, can you help my mommy? Numbu wondered, what happened to your mom? Zhang Peixing's eyes flashed twice, only to listen to Wen Kuxian put her overheard things to say a little, but she actually do not quite understand. Let alone her expression of the meaning of Nguyen Bao was not understood at all, but instead Zhang Peixing listened to a general. It turns out that the internet has made a big fuss about the things that are really behind the scenes as Wen Kuxian's mother. Wen Kuxian, mom was kicked out by my dad. Nguyen Bao, only you can help my mom. Warmblood pressed on. Zhang Peixing held Nguyen Bao's hand and said to Wen Kursen, your mom's favor Nguyen Bao can't help. Wen Kuxian had tears in her eyes. Then, what should I do? Zhang Peixing added, They're adults' business. We as children can't interfere. Kuxin, do you understand? When Kuxin cried, Brother Pei Xing, I understand, but I don't want to lose my mom. Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Kuxin crying so pitifully and had a feeling of empathy. Sister, I'll take you to find Big Uncle. Big Uncle is very powerful. He can definitely help. When Kuxin, however, was a bit scared, but for the sake of her mom, she didn't back down. Will Uncle Big help me? Numbu, will do. It was only then that when Kuxin walked in through the doorway, Nguyen Bao was going to take Wen Kuxin to find Wen Dong when Jiang Peixing suddenly tugged on Nguyen Bao and asked in a low voice, Nguyen Bao, do you know what her mother did? Numbu shook her head and said, I don't know what her mother did, but my sister is still a little baby, and a little baby can't live without its mother. Jiang Peixing's face changed slightly, seeing that Nguyen Bao was seeing herself through Wen Kuxin. Soon, Nguyen Bao pulled Wen Kursin to find Wen Dong. Wen Dong looked at the pitiful Wen Kursin, and then looked at Nguyen Bao who was trying to be cute and pampered to himself, and sighed darkly. Nguyen Bao, Uncle didn't want to hide it from you. Kursin's mom has been saying a lot of bad things about your mom on the internet, causing everyone to misunderstand your mom. Nguyen Bao froze. She looked at the red-eyed Wen Kuxin, and then looked at the inscrutable great uncle. So has everyone resolved their misunderstandings now? Will they still misunderstand my mom? Wen Dong, it won't be. Nguyen Bao sighed in relief and looked at Wen Kuxin. Your mom is bad. Wen Kuxin cried more and more aggrieved. Yes, I'm sorry. Nguyen Bao patted Wen Kuxin's shoulder and looked at Wen Dong again, taking out what he said to Jiang Peixing and talking to Wen Dong again. Great uncle, just make sister's mom never say anything bad about her mom again. Sister's mom is bad, but sister is still a little baby, and a little baby can't live without a mom. Wen Dong touched Nguyen Bao's little head. Nguyen Bao's soft heart was exactly the same as her mother. Good. Wen Dong looked at Wen Kursin. Your mother is sick. I will have someone send your mother to the sanatorium under Wen's banner. You can go see her when you have time. Originally, they were planning to expel Ding Mingjia from the country and send her to a backward island for her to stay there for the rest of her life. But this time, for the sake of Nguyen Bao, they would let her go for the time being. When Kuxin remembered her mother's hysterical appearance, she might really be sick. Not only did Uncle Big not bother with her mother, but also help her mother to cure her illness. Her small face was filled with gratitude. She wiped her tears and said, Thank you Uncle Big. Wen Kursin also followed to stay for dinner, changed the nature of Wen Kursin understand and well-behaved. Song Feiyan know that the changes in her family created this nature, and then compassionately touched Wen Kursin's head, let her stay for a few days. When Kuxin hesitantly looked at Wen Suo in the upper seat, her large eyes flashing with a hint of fear, Nguyen Bao followed suit and looked at the head of the family, Wen Suo, and seemed to be waiting for him to agree as well. When Suo met the two pairs of big, cautious eyes and coldly snorted, What? Just Grandpa is the bad guy? Numbu shook her head. Not at all. Grandpa is the best. Knowing that Grandpa agreed, he cheered again, his little milky voice full of excitement. Sister, you can sleep with me tonight. We can listen to Grandma's storytelling together. Grandma's storytelling is very nice. When Kuxin saw that Nguyen Bao was so happy and her face followed with a smile. Good. Song Feiyan watched the two children become a happy mess and smiled along with them. When Kursin is considered to be brought up by her, what kind of nature how would she not know? But it is just a little bit of indulgence. Nature is not bad. Jiang Peixing looked at the extremely excited Nguyen Bao and smiled helplessly, enthusiastically leaving himself behind for dinner. But as a result of having a little sister, he threw himself aside and ignored him. But even if this was the case, Jiang Peixing had to admit that he really liked the atmosphere of the Wen family, and couldn't help but cast an envious gaze at Wen Qian who was sitting across from him. Wen Qian, what does Jiang Peixing mean by this? At night, Nguyen Bao and Wen Kuxin two little ones washed and cleaned white and softly nestled into the little quilt. Nguyen Bao slept with his peers for the first time. His little face was covered with freckles, holding his own little bottle and sharing it with Wen Kuxin. Sister, do you want to drink Grandma? Wen Kuxin shook her head. I don't drink. Okay. Warm blood stuffed the pacifier into his little mouth. When Kuxin looked at the sucking and drinking milk Nguyen Bao, at this moment it seems to be able to smell the smell of milk on her body. Sweet. Since mom and dad divorced, she wanted to cry every night, but now she does not want to cry at all. Nguyen Bao, thank you. When Kuxin sincerely thanked her. Nguyen Bao sucked on his pacifier and looked at Wen Kuxin. Why did you thank me? When Kuxin didn't want to talk about her embarrassing story of crying every night, with a red face, she pretended to be brash and said, I just want to say thank you. Numbu, oh, then no thanks, we're all family ak. When Kuxin's heart warmed. Well, we are a family in the future. If someone dares to bully you, just tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Good. On the other side of Wen Dong's study, he received a call from Liang. Mr. What? The news of all the personnel has been sent to your mailbox. The others are nothing special. There is only one man. He is a new resident of the royal garden. I heard the security guards at the entrance say that he wandered around the entrance of the royal garden several times before he lived there, as if he was looking for someone. For some reason, Wen Yidong had a strong sense that this man might be the one who stopped Nguyen Bao today. His name? Thank you to Candle. Ah Liang said on the other end of the phone. This person's information came out all blank from the investigation, but we found out that this person is secretly investigating MS. Nguyen Bao. Sure enough, it was him. When Yidong's eyes darkened. Send someone to follow him, keep a close eye on him. Yes. Chapter 101 Nguyen Bao is Eucalyptus' last chance. The next day, an uninvited guest came to the Wen residence. Su Old Man and Su Shurian's support walked into the Wen residence. When Suwa looked at the former old friend on crutches, walking trembling look, the heart is also quite bad. Who could have thought that Su Old Man is only a few years older than him, but the two seem to be more than 10 years apart. Back then, he, Zhang Peixing's grandfather Zhang Yin, Su Tingzhou's grandfather Su Chengyan are the same generation of development. When they were young, they were also extremely good friends, helping each other, but also climbed each other chasing. And then more and more things in the family. A few of the old friends to meet more and less opportunities. Su Shurian took the lead in greeting Wen Suwa and Ning Shuyuan. Uncle Wen, Aunt Wen. Ning Shuyuan hurriedly invited them to sit down, while Su Chengyan took Wen Suwa's hand for a long time. Old Suwa, after so many years, you're still the same as before. You really haven't changed at all. Ever since the accident with his eldest son, Su Ziyu, Su Chengyan hadn't come out to walk around for a long time. At best he was home with his grandchildren before. When Suwa laughed and scolded, "Scram! I haven't changed at all, that's not becoming an old demon." Su Chengyan laughed, "Your temper hasn't changed at all either." Ning Shuyuan personally poured Su Chengnan a cup of tea, and Su Chengnan looked at Ning Shuyuan. "Sister-in-law, don't get busy. Let's sit down and talk." Ning Shuyuan followed and sat down. "Good." She looked to Su Shurian who was standing by the side and said, "Shurian, also sit down quickly. My boys have all gone out. Otherwise you'd have company as well." Su Shurian sat down and smiled at Wen Suwa and Ning Shuyuan. "Auntie Ning doesn't need to be polite. This time I mainly accompanied my father over. Old Flint, we've known each other for so many years, so I won't talk nonsense to you." Su Chengyan said, "This time I came to find you, mainly to meet Nguyen Bao." When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan glanced at each other. In fact, when they met Su Chengyan for the first time, they coincidentally had a guess in the bottom of their hearts. This time Nguyen Bao shone on the program. Those who are interested in it will surely come to the door as long as they notice her special. Just didn't think that the first one who came to the door would be Su Chengyan who hadn't seen her for many years, but when they thought of Su Zhe Eucalyptus, they didn't feel surprised. Su Chenggan also does not say nonsense, speaking tone with heavy sadness. "Old Flint, you also know that the eucalyptus has been sleeping for 7 years. That year, if not the south of the senior brother shot, my family is afraid that the eucalyptus would have long been gone. But now the doctors of the sanatorium has been several times in a row to give notice of the critical condition of the eucalyptus. The eucalyptus, he can't hold out. Maybe Nguyenbo is the last chance for Zayu." When Sui sighed and said, "Old Su, we have been friends for so many years." Then the eucalyptus is also considered to be something I watched grow up. "I'm not hiding anything from you. Nguyen Bao does have something different from the norm, but she's still just a child. It's not yet known whether she can help or not." He didn't reject his best friend, he just made the stakes clear to him ahead of time, and didn't want Warmblood to be blamed if he couldn't help. Su Chengyan knew that when Suwa had agreed to this and was too excited to speak. Su Shurian patted his father's back, and his gaze towards Wen Suwa also carried gratitude. "Uncle Wen, we understand. If we didn't have to, my father and I wouldn't have come to the door to trouble you. The warm treasure has already been targeted by many people due to its special features, and if it wasn't in the way of Wen's status, I'm afraid someone would have already come to the door." Su Shurian and Su Zayu, although the same father and mother, but the two have been extremely good relations since childhood. When he did not understand, Su Ziyu is more attentive to teach. To say Su Ziyu fell, the most hit is Su Chenggan, followed by him. He struggled to support Su, is for the one day Su Ziyu woke up, he can Su's complete back to him. When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan both understood their father and son's difficulties, and Ning Shuyuan said, "Brother Chengyan, it's not enough for old Suwa and I to agree on this matter. It's still up to Nguyen Bao's wishes, that's for sure." Su Chengyan and Su Shurian nodded their heads. Ning Shuyuan got up and said, "Nguyen Bao and Ku Xian are in the back garden. I'll call her in." "No need." Su Chengyan stopped. "Don't disturb her. I'll go over to see her." Saying that, he immediately got up and walked towards the back garden with Su Shurian in a windy manner. When Suwa and Ning Shuyuan glanced at each other, for the sake of their own children, old Su, brother Chang'an, had really labored. They followed suit and got up and headed for the back garden. At the back garden, Nguyen Bao and Wen Koxian were sitting on a soft cushion. and Nguyen Bao was teaching Wen Kuxian how to weave a flower garland. Wen Kuxian looked at the mess she had made up, and then looked at the delicate and cute little wreath in Nguyen Bao's hand, not understanding how she had become what she was now when she had obviously followed Nguyen Bao step by step. Numbu, am I so stupid that I can't even learn this? Nguyen Bao looked at the downcast Wen Kuxian, stretched out her chubby little hand and patted her shoulder, softly saying, "Not at all. Sister is very smart ACA, but I can't even make up such a simple wreath. That's because everyone is good at different things." Nguyen Bao put the small garland in her hand on Wen Kuxian's head, just like a princess tiara. "Like I'm better at fortune-telling and weaving garlands, and my sister is good at playing the piano and dancing that one-legged swan dance," she said, her short two little hands spreading out in emotion. Wen Kuxian was amused by her. The depression and irritation in her heart swept away, lovingly touching the wreath on top of her head, saying, "That's not called the one-legged swan dance, that's ballet." "Well, it's ballet. Sister dances beautifully." Nguyen Bao nodded her head vigorously. She overheard her sister practicing in the dance room one day. "It was so beautiful. But the teacher who teaches my sister how to dance is so mean that if she doesn't do well, she has to practice that move many times. So scary." Wen Kuxian said, "Nguyen Bao, do you want to learn? I can teach you all," he said, about to reach out and pull Warmblood up to dance. Warmblood shook his two short hands and refused. "No, I can't." Wen Kuxian had already stood up, crossed her small waist, very much like an older sister, and said, "No, can't, no. We can't just say no when we're little babies." Nguyen Bao was forced to pull up by Wen Kuxian with a lifeless face. Wen Kursin displayed a few graceful movements, just like a graceful little swan, and Warmblood stood on one foot with his arms spread wide, wobbling like a chubby undefeated man. Several of the adults saw this scene with obvious smiles on their faces. "Nguyen Bao, you can't bow your head. You have to hold your head high." Wen Kuxian made a demonstration. Numbu puffed out his little chest and tilted his head slightly, but the more he did so, the more unsteady his little body became, and he swayed even more. The newly appointed teacher, Ms. Wen Kursin, was dissatisfied with Nguyen Bao's hands, and was about to step forward to give guidance when the sound of an adult's cough came. Nguyen Bao's round eyes instantly lit up and ran towards Wen Sua and Ning Shuyuan, grandparents saved the child ACA. Su Cheng'an and Su Shiyan's gazes were fixed on Nguyen Bao. Su Shiyan had often heard his wife mention Nguyen Bao on the phone. Even his son, who didn't like to talk to him, spoke to him for a while when he mentioned Nguyen Bao, so he loved Nguyen Bao at first sight. Su Cheng'an, on the other hand, noticed more that Nguyen Bao seemed to have the same aura as his eldest son. Because of the same scent, Su Cheng'an became more and more certain that Nguyen Bao could save his eldest son. Chapter 102 Uncle Eucalyptus, you're awake. Ning Shuyuan picked up Nguyen Bao, who was running towards her, and said with a loving face, "Tired?" Nguyen Bao glanced at Wen Kuxian, who was walking towards her, and went to Ning Shuyuan's ear, whispering, "Weaving a flower garland isn't tiring. Dancing is tiring." When Kursin came and greeted the adults, Ning Shuyuan touched Wen Kursin's head and said, "Kursin is also tired. Go inside and rest first." Wen Kuxian nodded obediently and looked at Nguyen Bao and said, "Nguyen Bao, then I'll teach you to dance next time." Nguyen Bao could not cry, but could only wave her little hand to send off Wen Kuxian, then came to Ning Shuyuan's ear and whispered, "Grandma, can I not learn to dance AC?" Nguyen Bao was a little embarrassed to say that she knew her sister had so many interest classes: calligraphy class, painting class, dancing class, playing the piano, or a variety of different instruments. There was a piano, a violin, a guzheng, and a pipa. "It's scary," Nguyen Bao spoke in a very small voice, but nay, several of the adults had good ears, and they all looked at Nguyen Bao lovingly with good-natured smiles. Nguyen Bao noticed the presence of outsiders and somewhat sheepishly hid in Ning Shuyuan's arms. Ning Shuyuan smiled and introduced towards Nguyen Bao, "This is Grandpa and Uncle Su. That's your little friend Jojo's grandfather and father." Nguyen Bao came to a realization and introduced himself with a milky huff. "So boat's Grandpa and Dad, Grandpa Su, Uncle Su. Hello, I'm Nguyen Bao." "Hello Nguyen Bao." Su Cheng'an pulled out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Nguyen Bao. "This is Grandpa's meet and greet gift for you." Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Sua and Ning Shuyuan, and Wen Sua said, "This is your Grandpa Su's token of appreciation." Nguyen Bao, "Keep it. Thank you Grandpa Su." Nguyen Bao received the black card, and his little milky voice was as sweet as if he had added sugar. She followed up by rummaging through her small pockets and apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Su. I didn't prepare a meet and greet gift for you." Su Cheng'an lost his smile. Grandpa doesn't need Nguyen Bao's meet and greet gift. He just wants Nguyen Bao to do Grandpa a favor. "Okay?" Warmblood nodded without hesitation and said, "I'll help." Su Cheng'an froze, not expecting Nguyen Bao to agree without even asking. Su Shiyan smiled and asked, "Doesn't Nguyen Bao ask us what favor we want you to do? Aren't you afraid that your Grandpa Su and I will sell you out?" "No da, Grandpa Su and Uncle Su are good people, Nguyen Bao said with an affirmative face. Su Cheng'an touched Nguyen Bao's little head. Grandpa definitely won't hurt Nguyen Bao. How could he bear to harm such a small and adorable child? Asterisk. District A Hospital, Superior Ward. When Sua held Nguyen Bao's little hand and came inside Su Ziyu's hospital room with the Su family's father and son, Su Cheng'an stepped forward and looked at his sleeping eldest son, his eyes flushed with a layer of scarlet. Ziyu, Dad came to see you. Su Shiryan supported Su Cheng'an, and his gaze also fell on his older brother, whose face was pale and thin. Back then, everyone thought that Su Ziyu Eucalyptus was just asleep and would wake up in a day or two. But who would have thought that he would just stay asleep? He was still breathing, just like a vegetable who couldn't be woken up. But he was different from a vegetable. His body as well as all his organs were failing, and the doctors couldn't stop them even if they tried their best to stop them. They could only tell him and his father politely to prepare for the aftermath. Until when Nan's senior brother Bai Yi appeared. I don't know what he did, but Su Ziyu's body no longer continued to wither and gradually returned to a steady state. Only Su Ziyu never woke up. I thought he would always sleep like this. Who expected that some time ago his body once again collapsed? The doctor repeatedly issued a critical notice. He and his father tried to find ways to contact Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi said that he could not do anything about it. The only turnaround now is the warmer. When Suwa looked at Su Ziyu, who would have thought that the person who was so spirited back then would become like this now? He took Nguyen Bao's little hand and introduced to her. Nguyen Bao, this is your uncle Su Ziyu. Nguyen Bao gazed fixedly at the person on the bed. For some reason she had a very familiar feeling, but she was sure that she had never seen Uncle Su Ziyu. Looking at the motionless person, she asked curiously, Grandpa, is Uncle Ziyu asleep? Su Cheng'an looked at Nguyen Bao and said, Nguyen Bao, then Eucalyptus has been sleeping for 7 years. Warm blood stayed. 7 years. That's a long time. One can't sleep for that long. It's definitely not right. Su Cheng'an asked with hope. Nguyen Bao, can you wake up your Uncle Ziyu? Nguyen Bao realized. Grandpa Su wants my help to wake up Uncle Zilu? Yes. Warm blood is so smart. Then I'll try AC. When Suwa pulled Nguyen Bao, lowered his head and carefully instructed her. Baby, just try. If you feel uncomfortable, tell Grandpa. If you can't wake up then Eucalyptus is also fine. No one will blame you here. Got it? Next to him, Su Cheng'an followed suit. Yes, it doesn't matter if we can't wake him up. Let's just try. He hoped that his eldest son would wake up. But if the prerequisite for his eldest son to wake up was for Nguyen Bao to pay the price, he was also unwilling to do so. On the one hand, Wen Suk was his good friend for many years, and he knew what Nguyen Bao meant to Wen Suo and the Wen family. And on the other hand, Nguyen Bao was so lovely and kind, and he was unwilling to have her hurt because of saving his eldest son. Nguyen Bao's heart was warm, and her little head nodded and said, Grandpa, Grandpa Su, I know da. Saying that, she let go of holding Wen Suo's hand and took her short legs to Su Ziyu's bed. She stretched out her short hand and patted Su Ziyu's arm, and called out according to the usual pattern of waking people up. Uncle Ziyu, you wake up ACA. Su Shiryan furrowed his brows, feeling that this definitely wouldn't work. Intending to go forward when Su Cheng'an and Wen Suo stopped him, Su Cheng'an shook his head at him, and the three adults' gazes settled on Nguyen Bao. The moment Nguyen Bao's hand touched Su Ziyu, she seemed to see something different. Her round eyes were full of curiosity. The inside of Uncle Zay Eucalyptus' body is so strange. In the dimly lit area without seeing the light of day, a man was wrapped in 4 red-hot chains in a death grip, kneeling with his eyes closed on the altar right in the center, surrounded by a sea of fire, and underneath him, it seemed as if there were countless hands reaching for him, seemingly pulling him into purgatory. I do not know how long. The 4 chains issued a d-d-d-d sound. The sleeping man slowly opened his eyes. He looked white, unfocused eyes empty. The flames underneath him gradually rose, spread to his kneeling knees, hot fire burning, but he seems to have no pain, did not even frown. Suddenly, the dim world shed a dazzling ray of light, accompanied by the girl's tender voice. Uncle Zergum? However, Su Zilu remained without any change in color. Uncle Eucalyptus, wake up, the fire is going to burn your buttocks. Wake up, wake up. The ray of light suddenly transformed into a small golden dragon that hadn't yet grown horns, with 2 big round eyes that were filled with innocence. The little golden dragon circled around Su Ziyu. Its body flashed with golden light to dispel the darkness a little bit. The little golden dragon's dragon claw scratched the chains on Su Ziyu's body, and the 4 chains instantly broke and opened, and Su Zexa finally moved. His empty eyes gradually surfaced a hint of change, his bewilderment faded, and he looked fixedly at the little golden dragon in front of him. At the same time, Xia Zion Candle's compass spun rapidly, and Xie Zion Candle's complexion shook as he saw the direction that the compass was pointing to, which was the A District Hospital. Chapter 103, but Nguyen Bao is even his own kind. Inside the hospital room, Su Ziyu, who had been sleeping for 7 years, finally opened his eyes, and after not seeing the light of day for too long, his eyes blinked, glistening with a layer of water. Nguyen Bao's milky voice carried a small surprise. Uncle Ziyu, you're awake. Su Zex's gaze was unblinking as he looked at the chubby little face in front of him, and it was the little golden dragon that floated before his eyes. Before he could say anything, Su Chang'an was thrilled to see Su Ziyu, who had finally woken up. Ziyu, Ziyu, Dad, Su Ziyu called out in a dry, hoarse voice when he saw Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an was in tears. AI. After 7 years, he finally waited for his eldest son to wake up. Su Shuryan was excited. Brother, you're finally awake. The corners of Su Ziyu's mouth curved slightly as he looked at his brother in front of him, who was almost unrecognizable. Everyone didn't expect that Nguyen Bao just called out a few times, Uncle Ziyu, wake up, and Su Ziyu really woke up. Su Chang'an excitedly took Nguyen Bao's small hand. Nguyen Bao, thank you for saving my son. Nguyen Bao's little milky voice hid her shyness. No need to thank me. Su Zexa looked toward Nguyen Bao, his husky voice carrying a hint of tenderness. Your name is Nguyen Bao? Nguyen Bao nodded his head, remembering the image he just saw. His little chubby face said with afterthought, Uncle Zephyr, don't go back to sleep and sleep. You'll get your butt burned. Except for Su Zexu, everyone couldn't understand the meaning of Nguyen Bao's words, but they were too engrossed in the joy of losing and regaining it to pay attention. Only when Suwa stroked Nguyen Bao's little head with a contemplative face, their family's baby could really see things that others couldn't. Su Ziyu weakly nodded. Okay, Uncle Ziyu promises Nguyen Bao that he won't sleep again. He had been asleep for 7 years. How dare he go back to sleep? If there was no golden light from the warm treasure this time, he was afraid that he would really be buried in the fire. And when his soul was all burned out, he as a person would also disappear from the world. Seeing the Su family reunion, it was inconvenient for Wen Suwa to stay here, so he took Nguyen Bao to take his leave first. I just didn't expect Su Chang'an to keep pulling Nguyen Bao's little hand, and said to Wen Suwa enviously, Old Flint I'm really envious I've got a daughter in my old age, and I've got such a lovely and understanding granddaughter. Nguyen Bao, why don't you go home with Grandpa Su and stay for a few days, and Grandpa Su will let Boat be a companion for you? Nguyen Bao hadn't spoken yet, when Suwa had a face of iron, grabbed Su Chang'an's hand and threw it away. Old Su, you've had enough. This is my granddaughter. If you want it, go and give birth to another daughter yourself. Or let Zay Eucalyptus and Shuryen give you a precious granddaughter. Don't crave for my family's baby. Just woke up Su Zayu, Su Shuryen, who has been pushed for a second child for a long time. When Suwa finished speaking and left the hospital room holding Nguyen Bao, after decades, the old Flint is still so petty. Su Shuryen was fiercely relieved as he watched his father return to his refreshed appearance, just looking worriedly at Su Zexu. Brother, why on earth did you pass out for so long? Do you have any recollection of that? Su Chang'an sniffed and also probed over with a worried look on his face. Su Zexa smiled palely, restraining the shimmering light under his eyes, and shook his head. I don't know. It just seems like I've been asleep for a long time. As for the other things, he wasn't going to tell his father and brother. After all, they were ordinary people, and there were some things that were better left unknown. But Warmblood was surprisingly of his own kind. Looks like he'll have to make a trip to the Win House when he's better. When Suwa held Nguyen Bao and walked outside the hospital, when Suwa lowered his head and asked Nguyen Bao, Baby, is there any place that is difficult? Warmblood's little face froze, then shook her head and said, No when Suwa sighed in relief. Although he didn't know how Nguyen Bao woke up Suze Eucalyptus, but if it was to make Nguyen Bao pay a little bit of a price, he was really unwilling to do so. It was good that Nguyen Bao was fine, but the next second Nguyen Bao was a little embarrassed. With a petulant voice milky, Grandpa, when Suwa looked shocked and asked nervously, What's wrong? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Nguyen Bao, however, blinked her big watery eyes. Grandpa, I want to eat ice cream. Now the weather is not as cold as before, but it's not summer either. It's just that Nguyen Bao has firmly remembered the flavor of the ice cream ever since she was fed by Wanibe once, but her family is afraid that she will eat a bad tummy, so every time she is strictly controlled. Only Wensua took a small bucket of ice cream to the dark from time to time and secretly fed it to Nguyen Bao, but he only fed a little bit at a time, and then most of it went into his stomach, and the poor guy, who didn't like sweets, had been eating a lot of ice cream lately. Winsome, but you already ate half of. Yesterday, Nguyen Bao greedily hugged Wensua's arm. Grandpa, Wensua most eat Nguyen Bao this set, on the spot into a chrysanthemum face. Where can still see that year that reigns over the business world of the big brother. Well, Grandpa to buy. You wait here good grandpa, do not run around no. Got it, said Numbu happily. Wensuo was not afraid that someone would bully or abduct Nguyen Bao. After all, the two bodyguards guarding the door beside Nguyen Bao were not vegetarians. Nguyen Bao stood in place and waited obediently for Wensuo. Suddenly she heard a crying sound. She followed the place of the crying sound and saw from afar a young lady sitting on the bench and crying. Moreover, this young lady was the person she saw in her third uncle's cell phone. Warm blood walked towards Missy. The two bodyguards looked at each other and finally decided to follow. But they were very measured and didn't follow very closely, again making sure that little Missy was right within their protection. She cried out in pain. Originally she was a star. She shouldn't be so not in the accident in the image outside to break down and cry, but she really couldn't help it. Suddenly, in front of her eyes passed a small printed sunflower small handkerchief. Holding a small handkerchief of small, chubby hands, she followed the small hand to look up, only to see the lovely cubs open two big round eyes looking at her. Sister. Nguyen Bao just opened her mouth, suddenly remembered what the third uncle said. According to the uncle's generation, she can't call her sister, so she decisively changed her name. Auntie, wipe your tears. Shirchuanshi of course recognizes the current national daughter and knows that she is Wanishi's niece, remembering how good Wanishi is to her. Plus Nguyen Bao is so cute, she likes her from the bottom of her heart, so she takes the little handkerchief. Thank you Nguyen Bao. Shirchuanshi wiped the tears from her eyes as the cub's kindness made them well up again. At that moment, a small hand but gently patted her back, and the childish words of a small child rang out. Auntie, cry it out, then it won't be hard. Shirchuanshi asked. Nguyen Bao, can I hug you? Nguyen Bao opened a pair of small wings, and Shirchuanshi took Nguyen Bao into her arms. The unique milky scent of a small child quickly soothed the sadness inside her, and when she calmed down, she let go of War Master. Thank you War Master. Warmblood asked in a milky voice. Auntie, why are you crying? She wasn't really a nosy baby, but Uncle Sam liked this auntie and so did she. Shirchuanshi smiled. There were some words that she had been holding in her heart. No one could confide in her, and at this moment, she unknowingly said them to Nguyen Bao in her brain. She got into showbiz to make money, working her way up from stand-in actress and love interest, and thought she could fast-track her career by signing on to CF Entertainment. But so far she hasn't gotten any plays. She had always thought that she was too bad. Who expected Chu Shangxiang to be arrested? She realized that the person who had been freezing her was actually her. In fact, at the beginning, she vaguely had a feeling that Chu Shangxiang wasn't really helping her, but she didn't expect that not only did she not help, but also held her down in hell. And now that her grandmother's medical bills are late, she just can't help but break down and cry. She thought that the little child could not understand, but who would have thought that Nguyen Bao said, sister is sad because she has no job and can't pay grandma's medical bills. Then Nguyen Bao introduces a job to sister ACA. Chapter 104. Nguyen Bao is also a member of the Fey race. Shirchuanshi froze. She already knew that Nguyen Bao was the little princess that the Wen family held in the palm of their hand, and she also knew that if Nguyen Bao opened her mouth, the Wen family side would definitely help her. But how could she possibly take advantage of a child? She touched Nguyen Bao's little head. Nguyen Bao, Auntie thanks you, but I don't want to rely on others. I just want to rely on myself. Nguyen Bao nodded his head as if he understood, then stretched his little hand wearing a phone watch. Auntie, add my little phone number. If Auntie is too tired, you can look for Nguyen Baoak. Shirchuanshi's heart warmed. Good. Took out his cell phone and wrote down the contact information for the warmer. By then Auntie Nguyen Bao had already seen Grandpa waiting over there with the ice cream. She waved her little hand to bid farewell to Shirchuanshi. Shirchuanshi watched her chubby little body run towards the man over there and forgot to return the little handkerchief in her hand. It's just a matter of giving it back to her when you get a chance later. Nguyen Bao jumped into Wensuo's arms, his big fluttering eyes locking onto a big bucket of ice cream in Wensuo's hand. Grandpa. Wensuo picked up Nguyen Bao with one hand and handed Nguyen Bao the ice cream in his hand. Eat it. As he said that, he glanced at the girl not far away, and even though he rarely cared about his sons, he knew that his third son was not the same for that girl. Nguyen Bao scooped a large scoop of ice cream and passed it to Wensuo's mouth first. Grandpa, eat. Wensuo ate a bite, instantly cold through the bones. So urged Nguyen Bao, baby, eat less. Be careful to upset your stomach. Warmblood nodded as he ate. Nah. Wensuo didn't notice that not far away, Xia Xiancandle's eyes were burning as he looked at the warm treasure he was holding in his hand. A strange light flashed under Xia Xiancandle's eyes. His guess was right. This cub was the one he was looking for. Winsome hugged Warmblood to the car and came to a conference call, so he picked up the phone and started talking about business. Nguyen Bao ate a small half of the ice cream and then knowingly didn't move again. But looking at her busy grandpa and the almost melted ice cream, she thought it was too bad. It's melted, so you can't eat it. Either that, or she'd better finish the ice cream. Grandpa had said not to waste it. She's in great shape, so she shouldn't have a tummy ache. so when Winsome wasn't looking, a large carton of ice cream went into Warmblood's little tummy. By the end of the night, Warmblood had made 5 trips to the bathroom with a white little face, and didn't settle down to sleep until the family doctor came over and prescribed medication. Inside the living room, Ning Shuyuan slapped Wonsuo fiercely. Are you trying to piss me off? Nguyenbao is only that big and you let her eat a big box of ice cream. At home, everyone is not surprised that Wonsuo feeds the warm treasure from time to time. After all, Wonsuo also has a sense of proportion. Did not feed too much, who knows that he was negligent this time. So big a bucket of ice cream down. Do not have a tummy is strange. Song Fei-yun said. Dad, Nguyenbao is still young and can't eat too much ice. Wanishi, and you say I'm not good at bringing up babies. Dad, you're the worst. It's thanks to my mom that I've grown up so much. Wan Ibe snorted coldly. Ha, not as good as me. Although Wan Idong didn't say anything, he was also looking at Wonsuo with disapproving eyes. Wonsuo, it's my fault. I'll never give my baby random food again. He was apprehensive after learning that Warmblood had finished a vat of ice cream, but he was relieved when Warmblood patted his little chest and said he was fine. Who expected a seizure during the night? Ning Shuyuan snorted coldly. Wenidong, it's getting late. Mom and Dad, you guys go rest first. I'll guard Nguyenbao. When Ishi said, Big brother, it's better for me to do it. You still have to go to the company during the day. I happen to be fine. Good thing too. When Ishi returned to Nguyenbao's room, sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Nguyenbao who was sleeping soundly, smiling helplessly. Little glutton. Nguyenbao was confused to see someone sitting on the edge of her bed. Soft and sticky, third uncle. When Isi touched her small belly. Wake up. Is your stomach still uncomfortable? No pain la. Nguyenbao shook his head in embarrassment, and with a bit of self-reproach, he said, I'm sorry third uncle. It's all because I'm a glutton and made you guys worry. I'll never be a glutton again. When Ishi touched Nguyenbao's little face and doted. It's okay. It's normal for children to be greedy. No one will blame you. Numbo has always been good and understanding, but mischief is a child's nature, and Numbo tends to know so much that it hurts. Nguyenbao suddenly said, Uncle San, I saw that auntie crying today. When Isi looked puzzled. Which aunt? It's the aunt inside Uncle Sam's cell phone. When Ishi's complexion slightly paused for a long time before asking, why is she crying? Nguyenbao told Wanishi what happened. When Ishi's brows were furrowed tightly, he knew that Shirchuanshi was in a difficult situation, but he didn't expect that she had already reached the end of her rope. Nguyenbao said, Third uncle, Auntie won't let me help her act. Can you help her? In Nguyenbao's opinion, Uncle San is so powerful. Surely he can Wanisi smiled and asked curiously, why did Nguyenbao help her? Because Uncle Sam likes that auntie. Before the words were finished, Wanishi suddenly reached out to cover her small mouth and admonished, these words are not to be spoken indiscriminately. Understand? Warmblood reached out his own chubby little hand to cover his mouth and nodded weakly. When ESI said, if outsiders know, it's okay to say that I'm not good for her. Nguyenbao followed and nodded again. Wanisi stroked Nguyenbao's little head. Go to sleep. Third uncle will solve this. Warmblood then obediently closed his eyes. After Nguyenbao fell asleep, Wanisi took his cell phone and went outside to the hallway to dial in Haodong. Director in. I'm Wanishi. I know that Chu Shangxian can't record the program anymore. All the major productions want to stuff people in to share the dividends, and it's difficult for you. Let me recommend someone to you. Also from Zhongfeng Entertainment, her name is Shi Chuanxi. Asterisk. After Su Ziyu was discharged from the hospital, he came to Wen Mansion at the first time, but at this point in time, when Sui and Song Feiyan accompanied Ning Shuyuan to the hospital for a follow-up, Wen Yishi also went to participate in filming activities. Wen Yibei went to the race car again, and as for Nguyenbao went to the kindergarten. There was only Wen Yidong left in the house. Edom, long time no see. Su Ziyu was entertained in and shook hands with Wenidong. Wenidong looked at his aura. He naturally knew about Nguyenbao waking him up inside. It's good that it's okay. After the two of them sat down, Suze Eucalyptus did not intend to hide Wenidong, and said bluntly, Idong, I know that you know quite a lot of things, and I'm not going to hide them from you. In these 7 years, even though my body has been in a state of slumber, my soul has lived a life that can be described as a watery existence, and if it wasn't for Nguyenbao, I'm afraid that I would have really died. When Idong's brows moved gently, it's better for Nan to contact someone in this area, and he was the one who asked his senior brother to step in 4 years ago as well. I know. Suze Eucalyptus' brows carried a hint of realization. His senior brother should also be a member of a foreign race, or else he wouldn't have been able to save me 4 years ago. When Idong also had some understanding of the foreign race he spoke of. It was only Su Ziyu's next sentence that caused him to look shocked. Warmbloods are also Fey. Chapter 105. That cub. I must take it. When Idong's eyes were slightly cold, he had received a message from Wanishi before. probably confirming Nguyenbao's identity, only that very few people knew about it, and he didn't even tell his family about it, while Su Ziyu could guess that it must be because Nguyenbao had saved him. Suze Eucalyptus said slowly, one side of the bloodline in the foreign race must be a demon bloodline. My mother is a foreigner, so the one who gave birth to me is also a foreigner. Uncle Win and Aunt Wen are of the human race, so Nico must also be of the human bloodline, and Nguyenbao's foreigner bloodline should have come from her biological father. It was only because his mother was a fae and gave birth to him with the human who was his father, and although he was also a fae, his fae traits were not obvious, and thus no one around him saw that he was different. Not even his father or Tokoyami realized it. Speaking of this, when Idong didn't hide it from Su Ziyu any longer, Nan Nan went to find his senior brother and roughly confirmed that Nguyenbao should be a dragon descendant. Suze Eucalyptus nodded and said, the little golden dragon that Nguyenbao manifested in my soul world has a bloodline that is almost comparable to that of a pure-blood species. Her father should be of the dragon's orthodox bloodline, and a pure-blood species of dragons combining with the human beings to give birth to an offspring that, although it is a foreign race, has extremely powerful abilities. What do you think this means? When Idong's brows sank, which meant that both the human race and the Fey race wanted to obtain the warm treasure. A young pup that has not yet grown up is best utilized, and there are far too many people in this world who will do anything for profit. I can also tell you that my mother's death, as well as the fact that I was in a coma for 7 years, were not accidents. Suzexu once again threw down a huge thunderbolt. You should know that I've been investigating the cause of my mother's death all these years, and I finally got a clue 7 years ago. Since he was a child, he knew that he was different from others. His mother told him never to show his difference in front of outsiders, even in front of his father, and then his mother died in an accidental car accident. Everyone could not see the fatal blow on his mother's neck, but only he saw it. This is his special ability to see through the essence. He then knew that his mother's death was not an accident, but was planned. 7 years ago, he traced to the our country related to his mother's death, but also that day he realized that he was a foreigner. The our country hermits know his identity. First to recruit him, was rejected, want to kill his mother, like the same, to kill him, but he burst out of the foreign energy to avoid the fatal blow, and the side effect is that he fell into a deep sleep, but he was seriously injured. His soul was on the verge of collapse, and even his slumber was difficult to resist, had it not been for, when Idon's brows tightened, his deep tone tinged with coldness. You mean the our country has people who are specializing in hunting foreigners? Not bad, as far as I know. Their so-called solicitation is nothing more than extracting all the abilities of the foreign races, and then killing the foreign races that have no use for them, and doing whatever they want with that ability. Su Ziyu looked at one Idong and admonished, Idong, once Nguyenbao's Fey identity is exposed, then she will definitely be targeted. When Idong rubbed his brow, remembered Xie Zion Candle, and said, I'm afraid I've been targeted. After getting the exact information from Wen Nanan, he placed a cordon inside and outside the Wen residence, and even placed bodyguards at the places where Nguyenbao went to and from school and where he frequented, just in case. Suze Eucalyptus said somberly, Edom, I'm afraid that the strength of the Wen family alone will not be able to protect Nguyenbao's safety. If the other party was a human being, naturally they wouldn't dare to touch the Wen family, but what if the other party wasn't even a human being? When Idong's eyes burned, his voice carried a hint of firmness. We can't protect it. What about relying on the whole country? Or even the world? Suzexu froze. What do you mean? When Idong's eyes fell on the publicity poster of Nguyenbao's participation in Run, North knows, as soon as this show hits the world, there will be countless people who will love the warmer. Of course, liking it isn't enough. More people need to get away from the warmer and want to borrow its abilities. This method is extremely risky and may invite more malcontents to covet the warmer. But the same will be true for the endless number of people who will pursue the warmer, with both risk and benefit. All they, the Wen family, could do was to pour their family's strength into protecting Nguyenbao. Su Ziyu's brows carried a touch of heaviness as he resolutely said, not only the Wen family, but my Su family will also pour in the family's efforts to protect Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao was his savior, and he would protect her even if he had to pay a heavy price. After Su Ziyu came out of Wen's mansion, he met Xie Zion Candle outside, who was wearing a Chinese mountain suit, and both of them froze in unison when they saw each other. Both smelled each other's kind. Xia Shangju looked Su Ziyu up and down. You're also a foreigner? Yes. Su Zexi didn't hide it. He could see that the man in front of him was not a bad ability, and should be above him. Xia Zion Candle stared carefully at Su Ziyu, and when the compass in his hand emitted an azure-colored glow that was very faint and gentle, he already knew what kind of Su Ziyu was in front of him. With a hint of surprise, he said, rarely. I haven't searched for a shark for decades. It's a pity that the bloodline is too shallow and your soul has suffered a heavy blow. You're very weak now. If you meet an enemy, you'll surely die. If you want to save your life, follow me back to the Snowy Mountain. The Snowy Mountains are a hiding place for the Fae, and the only place to ensure that the Fae are safe from other races. Suzexu had always known that there were hiding places for the Fae, but he had never thought of going there. Not before and not now, he said. For you Fae hiding in the darkness, the Fae are not allowed to be in the world anymore. But for us bathing in the sunlight, we don't like the darkness. Xia Xiancandle retorted. No one likes the darkness, but it's the only way to preserve the Fae. Both the human and demon races have massacred our communities. Even now, the human race has hunters and killers of the Fae. If we didn't hide, there would have been no Fae in the world long ago. You are right, but not everyone is a slayer. Do the Fae stay hidden as shrunken turtles and lost dogs in your eyes? Couldn't we live in peace with the human race? The bloodline of every generation of Fae who were demons was actually very weak, and some of them were no different from the human race. Xia Xiancandle said, naive. The human race is cunning by nature. Back then, they cooperated with the foreigners in order to repel the demon race, but then they turned around and turned on the foreigners out of suspicion and fear. How could such a community coexist peacefully with us? Suze Eucalyptus is not what he thought of things. Some things are deeply rooted. For the human race, they are vulnerable, naturally fear of foreigners, and the two races have a suspicion of each other as a result. But, Suzexu remembered the popular Nuan Bao, the innocent and kind-hearted Nuan Bao. Perhaps the turnaround has come? Xia Xiancandle saw that he could not persuade Suzeu also did not force. These years outside the foreigners more or less unwilling to return to the Snowy Mountains. He did not care about all this, but only that dragon descendant inside. He had to take away. He said forcefully, if you don't return to the Snowy Mountains and seek the blessing of the Fae, I won't force you, but that cub inside, I must take it. When Suzeu saw him appear at the entrance of the Wen residence, he already knew his intention, and his brows sank. I'm afraid you can't take her inside the Wen residence, except for Wen Nan, who was outside, and Wen Qian and Nuan Bao, who were still young. The rest of the Wen family sat in the hall in a tight formation, including Su Ziyu, who had gone and returned. Xia Xiancandle looked at the human races that were glaring at him with burning eyes. These people did not show fear or dislike like the other human races did back then after realizing that he was a foreigner. They were just furious. Since it was the cub's family, he couldn't afford to be rude, so he cleared his throat and said, your cub, leaving with me, is the best option, both for her and for your family. Chapter 106 Nuan Bao is the future lord of the Fae clan. However, when Xia Xiancandle said this, the Wen family's faces turned blue, revealing a look of hatred that they couldn't wait to eat him. Wen Bei looked at her angrily and was the first to open her mouth to dislike her. Who do you think you are? If you tell Nuan Bao to leave with you, she will leave with you. She is the treasure of our family. No wonder Nuan Bao had so many special abilities, so it was the legendary Fae. The Wen family members were not ordinary people. Their family heritage had been passed down to the present day, so of course they had heard of many strange stories and anecdotes, but they just didn't expect that they would actually be in one of them one day. The best option for our family is to keep Nuan Bao at home and let her grow up happily. When Ishi spoke with a sullen face, he didn't care who Nuan Bao was or what was so special about her. He only knew that she was the little princess he held in the palm of his hand. Ning Shuyuan's face turned white as she glanced at Wen Suo. We've already lost Nico. I can't afford to lose Nuan Bao again. She didn't give a damn about what was foreign or not. Song Fei Yun also nodded along with her. She did hear before that the foreigners were extremely ferocious, but she never speculated much without seeing their clan. Knowing that Nuan Bao was a foreigner cub, she didn't have half a bit of displeasure. Instead, once she thought that other people would be displeased by Nuan Bao because he was a foreigner, she had more pity for Nuan Bao at the bottom of her heart. When Suwa and Wen Yidong glanced at each other, when Suwa patted the back of Ning Shuyuan's hand soothingly before looking firmly at Xia Xiancandle, I know your good intentions, but Nuan Bao is our family's treasure. No matter what dangers there may be, we all wish to face them together. Xia Xiancandle froze. He knew the importance of that cub in this family, but that one was under the premise that they thought she was a human cub, and now that they knew she was a Fae, they didn't show any hint of color. He still remembered decades ago, also went down the mountain to look for the Fae. That cub was a few years older than Nuan Bao, had not yet shown special ability. He wanted to take him away. Their family did not agree. Thought he was a liar. But when that cub grew pointed ears that did not belong to humans, that family was unusually afraid, thought he was some kind of monster, and immediately threw that cub away. This is the human heart. But in the Wen family, he felt their love and affection for the cub from the bottom of their hearts. Wen Yidong's cold face carried determination. We have already thought of a way to protect Nuan Bao and won't let her get hurt. It was true that the Fae sheltering place could protect Nuan Bao, but first of all, Nuan Bao's abilities were extremely special even if she was a Fae, and he didn't have a lot of trust in the Fae. And secondly, Nuan Bao liked to live freely and comfortably. and she would not be accustomed to it if she was confined in an unfamiliar place. Xia Xiancandle knew that what they were saying was true, but this cub was carrying dragon breath and was an extremely special dragon cub. There was no way he would let her stay in this dangerous place of the human race and on that so-called TV, which would make her extremely dangerous if the hunters knew about it. Wen Yidong also knew Xia Xiancandle's concern. From today onwards, we will send someone to protect Nguyen Bao's safety and security, and several of our brothers will also take turns to protect Nguyen Bao. Saying that, he glanced at Wen Yishi and Wen Yibei, who nodded at him. Xia Xiancandle said in a cold voice, I know that your Wen clan is very powerful among the human race, but those who are going to hunt the foreigners are all of superior ability, and you can't protect Nguyen Bao at your level. The Winchesters looked at each other. After all, Xia Xiancandle was telling the truth. Did they really want to send Nguyen Bao away for the sake of Nguyen Bao's safety? Thinking of this, the Wen family looked with a few moments of sadness. Ning Shuyuan is even more unacceptable, but she was slow to say no. If stay with them, Nguyen Bao is in danger. That, perhaps, you should listen to Nguyen Bao's thoughts. Su Ziyu suddenly spoke towards Xie Shangju. Nguyen Bao is an opinionated cub. Since this matter is related to her, I think you should all ask her for her own opinion. Let Nguyen Bao decide for herself if she's going to stay or go. So, everyone decided to follow Warmblood's advice. Only Xie Xiancandle had a disapproving look on his face, and a faint hint of determination and ruthlessness glowed in the bottom of his eyes. Asterisk. Finished school. Nguyen Bao and Wen Koxian little hand holding little hand back to the one house, and then noticed that everyone's face is not very good. Even the big-hearted Wen Koxian are keen to notice that it is not right, and for a while they do not dare to open their mouths freely. Nguyen Bao waved his little hand and greeted, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and auntie, my sister and I are back. Ning Shuyuan's eyes were slightly red and she opened her hand towards Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, come to Grandma. Nguyen Bao looked at Ning Shuyuan's red eyes and walked towards her with his short legs, then sat obediently in her arms and wiped her eyes with his small hands. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Is someone bullying you? Tell Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao will take revenge for Grandma. After wiping Ning Shuyuan's tears for her, she milked and thrust her small savage waist. Looking at Nguyen Bao's cute little appearance, Ning Shuyuan snorted out a laugh. Grandma's fine, just a little emotional. She had only retrieved Nguyen Bao for how long before she had to face a separation, and she knew that the lifespan of the Fae was different from that of their human race. Perhaps, once Nguyen Bao was gone, she would not have the chance to see her again for the rest of her life. Warmblood cocked his little head, his chubby little face confused. When Suo looked at Song Fian, Song Fian got up and led Wen Kursen upstairs. When Kursen looked back at the warm treasure, always felt a few uneasiness. If it was in the past she was bound to make a scene, but now she has learned to understand. Obediently went upstairs, and after Wen Kuxian left, Su Zephyr and Xie Xiancandle came out from the shadows. Nguyen Bao looked at them and greeted them in a small voice. Uncle Zephyr, and the unrecognizable uncle. I'm not an unrecognizable uncle. I'm Xie Xiancandle, your guide. For the soft and adorable cub, Xie Shangju's face, which had always been stern and serious, carried a hint of gentleness. Warmblood asked dully, a guide? What kind of people? Xie Xiancandle didn't say anything, but instead looked at what Nguyen Bao was wearing around her neck. Is that the faceted light dragon pendant you're wearing? Confused, Warmblood pulled what he was wearing out of his little shirt. Xie Xiancandle's eyes moved slightly. It was indeed the faceted light dragon pendant. Immediately after that, he took out the compass, only to see the compass spinning rapidly, and then emitted a burst of extremely dazzling golden light. All the people in the Wen family were flashed to their eyes by the golden light, raising their hands to cover their eyes. Even Xie Xiancandle unconsciously squinted his eyes, but when he looked at the dazzling golden light on the compass, the light in the bottom of his eyes became more and more obvious. The purity of this bloodline is comparable to the Orthodox. Xie Xiancandle's face was overjoyed, a flash of tears under his eyes as he excitedly said, it's been hundreds of years, and finally, I've waited for the rise of the Fae, and Nguyen Bao is the future lord of the Fae. Suze Eucalyptus on his side realized that this compass was not only used to search for foreigners, but also to test the purity of the foreigners, and with this dazzling golden light of Nguyen Bao, if he didn't know that Wen Yichen was a pure human, I'm afraid that he really would have thought that Nguyen Bao was of a pure bloodline and not a foreigner. Xia Shangju took a few excited steps towards Nguyen Bao, a move that made Ning Shuyuan unconsciously hug Nguyen Bao tightly. Nguyen Bao, you are a dragon cub with a noble bloodline tradition. As long as you follow me back to the Fae, you will be the lord of the Fae in the future, and all the Fae subjects will bow down to you. Xia Xiancandle's expression could not hide his excitement, but the excitement was accompanied by respect. Nguyen Bao's head was in a daze, completely unaware of what he was talking about, and he milked his words. What is the lord of the Fae? Is it the head of the family? Chapter 107. Nguyen Bao's outburst seriously injures Xie Xiancandle. Nguyen Bao knew what the head of the family was. For example, Grandpa was the head of the family of the Wen family, but she was still a baby. How could she be the head of the family? Xia Candle froze. This description was apt, so he nodded and said, yes, it's rather like being the head of our Fei family. Nguyen Bao instantly shook his head and said, then I can't I'm still little. Little babies can't be the head of the family. Xia explained patiently to Candle, it's not for you to do it now. We can wait for you to grow up, but you'll have to come back to the Fae with me. He swore that for the first time in his life he had used such a patient and gentle tone of voice. If it were any other cub, he might have just taken it away. But this one was not only special, but also cute and adorable. Back to the Fae? Nguyen Bao was still confused as she looked to Ning Shuyuan and then to Nsua. Wen Bei was afraid that Nguyen Bao would agree. What lord of the Fae? He just wanted to take Nguyen Bao away from them. So he eagerly said, baby, if you go to the Fae, you won't be able to be with us in the future, and you won't be able to come back when you miss us. At that moment, Nguyen Bao's two eyes were round, and his little head shook into a rattle. No de. I don't want to leave. I want to be with everyone. I don't want to go back to the Fae. Xia frowned slightly toward Candle. At this time, when Suwa picked up Nguyen Bao from Ning Shuyuan's arms, he knew that Nguyen Bao wasn't an ordinary child, so he seriously told Nguyen Bao about Xia Candle's consideration of safety hazards just now. If I stay, it will be dangerous? Nguyen Bao understood. She looked to Xia Candle. But, uncle, I'm not afraid of day. I'm so hard to come back ACA. I don't want to go. I still have to wait for my mom to come back. If my mom comes back and sees that I'm not there, she'll be sad-hearted. Xia Candle's brow sank slightly, and he said seriously, Nguyen Bao, this is not something you can decide. You are the cub of the Fei clan, and the hope of our Fei clan. You must come back to the Fei clan with me. Only the Fei clan can protect you, and teach you to protect yourself. Nguyen Bao shook his head and milked his refusal. Uncle, I know you're acing for my good, but I can protect myself. Wenishi, do you hear me? Our baby doesn't want to go with you. Please leave now. Wenibe, Nguyen Bao doesn't want to go. No one can take her away. Xia Candle's eyes emitted an other-colored glow. I wasn't a human being in the first place. When the Wen family members saw that Xia Candle was out of place, they immediately went on alert. Su Ziyu frowned and blocked in front of Nguyen Bao. If you forcefully take Nguyen Bao away, I'm afraid it will backfire. Xia Candle's hand slightly raised, and Su Ziyu felt the ability in his body being suppressed, and he immediately fell to one knee. When Yidong stepped forward, Ziyu, but soon, he also felt a force running through his head, and his entire body was forced to half-kneel on the ground, his face turning white. Take warm treasure away. When Suwa handed Ning Shuyuan the warm treasure in her hand, and Ning Shuyuan was about to leave with the warm treasure in her arms, but Nguyen Bao saw everyone's faces harden, and also vaguely felt a bulky force circulating in the hall. She broke away from Ning Shuyuan's hand. Grandpa, great uncle, Uncle Zilu, crowd, warm bloods, only to see Nguyen Bao's tiny little person blocking in front of everyone, opening her chubby lotus root-like arms. She said fiercely to Xia Candlemilk, don't you dare bully them. As Nguyen Bao let out a roar, a golden light emanated from within her. Xia Candle froze, along with the emergency block, but it was quickly shattered, and his entire body was knocked back dozens of meters, ruthlessly hitting the wall. He covered his chest that was nearly penetrated, and spat out a mouthful of blood furiously. Everyone was subdued by this action. Even Nguyen Bao froze and looked at Xia Candle, who was spitting blood for a long time, unable to react. Meanwhile, under the glacier, the man with a golden glow around him felt a hint of a bloodline connection, and his eyes snapped open, his dark pupils showing a hint of surprise as he looked up at the glacier above his head. This is the breath of his bloodline. But didn't something happen to Nico and the daughter in her womb? But the scent is all too familiar. Chu anxious to go to the city of E. I think the news will come soon. When mansion, everyone looked at each other. Nguyen Bao's little face was white. It was also the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was so scared that her little milky voice stuttered. Uncle, are you alright? I didn't mean to do it. When Yidong pulled Nguyen Bao to the side, everyone was relieved to see that Nguyen Bao was fine, but looking at Xia Candle, who seemed to be badly injured, they felt a little embarrassed. When Swoi said, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry, Nguyen Bao is small. She didn't do it on purpose, although it was Xia Candle who moved first, but in the end it was all about taking away the warm treasure. But he was seriously injured. Xia Candle's face turned white as he covered his chest and stood up. It was worthy of being a dragon heir, even though it was not a pure bloodline. This ability was definitely comparable to a pure bloodline, so one could imagine how powerful this cub's father's ability was. I'm fine. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. When Yidong stepped forward and said, Mr. Xia, I'm sure you've heard and seen that Nguyen Bao doesn't want to go with you. I'm afraid you can't force it. Xie Ziencandle's brows crossed with a touch of contemplation, but he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not easy for him to find the hope of the foreigners, but it was true that he couldn't easily take the cubs with his abilities. When Yidong and Wen Suo glanced at each other, Wen Yidong said, "How about this could be good? Mr. Xie stays here. On the one hand, he can be Nguyen Bao's teacher and teach Nguyen Bao's abilities. On the other hand, he can protect Nguyen Bao secretly." When Yidong could see that Xie Ziencandle was genuinely trying to protect Nguyen Bao, and he could also see that Nguyen Bao was extremely important to the foreigners, so Nguyen Bao's safety would have an additional layer of protection. Xie Ziencandle froze and fell into deep thought. The Wen family looked at each other and felt that there was something in it. Encouraging Xie Ziencandle even more forcefully, Ning Shuyuan advised, "Mr. Xie, our Nguyen Bao is still a little baby less than 4 years old. The alien race you mentioned is dark and humid. Are you sure it's really suitable for the cub to survive? What if Nguyen Bao gets homesick?" Xie Ziencandle indifferently said, "All the Fey cubs grew up there, and after staying for a long time, they naturally don't want to go home." But looking at this white, soft and cuddly cub in front of him, he wasn't really sure if it was suitable. Wen Yibei said, "How can that be the same? The baby grew up here with us. She definitely won't be accustomed to going to your place. And she's still young. I heard that all the Fey are ferocious. What if the baby is bullied by other Fey? Can you guarantee that every one of your Fey can protect Nguyen Bao?" Xie Ziencandle froze. This he could not guarantee. The Fey cubs have to go through rigorous training. The Fey are the survival of the fittest. The strongest is honored. But remembering the ability of this cub in front of him just exploded. Not to mention the alien cubs. That is, he is difficult to resist for a moment. Who dares to bully her? Wen Yishi could see what was on Xie Ziencandle's mind and said, "They may not be able to defeat Nguyen Bao, but what if they join together to isolate Nguyen Bao? How much damage would that do to a child's mind? Do you know?" Shade to Candle. Suze Eucalyptus said, "Mr. Xie, you also know that there are specialized organizations that hunt down and kill fallen Fey. Since that's the case, why don't you join forces with me to investigate these organizations? And as long as they're brought down, perhaps the Fey will be able to bask in the sunlight someday." Saying that, he looked at Nguyen Bao again and said, "Besides, Nguyen Bao is very important to the entire Fey race. You should not want her to be harmed more than anyone else. In that case, why don't you stay and protect her? With your protection, I believe that Nguyen Bao will be safer." Suze Eucalyptus's words touched Xie Ziencandle. Nguyen Bao was the future lord of the Fey and must not suffer persecution. "Fine, I'll stay and protect Nguyen Bao, but I hope that the Wen family will agree to one condition." Chapter 108. Old Father's Manchu Anxious is here. When Yidong and the others looked at Wen Suo in unison, and Wen Suo asked, "What conditions?" Xie Ziencandle looked at Nguyen Bao with a burning gaze. "When Nguyen Bao grows up, she will take on the responsibility of the lord of the Fey clan and lead the Fey clan to rise. Hundreds of years the foreign race suffered a crowd of inhuman persecution. Can only be like a shadowy rat scurrying around, but Sue's Eucalyptus is right. They are like a shrunken head turtle. How to be willing? Only hope that the lord of the foreign race to lead the rise of their clan." When Suo looked at Nguyen Bao, touched Nguyen Bao's little head, and asked, "Nguyen Bao, are you willing?" Nguyen Bao met Xie Ziencandle's vaguely hopeful gaze. In fact, she didn't quite understand the meaning of this Uncle Xie and everyone else, but she roughly understood that this was to ask her to take care of a lot of people in the future, just like Grandpa took care of everyone else. Under Xie Shangju's hopeful gaze, Nguyen Bao nodded. "I'm willing to da." With that, Xie Ziencandle decided to stay behind to protect Nguyen Bao, and in the meantime, teach Nguyen Bao some basic Fey abilities. Only when Xie Ziencandle got up early the next day and rushed to Wen Mansion, Nguyen Bao went to kindergarten. It was hard to wait for Nguyen Bao to come home. Nguyen Bao had to play around with her little sister when Kuxin again, and also had to kiss and scent a few of her uncles, and the day passed. Shade to Candle. What a wonderful day for a human pup. Xie Ziencandle was ready to say goodbye and leave the Wen Mansion, intending to come back to teach tomorrow when Nguyen Bao said, "Uncle Xie, let's start the lesson blah blah blah. You're not resting?" Xie Ziencandle looked at the energetic Nguyen Bao and asked suspiciously. She had done so much in one day today that she still had the energy to learn new things from him. Nguyen Bao shook his head and said, "Grandmother said thank you uncle for waiting for Nguyen Bao for a day. Nguyen Bao has already finished his own business, so he can learn about the Fey properly with uncle." Looking at such an active cub, Xie Shangju was pleased. Good. Then he led Nguyen Bao to the separate room specially prepared by the Wen family. Inside the room, Nguyen Bao sat on a small bench as Xie asked Candle, "First of all, Uncle Xia would like to ask you, do you know what a fae is? No. Nguyen Bao held up his little hand. It's the one who looks different from everyone else. Uncle Xia is the mighty lion cub. Uncle Zay Eucalyptus is the mermaid. And Nguyen Bao is the dragon cub. Xia Xiancandle had heard that all dragon bloodlines had strange functions, such as being able to see through human nature, good and evil. But he didn't expect Nguyen Bao to be able to see through their archetypes. You say good, but you then the eucalyptus uncle is not a mermaid, but a foreign shark, compared to the mermaid does not have a special offensive. Sharks are more ferocious by nature. Just after generations of bloodline inheritance, now Shark's breath plummeted. He is actually with the human race and there is no obvious difference. Nguyen Bao is your dragon descendant, although it is a mix of dragon and human, but the dragon is extremely strong. So you are different from other foreigners from birth, and your strength is even more powerful. Other foreigners may not show a clear difference, but you are different. As you slowly grow up, your ability will only be stronger, and the characteristics of the dragon race on your body will be revealed. The first thing is the dragon's horns. Nguyen Bao subconsciously touched up the top of her head, but only touched 2 small hair buns. She remembered the bull's horns in her tiny head, and instantly blanched in fear. Uncle Xie, if Nguyen Bao grows horns on the top of her head, will people think that Nguyen Bao is a little demon? Xia Xiancandle touched Nguyen Bao's little head and said, don't be afraid. According to the ancient records, dragon cubs usually start to grow dragon horns at the age of 7 or so, and they won't have mature dragon horns until they reach adulthood at the age of 20. I will also teach you how to hide your dragon horn later. Generally speaking, the faster the dragon horn is revealed, the more powerful the dragon race becomes. However, it was common for them to start growing their horns around the age of 7, and only individual dragons would start growing their horns 1 to 2 years earlier. But Nguyen Bao was a hybrid, so it was thought that the earliest they could start growing their horns would be after the age of 7. Nambu then breathed a huge sigh of relief. Nah. When a certain period of time comes, you will also reveal your dragon body, just like the little golden dragon that you had previously manifested in Suze Eucalyptus's soul world, and later on, you will slowly reveal it in the real world, but there's no need to be afraid. I'll teach you how to refrain from it. Warmblood nodded, and while they were in class, when Ibe and Wanishi were lying on the doorway listening to the wall, when Ibe lowered his voice and said, I want to see Nguyen Bao's original form so much. I heard Brother Zay Eucalyptus say that Nguyen Bao is a little golden dragon. Golden dragon A. The dragon race is the most powerful demon race, but it has to be said that the dragon is the most familiar and admired by the human race. Nguyen Bao is a dragon cub, which I am afraid that people outside will go crazy if they know. He suddenly thought of the program run. North nose and said solicitously, is your program going to be recorded again soon? Third brother, why don't you let me bring Nguyen Bao this time? Wanisi knocked Wanibe's head. You think you're beautiful? You think you're a big movie star with over 100 million fans? With this face of mine, if I were to debut in the entertainment industry, my popularity would never be lower than yours. Che, you can pull it off. With your crappy acting skills, the first step to enter the entertainment industry is to be scolded into autism. Wanibe skimmed his mouth, just wanted to say that it was impossible, but then he thought of those people on the internet who were vocally criticizing Wanishi. Even the cute Nguyen Bao had cursed, and he could only say that this group of keyboard warriors were really doing everything. However, Wanishi heard when eBay mentioned the program before he suddenly remembered that the program was going to start filming in a couple of days, and he was going to have to get ready. Asterisk. The night was as heavy as water, and a full moon hung in the sky. Xia Xiancandle to Nguyen Bao finished the lesson. Just out of the warm house suddenly noticed that the surrounding is not right. His colors suddenly change alert. Suddenly an ice arrow toward him straight to hit. His hand appeared out of thin air, a demonic red light. Resisted that ice arrow. The 2-force phase resistance. Xia Xiancandle face ugly. Forehead covered with cold sweat. Seeing that he was about to be penetrated by an ice arrow, Nguyen Bao's voice suddenly came from behind him. Uncle Xie. Xia Xiancandle was startled, and subconsciously had to explode his whole body's ability to protect the warm treasure behind him. However, in the instant when the door of the warm mansion was opened, the ice arrow dissolved into nothing, as if it had never appeared. Xia Xiancandle was alert all around, although he did not know what exactly the other party's purpose was, but his ability was far above him. He turned back to look at Nguyen Bao, only to see Nguyen Bao running towards him with his short legs humming and puffing, carrying a Q version of a small lion steamed bun in his hand to him, and tilting his brilliant little fat face. He said, Uncle Xie, here's some food for you day. Xia Xiancandle froze and took the small lion bun from Nguyen Bao. This was the first time he had visualized his own incarnation so visually. Nguyen Bao looked at Xia Xiancandle fixedly looking at the little lion, but did not eat it, crooked his little head and said, Uncle Xie, you do not like it? But she pinched it after her uncle's likeness ACA. It's not as majestic, but it's cute. Love it, she said to Candle. Thanks Warmblood. Nguyen Bao smiled coyly, then waved his little short hand towards Xie Xiancandle. Uncle Xie, Thank you for giving me lessons today, Ak. Good night, Uncle Xie. See you tomorrow. Xie Xiancandle also followed Nguyen Bao's example and waved his hand at her, and when he watched Nguyen Bao walk in, he solemnly put away the small lion buns in his hands before raising his hand to directly establish a confined space. He asked toward the man hidden in the shadows, "Who the hell are you?" The next second, only to see the man appeared in front of him out of thin air, along with the appearance of the ice arrows surrounding his body. Sharp arrows aimed at him, cold voice with a hint of killing intent. "People of the foreign race, why did you appear in the Wen residence? Who are you? What do you want to do?" And with the appearance of the man, Xia Xiancandle also felt a familiar aura in the unfamiliarity, extremely similar to that on Nguyen Bao, coupled with the fact that his weapon was the unique ice arrow. He had heard that the Dragon Clan patriarch had a right-hand man beside him, Chu Cricket, and it was this characteristic. Xia asked Candle, "Are you a Dragon Clan Chu Cricket?" Chu Anxiety was not of the Dragon Clan bloodline, but was someone who had always followed the Dragon Clan leader around and was very loyal. Chapter 109, the second program officially begins recording. Chu Anxious did not expect the foreigner in front of him to recognize him, and still have a few eyes. Just as he glanced at the gate of the Wen residence, a flash of hostility crossed the bottom of his eyes. "If you tell me the truth, I can spare your life," Xia Xiancandle said. "If your excellency really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have stopped just now." Chu Anxious fixedly looked at Xia Xiancandle. He did not have any good feelings towards the foreigners, but he would not execute them for no reason. The palm of his hand slightly moved. The sharp arrows around his body were all instantly put away, and he inquired in a low voice, "Who is that cub just now?" He smelled a familiar scent on the cub, but how was that possible? Xia to the Candle, brow slightly sunken. He had heard that the dragon family only support pure bloodline, not only discriminate against mixed blood. Some ruthless people will also get rid of mixed blood. The Dragon Clan chief as the guardian of the dragon bloodline of the important position. If it is Chu anxious to know that Nguyen Bao is a mixed-blooded dragon pups, I am afraid that, Xia Xiancandle returned, it's just a small cub of my foreign race. Lord Chu Cricket shouldn't be so bad as to lay his hands on a cub. Nguyen Bao had the faceted light dragon pendant on her body, which could hide her dragon's breath, so Chu anxious shouldn't be able to discover her identity. Chu anxiety sniffed, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The Lord had asked him to come to the Wen family to see if the lady's family was well, but now that there was an additional fey cub, was this good or bad? Hearing Xia Xiancandle's later words, Chu Cricket laughed coldly. I don't care to lay my hands on cubs yet, but I have a word first. If you foreign races make a move on innocent people, don't blame me for being impolite to you. After saying that, Chu anxious glanced at the Wen residence, and then his figure disappeared into the darkness of the night. At that moment, Xia Xiancandle sighed in relief. It looks like watching over this cub is going to take a lot more care. If he was missed by one of the Dragon Clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Asterisk. The day before the live broadcast of the second episode of Run, North knows, all platforms were publicizing it, while fans flocked to the official blog. Is my warm blood, my cub finally coming? Excited heart-trembling hands. Now I really want to run naked outside and yell 3 times. I finally waited for the second issue. It was really hard while waiting for the second installment, and I had to spend my days watching videos of the pups every day. As a pregnant mom, I have plastered pictures of warmers all over my room, hoping that the baby in my tummy is just like the warmers. To tell you the truth, like the pregnant mom upstairs, although I am single, I still fantasize about having a baby as soft and cute as Nguyen Bao. And of course, there is our most gentlemanly Wen Ting cub, the most adorable Zhou Zhou cub, and our little bean Chuan Chuan. Upstairs, I've got it all figured out for you. 4 babies in 1 baby. You deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Chu Xianye was arrested. Chu Zhao will definitely not participate in the program again. I'm so curious to know who the new participant in the program is. It doesn't matter who it is. Just don't disgust people. Yes, don't be like Chu Shangxiang, a hand of good cards hard to play into a big bad card. Perhaps the program group wants to keep the mystery, so in addition to the first phase of the 4 guests, the last guest has never been officially announced. On the day of the live broadcast, the number of viewers of Run, North Knows has set a record for the highest number of programs in the country, and hundreds of millions of viewers have flocked to the live broadcast. Unlike the first installment, which started live from where the show was taped, the second installment started live from each guest's home or hotel. As the most popular warmer, it is the one with the highest live streaming expectations. All the crowd could see was the camera entering a mansion, and tears of envy streamed down the faces of the viewers in front of the screen as they looked at the yard. which was the size of several soccer fields. I know the Wen family is rich as thieves, but I'm really going to die of acid just by hitting the mansion straight on. As we all know, in the city of E, where every inch of gold is worth its weight in gold, a house in the royal garden can be beyond the reach of an ordinary person for more than a dozen lifetimes. Yet the mansions in the royal garden are even more unimaginable. On this condition, Wanishi can't even think of mixing with the entertainment industry. It's true that he's the young master of a rich family, coming to experience life. Cubs living here is the same as me living here. Mamma mia, spinning in circles of happiness. Where is my baby? I haven't seen my baby for days. Let me see where my baby is and what he is doing. The viewers in front of the screen have launched a treasure hunt for information. The cameraman of course will not let the audience down, so carefully knocked on the door of the main house of the Wen residence. Just when the crowd is eagerly waiting to see the warm treasure, the door opened, but did not see the door opener. Until that a good soft sweet uncle good into the ear. The camera moved down. The audience in front of the screen by the sudden appearance of warm treasure cute to no words. I saw that Nguyen Bao was wearing a yellow cartoon dress, with 2 dragon horns and horns hats on his head, a yellow cartoon dragon baby embroidered on all his little clothes, and a long tail behind his buttocks. Nguyen Bao's little face was white, delicate and a little chubby, more like a dragon cub coming out from inside a cartoon. Nguyen Bao knew that it was time to record the program, and also knew that the camera held by the photographer uncle was filming her for everyone to see, so she stretched out her little paw and waved at everyone, introducing herself in a milky voice. Grandparents, uncles and aunts in front of the screen, brothers and sisters, good morning, I'm Nguyen Bao ACA. And that's when the audience in front of the screen finally reacted, and in unison, they started tapping on their keyboards. Ow, ow, ow. I just want to know who put this dress on Numbu. Mama, my little heart can't take it anymore. Wearing a baby dragon's clothes? My baby really looks like a dragon cub. It's really too cute. I want to fly in and have a kiss. May I ask, where to buy this dress? Although my female goose is not as good looking as Warmblood, not as well behaved, and not as understanding as Warmblood, I would like to buy a dress like this for my female goose. Buy. Although the Winchesters aren't short of money, I really want this dress. Can adults wear it? I'd like to buy one. So that rounding up, Warmblood and I will be wearing parent-child outfits. The photographer saw the screener begging on the link words. In order not to disappoint the audience, the photographer boldly opened microphone. Nguyen Bao, you wear this outfit is too cute. The screen in front of the uncles and aunts are very like. You cannot tell them. This clothing is where to buy it. When Nguyen Bao heard the photographer uncle praising his clothes, he stretched his paw and claw and scratched the dragon's horns on his hat with some embarrassment, and said with a little shyness and a little pride, I didn't buy it. It was my great aunt who made it for me. Great auntie said she would also make lots of little cute animal outfits for Nguyen Bao to wear every day for a change. At first, Nguyen Bao was a little embarrassed to wear this outfit, but everyone said it looked good. Even Uncle Sess said it looked better than the other cubs. So on the first day of recording the program, Nguyen Bao deigned to wear this little outfit. Warmblood twisted his cute little body and milked. There are not only clothes for dragon cubs, but also clothes for baby dinosaurs, baby penguins and baby swans. Chapter 110, Nguyen Bao's dance is really funny. The little look of my cub showing off is really too funny. If that tail is real, it's probably knocked to the sky. It's so broad. Seeing Nguyen Bao dragon cubs today, dinosaur cubs tomorrow, penguin babies the day after tomorrow, swan babies the day after the big day after tomorrow. I seriously doubt that my great aunt and uncle dress Nguyen Bao in unvarying clothes 7 days a week. Ooh, I'm so envious of Nguyen Bao. I want such a great aunt and uncle too. Can you grant me an Nguyen Bao? Upstairs laughed me to death. You want great aunt and uncle? How to grant you warm treasure? Laughing on the floor. JPG, if you have a warmer, you have a fairy great aunt. Nguyen Bao didn't know that everyone in front of the screen was envious of her, and she invited the photographer uncle in with a warm face. Soon the photographer saw the legendary Wen family, the former Wen helmsman, Wen Suo, who often appeared in the financial news, and the current Wen helmsman, Wen Yidong, as well as Song Fian, the wife of Wen Yidong's famous designer, and the uncles of the Wen family in various different fields. Everyone sat on the couch looking at the camera in unison, looking serious. The photographer is cold and sweaty, although it is really an honor to see all the big brothers. But, so many big brothers are staring at you, it is really scary. In this life I am fortunate enough to have met the legendary top rich Wen family members. Mr. Wen is over half 100 years old. Right, but still so handsome. No wonder he can give birth to a few such handsome sons. Gosh, I heard that the 4 sons of the Won family, minus the second one who is absent, the other 3 are all present. God, I would plug up all my chi in my next life just to have one of the Won family brothers. Am I the only one who feels a little shivering from the big guys looking over like that? Scared. JPG, shivering plus 10,086, sympathizing with the photographer. I'm scared too. I'm more curious how they teach such a good, soft and cute little baby as Nwanbao when they're so serious. Nwanbao walked to Wensuo with her short little legs, then stretched her chubby little paws on Wensuo's face and raised an ugly smile. She milked and coaxed. Grandpa, smile, don't frown AC. Wensuo's originally serious face immediately softened. Picking up Nwanbao and placing him on his lap, he cheerfully said, "Okay, listen to our baby." Warmblood arched her eyebrows and sat on Winsome's lap, her little short legs swinging. Originally, the program team was unwilling to come to the Won residence to disturb, but when Sui and Wenidong discussed that since they decided to let Nwanbao go this way, they have to expose the entire Won family to the public, so that everyone will have a deep understanding that Nwanbao is the jewel in the crown of the Won family. That's why when Sui took the initiative to call the program and asked them to film at Wen's house, Wenidong looked at Nwanbao's adorable little appearance, reached out to hug Nwanbao, and asked, "Baby, do you still remember what you have to do when you go out to record a program?" Nwanbao immediately raised his small hand in a stern manner. "I know, be obedient, finish the mission well, take care of third uncle, and think of grandparents, great uncle and great aunt and second uncle and little uncle and brother and sister." Suddenly a little funny is what is going on. Luckily, Mr. Won only had 4 sons, and currently only Mr. Won has a wife and children, the others are single. This if Mr. Won had a few more. Nwanbao breath still can't finish calling these names. Ha 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 ha, look at my baby gasping after reading this list of names. Sure enough, a big family is a big family. Wenibei was amused by Nwanbao's panting little appearance, reaching out and pinching Nwanbao's little face. "You little central air conditioner, but you don't leave anyone behind." Warmblood waved his hands. "No fall, no fall. Warmblood loves everyone okay." Wenidong slapped away Wenibei's hand and gently touched Nwanbao's face, fearing that Wenibei didn't know the importance of pinching Nwanbao. "Your third uncle doesn't need you to take care of him. Nwanbao just need to take care of himself. Don't be brave when doing things, and call your great uncle when you're in danger. Do you know that?" Nwanbao nodded his head vigorously. Nah, I know." At this time, the cameraman saw the message sent by the director's team and opened his mouth with some difficulty. "Gentlemen, the director's team has something they would like to ask Cinema Emperor 1 and Nwanbao." Wanishi stretched his legs and leaned back on the sofa, always feeling that the crew wouldn't ask anything good. And sure enough, the next second he heard the cameraman ask, "May I ask Mr. Wanishi? Last issue he said he wanted to learn how to cook. Can he gain anything these days? Can you take over the identity of Nwanbao's chef in the second installment of the program?" Ezra Win. He did think he was up to the task, but whether or not people dared to eat it was a question. Nwanbao's white and tender little face instantly wrinkled into a small bitter melon as she trembled and raised her little hand towards the photographer uncle. "Uncle photographer, I don't need Uncle Sam to cook, I can keep cooking." The photographer couldn't help but soften his voice as he spoke, looking at Numbua's adorable appearance. "Why?" Nwanbao carefully glanced at Wenisi and whispered, "Because third uncle's cooking dishes are not good AC." After saying that, Nwanbao buried his little face into Wenidong's chest, only revealing a rounded back of his head, as if he was a quail-like. The Winchesters lost their laughter. Wanishi looked at Nwanbao's buried little face, couldn't help but poke her exposed arm, a poke nestled in a piece, soft as tofu. He pretended to be angry. "Nwanbao, so not giving face to third uncle?" Nwanbao avoided Wanisi's hand and said in a jar, "Teacher said no lying," but in fact, she still told a good lie. "Uncle Sam's cooking dishes are more than not good. It is simply." Wenibei coldly snorted and said what Nwanbao thought. "Nwanbao has already given you face, what you do that can't even be called a dish. Not only is it not tasty, it's simply not for people to eat. That is, the warm treasure gives face. Ate a few bites, the others, LOL. Wanishi narrowed his eyes and kicked Wenibei, laughing and scolding, "Get lost. Who let you eat it? Lousy can at least distinguish between salt and sugar. Can you? Wenibei, neuropathy. Who wants to compare this with you?" He couldn't really tell the difference if he couldn't taste it. "My baby is really cute. That little hand pokes a nest, so I want to poke it. So cute. So cute. Really cute. Ah." The Winchesters really love Nwanbao so much, they all look at him differently. Happy baby. JPG, I wonder if they can tell the difference between onion and garlic. Good question upstairs, but I seriously doubt that the Winchesters are the only ones who can differentiate between onions and garlic with their warmers. At this point, the photographer asked, "Warm blood, everyone knows you're the best, so are you learning any new skills these days?" Nguyen lifted her smothered little red face, her big eyes shining. She had learned a lot, but the matter of the Fae, Uncle Sa said that he could not tell others. At once Nguyen Bao drummed his cheeks and thought of something else, not knowing what came to mind. Nguyen Bao's bulbous little face flattened down, and with a few small twinges said, I can dance. Wow, my treasure is really out of this world. He's even learned to dance. Dancing baby to a clip. Good to know. What's the difference between a warm-up dance and a regular kid's dance? Is it particularly good looking? Looking forward to it. JPG, the photographer helped the audience by asking, and can warm blood show the dance you learned? Nguyen Bao's big eyes were full of shock. Obviously just now Uncle San didn't show his talent. Why did she have to show AC? But if she doesn't show it, do those uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters not like her? As she slid off Wenidong's lap, Wen Yibei frowned and asked, Nguyen Bao really wants to jump? Nguyen Bao nodded as she came to the center and looked over at Wen Suo, milkily tugging a foreign language. Grandpa, music, coming. Wen Suo took out his cell phone and smiled. Soon a light music started and Warmblood began to wiggle his little body to the music. Photographer took the warmer dancing. Hard to bite the lower lip, so as not to laugh out loud. Well, in the stifling of laughter he is a professional. No matter how funny it is, he must never. The photographer couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, but he managed to cover it up in time and didn't disturb Nguyen Bao, who was immersed in the music. But Warmblood dancing is really funny. Chapter 111, this cub is the cub of their dragon clan. Excuse me for asking, where did Warmblood learn to dance? I'm trying to avoid the lightning. Shock. JPG, is this the legendary buyer show with $1 million in tuition and only $10 in actual results? Kids don't understand but greatly shocked. JPG, no wonder Win's brother-in-law asked really want to jump? It turns out, ha 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 ha, I'm going to be jerked over with laughter. Maipa danced well, but next time don't dance. Other people dance for money, but Numbu dances for his life. Ha 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 ha. The showrunners should probably not let Warmbloods dance in the future or you'll have one less viewer. Ha 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 ha. Am I the only one who thinks it's ugly? I also feel cute. So there really is something that Nguyen Bao can't learn. It seems that our cubs won't be able to go to a dance academy in this life. I was not in a good mood, but I was instantly cured by watching the warmer dance. Me too. Soon, Nguyen Bao dance, on the hot search, so that the already hot run, North Nose is even more fire out of the circle. However, there are a lot of dance training as well as schools poking and prodding to the official website of Wanishi and Run. North Nose, third uncle, we are the best dance training school in East City. Please consider sending Nguyen Bao to us. We will definitely give you back a little baby that can sing and dance. Please ask the program to tell Nguyen Bao and Mr. Wen that we are a first school dance school and are willing to specially recruit Nguyen Bao. Laughing, I didn't realize a few schools would rub it in. And over here Warmblood panted and finished his dance, looking at everyone with two round eyes. When Suo was the first to applaud, cupping her hands, the baby danced great. Win Eaton, it's very coordinated. Wanishi, it's good that you didn't forget to move this time. Wanibei really can't think of anything to say, can only dryly applaud and say, well good. Nguyen Bao was embarrassed by the compliments. At the very beginning when she learned to dance with Wenku Xin, Nguyen Bao found it tiring and difficult, and she didn't dance well herself, but every time she danced Grandpa and they thought it was very good, which made her self-confidence burst. But she wasn't a child who didn't know anything anymore and knew about good lies, so she thumped up to the photographer and asked with anticipation, Uncle Photographer, did I dance well? The photographer looked at Nguyen Bao's big round eyes, white and tender like a bun with a red face, such a cute little baby staring at you with full of expectation. The photographer felt that his heart was softened even if it was hard. The photographer complimented. Number danced so well that Uncle looked dumbfounded and froze. He's telling the truth. He's just staring in disbelief. Warmblood burst into a grin. Although it's tiring to dance, everyone likes it, so she should learn from her sister in the future. Although I think that children should have the right to know the truth as well. I can't say anything unattractive to Nguyen Bao's face. Warmblood, look at my soft attack photographer. Warmblood is just jumping like a piece of, and I'm going to brag about it. Warmbloods dance great. 3.5-year-old babies still have infinite possibilities. Anyway, I saved the video, so I'm not taking it out to watch it later. When Ishii glanced at the time and waved at Nguyen Bao. Alright, Nguyen Bao, let's pack up and it's time to go. Nguyen Bao nodded obediently and softly. I miss Brother Wenting, Brother Chuan so much, and she's got a little present for them. Ha, doesn't Warmblood want a boat? Nguyenbao and Jojo are kindergarten tablemates. They must see each other more in private. Do you still need to think about it? Yes, when I think about it, Wenting and Chuan are still pitiful. Jojo is the happiest. He can see Nguyenbao every day during the school year. And at that moment, Ning Shuyuan came down the stairs carrying a pink suitcase and called toward Nguyenbao. Baby. Grandmother Nguyenbao opened his little wings and ran towards Ning Shuyuan. Ning Shuyuan picked up Warmbao and carefully instructed. Grandma has packed all of the baby's clothes, as well as a small water bottle, and the baby also remembers to drink more water and take care of herself. Okay? Nguyenbao obediently nodded. I know Granny at home also need to take good care of yourself. Oh. Nguyenbao come back to see the same Granny. Oh. She's afraid that Grandma won't eat her meals and get skinny and thin. Okay, come on. Grandma, give me a kiss. Nguyenbao immediately handed over his soft little face for Ning Shuyuan to kiss several times. Of course, she hadn't forgotten her grandparents and uncles, and one by one gave them a kiss before saying goodbye. Wow, Grandma Nguyenbao is looking good. She doesn't look like a person who was running for 5 years, and it's true that rich people take good care of themselves. This gene of the Wen family is really good. I'm not worried about Nguyenbao growing up and becoming disabled at all. I want to know what Nguyenbao's mom, Wen Yichen, looks like. The 4 sons of the Wen family are all so handsome, and as the only daughter of the Wen family, she's simply the chosen daughter, and her face value must be absolutely amazing. I had the honor of seeing Wen Yichen's real face before, and it's not an exaggeration to say that she is a beautiful woman of the world. I'll want to see it. And soon, because of the warm treasure, the internet set off a wave of Wen Nico craze. As the only daughter of the Wen family, Wen Nico seldom appeared in public, but there are a lot of people in the know who have seen Wen Nico's face. But they have seen it, but they never thought of publicizing it on the internet. At the same time, not far from the royal garden, in the shopping mall, Shu Anxious hand cupped a soft little bun was eating. Suddenly, he saw the big screen in front of him revealing the face of that alien cub, that fake cub of the Winchesters. Before looking at this cub was Knight, did not see the face too clearly, only felt familiar, and now looking at the face of this cub, always feel deja vu. Dressed as a dragon cub, it was a bit like a cub of their dragon clan, but the dragon clan hadn't had any cubs born in nearly 1,000 years. Although the dragons are extremely powerful, their fertility is extremely poor and it is extremely difficult for them to conceive young. Even how hard they tried, they couldn't change the situation of the sharp decline of the dragon race, and by now, the power of the dragon race had long been inferior to what it used to be. The voices of several women discussing the cubs came to her ears. Warmblood is so cute. I want to have a baby just like her. Me too. How in the world could there be such a cute baby? This cub's name is Warmblood? I don't know what the Fae think. Since it's a Fae cub, why don't they bring it back to the Fae and expose it to the public? Shu Anxious looked at Nguyenbao twice, then turned around and was ready to leave when he heard someone talking about Nguyenbao's mother. I really want to see what Wen Yichen's blooming face looks like to give birth to a little angel like Nguyenbao. Don't think about it. How could the Wen family release pictures of Wen Yichen? I'm afraid she can only live in our imagination. What? This cub is Nico Wen's daughter? Shu Anxious fixedly looked at the warm treasure on the screen, and the words the Lord said suddenly appeared in his mind. My wife and daughters are gone, and I am no more than a dead man on earth. Could it be that Wen Yichen didn't die back then, but gave birth to the Lord's daughter? This cub, a cub of their dragon clan? Chapter 112, the warmer stuck in the slide. Shu Anxiety's pupils suddenly contracted. This couldn't be possible. The aura on the cubs was familiar, but it wasn't the aura of the dragon race. Even if the Lord was a pup born from a union with Wen Yichen, not a pure bloodline, there would still be the scent of the dragon race on his body. There was no dragon scent on this cub. Can it be that Wen Nico has cuckolded the Lord? Shu, anxious to think of this, can no longer restrain the coldness under the eyes, even with the air pressure around the body are straight down. Strange, why is it suddenly so cold? Yeah, it felt like I went into the freezer all of a sudden. Shu anxious glanced at Warmblood. It seemed that he had to find out the identity of this cub before he could leave. He'd like to see who the cub's biological father really was. Asterisk. Outside of East City, in front of the 3-story high-rise ocean villa, the large yard has a lot of flowers and plants, and the key has a children's area with slides, seesaws, and swings. The first to arrive at the villa area was Wen Yishi and Nguyenbao, who made a wow sound as if they had never seen the world before. Nguyenbao's little face was full of excitement, opened a pair of small hands and ran excitedly to the children's area, and also waved at Wen Yishi. Third uncle, there are swings and slides. I'm going to die laughing at the wow of these two nephews. If I hadn't seen their big villa, I would have thought they were slumdogs who hadn't seen the world before. Dash, look at the way my treasure is excited. The program team, you reflect on how poor you gave us the whole last issue. Dash, no. Anyone who read the last installment knows that tent. Just 2 words. Smack. Dash, the program team is really rich. Even the villa is on the whole. Dash, ha 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 ha. Dash, ha 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 ha, laughing rat me out. Warmer got stuck in the slide. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups were all filled with ha 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 laughter. It turned out to be the first time Nguyen Bao ran to the slide side, and then wanted to slide down the slide, but she wore too much, directly by the narrow slide stuck halfway, only to see her constantly twisting the little body, waving the little claws and paws, but the more stuck the tighter. Nguyen Bao hurriedly called out for help towards Wanishi. Third uncle, save the cubs. Wanishi had just put down the luggage in his hand when he heard the sound, turned back a look. The whole person was stunned, and then let out a loud burst of laughter without any concern for image. Wanishi laughed while pounding his stomach. Ha 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 ha. Warmonger shock. Dash, though. Yes, it is funny, but Wanishi is too much. How can you mock my baby like that? Upstairs, don't think I didn't see you just ha 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 your screen. You were the one laughing the loudest. Dash, I laughed so hard I dropped my phone. My screen cracked, but I still laughed so loud holding my shattered screen phone. Dash, no one is allowed to laugh. Go save my cubs are becoming shock sign cubs. When Swoi slapped the table and got up, his face green and red. Old 3 is too much of a bad thing. Why don't you go and carry Nguyen Bao down? Ning Shuyuan glanced at Wen Suo. Don't think she didn't see just now. The moment the warmer was stuck, he snorted out a laugh. Song Fei Yun frowned. Is it because the clothes I made for Nguyen Bao are too big? It seems like I need to improve them next time. Wen Yibei put the upturned corners of his mouth in an effort to control it. The clothes made by his sister-in-law were strictly in accordance with Nguyen Bao's size, and he can only say that Nguyen Bao was too much rounded, until Wanishi laughed enough, only went over to reach out and hold the warm treasure out, but hold a little, did not come out. He laughed out again. I did not expect. Stuck quite dead. So he added a second push and yanked warm blood out and set her down on the floor. Does it hurt to be stuck? Nguyen Bao grunted heavily, then turned his face away, not looking at Wanishi. His entire little body exuded the I'm angry, need to be coaxed aura. Wanishi was dumbfounded, but he knew that if he continued to laugh like this little ancestor was afraid that he would really go on a rampage. Wanishi squatted down and coaxed Nguyen Bao in a soft voice. All right, it's Uncle's fault. Uncle is just too shocked that this slide will actually jam our Nguyen Bao. Only then did Nguyen Bao look at Wanishi. Third uncle is not allowed to laugh at me anymore, or else I'll go home and tell my grandparents. Wanishi said, okay, I don't even need you to tell me. I'm afraid the guys at home have seen it, but Numbu, you really need to stop eating sweets. Look at you getting so fat you're stuck on the slide. Nguyen Bao looked at his little body, reached out and pinched his little belly, full of unhappiness, and defended. I'm not fat. She looked toward the slide and said to An Haodong over there, Uncle An, this slide is too small. Yeah, either she's fat or the slide is still small. When Ishi lost his smile, and Haodong said with a smile under his eyes, yes, the slide is too small. I'll have someone get a bigger one for Nguyen Bao to play with another day. Aha! Warm blood raised a big smile. See, she just says it's not her fault that the slide is too small. Dash, the warmer that will find its own remedy is really good cue. Dash, the show is really spoiling Warmonger. But if I had a little baby like that, I'd find a way to pick the moon out of the sky for her if she wanted it. At that moment, Guan Yanchuan's voice rang out. Nguyen Bao. It turns out that the second group of guests, Guan Chang and Guan Yanchuan, have arrived. Brother Chuan, Uncle Guan. Nguyen Bao greeted warmly. Guan Chang has already seen Nguyen Bao wearing the dragon cub's lovely appearance, but in reality to see this lovely also have to add points. He accelerated the pace, actually directly over Guan Yanchuan, picked up Nguyen Bao. Intimate, Aya, Nguyen Bao, want your Uncle Guan ah? Warm blood obediently said, I want to, and Guan Yanchuan's hand that was originally going to pounce on Nguyen Bao was stiff in the air. He tilted his head and looked at Nguyen Bao, who was being picked up by his dad, and said in dissatisfaction, Dad, put down Nguyen Bao, I want to hold Nguyen Bao too. Guan Chang said, you hold a hammer. Step aside. Guan Yanchuan beamed. Dash, Brother Guan is too much. Why don't you let Chuan hug the warmer? Let him hug it. I want to hold it too. Dash, laughing. Quan is really childish, racing his son to grab a warmer on the strength of his long legs. I'd like to grab a thermos if I could. Nguyen Bao looked down at Guan Yanchuan, so she struggled and wiggled her legs. Guan Chang then put her down. Nguyen Bao took the initiative to open her arms and hugged Guan Yanchuan. Chuan, brother, don't be angry. give you a hug ah. Guan Yanchuan immediately smiled and hugged Nguyen Bao, and his small hand even pinched the little tail behind Nguyen Bao's butt. Guan Chang shook his head straight as he looked at his son's worthless appearance, then went to greet Wen Yixi. Guan Yanchuan pulled Nguyen Bao to the slide. Nguyen Bao, brother Wen Ting and Zhou haven't come yet. Let's go play on the slide first. Chuan brother, this slide is too small. While Nguyen Bao was talking, Guan Yanchuan had already run to the top of the slide, then sat down and slid his butt straight to the bottom, not getting stuck at all. Numbu, Chapter 113, The Warm Treasure That Amazed Everyone. Why isn't brother Chuan stuck? Is it really because she's so fat? Guan Yanchuan didn't pay attention to the meltdown on Nguyen Bao's face. Instead, he warmly greeted Nguyen Bao to play. Nguyen Bao, hurry up and play. Numbu shook her head. I'm not playing. She didn't want to get stuck again. After saying that, she silently walked to Wen Yixie's side, with a small look of being struck, and hugged Wen Yixie's thigh with both hands. Guan Chang had hardly ever seen Nguyen Bao wilting and was filled with doubt. Nguyen Bao, what's wrong? Wen Yixie glanced at Guan Yanchuan who was playing with the slide, snorted a laugh and said to Guan Chang, it's fine. It's just hurting my pride. Warm blood flattened his little mouth and sniffled, occasionally poking his soft, round, bulbous belly again. Dash, ha 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 ha. Warmer is really cute. Kids are cute when they're chubby. Aha, look at Warm blood poking his little belly. I want to poke it too. It looks so soft and cute. Guan Chang knew the reason from Wen Yixie and laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits and he nearly spewed out a laugh. But he quickly covered it up and squatted down to say to Nguyen Bao, Nguyen Bao, you're not fat. Little kids need to be so round to be cute. Nguyen Bao's eyes instantly lit up, her little milky voice rekindling a little bit of excitement as she said, really? Guan Chang lost his smile and said, of course it's true. Everyone loves Nguyen Bao. They don't care if Nguyen Bao is fat or not. Nguyen Bao swept away the aggression just now. Her big eyes immediately smiled into a crescent moon, curved and cute. Grandma and Grandpa and her uncles all said she wasn't fat, but she knew they were just coaxing her. But Uncle Guan Chang said the same thing. So did everyone think she wasn't fat? And at this time, the other two groups of families, Lin Lanqing and Su Tingzhou, Zhou Shua and Zhou Wenting also came. The four groups of families finally met again. Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou were extremely enthusiastic when they saw Nguyen Bao, calling out, Nguyen Bao, brother Wen Ting, boat. Nguyen Bao also spread his little wings and hugged them enthusiastically. Brother Wen Ting, I missed you so much. Zhou Wenting hugged Nguyen Bao and said with a face full of intimacy, I want Nguyen Bao too. Su Tingzhou became dissatisfied, his small eyebrows furrowed. Nguyen Bao, you didn't even say you missed me. Nguyen Bao's eyes were round and milky. But we just met in kindergarten yesterday AC. Su Tingzhou, but I think about you every day. Nguyen Bao sighed a small sigh and coaxed, then I miss Bodla too. Only then did Su Tingzhou burst out laughing in satisfaction. Lin Lanqing didn't even have eyes to see. Dash, boss boat, even if we meet every day, Nguyen Bao must miss me. Dash, queen of vision, this cheap son who wants to carry away. Really no eyes to see people. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Boat baby is really cute. And the little look of Nguyen Bao sighing, it's adorable. A few adults followed suit and exchanged pleasantries. Nguyen Bao held up her little hand and said mysteriously, brother Wen Ting, brother Chuan, boat, I brought you all gifts so. The three kids gave a facetious wow. Nguyen Bao looked at Wen Yixie, who took out the things in his backpack, and Nguyen Bao handed them one by one to Zhou Wenting, Guan Yanchuan, and Su Tingzhou. The three of them wowed again in unison. Wow! All three children received a portrait of themselves. The three adults also looked up when they heard the voice, and when Lin Lanqing saw the scaled-down version of Su Tingzhou in the portrait, she was immediately adorable and surprised. Nguyen Bao, did you draw this yourself? The child's penmanship was actually quite recognizable, but the point was that the drawing was really similar, and it was absolutely unique that a 3.5-year-old could draw so well. Nah. Warm blood nodded. Zhou Shua marveled. It's too powerful. Guan Chang envied. This is someone else's child. Dash, asterisk 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 asterisk, a plant. The warmer really opened my eyes, and the drawing is too good. It's awesome that a 3.5-year-old can draw a portrait. Sighing again, the genes of the Wen family are really good. What's wrong with our pups not being able to dance? We're future painter prodigies. Dash, before Nguyen Bao danced there were dance colleges rubbing off on him. With this drawing skill, those art colleges wouldn't be crazy about it? Nguyen Bao was complimented with a small blush. Zhou Wenting carefully put away the painting, then took the lead in taking out his own gift to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, this is the crystal ball I gave you. There was a singing and spinning princess in the crystal ball, a princess who actually looked a lot like Numbu, tied up in two little hair buns and wearing a nice blue puffy dress. Thank you brother Wen Ting. I love it. Nguyen Bao's eyes shone brightly as she took the crystal ball. And me. Guan Yanchuan also took out his own gift and gave Nguyen Bao a large doll with Nguyen Bao's name written on its belly. Nguyen Bao collected all the gifts. Thank you brother Chuan Chuan, I love it. And Su Tingzhou also took out a gift from his bag, which turned out to be a ring with an extremely dazzling large carat of pink diamonds. Number, this is my gift to you. Holy, did I read it right? Boat is actually giving a diamond ring, and it's even a pink diamond. Boat really is true love. This ring is worth no less than 100 million, right? Could this be the engagement ring that Boat gave to Nguyen Bao? Although I know that Boat is a young master of a luxurious family, but casually giving out pink diamonds, this is too much for the hoi polloi. Even if Warmblood didn't know how precious the ring was, he could tell that this must have cost a lot of money. While Guanchang and Zhou Shuo also looked at the ring in Su Tingzhou's hand with shocked faces, only Wen Yishi felt that the ring looked familiar. Lin Lanqing was still discussing the mysterious guest of honor with a few adults when she suddenly felt the air freeze. She turned her head to look at the object in Su Tingzhou's hand. Her face suddenly turned green for a while, so shocked that she gave Su Tingzhou a blow to the back of the head on the spot. Su Tingzhou, why did you take out the wedding ring your father gave me? Crowd. 1 ESI. No wonder he thought it looked familiar for a few moments. Mom, yeah, laughing so hard that my new fake chin is going to fall off. I thought Chocho was so ho. I didn't realize it's the Queen of Vision's wedding ring. Ha 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 ha. I just want to know what Boat's dad was thinking when he saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. Su Shurian, sitting in his office quietly watching his wife and son, and Su Tingzhou touched the back of his head and said with a defiant face, I asked Grandpa what gift he was going to give Nguyen and Grandpa said he was going to give the most precious thing, and I asked Mom what the most precious thing was, and you said it was this ring so I'm going to give it to Nguyen Lin Lanqing was actually speechless. She didn't realize at that moment that her son was preparing a gift for Numbu. Case solved. Die laughing. Boat, Mom's most precious is my most precious, so I'm going to give it to Number. Happy. JPG. Chapter 114. Nguyen Bao's little fan makes an appearance. The crowd let out a good-natured laugh in unison, and Wen Yishi rubbed Su Tingzhou's little head and said, Thank you Boat for thinking of Nguyen Bao, but this gift is too precious. It has a very important meaning to both your parents. Nguyen Bao can't accept it. Nguyen Bao nodded along, waving his two little hands toward Su Tingzhou, and said earnestly and milkily, I can't take it. Su Tingzhou flattened his mouth unhappily and handed the ring in his hand to Lin Lanqing, who touched the top of his head and said, This is Mommy's most precious thing, and when Jojo has the most precious thing, he'll give it to Nguyen Bao at that time, okay? Su Tingzhou nodded and looked at Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, then you wait for me to find the most precious thing. Numbu, good. Just then, Zhou Shuo looked at the doorway. Strange, how come the mystery guest hasn't come yet? Yet speak of the devil, and speak of the devil. A car pulled up in the doorway spot and the crowd looked over in unison, only to see the first down is a 5 or 6 years old, tied a cowlick little girl. She wears pink tutu. Under the feet is a pair of delicate white small leather shoes. The little girl looks beautiful and cute. Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up at once. Wow, it's a pretty young lady. There's another Chu Chiu. No more petulant little princesses. I want to see everyone make up with each other. I don't want to see all sorts of fighting and chaos. Kids are still simple and cute. Don't be too utilitarian, okay? The program should not mess up. It's really not possible. It's okay for us to look at 4 groups of families. The next person who got out of the car made Nguyen Bao let out a wow sound. She knew this aunt, the aunt that her third uncle liked. She tilted her little head to look at Wen Yishi, who didn't show any unexpected color when he saw Shurchuanshi, but seeing Nguyen Bao's little face full of curiosity looking at himself, he rarely gave birth to a few moments of embarrassment and pinched the little horns on her hat, and everyone else had never seen Shurchuanshi, so naturally they didn't recognize her. Shurchuanshi held the little girl towards them and then introduced herself. Hello teachers, I'm actress Shurchuanshi, and this is vegetarian child Tian Tian. Zhou Shua and others have never heard of Shurchuanshi, but if Run, North Nose is so hot, there are countless celebrities who want to reduce their fees or appear on the variety show for free, and she can beat so many people to appear on the show, so she must have a backstage. Joshua and Guanchang and Lin Lanqing, hello. The corner of Wen Yishi's mouth rose slightly. Welcome aboard. Shurchuanshi saw Wen Yishi look a little unnatural, but it was quickly covered up. She never thought she would be able to go on this big hit show. After Chu Shangxiang fell, there were a lot of people in Zhongfeng Entertainment who were all kinds of flattering the people above them, but she didn't think that in the end the director would look for her. She also quietly asked Directorin, but he smiled but did not say anything, and only said that a nobleman recommended her. The only person who has been in the entertainment industry for so long is Wen Yishi. Who is the best for her? Immediately investigated Shurchuanshi's information. She is in the same company as Chu Shangxiang, and is considered Chu Shangxiang's little sister. There's no one in the entertainment industry? Why are you still looking for Chu Shangxiang's senior sister? She doesn't look like a peaceful one. Everyone don't wear colored glasses to see people. I don't think Shi Chuanxi and Chu Shangxiang are the same kind of people. Wow. I'm the only one who thinks Shi Chuanxi is good looking. This face value is so much better looking than those flower girls who are so famous for their beauty. And it doesn't lose to Lin Lanqing at all. I checked the information of this young lady, and realized that she is a talent show out. Singing and dancing absolutely how never appeared before. Hello Auntie. Nguyen Bao tilted her bright little face to greet Shi Chuanxi. Shi Chuanxi arched her eyebrows. Nguyen Bao is good. The other children also followed to call Auntie good. Only the new child Tian did not speak, but stared straight at Nguyen Bao, as if the bottom of the eyes cannot see other people. All the Nguyen Bao to see shy. What does this new kid mean? Why does he keep staring at our cubs? Why does this look familiar? Let me con. JPG. Just when the crowd were all Nguyen Bao, and then looked at Tian, the little Tian child finally moved, only to see her walking with her short little legs to Nguyen Bao's front. Then with a swift speed, put her little head over to give a kiss to Nguyen Bao's pink little face. Crowd. Then, Tian's little friend laughed out at the camera. Mommy and Daddy, I kissed the warm treasure. Crowd. Viewers in front of the screen. I was expecting another little sister fight, but I didn't expect to be rendered speechless by a kiss. Guan Chang and Zhou Shua looked at Shi Chuanxi, who smiled helplessly and said, Sweetie's family are all fans of Nguyen Bao. The group let her pick their own children on the show. The center of the entertainment, many have children of the stars have approached her. She did not want to offend anyone, so proposed to find a vegetarian children, which hit the enrollment of the program Tian, because to take her on the program, to be alone for a few days, worried that the children will not be accustomed to, so her parents will be early to send people to her side. A kind of first to cultivate feelings. She thought the children will be afraid, but she is not only not afraid, but also very much looking forward to on the program, just because she likes warmers. Tian didn't know that her actions had startled the crowd. She pulled out a lollipop from the pocket of her puffy skirt and handed it to Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, this candy is for you to eat. Can you make friends with me? Nguyen Bao milked and huffed. Tian's sister. You can make friends without eating candies too. Tian nodded obediently, but quickly plucked away the candy paper, then stuffed it into Nguyen Bao's mouth. I got this candy specially for you. Is it good? Nguyen Bao's cheeks were stuffed like a cute little hamster, and he said vaguely, Yummy acme. Tian instantly smiled and narrowed her eyes. If you like it, I'll bring more in the future. Warm blood nodded. Just a surprise. I thought I had a little publicist coming, but I didn't expect a little fan. But I have to admit, the little sisters stand together really good eye-catching. Only, our warm treasure is really round. We can't say our cubs are fat. Our cubs are mellow. How cute. How blessed. Not so. Mellow little dragon cub. Just then, and Haodong walked out, and Zhou Shua was the first to speak. Director in, the villa is so big this time. It's not like we're being asked to pick a tent. Guan Chang followed suit. Yes, director, and if you keep this up, we're going to make a scene. No. The rooms arranged for everyone this time are the same. When you enter the villa, there will be a designated room number inside, so you can pick your own. And Haodong smiled and said. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. However, they were too early to be relieved, only to hear Haodong reveal a mysterious smile and said, just like the first phase, we have to stay here for enough 5 days and 4 nights in this phase as well, and the tasks to be done in these days are also very simple. Just like in the first phase, you guys have to survive here. In other words, you guys have to earn money for self-reliance. The crowd revealed an easy smile. They were all stars and making money was easy for them, but they didn't expect in Haodong's next sentence to directly shatter the impeccable smiles on their faces. But instead of using your celebrity status to make money, you will have to earn your food for a few days with your cubs as normal people do. And please remember that you will also have to raise your cubs. When Ishi and Lin Lancheng and Shi Chuanxi and Guan Chang and Zhou Shua, they looked in unison at the clueless cubs, who obviously had no idea what to expect. Chapter 115, another day of being healed by the pups. In the mountains you can still hunt, pick up mushrooms and such, but here, what else can they do with their star clothes off? Guan Chang said on the spot. Director in, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult for us. We're not going to wash dishes. The key is that we're not as sharp as a professional at washing dishes. Zhou Shua concurred. Yeah, breaking plates and having to deduct wages backwards. Right, what we earn in a day might not be enough to deduct. Lin Lanqing sprayed with laughter, and even Shi Chuanxi's originally restrained face carried a few smiles. Haha, worthy of being my Shaw brother, that's extremely reasonable. Don't work all day and have to pay money back then. It's good to be self-reliant. I just love survival shows. Ugh hi. We don't know what we're facing with a couple of our little pups yet. I'd like to see how the big stars make money. I'm looking forward to it. Me too. In the mountains, you can still rely on the warmth of the treasure, and everyone will not go hungry. But what about this time? How old is our warmth of the treasure cubs? How can she earn money? The program team is also too unproductive. Where we, Master She, look like people who do rough work. However, no matter how many people objected to the pop-ups, and Haodong simply ignored them and directly said, the usual rules, now please hand over the snacks in your suitcases, anything you can eat, and all electronic devices for our safekeeping. The crowd had already recorded an installment, so everyone was cooperative and none of the suitcases contained any snacks this time. Even the newest additions, Shirchuanshi and Sweetie Kids, cooperated. Nguyen held hands with her new little friend Tian Tian, and when Su Tingzhou saw this scene, his mouth flattened as he said, I want to hold hands too. Nguyen then handed his free other hand to Su Tingzhou, who held Nguyen small hand before his tightly wrinkled brow unfolded, and Zhou Wenting and Guan Nianchuan looked at each other in dismay and followed suit. Holding hands, the 5 children holding hands and standing obediently in place. Decisive screenshot. This picture is really too healing. The 5 children are so good and cute. My old aunt's heart is melting with cuteness. It's like owning a cub. Am I the only one who was concerned about the little movements of Nguyen Bao Pao Pao just now? She quietly poked Tian Tian's little friend's tummy and realized that Tian Tian's little friend's tummy was bulging too, and she smiled like a little hamster. Mommy, it's so cute. I also noticed Warmblood's quiet little movements, and today was another day of being adorable by Warmblood. Whenever Wasia can send me a cub this cute, I'll get married. Then you might as well be single to the end. Meanwhile, at the Win Mansion, Ning Shuyuan saw the 5 children standing in rows and also revealed a loving aunt smile. These 5 little babies are so eye-catching. When Ning Shuyuan saw the pop-up saying that she wanted to own a little cutie, she smiled even more and her family owned the cutest one of them. Yes, it's obvious that vegetarian child really likes our warm treasure. Those big eyes are shining when they look at the warm treasure. Song Fei Yun followed suit. God knows how worried they were that the new guest child would be just like the one before him, and they didn't want their own babies to suffer. When Sual looked at Wen Bei, who had nothing to do and was stuck at home watching TV, go and find out whose family this girl child belongs to. Wen Bei silently rolled his eyes and asked, Dad, you're still not trying to give this girl's family favors, are you? Winsome asked rhetorically. What's the problem? Wen Bei sighed. Of course there is a problem. Once this matter spreads out, what will it do to Nguyen Bao? In the future, who is genuinely good to Nguyen Bao? Who is good to Nguyen Bao for the sake of favors? Who can tell the difference? Wen Suo was instantly dumbfounded by the question. Ning Shuyuan frowned and looked at Wen Suo with dissatisfaction and said, Xiao Bei is right. You do all you can to come up with some bad ideas. Friendship between children is innocent. If you use money to measure it, how will the baby make friends in the future? Wen Suo could only say, I won't mention it is. And at this time, Lin Lanqing, who was in front of the villa, asked in Haodong, Director In, then how are we going to settle for dinner? It's late to make money. It shouldn't be so bad that they go hungry. Tonight and tomorrow morning, our program will arrange ingredients for you, but please help yourselves and make a nice dinner for the cubs. Guan Chang and Joshua looked at Wanisi in unison. Wanisi had a bad feeling about the situation. Guan Chang, Lao San, I've heard that you've been learning to cook at home for a while now, so I'm sure you've learned something. Wanishi, brother Guan, if you're not afraid of it being hard to eat, I can fry a few dishes. Guan Chang was speechless. Joshua, actually, as long as you fry the food, it won't be hard to eat, right? Wanishi, well, it's just that it doesn't kill you to eat it. Joshua. Lin Lanqing snorted out a laugh. Shirchuanshi's mouth curved as she said, I can cook, although it's not at the level of a 5-star master, but it's no problem to cook a few home-cooked dishes. If the teachers don't mind, I can do it. This is of course a modest statement. After all, she grew up with her grandmother. To grow up a piece of the grandmother is old. The work of the family are all she did. Burning fire cooking is not a problem. The gazes of the crowd all looked at Shirchuanshi, their eyes shining brightly. I didn't expect the show to be human this time and invite guests who can cook. After all, it wouldn't be good for them to keep letting the kids cook. That's really great. Finally a god who can cook. Chuanshi, I'll give you a hand later. As for you, Lin Lanqing said, looking at the 3 big men, wash the vegetables, wash the dishes, one of you can't be idle. Guan Chang, okay, Joshua, understood. 1 ESI, line. Nguyen Bao listened to the adults' arrangement and asked with a crooked little head, don't you need me to cook? Lin Lanqing pinched the small horns on top of Nguyen Bao's head and said, no need. Our mission for Nwanbao in this issue is to play well, enjoy ourselves, and play with other children. The last installment of Nwanbao is really understandable and heartbreaking. If she would like Nwanbao to be happy and playful just like the other children. We launching are so nice. Nwanbao is really too good. Such a little baby should be enjoyed. Support. The world of children is innocent, so let Warmblood enjoy it more. I really like cubs. I feel like she can do everything, but I really want her to do nothing but be a spoiled little cub. That being said, I always feel like things are too good to be true. Can Warmbloods really be carefree? Don't you forget they have the burden of making money tomorrow. Upstairs, you're kidding. How can you expect a couple of adults to expect a 3.5-year-old to make money to support their family? Chapter 116, The Ghost Warmer. Guan Yanchuan took the lead in cheering. Yes, Daddy goes to work. I'm going to play. Guan Chang was quick to pick up Guan Yanchuan's collar. Go in first and check out the room. Others also walked towards the villa inside. Once inside, the crowd found that the inside is extremely extravagant. Grand and brilliant design. Complex and gorgeous lamps emit dazzling bright light. The floor is covered with soft Michelin carpet, and all around the walls are hung with famous paintings from various countries. And through one of the floor-to-ceiling windows you can also see the huge pool outside. Except for Nwanbao and Su Tingzhou, all the other children let out a wow. And even the adults had a hint of shock. Outside looking at this villa already knew that it was worth a lot of money, but walking inside and looking at it, the decorative style, as well as the antiques that could be seen everywhere were still an eye-opener. The program group has put down blood money in this issue. The first issue of the Wilderness Survival is poor. The second issue is really noble. Don't look like you haven't seen the world. Look how steady our Nwanbao and Boat are. Not to mention these two. Let's say Guan Chang and Zhou Shua, which is not worth over $100 million. Poor or us. Now I just want to know if the painting is real, and the antiques that were placed there, they look like they're real. All are genuine and authentic. Don't ask me why, because I'm a professional antique appraiser. I don't know about anything else. I only remember that the Spring Mountain painting was auctioned in Moscow before, and it seems that it was finally won by the Win family at a sky-high price. So this villa belongs to the Winchesters? Awesome. Could it be that he's financing a villa for his baby's comfort on the show? I have to say that this session of Netison's truth. This villa is indeed owned by Win. Wanisi knew that the director was looking around for a suitable house, so he lent this villa to the program. Zhou Shua and the others hurriedly told their own children to never touch anything here, but fortunately the children were obedient and nodded their heads obediently. Warmblood nodded quickly as well. No touching, no touching. Wanishi didn't want to be too high profile, so instead he didn't tell Nwanbao that this was his own house. There were rooms on the first floor, but they were temporary rooms for the show's crew, and the guests' rooms were on the second floor. So a few of them went up to take a look as well. Just like what and how Dong said, everyone's rooms were basically similar, so the crowd randomly picked their favorites. Room 1 was Zhou Shua and Zhou Wenting. Room 2 was Wen Ishi and Nwanbao. Room 3 was Shi Chuanxi and Tian Tian. Room 4 was Lin Lanqing and Su Tingzhou, and Room 5 was Guan Chang and Guan Yanchuan. It was getting late and the crowd was getting ready for dinner. As for the kids, just settle down and have fun. Guan Yanchuan greeted the others. Let's go out and play. Su Tingzhou pulled Nwanbao and said, Nwanbao, let's play seesaw. Nwanbao's little face instantly appeared very panicked look. She just slid the slider stuck. Play seesaw will not be other children warped high down? She shook her head presently and said, I don't want to play on the seesaw. Su Tingzhou added, then let's play on the swing. I'll push you AC. Nwanbao thought about the swing set he had just seen, and it didn't seem to be very strong. Shaking his head, he said, I don't want to play on the swing set either. Falling down hurt. Su Tingzhou couldn't figure out why Nwanbao wasn't interested in any of this for a while. Ha 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 is my treasure in shadow. It must be. It's all because that slide is so small. It's screwing up our baby's shadow. What's the deal with feeling pathetic but wanting to laugh again? No laughing. Save face for our cubs. At the Win Mansion, Ning Shuyuan's brows furrowed as she looked at Wen Bei, Song Fian, and Wen Suwa who were present. That slide. Who prepared it? Wen Bei and Song Fuyan looked at Wen Suwa in unison. Winsome, my baby loves slides. I had one installed. Who knew? Shut up. Make it or break it. Winslow. He also didn't expect those people to be so unreliable as to install a slide so small that it stuck them babies. And in the program, Tian Tian came up with the idea. Then Nwanbao, let's play hide and seek, okay? Guan Yanchuan, who was about to go out to play, immediately stopped and raised his hand. I want to play hide and seek too. Numbu nodded. Good. Zhou Wenting and Su Tingzhou also nodded. Tian said, then let's rock paper scissors to see who hides and who catches. 5 kids worked together rock paper scissors. And finally Nguanbao Kid won the first round as a ghost. She was blindfolded and lying on the sofa, and started counting down. 10, 9. Zhou Wenting several children quickly looked for a place to hide. Only Su Tingzhou just stood straight behind the warm treasure. Seeing that Su Tingzhou was not moving, Guan Yanchuan waved at him repeatedly, signaling for him and himself to hide behind the curtain. Zhou, come back. Su Tingzhou, however, shook his head, and seeing that Nguanbao had already counted to 3, Guan Yanchuan hurriedly pulled the curtain closed so that Nguanbao could not find him. Is Zhou afraid that Nguanbao can't find him? So he purposely stood behind Nguanbao so that Nguanbao can see him when he turns around. The childhood friend's CP is really a good knock. I'm going to be laughed to death by Chuan. He just falls behind the curtain and doesn't even realize that a pair of small geos are exposed. Ha. And Tian. She's hiding behind the cabinet with both cowlicks showing. The one who hides the best is our national son, Mr. Wentian. Nguanbao put down the hand covering his eyes after counting to 1, then turned around and prepared to go to the other children. But the moment he saw Su Tingzhou, his 2 eyes instantly widened. Boat, why are you here? Su Tingzhou smiled with a bright face. I am waiting for you, AC Warm Treasure. I will accompany you to find them. Warm blood, is this still possible? Lin Lanqing happened to come out of the kitchen to get something, and when she saw the scene, she burst into tears. Su Tingzhou took the initiative to lead Nguanbao to Guan Yanchuan's front, then lifted the curtain and looked at Nguanbao invitingly. Look, found him. Guan Yanchuan was so angry that he jumped to his feet. Boat, you are with us. She is the ghost. Su Tingzhou, however, shook his head in a serious manner and said, Nguanbao and I are in cahoots. We are both ghosts. Guan Yanchuan griped. There's only one ghost in hide and seek. Su Tingzhou said indifferently, there can be 2 of them as well. I'm going to be with Nguanbao anyway. Guan Yanchuan. Nguanbao patted Guan Yanchuan's small arm and said, Brother Chuan, don't be angry. Even if Zhou didn't tell me, I know you hid it here. Guan Yanchuan's frantic face suddenly turned confused, and all of a sudden even his northeastern accent spiked out. How do you know? Nguanbao pointed to the curtains and then to Guan Yanchuan's feet and said, the curtains can't cover your Geo ACA. Guan Yanchuan looked at the curtains and then at his feet, and came to a realization. So that's it. Then next time I hide I'll move a small chair so that people won't be able to see my feet and legs. Ha. Guan's son is really funny. He's our source of joy. Put your feet on tiptoe so you can't see your feet, but everyone can see the stool. Ha. Nguanbao tilted her little head, always feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't think of where. So Nguanbao decided not to think about it, and was ready to go look for Sister Tian and Brother Wenting. Chapter 117, The Sermon Warmer. Like looking for Guan Yanchuan, Nguanbao saw Tian hiding behind the cabinet at a glance. Sister sweetie, braid is showing. Tian touched her cowlick, then smiled and clapped. Nguanbao is awesome. Brother Wendian is left next. Nguanbao led the 3 little ones to open the road to find Zhou Wenting, but the 4 little ones circled around without finding Zhou Wenting. Anxious Guan Yanchuan ran straight to the kitchen and asked, Dad, uncles and aunts, have you seen Brother Wenting? The busy adults turned back to the 4 little ones at the kitchen door and shook their heads. Didn't see it. Guan Yanchuan, you guys are lying. You definitely know where Brother Wenting is hiding. Guan Chang laughed. You guys have to find it by yourselves for hide and seek to be meaningful. Oh, but we looked around and didn't see Brother Wenting. Su Tingzhou said. Lin Lanqing smiled and said, then mobilize your little brains again to think about where he would hide? At that moment, Nguanbao walked into the kitchen with his short legs, then bypassed a group of adults and came behind the sink, which was just the right place to hide a child. Nguanbao bent down and looked over, and sure enough, he saw Zhou Wenting curled up with his little body hiding here. Nguanbao's eyes lit up. Brother Wenting, found you ah. Zhou Wenting didn't expect to be able to be found by Nguanbao even if he hid here, so he could only climb out from inside and asked, Nguanbao, how did you know that Brother Wenting hid here? Nguanbao pointed at Zhou Shua and said, Uncle Zhou told me de. Zhou Shua looked innocent. Ha! Nguanbao milk whistled, although Uncle Zhou didn't say anything. Just now when Brother Chuan and Zhou asked, Uncle Zhou kept looking at this place AC, so I think Brother Wenting must be hiding here. Dash, asterisk 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 is warm blood really a 3.5-year-old cub? It shouldn't have become a sperm, right? I can only use 6 points to express my shock. Dash, Sherlock Holmes warmer is on the scene. Dash, my treasure is also too awesome. The genius baby really isn't imaginary. If the adults hadn't known beforehand, I'm afraid none of them would have been as observant as Warmblood. The adults in the audience were as amazed by the Warmblood attentiveness as the viewers in front of the screen. Guan Chang even grabbed Wanishi's hand and asked with an expectant face, Lao-san, how exactly does your family teach children? Can you teach me? Wanishi shook off Guan Chang's hand and proudly said, my family Nguyen Bao, this is natural. Guan Chang and Joshua and Lin Lanchang and Shurchuanshi. Lin Lanchang knew that Nguyen Bao was powerful, and even knew that there were some secrets in Nguyen Bao that were different from normal people because of Su Zexu. She knew that her husband's brother had been in a coma, and then the Su family personally went to the door of the Wen family, and she knew that her grandfather took Nguyen Bao to the hospital, and then Su Zhe Eucalyptus woke up, and she guessed the role of Nguyen Bao, but did not make a statement. For one thing, she already liked Nguyen Bao, and secondly, Nguyen Bao was the benefactor of the Su family, and naturally, he had to be well protected. During that time everyone thought that Su Shiyan was going to be kicked out of the company by the Su family, and some even mocked her for her soon-to-be shattered dreams of luxury. After all, it was known that half of the Su family's fortune was laid down by Su Ziyu back then, and originally Su Ziyu was supposed to be the heir to the Su family, and it was only after he fell asleep that Su Shiyan took over the Su family. But no matter Su Shiyan or Lin Lanching actually do not care about the Su family property. Su Shiyan and Su Ziyu although half-sister, but the two have always been very good relationship. After Su Ziyu woke up, Su Shiyan also the first time to Su family delivery to Su Ziyu, but Su Ziyu do not want. He said he was tired half a life, and want to take a good rest, and he also has more important things to do. Nowadays, Su Shiyan is still in sole charge of the company, but Su Shiyan will slack off and hand over a lot of big things to Su Ziyu, and the relationship between the brothers is getting better and better. Joshua followed suit inside. It's true that it's someone else's child. I can't envy it. Guan Chang, if only my boy was half as understanding and smart as Nguyen Bao. Although Nguyen Bao was happy that she was praised, she said seriously, Brother Wen Ting is very good. He will take care of us like a big brother. Brother Chuan Chuan is also very good. He is like a happy fruit. He will amuse us. And Boat is very, very good day. And Sister Tian Tian is also good. I like them very, very much. Saying that, Nguyen Bao looked at a few adults again and said in a milky voice, uncles and aunts can't dislike their babies or compare their babies with others. This will hurt the babies' hearts and minds, and Nguyen Bao doesn't like that. A few of the adults suddenly felt a sense of shame when they heard Numbua's words. In fact, Nguyen Bao knew that although the uncles said so, they actually loved their children very much. They just didn't realize that sometimes the words coming out of their mouths could hurt. Hearing Warmblood's words, all four children smiled happily and said in unison, we like and love Warmblood too. Children's feelings are really the purest. Nguyen Bao, she's really good. She doesn't have the pride of being praised at all, but instead, she's teaching adults in a serious manner. There is no need to envy other people's children, because every child is the baby of his or her mother and father. Warmblood said it well. Adults don't like to compare themselves with each other, let alone children. Nguyen Bao's eyes burst into a crescent moon smile when he heard the other four children say they liked it without hiding it. She then said to her aunt and uncle, Mr. Huang said that children should be good at expressing their likes, and I think that adults should also to learn like my grandpa Ak. Grandpa said he loved Warmblood every day Ak. Wanishi rubbed his brow with a considerable headache, remembering that his dad did talk about loving the baby every day since Nguyen Bao came back. Help! Who could have imagined that the man who was once in charge of Wen would be such a person? What's with the cold shiver? Is Mr. Wen really such a mushy person? Saying he loves Warm Bao every day? Curious baby probe. JPG, what's so strange about this? If I had Nguyen Bao as my precious granddaughter, I would kiss and hug and raise my head high every day. When Sui's old face reddened under the attention of the crowd, and noticed his youngest son Wen Yibei's teasing gaze, he was instantly annoyed and said, what are you looking at me for? Do I have a baby on my face? Wen Yibei didn't know what came to his mind. An evil look suddenly appeared on his face, looking at Wen Sua with a gaze that was as disgusting as it could be. Dad, could it be that when we were little, you were also so tired of us? At those words, Ning Shuyuan and Song Feiyan snorted out a laugh, and Wen Sui's face was as black as it could be. Get lost, step aside. You assholes aren't half as good as the baby. Wen Yibei spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, returning what Nguyenbo had just said to Wen Sua. Dad, what Nguyenbo had just said you didn't memorize at all. You can't compare your own baby with other people. This will hurt the baby's heart. In favor of Wen Yibei, he said while still making a petulant and well-behaved appearance. Vomit. Wen Sua nearly spit out even the overnight meal. Get lost. Still baby, how old are you? You also have the nerve to compare with the baby. Wen Yibei revealed a look of a dead pig not afraid of hot water. Even bigger. I'm not still your baby. Wen Sua could not bear to roll her eyes. Ning Shuyuan and Song Feiyan glanced at each other, both seeing the smiles under each other's eyes. Since Nico's disappearance, their father and son really hadn't gotten along this well. Ning Shuyuan could see that although Suo disliked her son on her lips, in her heart she was enjoying this moment of hard-won happiness. It's all because of the warmer. Chapter 118, the warmer is gone? And over here, Joshua said in shame, Nguyen Bao, the uncles know they're wrong. He followed up by touching Zhou Wenting's little head, seeing his son look up at himself in confusion. Wenting, you've always been Daddy's pride. Daddy loves you. Originally, Joshua belonged to the introverted people who were not good at expressing love, but when he thought that even Mr. Wen would say that he loved his granddaughter, he was indeed too negligent. Zhou Wenting didn't expect his father to say this. His eyes went wide, but his cheeks flushed, and he said in a very small voice, I love Dad too. Lin Lanqing pinched Su Tingzhou's little ears and asked, Zhou, do you love Mommy or Daddy? Su Tingzhou, love Grandpa. Lin Lanqing, well, the kid was brought up by his grandfather, so naturally he's close to him. Guan Chang followed suit and touched Guan Yanchuan's head, saying, Chuan, Daddy loves you too. Guan Yanchuan looked up at his dad and said, Dad, don't be like this, I'm weirdly scared. Quan Chan, how did this script get to him? Ha, I'm going to die laughing at Seiki and Chuan who doesn't follow the rules. And Boat, love Dad or Mom? Sorry Mom, I love Grandpa. Ha. Soon, it was dinner time, and it had to be said that Shi Chuanxi's cooking skills were really good, and the crowd revealed shocked looks. Nguyen Bao couldn't stop eating. Yummy, Auntie Purexi's cooking is so delicious AC. Su Tingzhou and Guan Yanchuan and Zhou Wenting and Tian, it's so delicious. Guan Chang, Chunxi's cooking skills are catching up to a 5-star chef. Joshua, yeah, it's awesome. Lin Lanqing, it's really not easy, we finally have a god of cooking. Saying that, she looked at Wen Ishi, who hadn't made any comments. Lao San, what do you think? When Ishi glanced at Shi Chuanxi, who was complimented with a coy smile, and a softness appeared between his brows. Not bad. Shi Chuanxi met Wen Ishi's gaze, but quickly averted her eyes. Thank you all for your support. Curious, how good can a celebrity cook? It shouldn't be scripted. Look at everyone can't stop eating. Surely it's not a script. Not to mention that we have Chuan this naive. If it's not good he can eat so fast. Look at him like that he can't wait to grow 4 hands to start. Run for the Hills finally welcomes someone who can cook. And now that I have such a crush on Shi Chuanxi, I hope she doesn't play a good hand badly. Why do I always feel that Master Sai is a bit different from the new guests? What's not the same? It's not all the same. Master West has changed so much since he had the warmer, and Warmblood is working on drying her rice, and she's eating cheerfully. When Ishi frowned when he saw her like this, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that his own baby seemed to be eating a lot lately. Nguyen Bao's pair of little chubby hands held a chicken leg bigger than half of her face and gnawed on it. Seeing Wen Ishi staring at himself, she tilted her little head. Third uncle? Wen Ishi took out a wet paper towel and wiped her chubby little face for her. Just that hungry? Warmblood nodded. Nah, hungry. She took another big bite of her chicken leg, both cheeks bulging. My warmer is really craving, and I'm craving, too, so I decisively ordered a roasted chicken. Aha pups can even go to be a food broadcast. Too cute there is no. I have no appetite to look at the warm treasure dry rice. Cannot help but cook a bowl of noodles. To the warm treasure to eat really fragrant Am I the only one who thinks Numbu is eating too much? Kids should control their diets. As a babysitter for decades, I also want to say that she eats too much. Small children have a small spleen and stomach, although they are easily hungry, but they can't eat too much at once. Be careful of food accumulation. No wonder our cubs are chubby. The Wen family at the Wen mansion also noticed this, and Ning Shuyuan's brows furrowed tightly. The baby seems to be particularly easily hungry lately. She hadn't thought deeply about it before. After all, she thought it was a blessing for a child to be able to eat, but now that she thought about it, the baby did eat too much these days. The others noticed this as well, and Song Fei Yun suggested, when the baby comes back, shouldn't we take her to the hospital for a checkup? Cannot. Wen Yidong, who came home from work, was the first to stop it and said, Nguyen Bao's status is special, so she can't go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm afraid I have to ask Mr. Xia about this matter. Speak of the devil. Xia Xiancandle apparently also watched the live broadcast, so he came to the warm mansion, explaining to the crowd, Nguyen Bao is a dragon race with powerful abilities. She saved Su Ziyu some time ago. She consumed too much. The easiest way to replenish her energy is to eat. When Yidong understood what Xia Xiancandle was saying, that is to say, if Nguyen Bao casts his ability to save people behind him, he will always want to eat? Then will this be harmful to Nguyen Bao's body? No. Xia Zion Candle looked towards the cubs in the screen who were still gnawing on the chicken legs. A rare gentle smile appeared on his face. This is instead a good thing, simply needing to rely on eating to replenish. For the Fae, and even the demon race, it is unprecedented. It should be known that no matter whether it was a foreign race or a demon race, after using their powers, recovery was extremely slow. The heavier ones would fall into a deep sleep and be on the verge of death like Suze eucalyptus, and the lighter ones would need to recuperate for a period of time. On the contrary, Nguyen Bao's ability to solve the problem by eating was simply an unprecedented thing. This cub was far more special than he thought. Only then did the Wen family let out a sigh of relief in unison, and Wen Bei was even more proud. Worthy of being our Wen family's cub? Just so powerful. Xia Zion Candle continued to look at the cub in the screen. After eating, she was now playing blocks with the children. The cub had an innocent smile on her face, but he was getting more and more uneasy in the bottom of his heart. Nowadays, people in the dragon tribe come out of the mountain. If they learn that Nguyen Bao is a dragon hybrid cub, I'm afraid. After dinner, the children played around while Wanishi stayed behind on his own to act as a dishwasher. Shirchuanshi also came to the kitchen. Seeing Wanishi clumsily washing the dishes, she said, "I'll do it." Wanishi raised her eyes to look at Shirchuanshi, then glanced at the fact that the photographers who were following the filming were not there, and the shots in the kitchen were blocked. He turned back around and continued squeezing the detergent. "No, that's too much for me to handle." Shirchuanshi walked over to Wanishi's side and wiped the dishes he had finished cleaning with a clean rag, then put them away. "Sango, thank you." She knew that if Wanishi hadn't opened her mouth, there was no way she would have been on this smash hit variety show. In the end, she had taken the shortcut as well, but now it was all she had left. Wanishi's hand washing the dishes paused, seemingly reminding, it's common for the entertainment industry to worship the high and step on the low. If you want to make a name for yourself, make good use of this opportunity. Aha! Shirchuanshi had long since lost the drive she had back then, but she could only keep moving up the ladder in order to make things better for her grandmother at the hospital. When Ishii added, "If you are truly thankful to me, I'll invite you to dinner in the future, so don't push your luck." Shirchuanshi glanced at Wanishi's side cheek and smiled. "It's my turn to treat third brother to dinner," One ESI said directly. "When the program is over." Shirchuanshi froze, needing to be in such a hurry? Good. The corners of Wanishi's mouth rose slightly. Late at night, everyone in the villa was quietly asleep and the cameras were turned off early. Nguyen Bao and Wanishi were sleeping well when suddenly a faint golden light emitted from Nguyen Bao's body, which slowly coalesced at the location above her head. The sleeping Nguyen Bao seemed to feel that the top of his head was a bit itchy, and his little fat hand unconsciously scratched the top of his head, and then rolled over, pouting his little buttocks as he slept. The following day, the sun shone brightly as the cameras turned on in each group's family room and the crowd followed in unison. "Wow, my Guan's sleeping posture is still so bold. Goddesses deserve to be goddesses. Lan Chang sleeps well. I did not expect Shirchuanshi this vegetarian face so capable." Lick the screen. Chuan and Guan are worthy of being father and son. You can't say this sleeping position is similar. You can only say it's exactly the same. Where's the warmer? I just want to see how my cubs are sleeping now. Wait, where's the warmer? Why isn't my big warm baby on the bed? ********. Master Shi, the warmer is gone. You still sleep so soundly. Get up and look for the cubs. Nguyen Bao is missing. I've searched all the shots and I don't see warm blood. The program, warm blood is gone. Calling the program. Chapter 119. Nguyen Bao is a fortune teller. The program team also found that Nguyen Bao is missing. All flocked into the room of Wen Ishii and Nguyen Bao, only to see that Wen Ishii on the bed is still sleeping soundly, while Nguyen Bao, who was originally next to him, is gone. The photographer rushed to call Wen Ishii. Master Shi, Nguyen Bao is gone. The doors of the villa's rooms were closed at night, so it was impossible for a 3-year-old child to run out, not to mention that they had a night watch, and they hadn't seen Nguyen Bao run out. Wen Ishii was woken up, seeing no sign of the warmer next to him, and seeing the photographer's crying face. He yawned unhurriedly, pointed under the bed at the warmer's end, and lazily said, "I guess it fell under the bed again." Photographer. They looked to the other side in unison, then were filled with confusion, only to see Nguyen Bao wearing a little yellow duck's one-piece pajamas. The whole thing was obediently lying on the floor, the little buttocks pouting high, the little chubby face resting on the carpet, sleeping with a little red face. The photographer's heart, raised high, finally fell to the ground. I really laughed and vomited. I originally thought that Chuan's sleeping posture is already bold enough. Warm treasurer sleeping on the ground. The key is still sleeping so fragrant. Ha 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 ha. My pups are really good. Falling off the bed and still falling asleep. People are so anxious for me that I nearly called the police, and the cubs are sleeping well on the floor. face shocked, JPG, and Master West wasn't at all surprised to hear him say that the cub had slept on the floor more than once. It's normal for children to sleep on the floor. My child slept on the floor until he was 7 years old. Little babies really do like to sleep with their bottoms puckered up. Both of mine do. Fortunately, the bed is not high, and there are blankets on the floor, and the fall does not hurt, but for safety reasons children's beds or by the kind of guardrail, safer. When Ishi lifted the quilt, picked up the sleeping Bao from the floor, and patted Bao's little butt. Lazy bastard, get up, the sun is going to shine on your butt. Bao is still awake, two little chubby hands clenched into fists, rubbing his eyes, his little milky voice all with a sense of confusion. In the house, the sun gone can't tan Bao's butt. This little milky voice that hasn't woken up yet is absolutely perfect. Already decisively download this little video. The warm treasure is so cute, the old ant's heart is melting. When Ishi pinched Bao's little face again, saw her eyes open in a daze, smiled and said, "How did you fall under the bed again last night?" Warmblood looked at the bed and then at the floor and shook his head. "I don't know, Ak." When Ishi dotingly pinched Bao's small ears, confused others thought you had disappeared. Bao was a little embarrassed, burying his face in Ishi's shoulder and looking at the photographers with big eyes. "I'm sorry." How could the photographers blame Bao? They quickly waved their hands and said, it's okay, it's also because we were in a hurry to disturb you." They then looked at the bed and asked, "Master West, should we make the bed with guardrails?" Bao shook his head in a hurry and said, Don't, I don't like the railing. It was like locking herself in, and she didn't like it." Ishi knew what Bao was thinking and said, "No need, just pad that side with a small blanket." The photographer nodded, thinking to himself that he must find the softest blanket so that the warmer wouldn't hurt if he dropped it. Ishi carried Bao to the washstand, and Bao asked very quietly, "Third uncle, am I embarrassed again?" Ishi laughed, "How can it be embarrassing? Which child doesn't fall out of bed?" Hearing third uncle say this, Bao was a little better. When he finished washing up, Ishi took out a small leather band to tie Bao's braid, suddenly realized that the two sides of her head seemed to have raised too small, not too obvious bags. Her face changed and asked, "Why is a piece raised here? Baby, did it hurt when you fell to the ground?" Bao followed suit and touched the top of his head, his little face confused. "It doesn't hurt." Ishi's brows furrowed tightly as he guessed, maybe he accidentally bumped into something. Bao didn't care and quietly waited for Ishi to tie her two cute little hair buns. Let's just say, this hair tying skill of our master Sai has indeed improved. In contrast to the disastrous first installment, this one is noticeably more skillful, definitely practiced. Master Shi is no longer the ridiculously popular Master Shi, but Master Nuhu Shi. Ishi led Bao downstairs for breakfast, and when the 5 groups of families finished eating, they would start going downtown to complete today's money-making program. The 5 groups of families decided to split up, but Su Tingzhou insisted on pulling Lin Lanqing to follow Ishi and Bao. So Lin Lanqing could only hold Su Tingzhou and Bao together as they wandered aimlessly on the road. Because of the high popularity of the program and the popularity of Ishi, the road was full of fans following and taking pictures. But it's a good thing that the program team was prepared and evacuated the crowd in advance. Otherwise it would have definitely caused congestion. "Third uncle, auntie, where are we going?" "We're going to make money." Lin Lanqing pinched Bao's little hairbag, then looked at Ishi. "Oldest 3, do you have any ideas?" Ishi shrugged his shoulders. The program wouldn't let them use their privileges, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Making money? When Bao heard this, he immediately raised his little hand and said, I know where to make money to earn money." Ishi and Lin Lanqing looked at Bao in unison as Bao pulled Ishi towards the other side. Soon came to the overpass where Bao had set up a stall before. Ishi knew where Ibe met Bao. He had a bad idea in the bottom of his heart. "Baby, you don't want to go back to your old business." Bao's 2 round eyes shone brightly as he nodded his head vigorously. Nah." Lin Lanqing held Su Tingzhou and asked with a puzzled expression, "What rejoining the old business?" Bao took out the familiar red strip of cloth from his own bag, which read Master Fortune Telling, only $9.09. Then with his little face set square, he spread the red cloth carefully on the floor, and smoothed it out with his little chubby hands when he saw a crease. Although Su Tingzhou didn't know what Bao was going to do, he helped Bao lay it out. To tell you the truth, this red cloth looks a bit familiar, like the one used by fortune tellers under the flyovers. So big a few words you do not see. Master Fortune Telling. Bao is going to set up a stall to tell fortunes? Ha ha ha, no. Cubs can still tell fortunes. Previously, Warmblood could calculate the weather changes. Could it also tell people's fortune? Come on, what era is this? How can anyone still believe in fortune telling? And I don't know where Warmblood learned it. Lin Lanqing looked at Wanishi with a puzzled face. Nuanbao this is. Wanishi cried and laughed. The grandfather who raised Nuanbao was a fortune teller, and Nuanbao learned from him. Lin Lanqing's eyes went wide. So, Nuanbao is going to set up a stall to tell fortunes? Chapter 120. Auntie, do you want to tell your fortune? Lin Lanqing looked dumbfounded at Nuanbao, who had already finished setting up the scene. She also took out a yellow talisman paper from her bag with a messy drawing on it, but it still looked decent. Su Tingzhou knew that Nuanbao would be able to tell fortunes, and his little face was excited as he said, Nuanbao, are you going to start telling fortunes? Numbu nodded and said, aha, I'm good at telling fortunes to make money. It's just that the little milky voice is a bit tone deaf. After all, there's only one person who patronized her previous stall to tell fortunes, and that's her brother-in-law. If no one comes to count, I still have a way to make money. Nuanbao said, the little face with pride again. We can go to pick up empty bottles to sell money. Empty bottles can be worth money. I picked up a lot of them last time. Bought $3. Nuanbao proudly raised 3 fingers. $3 can buy many big buns. She will not be hungry. She counted heads. The more she counted, the happier she said. I used to pick up empty bottles and jars with my grandfather and bought $10. We 1, 2, 3, 4 people, together, surely buy more and more. Will not go hungry. Nuanbao's words caused dense pain to flood the hearts of all those present, and the gazes towards Wanishi carried a few points of harshness. I am a 30-year-old man, but I was told to cry by the warm treasure. Baby mama really can't listen to this. How hard it was for Nuanbao in the past. That pair of abusive uncles and aunts of Nuanbao should just be thrown into the deep forest and left to fend for themselves. Nuanbao is always so happy and sunny. We're forgetting how bad she used to be. An old man takes his young pup, who has just learned to walk, to pick up garbage, and when the old man passes away, the pup goes alone to pick up garbage to support himself. Crying. JPG. What's wrong with fortune telling? All of them. Let Nuanbao make money. Don't let her go hungry. Wanishi knew that Nuanbao had a bad time before, but he didn't realize that she had also picked up garbage. He squatted down and reached out to hold Nuanbao. Baby, money making, uncle will think of a way. You don't have to be like this. Nuanbao patted Wanishi's shoulder and said in a milky voice. No, Nuanbao also wants to contribute. Grandpa said that people can't get something for nothing. Third uncle earns money for Nuanbao. Nuanbao also wants to earn money to support third uncle AC. Wanishi's eyes were all red in a circle. One house also each have red eyes. When eBay remembered once saw Nuanbao carrying a garbage bag to pick up empty bottles of the image. Even more pain and frown. When Sua's face turned blue and his lips kept trembling. It's all my fault. If he had known, he would not have pushed Nico. Ning Shuyuan wiped her tears as Song Feiyan said, Mom and Dad, the past cannot be forgotten. The present is to cherish the present. When Sua and Ning Shuyuan nodded, they didn't know how long Nuanbao would stay by their side yet. All they could do was to give her the best. Just then, an old voice came from the distance. Nuanbao? Nuanbao twisted his head to look and saw Grandpa Li, who was selling sweet potatoes. Nuanbao immediately waved his hands in greeting. Grandpa Li. Grandpa Li and the wife beside him looked excited, and Grandpa Li even jogged over. It's really a warm treasure. Grandpa Li thought that he wouldn't be able to see a warm treasure in the future. He knew that Nuanbao was on TV, and he also realized that Nuanbao's life has a great deal to offer. Knowing that she is doing well, Grandpa Li is finally relieved. Nuanbao looked at Grandpa Li with arched eyebrows, and then looked at Grandma Li beside him who was full of excitement. Hello Grandma Li, good for Nuanbao. Grandma Li immediately took out a big and fragrant baked sweet potato from her own oven and handed it to Nuanbao. Nuanbao, come, eat. Nuanbao looked at the fragrant baked sweet potatoes and gulped unprofessionally, but she still wiggled her 2 little paws. I don't have money. I can't eat Grandma Li's. Grandma Li keeps it to sell for money AC. What's the point of being polite to Grandma? Grandma Li laughed. Grandma's life was saved by Nuanbao. Grandma doesn't have anything else to give Nuanbao. Only this worthless baked sweet potato. Nuanbao hadn't eaten baked sweet potatoes for a long time. Hearing Grandma Li say this, she no longer refused and accepted the baked sweet potatoes with both hands. Thank you Grandma Li. Grandpa Li then took out a few large sweet potatoes from the oven and handed them to Wanishi, Lin Lanqing, and Su Tingzhou. If you don't mind, take them and eat them. Our family's baked sweet potatoes, Nuanbao's favorite. Nuanbao nodded and gave a thumbs up. Grandpa Li's baked sweet potatoes, delicious. Only then did Wanishi and the others take the baked sweet potatoes and ate them together with Nuanbao. Su Tingzhou seldom ate things bought from outside stalls, but this time, his eyes lit up. Yummy. When Ishi and Lin Lanqing nodded along. I'm craving a baked sweet potato too. Hey, Hey, I'm close, I'll get it when the show's over. My Numbu is really eating well. Why did Grandma Lee say the warmer saved her life? Whatever why, let's just know that the warm blood pups are loved by everyone. After eating the baked sweet potatoes, Nguyen Bao officially started business. Her two big eyes unblinking look at the people passing by, but the passers-by, although they will take pictures, will be very excited to call the name of the idol, but no one really cares about Nguyen Bao's fortune-telling. Couldn't you just go to one person and let warm blood make some money? The baby is sitting there, looking really pathetic with its eyes. The program is letting them make money on their real skills, not on their fame, so what can they do if they shed their celebrity ring? Next door, Brother Guan and Brother Zhou are also bumping into walls everywhere. Only Shichuanshi found a restaurant and got a short-lived job with her excellent cooking skills. Seeing no one coming, Lin Lunching said to Wanishi, I'll leave the child to you to watch over. I'll go look elsewhere? Wanishi glanced at Nguyen Bao, who hadn't given up yet, and smiled helplessly with his eyebrows. You go ahead. Lin Lunching spoke to Su Tingzhou and then left with his photographer. When Grandpa Lee's baked sweet potatoes were finished, he said, Nguyen Bao, why don't you tell Grandpa's fortune again? Nguyen Bao, however, shook his head and said, No da, I've counted for Grandpa before, and it takes a long time before the person who has counted can count the next hexagram. Grandpa Lee didn't realize there was such a thing. At this time, a brightly dressed, nearly 40 years old woman passed by. Seems to know that this is in the shooting of the variety show. She had not wanted to stay, but she saw sitting in the center of the female doll blearily looking at her. Although she smacked less attention to showbiz, but also know that the person in front of her is a recent big fire of the national girl Nguyen Bao. She walked towards Warmblood, watching steadily as Warmblood's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the woman couldn't help but have a few moments of amusement as her gaze fell on the fortune-telling words. Nguyen Bao looked at the woman in front of her, and asked in a sweet little milky voice, Auntie, do you want to tell your fortune? It's only $9.09. You can't lose or be fooled. The woman snorted out a laugh when she heard this. It did have a comedic ring to it, coming from a milkmaid. Warmblood can still tell fortunes. Ha, Nguyen Bao excitedly said. I will. I'm a very accurate fortune-teller day. Su Tingzhou nodded vigorously. Auntie, Nguyen Bao is very good at fortune-telling. Grandpa Lee seriously pushed. This young lady, don't look at Nguyen Bao's young age, but she is capable of a great deal. He gave me a fortune-telling before and saved my old partner's life. Chapter 121, This auntie is so pitiful. Can't be bought, can't be fooled. Ouch, my cubs are really too cute, right? Is this really not a script? The grandfather who sells sweet potatoes said that the warmer counted his life to save that grandmother. How can a reality show be unscripted? I wouldn't worry about them starving. The show is just doing this for attention. The first issue utilized the fiasco of Nguyen Bao and Xu Zhao. The second issue is going to take the Nguyen Bao fortune-telling line and completely establish the Nguyen Bao persona. I really like Warmonger, but can the show not create this persona? It's really too fake. Isn't it too ugly for the program to pile up so many buffs on Warm Bao? The pop-ups are all resisting in number fortune-telling this terrain. Even on the hot search are resisting the program team to engage in superstition, causing a lot of fans to resent. And at this moment, the program's assistant director looked at An Haodong. Director An, should we go and stop Nguyen Bao? Now that the internet is boycotting us, I'm afraid Warmblood's popularity will be affected if this goes on. Saying that they have a script, this is simply wrongly accusing people. There was indeed a script, but Director An felt that this was too unoriginal. In order to stand out from all the variety arts, the first thing is to create a real persona. So he discarded all the scripts that were faked. The first installment proved that this works very well. Who would have thought that Phase 2 warmers would go this route and be boycotted instead? No need. And Haodong knew that it would result in this when Nguyen Bao proposed to set up a stall to tell fortunes. But seeing that Wanishi didn't even stop it, he knew that the Wen family had already planned to publicize Nguyen Bao's ability. Those who boycott the warmers now will only be heard more by a punch in the face later. The woman didn't really care about counting lives. She just felt a little pity for Nguyen Bao's bleary eyes as she passed by, and also felt vaguely apprehensive. So she walked over. She smiled unconcernedly and said, Then ask Warmblood to read my fortune. Good Numbu smiled with crooked eyes. Her little chubby hands pinched, and her white cheeks looked extremely serious, but with an even greater sense of contrast. Su Tingzhou looked at Nguyen Bao's appearance and didn't even dare to breathe more for fear of disturbing Nguyen Bao. Wanishi casually sat on Nguyen Bao's side, seeing her serious and proper little face, with a smirk in the bottom of her eyes. So cute. Assuming Nguyen Bao wears the clothes of a Taoist nun, how milky and cute would that be? I have to say, Warmblood really looks the part with this stance. I don't care what kind of persona is or isn't. Which celebrity doesn't have a persona nowadays? What's wrong with Nguyen Bao making a persona? That's right, and I don't think it's necessarily about establishing a persona. The Winchesters are so rich, they still need Nguyen Bao to establish a persona? In no time at all. Nguyen Bao opened his eyes to look at his aunt in front of him, his big round eyes filled with tears. This aunt is so pathetic. In an instant, the originally clear sky flashed with electricity and thunder, as if a storm was about to come. The woman was just counting casually, but she didn't expect the warm treasure in front of her to suddenly look at her with tears in her eyes. What's wrong? And immediately afterward a thunderclap scared the crowd. When Ishii swept his eyes at the abnormal sky, his heart and mind shook, and he hurriedly called out, Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao hurriedly held back the tears in his eyes, and the sky only then reclouded. But it's a good thing the crowd didn't care about this strange phenomenon. Auntie, you don't eat nonsense these days, and don't drive a car. It's dangerous, Nguyen Bao said seriously, and afraid that she didn't say it carefully enough, she added in a milky voice, you can't eat the things handed by your husband, the bad uncle, with bad things added in it. The woman heard those words in front, did not care, just heard the words behind. The face instantly changed. If not in front of a child, she was afraid that she could not help but lose her temper and cursed. Nguyen Bao, it's true that you can't eat anything indiscriminately, but you can't say anything indiscriminately either, especially on the program. When you say that, people will think that my husband is going to make a fortune. When Wanisi heard Nguyen Bao say this, he knew that the woman in front of him was afraid that she was going to die soon. Seeing the woman's face full of anger and disbelief, he frowned. This young lady, Nguyen Bao's fortune telling is very accurate. I think you should check on your husband. The woman's face was green for a while. You guys stop talking nonsense. My husband and I have been married for more than 10 years. Our relationship has always been very good. In addition to the fact that we do not have children, there are babies, there are children. But Numbu said quickly, you don't have a baby, but uncle has a baby, and he's been a father for a long time, with a newborn baby boy and a 6-year-old baby girl. The woman looked shocked, but still didn't believe Nguyen Bao's words. Her fists clenched. Nguyen Bao, are you saying my husband cheated on me? Do you know what cheating is at your young age? Don't listen to adults and lie freely. It's true that Numbu didn't know about the cheating, but she knew that the aunt in front of her didn't believe her, and said with a small face, I didn't lie. Miss, Nguyen Bao's trigrams are just like that. If you believe it or not, just go and check it yourself. Wanisi said in a deep voice, if you need help, you can look for the Wen family. I can help you contact them. No need. The woman's face sank, and without another word, she turned to leave. Nguyen Bao climbed up, picked up the yellow talisman paper on the ground and handed it to the woman. Auntie, take this. It can save you. The woman wanted to be angry, but when she saw Nguyen Bao's eyes looking at her, she couldn't bear to be angry. She could only be forced into the talisman paper by Nguyen Bao. She didn't say anything, and walked away with a sullen face. Warmblood figured out that woman's husband not only cheated on her, but also murdered her for money? Really? It's a script, right? I don't think it's possible to be so coincidental. What are you all thinking? It must be fake. These days there are still people believe that fortune telling is real? Let's believe in science, okay? It's not like there's nothing in the world that can't be solved by science, but I think it must be taught by adults. A 3-year-old kid. It's better to be simple and cute. Don't take the persona route, okay? If I were that woman, I'd rather believe it. I'd definitely check out the husband. Nguyen Bao's little face looked at her aunt's departing back with a few moments of sadness. She turned back to hug Wanishi and said with some sadness, Third uncle, does auntie not believe me? Baby, you have to know that people are like this. Only when things happen will they regret not listening to others. Wanishi squatted down and stroked Nguyen Bao's head. You've already done a good job. Whether they believe it or not is their business. Su Tingzhou said, Nguyen Bao, they don't believe in you. I believe in you. I know Nguyen Bao is the best, so he won't lie and cheat. Grandpa and Grandma Li were also frightened by Nguyen Bao's words just now, but thinking about Nguyen Bao's ability, they knew that Nguyen Bao didn't lie and said in unison, Nguyen Bao, Grandpa, Grandma, Li believes in you too. Nguyen Bao milk whistled. Thank you both. Thank you Grandpa and Grandma Li. She looked to the back of the aunt who had just left and clenched her small fists, making sure to make herself more powerful so that people wouldn't disbelieve her. Grandma Li suddenly asked curiously, Nguyen Bao, if that auntie just now didn't believe you, what would happen to her? Nguyen Bao remembered the picture he just saw, suddenly hit a bad chill. The little milky voicer hiding fear, will die, and that auntie is so miserable. After she died, her aged mom and dad were very sad, and not long after that they went with her, and her house and car and money will be taken over by the bad uncle, and the bad uncle will take the young auntie to live in. Chapter 122, The Warmer won the lottery. It really won the lottery. Warmblood's words caused a gust of nasty chills, both from those in the room and the viewers in front of the screen. In the 21st century, there are still people who kill their wives and take away their babies. Police uncle, please pay extra attention. It's too bad, isn't it? It's like a broken home, cheap for scum and mistresses. What kind of jokes are you you guys talking about? This is obviously scripted, and you guys really believe the words of a 3.5-year-old kid, although it is said to be a god. But I still believe in science. Fortune-telling and other things are not desirable. Nguyen Bao learned something else. I have long wanted to say. You guys praise Nguyen Bao to the sky. I look down also think that ordinary children behave a little bit. Nothing special and now is even more annoying. A small age to learn the adult style. Fake death. Upstairs has too much malice towards Warmblood. I really wonder if the Wen family is having some kind of financial problems. Otherwise why would they let little kids out to make money? No matter what you guys say or scold, I still like Nguyen Bao. Even if it's scripted, she just got her lines out, so why are you guys blaming a kid? I'd like to know the follow-up, and I hope that fortune-telling lady comes out early to punch her in the face. The internet caused a huge uproar against the warmer above. Almost everyone felt it was a pre-rehearsed script to get the show to stand up for itself, and some people even organized to boycott/complain about the show, saying that the show was seriously affecting the physical and mental health of children. Because the program is on fire all over the country, the matter has alarmed the top, and someone will come to invite the program to tea. Of course, this is off the air, and the broadcast continues. Grandpa Lee said angrily, young people nowadays are really getting more and more unlikable. No, I have to find that girl. Grandma Lee pulled back the impulsive Grandpa Lee and said in a serious tone, that girl doesn't believe in Nguyen Bao's words, so what good can you do by going? I'm afraid you'll still be treated as a lunatic and kicked out. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Lee could only sigh repeatedly. When Isi said, don't worry, she'll be fine. With that, he picked up Warmblood. Okay, baby, there's no money to be made here. Let's go. Nguyen Bao took a look at his little body, and sure enough, he still wasn't as good at fortune-telling as Grandpa. Her little face was full of frustration. Her chubby little arms hugged Wanishi's neck, and she milkily sighed. Ugh, it's so hard to make money. These words made a few adults snort out a laugh, and Wanishi pinched her bulbous little face. Congratulations, baby. At a young age you know that making money is not easy. Nguyen Bao saw that Wanishi was still laughing, and immediately puffed up and inserted his little fat waist. Third uncle, serious, we are all going to have no rice to eat. Okay, serious. Wanishi converged the smile on his face, but how could he not hide the smile under his eyes? Go, uncle, take the fat baby to make money. Wanishi held Nguyen Bao in one hand and led Su Tingzhou, who had packed his small backpack, in the other, and waved goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma Lee before leaving with the two cubs. Ha 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 ha. Nguyen Bao realized at a young age that it's not easy to make money, and it's true that he's a little brat who has been severely beaten by society. Such a cute little cub. It's amazing that there's so much malice on the internet. I really don't know what these people think. That's right. I haven't seen kids with such poisonous mouths before when they were making TV and playing villains. Please people, treat reality TV variety shows as TV, okay? They are all scripted and the cubs are just acting accordingly. Regardless of how the internet talked about it, Nguyen Bao didn't know anything about it. She was carried to the street by Wanishi, her little face covered with curiosity. Third uncle, how are you going to make money? Wanishi looked at the entrance of the supermarket. It is written that the recruitment of temporary goods removal workers, although it is physical work, but the wages are not low. He placed Nguyen Bao on the ground and instructed Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou, wait for me here for a moment. Don't run around. I'll be right back. He first went to see if he could apply for the job. The two cubs obediently responded. Okay. Wanishi looked at the photographer who was following the shoot. Please help me look at it. The photographer guessed what Wanishi wanted to go and do, so he nodded and said, don't worry, Master Shi. It must not be what I think it is. Our Master Shi has fallen to this? It's so tragic and bitter, but I want to laugh so much. I don't think it can be a porter. He's a household name. How can they make him a porter? However, the disbelieving fans were soon slapped in the face as they saw Wanishi show off his biceps to the person in charge of the offending flower girl, stating that there was no problem at all in moving the goods. Our Master Shi has fallen to this? It's so tragic and bitter, but I want to laugh so much. What kind of supermarket is this that actually agrees to let me, Master Shi, work as a hard laborer? It's too much. If you want to move goods, you should consider my supermarket. My treatment is better than theirs. I'd love to see it. The three-time movie star, the third young master of the Wen family, has become a drudge. The program team really doesn't do anything, and Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou, who were waiting outside, squatted on the ground in boredom. Nguyen Bao, what did your uncle go for? I don't know. Nguyen Bao shook his little head and said, suddenly hearing Su Tingzhou's stomach make a gurgling sound. Zhou, are you hungry? Su Tingzhou covered his stomach in embarrassment and said, I'm not hungry. He was still so hungry, even though he had eaten a big sweet potato. Nguyen Bao rummaged through his pockets and eventually turned out 2 coins, arched his eyebrows and said boldly, I have $2, I'll buy you a food tata. Nguyen Bao looked left and right, but didn't see any small store selling buns. Suddenly his big eyes noticed the small store next to him. She used to see a lot of people go into little stores like this, some coming out happy and others coming out sad. My uncle used to come here all the time and said he could make a lot of money by buying things inside. Nguyen Bao's little milky voice was all tinged with excitement as he asked, "Boat, do you want to make a lot of money?" Su Tingzhou looked at Nguyen Bao with a face full of doubt. Warm blood this is. It's not what I think it is it? If I'm not mistaken. The cub's gaze lingered at the lottery store for a while. Is she going to buy a lottery ticket? No way. No way. No way. No way. However, no matter how many people in the comments section uttered words of obstruction, Nguyen Bao still aggressively pulled Su Tingzhou into the lottery store, and several photographers and staff members looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly followed. The owner of the lottery store was dozing off when he saw so many people coming in. I'm a regular business here. You. Before the words were spoken, a child's milky voice was heard from underneath. Uncle Boss, I want to buy something. Boss Probo look. The original cabinet blocked the two pups. The key to the two pups is also very good looking. At a glance is not ordinary people's children. He subconsciously softened his tone. Children. I do not have here you want to buy things. There da. Warm blood handed 2 coins to the owner. I want to buy things that will make me a lot of money. The owner froze. This. Warm blood pointed to the lottery ticket next to him and said, "That's the one. I'm going to buy this one." She's seen her uncle shave this. The owner took the 2 coins with a dumbfounded look on his face, then watched with a dumbfounded look on his face as Warm blood tiptoed to pick a lottery ticket. Nguyen Bao also didn't go, but plopped down on the short stool next to him, and excitedly said to Su Tingzhou, Zhou, we'll have big money soon. No need to go hungry. Aha! Su Tingzhou nodded vigorously, looking at Nguyen Bao with a face of adoration. At this point, my expression is exactly the same as the lottery store owners. I can't believe Nguyen Bao really bought a lottery ticket, and he's so sure he'll make money. Whose silly baby is this? It's so funny. However, the next second the comments went nuts. Asterisk, what's going on? The warmer won the lottery. Really won the lottery. Chapter 123, Third Uncle. Did you make a lot of money too? Nguyen Bao scratched the lottery ticket, revealing the number of numbers in it, but neither she nor Su Tingzhou could read it, so she waved the ticket and handed it to the boss, asking in a milky voice, Uncle Boss, have I made any money? Which is so easy to buy a lottery ticket to make money these days. The boss said, took the lottery ticket handed by Nguyen Bao, casually swept a glance, and when he saw the number on it, he blinked his eyes and was full of disbelief. Win the lottery. The photographers looked at each other in disbelief, and the photographer who was following the warm-up shot came up and said, it's a real winner. $100. It's a small amount, but anyone who buys a lottery ticket knows how low the odds of winning are. The warmer was a random purchase, and I was surprised that I actually won it. Mom, really won the lottery. Now buy the lottery winning probability is high? A 3-year-old kid who bought a lottery ticket won. $100. The Cubs won $100. I've bought countless lottery tickets in my life, and the most I've won is $5. On how great it is to spend $2 and multiply it 50 times. Oh, shocker. Should I go buy a lottery ticket to see if I can do the same? This shouldn't be a script, right? After all, the boss didn't look like he was faking it before. When Nguyen Bao heard that she had earned $100, her white little face smiled into a ball and said to Su Tingzhou, Zhou, we've earned big money. Nguyen Bao is awesome. Su Tingzhou actually didn't understand much of the adult's words, but seeing the excited status of the people around him, he also knew that Nguyen Bao had made money and clapped his hands and cheered. Warm blood arched his eyebrows and smiled dejectedly. Uncle Boss, money? The owner has never seen such a small milk doll to buy lottery tickets, and the key the other party even won. What kind of bewitching luck is this? He took out $100 and handed it to Warm blood. Your bonus, $100. Thank you, Uncle Boss. Nguyen Bao accepted the bills with both hands and milked his thanks. He also said towards Su Tingzhou, Zhou, I'll treat you to a big meal. The two cubs walk hand in hand towards the outside while the photographers look at each other. Should I go buy a lottery ticket too? Maybe we'll get rich overnight? Another photographer. Off. It's daylight but dream realistically. The cubs are gone. Keep up. Ha. Did the photographers forget that this is a live broadcast and we can hear them? Photographer A, I'd love to buy one to look at. Photographer B, covering his mouth, no, you don't. I decided to buy a lottery ticket when I saw it live. Friends, don't be blindly addicted to the lottery. It's just a variety show. Sober up. Nguyen Bao and Su Tingzhou had just walked out of the lottery store when they saw Wanishi also walking out of the supermarket. Nguyen Bao excitedly called out, Third Uncle. Wanishi's face also carried the joy of finding a job. baby, I found something. Moving goods for 5 hours $100. Nguyen didn't listen to what Wanishi said, but excitedly ran towards him, waving the $100 in his hand. Third uncle, look, I'm earning big money. I don't need to starve AC. Wanishi squatted down to hold the fluttering warm treasure, looked at the $100 in her hand and froze. Baby, where did you get the money? Nguyen Bao dejectedly said. Boat and I earned a. Third uncle, are we great? The little look of the cub's dejection is too cute, right? Laughing to death. Every day I want to have a little cub. Pups are not funny. Funny is the West Master. Moving goods for 5 hours only $100. Our pups less than a minute to earn $100. This contrast. Laugh dead. Master West looks even funnier with a confused look on his face. When Ishii looked at the photographers, seeing their faces that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, his complexion became more and more confused, and asked Nguyen Bao, you tell uncle first, where did the money actually come from? Warmblood pointed her little finger at the lottery store and said, there ack. Wanishi incredulously looked at Nguyen Bao, then looked at the photographer who silently nodded, and said with difficulty, you went to buy lottery tickets? God knows how hard it was for him to say the word lottery. Numbu nodded joyfully. Buy a lottery ticket and make a lot of money. When Ishii immediately looked at the camera, put up 3 fingers, and said with vigor, Mom and Dad, I swear I definitely didn't teach this. Master Shi's goonish look is so funny. It's so hard to watch all the other Cubs live broadcasts, and it's so amusing to watch Warmblood's live broadcasts. I just want to know what Winnie's expression is at this moment. As for the Win residents, when Swoy's face was green for a while and white for a while, covering his eyes with his big hands, as if he didn't want to see Wanishi, this disgraceful thing. Ning Shuyuan and Song Fian looked at each other and smiled. They were also shocked when they just watched Nguyen Bao go to buy lottery tickets, but when they thought of Yang Ningjuan's couple, they didn't find it strange. They thought that Nguyen Bao saw Yang Ningjun buying lottery tickets, so they knew about it. When Ishii asked Nguyen Bao once again, so, you really won $100 by buying a lottery ticket? Nguyen Bao nodded his head vigorously and said, yes, third uncle, we have money, eat rice. When Ishii looked at the $100 in front of him, and then looked at the lottery store, and a strange light seemed to cross his eyes. Nguyen Bao, you lend me this $100 first, I'll pay you back later. When Ishii took $100 from Nguyen Bao, and then asked the photographer to keep an eye on the 2 little cubs. It can't be what I think it is. Did Master sigh. He wouldn't want to buy a lottery ticket too, would he? When Ishii did as the fans thought, and entered the lottery store in a furious manner. 10 minutes later, however, when Ishii was deeply shocked and walked out with heavy steps. I'm literally dying of laughter, and I declare this the biggest joke I've seen this year. Ha 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 ha. When Ishii not only didn't win the lottery, but also got addicted to blogging, and used up all the $100 from the warmer, and ended up not winning a dime. Master Shi is playing me, right? 1 second I'm sure I'll win before I walk into the lottery store, and the next second I'm being beaten by reality. Poor my Cubs $100 just went down the drain. Laughing. JPG, this incident tells us never to indulge in gambling, or the children's money will be lost. I had wanted to buy a lottery ticket, but I instantly withdrew that stupid heart. I believe this is definitely not a script. No one can write such a classic plot. Master West's face is swollen. When Nguyen Bao saw Wanishi come out, he rushed forward and asked in a milky voice, third uncle, did you earn big money too? Wanishi looked at Nguyen Bao's big round eyes full of trust, remembering that he had spent all his money on lottery tickets at once. He was like an eggplant in frost. Nguyen Bao, Zhou, listen carefully, today uncle teaches you one thing. When Ishii squatted down, hugged Nguyen Bao, held Su Tingzhou, and said in a serious tone, all money that comes from unearned sources is bad. We have to rely on our own efforts to earn money. Go, uncle will take you to make money. Viewers in front of the screen, photographers. Chapter 124. Nguyen Bao is a little half-immortal. Who on earth watches a variety show and laughs like a cutie? Like, it's me alright. Master Shi, doesn't your conscience hurt? When Ishii you dare to tell the truth to the Cubs, it's too much. How can you cheat such a cute baby? I don't think Master Shi did anything wrong. Children need to be educated from a young age. Nguyen Bao tilted his little head and looked at his third uncle, who said the same thing that Grandpa had said. She looked at the lottery store, remembered the way her uncle laughed and cried at times, clenched her little fist and said, third uncle, I know, it's wrong to buy lottery tickets. We have to earn money with our real skills, right? When Ishii stroked Nguyen Bao's little head, I can't say it's wrong to buy a ticket. It's just that you have to do it in moderation and not overdo it. Warmblood nodded plausibly. Su Tingzhou looked at Wenishi's empty hands. Smartly he said, Uncle Ishii, so you just overdid it? Wenishi sweated and changed the topic. Let's make money first. he said, leading the two cubs towards the supermarket. Boat truth. Losing $100 is always a price to pay. Let's watch our three-time movie star, Mr. West, move the goods. Just as Ezra Wynn was hard at work moving goods, the online gambling incident about buying lottery tickets festered. All the places where gambling is prohibited have forwarded the video of WEN Ezekiel buying lottery tickets as a case study, calling on the general public not to buy lottery tickets blindly. This made Wanishi appear greatly once in the official R, and his popularity once again rose to a level. And at this moment Wanishi is still moving containers, because the supermarket package a meal, even with the two cubs are eating a rounded stomach, and then sit hand in hand and watch Wanishi moving goods. Of course when it comes to small objects, Nguyen and Su Tingjo will help. The two little cubs' busy look also captured the hearts of many fans, waiting for the hard work to get this $100. It is not late. Wanishi holding the two little cubs back to the suburban villa. By then everyone else had arrived and everyone was loaded. And the one who earned the most was Shi Chuanxi, who also bought food for everyone for dinner, followed by Lin Lanqing who modeled with her superior condition, then Joshua and Guan Chang who also earned a lot, and only Wanishi who only earned $100 because she didn't have enough time and was still doing hard labor. However, everyone didn't care. After all, the money earned today was enough to live on for several days, and everyone would be able to lie down for the rest of the day, just as the crowd was enjoying their dinner. And Haodong appeared in front of the crowd with a grave expression on his face. Guan Chang, director in, you're not going to make things difficult for us again, are you? Joshua, director in, can you let us have a good meal first? And Haodong didn't bother with them, but looked at Wanishi and Nguyen Bao with a serious expression. Mr. What? The lady that Nguyen Bao had her fortune told in the morning was saved by the police and is still in the hospital today, while her husband was arrested by the police on suspicion of intentional homicide. Those present, viewers in front of the screen, what's going on? I just went to eat a bowl of instant noodles. Why is it a big deal? No, I have to go check it out. I just came back from watching the hot search, and holy crap, the whole goosebumps came out, and the warmer counted exactly right. To tell you the truth, my whole sweaty hairs are standing up now. Warm blood really got it right. She can really tell fortunes. What the hell is this? A 3-year-old can tell fortunes and get it right. Is it a script? Please tell me it's a script. The East City Public Security Bureau made a direct announcement that the woman's husband is at the bureau right now. Do you think it can still be pre-arranged by the program team? What kind of person is Nguyen Bao? This. Science can't even explain it. And when Nguyen Bao heard and Haodong say this, his big round eyes carried worry. Is that auntie alright? And Hadong Dao, the person is fine. Just a few bruises. With that, Haodong returned his cell phone to the crowd so they could see what was going on. The number one hot search today is the number fortune teller, and the second is the victim's case. Woman called Lu Yahui, home small assets, and her husband Li Jinping love each other for many years after entering into marriage. Married for more than 10 years although there are no children, but the couple has always been very good. Who would have thought that Li Jinping has long been derailed, and the little three have a son and a daughter. What's worse is that Li Jinping isn't satisfied with his current marital status, and he comes up with a brilliant way to end the marriage and still get a huge amount of inexhaustible money. He began to lay out. First, let Lu Yahui buy a lot of accident insurance. The beneficiary is Li Jinping. Under Li Jinping's original plan, is to let Lu Yahui drink water with sleeping pills, and then let Lu Yahui drive to see her parents. And the car was early by him in advance. The brakes are problematic. Lu Yahui once driving, not sober, she is bound to have problems. As long as Lu Yahui died, then all the assets of the family's house and car are his, and there is also a huge insurance payout. He does not have to worry about the rest of his life at all. Just he did not expect Lu Yahui and Nguyenbo hear fortune-telling. So when Li Jinping served water to her to drink, her mind rang Nguyenbao's advice, stayed in mind, only drank a mouthful, set out to see her parents. She drove also realized that something was wrong. The heart-appalled hastened to call the police, and the bodyguards of the Wen family who had already obeyed the instructions were the first to save Lu Yahui and sent to the hospital. Afterwards, Lu Yahui said in an interview, I did not expect more than 10 years of feelings. He dared to want me to die. Fortunately, before Nguyen Bao gave me fortune-telling, so I left a heart, or else. She covered her face and cried out in pain. Only after a long time did she ease her emotions and said towards the camera, Nguyen Bao, thank you. You saved me and my parents. I can't believe that I didn't believe you during the day. If not for you, if not for the Wen family's hand in the fight, I really would have died. Once this matter came out, Run, North knows once again fire out of the circle. The warm treasure is to occupy the first of all the hot searches. The original boycott of the program of the people were also all hit in the face. So it's true that children tell fortunes? I've been alive for more than 30 years, but I didn't expect to have my eyes open today. Some people don't believe in fortune telling, but who doesn't offer a few gods of wealth to the big stars in the entertainment industry nowadays? And if they don't believe in it, how come there are so many Buddha worshippers? That said, I did see an old man with a child telling fortunes on a flyover a long time ago, and now that I think about it, that child was Nguyen Bao. I've seen it too, but I've only seen children sitting on the footbridge telling fortunes at that time, and she was dressed in rags on a cold day. Nguyen Bao was already a 3-year-old cub. She's a little half fairy. What did I do wrong? I should have known. I should have asked Warmblood to tell my fortune. This is unbelievable. Beg Warmblood to count me in. I want one too. And after the people recording the program watched the news, all of them looked at Nguyen Bao with burning eyes, especially Guan Chang as he lifted Nguyen Bao. I'm not dreaming, right? Nguyen Bao has become a little half immortal. Nguyen Bao, can you tell my fortune and see how old I can live? Nguyen Bao was lifted high by Guan Chang and made a cheeky sound. When she heard Guan Chang's words, she shook her head and said, "You can't count that far." Joshua was also filled with amazement looking at Nguyen Bao. What kind of magical treasure was this? All right, and Haonong clapped his hands and said, looking extremely serious, "Mr. What? Someone wants to see Nguyen Bao. Please come with me." Chapter 125. Let's make sure we bring back the warm bubbles. And Haodong brought Wen Ishi and Nguyen Bao to the outside of the temporary set-up a tent, and inside all the men and women wearing uniforms. The leading man seems to be in his early 30s, a black uniform, appearing extraordinarily erect and rigorous, while Wen Ishi and Nguyen Bao went in, and Haodong quickly retreated. Nguyen Bao was held by Wen Ishi. The first time he saw this kind of occasion, his chubby little arms tightly wrapped around Wen Ishi's neck, and his bun-like white and tender little face was taut along with it. The man was the first to introduce himself. Mr. What? Hello, I'm Gu Chanhan, the vice team of the 76th Division of China. Saying that, Gu Chang'an looked at Nguyen Bao, and his originally cold voice was just a tiny bit gentler. Nguyen Bao. Hello. Although Nguyen Bao was scared, he still called out politely, "Hello, Uncle Gu." Mr. What? You should know why we are looking for it. Warmblood's ability revealed in the program has already attracted the attention of many forces, and we, Division 76, have always said hello to many mysterious things. Unlike the Institute's Division 0, Division 76 is a special organization established separately in China, and is the one who knows a lot of peculiar things. Wen Isi smiled and said, "What's so special about just telling fortunes, Mr. What? Truth be told, we noticed Nguyen Bao from the first issue of the show." Gu Chan'an gestured for Wen Isi to sit down, then sat himself across from him and said, "Nguyen Bao can tell when the weather is changing, and in this installment she showed her fortune-telling ability, so she's by no means an ordinary person." Mr. What? Aren't you exposing Nguyen Bao's specialness in order to gain protection from Huaxia? Gu Chan'an leaned back in his seat with a subdued, darkly meaningful smile on his face. Division 76 specializes in protecting special people. Since the Wen family seeks our blessing, why don't you tell us straight about Nguyen Bao's identity? Wen Ishi pinched Nguyen Bao's little hair bun, looked at Gu Chan'an whose words were somewhat condescending, and snorted coldly, "Shelter? I think Mr. Gu has made a mistake. What we want is not protection from 76 places, but if you want to protect Nguyen Bao, why don't you tell us what you have first?" When these words came out, the people of 76 glared at Wen Isi. Even Gu Chan'an had collected the smile on his face. Since the establishment of the 76th branch, they had touched quite a few special human races, most of which were Fey, but their abilities were so weak that they could only seek the blessing of the 76th branch, and as a result, the 76th branch did not place the Fey in their eyes, and the special ability of this cub in front of him should be able to foretell the future. This ability can be described as powerful, which is also the first time that the higher-ups commanded him to rush here after getting the news. But he just didn't expect Wen Isi to have this attitude. Foreseeing the future was powerful but not offensive, and although the Wen family was strong, an unknown enemy wouldn't care so much. Mr. What? I know the Warmbloods are arrogant, but this is for people. For other species, they don't care about your status. The Warmbloods are weak and can only be protected from the 76th branch. Weak? When Ishi snorted, his family's baby was able to beat even a powerful foreigner like Xie Xiancandle to vomit blood, let alone a human. Nguyen Bao looked at Third Uncle, knowing that Third Uncle did not like these people in front of her. At that moment, she stuck her own little fat waist and grunted, "I don't want your protection. I can protect myself." Gu Chang'an frowned slightly and lost his smile. Nguyen Bao, you, Before he could finish his words, he felt the special gun placed at his waist suddenly hanging in the air, and he looked startled, only to see the pistol fall into Nguyen Bao's hands in the next second. The pistol was just right for an adult, but too big for Warmblood's tiny hands, and she could only manage to hold it in both of them. None of the people at 76 were shocked. They also knew that there were strong and weak abilities of some foreigners, but according to their understanding over the years, there was no difference between the pups of foreigners and ordinary pups. None of them had any special abilities, and Nguyen Bao not only had the ability to foretell the future, but also the ability to fetch things from across the sky. Seeing them reveal this unseen look, Wanishi took the firearm from Nguyen Bao's hand and threw it back to Gu Chang'an, snorting coldly, "Mr. Gu, you'd better go back and practice again. My baby doesn't need your protection. The Winchesters want the protection of China, not just the 76th branch, and don't think he doesn't know that the 76th branch protects the special races as a matter of trade." They approached Warmblood for no other reason than their ability to foretell the future. Gu Chang'an also knew that it was his bad attitude at the beginning, so he softened his tone and said, "Mr. What? I'm sorry, it was me who had a bad attitude before, but Nguyen Bao's exposure on the show will definitely attract the attention of the special organization. Once they take action against Nguyen Bao, our Wen family has already hired someone to protect Nguyen Bao. As for you guys, why don't you practice again?" Wanishi hugged Nguyen Bao and got up to leave. Joke, their group is still no match for one Xia Zion candle, and they have the nerve to say that they want to protect Nguyen Bao. Gu Chang'an didn't stop it. The man behind him said, "Lieutenant, Gu told us to make sure we bring back the warmers. How is this?" Gu Chang'an rubbed his brow and said, "It was my mistake. I didn't realize that Nguyen Bao could not only foretell the future, but also have special abilities. She's just over 3 years old. There are infinite possibilities in the future, so I can only let Goody make a trip in person." Wanishi returned to the live broadcast room holding the warm treasure. "So who the hell is looking for a warmer? It's not the police, is it? Looking at Warmblood's precognitive ability? It's not impossible. That can only mean that the police know what they're doing, and that the Warmblood should be incorporated into the state if they're so powerful. Nowadays, Run, Northern Nose is no longer an ordinary variety show, and I'm sure it will soon be an international hit." Guan Chang and Zhou Shua and others surged up to surround Wanishi and Nguyen Bao, asking who was looking for them, but Wanishi smiled and said that it was just a few outsiders, while Nguyen Bao obediently lay on Wanishi's shoulder, with sleepy eyes and a fuzzy look. "Quan-chan, Numbu, is this sleepy?" Lin Lanqing pulled Su Tingzhou, who wanted to talk to Nguyen Bao, and said to Wanishi, "Quickly take her up to bed. Look at how sleepy our Nguyen Bao is." Wanishi said sorry to everyone and then carried Nguyen Bao to his room while the others prepared to go back to their rooms to wash up. Inside the room, Wanishi placed the warmer on the bed and then turned off all the cameras on the live broadcast. "Sleepy, baby?" Nguyen Bao yawned and nodded. "Sleepy, want to sleep? Sleep." Wanishi gently rubbed Nguyen Bao's back and coaxed her to sleep. It didn't take long for Nguyen Bao to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Nguyen Bao was woken up by her head itching. She scratched her head with her small hands and realized that the two small bags on top of her head seemed to be more bulging, like something was about to break out of the skin. This scared Nguyen Bao's sleepiness away. She got up from the floor and stood on tiptoe with her little feet struggling to try to climb up. Third uncle. Suddenly, Nguyen Bao felt a cold wind blowing towards her, which made Nguyen Bao shiver. She slowly turned back to look at the balcony door that had been blown open by the wind at some point, while in the distance there was a figure standing under a tree, with its gaze fixedly looking at her. Chapter 126, Does that cub have a dragon bloodline? Nguyen Bao met the person's gaze, and just for a moment, Nguyen Bao felt a coolness rise from the soles of her feet, but she felt that the scent was déjà vu, and she walked to the balcony with her short legs. But when I went to the balcony, the strange uncle under the tree was gone. Warmblood cocked his little head and rubbed his eyes, still not seeing Uncle Strange. All she could do was walk back in a daze, struggling to climb into bed and curl up next to Ezra when to sleep, forgetting even about the discomfort in her head. After Nguyen Bao fell asleep, her body once again emitted dazzling golden light, and soon the golden light converged on the top of her head, only to see two small packets of golden light flickering faintly, and in the next second two tiny golden dragon horns appeared naked. However, soon after, the jade pendant worn around Nguyen Bao's neck followed suit and emitted a burst of golden light, while the two small dragon horns disappeared. At the same time, another place, Xia Shangju and Chu Angxi fought against each other. Xia Shangju emitted a demonic red light all over his body, while Chu Angxi was surrounded by ice arrows. Chu Grasshopper's face was filled with coldness, and the ice arrow in his hand pointed at Xia Zion Candle. "Why are you blocking me?" He had just met eyes with the cub and felt unusually familiar, and was about to go directly to the cub's side, when Xia Shangju suddenly appeared to stop him. Xia Zion Candle blocked the front of the villa, so close it was just a step away. Chu anxiety. The dragon race has never had any grudges with the Fey race. Why do you want to capture our Fey cubs? Chu anxious raised an eyebrow and said, Catch? I just want to probe the identity of that cub. Xia Xiancandle directly interrupted Chu Cricket and said, she's one of our Fey cubs. What other status could she have? Chu Anxious coldly laughed and said, since she doesn't have a side identity, why are you so nervous? Is it because there is some secret in that cub? Xia Xiancandle said without changing his face. What secret can our Fey cub have? But it's just that the ability exposed by this cub is a bit special. That's why our Fey clan pays extra attention to it. And I don't think that should stop you dragons from doing so. Chu Anxiety frowned slightly. I'm only asking you one thing. Does that cub have a dragon bloodline? Xia Xiancandle said evasively. I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that she's a cub of our Fey race. Chu anxious to know today and Xia Xiancandle here set out words. His body around the ice arrows instantly strengthened a layer. Look to be towards Xia Xiancandle 10,000 arrows, but do not know what to think of. Chu anxious to silence to withdraw the ice arrows. Turned to leave. For the sake of that cub, I'll let you off this time. But, if you can protect a moment, can you not protect a lifetime? Killing Xia Xiancandle would instead trigger unrest among the foreigners. That cub would also be affected, and he couldn't do anything rash for a while. Xia Xiancandle looked at the back of Chu anxious to leave. He did not know that now there are many forces have to pay attention to Nguyen Bao, but this is Nguyen Bao's path. If she succeeds, then the foreign race will one day be able to appear in front of the public brightly and openly. Asterisk. A man in black robes stood on the top floor. The wind blew through his black robes and the cloak he wore fell with it, revealing his face. Only one of his eyes was normal, the other was gray. And the horror was that this blind eye was surrounded by an extremely hideous scar, like a mark, which made the man look extraordinarily horrible. Finally found it. The black-robed man's eyes burned as he looked at the location of the villa on the outskirts of the countryside. The corners of his mouth curved up into a hideous and ghastly smile. Dragon's breath. Nguyen Bao. It's really that woman's child. The black-robed man raised his hand and touched his blind eye, his other eye flashing with appalling hatred. It's been over 3 years, and finally I can avenge my blindness. The next day, as soon as the program started broadcasting, a large number of viewers flocked to Nguyen Bao's live room. Yesterday Nguyen Bao fortune-telling is still hanging on the hot search. Tens of millions of viewers came here. And Nguyen Bao's live room originally had hundreds of millions of viewers, and now it is even more to reach an unobservable maximum value. Not only domestic viewers, but also foreign viewers. Run, North Nose is directly on the top of the list of multinational programs, attracted a huge wave of fans to the warmer. Of course the brightest thing is Nguyen Bao's fortune-telling skills. After all, who doesn't want to live longer these days? The program's backstage assistant director excitedly pulled in Haodong's arm and kept yelling, "It's on fire! It's really on fire!" And Haodong looked at his unproductive appearance and frowned. The program has long been on fire, the assistant director said excitedly. It's different, director, and now the whole world knows about our program. And the program has been ranked at the top of the list in foreign countries, which is something that has never happened before. And Haodong thought that Nguyen Bao fortune-telling would be on fire all over the country, and I'm afraid that foreign countries would also know about it. But I didn't expect that this matter would not only dominate the screen in the country, but even foreign countries, plus Nguyen Bao's cute and Qumwa image, which is directly on fire out of the circle. Why is such a cute cub not from our country? Nguyen Bojio Kawai. This little cub knows how to tell fortunes. I bought an international plane ticket overnight to fly to E-City, China, and I hope she'll do it for me. Me too. Fortune-telling request. Nguyen Bao didn't know a thing about how hot the internet was, and once again she was picked up from the floor by her third uncle, leaning against his neck with a look of sleeplessness, and every now and then rubbing her round little face against it. I want to find someone to have a baby, but I don't want a husband. Can the state assign me one like a warm baby? I'm suspecting that our country's fertility rate is going to go up this year because of the warmer. Can you let me soul wear Wanishi? I want to hug Warmblood so badly for a moment and I'll be satisfied. Wanishi carried Nguyen Bao to the washstand and took the wet wipes and covered Nguyen Bao's sleepy face. Nguyen Bao was stunned by the cold water, and his two chubby little hands shook, and his little body moved. Wanishi snorted out a laugh. All right, if you don't wake up, everyone is going to laugh at you for being a little lazy pig. With that, he removed the wipes from Warmblood's face. Nguyen Bao opened his two round eyes and beamed. Third uncle is bad. Wanishi laughed even worse and reached out to pinch her fleshy face. Master, she is so excessive. Look at how angry we Nguyen Bao are. Our little mouths are all pouting. There's no kid who doesn't sleep a lot nowadays. Let her sleep. Look at my cub waking up with two big, misty eyes. When Warmblood opens his little arms, ha 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 ha, it looks like a little turtle. Nguyen Bao sobered up quite a bit. She remembered the strange man she saw last night, wrapped her arms around Wanishi's neck, and came to his ear and said, "Third uncle, last night I woke up from my sleep and saw a strange uncle." Wanishi frowned. Weird uncle. What weird uncle? Nguyen Bao thought about what the man looked like and said with his hands in the air, "It's a tall, thin, handsome-looking uncle." When was last night? It's just that last night I had an itchy head. Then I woke up and saw that Uncle Dan standing under the big tree outside, Nguyen Bao said, pulling Wanisi out of the washroom and pointing at the big tree over the balcony. Wanisi followed the direction Nguyen Bao pointed and squinted his eyes, still unable to see if there was a big tree there. Uncle Dan? Or a good-looking one? Numbu shouldn't be dreaming, right? Is there a tree there? My goodness. Camera head, this is 8 times the lens. I just saw a small shadow. Warm bloods can actually see the tree? It can't be human traffickers, right? Nguyen Bao is so cute. Human traffickers are so rampant now. Nguyen Bao won't be targeted, right? Not so much. Nguyen Bao is the little princess of the Wen family and a national daughter. Who dares to touch her? Sharpening knife. JPG. It should be a dream. Children rarely distinguish between reality and dreaming these days. Wen Ishi, however, knows that Nguyen Bao is not dreaming, because she has always had a counterintuitive vision. But Nguyen Bao mouthed that strange uncle. Chapter 127, Third Uncle. We'll be able to guess correctly. Thinking of this, when Ishi's brows sank, he knew that Nguyen Bao's special, so even recording the program there were bodyguards to protect it at all times, not to mention that there was Xie Zion candle in the shadows, but that person was still able to appear in Nguyen Bao's field of vision, so it was obvious that that person's strength was not bad, but in the recording program, he was not in a position to say too much. He just looked at Nguyen Bao to change the topic and said that his head is itchy. Uncle, take a look. With that, he pulled Nguyen Bao's little arm over and touched the top of her head, and was relieved to find that the 2 little pouches had subsided. Warm blood followed suit and rubbed his head. It doesn't tickle now. Wanisi picked up Nguyen Bao and headed outside. Go eat breakfast first. After breakfast, Guan Chang lay down on the sofa and sighed. We've overdone it. Are we lying flat and waking up in the next few days? This day is really comfortable. Joshua also leaned back on the sofa and sighed afterward. Several children looked at each other in dismay. Nguyen Bao was the first to react. She took a step with her short legs, and followed Guan Chang's example to lie down on the sofa, her little chubby face half raised, comfortable ACA. The other kids followed suit, and the 5 little pups laid down on the couch in unison. Comfortable. This amuses me. My Nguyen Bao is really too cute to learn from Guan. The key is that her little chubby feet still want to cross like Joe, but they are too short to cross. Ha 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 ha. It's usual for Seiki and Cho to look like this, but a few pups doing it. It's really funny. Quan and Cho seem to be relaxing too quickly. I don't think the showrunners will be so nice. Director On's programs never play by the rules. He's sure to arrange something else. Here comes. Director On walks in with his bad idea. When several adults saw An Haodong, their complexions shook in unison. Director In, you're not going to make things difficult for us again, are you? And Haodong looked at the several little cubs lying on the sofa. Kids, what do you want to do today? Nguyen Bao looked at Wan Isi at the first opportunity, while Guan Nianchuan shook his little head. Nothing, I just want to lie flat. Tian, me too. I don't want to do it either. A couple of pups acting like I'm finishing a day's work. It's really too graphic. Chuan is worthy of being Guan's son. It's practically the same. Warmblood, don't think I didn't see that you wanted to lie flat too, and quietly took the little pillow on the couch to block your little face. Warmonger, don't look at me. Look at me. It's just that I want to lie flat. People know that working is tiring at a young age. Not to mention us, alas, it's all tears. Nguyen Bao come to set up a stall. I've been lining up on the footbridge early in the morning, and I've already finished off my 5th baked sweet potato, because the people thought that Nguyen Bao would go to the footbridge and continue to set up a stall to tell fortunes. There were many people lining up early in the morning, waiting to have their fortunes told, but who would have guessed that when Ishi would say early in the morning that he wouldn't be going to set up a stall, with a hint of a smile under her eyes as she listened to the children trying to lie flat. Director Rin took out the killer question. Do the children want to go to the playground? At these words, Nguyen Bao silently took down the small pillow on his face, his white and tender little face with a hint of excitement. Guan Nianchuan, who was just about to lie down flat, immediately jumped up. I want to go. I haven't been to the playground in a long time. I want to go. Tian also held up her little hand. I want to go too. Zhou Wenting glanced at Zhou Shua and followed suit, nodding his head and saying, I want to go too. Several of the adults had a bad feeling about it, and Shirchuan said what Director Rin was implying. Director Rin, you're not going to ask us to pay to take the pups to the playground, are you? As far as they know, that nearby playground is very expensive, although a few cubs can get free tickets, but they adults. Guan Chang immediately said, Chuan, go to some amusement park. Let's have a good rest for a few days and I'll take you there when the program is over. They didn't make enough money yesterday for a couple of adult tickets. Guan Yanchuan shouted in dissatisfaction. Daddy lied. You don't have time to take me to play at all. You said you would take me to the playground 7 times last year, but in the end it was Mom and Grandma who took me there. You never took me. Guan Chang looked a little bit. That's Dad being busy. Guan Yinchuan's little friend grunted in exasperation and said, but I just want to go to the playground with Daddy. I want to play with Daddy. Hearing his son say this, Guan Chang was very guilty. Good. Actually, it's not good to be a star's child. They have really little time for companionship. But what little children need most is companionship. Although Wenty didn't say it, I can tell he definitely wants to go too. Wenting is the worst. He's a small-time actor himself. How can he have time to play? And warm blood. Look at her big glowing eyes. When Nguyen Bao heard Guan Yin Chuan's words, he climbed up from the sofa and tugged on An Haodong's clothes with his small hands. Uncle An, we want to go to the playground, but we don't have any money. Can you let us go in first and play, and pay the money later? She was still afraid that people would say she was reneging on the bill. Her little milky voice sweetly said, Uncle An, I won't not pay. My grandpa is rich. It is well known that the Winchesters are indeed poor to the point of having only money left. Did Mr. Wen see our Nguyen Bao's little look quickly by the playground for our Nguyen Bao to play? An Haodong was tempted to say yes, but he thought for a moment and said, you can ask the uncles and aunts at the ticket office to see if they'll let you take credit. A few adults and a few cubs came to the playground sales office. Even in the face of a few cubs of pampering, the ticket clerk auntie, also indifference and ruthless, refused. Let them in. Let them play. That ticket agent quietly glanced at the director. It must be that the director had greeted them in advance and couldn't be accommodated. And guide on the surface, as long as the ticket office agreed, he will not have a problem. Behind the scenes, with the ticket office, absolutely no accommodation. Worthy of being a sophisticated director, and he himself does not refuse the cubs. Let the ticket office auntie be the bad guy. Wanisi looked at Shi Chuanxi and asked, how many people do we have enough money for to get in? Shi Chuanxi did the math and said, the little cubs are under height and age, so they are free, but the adults are fully paid, and we only have enough money for 2 adults. Neither of them said they wanted to let only 2 adults in. For one thing, the program that was messing with them would never agree to it. And secondly, the playground was crowded, and they didn't feel comfortable leaving their children in the hands of others, especially when Ishi. Just as a few pups looked inside through the railing with bated breath, and Haodong finally stepped forward. It's not without a solution if you want to earn money for the tickets, as long as you complete 2 small games. Several adults and children looked at An Haodong in unison. Guan Nianchuan, what little game? Hide and seek? And Haodong smiled and said, of course not. The first one is you compare and I'll guess. The children will compete according to the words and the adults will guess. As long as all the 5 groups of families guess correctly, then the first hurdle will be passed. Yeah. Nguyen Bao didn't know about this game. Longing was written all over his little face. Third uncle, we will definitely be able to guess correctly. Compared to the excitement of a few children playing the game, a few adults looked at each other and saw the hopelessness in the bottom of each other's eyes. Chapter 128, Third Uncle. There's a weird uncle. Adults were sitting with their backs to the inscription board. A few little cubs looked up at the inscription board with a puzzled look. Nguyen Bao pointed at the words on it and asked, Uncle, what are these words? I only recognize one big word. The crowd looked to the words Numbu was pointing to. They had forgotten that the cubs playing the game this time were not very literate. Rock spreads wings, only knows one big word. As a kindergartner, warm blood is already great. The program group you in the end cannot be a person. A few kindergarten pups. You also want them to know the words ah. An Haodong stepped forward and said, since a few of the children have limited literacy, we will look at the cards instead. The first card was still rock spreading wings. Nguyen Bao cocked his head and looked at it for half a day, then opened his little wings towards Wanishi, stirring them up and down. When Isi frowned, golden cockerel? Nguyen Bao shook his head. No ack. Third uncle, look at me, said Warm Blood, following the movements on the card and stirring his little arms vigorously. When ESI, you want to go to heaven? Warm Blood, ha 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 ha. Master Shi, you're afraid of going to heaven. The rock spreading its wings will look like you're going to the sky, but the way the cubs are moving, this little wing is afraid it's loaded with radar. Ha ha ha. See how anxious we pups are to get the answer out of our mouths. And a couple of other kids had different idioms, so everyone had different action ratios. As the eldest brother, Zhou Wenting got a small chicken peck, which Zhou Shua quickly guessed under the tacit cooperation with Zhou Shua. And although Tian and Shi Chuanxi were halfway partners, Tian did a better job guessing the actions. So Shi Chuanxi's first guess was a smile back, and Su Tingzhou got to smell the chicken, which Lin Lanqing also quickly guessed. Only Nguyen Bao and Guan Yinchuan were left. Guan Yinchuan got it with his hands and followed the card for half a day, but Guan Chang was all confused. and Wanishi looked at Guan Nianchuan's movements and guessed. Hand waving? Guan Nianchuan said excitedly. Uncle, she guessed right. Dad, you're not useful at all. Guan Chang, look at the moves you're making. I thought a monkey was on the body. Director, we guessed right. Guan Nianchuan said excitedly. Hold on, but you're supposed to be your dad's guess. And now that someone else guessed correctly, it doesn't count. I don't care, we guessed correctly anyway. I don't mind Uncle Shi being my temporary dad for a bit. Guan Nianchuan didn't care that much. Several of the adults burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Guan Chang, you kid, for the sake of getting into a playground, Dad can change? Dash, it's true that you have to obey Kawakawa. Dash, temporary dad. Master West, understand. Guan Nianchuan said with a small sigh. Dad, I'm doing this for your own good. If you keep guessing, you definitely won't be able to guess either. And Haodong thought about it and said, that's fine. Then Guan, you can guess Warmblood's movements. If you guess correctly, we'll count you guys as passing. Okay. Guan Chang nodded his head and looked at Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, feel free to compare the drawings. Your Uncle Guan can definitely guess. Wanishi snorted coldly. He just guessed half a day and missed. Guan could read Nguyen Bao's comparison? Nguyen Bao didn't care about the change. She made a serious gesture toward Guan Chang, who revealed an inscrutable look, and just when everyone thought he couldn't guess either, he said the correct answer. Rock spreading wings? Nguyen Bao was so excited that his little milky voice floated. Yes, 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 it's the rock spreading its wings ACA. Uncle Guan is so powerful. Guan Chang's chin was raised high in triumph. That's right, your Uncle Guan is not an ordinary person. Come on, Nguyen Bao, let's high five. Nguyen Bao ran over to Guan Chang with his short legs and gave him a high five. Wanishi ran to the back to see the answer with some amusement. It's really a rock spreading its wings. Numbu, Uncle Sam is so dumb and clumsy that he has never been able to guess. Wanishi walked over and picked up Warmblood's collar. Say what? Nguyen Bao covered his mouth with his little chubby hands, his two big eyes completing the crescent moon, and curtly said towards Wanishi, I didn't say that third uncle is stupid. You, little man. Wanishi snorted out a laugh, hugged Nguyen Bao, and pinched her cheeks. Joshua smiled and asked, Director, we've all passed, can you give us tickets now? There's no rush, we still have a small game. As in Haodong's words fell, several men and women walked out. The next is a test of tacit understanding. Several children blindfolded. By touching hands, guess who is mom and dad? Soon, a few cubs were blindfolded. Came to a few adults in front, but this off a few cubs are defeated. Only Nguyen Bao did not have to touch the hand. Found one easy. Others asked. Nguyen Bao milky voice, because the flavor of the third uncle is not the same. At those words, Guan Chang came to Wanishi's side and sniffed. What's that smell? Lao San, give me a sniff. Wanishi cried and laughed as he pushed Guan Chang's head away and said, Get lost. Dash, could it be that after not seeing you for a few days, Master Sai has a smell on him? What exactly is that smell? Puppy curious. JPG, on Haodong, only Warmonger got this level right. You guys failed the overall challenge. Nguyen Bao came to Haodong, tugged on his clothes and shook them, pampering, Uncle N, can you let Nguyen Bao find all the uncles and aunts in this level? Nguyen Bao can find them all. Oh, Warmblood, you mean you're going to find the other 4 blindfolded? Well, nah. Numbu wants to get the uncles and aunts and brothers and sisters together on the playground. And Numbu is great at finding people. On Haodong thought for a moment. Okay, Guan Nenchuan, Don Wanbo, Zhou Wenting, Nguyen Bao cheer. It's okay if you can't find it. We can go somewhere else to play. Tian, brother Wenting is right. If you can't, I'll take you to kindergarten. We have lots of free toys there. Su Tingzhou, the warmer will definitely work. We both really always believe in warmers. No matter what Nguyen Bao does, both believes that Nguyen Bao will succeed. Warmblood nodded at everyone. I'll be cheering. She came to the center blindfolded. Her little nose twitched and she quickly found Guan Chang in front of the crowd. This is Uncle Guan. In the blink of an eye, he found Zhou Shua, Lin Lancheng and Shi Chuanxi again. Aside from one Isi, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and even the program team was in awe. How in the world did Warmblood do that? I can't believe I actually found them all. Numbu, because everyone smells different on the Mac. That's true. It's like my son can tell me from his dad with his eyes closed. Nguyen Bao's nose. It's comparable to a dog's nose, right? Honestly, I think Nguyen Bao can go to the police station to solve crimes, and can tell fortunes, and has a nose comparable to a dog's nose. Nguyen Bao, this is simply made for solving crimes. On Haodong, since Warmblood overshot the game, we decided to give you the tickets. A few of the kids were so happy that they jumped up and down and screamed. Yeah. It was like never having been to a playground before. A couple of adults holding pups started checking tickets into the playground, and a man stood a short distance away staring intently this way. Nguyen Bao sensed the gaze and turned back to meet that person's gaze, so scared that she clutched Wanishi's hand tightly. Third uncle, there's a strange uncle. Chapter 129. Nguyen was so scared by the haunted house that he hiccuped. Wanishi's complexion tightened and followed Nguyen's gaze, but he didn't see anyone. Is that the one from last night? Warm blood shook his head, his little milky voice tinged with a hint of fear. No, Ak. She pointed to her right eye and said, that Uncle Dan has this white eye. Look at me. Bad eye. Wanishi's face changed slightly. It was not the same one, and it was obvious that Nguyen could feel that this person held malicious intent towards her today. He shook the hand holding Nguyen. Baby, you can't let go of the grip later, okay? Warmblood nodded obediently. I know. Soon Nguyen and everyone came to the carousel. Nguyen's favorite item in the amusement park before was also the carousel. She held Wanishi in one hand and Tian in the other and waited at the carousel queue. Su Tingzhou and Zhou Wenting, also related to Nianchuan, all went to other programs. They still prefer a little more exciting. So the boy cubs and girl cubs are different. This is the first time Boat has left the warm treasure behind to play. It shows how attractive the playground is. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Warmblood heard a short chubby guy next to him who also wanted to play on the merry-go-round. Daddy, I want to play on the merry-go-round. His father looked at the Trojan horse, but his eyes on the bumper cars over there. So he said, look at you are fat into a ball. The carousel will not be able to withstand your weight. Do not wait until the time to the Trojan horse overthrown. Dad cannot afford to lose. Go with Dad to play something else. When Nguyen heard this, his two eyes went wide and he subconsciously looked at his chubby little belly. A hint of panic appeared on her small white face as she remembered getting stuck in the slide earlier. She looked up at Wanishi and said, Third uncle, I don't want to play this. When ESI wondered, isn't the carousel your favorite? Warmblood shook his head. I don't like it now. I'm going to play something else. If she crushes the wooden horse too, she has no money. She can't afford to pay for it. She'll have to sell her body to cover the debt. She doesn't want it. Tian pulled Nguyen and said, Nguyen, but I want to play. Why don't you play with me? Nguyen was eager to accompany Tian, but she patted her small belly. But I'm too fat. The wooden horse will be crushed. When Isi and Shi Chuanxi, Tian looked at the merry-go-round and then at Nguyen, defending her little sister and saying, not at all. Nguyen is not fat. Hearing Tian say this, Nguyen hooked her little mouth, but when she thought of the man's words just now, she still shook her head in fear. No. I'm scared. I can't afford to pay for it with my third uncle. I'm really going to die laughing at Numbu. She's so funny. Our cubs are really in the shadows. And that's not good. When that man spoke just now, I felt that the cub's expression was not right. The cub is too cute, right? Nguyen, you really are not fat at all. I'm now in the playground looking at the baby. She really is not fat, is slightly more rounded than other children, and pups are not photogenic at all. The reality of the pups are really more than the camera, also cute. Before Wanishi could speak, the staff of the carousel heard Nguyen's childish words and laughed. Nguyen won't crush the wooden horse. Our wooden horse adults can do it, not to mention you little cubs, and Nguyen isn't fat at all, so don't worry about it. Nguyen looked at the adult sitting on the wooden horse, which was slightly reassuring, and heard the aunt who pacified her. Auntie, do you know Nguyen ACA? The staff nodded repeatedly. I've been watching Warmblood's live broadcast every day. Come on, Auntie, carry you on the wooden horse, okay? Nguyen looked to Wanishi. Wanishi nodded. Nguyen then opened her little arms and let the staff hold her to sit on the pink wooden horse. Her two little hands clenched the railing. Sister Sweets, third uncle, Auntie, come quickly. Tian was also carried by the staff to sit on that little wooden horse behind Nguyen while Wanishi sat beside Nguyen, one hand carefully protecting behind her. When the wooden horse started to turn, Nguyen's two eyes were shining brightly, and he waved his little hand for the camera, as if saying hello to everyone. To tell you the truth, I went all the way from the footbridge to the amusement park in order to meet Nguyen, but I wasn't allowed to enter. It turns out that the amusement park is already overcrowded today and won't let you in. Basically it's all fans. I'm so envious that you guys are in the same place as Nguyen. I'm in another city and I can only watch the live broadcast every day. I also envy you guys being in the same country as Numbu, my faraway country of H Nation report. Can the program team come to F country to shoot? We can provide all the equipment sites unconditionally. The warmer is from our China. It's not going to your country F. That's right, Nguyen is our baby, but I support Nguyen to go to other countries to make money. Nguyen and Tian are both loyal fans of the carousel, sitting on it again and again, and finally making both Wanishi and Shi Chuanxi dizzy. Seeing that the little sisters are going to play hand in hand again, Wanishi really can't bear to carry Nguyen's clothes. Baby, can't we change the same? The understanding Nguyen could see that his third uncle and aunt did not want to play this, so his little head looked to the left and right, and suddenly he saw some people coming out of the dark room laughing and joking, but there were also people coming out in tears and crying, shouting, how horrible, how horrible. Nguyen Bao's eyes instantly glowed as he pointed at the dark room and said, "Third uncle, I want to play with that." Wanishi followed her little fat finger to look over, saw the word haunted house, and then his head went big. "You want to go to a haunted house? A haunted house? Is there a ghost there? Do ghosts look good? I've heard people say that people who went to heaven will become ghosts, so will Grandpa and my dad become ghosts? Will they be in there?" Nguyen Bao was like a curious baby incarnate, asking questions one after another. "Ezra Win, Tian, but my mom says there are no ghosts." Numbu pointed to the haunted house over there. "Why would there be a haunted house if there are no ghosts?" Shi Chuanxi gently explained. "The ghosts in there are all played by the staff, not real ghosts." Nguyen Bao revealed a look of dawning realization. "Oh, then I want to go and take a look." She looked at Wanishi with big fluttering eyes. Wanishi held Nguyen Bao's hand and said, "Okay, I'll take you there, but there are two things to declare beforehand. Firstly, you have to hold your uncle's hand, and secondly, if you're afraid, you'll talk to your uncle, okay?" Nguyen Bao obediently nodded. "Good, don't worry, third uncle, I'm sure I won't be scared. I'm bold. The cubs are so cute. I'm bold. Warm bloods are indeed bold." And the first installment was played on the mountain with flying colors. However, the bold Nguyen Bao just went in, encountered the first cow ghost, was so scared that his hands clung to Wanishi's thighs, a pair of small fat feet trembling, so scared that he could not walk. She was so scared that her little milky voice started to hiccup. "Hiccup, you're a fake. Hiccup, don't scare me. Hiccup, I'm bold. I'm not afraid to be afraid." Chapter 130. Bad Uncle wants to gouge Nguyen Bao's eyes. Laughing mouse, the first time I've seen Warmblood scared like this, that little fat foot shaking like a little gyroscope. On what to do when a 3.5-year-old cub is scared. Actually, kids can't go into the haunted house. But Numbu additionally, she's really cute, fearful and wanting to look. She blindfolded her eyes and ended up peeking at the cow ghost through her fingers and looking people up and down. Cowgirl here's warmonger. In fact, he really didn't intend to scare Nguyen Bao. He just case walked out for a stroll and ended up bumping into Nguyen Bao. Wanishi looked at Nguyen Bao's scared appearance and smiled helplessly. "Want to go out?" Nguyen Bao trembled with his little milky voice. "Don't," Grandpa said you can't do things halfway. Wanishi sighed and bent down to pick up Nguyen Bao, who expected Nguyen Bao to tug on his thigh. "Don't hug, I want to walk by myself." Wanishi looked at the warm treasure that was like a stubborn seed. He experienced the mood of bringing a bare child. You can only move slowly towards the front, and you have a warmer tag pendant on your leg. Upstairs shouldn't be Nguyen Bao good casting, but master, she did have a good reincarnation. The Winchesters who don't worry about food and drink. And crucially, Nguyen Bao, the niece. Nguyen Bao would cling to Wanishi's thigh every time she saw a ghost, but every time Wanishi would pacify it by saying it was a dummy, and she wasn't afraid of it at the back, and would even greet the ghosts. Just walking, Nguyen Bao suddenly found a small bright crystal ball. She subconsciously let go of holding Wanishi's hand and walked towards the bright crystal, and also waved excitedly to the back. "Third uncle, this one looks good." Not hearing her third uncle's response, Nguyen Bao turned around but didn't see her third uncle. She was instantly confused. Third uncle? But not only did she not see her third uncle, she didn't even see anyone else, and she was the only one left in the whole gloomy corridor. Uncle Photography? Uncle Sam? Warmblood couldn't be bothered to look at the shiny little ball and ran around on his short legs, his little milky voice calling out eagerly, but none of them saw a single person. And just now when Wanishi saw Nguyen Bao let go of his hand and ran towards a short distance away, he looked panicked and subconsciously had to reach out and grab Nguyen Bao, but for some reason it seemed as if there was some kind of obstruction in front of him, blocking his hand, and in just a short moment, Nguyen Bao's silhouette disappeared in front of his eyes. But the viewers of the live broadcast also only saw Nguyen Bao running towards a short distance away, and then they didn't see anyone else. What's going on? Where's the pup? Where's my big one? Nguyen Bao seems to have seen something and ran over, but how come no one was there in the twinkling of an eye? People are always in haunted houses. Hurry up and have the staff look for them. Master West's face changed. Wanishi looked at the photographer. The photographer had signed a confidentiality agreement before, and he directly closed the camera without saying anything, leaving the live audience confused. Master Shi and Nguyen Bao's live broadcast closed? What's going on? Is something wrong? All the other booths are fine. Only the Warmbloods booth is closed. What's going on? The show's coming out. But now, no matter whether it is Wanishi or the program group cannot care about the audience, and Haodong knows the seriousness. Almost the first time to find the amusement park related personnel, closed the entrance and the end of the haunted house. out of everyone in the haunted house to search for warm treasure, and the Wen family got the news at the first time, when Suwa and Wenidong flew over. Soon the news of Nguyen Bao disappeared in a haunted house. Nguyen Bao's live broadcast closed. Nguyen Bao disappeared, and so on soon dominated the hot search, and almost everyone was waiting for the latest news. Xia Xiancandle first came to the place where Wanishi said Nguyen Bao disappeared. He raised his hand and sensed the energy fluctuation. It's someone who has set up a space here. Nguyen Bao should have gone into that person's space. Wanishi's face sank as he asked, "Does Mr. have a way to find the warm treasure?" Xia Xiancandle's face was heavy as he shook his head. "This person's supernormal ability is above me. I can't break his space. What about Warmblood? Will she be in danger? Or will she be trapped inside forever?" Wanishi's entire body trembled slightly. He could only hold on to the wall to stand still. He remembered again the two strange people Nguyen Bao had talked about, and hurriedly said it to Xia Xiancandle. "Shu anxious, last night was stopped by me. He should have no malice towards Nguyen Bao. As for the other, Xia to the candle is clueless. Now we can only wait. Wait for the space to open automatically, or wait for someone to break the space from the inside." Wanishi's whole body went more than cold when he remembered the organization that Su Ziyu had said earlier that specialized in hunting foreigners. Can human power, a power that can't be countered, really protect the warmer? Meanwhile, Nguyen Bao was still in the corridor of the haunted house, constantly running around, her mouth constantly screaming for people. I don't know how long. Her pair of short legs can't run anymore. When her small body was tired and panting, she saw a man standing at the end of the corridor. "Uncle?" When Nguyen Bao saw the person, his little chubby face carried a hint of joy and once again ran towards him with his short legs. But after the person turned back, Nguyen Bao's pace became slower and slower. The black-robed man who had blinded his right eye looked at the cub coming towards him, his left eye flashing a strange red light. Nguyen Bao felt the strange aura on the man, but still approached with courage and asked, "Uncle, have you seen my third uncle? He is tall and handsome, the best third uncle in the world. Have you seen him?" The black-robed man smiled faintly and replied, "After all these years, I finally found you." Nguyen Bao tilted his little head. "Uncle, you've been looking for me for a long time? What are you looking for me for?" The black-robed man slowly bent down towards Nguyen Bao. "Looking for you to collect a blood debt. Look at this pair of eyes, is really an absolute treasure. If you dig it out, the Lord will surely like it." Nguyen Bao was puzzled, but when she heard about eye gouging, she knew, and her little short legs backed up. No eye gouging. This is not good." The black-robed man sneered. "A mother's debt is paid by her daughter. Back then your mother poked my right eye. Today I'll take a pair of eyes to return it." With that, he reached out towards Warmblood. However, he was quickly caught off guard by the sudden appearance of an ice arrow. The black-robed man looked up at the person who appeared at the other end, and it was actually the Dragon Clan's Chu Anxiety. "Chu Cricket, why are you here?" Chu Anxious glanced at Warm Bao and walked slowly towards the black-robed man. "Falling Su, you're so old that you're still talking to cubs? Or the cubs of your foreign race?" The man named Lok Su looked at Nguyen Bao, secretly thinking that Chu Anxious should not know the identity of this cub. If he knows, absolutely will not let go of himself. Chu Anxious, the dragon tribe has always detested foreigners. The two tribes have never had any grudges. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This cub looks familiar to me. I'll be in charge of today's business. Then let's see if you have the skills," Falling Su said, directly striking out at Nguyen Bao. But it was quickly blocked by Chu Anxious, and the two of them fought back and forth in the corridor with particular intensity. Nguyen Bao stood by the side. The little head followed the two, kept moving left and right, thinking that the uncle just helped her. So he clenched his little fists. The little milky voice vigorously shouted, "Uncle beat down the blind Uncle ACA. Uncle is the best. Uncle cheers." Chu Anxious heard Nguyen Bao's cry and nearly fell down, while Lok Su heard it and made even more vicious moves. Finally, taking advantage of Chu Anxious not paying attention, a wave of demonic red light fiercely struck Nguyen Bao. Chu was startled, but he was too late to block for the cub. "Watch out!" Nguyen Bao looked at the red light rushing towards him and subconsciously reached out to block his little head. In the nick of time, a burst of golden light emanated from Nguyen Bao's body, ejecting the red light straight back. Chapter 131, You are the young master of our dragon clan. Lok Su and Chu Ji looked shocked. Lok Su was directly hit by the rebounding red light and flew up like a kite with broken strings, and then ruthlessly smashed on the transparent barrier. Chu Anxious fiercely looked at Nguyen Bao, has always suspected that she is a dragon bloodline, but suffered from the lack of evidence, but now see the golden light emanating from her body, which is exactly the same as the Lord Esbreth, has concluded that she is the daughter of the Lord, and is a true dragon bloodline, especially when he saw the faceted light dragon pendant showing on Nguyen Bao's neck, which was a symbol of the future heir of the dragon clan, and Nguyen Bao looked at Falling Su, who fell to the ground, his little short legs backed up in fear. I didn't mean to she said, her big eyes trembling slightly as she looked at her small, chubby hands. Falling Su covered his chest and got up from the ground, his one eye revealed a sinister gaze. In an instant, he thought of the woman who caused him to go blind, and this cub in front of him was a scaled-down version of that woman, just as hateful and detestable. He condensed a ray of fire with both hands and prepared to attack towards Nguyen Bao. Chu Anxious face suddenly cold, hand out of thin air into ice-sharp blade, ruthlessly towards the Drop Su stabbing. Drop Su too late to send out an attack to Nguyen Bao, can only become a shield to guard themselves. When he saw the eyeing Chu Anxious, Lok Su knew that he could not get any good, and viciously left a sentence, "We'll see," then disappeared from sight. Nguyen Bao looked at Lok Su escaped. Looking at Chu Anxious, big eyes seemed to light up little stars. Milky voice, "Wow, uncle is so great, ah!" Beat away the blind uncle. Hearing Nguyen Bao's voice of praise, Chu Anxiety's ice cube face revealed a light smile as he quickly walked to Nguyen Bao and fiercely knelt down, respectfully calling out, "Chu Anxiety has met the young lord." Nguyen Bao was so scared that he backed up, shaking his two little fat hands. "Uncle, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not a burnt pig. I'm Nguyen Bao." Chu Grasshopper looked at Nguyen Bao with a burning gaze, excitement on his face. Chu Grasshopper will definitely not be mistaken. "You are our Dragon Clan young lord." Nguyen Bao's already confused little head became even more confused. "Dragons? No, Uncle Xie said that I'm a fae, not a dragon." "Uncle, you're mistaken." It was rare for Chu Grasshopper to get stuck on words. He thought about it and said it in a different way. "The young lord is indeed a foreign race, but he is also a cub of our dragon race, the future heir of our dragon race. In fact, the dragon race is not like what the outside world rumors. The dragon race is indeed powerful, but there is a fatal flaw. That is, it is difficult for their cubs to survive, and for hundreds of years the dragon race did not have cubs to come down, and their bloodline is in danger of being cut off. Although this cub in front of him is a foreign race, but his body is flowing with the blood of the dragon race. Not to mention him, as long as the dragon race finds it, it will bring it back and protect it properly. Not to mention the lord. Young lord, do you want to see your father? My subordinate will take you to see the lord, okay?" Chu Anxious could just take away Nguyen Bao. He knew that only the cub in front of him could make the lord come out from there, but he forced this child. Nguyen Bao subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky, but in the house cannot see the sky. She silently moved back another step, the little milky voice with a hint of trembling. But I do not want to go to the sky yet. I still have to find my mother. I also cannot let go of grandparents. Great uncle, second uncle, third uncle, little uncle." Chu Anxious to see Nguyen Bao read a large series of names, only to understand that she seems to have misunderstood his meaning. "Young master, your father did not go to heaven." Before the words fell, the original barrier controlled by falling Su gradually dissipated, and the voices from outside gradually came in. Chu Anxious for the moment do not want to be exposed, can only be forced to drop a "young master wait for me," and then disappeared in front of the eyes. Nguyen Bao tilted his little head, looking at the two people who had inexplicably disappeared, and the voices of Grandpa and his two uncles rang in his ears. "Nguyen Bao baby." At that moment, she ran in the direction of the voice with her short little legs. "Grandpa, great uncle, third uncle." Wenishi with Wensuwa and Wenidong who had received the news and rushed here. When they heard Nguyen Bao's voice, their complexions shook in unison, and they ran towards Nguyen Bao's side in a hurry. Wensuwa looked at the tiny figure and hurriedly sprinted over and hugged her. "Baby." After receiving the news of Nguyen Bao's disappearance, Wen Suo's whole body went crazy. He couldn't imagine what would happen to the Wen family if Nguyen Bao disappeared. When Wenidong and Wenisi saw that Nguyen Bao who was fine, a highly raised heart finally fell. "Wenidong, baby, is there anywhere uncomfortable?" "Wenishi, baby, you scared third uncle to death. Are there any pains or aches?" Nguyen Bao whispered big uncle. Third uncle shook his head and said, "That blind uncle wanted to beat me, but the other uncle protected me. I'm very powerful. I'm fine." "What blind uncle? What other uncle?" The father and son of the Wen family present were puzzled, but Wenisi had heard Nguyen Bao say something about uncle in the past 2 days, and had a guess in his heart that these two men were afraid that they had been following them. The subsequent Xie Zion Candle heard Nguyen Bao's words and frowned fiercely. If he didn't guess wrong that blind one should be Lu Su, and the other is afraid that it is the Dragon Clan Chu Anxious. I did not expect that he is still not dead. If it's these two, it's not easy to deal with. A trace of heaviness crossed Xie Zion Candle's eyes, and when Idong noticed Xie Zion Candle's gravity, his brows furrowing slightly. When Suo hugged the warm treasure, lost and found, "Is the baby afraid? Fear not, ACA. I know grandpa and uncles will definitely find me day." Nguyen Bao's big eyes curved into little crescent moons. When Ishi looked at that cute little look of hers, his heart was warm, but he still reached out and pinched her little face. "Little bad egg, you're really going to hurry up and kill third uncle? Didn't I tell you that you can't let go of third uncle's hand?" When Suwa saw him pinching Nguyen Bao and reached out to slap his hand away, "Don't pinch and hurt the baby." "Grandpa, it doesn't hurt," Nguyen Bao said with a smile, and then looked at Wenishi, his little milky voice with self-reproach. "I'm sorry, third uncle, I won't in the future." Third uncle forgive Nguyen Bao. okay? Wanishi held the warm treasure from Wensuo's hand and hummed twice arrogantly, "You can ask me to forgive you. Give me a bite." Nguyenbao obediently handed his little hand to Wanishi with a generous look. Wanishi looked at her cute little fat hands. Even the little nest on the back of her hands are exceptionally cute. Where to bite? Just meaning to nibble a bite and said, "Okay, I forgive you. But Nguyenbao have to promise uncle that there is no next time." Nguyenbao's little face was set squarely. There is no next time AC. And at that moment, Gu Chang'an at 76 led a man with white hair over, and they first greeted the Wen family members. The man then looked at Nguyenbao, his originally serious face carrying a loving smile. "Hello little friend, I'm Gu Ping, the head of the 76th Division." Numbu politely called, "Hello Grandpa Gu." She saw a serious black aura surrounding Grandpa Ji's head, and unlike the others, there was a flash of red light in the black aura, and this red light she had seen on the blind uncle just now. This Grandpa Gu in front of me will die at the hands of that blind uncle. Chapter 132, The Blind Bad Uncle Will Kill Grandpa Gu. Nguyenbao subconsciously hands tightly hugged Wanishi. Do not know whether to put this matter. Tell Grandpa Gu in front of him? The Nguyenbao look was so obvious that not only did the Winchesters notice it, but the people at 76 also noticed it. When Gu Chang'an wanted to say something, Gu Ping stopped Gu Chang'an and took the lead. This is not the place to talk. Mr. What? Mr. Xia, why don't you come with us? Gu Ping led the way towards the outside. Nguyenbao looked outside. There weren't even many people, and he didn't see anyone from the program. Wanishi seemed to see the thoughts in Nguyenbao's mind. So he said, "Uncle, let the program team go back first." But now everyone is worried about Nguyenbao. Nguyenbao will record a video first later, okay? Good Numbu nodded obediently. She couldn't let everyone worry about her. Asterisk. And now everyone's main concern is Warmblood, and messages have been launched to find it. Dash, at the program, so what's going on now? Did you find the warmer yet? Dash, the program is off the air, and I saw people in special costumes going in, so it can't be true that something happened, right? Dash, big and small Mr. Wen are here. Something must have happened to Nguyenbao. At program, don't play dead. Come out and say something. I didn't think I'd meet Mr. Wen under such circumstances. Don't. Numbu is still a baby. Don't let anything happen. Dash, the program team is too much. How can they not do anything and not say the whereabouts of the warm treasure even after so long? Dash, when he see exactly how to bring up children. So that absolutely cannot let the man to bring up children. See, I really upset. Nguyenbao seems to have disappeared out of thin air, and she is so accurate in fortune telling. It would not be that she is a little fairy who came down to earth, sneaked down to earth, and then was caught back to the heavenly court. Dash, the speculation upstairs is not unreasonable. Dash, that's why you can't do a child's variety show. It's all over if anything happens to this. Dash, the program crew comes out. I want a warmer. I want a warmer. I want a warmer. Soon, by Wanishi released a small video recorded by the warmer uploaded to the microblogging. This matter only fell curtains. Just see the video of Nguyenbao wearing recording program clothes. Head of the two small grips some loose hitch on the scalp, but her small face smiled extremely bright. Not at all like something is wrong. Thank you all brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, grandparents care. It is my own playful should not go wandering. Not to blame Uncle 3 and the program team I will not run in the future to love you said Warmblood, raising his hands high up to his little head and comparing them to a big heart. Dash, I'm glad my cub is okay. Dash, it's good that my cub is okay. It really scared me to death. The police call is going to be broken by me. Look at my cub's hair all messed up. I'm sure he was scared just now too. So don't blame the cubs, Master Shi. Yes, Wanishi can't blame the little cubs. How can a child not run around? Numbu kills me so much with his heart-to-heart look. How could there be such a cute little baby? The show then retweeted Ezra Win's tweet, followed by a statement that Warmblood's livestream was temporarily closed and would resume at a later date. Although I don't want to let go of the baby, the warmer must be scared. Let the baby rest for a day. Dash, support, let Nguyenbao take a day off, but not 2 days. I really can't live without Nguyenbao. I'll have to see the other kids first. Wait for Numbua's return. Nguyenbao, who was read by everyone, was sitting obediently on Wanishi's lap, and Wanishi was helping her to tie her little pulls. Swoi looked at the small grips on the top of the head of the warm treasure, and I have to say that the old 3 is still a little bit of use, and tying the hair is still good. Gu Ping and Gu Chang'an and other people from the 76th branch sat on the UI side of the heater, while Wen Suwa, Wen Yidong and Xie Shangzhu sat against the heater. Gu Ping's gaze fell on Xie Xiancandle and Nguyenbao, and he said slowly, "We know roughly the identities of Nguyenbao and this Mr. Xia, and we came here this time to ask Nguyenbao and Mr. Xia to do us, and the country, a favor. Between the words, Gu Ping and all the people at 76 stood up and bowed towards Nguyen Bao and Xia Xiancandle, scaring Nguyen Bao into shrinking into Wenixie's arms. Xia Xiangju, on the other hand, was indifferent and looked at Gu Ping with sarcasm. Help, have you not forgotten how you infringed on our foreign race back then? If you hadn't crossed the river and torn down the bridge, why would we be hiding and secretly living? He could sit here calmly, all for the sake of Numbu. Gu Ping sighed and said, Mr. Xia, the merits and demerits of that year have long been indisputable. The human race has indeed wronged the foreigners, and we have made changes over the years, wanting to protect the existence of the foreigners, which is why the country set up the 76th Division, and our duty is to protect you. Hearing this, Xia Xiancandle still disdained it. If there was no persecution by the human race, they would not have been reduced to such a state at all. How ridiculous to presume to protect them now. In Mr. Xia's opinion, it is indeed ridiculous to want to protect you when we are weak in power, but we have no regrets. Even if we have been killed or injured in 76 places over the years, we have never retreated. Speaking here, Gu Ping's words turned, and said, Now, there is a special hunting foreigners our organization, called Blood Blade. Not only hunting foreigners, we'll also hunt our 76 branch people. This 10 years our 76 branch a total of 36 people were hunted by the Blood Blade organization. Their methods are extremely cruel. So far 76 branch missing and not found 3 people. Branch 76 is still missing 3 people who have not been recovered. Xia Xiancandle naturally knew of this organization and had fought with people in it who were also foreigners. But they were different from him again. They became Fey through mutation, by hunting Fey and acquiring each other's power. After hearing Gu Ping's words, Wen Yidong knew the purpose of the 76th branch, and his brows furrowed as he said, You are trying to get Nguyen Bao to help you find these 3 people? Truth be told, among the missing people is my son. Gu Ping nodded. 3 years ago, my son was taken away by a one-eyed man in the Blood Blade organization, and his whereabouts are still unknown. One eye? The Winchesters thought at once of the blind man Numbu had spoken of. Xia Xiancandle, who was originally indifferent, slowly said, The one-eyed in your mouth should be Lok Su. This person is the leader of the Blood Blade organization. His methods are extremely cruel. If he took them away, I'm afraid that your missing people will be in a bad way. Jinshu disappeared in order to save other colleagues. Gu Chanan mentioned Gu Jinshu with a bit of heaviness on his face. He suddenly bowed solemnly towards Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao, I apologize for treating you badly before. Please save our comrades. Nguyen Bao was a little nervous and hugged Wenixie's hand. I want to help you guys, but I can't figure out where they are. If she could calculate this, then she could find her mom too, but she couldn't. But, Nguyen Bao looked at the lost Gu Ping, saw the black gas on top of his head getting more and more intense, thought about it and decided to say it. I calculated that Grandpa Gu would die 2 days later, and that blind bad uncle would kill Grandpa Gu. Chapter 133, Now the Dragon Clan chief is Grandpa Nguyen Bao? When these words came out, the whole room was silent, especially the faces of the people at 76 were extremely ugly. They were not so stupid that they didn't believe Nguyen Bao's words, but when they thought that the director would also die in that person's hands, they were all panicked. Director! Gu Ping froze when he heard Nguyen Bao's words, then smiled frankly, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate. Gu Chang'an, however, his face instantly changed. He did not hesitate to bow towards Nguyen Bao. His tone carried great respect. Miss Nguyen Bao, please save the director. As long as I can save the director, no matter what price I am asked to pay, I am willing. Because the director was not only his leader, but also the master who raised him and whom he respected the most. He would rather give his life for the master's well-being. Gu Ping looked at Gu Chang'an, patted his shoulder, and sighed lightly. Chang'an, there is no need to be like this. People will always die, and knowing my own death date, I'm already luckier than most, and 2 days will be enough for me to make arrangements for the 76 offices. Master! Gu Chanan's eyes flashed with a flash of tears. His fists clenched up tightly. He couldn't save Jin Shu, and now he couldn't even save his master. Before the words left his mouth, he noticed that Nguyen Bao had slipped off of Wenixie's lap, and she walked over to Xia Xiangju with her short little legs. After saying something to Xia Xiangju faintly swept his eyes at Gu Ping and Gu Chang'an and said to Nguyen Bao in a serious tone, Nguyen Bao, do you know what this means? Meddling in the safety and security of the head of the 76th Division was tantamount to getting involved with the 76th Division. Nguyen Bao's little head couldn't help but float back to the words that Uncle Xia had once taught her, no matter what the circumstances are. Don't get involved in any way with the various organizations of the various countries, much less reveal your identity. Nguyen Bao knew that Uncle Xia was trying to ensure her safety. She tugged at the little clothes she was wearing. Her little chubby face wore a touch of uneasiness, and she looked back at Gu Ping and Gu Chanan, who were good people. Uncle Xia, I know that, but Grandpa told me that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Xia Xiancandle looked at the serious Nguyen Bao, and helplessly took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, and red vermilion sand and put it on the table. Nguyen Bao dipped his finger in the vermilion sand and then drew the talisman on the talisman paper. The Wen family all knew that Nguyen Bao could draw talismans, then never saw it. Looking at her tiny persona with a serious look on her little face, they all had a doting smile on their faces. I have seen a lot of talisman paper at 76, but no one has ever drawn it as badly as Warmblood. In fact, Nguyen Bao is good at drawing, but for some reason when she draws charms, she always can't control the force. In the past, she would still poke through the paper, but later on, she was better. At least she could make sure that the paper didn't break. Grandpa says she's still young and when she grows up, she'll be better. But shockingly, after the runic paper was drawn, a golden ray of light spread from the top of the runic line all the way to the end, as if giving the runic paper a mysterious power. It was also the first time that Xie Xiancandle had seen such a drawing of a talisman, which contained enough power to withstand the full force of another person's strike. Nguyen Bao picked up the drawn talisman paper and met everyone's shocked and rarefied gazes. She scratched her head in embarrassment. I'm not good at drawing, but this is awesome day. Saying this, she handed Gu Ping the talisman paper. Grandpa Gu, this talisman paper is for you ACA. If you put it on your chest, it will keep you safe and sound. Gu Ping did not expect Nguyen Bao to be willing to help. Suddenly remembered that Nguyen Bao had helped Lu Yahui to tell her fortune and save the other party. She was really a very kind baby. Her hands solemnly received the talisman paper. Thank you Nguyen Bao, I will definitely keep it well. Looking at the other party's cautious appearance, Nguyen Bao was a little embarrassed. It seemed that no one had ever valued talisman paper so much as far as she could remember. This time, even though the 76th branch came over and couldn't find those 3 people, there was still a great harvest, and they thanked Nguyen Bao and said a few words to the Wen family before they left. Only after the people from the 76th office left did Nguyen Bao tell her family about Chu Anxiety's words about taking her to see her father. The 3 Wen family members' faces were blue. No one liked this man. Just the thought of their daughter/sister being coaxed by this man made them want to kill him. Nguyen Bao didn't notice that they were not right. His little face carried a puzzled look. That uncle also said that daddy didn't go to heaven. Grandpa, great uncle, third uncle, my daddy really didn't go to heaven. Then why didn't he come to me? Is it that dad doesn't like her? So he doesn't want her? At the thought Warmblood gripped her little dress with a nervous face. When Suwa and Wen Yidong glanced at each other, Nguyen Bao's father's people had actually found Nguyen Bao. What did he want to do? Was he going to take Nguyen Bao away from them? Thinking about the identity of the other party's dragon clan, if he really wanted to take away Nguyen Bao, I'm afraid it would be easy. Seeing Nguyen Bao's nervous little appearance, Wen Yidong bent down and picked Nguyen Bao up, saying gently, Nguyen Bao, listening to that man's words, your father should not know of your existence. Even though Wen Yidong extremely hated that man, and hated the other party even more for not even knowing Nguyen Bao's existence, he couldn't let Nguyen Bao think that he was abandoned. Wen Yishi pinched Nguyen Bao's little tug and concurred, Big brother is right, baby, if you see your father in the future, you must not forgive him easily, okay? Warmblood nodded plausibly. Wen Yishi continued, you're our Wen family's baby, you can't go with your father, or your uncles will die of sadness. No go no go. Nguyen Bao hugged Wen Yidong's neck tightly. His little head shook like a rattle drum, and the little grips on top of his head shook with him. I don't want to leave my grandparents, and I don't want my uncles to be sad and heartbroken. When ESI nodded in satisfaction, when Suwa glanced at Wen Isi, which was quite useful, but the guy who's taking away the warmer, he looked to the contemplative Xia Xiancandle next to him. Does Mr. Xia know who this person is? Xia Xiancandle knows that Nguyen Bao is a dragon bloodline, but I did not expect her father to be the dragon patriarch Jin Yen. He is the strongest of the dragon tribe for thousands of years, but a few years ago, Jin Yen disappeared. The foreigners had rumored that Jin Yen was dead, but now it seems that he is definitely not dead. No wonder Nguyen Bao was so powerful, so it was inherited from Jin Yan's bloodline. It's no wonder Chu Cricket is so concerned about the warmer. It's the dragon clan chief's subordinate Chu Anxious. Xia told Candle the man's identity and also named Nguyen Bao's father's identity. When Suwa and the others heard the meaning of his words and were shocked in unison, Dragon clan chief? They looked at Nguyen Bao again in unison, secretly thinking that Nguyen Bao was the bloodline of the Dragon Clan chief, and that the man that the daughter/sister had hidden back then was actually the Dragon Clan chief. Xia Xiancandle added, it can also be said that the previous patriarch, after Jin Yan disappeared into obscurity, had his father temporarily take over the position of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. That means the current Dragon Clan patriarch is Nguyen Bao's grandfather? When Ishi looked at Xia Xiancandle, and then at Nguyen Bao, this backstage of her family's baby was hard enough. Chapter 134, The Dragon Clan Will Not Let You Go. Warmblood listened in confusion, his head spinning for a moment. When Yidong looked down at Nguyen Bao and said, no matter who Nguyen Bao's father is or how powerful he is, she is a child of our Wen family. This warm blood understood, and with a milky nod, he said, I'm a Winchester's D. Everyone was amused by the warmer. When Suo took warm bao from Wonidong's hand, baby, go back with grandpa? Wanbao looked at Wanisi and shook his head. No ACA. The program has not been recorded. Can not break the contract. She thought about it for a long time before she remembered the word ruin. Wanidong was now unaware of the situation outside and actually wanted to bring Wanbao home more. But looking at Wanbao's insistence on finishing recording the program, he couldn't bear to force her to go home. So he said to Xia Shangju, trouble mister. Xia Zioncandle knew that the other party was asking him to secretly protect Wanbao and nodded his head. Falling Su is injured. He should not be able to make a move in a short period of time. As for Chu Cricket, he definitely wouldn't hurt Wanbao. So Wanbao followed Wanisi back to the suburban villa again. The recording of the program had already ended. All the children and adults were sitting inside the living room, and their return was greeted with cheers from everyone. Wanbao. Su Tingzhou rushed over like a small cannonball and hugged Wanbao's small body. Wanbao, you're finally back. Zhou Wenting and Guan Yanchuan and Tian Tian all scrambled to be the first to want a hug. Wanbao, one by one. Numbo looked at the enthusiastic group and smiled a toothy grin. A few of the adults who approached had let out good-natured laughs at Numbo's bravado. They were curious as to why Numbo had disappeared, but knew there were a lot of things they shouldn't ask. There were people on the internet who started threads specifically asking about this, but strangely enough the threads quickly died down, and almost all of the threads doubting the existence of science in this matter all disappeared. Several adults also knew what the reason was. It must be the Wen family side that had made the move. A couple of kids and warmbloods told funny stories about the day's events, while the adults gathered to talk. Worrying us to death. Guan Chang punched Wanisi's chest. Joshua, it's good that it's okay. Lin Lanqing and Shi Chuanqi were relieved to see Wanbao smiling with curved eyes. It was best that the child was not affected. Lin Lanqing, you still have to watch closely in the future. Guan Chang nodded. Clearly the incident had frightened a few of their adults as well. Not long after, Director and Haodong came. Guan Chang smiled and said, Director and Wanbao was frightened today. You can't arrange any difficult tasks tomorrow. Wanbao heard Uncle Guan Chang mention himself, and when he thought of the mission, he looked at Haodong with big round eyes, with a big look of crying to him if the mission was difficult. And Haodong cried and laughed. Originally, I wanted to give everyone a vacation and let you all play freely here tomorrow, but since you guys asked for a mission, Guan Chang hurriedly interrupted Haodong. No, we like to play freely. Zhou Shuo chimed in. Yes, free play is good. While it's fun to go out with the guys and get things done, recording the show can be a bit tiring anyways, and it's nice to give them a day off. On Haodong continued, the program will continue to be recorded tomorrow, but all adults and children can choose for themselves whether to stay in the villa or go out. Almost all the adults chose to stay in the villa. As for the children, they all looked at Wanbao in unison. Wanbao held up his little chubby hands and said, I'm going to stay here too. I don't want to go out AC. So everyone chose to stay at the villa. Meanwhile, Xia Zioncandle had been guarding the outside of the villa when a figure appeared beside him out of nowhere. Shu Anxious also looked fixedly in the direction of Wanbao's room and said without budging, that cub is a cub of the Dragon Clan. I'm going to take her back to the Dragon Clan. You can't take her away. Xia Xiangcandle looked askance at Shu Anxious and said indifferently, Wanbao is unwilling to follow me to the foreign race, and she won't follow you back to the dragon race. If you forcibly try to take her away, you'll only make the situation worse. Shu Anxious face coldly said, you should know that there are things staring at Wanbao. You cannot protect her. Xia Xiangcandle, isn't this still you? Lok Su wanted to make a move on Wanbao, not only because of the foreigners, but more importantly she's of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. It should be your duty to protect Jin Yan's daughter. Shu anxious to look away, only to see that the young master has already washed up, put on green pajamas, looks jade snow lovely, soft and sticky, but he has never treated the young master as an ordinary person. After all, serious injuries to Fall Su, even the general Dragon Clan cannot do. If it is a frontal confrontation, Lok Su is afraid that it is not the opponent of the young master, but Lok Su has always liked to play in. Protecting the young lord is my duty. Xia Zioncandle, don't think that I don't know what tricks you're playing. You want the young lord to revitalize the foreign race, but don't forget that there's still the dragon race behind her. If you dare to take advantage of the young lord, the dragon race won't let you go. After saying that, Shu Cricket left. Xia Zioncandle froze when he saw Wanbao standing on the balcony waving his short little hand at him, then raised his hand in response. Who would want to utilize such a cute cub? The next day just opened the broadcast. The number of people watching Wanbao's live broadcast was was once again at a record high, and all of them once again saw Nguyen Bao come to the washroom with his little short legs and climb to the little stool to squeeze toothpaste and brush his teeth. I haven't seen my cubs for a day. So excited. My cub brushes his own teeth so well behaved. My son is about the same age as Warmblood. Brushing his teeth is like killing a pig. Mom, yeah, and she knows how to clean the countertops. Even though I watched the little video recorded by Warmblood yesterday, I was still uneasy, so I came roaring in as soon as the show started. So where the hell did Warmblood go when he disappeared yesterday? Could it be a prank by the program? Otherwise it's unexplainable. Prank? How could it be? How could the program crew play a prank with the safety of Warmblood? The Winchesters rushed there in a hurry, always thinking it was some kind of fantastical event. Upstairs is a novel read too much. Right, and fantasy events may be lost or how to do it. As the ancients say, the less you know about some things, the better. It's better to watch the cubs in peace. This little chubby face of the baby really wants to be pinched. It sure feels good in the hand. See how happy the cubs are without a task, and how they're going to play fly with the other kids. I just saw Nguyen Bao washing up, and then flew to take the short legs to play jumping checker with the children. The two little hair buns on the top of the head shaking. Adorable. Soon, and Haodong, with a cautious face, led a group of people over, and seeing the bouncing Nguyen Bao, he softly called out, Nguyen Bao. Warmblood raised his little hand high in the air and responded. 2. The old man beside Haodong was full of wrinkles and white hair, with a crutch in his hand, and behind him was a line of people. One of them, a grandmother who was older but dressed up, assisted the old man and walked step by step towards Nguyen Bao. Chapter 135. I'm your great-aunt's father. Nguyen Bao met the old man's gaze, not knowing why she always felt that the aura of this old grandpa was familiar, but she clearly hadn't seen her before. The audience recognized it and had their mouths open. If I'm not mistaken, this is the richest man on the island. Mr. Han. The Han family is also one of the 4 great families of China. Although its status is not as high as the Wen family, it is a hegemon on the island. Didn't I hear that Master Han was hospitalized? How come he's here? It looks like his condition has worsened by the looks of him. Who would have thought that Elder Han would be just 10 years older than Wen Suo? But the two are not comparable at all, and Elder Han is really aging too fast. This is what you get for abandoning your wife. Who doesn't know that Mr. Han started his business with his wife, but he abandoned her and got involved with a mistress. Scum! It is said that Master Han's original wife had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and both sons seem to have died in accidents. And things got so big at that time that the former Mrs. Han fell out with Master Han and divorced as a result. It's true that men get worse when they're rich. The richest men on the island are all scum. So what the hell is Master Han doing here? I always felt that Mr. Han was here to find warmth. And when Suo and Ning Shuyuan, who were sitting in the Wen mansion watching the live broadcast, exchanged a glance and looked at Song Fuyun in unison, and sure enough, they saw Song Fuyun's face sink slightly. When Suo sighed, Han Jin is 100 miles away from being a man, but he is a mess as a husband and father. Otherwise the Han family wouldn't be a mess and he wouldn't have aged so much. It's sad and pathetic. Ning Shuyuan followed suit and sighed, glancing worriedly at Song Fuyun. Wen Yidong, who was sitting on the side of Song Feiyun, also followed and looked at his wife, holding her hand for the first time in front of people, and said, in the past few years, things have been going on in the Han family, and he has been given critical notices many times in the hospital during this period of time. So I'm afraid, it's not very good. Few people know that Song Fuyun was originally surnamed Han, and was the daughter of Elder Han and his original wife, Song Han Tang. Song Ivana Tong, a noblewoman from a famous family, fell in love with Han Jin, who had nothing to lose, with the entire Song family as a dowry, married to Han Jin. After a few years of marriage is also happy. The two have 2 sons and a daughter. But who would have thought that let everyone envy of the marriage? There has long been a third party to intervene. Han let outside there are 3 illegitimate children. Are Han Let's secretary born, and the biggest illegitimate son and Song Yavanatong's second son of the same age. That is, Song Yavanatong was Han Let cheated more than 20 years. Song Yavanatong for children barely with Han Let to maintain the surface peace. But after the accidental death of her 2 sons, Song Yavanatong could not bear it any longer, and decisively divorced from Han Jin, leaving the island with her 9-year-old daughter, who has since changed her surname to hers, and has no further connection with the Han family. After leaving Fragrant Island, Song Yavanatong lived alone with Song Fayun for 10 years, and finally died of illness, leaving Song Fayun with the clothing brand she had founded. It was only after Song Yavanatong's death that Han Jin had Lianyu, the mistress who had been following him around, turned legitimate and the illegitimate child became legitimate. Thinking of the past, Song Feiyun was cold, whether he is dead or alive. It has nothing to do with me. She would never forget the image of her mother leaving the Han family with her, and she would never forget the way her mother had been thin to skin and bones before she died. All because of this man. Wen Yidong held Song Feiyun's hand tightly. Over the years Master Han would send expensive things over every year, but they were either donated by Song Feiyun or thrown away, and nothing from the Han family would appear in their home. What is Elder Han looking for Nguyen Bao for? Bei naturally knew about all the crap in his sister-in-law's house, and was used to seeing his parents in love, so he couldn't see Master Han for all his behavior. Asterisk. Han Jin saw Nguyen Bao standing in the center of the children. She was wearing a pink strappy dress with a large pink bear embroidered on the front. The bear's eyes were round and similar to hers, and her little white leather shoes were delicate and playful. He recognized at once that what the little girl was wearing was made by his daughter's own hands, exactly like her mother's handiwork back then. Han Jin walked toward Nguyen Bao with an arduous gait on his crutches, a kind smile on his face. Your name is Nguyen Bao? The stranger's approach made the children nervous, and Zhou Wenting, as the eldest brother, subconsciously blocked in front of Nguyen Bao. Warmblood didn't feel any bad vibes on the old grandpa's body, so he nodded back. I'm Warmblood. Who are you, old grandpa? Han Jin's eyes curved slightly, pulling a pale smile and said, I'm your great-aunt's father. Your brother Xiao Qian calls me grandpa. You're his sister. Just call me grandpa as he pleases. What does Master Han mean by that? I haven't heard that there's a marriage between the Wen family and the Han family? The current Wen's helmsman is Wen Yidong, and Wen Yidong's wife is Song Feiyun, a famous fashion designer and owner of the My Clothing brand. But did you guys know that the My founder is Master Han's divorced ex-wife? So, Song Fuyun is the daughter of Mr. Han and his ex-wife? What's the big secret? Do we deserve to know? The mansion is really a mansion. The novels are not this exciting. Song Feiyun is the winner of life. Right, was born in the Dingsheng Han family, and her mother left the Han family, and her mother founded an international brand. After her mother's death, she not only took over the company, but also married to the helmsman of the Wens. And the most important thing is that Mr. Wen is still a dedicated person. Abusive cheating scum father, tough and sober mother, life-winning daughter. This. Song Feiyun heard Han let Nguyen Bao call him grandpa and immediately sneered. How shameless. Her Xiao Qian never called him any grandpa, and Wen Suo's opinion is even bigger. Huffed. What kind of grandfather is he? He still wants to be the baby's grandfather. The baby's grandfather is me. No, call the helicopter. I want to go over. Ning Shuyuan wasn't happy either. She pulled Wen Suir and said, You're not too young. Why are you so angry? Let's take a look first. As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard the flamboyantly dressed Lian Yu say, Just call me grandma. Ning Shuyuan and Song Feiyun were so angry on the spot that they stood up. Shameless thing. Arrange for a helicopter to come over immediately. And Nguyen Bao's first sight of Lian Yu carried a wave of inexplicable dislike. She ducked towards Zhou Wenting's back and shook her head. No, I have grandparents. I can't call you guys. Even though this old grandpa said he was her brother's grandfather, she had never heard her brother mention it, and she had never met him. Han Jin was not angry. The sharpness in Lian Yu's eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curved up into an inexplicable light smile as he said, You little girl is still very serious. It's really a little bit like Song Forayun, that little one. Chapter 136. Also worthy of Nguyen Bao calling you grandma. This old woman dressed like a ghost woman definitely doesn't like warm babies. She's not even looking at the baby right. I can see that too. Good costume. This one is a junior on top. Can like the niece of the original daughter's husband? How can it be? Nguyen Bao could naturally tell that this strange old grandmother not only disliked her, but also had a hidden touch of disgust. At this time, Wanishi received the news and came from the room in big strides, picking up Nguyen Bao, while then coldly looking at Han Jin. Old Mr. Han, you're afraid you're on the wrong ground. This is our Wen family's territory. It has nothing to do with your Han family. Please take the uninvolved personnel and leave immediately. The Wen family's turf? So this villa belongs to the Wen family? If Master Sai dares to say so, it proves that it is his family's. In order for the little princess to record better, the Wen family actually contributed a villa. In terms of luxury, you have to look at the Winchesters. In the face of Wanishi's indifferent attitude, Han Jin didn't care and said softly, I'm here to find Nguyen Bao, and I want her to help me calculate something. Wanishi laughed coldly, counting your death? People inherently have a death. Old Mr. Han has lived long enough. Aunt Song cannot be so lucky as you. Died of illness early. It is a pity to say. If you let Aunt Song see your current appearance, maybe she can be happy to live for 2 more years. Several sons of the Wen family are on good terms with their eldest sister-in-law and naturally know that she has a lot of chicken feathers in her home. I also know how hard it was for Auntie Song and eldest sister-in-law to live back then. Han Jin heard when Ishi mentioned Song Ivatang. The original light-hearted look suddenly changed. He did not know that he was sorry for his wife, but back then business who did not have a few women and illegitimate children. He never felt he was wrong before. He told her many times that no matter how many women he had outside, his wife was only him, and the Han family fortune would only be left to their children. But she was still determined to leave. Son Yvonneton left all these years. He had actually been waiting for her to regret and come back to his side. But he didn't expect that she wouldn't want to forgive him or see him again until she died. When Lian Yu heard Song Ivatang's name, her face changed with it. This woman had always been on top of her no matter whether she was alive or dead. Back then she obviously divorced and left. But the old man insisted on waiting for her to die before marrying her and straightening her out. Han Qingyu, who was standing on Lian Yu's side, said in an unkind tone, "When San Shao, my father came in good faith to find Nguyen Bao. What are you adding to the chaos?" Wan Yishi snorted coldly, looked at An Haodong and said, "An Haodong, I don't care why you brought these dirty things here, but now you make them leave immediately." Saying that, holding Nguyen Bao, she was about to leave. And Haodong has bitter words. Who dares to stop the Han family? Master, she dislikes beautifully, but it's still me. Master, she. The Han family equals dirt. QJ, the oldest son, is not a good thing. Last year, because of the debt collection incident, Let People's family broke down. What kind of mom? What kind of son? The Han family is really showing it to the fullest. So how important is education? Look at the 4 sons of the Wen family, and compare them to the 3-dog denture of the Han family. It's really a heaven and a earth. Han Xinyu is the only heir of the Han family nowadays. The Han family is going to be finished sooner or later in his hands, and those tycoons on the Fragrant Island are going to be happy. The live streaming pop-ups were talking about Han Shenyu's 3 brothers, but Han Shenyu didn't know that his face turned ironic when he saw Wan Yishi's move to not even look at him, directly ignoring him. He is the youngest son of Lian Yu, but also the most favored young son of the Han family. On top of the 2 siblings' elder brother suffered a car accident with both legs crippled. The second brother was killed by the revenge of the enemy. Now he is the only legitimate son in the Han family, and in the future he will inherit everything in the Han family. Who dares not give him face? But this Wan Yishi didn't even look at him squarely. "Wait!" Han Jin called out to Wan Yishi, taking 2 more hard steps forward on his crutches, his pale face carrying a few moments of pleading. "When family boy, I don't have much time left, I just want to know a truth." Saying this, Han Jin coughed repeatedly, and his originally pale face hardened with a trace of abnormal redness. When Lian Yu heard Han Jin say the latter half of the sentence, her face was so unnatural, but it was quickly covered up by her, and she gently patted Han Jin's back and said, "Hubby, since people don't want to help, let's not make a fool of ourselves." Before the words were finished, Han Jin stroked away Lian Yu's hand and took 2 sharp steps toward Wan Yishi, accompanied by a coughing sound that was extremely difficult to hear, but one couldn't help but be moved. "Your sister-in-law must not want the events of the past year to be buried either." These words caused Wan Yishi to stop in his tracks. He looked down at Nguyen Bao's big round eyes flashing with curiosity, and looked back askance at Han Jin. "Let's wait for my big brother and sister-in-law to come over before we talk about this matter." Han Jin was relieved to know that Wan Yishi was backing down. So what's the truth, anyway? And look at Master Han. This truth Nguyen Bao knows? Nguyen Bao can calculate it? Gosh, I'm going to sit in the front row and wait. It's so exciting, watching the 2 top giants face off at the top of their game. What is the truth behind the richest man on the island? Watch the second installment of Run, North Knows. I'm not going to lie to you all, I think this is not good news, because, may not be live. This pop-up had just passed through the eyes of the crowd when they saw Nguyen Bao's live broadcast room darken once again, only displaying 4 big words, temporarily off the air. Many people run to the official website to leave reviews, so none of us deserve to know the richest man's secret? I'd like to know. 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 We're willing to pay $1 apiece for us to watch it. Yet no matter how much they scream, the show is not likely to go on the air. Meanwhile, the other 4 groups of guests on the program had gone outside the villa to play, while Han Jin, Lian Yu, and Han Xinyu had come to sit in the study inside the villa, with Wan Yishi sitting across from them while holding Nguyen Bao. In less than a moment, Mr. and Mrs. Wen Sui and Mr. and Mrs. Wen Yidong came. Song Faiyan went straight for Lian Yu, and a loud ear scratch rang out crisply, hitting Lian Yu full of confusion, but she only saw Song Faiyan sneer. "What kind of thing are you that you deserve to have Nguyen Bao call you grandma?" Chapter 137, The Amazingly Speaking Warmonger. Lian Yu covered her punched face and looked at Song Zhuoyun incredulously. Although she had never met the grown-up Song Zhuoyun, she had seen her attend various international events and naturally recognized her. "How dare you hit me? I'm your little mom no matter what. How can you lay hands on me?" When Song Feiyan heard the word little mother, she slapped her again without saying a word, and called Han Jin by his name. "Han Jin, keep your wife under control, and if I hear one more unpleasant word from her mouth, I'll smash her mouth." For his daughter who called him by his name, Han Jin's eyes flashed with a touch of sourness, but he didn't say anything. Lian Yu covered her face and looked pitifully at Han Jin. Husband. Without waiting for Han Jin to speak, Ning Shuyuan nonchalantly sneered. People with half a foot in the coffin still make this face. It's really chilling. Lian Yu. Ning Shuyuan added. I really admire old Mr. Han's taste. Han Jin did eat Lian Yu this way before, but he didn't look at how old she was, and still favored the gestures of a daughter's family, and he looked at Lian Yu with a cold, deep look. Lian Yu's whole body trembled, no longer pretending, while her son looked as if he had nothing to do with it. Nguyen Bao, who was sitting on Wen Yixi's lap, stared blankly at her great-aunt who had just thrown a fit, her big eyes seeming to be bubbling with stars. In the middle of the day, against the Wen family's worried gaze, Nguyen Bao slid down from Wen Yixi's lap, stomped to Song Fei Yun with his little short legs, two little fat hands held her hand, huffed and blew twice into his palm, and said in a milky voice, huffing and puffing, "It doesn't hurt ah." Song Fei Yun hit before remembering that Nguyen Bao was also there, and was worried that Nguyen Bao would be scared because she was too fierce. She didn't expect Nguyen Bao to be so warm-hearted. The corner of her mouth curved up into a smile, and tenderly touched Nguyen Bao's little head. Thank you, baby, I'm not in pain. Han Jin looked at the Wen family pro close mold, and on the contrary, their Han family is a place of chicken hair, so that he is exhausted. Nguyen, I know you thought you hated me as a father for what happened back then, but I didn't do the deaths of your two older brothers. A tiger's venom doesn't eat its son, so how could I possibly harm my own son? Not to mention that your older brother is still the one I said is my heir. Han Jin explained in a pale manner. When Song Yavanatong two sons have suffered accidental death, whether it is him, or Song Yavanatong do not believe that it is an accident, but the investigation for a long time, can only be used to close the case with the accident, and Song Yavanatong to see that cannot be found out the truth. They feel that it is him under the murderer. So he broke with him and took his daughter to leave. All these years I actually haven't given up on tracking down the truth, and now that I'm going to die soon, if I can't find out more, I'm afraid that I really won't have the face to see your mother. Han Jin knows he doesn't have time, so after he learns of Nguyen Bao's ability, he defies the doctor to come to E-City. He looked at Nguyen Bao. I know this child is magical, and I'm afraid she's the only one who can figure out what happened back then nowadays. I need to know who my four sons were actually killed by. He is not without suspicion of Lian Yu, because Song Yavanatong two sons died. She is the beneficiary, but he was checking so tightly. Lian Yu is no problem at all. And then Lian Yu's two sons have also had accidents. He only completely dispelled Lian Yu as the murderer behind. All eyes fell on Warmblood, which made Warmblood a little nervous as he gripped his little shirt with his paws and claws, and where no one noticed, Lian Yu quietly clenched her hands, but soon she seemed to think of something, and her palms stretched out. Han Shinyu snorted coldly. Dad, you don't really think that this little nub in front of you can tell fortunes, do you? It's all a program effect. He had seen the bottomless tactics of various programs for effect, so how could something like fortune telling be possible, and an unweaned doll telling fortunes? He had thought that the old man had sought out this place in order to see Song Fian for a moment, but he hadn't realized that he was actually coming for this little doll. Ning Shuyuan picked up the warm treasure and asked softly, Baby, can you count this? Nguyen Bao looked over at his great-aunt whose eyes flickered with a glint, shook his head and said, Before, it doesn't count ACA. Han Jin was filled with death. Song Fei Yun wasn't too upset. Her mother took her hand before she died and told her to live her life and not get stuck in the past or she would be just like her. But I can see this old grandpa dying. Nguyen Bao pointed at Han Jin and said, This actually didn't need to be said by Nguyen Bao. Everyone already knew it when they saw Han Jin's situation. It was just that Nguyen Bao's next sentence made everyone freeze. This old granny added something to old grandpa's medicine AC. Nguyen Bao's chubby finger pointed at Lian Yu beside Han Jin. Old grandpa drank the medicine and then he was like this. Warmblood finished and did a tongue-out hiccup. Everyone's gazes looked toward Lian Yu. Even Han Jin's brows furrowed in disbelief as he looked toward Lian Yu. Lian Yu's face changed drastically. Excitedly denied. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. Husband, she's bull asterisk 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 ting me. How could I possibly drug you? I've followed you and taken care of you for half of my life. How could I possibly harm you? She pointed viciously at Nguyen Bao again, looked at Song Fei Yun with intent, and huffed. You little girl things can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be eaten indiscriminately. Did someone teach you to say that? You're just trying to get me killed. No one knows how flustered Lian Yu is right now. She has indeed been drugging Han Jin, and was planning to drug him heavily once to send him on his way. But who would have guessed that Han Jin would suddenly have to be discharged from the hospital to come to E-City? And that's what disrupted her plans. What scared her even more was this girl in front of her. She actually knew about this matter. Nguyen Bao was so frightened by Lian Yu's appearance that she backed away. Ning Shuyuan picked up Nguyen Bao and looked coldly at Lian Yu. Shut up your old mouth. The other Wen family members glared angrily at Lian Yu. They were convinced of Nguyen Bao's words. Wen Yishi was even more blunt. Old Mr. Han, my baby never lies. You should send someone to check. Lien Yu hid her inner panic and grabbed Han Jin's arm with both hands. Husband, you must believe me. I would never harm you. This little girl is full of lies. She must have been abetted to say these things. Dad, how could my mom possibly harm you? Who can believe the words of an unweaned brat? Han Yu said. Han Jin looked at Lien Yu, then at his only living son. His brows knit tightly. Seeing that another person didn't believe him, Nguyen Bao exasperatedly said, I'm telling the truth. This old granny is a bad person. After the old grandpa died, she talked a lot with this bad uncle. And then the bad uncle was so angry that he added little pills to the old granny's drink, and the old granny died too. The shocking statement was made by Warmblood, who completely failed to realize how much of a shock that statement had made. So Han Yu ended up killing his mother? Chapter 138. It was you who killed my two brothers. Lien Yu, who was still crying towards Han Jin, looked at Han Yu with a face full of disbelief, knowing that although she had 3 sons, the one she loved the most was her youngest son, especially since the accidents of her eldest and second sons. She couldn't wait to hold her youngest son in the palm of her hand, fearing that he would meet with an accident. But what did she hear now? That her youngest son, whom she loved so much, would kill her? Lien Yu's face gradually turned white as she looked toward Han Yu, her voice trembling slightly as she called out, Chen Yu? Han Yu was first stunned, and when he reacted, he gritted his teeth and looked at Nguyen Bao, fearing that he would hear some more unfavorable news from her mouth. And on impulse, he reached out to grab Nguyen Bao. What is the dead girl babbling about? When Yidong noticed Han Yu's movements and stepped forward to clasp Han Yu's arm, only to hear a click, Han Yu's arm broke, letting out a miserable pig-killing squeal. Ning Shuyuan covered Nguyen Bao's eyes at the first opportunity, not letting her see such a ferocious scene. The corner of Wen Suo's mouth flared up with a coldness. Han Jin, this son of yours is really good at what he does, and he still wants to make a move on my baby. Han Jin's face was especially ugly. When Yidong coldly said, if you weren't spoken for, you wouldn't be so agitated. Han Yu, you have quite a lot of human lives stained in your hands. Han Yu covered his arm, his face gleaming white, but he refused to admit it. Your bull ting me. He forced himself to endure the pain and looked back at Lien Yu. Mom, how could I possibly drug you? This dead girl is just talking nonsense. We were all framed. Lien Yu looked at Han Yu with a bit of fear in her gaze, obviously believing Nguyen Bao's words. After all, Nguyen Bao had figured her out, which meant that in the future, Han Yu would be able to lay his hands on her someday. But Lien Yu couldn't do anything because she was now on the same rope as her son, so she could only close her eyes and continue to cry towards Han Jin. Hubby, Shen Yu has always been filial. How could he possibly harm me? It must be the Wen family instigating this kid to cheat. They want to annex our Han family. Husband, you must not believe them. Han Jin tapped his cane hard and looked indifferently at Lien Yu. Mother and son, that's enough. Lien Yu and Han Yu shut their mouths at once. Han Jin crutches from the sofa stood up. His already old face in this moment seems to be older faster. Rather believe it than not. He understands, and his illness would have come suddenly. He is not without suspicion. Numbu, I know you're a good boy and don't lie, so can you tell me what else you've counted on? When Lien Yu and Han Yu heard Han Jin say this, their hearts went cold for a moment and their faces turned pale. Nguyen Bao pointed at Han Yu, his little chubby face with a hint of exasperation. This uncle is so bad. He has a lot of that little pill that has harmed a lot of people AC. She knew at a young age that she couldn't take more medicine, but this uncle kept giving it to others. Han Jin's face grew ugly. Then can you figure out where he took the little pill from? Warmblood cocked his little head, thought for a moment, and said, in a golden box with pretty sunflowers on it. When Han Yu saw Nguyen Bao even describing the appearance of his own safe, he was so frightened that he knelt on his legs and shivered. Han Jin glanced at Han Yu out of the corner of his eye and quickly dialed his home phone with his cell phone and instructed his housekeeper to go to Han Yu's room to open the safe. Naturally, there was no key there, but the Han family has many capable people, and the small safe was quickly opened. As Warmblood said, there are a lot of little pills in there. The pills viewed by the Han family's doctors included not only hallucinogenic drugs, but all kinds of chronic poisons, everything, almost all of which were supplied from abroad. Han Jin hung up the phone and looked at Han Yu and Lien Yu. What else do you have to say? Han Yu knew there was no escape, so he gritted his teeth and shirked his responsibility. Dad, the medicine in the safe isn't mine. Mom asked me to keep it. Lien Yu's eyes were wide and unbelievable as she looked at her son who betrayed her. Although she had learned from Nguyen Bao that her son would be cruel to her in the future, she never thought that her son would now shirk it all onto her. Han Yu, the delicate makeup on Lien Yu's face had already been soaked with tears, and with the hideous face, it looked particularly horrible. How could you do this to me? I'm your mom, who I did everything for. It was all for you. Han Yu laughed out a hideous laugh. you keep saying that you're doing it for me, but isn't it because of yourself, so that you can successfully marry into a rich family, so that you can get all of the Han family's possessions? That's why you're asking me to drug the two brothers, Han Shuyo and Han Mubai, so that they'll have accidents. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Song Fian's face changed drastically, fiercely stepping forward and grabbing Han Xinyu's collar, questioning, "What did you say? What did you just say? Did you kill my two brothers? Han Xinyu, tell me the truth." For Oyun, when Yidong stepped forward and pulled the emotional Song Fian around her. When Han Jin heard Han Xinyu's words, he immediately looked at the pale-faced Lian Yu. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and the walking stick clutched tightly in his hand fell to the ground, and his person was about to fall down with it, when Suo quickly assisted Han Jin. Old Han, seeing that Han Jin was about to faint from the blow, he was ready to call someone to take him to the hospital. Han Jin, however, clasped Wen Suo's arm, took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine. I want to know what happened back then. Otherwise he'll die in peace." He looked toward Han Xinyu and Lian Yu. "You two give me a clear explanation of what's going on." Han Xinyu knew he couldn't hide it, so he simply broke the pot and said, "As long as there are two brothers, Han Shuyo and Han Mubai, my mom will never be able to enter the door of the Han family. So my mom went to Burma, changed hands many times to get a lot of medicines, and then told me to sneak down into the stuff they drink. Back then, when Han Xinyu was less than 5 years old, both Han Shuyo and Han Mubai didn't put up any defenses, and even treated him with a few good looks because of his bloodline, so he was cheeky enough to be by their side. Knowing that Han Suyao will have water in his car, Han Chen-yu, abetted by Lian Yu, adds hallucinogenic drugs to the water he drinks, causing Han Suyao to fall into a hallucination while driving and die in a car accident, while Han Mubai swims every weekend. Han Xinyu uses the same tactic to add hallucinogenic drugs to the red wine Han Mubai drinks, causing Han Mubai to fall into a brief coma while swimming and eventually drown alive. And after removing Song Ivanatong's two sons, Lian Yu also tried to make a move on Song Fei Yun, who was still young at the time, but Song Ivanatong divorced and took Song Fei Yun with her. Hearing the truth about the death of his two sons, Han Jin's liver and gall bled. He investigated the truth for so many years. He did not expect the murderer to be around all the time. No wonder how he could not find out. Who would have thought that Lian Yu would have bet his less than 5-year-old child to do such a poisonous act? Chapter 139. What a good dog-eat-dog show. All the vicious words finally converged into just one sentence. Poisonous woman. Lian Yu silently clenched her hand, looking at Han Jin with unprecedented indifference. I'm poisoned, but this is all thanks to you. You clearly promised me that you would let me enter the gates of the Han family, but when Song Hantang said no, you left me and the child behind. In those days, the island was full of men who emulated the old system of multiple wives and concubines, but Song Ivanatong's words directly cut off her path, and also let her know that no matter how many children she had borne for Han Jin, she would never be able to compare herself to Song Ivanatong in Han Jin's heart. Lian Yu remembered the past and became more and more agitated. But on what grounds? I'm no worse than Song Hantang in terms of body shape and looks, so why should she be able to tower over me and look at me as if I were a mole cricket? Why does my son have to be subordinate to her son? You want to give the Han family to her son. What about us mother and son? If I don't fight, what will happen to us mother and son? Han Jin's breath caught in his throat at these words, and his hands kept trembling as he pointed at Lian Yu. Even though Lian Yu had also given him 3 sons, he still favored Song Hantong's 2 sons and 1 daughter. Not only because Song Hantong's children were more capable, but also because they were Song Hantong's children. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Song Ivatang. If she had let me in, none of this would have happened. Lian Yu shrugged it off. Song Fian couldn't hold back any longer. Once again stepping forward and picking up Lian Yu's collar, he slapped her left and right, viciously slapping her several times, throwing Lian Yu, whose face was swollen, to the ground. Just by the fact that you're also worthy of mentioning my mother, Ning Shuyuan said with a cold smile. I've seen many people like you. At first you just want to enter the Han family's door. When you get to the back you want more. It's a good thing that Song Ivanaton left with Foryun back then. Otherwise I'm afraid that their mother and daughter would have been cut short in your hands too. When Ning Shuyuan finished, she mockingly glanced at Han Jin. What retribution? For the sake of this woman, she broke up her own family back then. Now he's even put his own life on the line. Lian Yu spat out blood and laughed coldly. I am no match for Song Hantang, but I robbed her man and lived in style for decades. I am worth it. Song Hantang is even more powerful. She died earlier than me. She can't protect her son. Her life is a joke. When Yidong wrapped his arms around Song Fian, who was trembling with anger, and looked at Lian Yu's eyes as he crossed a touch of coldness. You might as well ask this son of yours again. How did your other 2 sons meet with accidents? Lian Yu's complexion changed slightly, subconsciously looking at Han Xinyu, whose eyes were evasive. A flash of thought flashed through her mind, but soon she shook her head and said, No, that's impossible. Chen Yu, They're your own brothers connected to your blood. You won't be. Han Shin-yu laughed. Mom, have you forgotten that when I was a kid, you often told us that people don't think about themselves? As long as my two older brothers are still around, you and Dad will never be able to consider me, and anyone who gets in my way will have to die. Lien-yu stared blankly at Han Shin-yu and heard him say again, so I used the method you taught me to make them have an accident. I didn't expect my big brother's life to be so hard that he actually survived, but he's wasted, so it's not good for me to do it again. You're a heartless lunatic. Lien-yu cried out in pain as she pounced on Han Shin-yu and chastised him viciously. When her two sons had their accident, she had suspected anyone but Han Shin-yu. Who would have thought that he would be so crazy as to lay hands on his own brother? Han Shin-yu violently pushed Lien-yu to the ground. Mom, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of all the people who fought me so smoothly. Lien-yu suddenly cried and laughed. Her mouth kept yelling, retribution. This is all retribution. She had been calculating for a lifetime. Who would have thought that she would be painfully stabbed by her own son? Ning Shuyuan finally got out a bad breath. What a good dog-eat-dog show. When Han Jin heard that his other two sons were also victimized by Han Shin-yu, he couldn't take it anymore and spat out blood, completely fainting. When Suwa called the Han family's bodyguards and sent Han Jin to the hospital, Han Shin-yu and Lien-yu, on the other hand, were sent to the police station. The Han family drama has only subsided since then. Han Jin first aid woke up, strong last breath to write a will. The Han family's property is divided into two parts. One gratuitous donation to the country, one left to Wen Xian, because he knew that to Song Feiyun. Song Feiyun certainly will not want, so he left Wen Xian. As for the other son with crippled legs, he had already sent someone to send him abroad so that he would never be able to return to his country for the rest of his life. Han lets the will be done and gets the death sentence for Lien-yu's mother and son from the lawyer's mouth before he breathes his last. The passing of Han Jin and the changes in the Han family have sparked a furor online. Why did I wake up? I woke up and it's a different day? Mr. Han has passed away? My God, wasn't there a rumor on the internet 2 days ago that he was hospitalized? Shocking revelation. Han Jin's wife and Han Shin-yu have been arrested, both on death row, carrying many lives. Han Jin's two sons were really designed to die by this pair of mother and son? The grand family drama is really more exciting than a TV series. It's no wonder that the Han family's inheritance went to the state and to Song Feiyun's son. I heard that Han Jin wanted to see Song Feiyun and Wen Xian one more time before he died, but Song Feiyun refused. Han Jin really had it coming. A good home was ruined by him. I have a bold guess in my heart. All these things seem to have happened after Han Jin went to Nguyen Bao. Could it be that Nguyen Bao did the math for old Mr. Han? The truth upstairs. Those who have seen Run North Nose should know that after Master Han went to look for Nguyen Bao, it didn't take long for Master Han to be sent to the hospital, while Han Shin-yu's mother and son were both taken away by the police. Nguyen Bao fortune-telling Winchester's Little Princess as a divine arithmetic hot search once again dominated the screen. Of course, this is an afterthought. The current Nguyen Bao had just experienced an exciting drama. Currently her little head was in a state of haze. Looking at the sad-looking Song Feiyun, she took a tissue and wiped her tears for Song Feiyun. Great aunt, don't cry. Song Feiyun hugged Nguyen Bao, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of excitement. Baby, thank you. If it wasn't for warm blood, maybe the truth of what happened back then would have stayed buried. Nguyen Bao's little chubby hand gently patted Song Feiyun's back. No thanks, Ak. Since the program still had to be recorded, the others went back except for Wanishi and Nguyen Bao. And when Wanishi brought Nguyen Bao to the downstairs to meet up with the people who just came back, and Haodong also told everyone about the process for tomorrow. After going to the amusement park before, this time the program decided to take everyone to the zoo. The palpitating Guan Shang was the first to ask, Director, that zoo ticket won't be something we have to earn as well, right? Upon hearing this, all the children looked at Haodong with big round eyes, both expectant and nervous. Chapter 140, Our cubs are getting greedy. And Haodong looked at a few children have been nervous, smiled and said, Don't worry, this time the zoo tickets program group has already bought for you. This time you are only responsible for playing. Nguyen Bao, yeah, I haven't been to the zoo yet. I'm going to see the national treasure, the little panda. She'd seen the baby pandas on TV, and they were adorable. Wanishi then remembered that they hadn't even brought Nguyen Bao to the zoo, so it's good to take this opportunity to bring her to have fun. Nguyen Bao, Grandpa took me to the zoo. I'll introduce you to it then. My favorite is the big tiger. It's majestic and handsome. You'll definitely like it. Su Tingzhou held Nguyen Bao's little hand and said with an excited face. Guan Yen Chuan Chuan exclaimed, My favorite is the little leopard. It's the fastest. Tian Tian held up her hand and said with excitement and a tinge of regret, I like peacocks. They're so pretty when they open their screens, but every time my mom takes me there, I never see the peacocks open their screens. Zhou Wenting listened to the children say this with envy and longing on his face. Nguyen Bao looked at Zhou Wenting and asked in a milky voice, "Brother Wenting, what do you like?" Zhou Wenting was embarrassed. "I've seen The Lion King and like big lions, but I've never been to a zoo or seen a real lion." Ever since he could remember, he had been filming in the movie and television industry, and when he wasn't filming, he was busy with all kinds of cramming, so he didn't have any time for himself, and going on run, North Nose was instead a rare leisure time for him. Zhou Shua froze, looking at his son's boyish face with envy. His heart seemed to be pricked by something. At once, he touched Zhou Wenting's little head and looked at his son's longing gaze. "Daddy will take you to see the real lions tomorrow, and in the future, every week, Mommy and Daddy will make time for you every week." A flash of tears crossed Zhou Wenting's eyes, but her small face was wearing a smile. "Good, Mom, yeah, it's so heartbreaking, the children of Running North Nose are really warm. Whether it's Nguyen Bao or Zhou Wenting, it makes me really want to cry, when other children are playing around." Wenting has already understood and started filming. Zhou Shua, who is the king of songs, has always been a busy man, as well as Zhou Shua's wife, who has been busy with her career all year round, and has less and less time to spend with the children. What children need most is companionship, and since they have given birth to a child, they have to take on that responsibility of companionship. Support upstairs. I am a left-behind child, and what I want most since I was a child is the company of my parents. But I didn't wait for them until I graduated from college, but now I don't need them anymore. Zhou Shua's family is well off. Why did he let Xiao Wenting make money from filming? Showbiz is so messy. This I remember Little Wendian said in a previous interview that he entered the entertainment industry because he likes to film, and his acting skills are considered the best among the ranks of children, which has led to a constant flow of scripts, but it's better to let him rest. I hope nothing goes wrong tomorrow, let them have a good time. The following day, the 5 groups of guests flocked to the largest zoo in East City, where Nguyen Bao was visiting for the first time. But the first thing you notice is not the various animals, but see the stall selling ice cream. Looking at the colorful ice cream of various shapes, Nguyen Bao silently swallowed his saliva, laughing. The baby is so cute when he craves for ice cream. 2 big round eyes with want written all over them. Get it for her. Our baby is going to crave it. Give it to her, give it to her, give it to her. Nguyen Bao pointed at the ice cream, his big eyes full of longing, and said in a milky voice, "Third uncle, I want to eat an ice cream." When EC laughed, "Want to eat ice cream is not simple. I'll go buy." When he tried to get his cell phone, he remembered that the show had confiscated it, and the cash was even less available. Wow. I can't believe I found embarrassment on Master Sai's face. Kids love ice cream, and all the adults felt their pockets, yet they were empty, so they all looked at the people from the show. The programmers looked up quite deliberately to avoid their gaze. I really underestimated the shamelessness of the program. The tickets are bought for everyone, but they don't cover what they want to eat. The program is really deliberate. I'm going to be laughed out of the room. Nguyen Bao followed suit and dug into his pockets with a lost look. "No money ah." Tian pouted. "But I want to eat ice cream. I haven't eaten ice cream for a long time." Nguyen Bao was going to forget about it, but when he heard Sister Sweet say that she wanted to eat it very much, he thought about it, and then walked his short little legs toward the stall where he bought the ice cream. "Uncle, I don't have any money, but I can help you to change your work. Can you send me an ice cream na?" Her voice was soft, with a hint of embarrassment, but her little milky voice was so sweet that it made the viewers in front of the screen smile as an ant. "Boss, I beg you, give it to her, give it to her. Our cub is so poor. She is the little princess of the Wen family but for an ice cream. Program team, I want to kill you. I'm taking the car and going to the zoo. I'm going to buy 3 ice creams for the pups, 1 to eat, 1 to play with, and 1 to throw." The stall owner selling ice cream was a balding middle-aged uncle, who heard the milky voice and looked underneath the stall car before seeing a cute little girl in jade snow and recognizing that what was in front of him was a warm treasure. The boss was very excited. You are a little warm treasure. You want to eat ice cream? I can give it to you for free. No money." Warmblood shook his head. No unearned favor. The boss lost his smile, and saw the other children gathered over also know that they are recording the program. Suddenly face more and more excited, and asked, "Children want to eat ice cream? Warm treasure as long as a well?" Nguyen Bao looked at his brothers and sisters behind him, nodded seriously at the boss, put up a chubby little finger and said, "I'm small, I can't do heavy work. I should only be able to buy 1 ice cream AC. Ice cream for my brothers and sisters to share. So you don't eat it yourself?" Numbo looked at the picture of the ice cream and gulped, but firmly said, "I don't eat. Pup, I really cried to death just now when everyone was broke." Nguyen Bao was about to give up, and only came forward when he heard Tian wanted to eat. She also knew she was small and weak, so she would only ask for 1 ice cream. Su Tingzhou hurriedly said, then I won't eat either. Zhou Wenting and Guan Nianchuan followed suit. I won't eat either. Although Tian Tian wanted to eat it, she followed suit and shook her head. Nguyen Bao, I don't want to eat it either. Let's go. Chapter 141, I'm gonna make my own ice cream. Wanishi and several other adults looked at each other with a hint of deep laughter in their eyes. The kids are really good this season. Each one is looking out for the other. The boss looked at the children's united look, his eyebrows with a warm smile. I can give each of you an ice cream, but you have to perform a show for me individually, and if you do well, I'll give her an ice cream. Is that okay? Nguyen Bao's eyes swished brightly, but then she thought of something else. Her little mouth pursed nervously, and her little hands both gripped the hem of her little coat uneasily. What's wrong with my boy? Dash, is the cub nervous? Dash, does the baby not want to perform? Dash, could it be that the baby doesn't know what to perform? Babies are good at drawing, but drawing takes a long time. And when the other kids heard the boss's words, they immediately jumped at the chance to try. Tian Tian was the first to raise her hand. I can recite. She put one small hand behind her back and recited, Motherland, Motherland, we love you. The tone was childish, but it was better than childish and cute, and there were quite a few words for this one, but she knew them backwards and forwards. After the recitation, Nguyen Bao led the applause. A little face flushed. Sister Sweetness is putty. Tian smiled a shy smile and looked at her boss expectantly with both eyes. The boss took out an ice cream that he had just made and handed it to Tian. Tian's little friend's show was really good. Here's your ice cream. Thank you, uncle. Tian received the ice cream with both hands, but didn't eat it right away, instead handing it to Nguyen Bao first. Nguyen Bao, you eat. Nguyen Bao, however, shook her head and said, this is Sister Tian's. I can't eat it. She looked at her boss again, gathered her courage, and said, I'm going to earn my ice cream acrostic on my own. 2. The second performer was Guan Nianchuan, who had found a bamboo board from somewhere and was banging on a fast board. Although he was young, he was extremely skillful in playing the fast board, and it was obvious from a glance that he had practiced a lot. Nguyen Bao was the first time to see the program of playing fast board. 2 eyes round. Wow. Brother Chuan is also mushy. Zhou Shua looked at Guan Chang and quipped, Brother Guan can usually see Chuan making a scene. I didn't expect to play the fast board so skillfully and well. Guan Chang revealed a proud smile and said, my father-in-law is an expert in this area. Chuan learned how to play the fast board from my father-in-law when he was very young, and he wants to inherit my father-in-law's mantle in the future. Nowadays, many children learn piano and cello to cultivate their emotions, and rarely will they learn traditional domestic operas, especially the children of celebrities, who have more choices, so it's really surprising that Guan Nianchuan will learn quick playing boards. Speaking of which, we also have many traditional arts in China, such as opera, suona, paper cutting, embroidery, and so on and so forth. Dash, when the oboe sounds, who will compete? Chuan awesome. Guan Nianchuan even bowed towards the boss after playing a quick game. The boss handed Guan Nianchuan the freshly made ice cream. Chuan kid is great. Guan Nianchuan smiled coyly. And the next performance is Zhou Wenting. He inherited Zhou Shua's singing voice, sang a song of Zhou Shua's famous song, different from Zhou Shua's thick maturity, more childish innocence, but surprisingly good. Different styles bring different mood. Dash, asterisk, what kind of genes did the king of songs give birth to such a powerful baby? He can act and sing, and in time, his achievements will surely surpass that of the king of songs. Zhou Wenting sings so beautifully, a song of vicissitudes of ethereal singing out of the unusual feeling. Good to hear. Can the program team think of a way to release a little Wentian singing album? Zhou Wenting also got his boss's ice cream, and right behind him was Su Tingzhou. Even his mom, Lin Lanqing, didn't know what he wanted to perform. She only remembered that her son had learned the piano, but she didn't expect her son to actually do a street dance show on the spot. Nguyen Bao looked at Su Tingzhou, who kept flipping and jumping on the ground, his little mouth wide open. Wow. I had thought that boat was a warm man, a little puppy. I had thought that boat was a warm man, a little milk dog. This street dance seconds into a little wolf dog damn yeah. Who would have thought I'd be so handsome by a 4-year-old waif? Looking at Lan Qing, it seems like he doesn't know that his son knows street dance either. After all, he's always away filming. Dash, so handsome. Dash, I'm looking forward to Warmblood's show more. Dash, +1008611. Su Tingzhou's street dance turned over the whole audience. Who did not expect a 4-year-old boy actually will be so difficult movements? Nguyen Bao applauded, the hands are clapping red. The little milky voice excitedly soared high. Boat is so greasy and great. Su Tingzhou just happened to finish the last movement, and hearing Nguyen Bao's voice, he smiled towards Nguyen Bao with arched eyebrows. Even though Nguyen Boat is still small, it always seems like they're well knocked up. Ha 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 ha. Lin Lanqing looked at her son's smiling face and suddenly remembered that a long time ago, Dong Gong told her one day that Jojo had learned a talent and would perform it for her when she came back, but she didn't take it seriously at that time, and now she thought that she had really missed out on too much. Su Tingzhou naturally got an ice cream. In the end, only warm blood was left, and she looked back at Wenixi with some nervousness, who nodded at her. Nguanbao stood in front of the boss, lifted the sides of her little dress, made a princess salute towards the boss, and then danced according to the movements that Sister Wen Kuxin had taught her. Today's Nguanbao wearing fluffy tender yellow princess dress, white shoes show exquisite and lovely, before those who cannot do the action. In this moment for ice cream actually did. The top of the head of the two small grips from time to time shaking too. Looks extremely lively and dynamic. Is this still my treasure? A few days ago it was like a stupid little dumb treasure. Why is it so agile now? This ballet has gaps, but compared to the other day, it's really much better. Nguanbao did not stand still in the last movement, snapped and fell a buttock, did not wait for the crowd to react. She climbed up with a swift and quick, patted her little butt, her little face suddenly red as a monkey's butt. Sorry uncle, I didn't dance well. The boss had naturally seen the video of Nguanbao dancing ballet before. Now this had already improved a lot, and immediately handed the ice cream in his hand to Nguanbao with a smile. Nguanbao danced very well. Uncle has already seen Nguanbao's progress. Come, this ice cream is for you. Thank you uncle. Nguanbao took the ice cream and happily said goodbye to the boss, then pounced in front of Wenixi. Third uncle, eat AC. Wenixi first touched Nguanbao's buttocks, saw that she did not show a look of pain, knew that the fall was not heavy, heard Nguanbao call him to eat, nonchalantly opened his mouth. The ice cream that was just now still large, instantly ate a small half. Chapter 142 Zhou. Have you ever seen a dragon? Lin Lanqing and Guan Chang and Zhou Shua and Shurchuanxi who saw the scene. Su Tingzhou and Guan Yanchuan and Zhou Wenting and Tian took a step back in unison, and some even subconsciously hid their ice creams back, fearing that Wenixi would open his mouth and eat half of theirs as well. Master West is really so nonchalant. Such a big ice cream. Instantly shrink a big circle. Master West can learn from other parents. Children let adults eat. They either do not eat, or only eat a small bite. Look at you to my cubs hard to get ice cream click eat half. Too much. This is just a warmer. If it were any other kid, it'd be a big deal. Not only did Nguanbao not show any heartache, he even fed it to Wenixi from time to time as he was picked up and walked towards the front by Wenixi, who had no problem drying the ice cream right out. Warmblood looks at the bare crunchy shell of ice cream. She didn't get mad, just sighed a small sigh before shoving the crunchy skin into her little mouth and clicking away at it. The corner of Wenishi's mouth contained a deep smile, and when he saw Guan Shang and Zhou Shua staring at him dumbfounded, he lowered his voice and said, "My baby is still small. She can't eat too much ice. This is true. Children have a bad stomach. Eat too much ice cream for fear of diarrhea. I eat popsicle ice cream and barbecue every day behind my son's back. Guilty as hell, but with an honest mouth." Once Guan Shang and Zhou Shua heard this, it made sense. However, by the time they reacted, they only saw that Guan Nianchuan and Zhou Wenting had already finished their ice cream, leaving only an empty shell. Lin Lanqing and Shurchuanxi were more careful and didn't let Su Tingzhou and Tian eat much, but the two children were still satisfied. The two beaners, Quan and Chao, didn't stop it at all. Because the zoo was so big, the 5 groups of guests decided to split up, each going to see the animals they wanted to see, and Su Tingzhou pulled Nguanbao towards the big tiger's scenic spot. Soon they came to the big tiger park, which was filled with 5 tigers that were a family. 2 of them had larger parents, while the other 3 were smaller. It's my favorite tiger. Su Tingzhou was very excited and shouted. He pulled Nguanbao close to the glass enclosure and introduced it towards Nguanbao. "Nguanbao, look. That big tiger is called Flower Roll, because his skin is more like a flower roll than other tigers." Nguanbao followed Su Tingzhou's finger and looked towards the big majestic tiger, and then heard Su Tingzhou introduce the other one. "That's just Flower Roll's wife called Duo, and those 3 little ones are their tiger babies, 2 sisters and a brother." Nguanbao looked at the tiger babies playing together, his big eyes showing a curious look. Perhaps Nguanbao's gaze was too hot. The 3 baby tigers noticed and met with Nguanbao's eyes outside the glass enclosure, and Nguanbao flashed a big smile at them. However, the 3 baby tigers shuddered in unison and rolled and ran to their mom and dad's side. The tiger parents also saw the warm treasure. The hair on their whole body suddenly exploded, and in no time they huddled at the door with their 3 tiger babies. Warm blood. I don't know if it's just me, but I always feel as if these 5 tigers are afraid of warmers. It must be your illusion. How could a tiger be afraid of such a cute little cub? Warmblood cocked his little head, seeing them shivering, but the look was adorable. "They're so cute looking," Su Tingzhou corrected. "You can't say they're cute. When they grow up they'll be just like their father. Tigers are the king of all beasts." "King of the beasts?" Numbo looked at the 3 baby tigers. They were only half a year old now. much smaller than her, but they were taller than she was. She looked at her chubby little hands, and then looked at baby tiger's big paws, and said sullenly, "Tigers are the king of all beasts, but what about dragons?" Su Tingzhou looked at Nguyen Bao and said seriously, "But there are no dragons in the world. Dragons are illusory and tigers are real. There's a dragon de." Nguyen Bao's little face was set squarely. She was the little golden dragon. In the past, Grandpa said she was the most powerful. Uncle Xie also said she was very powerful, but now when she saw the big tiger, she felt weak. Did the cubs watch too many cartoons so they think there are dragons in the world? The tiger is the king of all beasts, and the dragon is a divine beast. They cannot be compared. And if there is a real fight, the tiger can only be crushed. Upstairs you are really comparing. Boat is right. Dragons are fictional. Tigers are real. I dare to imagine that if dragons really existed in the world, it would be the national treasure of national treasures, right? Su Tingzhou's brows frowned when he saw Nguyen Bao speak with such certainty, and when Ishi and Lin Lancheng, who had heard their discussion, exchanged glances. When Ishi held Nguyen Bao and walked towards the panda scenic area, while Lin Lancheng went up and touched Su Tingzhou's little head and said, "Zhou, have you ever seen a dragon?" Su Tingzhou shook his head. "No," Lin Lancheng said slowly. "Mom hasn't seen it either. But just because we haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't really exist. The world is so big that there are no wonders, and we are exploring the mysteries of the world all the time." Lin Lancheng knows a lot of things that cannot be explained by science, such as her big brother Su Zheyu going from a coma to waking up. There are a lot of things that no one thinks about, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Su Tingzhou nodded with seeming understanding. Although Lin Lancheng taught me right, I always feel as if she has something in her words. The world is a big place. Maybe dragons do exist? If there are no dragons, why are there dragons in the zodiac? This is also a strange point. And this side of Wanishi holding Nguyen Bao towards the panda scenic area. Nguyen Bao came to Wanishi's ear and quietly said, "Third uncle, Boat is not right. There really is a dragon de." Wanishi shushed gently and said, "Baby, third uncle knows, but we can't let anyone else know, okay?" Although they didn't deliberately hide Nguyen Bao's ability, it was still inappropriate to say anything about Nguyen Bao's dragon cub's identity. Nguyen Bao fiercely covered his little mouth and lowered his voice. "I know, Uncle San. If others know, then am I like those little tigers, to be locked up in a glass room?" Thinking of the 5 tigers, they were kept, but as good as the glass house was, they were not free. Wanishi touched Nguyen Bao's little grip and said, "Don't be afraid, baby, Uncle won't let you be locked up." Nguyen Bao rubbed his little face against Wanishi's face, and then looked at the other small animals that were locked up in the glass room. There was a giraffe with a long neck, and there was also a cute and adorable little monkey, all kinds of small animals, and they were all locked up inside. Chapter 143, Danger. Nguyen Bao found the human trafficker. Seeing Nguyen Bao looking at those imprisoned animals, Wanishi knew what she was thinking and softly soothed, "Baby, these animals were raised in captivity. Even if they were set free, they wouldn't be able to survive in the wild where the weak are the strong. This is a very real problem." Warmblood nodded plausibly. Soon they arrived at the panda viewing area, which is not a glass enclosure, but a railing enclosure, only to see rows and rows of baby pandas that were still in toddler class lying on the lawn and sunbathing. Their cozy look made Nguyen Bao's eyes glaring round. "Uncle San, baby pandas are so cute." Nguyen Bao's pair of small hands gripped the railing tightly. Her small face squeezed into the railing, squeezing her already fleshy little face into a ball, making her look more and more round. The cub looks at the panda. I look at the cub. I think the panda cub is the cutest of all the animals, but of all the kids, Numbu is the cutest. Agreed. I love panda cubs, and I love warmblood cubs, but unfortunately they're not available to me. Pathetic. JPG. I used to count on the state to assign me a panda cub. Now I hope the state will assign me a cub like Numbu. It's daytime. What a time to daydream upstairs. Though I wanted to, but I won't say. JPG. The little pandas were originally lying down properly, perhaps feeling what the gaze. Chi-Chi lifted their little heads to look in the direction of Nguyen Bao, and then Chi-Chi pouted their little butts and reversed the direction. All the little pandas were huddled together, with their fluffy bodies gently trembling, and used their little butts to face Nguyen Bao. Warmblood's little mouth pouted slightly. And I don't know if it's just me, but I always feel as if a lot of little animals don't like warmers. Upstairs is incorrect. I've been observing all kinds of animals for over a decade, and this behavior on their part is not a dislike, but an innate fear. You mean all the animals are afraid of the warmer? What kind of joke is that? Such a cute little pup that the animals are scared? If Xia Xiancandle and Chu Cricket had known about the pop-up controversy, they would have replied to them in the affirmative. That's fear. All animals carry an innate subservience to the dragons. I just want to see the baby. I've noticed that lately the cubs are eating a lot, but their little faces don't seem to be gaining weight. So round and still not fat? That's squeezing out. Wait, why is my cub's face dark? How did it become a kitten? Exclaiming. JPG, it turned out that the railing had lost its paint, and both sides of Nguyen Bao's face were squeezed at the railing, resulting in both cheeks carrying a layer of black paint, and Nguyen Bao had rubbed against it, and the black paint bar swooshed out, and she had scratched her little face with her little hands, and her whole little face could no longer be seen. When Ishi was shocked. Bao, baby, what did you do? Why is your face dirty like this? Nguyen Bao looked up at Wanishi suspiciously and reached out to take Wanishi's hand. Who expected Wanishi to take a big step back? Warmblood's little hand fell dryly into the air. Ga. Is this big step back for Master West serious? Ha 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 ha. Master Shi, don't come over. Nguyen Bao, am I still your beloved little baby? Master Shi was crushed inside. His snow-white little donut of a cub turned into a little black floral cat. Who can stand it? JPG, on how devastating it is to bring up a whole crazy baby. Please see Master Shi. What's wrong with my cub being dirty? Master Shi, this is also too hurtful to the little baby's heart. Look at my cub's poor little hands. Wanishi looked at Nguyen Bao's blackened palm and inwardly let out a groundhog squeal. Your hand. Warmblood looked to his little hand, confused, and his little milky voice made a startled sound. Ha, the hand is black. Wanishi looked at the railing and thought that maybe the railing had lost its paint, and immediately said with a helpless face, Okay, go with me to wash your hands and face. Nguyen Bao followed Wanishi towards the restroom. She knew she was dirty, so she kept a little bit away from her third uncle. Only when we got to the restroom, Nguyen Bao insisted on going to the women's restroom. I'm a girl ACA. I can't go to the boys' side. Wanishi's brows furrowed, thinking about the fact that there was no hand washing station outside such a large zoo. But it wasn't appropriate to take Numbo to the men's restroom. But it was even more inappropriate for him to go to the women's restroom. And the cameraman and crew following them didn't have any girls. He also looked at the camera at the collar of Nguyen Bao. This is the last time after Nguyen Bao disappeared in the haunted house. The program team bought a small camera overnight. The size is small. It does not look like a camera, but rather like a small accessory. Wearing a few children, I think it should not be too much of a problem. Wanishi could only urge, Uncle is waiting at the door. You wash and hurry out, okay? Nguyen Bao obediently nodded. I know. She walked into the women's restroom with her short little legs and went to the children's sink, looked at her dirty self in the mirror. Her eyes were rounded, and she hurriedly turned on the faucet to wash her hands, because there was still a camera on the warmer. There was still the warmer's screen in the live broadcast, only it became two small screens with the screen of Wanishi waiting outside. Although it's not good to wear a camera into the restroom, please understand the crew. After all, there was an accident before. The women's restroom is fine. After all, there is a small cubicle. The sink is outside, but it does not affect, and the program team will automatically blur certain images that should not be aired. So don't worry about revealing any private images. My good boy is so cute and adorable when he washes his hands. Cute and adorable. Bunny with love. JPG, oh, come on. She even squeezes her own hand sanitizer. We don't know anything about our pups. She really knows everything. Warmblood was trying to clean his hands when he suddenly heard the sound of a woman on the phone from the cubicle. I have already caught a little girl. It looks like about 5 years old. You think I don't want to catch male children, but female children are the only ones who are good to catch. And you have caught two. Okay, I will bring her out right away. The audience was very excited to hear this. I'm sure I'm right? It's a trafficker, isn't it? It's a trafficker, isn't it? Asterisk, and you can see human traffickers when you watch a program. Wait, that woman is coming out. Will Warmblood be in danger? Is there anyone out there? Contact the crew. Call the police. There are human traffickers. Numbu heard those words too, just as the door to the cubicle opened and a woman, probably in her early 30s, came out holding a girl in a little pink dress. The warmer is face to face with the woman. Chapter 144. Nguyen Bao delves into the den of thieves. When the woman saw Nguyen Bao, whose face was like a cat's, and saw that she was dressed exquisitely and alone, her eyes lit up and she walked up to Nguyen Bao. Little friend, are you alone? Why don't you see your mom? Somebody, please, don't touch my kid. When family come to save your little princess, can someone come? My heart is in my throat. The little girl held by the trafficker is also very wrong, as if she were a puppet on strings. I heard there's some new type of drug on that specifically for abduction. Nguyen Bao shouts out, "Master, she should be able to hear you outside. Why doesn't Nguyen Bao say anything?" Only to see. Nguyen Bao looked at the little girl held by the woman. The little girl was dumbfounded, did not move or speak, just obediently followed the woman. She again tilted her little head to look at the woman. From just now she saw that the woman was full of black aura, which indicated that she was bad. But instead of calling out, Warmblood was good and soft and said, "Mommy's gone." The woman burst out laughing and asked with the look of a wolf grandmother, "Then will Auntie take you to your mommy?" He said, and took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to Warmblood. Nguyen Bao's eyes lit up when he saw the lollipop, and his little chubby hands took the lollipop. "Okay, thank you, Auntie." The woman didn't expect the wench in front of her to be so easy to fool, so she took Numbua's hand and headed for the back door of the restroom. This had the fans on the air buzzing. "My baby's been taken away by human traffickers. Help! Calling Master Shi, come and help. Your baby is going to be abducted." I don't think it's that simple. Everyone knows Nguyen Bao is very smart. She must know that this woman is a human trafficker. I also think Nguyen Bao is on purpose. She knows that Master Shi is outside. Just yell out. How can she be so obedient? I suspect that Warmblood is trying to get inside and save other children who have been abducted by human traffickers. For the first time, I thanked the show for putting a camera on the pups so that they could all be filmed later. Some of the viewers still guessed what Numbu was trying to do. She had just heard this bad aunt say that there were other kids being taken and she wanted to save them. Soon enough, Warmblood followed the woman out the back door of the restroom, all the way down a hidden path to the back door of the zoo, where a gray van appeared in front of everyone. The door of the car opened to see 3 other men inside, and the woman got in holding Warmblood and another little girl. "Man, I thought we caught one? How come there are 2 girl children?" The woman smiled and said, "Luck, just in the restroom to see this girl child fell alone, brought together. This young very obedient. Do not cry and do not make trouble to follow me on the go. Save me a lot of time. Man B, dirty and you can't see what it looks like? Man C, no matter what she looks like, the little girl is not worth much, but breaking her arms and legs to beg outside also earns a lot. Woman, Tiger is right. Female children are more likely to inspire compassion." Yet none of these people realized that these words were becoming a live broadcast. Scum. Social scum. Scum. I have long heard that human traffickers not only sell children, some of them even do whatever they can to break their arms and legs, and there are more unacceptable things to make small children sell their misery to gain sympathy. Support the death penalty for human traffickers. Trafficking is so serious nowadays, and many traffickers are so heartless that they support capital punishment. These people have also broken up many families, and they are really hated. And Nguyen Bao's disappearance soon the program team know. Wanishi blackface from the program team to get Nguyen Bao body camera live screen, looking at the few traffickers, immediately dialed the big brother Wanidong's phone. The bracelet that the baby is wearing on her wrist can monitor her location from time to time. "I've already brought someone there." Wanidong's voice rang from the other end of the phone. Last time the warmer disappeared. This surveillance didn't work because it was blocked, and this time it finally came in handy. But this move by Warmblood is really too dangerous. "When I get back, I'm going to spank her hard." On this side, Nguyen Bao obediently sat in the van, clutching the uneaten lollipop in her hand. She saw 2 little boys sitting on the last seat. They should only be 4 or 5 years old, and they looked a bit dumbfounded just like the little girl just now. Numbu knew that these 2 little brothers were fed bad things just like that young lady. She looked at the bad aunts and uncles again, her little paws clenched. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't see Nguyen Bao's expression because the camera was at the opening of Nguyen Bao's collar, and they could only follow her movements and fall on her clenched little fists. I didn't want to say anything on this occasion, but I really can't help it. Cubs' fists are really the size of small sandbags. Look at my cubs shaking their fists in anger. She must know everything to risk her life. It's too dangerous. This is a human trafficker. But I've heard that the Winchesters and the police are out in force, and there are cameras, so no one should panic. It's a good thing that the cub's face is dirty and this group of traffickers can't see the cub's face, or else with the cub's popularity, this group of people would definitely be able to recognize the cub. It's dangerous, but want to see the cubs save all the kids? Follow the camera and you'll surely find the trafficker's lair. Kill them all in one pot. Don't forget that the cub is not yet 4 years old. She's smart, but she's only 4. I don't know how long it took before the van stopped at a farmhouse on the outskirts of town, and the 4 traffickers each grabbed a small child and walked toward the farmhouse. Where is this place? The camera can only capture the general situation, so everyone look for this place and send any clues to the police quickly. The Wan family and the E-City police have been mobilized. It should be fine, right? Warmblood was brought into the farmhouse, only to find it in disrepair, not far from a large rack with all sorts of torture devices, and in the very center there was a short wooden stake with bright red blood on it, and in the corner of the 7 or 8 yellow-faced children huddled there. the eldest almost 8 or 9 years old, the youngest is only 2 or 3 years old. They are wearing shackles on their feet, in the sight of the traffickers, coincidentally shivering. Chapter 145, I'll take you home. The live viewers who saw this scene from the camera were shivering with anger, because the matter was about human traffickers. Manhwa's live broadcast was now not only a variety show, but also a national hotspot, and both domestic and foreign countries were concerned about the development of this matter. It's really hard to imagine. It's the 21st century now. Why is there still such a thing happening? These children's eyes don't even have despair. They're numb. Whose babies are these? They're chained up like dogs. Damn the traffickers. I can't imagine how devastated I would be if it was my child. Every time I see a child's missing person notice, it breaks my heart, much less imagine what they would be facing. I never thought I'd see such a tragic scene in a cheerful variety show. Manhwa looked at the shivering older siblings, and his whole little body clenched up his little fists out of exasperation. Soon, however, she was pushed hard by the man behind her and snapped to the floor. There was a painful ouch. Before Manhwa could get up, a large hand behind her picked up her arm and lifted her off the ground, the man cursing under his breath. Little girl peace, not saying a word, thought it was mute, did not expect to speak, just dirty, later washed to see if it can be sold for a good price, said, and threw Manhwa and the group of children together. Manhwa fell on her ass again, and when she tried to get up, another woman stepped forward and put the shackles she had brought on Manhwa's feet. Manhwa frowned his little eyebrows, boarded his little face, and said earnestly toward the woman, "Auntie, if you lie and cheat, you'll be in trouble soon." The woman, however, laughed without a care in the world. "Little girl, you can only be blamed for being too good at cheating. If you are good and obedient, we will find you a good buyer. If you don't listen, ha!" The two sinister laughs in the back made Manhwa's little mouth purse tightly as she reached out and tugged on the woman's clothes. "Auntie, I'm obedient. I'm very good. Can you let me go home?" The woman reached out and pinched Warmblood's dark little face. "Little girl, when we find you a new home, we'll send you home. It hurt when Warmblood fell just now, didn't it?" She hurt her hand. With such heavy shackles, these people really put up with it. A bunch of dog danger specializes in picking children to catch. If you have the ability to come to catch me, I promise to beat you one by one to fly to the sky. Why haven't the police arrived yet? I'm in a hurry. The man counted them and said, "There are 11 in all, 6 boys and 5 girls, and they will be sent on board together tomorrow. Let's eat first. It's been a busy morning and I haven't even eaten yet. Go, and have a nice drink on the way." The traffickers left and closed the gates of the farmhouse. Manhwa waited for them to leave and said toward the children over there, "Don't be afraid, brothers and sisters, I'm here to get you out." The few children huddled together over there looked numb and glanced at Warmblood, neither of them saying anything. Only an older little girl said, "Save us? How are you going to save us when you've been captured yourself? We won't be able to get out, and you don't want to run away. There was a big brother who ran away before, but he was still caught, and that blood is his." Manhwa looked at the blood on the stake and gasped, "Don't worry, sister. My grandparents and uncles are very powerful. They will find us and get us out." The little girl looked downcast, her voice with a sobbing voice. "I was the first to be captured. It has been more than half a month, but I didn't see who came to save people. My mom and dad. I miss them so much." The other children curled up and followed suit with low cries, whispering, "I want to go home. I want my mommy and daddy. We can all go home." Warmblood said to all the children as she struggled to get up from the ground, patting her little chest, "I'm very good, and I'll take you to your mommy and daddy and send you home." At this moment, all the children tilted their little heads to look at Manhwa, and seeing her little face with determination and seriousness, a glimmer of hope floated up in the bottom of their hearts again. The little girl hesitantly said, "But you're smaller than me. How are you going to get us home? You can't beat those people. I can't fight alone, but there are still you guys." Manhwa said, "My grandpa said that there's strength in numbers, and even though we're all little kids, as long as we're united we can definitely defeat the bad guys." Saying that, Manhwa took out from her pocket the key that she had stolen from the pocket of the bad ant who had just put the shackles on her feet. She saw that the key was in her pocket, so she quietly took the key while she was grabbing her clothes. "I'll unshackle your feet." Warmblood unshackled himself and then went to unshackle the other children. "Where did Warmblood get the key? I just thought I was wrong, but I didn't realize I was right." Just now Warmblood grabbed the woman's clothes and seemed to put his hand in her pocket. This little brat is also too bold to take away the key in front of everyone unknowingly. I finally understand the credibility of having something stolen by a pickpocket in the street. But how did Warmblood know that was the key? That's too godlike. Little girl unshackled, how did you get the key? Warmblood said it again, and the little girl asked, how did you know that was the key to unlocking our shackles when you were so little? Manhwa scratched the small tug at the top of her hair. This shackle is the same as the one Auntie used to tie me up before. I recognize this key. In the old days, when her aunt was angry and didn't want to see her, she would lock her up on the little rooftop with leg irons and wait for Grandpa to come back before unlocking her. The warmer used to be tied up like this? No wonder she wasn't scared at all when she saw the shackles just now. Because she's been there. The ant in the cub's mouth has done so many outrageous things to her that it really makes me hate her with a passion. Just as Warmblood unshackled everyone's feet, the 3 children who had been recaptured with her finally came to their senses. The oldest girl told the story, and the 3 children who came with Warmblood understood. And in fact, when they were very young, they had learned about being taken away, both from their mothers and fathers and in kindergarten. Will I ever see my mommy and daddy again? The girl in the little pink dress asked, crying. Sister, don't cry. You can definitely see your mom and dad. Manhwa held the little girl's hand, her little milky voice with an affirmative tone. Now we need your help. Manhwa talked about her plan with all the children. Despite Manhwa's young age, she spoke and acted with reason. They all believed her and nodded their heads. Good. Chapter 146. Warmonger is a natural-born leader. The sound of a girl letting out a loud cry came from the farmhouse, and the woman, who had just finished her meal, was commanded by 3 resting men to come to the farmhouse and look around. And the woman cursed and kicked the gate of the farmhouse so hard that it made a creaking sound. What are you crying for? All you do is cry all day long. You're making a lot of noise. With her shouting and cursing, the crying inside paused, and the woman was about to go back with satisfaction. Who expected the crying to get louder and louder in the next second? Manhwa's scared voice also came from inside. Auntie, this young lady's stomach aches and pains. You opened the door quickly, AC. What a bunch of debt collectors. The women were also afraid that something might happen to the people inside, which were their money bags. The woman opened the door and caught a glimpse of the little pink-skirted girl she'd brought back from the zoo lying on the floor bawling. She frowned and walked over to her. What a nuisance. Nambu saw the woman approaching, so she winked at the 2 boys hiding in the doorway. Both boys were holding the stick they got from the shelf. Seeing Nambu signaling, they closed their eyes and rushed at the woman's back with a vicious punch. By the time the woman heard the commotion and reacted, it was too late. The stick hit her hard on her back. Caught off guard, the woman was knocked to the ground and let out a pained yelp. Without waiting for her to curse, the 2 boys raised their sticks and hit her hard. All the fear and anger that had built up over the days being vented in this moment. Manhwa commanded the other children to take out ropes and shackles before going to stop the 2 boys. Okay, we can't beat people to death, we have to hand them over to the police, uncle. The 2 boys then put down their sticks, while the other children had already tied the ropes and shackles to the half-dead woman, who was covered in wounds and glared viciously at the children in front of her. You bastards, think you can run away? Wait for me. Manhwa took the cloth that was handed to her and stuffed it into the woman's mouth, gagging her words that she hadn't finished yet, and with big round eyes, she milked, Auntie, those who do bad things have to be punished. Oh, the woman's eyes gradually became terrified, looking at Manhwa as if she was looking at some monster. Her mouth kept making whimpering noises. When the woman was clubbed up, all the children gave a small cheer. We really did it. Yeah, brothers and sisters are great. Manhwa held the little boy who was even smaller than her and praised, and touched the little boy's little head. The younger brother is also very powerful. Passed me the cloth. Well, we have to hurry up and leave now. With that said, Warmblood led all the children quietly out through the front door, and she remembered to have all the older children hold the younger ones while everyone uncharacteristically slowed down, and there were shrill cries from those who watched all the proceedings on the live feed. I can't believe at all that this is the plan of a child less than 4 years old. Warmblood is still so small, but she has such meticulous plans and actions. Is this really my cub? I can't recognize it. I can't recognize it at all. One ring to rule them all. Warmblood is a prodigy. All the kids are really smart nowadays, and I don't know how this brain grows. She even knew to protect the younger one in the center, which is a natural leader in ancient times. This group of traffickers lost in the hands of Manhwa. Not complaining. Always knew that this child is smart and witty, but I did not expect. Really, to God, please don't get too excited. There are 3 other big men. They can't even beat these kids together. And, if I remember correctly, it took the traffickers almost 2 hours to drive just now. How long would it take the kids to walk? Even if they can hold out, do they know the way back? Everyone didn't realize that Warmblood knew the way, and after she escaped the farmhouse with the children, she made her way towards the one she had just come from. Manhwa heard everyone panting. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and milked her voice to cheer everyone up. Hold on, everyone. I remember the way they caught me coming back. As long as we walk all the way back, we'll be able to find mom and dad in no time. All the children nodded their heads vigorously. They were tired and hungry, but they all gritted their teeth and persevered in order to go home. Even the 2 or 3-year-olds didn't say a word, walking hard with their short legs. The girl who started talking to Nguyen Bao before said, "Boss, we all listen to you." "Yeah, we all listen to the boss," Numbu said with a puzzled look. "Why do you call me boss? I'm not called Bossak?" The girl said, "You saved us, you're our boss. We'll all listen to you from now on." Numbu, "Well then, I'll be your boss then. I'll definitely protect you guys." Being the boss seems to be fine. It's always been her who listens to others, and this time someone actually listened to her too. Yeah. I was still shocked that Nguyen Bao recognized the way back, but then the next second my cubs came out of the woodwork and became the boss. This is completely different from the program. The children in the program listen to Warmblood because of the true feelings of their friends, and now these kids from different places listen to Warmblood because of Warmblood's power. My cubs are really too powerful. No wonder the cubs didn't say a word in the car. So they were memorizing the road. I've been alive for 30 years, but I'm not as good as a child. In order to save the child, Nguyen Bao risked her life. She's really good, sacrificing oneself for others. Surprisingly, in a child less than 4 years old. Really don't look down on kids. They often leave you high and dry when they explode. Just then, however, the sound of a car came from behind, and Numbo looked back to see the traffickers coming after him. "Boss, what if they come after us? Will we catch it back?" Beaten to death like the big brother who was taken back before. What do we do? My cubs are in danger. What the hell are the Winchesters and the police doing for food? Why haven't they arrived yet? At the time of everyone's panic, Nguyen Bao picked up the fist-sized stone on the ground, and the little fat hand held up the stone and ruthlessly smashed the open car to smash. The stone hit the car window like lightning and embedded itself directly into the window, and the car came to a sudden stop. Audience, all kids. In an instant, all the children picked up the stones on the ground and smashed them hard at the car. Following the example of Nguyen Bao just now, Chapter 147, Great Uncle arrives. There is not much else along the way, but there are a lot of rocks. Even the 2-year-old child picked up the rocks. He is not strong enough, so he passed them one by one to his brothers and sisters. The man who was driving the car apparently encountered this situation for the first time, and after briefly freezing, he started the car again, furious and about to rush towards them. Warmblood took a rock, and not only did she not back off, she took a slight step forward, and then the rock was thrown out hard by her. All the crowd could see was the small rock hitting the big one in the car window, and when the 2 rocks collided, the big one bounced off and landed on the man in the driver's seat. The man ate the pain and reflexively hit the steering wheel, and then the car uncontrollably crashed into the man-high boulder next to him, denting the entire front end. Kids, audience, am I reading this right? The rock thrown by the cubs went through the glass? This glass is not domestic at first glance. I found another skill for Warmblood. Throwing lead balls. This baby is definitely up to the task. I didn't want to laugh when it was this serious, but you're such a talent upstairs. Not far away on the small hillside was preparing to make a move. Chu anxious eyebrows slightly raised, turning to look at Xie Zion Candle on his side. "This is the reason you won't let me make a move? Did you teach this move?" The humanoids couldn't see it with their fleshly eyes, but they could see the small stone that Nguyen Bao had thrown at the end, with a faint golden light shining on it. Xie Zion Candle looked at Nguyen Bao over there with a burning gaze, a strange light flowing in his eyes. She's learning well, isn't she? All this time Nguyen Bao had only been able to use her powers by bursts, but now she was progressing quickly. Shu chilled. "Did you put her in danger just to see if she would use her powers?" The corner of Xie Zion Candle's lips curved slightly. "Even if she can't use her powers, nothing will happen to her. Can't you see that she's a born leader? With them around, Nguyen Bao wouldn't be in danger, but she needed to exercise." Chu anxious to see Xie Xiangju's purpose. The corners of his mouth drooped coldly and stiffly, but then he heard Xie Zion Candle faintly say, "You underestimate your Dragon Clan's young lord too much. Even though she is still young, shallowly experienced, simple and kind, she has long since walked through the mire and eventually achieved her greatness. Our Fey race needs her leadership, and so does your dragon race. If she is kept under her wing, it will only harm her." Chu anxious face slightly changed, turned to look at the warm treasure over there, suddenly thought of the Lord, the man who had broken through the Dragon Clan to create heavy tribulations, but ultimately lost in the love of men and women. But no matter what, the Lord is still the most powerful dragon in the Dragon Clan. On this side, Nguyen Bao froze with the car as she watched it hit the boulder, but soon she reacted. "Don't be afraid, everyone, we've beaten the bad guys." All the kids shouted in unison. "Boss is mighty." Nguyen Bao smiled coyly and soon heard another sound coming from not far away, only to see several police cars and luxury cars driving towards them before stopping in front of the children. The first one to get out of the car was Wenidong. When Nguyen Bao saw Wenidong, his big eyes instantly lit up, and he stomped towards Wenidong with his long pair of small arms. Big uncle. Wenidong bent down and picked up Nguyenbao, holding her small body tightly, his eyes looking up and down to see if she was injured, and when he saw the wounds on his hands, his brows furrowed severely. Nguyenbao little chubby face but with a rare show-off, a chubby finger pointing over there crashed over the van. Milkuhu said, "Uncle, look. I led the children to beat down the bad guys. We are not heroes, ah?" Kubha Yuso cannot read the eyes, although we can only see half of the face of Mr. Weth. But this pouncing low pressure really makes people worry about the cub. Master Sai has long said that he will spank the pups, and this time the pups are really too adventurous. Yes, teach him a lesson. If this were my kid, I'd open my ass up. When Idong glanced at the van over there, the police had already grabbed out 3 men, and a woman who had already fainted, and handcuffed all 4 in unison. Nguyenbao, is there anywhere uncomfortable? When Idong looked at Nguyenbao's dark little face, God knows how worried he was when he came all the way here. Looking at the chesty cubs in the live broadcast, although there was some pride and celebration, but more fear and worry, especially when he heard that Nguyenbao had been chained by shackles in the past as well. His heart burst. Nguyenbao only saw with hindsight that his great-uncle's face looked bad, put away the little excitement on his face, and apologized with a good-natured shake of his head. "No, great-uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to save the other children." When Idong also didn't care that the live broadcast was still on right now, and said bluntly, "But baby, for us, your safety is the most important thing. It's true that you want to save the others, but you can't put yourself in danger. If something happens to you, what should we do? I can't even imagine what would happen if the cub had an accident, let alone the one family who love her like a jewel, not to mention the Winchesters who love her like a jewel. The cubs are really too kind. Who would have thought that a pup less than 4 years old would save 10 children in 10 families? For these 10 families, the warmer is their god bar. This year's most touching, great, character, Nguyenbao's little friend. When Nguyenbao heard his great-uncle's words, his little hands were overwhelmed and entwined together, and his little milky voice said with a few moments of depression, "But the little children who are separated from their moms and dads are too pitiful. I don't want them to be separated from their moms and dads." These words were like a sharp knife piercing hard into Wenidong's heart. He couldn't say anything, he could only hold Nguyenbao tightly. My cub is really too heartbreaking. How can there be such a heartbreaking baby who has suffered so much that she doesn't want other children to go through it too? Nguyenbao is really the best cub in the world. Even in the face of adversity, she grows like a sunflower. I really wish Warmblood's mom and dad could see her. She really misses you guys. Nguyenbao's mom and dad come back to Nguyenbao quickly. Okay? After the police arrested the traffickers and took the other 10 children away peacefully, all the children came to Wenidong, chattering and excitedly calling, "Boss, boss." Nguyenbao stomped his little short legs to get down from Wenidong's arms, and then hugged the kids separately. "You guys be good from now on. Listen to your mom and dad, and don't run around. Wow. We'll be good from now on. Boss, thank you. We'll always remember you." The children scrambled to be the first to say. Chapter 148 Uncle Junior will feed you to the wolves. When the police saw this scene, they smiled kindly. Who would have thought that a little doll would have saved so many people? The police arrested 4 traffickers and took out their dens. Special thanks to the warm treasure to sacrifice himself to save the action quickly rushed to the hot search. Immediately triggered domestic and foreign netizens' hot discussion. Even the official website of the countries have taken the lead to praise. Other people's families save lives at age 3 or 4. I'm still playing in the mud at age 3 or 4. That's the difference. I really want to know what kind of genes can give birth to a cub like Nguyenbao. I want one so badly. I know that the cubs saved a lot of children, but seeing that image really made me feel so dangerous. The cubs were too impulsive. People still need to live within their means. This time I think there is too much luck. If I'm not careful, the cubs themselves will be gone. It's too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. Thinking about the torture devices in that farmhouse is really unnerving. These human traffickers should never be let off lightly. It's so touching to see the children joining hands. They're working really hard to get home. Don't let the traffickers get away. Children's knowledge about this should be strengthened too. I really can't imagine what would be waiting for these kids if they didn't have warmers. And soon after the 10 children were taken to the police station, a family member took the person back, and they couldn't express their gratitude to Warmblood enough, because they couldn't see anyone. Everyone ran to the show's crew, Wanishi and the various official blogs of the One Family Company to express their gratitude, and the police presented Warmblood with a banner. That's an afterthought. Of course, after Nguyenbao took down the show's camera, he said goodbye to the show, and the second installment of Run, Northern Nose followed with a successful conclusion. Although this time it was rushed, no one would say anything. After all, we all know that there is a reason for what happened. Congratulations on the finale, but I haven't watched enough. I hope the third, 4th and 5th installments will come out soon. I really can't live without this program. The babies are so cute. I can't bear to part with them. Director On strongly supports you to hurry up and arrange the 3rd installment. Warm bow. Warm bottom. Numb boo. I'm really going to anoint my cubs to the world. So much really happened in this episode, but I have to say the show was really great. It's not just an ordinary variety show anymore. It's risen straight to an inspirational and educational program. And after recording the program, Nguyen Bao returned to Wen Mansion along with Wen Yidong and Wen Ishi, looking at his family who were worried about him. Nguyen Bao's little chubby face also carried self-reproach. I'm sorry, grandparents, uncles. I know I'm wrong. When Sua and Ning Shuyuan and the others couldn't bear to blame Nguyen Bao, seeing that she was fine, the heart that had been lifted up was relaxed. Originally they were going to follow and look for it, but they were stopped by Wen Yidong. However, no one expected that the one with the worst face was Wen Yibei, who called out with a sullen face, Nguyen Bao, come here. Nguyen Bao walked towards Wen Yibei with her short legs. Seeing his face gloomy and ugly, she called out in a milky voice, little uncle. Wen Yibei pulled her hand, then dragged the person to his lap and put it there, and his big hand spanked her little but several times, only to hear the sound of slap slap slap. Wen Yibei hid and fumed, you know you're wrong? I don't think you know it's wrong at all. Next time there's something like this, you'll still rush up. When he thought that Nguyen Bao had voluntarily left with the traffickers, he couldn't wait to catch her back and punish her severely. The Winchesters, whoever they are, can't afford to lose what they've gained, especially him. He was already more guilty about his sister than anyone else, so knowing that Nguyen Bao was his niece, he hated to give her everything he had, not only because he loved her, but also because he was compensating. Nguyen Bao obediently lay on Wen Yibei's lap, but received several blows, although it was a little painful, but within the range she could accept. But neither her brother-in-law nor any other family member ever hit her, and she rolled her eyes to look at the others, but they ignored her. Numbu sniffled and flattened her mouth, unable to hold it back any longer, and closed her eyes and cried, I know I'm wrong. Don't you guys dislike me? Oh, said Warmblood as he sobbed, his heart scared. At the same moment, lightning flashed outside and a torrential downpour fell from the sky. Hearing the words of Nguyen Bao crying, the Wen family face each and every one of them can't bear to get up. Originally they all want to give her a lesson, but where can they bear to let their own baby cry and break their body? That is, Wen Yibei didn't beat her again. Wen Sui was the first to press on, picking up Nguyen Bao from Wen Yibei's lap. Alright, it's good that the baby knows it's wrong. He glared at Wen Yibei and hugged Nguyen Bao gently and soothingly. How could Grandpa not like the baby? Grandpa loves the baby the most, but the baby promised Grandpa that he can't be like this next time, no? Warmblood nodded weakly, his little chubby hand wiping a tear from his eye. Ning Shuyuan picked up a scarf and wiped the tear tracks on Nguyen Bao's face, and tenderly said, Grandma loves babies the most too. Babies don't cry, haha. Nguyen Bao inhaled her nose. A pair of big eyes looked at the still angry Wen Yibei. Her small mouth pursed, then stomped down her small short legs and got down from Wen Suo's arms. She laboriously climbed onto the sofa and slowly moved to Wen Yibei's side, manipulating a mouthful of petulant little milky voice. Little uncle is not angry. Nguyen Bao really no wrong, In the future will not be angry, little uncle, Wen Yibei did not look at Nguyen Bao, coldly hailed, deliberately used a tone of indebtedness. What does it matter if you are angry with me or not? So many people like you the most. Do you need to care about me? Nguyen Bao rubbed his little fat face against Wen Yibei's face. His little hands hugged Wen Yibei's neck, and pampered. Care, I also like little uncle AC, said. She pouted again, small mouth kissed Wen Yibei. Little uncle is not angry while I give you warm treasure card kiss law. The corner of Wen Yibei's mouth rose uncontrollably, seeing Nguyen Bao's big eyes still containing tears, her clean little face white and tender, looking sweet and soft. She couldn't help but nibble fiercely on her little face. If there's a next time, little uncle will throw you to feed the wolves. Nguyen Bao giggled out loud. She used her little face to paste Wen Yibei's face again. Little uncle is the one who can't give up AC. As Warmblood laughed out loud, the weather outside followed the dark clouds. Wen Yixi looked at Nguyen Bao and Wen Yibei's mushy appearance. His long legs curled up slightly, the whole person fell back, and coldly said, Baby, your little uncle isn't the only one who's angry. Third uncle is also still angry? Warmblood. Looking back at Wen Yixi, she sighed in a small way and moved from this side of the sofa to Wen Yixi side again, kissing Wen Yixi face as if she was pampered. Third uncle is not angry or angry. The little one coaxed this and then went back to that. Straight away, Nguyen Bao was exhausted, and in no time at all, he fell asleep in Ning Shuyuan's arms. Chapter 149, Is it the bloodline left behind by that person? Ning Shuyuan carried Nguyen Bao back to her room and kissed the bruises on her hands heartily, then quietly stood guard in front of Nguyen Bao's bed with Wen Suo. The baby really looks like Nico. Not only do they look alike, they even have the same personality. As a child, Nico was almost exactly like Nguyen Bao. When she saw a chick fall out of a tree, she knew she could not climb the tree, but she struggled to climb up to return the chick, saying that the bird could only grow up carefree when it stayed by its mother's side. Nico will definitely come back, right? Ning Shuyuan looked at Wensua with tears in her eyes. How could she leave Nuanbao behind? Wensua put her arm around Ning Shuyuan and sighed softly. Nico will come back. She will definitely come back. And then our family will never be separated again. Ning Shuyuan nodded, her gaze once again falling on Nuanbao's body, suddenly realizing that Nuanbao's body began to emit a dazzling golden light, and she and Wensuo looked at each other in disbelief. The Wen family gathered in front of Nuanbao's bed once again. Xia Shangzhu stood at the forefront. Seeing the golden light on Nuanbao's head flickering, his gaze erupted with an intense streak of strange light. Mr. Xia, what is this? Ning Shuyuan asked worriedly. When the golden light disappeared, Xia Shangzhu touched the top of the warm treasure's head, and found two small bulges, although it was not obvious, but this was undoubtedly growing horns. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's too amazing." Dragon cubs usually grow horns at the age of 7 or so, and even the most outstanding dragons don't start growing horns until they're 5 years old, but Nuanbao started growing horns at less than 4 years old, and she'll definitely be able to surpass her father in the future. Growing horns? When Ishi froze, no wonder the baby kept saying his head itched the other day. So he was growing horns. When Ibei worried, but if 2 horns grow out, then others see it for fear of. Xia Shangzhu looked at Nuanbao fixedly and said, I will teach her to hide the dragon horn. If the dragons knew that this hybrid cub had started growing dragon horns at less than 4 years old, I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause. However, this just also means that she will be in more danger. Rakusu will definitely not let her go. Meanwhile, Lok Su, who was seriously injured by warm blood, was spotted on the trail by the 76th branch. Commissioner, let me go. Gu Chanan picked up the special pistol and pulled Guping, who was ready to get off the car, and said, Today is the day Nuanbao predicted. You'd better stay in the car. Guping shook his head and said, I'm going to do it myself this time. Chang'an, Lok Su has already been injured. This is the best time to catch him. No matter what the cost, we must catch him. This is the only way to ask about the whereabouts of the missing person. And most importantly, catching this person would be a huge blow to that organization. Guping led Gu Chang'an and the others to surround Lok Su, who had been penetrated several times by 76 special pistols, and the blood that flowed from his body carried a strong, fishy odor that was uncomfortable in 100 ways. Falling Su covered the wound on his chest, his one eye flashed with an eerie coldness. If he hadn't been seriously injured by that cub, just by them they were worthy of injuring him. Guping stepped out from behind the besiegers and said in a deep voice, Falling Su, you can no longer escape. Bind your hands and surrender. Tie your hands? These 4 words are not in my Lok Su's dictionary. Lu Su disdainfully looked at Guping, followed by looking up and down, suddenly snorting coldly. Seeing you, I do think of that person I arrested 3 years ago. What was it called? Gu Jinshu? TSK. What a hard mouth. The bones have been cracked a few times by me, still refusing to give up your information. At the mention of Gu Jinshu, the people at 76 looked at each other in unison and looked at Guping and Gu Chanan. Guping's fists clenched. His son had been missing for 3 years. He had long guessed that the other party was in a bad way, but when he actually learned of his son's news from Lok Su's mouth, his heart throbbed with pain. Gu Chang'an was so angry that he clenched the wooden silo in his hand, looking at Lu Su with a gaze that was itching to break the person into pieces, and couldn't hold down the question. Where is Jinshu? Where? Lok Su laughed out loud. Should you be asking if he's still alive? Gu Chang'an was completely enraged and was about to open a wooden barn at Lu Su's head. Guping stopped Gu Chang'an with one hand. Chang'an, master, let me kill him. Gu Chanan's eyes were scarlet red. He and Gu Jinshu grew up together as children. Not a blood brother is a blood brother. After hearing the news of Gu Jinshu, he just hated to break the Lok Su in front of him into pieces. Why wouldn't Guping want to? But he had to look at the big picture. He can't die yet. Just as the master pulled, the corner of Lok Su's mouth curved up into a cold smile, and a sharp red light appeared out of thin air in his hand, heading fiercely towards Guping with lightning speed. Director, master, Guping couldn't avoid it at all. He could only allow the red light to pass through his chest as he covered the spot on his chest and retreated back and forth. And Lok Su took advantage of the fact that all the people's attention was on Guping to leave silently. Gu Chanan supported Guping and asked anxiously, Master, how are you? Guping put down his hand covering his chest. Surprisingly, there was no wound on his chest. He pulled out the talisman paper that Nuanbao had given him from his chest, only to see a red light on the talisman paper, and soon the paper was burned out. If it wasn't for this talisman, I'm afraid he really wouldn't be alive. Guping's heart palpitated. Warm treasure. Saved him. The person who didn't catch up with Lok Su reported. Commissioner, Lok Su has disappeared. Guping's eyebrows turned cold. Gu Chanan hung his head. I'm sorry, director. It's all because of me. I'll personally go after. Gu Ping sighed. It's just a matter of time. Laksu is a devious and cunning person. I'm afraid it's dangerous to chase after him rashly. Notify Division 0. They still underestimated Laksu too much. The other party wouldn't go with them even if they were afraid to die with them. The special handwood silos they manufacture in Branch 76 are resourced by Branch 0, and it is Branch 0 that has been behind them all these years. Few people know that some people in the Bloodshed organization escaped from Division 0, and for this reason, they hate Division 0, and even their Division 76 suffered. Asterisk. Far away on the Timel Peninsula in the penthouse ready to take a private plane back to the country, when Nan heard Bai Yi, who was sending him, receive a phone call, and Bai Yi's face immediately sank. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yi looked at Wen Nan and said, "It looks like I have to go back with you." What happened? Wen Nan knew that something urgent must have happened, otherwise Bai Yi would never have left here. Elder Du is seriously ill. Bai Yi's face sank slightly as he slowly spat out a sentence. Upon hearing this, Wen Nan's face sank hard. Du Lao was a pillar of the country and their professor's senior brother, considered their senior uncle. He remembered that when he saw Du Lao a year ago, Du Lao was still in good health, so why all of a sudden? Bai Yi got on the airplane and said towards Wen Nan, "Incidentally, I'm also going to meet the owner of the faceted light dragon pendant." Although Wen Nan did not say much, he guessed that the owner of the faceted light dragon pendant was afraid that he had a very close relationship with him. He wanted to see if it was the bloodline left behind by that person. If so, that's really interesting. Chapter 150, The Warm Treasure with Dragon Horns. The next day, Bao woke up. The wounds on her hands have healed. She looked at her little fat hands. Fluttering big eyes crossed a flash of surprise. The wounds are faster than before. Yay. Xia Zion Candle, who had not left after a night's vigil, said indifferently, "Your injuries are healing faster than before, and when you're a little older, no one will be able to hurt you." "Uncle Xie, why are you here?" AC. Bao was startled by the sudden sound and turned his head to see Xie Shangju leaning on the wall. Xia Xiang Candle walked towards the warm treasure, but his feet accidentally kicked the little pink bear that had rolled down from the bed at some point. He looked at the little pink bear at his feet and frowned. He had long ago found out that not only this little pink bear was the only one, but there were fluffy dolls all over the room. Warmblood climbed off the bed quickly, picked up the little pink bear, and patted its round body. "This is my great aunt made me a bear. It has accompanied me to sleep every day." "Uncle Xie, the other babies of the Fae have bears to accompany them to sleep? She used to be so lonely and scared when she slept alone." Xia Xiang Candle was confused by Bao's question. The Fae cubs were all alone since they were young. Adults would not accompany them, much less a variety of dolls to accompany them to sleep, because this behavior was also too weak. Their Fae cubs did not need it. He subconsciously said the words of his heart. Bao dissatisfied pouted. "It is not what Uncle Xie said. Bear accompanied me to sleep every day, but I am not weak at all. I can be brave." AC Bear is not to carry the pot of weakness. Xia Zion Candle surprisingly felt that she was exactly right, but remembering her actions yesterday, it was brave and stupid. Bao, as the future lord of the Fae race, you are carrying the future of the entire Fae race on your back. Your safety is above everyone else. In other words, even if something happens to everyone else, nothing can happen to you. Bao flattened his mouth. His little face slammed seriously and said, "I don't want it. If being a Fae Lord is going to be like that, I'm not going to be one." Xia Zion Candle froze, and for the first time, he sank his face in front of Bao. Bao shrunk his neck, but still boldly said, "Uncle Xie, I just want everyone to be well." Xia Zion Candle met Bao's line of sight and saw that her big round eyes full of innocence were at the moment carrying an abnormal firmness. For a long time, he slowly squatted down and looked at Bao on a level with her, and sighed languidly. "Bao, you have to know that not everything that is in everyone's heart can be realized. You are still young, you don't know that people's hearts are treacherous, and you don't know what the foreigners mean to the human race. In their eyes we are the representative of evil, an existence that makes them fearful." Bao nodded with seeming understanding, and soon raised a big smile again. "Uncle Xie, if I can help many people and save many people, they definitely won't be afraid of us anymore in the future, and then we can stay with everyone happily." Xia Zion Candle's expression froze slightly. He knew that Bao's words meant to coexist peacefully with the human race without distinction. Many years ago, he had this same idea, but it was defeated time and time again. "Warmer, Uncle Xie, my grandpa said that as long as you are willing to do it, your path will definitely change in the future." Bao held his little paw in confidence and said, "If you want to do it, go ahead and do it." Xia Zion Candle touched Bao's little head. The current situation of the foreigners couldn't be any worse, so let Bao give it a try. Nguyen Bao nodded vigorously. Suddenly her little head was a little itchy again. She raised her hand and scratched twice. Uncle Xie, my head is itchy. Xie Xiancandle's hand emitted a burst of warm light gently covering the top of Nguyen Bao's head and said, "You're growing horns. It's normal for your head to be itchy. It'll be fine when the two horns have grown out completely." Nguyen Bao's eyes brightened. Then Uncle Xie, when can I grow horns and horns? She'd seen dragons on TV with two big, powerful horns, and she wanted one too. Xie Xiancandle was tempted to tell Nguyen Bao that it was roughly between 1 month and half a year, but that wasn't even mature dragon horns yet. Mature dragon horns would have to reach adulthood, but remembered that she wasn't conforming to the common sense of the phenomenon. He said with a cautious face, "This depends on the individual's physique. The general situation is in a month to half a year." Before he could finish his words, he saw an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly emanate from Nguyen Bao's body, and this golden light quickly pushed Xie Shangju out. When the golden light faded, 2 tiny golden dragon horns grew out of the top of Nguyen Bao's head, and although they were tiny, they were undoubtedly the real dragon horns. Xie Xiancandle and the Winchesters who had seen the golden light outside rushed in unison. Seeing the warm treasure that had grown 2 dragon horns, Nguyen Bao touched the 2 small horns on top of his head, and his little face cheered. "I've grown horns." The Wen family took a look at the warm treasure, and then looked at Xie Xiancandle who looked like he couldn't react. "Mr. Xie, didn't you just realize last night that warm blood had started to grow horns? So how did the dragon's horns suddenly pop up after one night?" Xie Xiancandle covered his face with his big hands. "Don't ask me, I don't know." This had already refreshed his knowledge. Were all dragons so heaven-defying? If Chu anxious here, he would seriously tell Xie Xiancandle, "Against the heavens, only this cub in front of you." "Grandparents, my horns." Nguyen Bao pounced in front of Ning Shuyuan with his short legs, showing off his dragon horns to them. Ning Shuyuan reached out and touched it. Not to mention, the dragon's horn was smooth and unbelievable. It was quite nice to touch, even when Suwa couldn't help but touch it twice. A few uncles pinched Nguyen Bao's dragon horns even more sparingly. When eBay turned Nguyen Bao around again and looked at her, "But the dragon horns have grown. What about the tail? When will the tail grow?" Xie Xiancandle sighed. As a matter of common sense, the dragon's tails come after incarnation, but warm blood, even though he didn't say it, the Winchesters understood that their family's treasure couldn't be said with common sense. "Our baby is also fantastic. When you grow a big dragon in the future, remember to carry Uncle to the sky and fly around. Uncle has never ridden a dragon before." When eBay picked up Nguyen Bao and kissed him twice sparingly, with an excited face, when Suo raised his hand and knocked on Wenbei's head, "Get lost." Then he picked up the warm treasure from his hand. Nguyen Bao, however, Milk whistled, "Grandpa not angry ACA, when I grow up, also pack Grandpa de." When Suo followed suit and kissed Nguyen Bao, "Baby is Grandpa's sweet little coat." Ning Shuyuan looked at the 2 dragon horns of the warm treasure. Her own family naturally wouldn't care, but outsiders wouldn't know, so she looked at Xie Xiancandle. "Mr. Xie." Xie Shangju knew Ning Shuyuan's concern and nodded. "Nguyen Bao, next I'm going to teach you first how to put away your dragon horn." Nguyen Bao nodded solemnly and began to learn how to collect her horns from Xie Xiancandle, and in no time at all she had collected the 2 small dragon horns that had grown. She also found it amusing to show her 2 dragon horns again every now and then before putting them away, as if she had found a new toy. However, no one noticed the faceted light dragon pendant that Nguyen Bao wore around his neck, emitting a burst of golden light. Chapter 151, Will you blow on Nguyen Bao for me? At the same time, the man under the glacier in the north opened his eyes violently, a flash of astonishment flowing from the bottom of his dark eyes, and even more obvious was a burst of burning golden light coming from his heart. This was not the first time he had felt the sound of the faceted light dragon drop, only this time it was particularly clear and obvious. Back then, in order to save Nico, not only did he give her the faceted light dragon pendant, but he also put a drop of his heart's blood into it, so he could feel its reaction. Chu Anxious has been away for a long time, but no news has come back for a long time. Jin Yan looked up at the glacier above his head, a flash of golden light flowed in the bottom of his eyes, and suddenly, he transformed into a golden dragon, instantly shattering the glacier as the golden dragon broke through the water. Asterisk. The news that Nguyen Bao had rescued 10 children from human traffickers was still fermenting, and the chain reaction caused by this was that different places within the Chinese territory had launched operations against human traffickers. One of the most successful is the city of Yi, because Nguyen Bao caught 4 traffickers, directly end of the city of several traffickers' nest, but also to save dozens of trafficked children, to save the tragedy of countless families. Countless people flocked to the bottom of Wen's official blog to express their gratitude, while Wen's stock kept rising. My son was cheated away and was finally recovered. Our family really wants to meet the savior. Thanks to Numbu. Warm blood thank you. Kneeling thanks. JPG, my daughter has been missing for 7 years, although she hasn't been found yet, but Manhwa's actions have given me hope that I will never stop looking for her, and I also believe that my daughter is waiting for me to bring her home. Manhwa is the little princess of the Wen family, but now she is also our princess, the princess who saved us from the fire. In the old days, there was a princess who made peace with her family and kept the country safe, but now there is a warm treasure that blesses my family with joy. I really don't know what to express my gratitude, but I want to say that in the future, whoever dares to scold Warmblood and Winnie, I will fight with them to the end. Always support Warmblood, support Win. None of this Warmblood knew, because she was now sitting miserably on a small bench in the backyard catching up on her homework. Because of the recording program, she has not gone to kindergarten for some days, but the kindergarten teacher still has assigned homework every day. And Nguyen Bao, who only cares about playing, did not write homework at all, and seeing that she will go to school soon, she hates to grow 2 more hands to write homework at this moment. Brother Pei Xing, why do people only have 2 hands? Nguyen Bao couldn't help but ask Zhang Pei Xing, who was accompanying her to do her homework at her side. If she had 4 hands, then she could do 2 assignments at once. Zhang Pei Xing rarely froze in place, seeing Nguyen Bao's face showing an aggrieved look. His eyes contained a light smile, because humans have always had only 2 hands since their evolution. Nguyen Bao sighed deeply as she thought of her original body. Even the little golden dragon only had 2 paws and claws. Seeing her pitiful little appearance, Zhang Pei Xing pinched the little hair bun on top of her head. Nguyen Bao, if your hands hurt, just stop writing. Nguyen Bao shook his head, his big round eyes full of seriousness. No, kids who don't do homework are bad kids. I don't want to be a bad kid. Zhang Pei Xing lost his smile and asked softly, doesn't your hand hurt? It hurts. Nguyen Bao practiced big words for a while, feeling that the hand holding the pen was going to be unable to hold it. She reddened her little face and handed her little chubby hand to Zhang Pei Xing. Brother Pei Xing blow for Nguyen Bao, okay? Zhang Pei Xing had a smile on his lips, lowered his head and blew on her fingers, and then seriously pinched her fingers. Nguyen Bao's big eyes completed small crescent moon. Thank you Brother Pei Xing. Brother Pei Xing is the best. I like Brother Pei Xing the most. The smirk under Zhang Pei Xing's eyes became more and more obvious, but he wasn't overwhelmed by Nguyen Bao's bewitching soup. Instead he chuckled softly and said, favorite me? What about your other brothers? For example, Brother Wen Ting, Brother Chuan Chuan, and Boat? Nguyen Bao listened to Brother Pei Xing pronounce the names of his other brothers with a few embarrassed smiles on her face. I like them all ACA, but department, right now I like Brother Pei Xing the most ACA. Zhang Pei Xing gently scraped her nose. Little liar. And yet, he had to admit that Numbua's favorite made him happy. Nguyen Bao hugged Zhang Pei Xing's arm and said greedily, I'm not a little liar la. My heart is so big that it can hold many people and not far away. When Sui hid in the corner quietly watching the movement over here, seeing Zhang Pei Xing's action of helping Nguyen Bao blow his hand, his eyebrows went up, and when he saw that he was about to rush over, he suddenly heard Wen Yidong's voice from behind him. Dad! When Sua jumped in fright, squatting wall movement instantly stiff, turned back to see Wen Yidong's seemingly smiling identity, he coldly coughed. What are you screaming for? What is the matter? Hurry up to say. When Yidong glanced at Nguyen Bao who was obediently doing her homework over there, and the Jiang family boy who was attentive beside her, and smiled helplessly and said, Dad, it's not a good habit to listen to the corners of the wall. Wonsu could only straighten up and look at Warmblood again before heading towards the main hall, asking again, what is it exactly? Gu Ping from the 76th branch sent a thank you gift, and last night they encountered Lok Su, but unfortunately let him get away. When Yidong said as he opened the box on the table that was sent by the 76th branch, inside were 3 brand new hand wooden silos, different from the ones on the market. This one was specially made to be able to deal with non-human things. When Sua knew Gu Ping's use in sending this thank you gift, the warm treasure was targeted by Lok Su. Sooner or later they would find it, and this wooden barn would be of great use to them. Since it's a thank you gift, put it away. There is another thing. The baby was telling fortunes on the program, and people both at home and abroad approached us, wanting to ask the baby to tell their fortune. When Yidong didn't wait for Wen Sua to speak, and directly said, I've refused all the ones I could, but there is only one party that is not good enough to refuse. Wen Sua frowned slightly. Who? When Yidong was silent for a while and spat out 2 words, Du Lao. As we all know, Du Lao is a pillar of the country. Over the years Du Lao for the country and the people do not know how many merits there can be explicitly said. There are also cannot be explicitly said, such as the 0 Division. 76 Division are Du Lao single-handedly created. He saved countless people, but at the same time, also by the various organizations as a thorn in the side of the flesh. Some time ago, Du was rumored to be in the hospital in ill health, but the official website has repeatedly debunked this news, and it took many public appearances by Du Lao to dispel the suspicions being raised. However, the Wen family is in the know and has known the real situation of Du Lao. His body is afraid that he will not survive this year, and once he passes away, it will be a huge blow to Huaxia, and the top is afraid that it will also create a huge turmoil. It was no wonder that Wen Yidong was not good at rebuffing, when Sua's face sank, but Du Lao's situation was different from Su Ziyu's, and Nguyen Bao's ability to awaken Su Ziyu might not be able to save Du Lao. If it was just a fortune teller, warm blood could, but what if it was a rescue? What would their baby pay? Chapter 152 Young Lord, I'll take you to see the Lord. That side said that Du Lao is in critical condition. The doctors are at their wits' end. The only hope now is Nguyen Bao. Wen Yidong said in a slightly deeper tone. That side promised that no matter whether Nguyen Bao can save Du Lao or not, they will be honored as a VIP. He would have preferred Numba to be ordinary if he could, but she was born extraordinary, and precisely for that reason needed a lot of strength to protect her. When Sua rubbed her brow and sighed worriedly, these days I've been thinking, are we really doing the right thing? What kind of life does baby she want to live? And then suddenly Nguyen Bao's milky voice came to mind. Grandpa, Nguyen Bao wants to save people, lots and lots of people. When Sua and Wen Yidong hurriedly turned back this time to see the warm treasure behind the sofa, she did not know when she ran over from the yard. Wen Yidong beckoned toward Nguyen Bao, and when Nguyen Bao walked over with his short legs, he bent down and picked up Nguyen Bao. Why does the baby want to save many people? Nguyen Bao said in a milky voice. Uncle Xia said that everyone is afraid of us. I want to save many people so that they won't be afraid of us AC. When Sua and Wen Yidong immediately understood the deeper meaning of Nguyen Bao's words, she was doing this for the sake of the foreigners. Immediately afterward, when Sui asked worriedly, but saving people, will the baby be difficult? Warmblood made a small gesture with two chubby fingers. It's a little bit hard, but it's okay D. I'm good, it won't be hard soon. She had even saved Grandma Li before, and although she was a little uncomfortable, she was okay da. Uneasy Wen Yidong and when Sua went to ask Xie Zioncandle again, Xie Zioncandle looked deeply at Nguyen Bao, remembering her words that day, secretly sighed, but had to admit that his heart was warm. This cub is really too warm. Legend has it that the heart's blood of the dragon clan can save lives, but that's just a legend. After all, no one has ever seen this scene with their own eyes. Even he had only heard about it. It's okay D. I can save people with blood. As soon as Nguyen Bao's words fell, a slightly deep voice suddenly rang out. No! In the next second, Chuanxiao suddenly appeared in the main hall of Wen Mansion. He looked at the Wen family with a sullen brow. The dragon's reverse scales. Those who touch them will be killed. The dragon's heart's blood. Wanting to be the dragon's reverse scale, the person who suddenly appeared caused Wen Sua and Wen Yidong to be shocked in unison. And almost instantly, the alarm of the Wen residence went off, and a group of suited and booted bodyguards surrounded the main hall from all over the place, eyeing Chu Anxiao intently. It was the first time Nguyen Bao had seen this kind of situation, but she wasn't scared because Wen Yidong took her in his arms at the first opportunity. When Suo's gaze sank to Chu anxious, who are you? Nguyen Bao recognized Chu Anxiao and said to Grandpa and Great Uncle with an excited face, it's the good uncle who defeated the blind bad uncle. Chu anxious to look at the free access in the Wen residence Xie Candle, and then look at his appearance. The Wen residence inside and outside as a big enemy, although he does not care too much about these, but this gap is not too big, he said with a cold face. Dragon Clan Chu Cricket. Wen Yidong and Wen Sui glanced at each other, and Wen Yidong waved his hand to signal the bodyguards to all step back before speaking. You're a member of the Dragon Clan. What's your relationship with Nguyen Bao's father? I'm not of the dragon bloodline. I'm just a follower of the Lord. When Sua said coldly, where is your master? I can't say. Chu Grasshopper's eyes slightly converged and said, his gaze fixed on Nguyen Bao. Young Lord, I can only take you alone to see the Lord. All these years the Lord has always thought that you are not in the human world. The corner of Wen Yidong's mouth curved up into a cold smile. Our Wen family's treasure is not something that anyone can just say they want to see. If he wants to see Nguyen Bao, let him come here. Chu anxious didn't care about the Winchesters and had been waiting for Nguyen Bao to speak. Nguyen Bao looked at Grandpa, then at Great Uncle, and then remembered Third Uncle's words, baby, if you see your father in the future, you mustn't forgive him so easily. Understand? Nguyen Bao remembered Uncle Zhou and Uncle Guan again. They both accompanied Brother Wen Ting and Brother Chuan Chuan. Even if Zhou's father had called Zhou when he was recording the program, and if it wasn't for Uncle Chu Cricket saying that her dad wasn't in heaven, she would have always thought that her dad was with her grandpa. And every time she greeted her grandpa in heaven, she would greet her dad, but he wasn't even in heaven. Thinking of this, Nguyen Bao puffed out her cheeks, hugged Wen Yidong's neck and shook her head. I don't want to go. Shu Ji sighed softly. Young Lord, the Lord can't come to see you right now. I don't care how bitter he is, if he can't even come to see his own daughter, then there's no point in keeping such a father. When Suwa directly interrupted Chu Zixu's words, his face surprisingly cold. He had been extremely displeased with the man, and now he was even more so. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder, Xia Xiancandle changed the topic and said, Lord Chu Cricket, what did you mean when you said just now that the Dragon Clan's reverse scales were to be killed by those who touched them? The Dragon Clan's heart blood is like a reverse scale. It must never be allowed to be tainted until it is absolutely necessary, Chu Anxiety explained. Especially since the young lord is young now. It's even more important not to take the heart blood easily. Nguyen Bao understood Chu Chui's words. She shook her head and said, but I'm okay with it ACA. I've saved Grandma Lida before. In fact, Nguyen Bao didn't know where the heart blood that Chu Anxious was talking about was, but she had given a drop of blood to Grandma Li before, and Grandma Li woke up very quickly. Chu Anxious' face became more and more ugly, obviously not expecting that Nguyen Bao had already used his heart's blood to save someone. Back then, MS. Nancy forced her heart's blood, and if she hadn't been saved in time, she nearly died in the spring. Xia Xiancandle solemnly said, Nguyen Bao has a special physique, and even though she is a mixed-blood dragon race, she is even stronger than the pure-blooded species of the dragon race. A cub with horns at less than 4 years old is unheard of. Chu Anxiety's brows sank. If it was really as Xie Shangzhu had said, then this cub was vital to the Dragon Clan. Grandpa, great uncle, I'm going to save people. Nguyen Bao clenched his small fists and looked at Wen Suwa and Wen Yidong with a serious face. Wen Suwa and Wen Yidong looked at each other with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. They both knew that although Nguyen Bao was well-behaved and obedient, it was hard to change what was decided. Early the next morning, Wen Yidong hugged Nguyen Bao and took Xia Xiancandle and Chu Cricket, 2 bodyguards, on a private plane and secretly came to the Huaxia Convalescent Institution. There were police officers with wooden barns outside Du Lao's ward. Wen Yidong led Nguyen Bao to enter Du Lao's ward unhindered, while inside there were still a few men in police uniforms standing, and on the sofa there were a few middle-aged men in suits sitting on the end of the sofa, and one of them was Gu Ping. They all rose up in unison the moment they saw Nguyen Bao. They all knew that this little P-ding in front of them might be the only one who could save Du Lao, so they bent down and bowed in unison to Nguyen Bao and solemnly said, Miss Nguyen Bao, please. Chapter 153, Don't let Bai Yi get close to young lord. Nguyen Bao somewhat constrainedly hugged Wen Yidong's thigh, his little milky voice stuttering, I. Suddenly, a familiar call came from the other side of the hospital bed. Numbu. Nguyen Bao probed and looked, and immediately both eyes lit up, walking towards the man with open arms. Second uncle. After Wen Nan returned to China, he wanted to go directly back to Wen Mansion, but knowing that Nguyen Bao would come here, he came over early, and the moment he saw her walk in, the corner of Wen Nan's mouth hooked up with a smile, and he bent down to pick up Nguyen Bao who was running towards him. Second uncle, I miss you so much. Nguyen Bao said 3 good thoughts in a row and kissed at Wen Nan's face. Second uncle also wants Nguyen Bao. The smile on Wen Nan's face continued. He nodded slightly to Wen Yidong before carrying Nguyen Bao to the hospital bed. Nguyen Bao, let me introduce you. This is Elder Du. Just call Grandpa Du. Nguyen Bao's gaze fell on the gray-haired old man on the hospital bed. He was inserted with tubes, and his pale and haggard face was wearing an oxygen mask, but he was still conscious at this time, and when he saw Nguyen Bao, he laboriously lifted his hand towards Nguyen Bao and shook it. Nguyen Bao also stretched out his chubby little hand and waved it towards Du Lao. Hello Grandpa Du. Du Lao couldn't speak with his oxygen mask on, but his eyes curved slightly when he heard the sound of Warmblood's milk whirring, and just as Numbu greeted her, she felt a burning and somehow indescribable gaze fall on her. She looked towards the man leaning against the windowsill, and when she met the man's pair of alien pupils, her small body suddenly shook slightly, and the hand holding Wen Nan's neck clenched slightly. Wen Nan naturally also noticed Bai Yi's gaze. His eyebrows sank. He looked at Bai Yi warningly, and was about to open his mouth to introduce himself, when a cold wind was suddenly ushered in behind him, and right after that, he saw Bai Yi's head tilted, while the wall behind his head was stuck with an ice blade. Everyone looked in shock at the Chu grasshopper who had struck, only to see his face grim as he looked at Bai Yi with monstrous ruthlessness. Bai Yi, so you're hiding here. Bai Yi had long since noticed Chu anxious, and the corner of his mouth curved up with a touch of coldness, except that his gaze still fell on Nguyen Bao. Looks like I guessed right. This cub is really his bloodline. That's funny. Jin Yen had always had no one in his sight, and had extremely rejected the human race and foreign races, but such a person had even combined with a human race and had a child. Chu anxious immediately blocked in front of Nguyen Bao, looking at Bai Yi with a wary face. Bai Yi, don't even think about hitting her. Bai Yi let out a cold snort, his alien pupil crossing a flash of hostile color. When Nan understood Bai Yi, at this time he had already moved to anger, holding Nguyen Bao's hand slightly tightened, and spoke towards Bai Yi in a deep voice. Senior brother, Nguyen Bao is a member of the Wen family. Wen Yidong and Xie Xiancandle exchanged glances and both stood to the side of Wen Nan Nan in a posture of absolute protection. When Bai Yi saw this, he laughed lightly and said, "What do you guys think I want to do? I don't care to make a move on a cub that hasn't grown up yet. Shu anxious but do not believe, still coldly looking at Bai Yi. Seeing a few people at cross swords, Gu Ping and others looked at each other, and finally Gu Ping stepped in to be a peacemaker. Director Bai, and this gentleman, no matter what grudges you two have, please put it aside. Now Du Lao's situation is the most critical. Only then did the crowd look in unison at the neglected Du Lao, who, by then, had already closed his eyes while the instrument beside him pulsed weakly. Nguyen Bao stomped his short legs and walked to Du Lao's hospital bed after getting down from Wen Nan's arms. Although she had grown in size during this period of time, she was still shorter compared to her peers, and the whole person was not as high as the hospital bed, so she could only stand on tiptoe and hold Du Lao's hand covered with veins with great effort. Knowing that the major wanted to take the heart's blood, Shu Anxiety looked at those curious people and said in a deep voice, "Irrelevant personnel, please leave." One of the men frowned, seemingly uneasy. Gu Ping believed that Nguyen Bao wouldn't harm Du Lao even if there was no way out, so he took the lead and said, "Let's go out." Saying that, he then looked at Bai Yi over there. Director Bai. Bai Yi looked at the cubs over there and a deep meaning crossed his eyes, but he didn't say anything more and left with Gu Pingxiang. The room was suddenly left with only the two Wen clan members, Chu Cricket and Xia Zion Candle. The latter two looked at each other, one guarding the doorway position and the other guarding the window. Seeing Nguyen Bao on her tiptoes, Wen Yidong bent down and picked her up and placed her on the hospital bed, of which Nguyen Bao was already unconscious. She had transformed into a small golden dragon in Du Lao's dream, with two little tiny dragon horns on top of her head, and she took out a drop of her heart's blood in her burning area. Just like when she saved Grandma Li, Nguyen Bao didn't actually know how to save people, but every time she tried to do so, a burning sensation would come from the little golden dragon's chest, scalding and making her uncomfortable. A long time ago, Grandpa was knocked down by a motorcycle, and his leg was bleeding a lot, but no one saved Grandpa. She was very scared. Then she realized that her chest was burning, so she used her little paw to cut open her chest, and a drop of blood fell on Grandpa's leg, and Grandpa's leg was healed. When Grandpa found out, he wouldn't let her tell anyone. Only a drop of blood emerged from the chest of the small golden dragon, and then dripped down onto the position of Du Lao's brow, and where Nguyen Bao couldn't see. Everyone in the room saw Du Lao's entire body radiating a faint golden light from the inside out. Shu said, "It's exactly the same as when Ms. Nancy took her heart's blood to save someone's life. But that time Nancy was nearly wasted." Thinking of this, Chu anxious face more and more gloomy, said to Wen Nan, "Do not let Bai Yi close to the young master. That person is a madman." When Miss Nancy was seduced by him to take out the blood of the heart, if not for the timely arrival of the Lord, Miss Nancy is afraid that, even now, Ms. Nancy has so far been unable to walk away, trapping herself. Wen Nan looked slightly stunned. He knew that Bai Yi was crazy and could give up everything for the sake of research, but he did not expect to have this past. Suddenly he thought of that year to leave 0 day. Bai Yi for the first time drunk. Mouth has been calling the name of Nanshi. He has never known which two words, and now heard Chu anxious words. The original is Nanshi. Who's Nancy? Chu Cricket said. Miss Nancy is the Lord's sister, the young Lord's aunt. When Nan and Wen Yidong looked at each other, Nguyen Bao had another relative, but they seemed to be used to it. At this time, the sound of Nguyen Bao yawning came. Wen Yidong saw Nguyen Bao staggering and jumping down from the hospital bed, and hurriedly asked, "Baby, is there any place that's uncomfortable?" Nguyen Bao's eyes were sleepy and blurred, rubbing his eyes while yawning. "There's no discomfort. I just want to sleep and sleep." Wen Yidong was about to go forward to hug her. However, Xia Zion Candle, who was standing on the windowsill, fiercely grabbed Wen Nanan and Wen Yidong and retreated towards the side. In an instant, the entire glass was shattered by an external force. Shu anxious reacted in time and hurriedly blocked in front of the hospital bed, so that the glass shards did not hurt Nguyen Bao and Du Lao. Chapter 154, Uncle, can you put me down? Soon, two mysterious people wearing red cloaks leapt in from the window. One wrapped around Xia Zion Candle, and the other wrapped around Chu Anxious. These two mysterious people were not powerful, but they were as difficult to get rid of as snakes. When Yidong pulled out the special hand wooden silo given to him by Branch 76 from his waist and aimed it at one of the mysterious men, before he could open the wooden bin. However, a powerful red light surged in and wrapped the drowsy Numbu in a blanket. When Yidong did not dare to open the wooden barn to the red light for fear of hurting the warm treasure. Baby Dash When Nan subconsciously rushed towards the red light, but he was bounced back by the red light and crashed into the wall. And when he looked up again, Nguyen Bao's figure had already disappeared into the room. Shu Anxiety and Xia Zion Candle directly killed the two mysterious people, and they disappeared into a wisp of green smoke. All these actions happened in a breath, so by the time the people outside rushed in, Nguyen Bao had already lost the trail, and Xia Zion Candle and Chu Cricket directly chased after him through the window. What's going on? Gu Ping looked at the shattered window and noticed Wen Yidong and Wen Nan's faces sullen. which made him realize that Nguyen Bao wasn't here, and his face instantly turned ironic. Is it Lok Su? Bai Yi walked straight to the position of the window and looked at the blood flowing on the windowsill. He gently dabbed a bit of blood with his fingertips and put it under his nose to sniff gently. His alien pupil flashed with a touch of sharpness. It's a blood blade. When Yidong had already monitored her direction through the bracelet Nguyenbo was wearing on her hand and sent the address to Xia Xiancandle without delay. At this time, Du Lao on the hospital bed issued a cough sound, only to see that he personally pulled off the breathing mask he was wearing, and his face, which was originally gray, became spiritually red. Elder Du is awake. Aside from the two Wen clan members, everyone else was shocked as they looked at Elder Du, who had just been dying, but was now glowing with a red face. Although they had pinned all their hopes on Nguyen Bao, after all, they had investigated Nguyen Bao before. Knowing that she had a special identity and that she was different, they really didn't think that she could actually bring people back from the dead. That kid really does have a way of rising from the dead. That's amazing too. Du Lao coughed twice and instructed towards Guping and the others, no matter how much it costs, bring that child back safely. If something happened to Nguyen Bao, it would be a loss for Huaxia. Even if Elder Du hadn't opened his mouth, Guping would have personally led the people to save Nguyen Bao. If something happens to Numbu, I'm afraid that day will change. Asterisk. Nguyen Bao was carried on the shoulders of the man, originally still drowsy, but her round belly against the man's hard shoulders. She hard to wrinkle her small eyebrows, whispered protest, Uncle, I'm hard, want to vomit, can you put me down ACA? It's really hard for her. Warmblood burked, regurgitated and squealed a few times as a pair of chubby little hands snapped over his mouth. The man carrying Nguyen Bao as if he didn't hear her words, continued to walk towards the secluded mountain forest. His speed could almost be compared to the speed of a car, but it was not as smooth as a car, and the bumps made Nguyen Bao more and more uncomfortable. Can't stand the warm fuzzies any longer. The man's feet snapped to a halt, only to feel a slow trickle of heat down the back of his shoulders. He froze for several seconds before reacting, immediately dropping the cub he was carrying over his shoulder to the ground and glaring at her in shock and anger. Nguyen Bao Good softly sat on the ground. Both hands covered his mouth, revealing big round eyes innocently looking at the uncle in front of him. Milky voice, Uncle, I can't help it. I didn't mean to The man sank his face and took off the red cloak tunic that had been soiled by her vomit, revealing a face full of scars, half of which looked as if it had been burned by fire, with burn scars running from the corners of his forehead all the way through to his chin, making it look particularly ghastly. Numbua's eyes widened when he saw the scars on this uncle's face. The man then remembered the injury on his face, and hurriedly turned sideways, as if he didn't want others to see the scars on his face, and his big hands then clenched violently. A wave of inferiority complex and fear came out. Nguyen Bao got up from the ground, patted the dead leaves stained on his buttocks, and then walked to the man's side, tugged on the man's coat corner, and said in a milky voice, Uncle, does your face hurt a lot? She knew it was a burn scar, and it hurt and hurt. Her uncle used to like to smoke and would hold his cigarette but down on her when he was upset, and she used to have scars like that. The man's whole body lurched. No one had ever asked him if the cuts on his face hurt. He couldn't remember how he got them. It was as if his stepfather had thrown a kettle of boiling hot water on him. Then his face was like this, and even his birth mother had been extremely disgusted with him since he was a child, not to mention the fact that others had been looking at him with the eyes of a monster. The man stiffened and looked down at the cub tugging at his shirt, a cute jade and snow-looking cub with big eyes like stars, a complete polar opposite of someone like him. Nguyen Bao saw that the man didn't say anything and thought that he was in too much pain to speak, so he took out a beautifully wrapped candy from his own little pocket and stuffed it into the man's big, broad hands. Uncle, here's some candy for you. With a sweet mouth. It won't hurt. It's a little snack from her brother-in-law. The man stared blankly at the candy in his hand, the wrapping that resembled a clear blue sky that touched his heart in the moment. Nguyen Bao yawned, sleepiness once again. She didn't even think to open her chubby arms towards the man. Uncle hug. The man froze for a few more seconds, a full moment before bending down to pick up the warmer. Warmblood was still directing him on how to hold himself, and when she had found a comfortable position, she wrapped her arms around the man's broad shoulders and rubbed her smiling face against the hollows of his shoulders before settling down on her back to sleep. He could only carry Nguyen Bao in his arms as he continued to walk forward, only looking at the sleeping cub in his arms. He couldn't help but slow down his speed to make his pace smoother. I don't know how long it took, but the man brought Nguyen Bao to an extremely hidden cave. Unlike the darkness when he first came in, it was all candlelight, bright and eerily silent. The man in the red cloak inside saw him holding the cub and frowned as he spoke. Jian Xian, why are you back so late? Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Xian suddenly made a shhh gesture at him, and he watched dumbfounded as Jiang Xian carefully placed the cub in his arms on the grass bed built of stones. Jiang Xian saw a clear red mark on the cub's white and tender cheeks, and when she suddenly switched places to sleep, she rolled over as if she was restless, and then immediately lay down on her hands again, her little buttocks arching high as she slept again. Jiang Xian watched as she slept through this kind of difficult maneuver with a hint of surprise on his face, then took the clothes hanging on the side and carefully covered her small body again. Chapter 155 Warmer is priceless to Huaxia. Seeing Jiang Xian this cautious, the man in the red cloak slowly stepped forward to the grass bed, looked at the cub and said, "Is this the cub that injured the boss? It doesn't seem to have any aggression. How did it hurt the boss so badly?" He reached toward Warmblood, as if to see what was so special about the cub before him. Jiang Xian grabbed the man's hand. "Chang Yen, don't touch her." The man named Cheng Yen took a look at Jiang Xian, and when he saw the scars on his face, a flash of disgust crossed the bottom of his eyes as he coldly shook off Jiang Xian's hand and removed the bracelet that Nguyen Bao was wearing on his wrist with lightning speed. "Tracker." Cheng Yen glanced at the bracelet, crushed it viciously and threw it on the ground. Luckily, boss was prepared for this. This mountain has long since laid down a barrier, so any tracker would be useless. Jiang Xian looked towards the already broken bracelet on the ground and knew that he had been careless this time, only to hear Cheng Yen say, "Don't delay, the boss wants to see you." With that, Cheng Yen took the lead and left. Jiang Xian glanced at the sleeping Nguyen Bao and followed. Inside the conference room of the sanatorium, both the Wen family and everyone else had sunken faces. Nguyen Bao's tracker didn't send any message, so Xia Xiang Candle and Chu Cricket could only return without any success. Chu Anxious did not expect that people could still have accidents under his eyes. The most important thing is that Nguyen Bao came to the sanatorium as a covert operation. He and Xia Xiang Candle have eliminated the traces, unless someone leaked Nguyen Bao's whereabouts. His first object of suspicion was Bai Yi, so without saying a word, he flashed directly to Bai Yi's front, choked his neck, and pressed the man against the wall. "Is it true that you colluded with Lok Su Sang, and took away the young master inside and outside?" Even though Bai Yi was pinched on his lifeblood, he still laughed recklessly. "If I say no, do you believe me?" Chu Anxious without hesitation said, "I don't believe it." Bai Yi snorted coldly, "No matter what I say, you don't believe me, so why waste your breath?" Saying that, he then looked over to Wen Nan, who had a gloomy face over there, and frankly said, "I won't admit what I haven't done." Chu Grasshopper's hand turned into an ice blade aimed at Bai Yi. Wen Nan went forward to hold Chu Zixishi's arm and said, "I believe in him. From the time I received the news until now, he has never left my sight. I believe that he will not lay his hands on Nguyen Bao." Chu anxious to meet Wen Nan's firm line of sight, but still did not let go of his hand, but coldly said, "Wen Ershao." Back then, in order to study the dragon race, he did not hesitate to use his body to lure Miss Nancy, and then colluded with Jiang Tan, letting Miss Nancy step into the trap and nearly lost her life, and then cheated Miss Nancy's heart's blood. Such a person is worth trusting? Hearing Chu anxious mention Nancy again, a dark color crossed the bottom of Bai Yi's eyes. I don't know what kind of person he used to be, but I trust him this time. When Nan pursed her lips and said, at this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Gu Ping pushed Du Lao, who was sitting on a wheelchair, and slowly came. Du Lao said, "Mr. Chu anxious, I guarantee in the name of the Chinese nation that what happened to Nguyen Bao has nothing to do with Bai Yi, and he has long had nothing to do with the Blood Blade." Few people knew that Bai Yi had also been a member of the Blood Blades, but then he broke away from them and paid a huge price for it. Du Lao glanced at Gu Ping, who threw a man tied up in 5 different ways to Winnie Dong's heels. The middle-aged man who was in the hospital room earlier, the one who has a connection with the Blood Blades is him. Gu Ping said, he was also the one who leaked Miss Nguyen Bao's trail. It was our fault. We didn't expect them to invade the interior. It was fortunate that they were exposed because of this matter. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. At those words, Chu anxious let go of Bai Yi and turned to look at the shivering man on the ground. His palms slightly raised and the man was immediately suspended in the air. With Chu anxious hands hard, the man felt the neck was ruthlessly pinched. Only out of breath did not enter the air. Ears ringing Chu anxious cold voice. "Say, where have you taken the man?" The man's face bulged with veins, and he said with difficulty, "I don't know. I really don't know. I just delivered the news of Nguyen Bao. I really don't know where she was taken." Seeing Chu anxious face becoming more and more ugly, Xia Zion Candle stepped forward and said, he shouldn't be lying. When he was exposed, this person was a wasted chess piece. How could someone from the Blood Blade reveal such important information to a wasted person? With a wave of his hand, Chu anxious, the man slammed hard into the wall, directly smashing a dent in it. When Yidong's brows sank slightly, his pupils deep, looking at Du Lao, he said, I'm not hiding from Du Lao. We didn't want Nguyen Bao to get involved in too much strife. This time too, she took the initiative and strongly requested to save you, and I think that you should know what she has paid for this, and how much she has been exposed. Du Lao recalled the little golden dragon that suddenly appeared in his sleep, and at that moment he realized that Nguyen Bao was not an ordinary fae, but a fae that retained the bloodline of a dragon, and she could even transform into a little golden dragon. Seeing a real-life dragon for the first time, Du Lao watched with rapt attention as it circled around him, then scraped the skin of his chest with its claws, and a drop of shimmering golden blood instantly disappeared into his brow. In that instant, all the pain of suffering from the disease faded away, making him feel more relaxed than ever. It also showed him that the warmer was priceless to Wahoo. Du Lao slowly stood up from his wheelchair, his pale face carrying majesty and endless coldness, and said, Nguyen Bao's affairs are the affairs of the Chinese nation. If Bloodblade moves a single hair on Nguyen Bao's head, our artillery fire will never stop. Asterisk. Nguyen Bao on the grass bed was woken up by hunger. She opened her eyes in a daze, subconsciously called Big Uncle, but there was no response. She rubbed her big fuzzy eyes, looking at the strange cave, little fat face confused. It was a long time before she remembered that she seemed to have been taken away. Had the uncle with the scarred face brought her here? Nguyen Bao climbed down from the straw bed, looked around, and called softly, Uncle? But she called around and no one paid any attention to her. Suddenly she realized that she seemed to have stepped on something under her feet, and when she looked down, it was the bracelet given to her by her great-uncle and second uncle, while the pearls had already become powder, and the tiny rabbit head pendant was also in two halves. Nguyen Bao picked up the broken bunny head. Tears instantly filled the entire eye socket, and in no time at all, a drop fell down. This is a gift from my great-uncle and my second uncle. Woo-hoo-hoo. At the same time, electricity flashed and thundered outside the cave, and it immediately started pouring rain, and the 76th branch, which had been closely watching the whole range, immediately got the news, and when Idong and when Nanan, both of whom knew that it rained as soon as Nguyen Bao cried, had their hearts tightened, and immediately asked Guping, where did the rain start? Guping realized something and said, southwest. When Idong and when Nanan and the others decided not to sit around and wait for death, and directly traveled to the southwest with Xie Zion Candle and Chu Anxious. Chapter 156 Uncle, I'll help you unlock the chains. Nguyen Bao inside the cave closed her eyes and cried for a while, then suddenly she heard a slight movement from the other direction, as if it was the sound of chains trembling. She wiped the tears that spilled from her eyes and boldly walked in the direction of the commotion. The further in you go, the more damp and dank it gets. However, Nguyen Bao had good eyesight since she was a child, so even in the dark, she could still see. Listening to the movement inside, Nguyen Bao called out in a low voice, Uncle? Is it Uncle? It didn't take long for Nguyen Bao to reach the bottom and see a man tied up in the very center, so bloody that he couldn't see what he originally looked like. Two high-hanging chains ran through his shoulder blades, pinning him firmly in the center, and a pair of feet were tied apart with chains that rattled slightly as his body shook gently. Nguyen Bao saw such a bloody picture for the first time, and his little short legs stiffened in place, and what scared her even more was a pair of green eyes emerging from the darkness as a wolf slowly walked out from behind. Nguyen Bao slowly backed up. Soon her back was against the cold stone, looking at the 4 or 5 wolves all surrounding her. Her small body shivered and crouched down. Her little milky voice trembled. Don't come over, I don't taste good. 5 adult waist-high wolves firmly surrounded Nguyen Bao, who was already short and now shrunk even more to a small mass, and was soon surrounded. Nguyen Bao became even more scared. She didn't dare to look at the wolf, buried her head at her knees and whimpered, Don't eat me, don't eat me. The wolf in the lead gently sniffed Warmblood's scent, and its pair of glowing green eyes glared even more roundly as it rubbed its head against Warmblood's head. A hot breath rose from his little head, but Warmblood winced, thinking the wolf was about to start eating. Nguyen Bao sniffled and boldly raised his head to meet the head wolf's line of sight, saying pitifully, Ooh, you guys are hungry. I'm hungry too, so can you guys just let me have my fill before you eat me? As soon as the words left her mouth, her little stomach rumbled in response, and she covered it and said, Look, I'm hungry and skinny and not good for eating. Seemingly understanding Nguyen Bao's words, the head wolf gave a low growl, and the other 4 wolves quietly retreated, leaving only one of them standing tall in front of Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao looked at the 4 wolves that were reluctant to leave, and then looked at this wolf in front of him, swallowed his saliva, obviously scared but still bravely said, Do you want to eat alone? This is not right. The teacher said that good things are to be shared. It's not good to eat alone. The head wolf cocked its head as if it couldn't understand Nguyen Bao's words, and it followed with another low growl before violently opening its mouth and biting Nguyen Bao's shoulder shirt. Ah! Warmblood let out a milky wail as he thought he was going to be eaten. However, he realized that he was only being bitten by the wolf on his shirt, and his whole body was being dragged forward by it. In no time, the head wolf dragged Warmblood over to the injured man and set him down. His head turned toward the man, and Warmblood growled lowly. Nuanbao realized that the wolf didn't eat itself. Then she patted the little Giorgio that was dragged painfully, and staggered to her feet, hearing it growl lowly at her. She scratched the crooked little hair bun on top of her head in incomprehension. What are you talking about? I don't understand ACA. Seeing that Nuanbao didn't understand what he meant, the head wolf opened his mouth and bit down on the man's thigh, only to see blood immediately spilling out from the man's wound, while the man who was sleeping in the meantime didn't even utter a word, and there were so many bite wounds on the man's body that he could barely look at them. Nuanbao froze for a while before reacting, and without even thinking immediately reached out and slapped the head of the head wolf. No, you let go. No cannibalism. It was only now that she realized what the wolf had just told herself. She was hungry, so the wolf taught her to eat people. The head wolf was slapped violently. A pair of glowing green eyes confused, subconsciously loosened his mouth, and then looked at Warmblood. Nuanbao shrunk his neck, but with a serious reprimand on his little face. He said, You must be a good wolf. No biting or eating. The head wolf let out a low growl. Nuanbao's little face turned white, and his pair of little short legs kept shaking and shaking. Go! At that moment, a low, hoarse voice came from overhead. Nuanbao raised her head to look upwards, just in time for the sleeping man to open his eyes, a pair of dark eyes staring fixedly at Nuanbao. Her little chubby face instantly crossed a flash of joy. Uncle, you're awake. The man swept the wolf at his feet out of the corner of his eye, and with his last ounce of strength he lifted his foot against the wolf and turned toward Warmblood and said, Get out of here. The head wolf was caught off guard by the man's kick, and immediately let out a hissing sound, opening his mouth to bite towards the man. But the man seemed to have long been accustomed to being torn by the wolves, and he was expressionless. Warmblood reached out his little chubby hand again and smacked the wolf, his little milky voice tinged with fear, but standing firmly beside the man. No biting. The wolf that had been snubbed again let out a whimper as it hung its head away as if it had been bullied. Warmblood, she's not bullying them. The injured man didn't expect this and froze for a few moments. Seemingly thinking of something, he looked at Nuanbao with a bit of vigilance, and didn't lighten his tone just because she was a little toddler, but asked in a deep voice, Who are you? I'm Nuanbao. Nuanbao sent his gaze back from the wolves and tilted his little head to look at the man. Uncle, who are you? Why are you here? Does the wound on your body hurt a lot? But I don't have any candy on me, she said, and rummaged through her pockets, but she had only taken one candy and given it to another uncle, and now she didn't have it. The injured man listened to the cub in front of him ask so many questions in a row and could tell that she wasn't one of the Bloodblades. He didn't answer Nuanbao's words but said, Child, it's dangerous here. Get out of here as soon as possible. But uncle, I don't know how to go back. Can you take me home? If I don't go back, my uncles will worry. Nuanbao shook her little head and said, She was brought here after falling asleep, so she didn't remember the way back. The man moved the chains on his body with a look of frustration, and as he did so, the blood from his wounds kept spilling out, but he said muffled as if he couldn't feel the pain, I can't leave. He no longer knew how long he had been locked up, only remembering the wounds added to his body, and the feeling that he was going to be chewed up by the wolves, but he just couldn't die, and he knew that Bloodblade's goal was to make him as inhuman as they were. Nuanbao tilted her head. The small hair bun on top of her head completely spread out. Her hair was like fried hair. Kanda, uncle, I'll help you unlock the chain act. Chapter 157, I only want this cub's eyes. Nuanbao was previously unlocked by her ankle cuffs with a key, but then Uncle Sag taught her that even without a key, she could still open the chain. A warm yellow glow was seen emanating from her hand, aimed at the man's chains, and only a click was heard. The chains had opened. The man looked at the cub in front of him in surprise, the words of Lok Su ringing in his ears. Go Jin Shu, this chain is made of 1,000-year-old Shin iron. It can't be opened without a key. Instead of thinking about how to escape, why don't you become one of us? But now the so-called 1,000-year-old basalt iron was broken by a child who was not yet as tall as his thigh. Good Jinshu froze, just opened his mouth. Suddenly a sharp pain came from his shoulder blade. He stifled a grunt as he heard another clattering sound. The chain that had gone through his shoulder blade had snapped apart and fell straight to the ground, leaving him unsupported as he fell to the ground with it. Nuanbao's small hand wanted to go to help him, but small she simply cannot help. See his face with pain color. She was embarrassed to the right finger said, Uncle sorry, I am not hurt you. I do not mean it. I'm fine. Good Jinshu forced down the taste of blood that welled up in his throat. His shoulder blades ached vaguely, but he also experienced a freedom he hadn't felt in a long time, and he looked at the child in front of him, and even though he didn't know why she had this supernatural ability, he was naturally more than grateful to his rescuer. Kids, thank you. Nuanbao's little face raised a big smile. No thanks, No thanks, as long as uncle is fine. Gu Jinshu took a deep breath and moved his stiff legs, then stood up trembling. Let's go. I'll take you home. Nuanbao was just about to say if he wanted to take a rest first, but seeing that this uncle had an anxious look on his face, he thought that he should want to go home even more. So his little head nodded and said, okay, but at that moment, the 5 wolves that were originally hidden in the shadows rushed out, blocking their way. Gu Jinshu subconsciously protected Nuanbao behind her. Nuanbao looked at the wolf that had just befriended her, only to see it hissing and grinning at Gu Jinshu as if it was about to rush up and tear at her next second. She ignored Gu Jinshu's stop and walked slowly towards the head wolf. You don't stop me, ACA. I want to go home otherwise. I'm going to be hungry, and it doesn't feel good to be hungry, ACA, and you guys have to be good, ACA. Don't bite, ACA. The head wolf looked at Gu Jinshu and hissed lowly twice. Nuanbao obviously didn't understand. Gu Jinshu coughed twice and said, these 5 wolves are guarding me. They won't let me go. Nuanbao suddenly realized. She boldly reached out and rubbed the head of the head wolf. Milky voice pouting. This uncle can send me home. You guys let him go, okay? The head wolf met the pup's pure gaze and felt her chubby hand rubbing her head for a long moment before it quietly backed away. And the 4 wolves, seeing that their bosses were getting out of the way, also got out of the way. Thank you. You're a good wolf. Nuanbao affectionately rested his head against the head wolf's forehead, then turned his head to look at his uncle who was dumbfounded. Uncle, let's go. Gu Jinshu followed Nuanbao, walking step by step toward a place with light, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, kid, you want me to take you home? Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Nuanbao shook his head and said, the scent on you and Grandpa Gu is very similar to. You must not be a bad person. She had long ago realized that this uncle resembled Grandpa Gu, who was a good man. Gu Jinshu looked stunned and guessed, Grandpa Gu? You mean Gu Ping, the division chief of the 76th Division? Nuanbao nodded. Yes, it's Grandpa Gu Ping. He's a good man. Gu Jinshu had 1,000 words in his heart, but he didn't know how to speak, and finally turned all his unspoken words into one sentence. Is he okay? Nuanbao cocked his head in thought and said, Grandpa Gu is good, but he doesn't like to smile. The corner of Gu Jinshu's mouth curved slightly. His father never liked to smile, so from childhood he and Gu Chanan were quite afraid of him, and then he joined the 76th Division, and his father was his top boss, so he respected, feared and loved him. The two had just walked to the grass bed, when they saw 4 men wearing red cloaks divided into 2 rows, and in the center of them was Lok Su, while Jiang Xian and Chang Yan stood on the side of Lok Su as if they were protectors. Lok Su glanced at Gu Jinshu, but his eyes burned down on Nuanbao, the corner of his mouth curving into a grim smile. I still underestimated you too much. You were actually able to unlock the 1,000-year Xian iron. When Nuanbao saw Lok Su, his mouth pursed tightly, his little hand gripped Gu Jinshu's clothes with some fear, and whispered, this blind bad uncle is going to gouge my eyes. Gu Jinshu had already protected Nuanbao behind him the moment he saw Luosu, and now that he heard her childish little milky voice with fear, he looked at Luosu with coldness in his eyes. Luosu, I know that you're vicious. I didn't realize that you don't even spare the children. Lok Su stepped forward and laughed coldly. Her mother stabbed me blind in one eye, so naturally she has to pay for it. Nuanbao heard him mention his mother, and then looked at his blind eye, skimmed his mouth and said, my mother certainly would not stab you blind for no reason. It must be a bad uncle who bullied my mother. Shut up, Lok Su coldly shouted as he looked at Gu Jinshu. Gu Jinshu, to say the least, I don't have many people I admire, and you count as one of them. That's why I didn't kill you. Now I'm giving you one last chance to join the Blood Blade, and I'll make you my right-hand man. Gu Jinshu sneered and said, I told you my answer a long time ago. That's a shame. Lok Su glanced at the several people wearing cloaks, who came forward to catch Nuanbao and Gu Jinshu. Leave this cub to me. Jiang Xian's brows furrowed slightly, and when he saw that Lok Su seemed to be about to lay his hands on the cub, he said, Lord Lok Su, what the Lord wants is this cub. You, Falling Su said, I only need the eyes of this cub, and my life will naturally be left to the Lord. Jiang Xian's face shook slightly, and just as the other cloaked men surrounded them, 5 wolves rushed out to tear at the cloaked men, surrounding Nuanbao and Gu Jinshu in the center. Falling Su looked at the head wolf, his one eye growing more and more gloomy. Interesting, my thing actually defected. In that case, there's no need to keep it. Chang Yan sniffed and took action himself, and after a fight, all the wolves except the head wolf fell to the ground, and Gu Jinshu was effortlessly imprisoned by Chang Yan. Wolf, Nuanbao hugged the injured head wolf, her tears falling. She looked at Lu Su, her whole body glowing with a faint golden light, her tear-laden eyes full of anger. You're so bad. Seeing that Nuanbao was about to explode again, Lu Su did not panic and raised his hand to suppress her. Seeing the golden light on her body faintly dissipate, he curved up a smile, taking heart's blood again, and solving the 1,000-year-old Xian iron. Where do you still have the strength left to fight with me? Mother's debt is paid by the daughter. I'm going to take this pair of eyes of yours. Saying that, he shot a strike towards Nguyenbao's eyes with all his might. When Jiang Xian saw Lok Su's movements, his fingers moved slightly, and when he was about to do something, he saw an extremely handsome man suddenly appear, blocking in front of Nguyenbao, and the golden light that arose from his surroundings directly reduced Lok Su's attack to nothing. Lok Su froze, and when she saw the man's face, she shuddered and stiffly spat out 2 words. Iman. Chapter 158, You want to gouge my daughter's eyes? Only to see that the man blocking Nguyenbao's body had an extremely handsome face. His body was an innate nobility and intimidation. His stern features were covered with a layer of indifferent frost, and his gaze towards them was like looking at ants. What are you? You dare to touch my daughter? Jin Yan's dark and sunken eyes were like eagles in the dark night, flashing with a coldness without a single ripple, chilling the heart. Lok Su's heart was shaken. He did not expect that Jin Yan would show up. He had obviously faded into obscurity for several years, but now he had actually appeared. Moreover, the pressure on him was even more powerful than the Lord's, making him almost unable to move. But he had always known that those who knew the time were wise, and with Jin Yan around, they couldn't take the cub away even if they had more people. At that moment, he turned towards Jin Yan and said attentively, Mr. Jin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this cub was your daughter. If we knew, we wouldn't have dared to make a move on her even if we were given 100 guts. Jin Yan's eyebrows were a cold color. He turned to look at the cub that was not even his waist height. The coldness around his body instantly faded, and he only looked at this cub with a touch of excitement. More than anything else, he was careful. She looks cute, small face white and tender, watery big eyes still with traces of milk fierce, perhaps just cried, the bottom of the eyes still flashing crystal clear teardrops. This is his daughter. It's his and Nico's daughter. Although he had long suspected that his daughter was not dead, now that he actually saw her, his heart beat like thunder and excitement filled his entire heart. Jin Yan looked at Nguyenbao excitedly, and Nguyenbao also tilted his little head to look at him. The first thing he saw was that he was so tall, taller than a couple of his uncles. The moment this uncle appeared just now, Nguyenbao felt that the scent on his body was very familiar, making her involuntarily give birth to a touch of closeness. And hearing his words just now, her big eyes fluttered twice, and her small hand clenched up a little nervously. Is this man her father? Her dad was really tall, and it made her head sore from tilting it up. Jin Yan seemed to have noticed the cub's discomfort, and his face, which was always cold, curved up into a shallow smile as he leaned down and picked her up in a standard position. It wasn't because he'd held a lot of children, it was just that he had secretly practiced holding a baby after he knew Nico was pregnant, but he didn't realize that what he'd learned back then would come in handy after more than 4 years. Jin Yan looked at her messy hair, reached out and gently jerked a handful of it, and carefully asked, What's your name? Back then, he had known very early on that Natalie was carrying a daughter, and had told Natalie that she must think of a name for her daughter, but before they could think of one, they were forced to separate. Nguyenbao tilted her little head and looked at Jin Yan. Her big black and bright eyes flashed a touch of doubt. Why didn't Daddy know her name? Though puzzled, Warmblood returned. My name is Warmblood. Jin Yan silently pronounced the name. The smile at the corner of his lips became more and more obvious. Nguyenbao, it's Daddy who's late. Daddy won't let anyone hurt you anymore. Nguyenbao's little mouth pursed. Although Uncle San had said bad things about her dad, he also said that if her dad was around, he would definitely protect her like Uncle Joshua and Uncle Guanchang protected their children. So she nodded, her little milky voice tinged with honesty, and said, Well, you're late, but can you help me get my revenge? Saying that, she then pointed at Lok Su over there and milked her complaint. This blind bad uncle wants to gouge out my eyes and hurt my friend. He's so bad, so bad. She had never seen such a bad uncle. When Jin Yan heard his daughter say this, his originally gentle face immediately sank, and his gaze toward Lu Su was incredibly cold. You want to gouge my daughter's eyes out? As the words fell, Jin Yan took the lead in raising his hand to cover his daughter's eyes, followed by an invisible attack that went straight to Lok Su's doorstep. Although Falling Su reacted in time, he simply couldn't dodge it and could only use his hand to block the blow. In an instant, Lok Su let out a muffled grunt as his right arm was knocked away in its entirety, and fishy, bright red blood instantly filled the entire cavern. Lok Su covered his injured arm and looked at Jin Yan with fear. Just now if he had not blocked it with his hand, I am afraid that his other eye would have been poked out as well. And his men also looked at Jin Yan with shocked faces. They didn't know who Jin Yan was, but Lok Su was the #1 person under the Lord. Although Nguyenbao didn't see it, she smelled the odor and heard the sound of pain coming from Lok Su. Her little fat hand moved away from Jin Yan's hand, and then she saw such a bloody scene. Jin Yan was afraid that his daughter would be frightened, but he saw his daughter holding her little paw and excitedly saying towards him, Uncle Putty. Iman was depressed for a moment. I'm a dad. Warmblood gave a little milky o, but had no intention of calling his father, for his uncle said he could not forgive him too soon, or he would be proud. She couldn't give her dad the capital to be proud of. Imayan. On this side, Lok Su gave a wink to Cheng Yan and the others. Cheng Yan received Lok Su's order and let go of the nearly fainting Gu Jinshu, leading the other cloaked men to attack towards Jin Yan in unison. Lok Su took the opportunity to vanish. As for Cheng Yan, he obviously didn't know the strength of Jin Yan, and was directly shaken away just after he struck out. The 4 cloaked men were killed, and as Cheng Yan was seriously injured and spitting out blood as he was dying, Jiang Xian held him up and took him away at speed. Iman didn't go after them because he had someone he cared more about right now. Seeing that the bad guys had all been fought off, Nguyen Bao stomped his short little legs, got down from Jin Yan's arms, came to the severely injured head wolf, touched the 3 nearly bone-deep wounds on its stomach, and tears overflowed once again. Seeing his daughter's sadness, Iman walked slowly to the head wolf, unable to bear his daughter's crying, and reached out to rub her little head. "Don't cry, it's still saved." In the blink of an eye, he used his powers to heal the head wolf's injuries, and the 3 wounds gradually healed. It didn't take long for the head wolf to rise from the ground in good spirits. "Wolf, you're fine." Nguyen Bao excitedly hugged the head of the head wolf and rubbed it affectionately. The head wolf also looked down and rubbed his head against the pup, but at the sight of his companion's corpse, a flash of sadness bubbled up in his eyes, and after leaving the pup, he took a step over to his companion and then just lay there silently. Nguyen Bao cannot save them, can only tilt his little head to look at Jin Yan. Milky voice, "Can you save them again?" Jin Yan looked at the 4 dead wolves that had stiffened, shook his head inside saying, "They are already dead." In the face of life and death, even the most powerful abilities are not worth mentioning. In this world, even the Dragon Clan couldn't snatch people from Yama. Numbu knew it was like when she couldn't save her grandfather either. She walked over to the dead wolves on her short little legs, not at all bothered by the bloodstained mess they were in, and pouted her little lips down and kissed them on the head, one by one. Chapter 159. She's my baby too. Iman watched her movements with a touch of softness between his brows. Nguyen Bao really did look like Nico. When he thought of Nico, an unmistakable dullness colored the bottom of his eyes, and his eyes lowered slightly to the ring on the ring finger of his left hand, a very simple men's ring. The inner ring is engraved with Y and Z. Y means him, Z is Nico. Jin Yan turned the ring on his hand, and after a moment passed, he raised his hand, lowered his head, and a tender and lingering kiss fell on the ring. He found his daughter, and Nico must be alive. No matter what it took, he would find her. Gu Jinshu held onto the wall, dragging his heavily injured body slowly stood up, then looked towards Jin Yan standing over there. The moment this man appeared just now, the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. This was the awe of the strong. This man is strong and scary. As the core staff of the 76th branch, he knew a lot of things that were unknown to him, but the appearance of this man and Nguyen Bao in front of him still shocked him greatly, and they were by no means ordinary fae. After Nguyen Bao kissed the last wolf, his little face with a downcast and sad face, he looked at Jin Yan again and said, "Can we bury them together? That way they have company and won't be lonely." For the first time, Jin Yan dug a pit with his own hands to bury the wolf, and made a tombstone with a small wooden board, while the wolf quietly stood guard during the period, only looking at Jin Yan with fear and awe. Nguyen Bao knelt in front of the tombstone and dutifully kowtowed 3 times, rambling, "Be good and don't bite when you go to heaven. 2. My grandpa is also in heaven, and he will surely take good care of you." Warmblood looked again at the head wolf lying next to the tombstone. It was obvious that it didn't have any expression, but Warmblood could just feel its sadness, just like she was when her grandfather left. She came to the side of the head wolf, her small body snuggling up to it and nuzzling its head. "Wolf, wolf, when Grandpa went to heaven, I was sad too, but Grandpa said he would watch me from heaven, and they will watch you from heaven too, and I will stay with you. So will Wolf Wolf come home with me, and we will be a family from now on." The head wolf stretched its head and licked Warmblood's jaws, as if in response to her words, but soon slumped listlessly back down next to the tombstone. It wants to spend time with its brother. Warmblood thought that the head wolf didn't want to go home with him, and his little face was covered with loss. Iman sighed lightly and bent down to pick up Warm Bao. "All right, let's go. It's too humid in this cave for a child's body." Nguyen Bao lay on her back in Iman's arms, watching the head wolf still lying there, and when she couldn't see the head wolf at all, she became even more upset. Iman said, "It will follow." Wolves were pack animals. It was difficult for a lone wolf to survive. The wolf just now had a death wish. The only reason it didn't choose the dead end was because of Nguyen Bao. It liked Nguyen Bao, so it would definitely follow. When Nguyen Bao heard this, his dull eyes lit up, his little milky voice full of anticipation. "Really?" Iman responded lowly. "Well, Daddy won't lie to you. But, what if we go too fast and it can't keep up? Warmblood looked worriedly at the location of the head wolf again. Iman stroked Warmblood's messy hair. It has marked you, and it will find you wherever you are. When that wolf licked Nguyen, it had already marked her, recognizing her as its master, and it would follow her to the ends of the earth and the fire. Nguyen couldn't understand the markings in Jin Yan's mouth, but the loss on her face faded when she heard that the wolf would definitely come back for her, then opened a pair of big round eyes to look at Jin Yan. The little fat hand made a gesture that he just wanted to do when he saw him, touched his face. It was not enough, but also pinched again. What's wrong? Iman indulged his daughter's movements with a smile on his brow, seeing her eyes light up. Going to call Daddy? Nguyen pursed her lips, two small pear swirls shallowly exposed as she asked, Are you really my father? As in fake. Iman gently scraped the bridge of Nguyen little nose. Numbu asked with puffed cheeks, Then why didn't you come to me? The relaxed and pleasant color on Jin Yan's face slowly faded, and the tips of his clear brows carried a touch of gloom. Because I thought that you and your mother were no longer alive. Numbu corrected, but we're still here. Although she didn't know where her mom was, she knew she would be back. Yeah, you guys are still around. The corners of Iman's lips curved slightly. He had found his daughter and he would surely find Nico too. So Numbu, can you forgive Daddy for being late? Nguyen's big eyes moved, knowing that her dad didn't do it on purpose. She had actually forgiven him, but her uncle said that he couldn't forgive so easily, and her little head was all tangled up in a ball. Suddenly, she remembered her brother-in-law's oft-repeated words, It's up to you. She glanced at her dad out of the corner of her eye and milked her brother-in-law's haughty look. Let's see how you do later, AC. Iman had a doting smile on his face. Good, then Daddy will definitely behave well. He's missing a few years with his daughter, and he's making up for it. Nguyen's large eyes curved up slightly, and in no time, she yawned, then drifted off to sleep on Jin Yan's shoulder. Jin Yan held Nguyen with one hand, and with one hand, he removed the black coat on his body and gently draped it over Nguyen's body. His hands were like holding a precious treasure, protecting her firmly in his arms, shielding her from the wind and rain. Good Jinshu stumbled after him, but soon he ran out of strength and was about to fall headfirst when a force suddenly held him up. He steadied himself and looked to the figure in front of him that didn't stop, knowing that it was him that had helped him. Good Jinshu glanced at his hands. The lines on them traced a black line, and the warm light shining on them looked out of place. Jin Yan coldly looked askance at Good Jinshu behind him, and looked at the injuries all over his body. These injuries are enough to kill a person, but also limited to people. Walking, Jin Yan's footsteps lurched. Good Jinshu looked at Jin Yan with uncertainty, and suddenly heard movement coming from the front. Wen Yidong, Wen Nanan, Xia Xiancandle, Chu Anxiao, and Gu Chang'an at 76 rushed in with their men, and they saw the warm treasure in Jin Yan's arms at a glance, and they were all relieved. But for the sudden appearance of Jin Yan, they were all on guard. When Chu Anxious saw Jin Yan, his complexion was shaken, and he rushed forward, calling out excitedly, Lord! When Yidong and Wen Nan glanced at each other, both saw the shocked color in each other's eyes. Obviously neither of them expected Nguyen father to actually show up. After being surprised, they looked at Jin Yan's gaze with a few scowls. This is the man who compelled his sister. With a face not unlike that of a movie star and a body comparable to that of a male model, it was no wonder that he could coax his sister into a frenzy. Chapter 116. Nguyen Bao is his only heir, and at this time, Gu Chang'an noticed Gu Jinshu, who was covered in bloodstains, and fixed his attention for a while before recognizing who the person in front of him was, and he rushed over at the first opportunity to hold Gu Jinshu's staggering body, and his voice could not hide his shock and pain. Jinshu? Gu Jinshu laboriously looked up at Gu Chang'an, the corners of his mouth pulling out a stiff arc. Chang'an fainted the next second. Gu Chang'an firmly caught Gu Jinshu's body, then carried the man on his back, only to realize how much lighter he was, and also noticed that his bare skin was covered in bruises, close to seeing bone. Tears overflowed from his eyes, and he couldn't care less about the Wen family aside. He only wanted to take Gu Jinshu to the hospital for a checkup right now. So he took the people from the 76th office to leave first, waiting for the people at 76 to leave. When Yidong took the lead and went up to Jin Yan's body, but he didn't even look at him, but looked at Nguyen Bao in his arms, and seeing Nguyen Bao sleeping with a small red face, the lifted heart was finally put back to the original place. I'd like to thank Mr. Jin for returning my Wen family's treasure, Wen Yidong said in a deep voice, emphasizing Wen family's treasure as if it was unintentional, completely dividing it from Jin Yan. Jin Yan naturally knew clearly that it was Nico's two brothers in front of him, when she had been reciting in her own ears that she had 4 brothers who doted on her. saying that if they were to know that she was privately betrothed to him, they would certainly not make him look good, and perhaps would even come up with difficult questions to test him. Back then he said for them to come as they pleased. He knew how much his family meant to Natalie, so after hitting the ground running with her, he began to accept the human race and would try to treat her family as his own. Jinyan faintly said, "Great uncle doesn't need to be polite, she is also my treasure." The four brothers of the Wen family had different personalities, and it was easy to tell them apart. Eldon 1. Who's calling him brother-in-law? He's recognizing him as his brother-in-law? South of Wen. Chu anxious looked at the Wen brothers' not-so-good faces, and then looked at his own master's breezy appearance. For the first time, he felt that his own master had a thick skin. The corner of Wen Yidong's mouth flared up with a hint of detached coldness. Mr. Jean is quite the self-acquaintance. But let's forget about this great uncle. My little sister is not married. The corner of Jin Yan's mouth curved up into a shallow smile. Sooner or later, we're all family. No need for you to be polite. Great uncle. Eldon 1. South of Wen. The air froze instantly. After Chu anxious silence for a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Lord, this is not the place to talk. Why don't we go back first?" So, several people hit the road. All this way, Jin Yan held the warm treasure tightly, never faking it. The Wen family was the first to get the news, so when Sui and the others all waited with sullen faces for Jin Yan, who was holding the warm treasure. The moment he saw Jin Yan, Wen Suo's face became more and more gloomy, while Wen Isi and Wen Ibe both stood up in unison, glaring at Jin Yan with an arrogant and dissatisfied face, and all of them didn't say anything in unison after seeing the sleeping Muan Bao. Ning Shuyuan glanced at Song Fuyan. Song Fuyan understood what Ning Shuyuan meant, and slowly came to Jin Yan's front. The man in front of him had a calm and steady aura, and just by standing here, he struck fear into people's hearts. She took a dark breath and spoke. "Mr. I'll carry warm blood up to bed." Jin Yan looked at his daughter fondly before carefully placing her in Song Feiyan's arms. The sleeping warm blood suddenly switched positions, and she closed her eyes and grunted a few times, waiting for a familiar scent and a gentle soothing touch before falling into sleep again. After Song Feiyan carried Nuanbao upstairs, Jin Yan looked towards Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan who were sitting at the main seat. He placed his right hand on his left shoulder to perform a dragon salute and said, "Back then, I should have come back to visit you two together with Nico, but there was a reason for it to be delayed until now, so I ask for your forgiveness." And as Iman saluted, the Chu anxious behind him immediately saluted as well. Before Ning Shuyuan saw Jin Yan, she was angry and hateful towards this man who had plagued her precious daughter, but after seeing Jin Yan, she suddenly remembered her daughter's words back then. "Mom, the husband I'm going to marry in the future has to be more handsome than Dad and a few of my brothers. Mom, I can't tell you who he is, but you'll love him when you see him, no matter what the cost. I'm going to keep this baby because it's mine and his." When Suo's face was still very ugly, in his conception, he didn't want his daughter to marry so early. Firstly, because of his daughter's poor health, and secondly, because there were too many smelly men outside. No matter it was him or his 4 sons, they all were ready to support Nico for the rest of her life. But who would have thought that my daughter would come back from a disappearance and be pregnant? For the cold face of the warm flint, Jin Yan does not mind, because he thinks differently. If one day the warm treasure grows up to like. At the thought of this, Jin Yan could not help but sink his face. "How exactly did you and Nico know each other? Did you bully him?" Wen Ibe asked through gritted teeth. When these words came out, all the Wen family members looked at Jin Yan. They all wanted to know the whole story of that year. Speaking of how he and Nico met, a touch of fondness crossed the bottom of Jin Yan's dark eyes, his gaze settling on the ring on his ring finger. As the leader of the Dragon Clan, he knew the responsibility he carried since he was young, so he never slacked off. People in the clan one after another accident. Even his own sister Nancy was designed. He came out of the clan to save his dying sister, and seriously injured the design of his sisters by Yi and Jiang Tan, but also because of this and the blood edge of the enmity. Once out he was assassinated by Jiang Tan, seriously injured and fled to the city of Yi. Near death he saw people organizing a night tour in the mountains. He quietly hid in one of the tents, and it happened to be Wen Yichen's tent. She saved him. Iman will never forget the Wen Yichen he saw when he opened his eyes, obviously scared, but pretending to be strong, shaking hands to bandage his wounds. He had always loathed the foreigners and looked down on the human race, but it just so happened that it was the human race he looked down on that saved him, because she was tainted with his breath, and the people of the Blood Blade would not let her go, so he took her away as he was leaving, and in the process of getting along with her, he was gradually attracted to her, and the two of them went from knowing each other to being in love with each other, and even though it was only for a few months, it was enough for him. Knowing that Wen Yichen was weak, he gave her the faceted light dragon pendant and even took a drop of his heart's blood and put it into the dragon pendant to connect with her. But the good times didn't last long. He was caught on the trail by the Blood Blades, and at that time, When Ichen was pregnant, he couldn't risk his life with her, so he sent her back to Wen's house, and went up against the Blood Blades himself. After settling the Blood Blades men, he had wanted to hoof it to find Wen Ichen, but who would have thought that he would be captured by his father and taken back to the Dragon Clan? The most important thing for the Dragon Tribe is the bloodline inheritance, and few people know that the Dragon Tribe has always been a single lineage, which means that the child in Wen Nico's womb is his only heir. Chapter 161, Are you taking Wan Bao away? Because of this, neither his father nor the rest of the Dragon Clan could accept it, and his father gave him two choices. One was to give up Wen Ichen and the child in his womb, and the other was to be whipped by the Thunder Whip for 100 strokes and expelled from the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that there has never been a dragon bloodline expelled from the clan. The Thunder Whip is even the nemesis of the Dragon Clan. Being whipped to 100 strokes is equal to taking his life. But Jin Yan didn't hesitate for a second. He chose the second path. When he took the Thunder Whip and held his breath to find his wife and son, he got the news that they were dead. At that moment, Iman went crazy. The alien energy in his body kept exploding, seriously injuring countless clansmen, and his father along with several elders sealed him under the glacier. After listening to Jin Yan's narration, the Wen family's faces all carried a trace of froth. Any of them did not expect it to be like this, and Chu Anxious also realized that the original lord was sealed under the glacier because of this. It is no wonder that the people in the clan no longer mention the matter of the lord. I had always thought that both Nico's mother and daughter were dead. I wanted to go with them, but I never thought that I would sense Nguyen Bao's breath. Jin Yan Susu said, It is I who have apologized to Nico for not protecting the mother and child, and I have apologized to Nguyen Bao for being missing from her life for so many years. Ever since he knew that something had happened to Nico's mother and daughter, he had no motivation to live, and if it wasn't for the hint of a scent emitted by the faceted light dragon pendant that he sensed, he was afraid that he would have chosen to end himself, because he could no longer bear the pain of the cone of pain day and night. Ning Shuyuan wiped the tears that overflowed from the ends of her eyes. Her daughter hadn't loved the wrong person. It was just a mishap that had separated their lovers. So that's how it is. It wasn't easy for you either. When Suwa saw that his wife was completely biased in favor of Jin Yan, his brows knitted tightly, but his face was not as gloomy as before. But his gaze towards Jin Yan still carried a few hints of mischief. Nico's accident. Was it the Blood Blade? Was it your enemy, the one called what's his name, Jiang Tan? I don't know, but back then Jiang Tan was killed by me, so it's logically impossible for it to be him. A dark color crossed the bottom of Jin Yan's eyes. Back then, when he sent away Nico's mother and daughter, it was in order to make an end with Jiang Tan, and he only left after killing Jiang Tan. The Winchesters looked at each other and all sighed along with them. Iman promised, I promise you, wherever Nico is, I will find her. Nor will he ever let anyone hurt his wife or daughter again. When Ishii looked at Jin Yan and asked something that was buried in his heart but had to be asked out. You said Numbu would be your only heir, so are you taking her? As soon as the words fell, all of them looked at Jin Yan in unison, even though some of them still disliked each other. After all, it was the nature of fathers and daughters, and they couldn't stop Nguyen Bao from following her father away. Shu Anxious also eyes burning to look at Jin Yan. From the heart he actually more want a young master with them back to the Dragon Clan, not only because the Dragon Clan needs young master, more because back to the Dragon Clan, she can grow up peacefully. Jin Yan looked at the photos hanging in the living room. There were very few pictures of the Winchesters on them. Almost all of them were of Nguyen Bao. There's a Beals of her eating. There's one of her on a seesaw playing all sorts of things. And in every one of them she's wearing a big, innocent smile. I can see that Warmblood would be happier staying at the Winchesters' house. I won't take her away. Although Nguyen Bao is my daughter, she also belongs to the Wen family. Looking at the photo on the wall, the corner of Jin Yan's mouth curved into a shallow smile. He wouldn't send his daughter to the dragons, and he couldn't keep her with him because he had important things to do. Hearing this, the Winchesters were relieved, and no one wanted him to take away the warmth. When Sua's face once again looked a little better as she nodded her head and praised. You're right, the warm treasure is the treasure of our Wen family. Iman said, Warmblood is my daughter, and I want to spend a few days with her before I go to Nico again. Ning Shuyuan nodded and said, this is the right thing to do. Although the baby doesn't say it, in her heart she definitely needs you as a father to be with her. Jin Yan added, I'm not hiding anything from you all. I'm new to the city and I don't have a place to stay in East City for the time being. Can you let me stay for a few days? Ning Shuyuan hurriedly ordered the butler to arrange the room. Iman, thanks a lot. Winslow and the 4 sons of the Winslow family. The enemy thus penetrated the interior. Shu anxious to look at his lord. He had thought that the lord was only thick-skinned, but now it seems that the lord is even more dark-belly. What do you mean there is no place to land? He remembered that the lord had bought several buildings in East City a few years ago. Not only the floors, the lord has a lot of land in East City. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as the lord wants to, the entire East City can be bought. And upstairs the sleeping Numbu was soon woken up by hunger. She grunted and opened her eyes as she rubbed her flattened stomach, and when she saw the familiar room, Her eyes lit up and she rolled over several times in her big bed. Suddenly a figure flashed in her mind. It was her father. Did daddy carry her home? Or was just her dreaming? Baby is awake? Song Fei-yun, who had been guarding the side, saw Nwanbao's movements, and with a smile between her brows, she reached out and picked her up and said, "Are you hungry? Great auntie has already had someone make the dishes you love to eat. Follow me down to eat." She had just heard Warmblood's stomach growling all the time. Nwanbao milked. "Great auntie, I just dreamt that my dad found me. He's even better looking than third uncle and taller than great uncle." Song Fei-yun's heart sank as she kissed Nwanbao's face with little milk fat and said, "Baby, it's not a dream. Your father really found you. He's downstairs right now." Nwanbao's eyes instantly lit up and said with some arrogance, "Great auntie, isn't my father very handsome? Isn't he the most handsome in the world?" Song Fei-yun smiled. "Yes it is. The baby's father is handsome." Numbu added, "I did listen to my uncles. I didn't forgive him easily. Oh, but really, she doesn't even blame dad, because daddy didn't mean de." Song Fei-yun also already knew about Jin Yan and Nico's past. Then does the baby like this father? Like AC? Nwanbao's big eyes completed the small crescent moon. Remembering her tall and big daddy, she seriously said again, "I like daddy." Then the baby will do it from the heart. Don't listen to your uncles. He is our baby's father. As long as the baby likes him, the baby will recognize him. Song Fei-yun said as she tied a little grip on Nwanbao, then carried Nwanbao out the door. Nwanbao wrapped his arms around Song Fei-yun's neck, his little milky voice saying sweetly, "But I want daddy to behave well." Song Fei-yun instantly smiled. "Good, our baby can do whatever he wants. Great auntie will always support the baby." Nwanbao smiled and squinted her eyes, two small pear swirls showing as she puckered her little mouth and kissed Song Fei-yun several times. But when she went downstairs, Nwanbao saw her dad sitting on the sofa chatting with other people. Her big eyes swished and brightened up again, waving her little chubby hands, and her little milky voice said with excitement, "Daddy ACA." Chapter 162, The Little Pup Who Steals Drinks. Although my great-aunt said dad was downstairs, it was one thing to know and another to see it with your own eyes, and Numbu was thrilled. Song Fei-yun heard Nwanbao's off-the-cuff remark about his father. His face carried a touch of helplessness. What did the baby just say? "But I want daddy to be good." At the same time, when Jin Yan heard his daughter call out dad, his figure stiffened, and where others could not see, his hands trembled slightly as a warm current slowly surged into his heart. He had dreamed of his wife and daughter countless times over the past few years, with Nico by his side, while his well-behaved and soft daughter would sweetly call out to him as her father. But those were just dreams, so every time he woke up from a dream he suffered from a congenial pain, and he used it as a way of punishing himself. But now the dream has become a reality. Just now still sitting on the sofa, Jin Yan next second has instantly moved to the warm treasure in front of. From the startled Song Fei-yun hands pick up the warm treasure. He dragged the low end of the voice, seems to be tempted and seems to plead, "Good treasure, call again, okay?" Nwanbao just called daddy before remembering what he said before, and immediately squirmed, but then he heard him call something good boy. The little chubby face reddened a flurry of redness, and softly called out again, "Daddy." Iman buried his face in her shoulder, smelling her milky scent, and answered lowly, "Daddy's here." The words, which had been rehearsed countless times, were finally spoken. Hearing these words, Nwanbao's big eyes filled with tears. A pair of little fat hands hugged Jin Yan's neck, and his little milky voice called out again with a sobbing tone, "Daddy." She used to envy Qian Bao when she watched him pampering himself in his uncle's arms, but she could only watch with bated breath. Watching her uncle fly high with Qianpa in his arms, watching him play with Qianpa in his arms. Almost all kindergartners are picked up separately by their mothers and fathers. She doesn't care on the surface, but at the bottom of her heart she is envious, and she also hopes that one day her mother and father will come to pick her up. "Dad's in. Daddy, I miss you so much." Listening to his daughter's voice with a sobbing tone, Jin Yan kissed her little face, and he, who had never been melodramatic, didn't hesitate to say, "Daddy also misses you." The Wen family watched their father and daughter hugging each other tightly with a few empathetic expressions on their faces, and none of them disturbed the cozy picture. It wasn't until a grunt of hunger sounded that the cozy image broke apart. Nwanbao's eyes were wrapped in tears, his little chubby face reddened into a small apple, and a pair of small hands covered his cooing little stomach. She pinched her embarrassed little milky voice and milked, My mouth isn't actually hungry, but my tummy says it wants to eat." Ning Shuyuan let out a giggle. "Let's eat first." Jin Yan held Nwanbao and sat on the children's chair specially prepared for her, although Nwanbao wouldn't dirty her clothes when she ate. Just in case, Ning Shuyuan still prepared a rice bib for her to wear around her neck. Rainbow-colored rice bibs painted with colorful patterns. The most dazzling is one of the small golden dragon. Vivid. This is Song Fei Yun in accordance with Nguyen Bao described. Hand painted on. Nguyen Bao usually liked this rice bibs. Iman sat right next to Nguyen Bao and watched as she held a small children's spoon in her left hand and children's chopsticks in her right hand, drying rice left and right. Perhaps it was because he was hungry for too long. Nguyen Bao finished a bowl of rice in no time, and took the empty rice bowl and handed it to Song Fei Yun. Great auntie, I want another bowl of rice. Good. Song Fei Yun brought Nguyen Bao another bowl of rice. Numba took the bowl of rice and then gave himself the food and then manually mixed the rice. A scene that everyone was already familiar with. This is the first time that Jin Yan has seen the cub eat, and he looks at her fixedly, reaching out to wipe the grains of rice from the corners of her mouth from time to time. When Ning Shuyuan and Wen Suwa met, they didn't say anything on the surface, but in the bottom of their hearts, they kept giving each other points. Even the other Wen family members didn't say anything. Just when Isi took the white wine handed by the housekeeper and said in a slightly charged tone towards Jin Yan, "Can you drink?" Iman, a little bit. So when Isi poured a glass of wine for Jin Yan and handed it to him saying, "All of us in the Wen family are good at wine. If you want to become one of us, then prove it to us." When Idong glanced at the oldest who was talking big, and the corner of his mouth curved up into a very slight smile as he chimed in, "Mr. Jean, what do you think?" With pleasure. Jin Yan took the glass and raised it slightly towards Wen Idong, then tilted his head back and drank all of the glass of wine without a drop left. Ezra Win. In order to make things difficult for Iman, he thought of various ways before finally coming up with a way to get him drunk. One eBay. Knowing that his own third brother wanted to get Jin Yan drunk, so he also deliberately went to ask the group of friends, "The dragon will not drink?" But all he got was the unanimous opinion that he was out of his mind. And he also searched the internet, but there was no result. No one knew whether the dragon could drink or not, but now that they saw Jin Yan drinking a cup of the strongest wine without changing his face, they all had only one voice in their hearts. Nguyen Bao, who was eating her meal, looked at her third uncle with bated breath, and before she had a chance to speak she saw her father take a mouthful of dry wine. She instantly swallowed her throat and asked in a milky voice, "Daddy, is the wine good? I want to drink it too." Imayan, Ning Shuyuan, baby, children are not allowed to drink. Nguyen Bao again saw Wenibe pouring a glass of wine for his father, his little mouth bulging slightly. Children are not allowed to drink, but she is no longer a child. The dragon that grew horns and horns is already a big friend, so she can drink, but she knew grandma wouldn't give her a drink. That's okay, she knew there was plenty of this wine in the kitchen. After Nguyen Bao had dried up all the rice in the bowl, he saw the four uncles taking turns to drink with Dad, but before Dad could react, the third and youngest uncles were already lying on the table sleeping and sleeping. Leave them alone. Seeing that Nguyen Bao had eaten well, Ning Shuyuan carried Nguyen Bao down and passed Wen Suwa another stop at the right time look. But how can Wen Suwa stop? He waited for this day has been too long. Other difficult to not Jin Yan. He did not believe that a few suns plus he still cannot pour a Jin Yan. However, as it turns out, when Wen Suwa all drank down, Jin Yan was still very sober. Looking at the circle of people who got down, he arched his eyebrows slightly, revealing an inscrutable smile. Nguyen Bao, on the other hand, sneaked to the kitchen and took out a bottle of exactly the same wine from the cupboard. She laboriously bit open the lid and first sniffed it with her little nose. Feeling that it smelled bad, she immediately covered her little nose. But then I remembered what my third uncle had said: every one of us Winchesters is good at wine. She can da. Nguyen Bao took a sip, and was immediately spiced to the point of coughing, and somewhat disgustedly took the bottle away. It's so hard to drink, but Grandpa said not to waste it. Nguyen Bao's little heart fluttered, and in keeping with not wasting it, tons and tons and tons took several more sips. Chapter 163, His most adorable daughter wets the bed. Ning Shuyuan instructed the housekeeper and servants to help Wen Suoi and her four sons, who were so drunk, back to their rooms. Wen Yibei had already vomited once. At the moment he was being helped and still had a few moments of sobriety. Crookedly came to Jin Yan's front, reached out and clutched the collar of Jin Yan's coat, drunkenly falling over. You must find my sister, or I won't let you go." Before Jin Yan could speak, he hiccuped again and continued, "You can't take the baby away. She's the one I got back. She's my baby. If you dare to take her away, I'll fight you." With a light smile at the corners of his lips, Iman assured, "I will find Nico, and I will not take Nguyenbo away from the Wen family." Only then did Wenibe wobbly let go of his hand and let the maid help him upstairs, only to hear his mouth still calling for the baby. Jin Yan had drunk far more than the Wen family men, and although he was still sober, the smell of alcohol around him still caused him to rub his brow in discomfort. At this time, Ning Shuyuan poured a cup of sobering tea for Jin Yan and said, "Jin Yan, the room has been prepared. You can go upstairs and rest." Jin Yan sipped the sobering tea in one gulp and said, "Many thanks. I want to go up and take a look at good boy first." I'll take you there. Ning Shuyuan led Jin Yen upstairs. Her tone had a few heavy words. Back then, Nico's health was not good, and the doctor had said that she was not suitable to get pregnant and have children. So after learning that she was pregnant, her father and I wanted her to have an abortion. This matter wasn't a secret, and for the sake of unnecessary barriers, Ning Shuyuan still decided to be honest with Jin Yen. At those words, Jin Yan's face plummeted, his dark eyes penetrating with coldness. I know it's very sorry for you and the baby, but at that time, we only wanted to keep our own daughter. Ning Shuyuan's voice was tinged with apology. Back then, she didn't hesitate to choose her own daughter and abandon the child whose father she didn't know in her stomach. The coldness in the bottom of Jin Yan's eyes gradually faded, and he sighed softly and said, Ma'am, I am also a person with a daughter. I can understand. If he were to choose, he would not hesitate to choose good boy, and he was afraid that he would do it in a more extreme way. In no time at all, the two of them arrived in Nguyen Bao's room, and this was the first time that Jin Yan stepped into his daughter's little world. The pink princess room was full of warmth. The small desk was full of traces left by her daughter, the most notable of which was a photo of Nico holding her daughter, their similar faces smiling extremely brightly. Ning Shuyuan explained, the baby really wanted a picture with Nico, so Xiaobei specially had a picture PD. Iman picked up the photo and stroked his wife and daughter's faces before putting it down with fondness. Ning Shuyuan searched around and didn't see Nguyen Bao's figure. Wondering, just now, he was still in his room doing his homework. Where did he run off to for good reason? Song Faiyan heard the sound and followed out to look for it, and all three of them had to turn the villa upside down before they heard the surprised voices of the servants coming from the kitchen. What are you doing here, little miss? What's wrong with little miss? Hearing the sound, the three rushed to the kitchen in unison, only to see the little cub they had been looking for a long time leaning against the cupboard, a pair of small hands tightly clutching an empty bottle filled with wine, the white and tender little chubby face covered with redness. Even the exposed neck was tinged with red. Her big round eyes were open, but they were full of bewilderment and a loud burp. Jin Yan and Ning Shuyuan and Song Feiyan. Husband, ma'am, little miss seems to be drunk. I'm sorry, ma'am. I wasn't paying attention to locking the liquor cabinet for little miss. Ning Shuyuan also knew that she couldn't blame the servants, but she just said with some anxiety, if you drink so much wine, shouldn't you rush to the hospital? Jin Yan walked over and picked up the little cub who smelled of intoxicating alcohol. Seeing that she was only drunk and not otherwise uncomfortable, he shook his head and said, no need, just let her get a good night's sleep. Drunken Wanbao, softly leaning in the arms of Jin Yan, seems to recognize the person in front of the grandmother. Little Fat Paw shook and said, Grandma, wine, not good, acrid, spicy day. Daddy does not drink law. Drunk like that and still knows to defend her dad. Ning Shuyuan cried and laughed as she pinched her red little face. Didn't grandma tell you that kids can't drink? Nguyen Bao patted the small chest. Big Tongue said, Nguyen Bao is not a small child. Nguyen Bao, Growhorn's Acme, is a big friend. Oh. The voice was still milky, but the breath exhaled was milky and drunk. All right, go to sleep. Ning Shuyuan smiled helplessly and let Jin Yan take her back to her room to sleep. Iman carried the drunken group to her exclusive princess bed and placed her on it. Worried about the drunken Nguyen Bao, Ning Shuyuan said, I'll sleep with her tonight. But at this time, Nguyen Bao grabbed Jin Yan's hand, and Jin Yan's brows softened slightly. You go and rest. I'll accompany her to sleep for the night. Ning Shuyuan looked at Nguyen Bao's soft grip on Jin Yan's hand, and felt a bit tasty in her heart. But thinking that their father and daughter had only been reunited today, she left the time for them and turned around to go out herself. Iman lay on his side beside Nguyen Bao, and the princess bed, which was very large for Nguyen Bao, immediately shrunk by a large margin when he came up. Nguyen Bao grasped Jin Yan's hand, first smiled idiotically twice, then made a shushing gesture and said in what he thought was a very small voice, Uncle, hiccup, I found my dad. My dad can be tall. My dad is tall. My dad is the most greasy in the world. When Jin Yan saw that Nguyen Bao couldn't recognize himself and called himself uncle, his face was slightly not very good, but when he heard the words behind him, his brows instantly softened, and he lowered his head and kissed her scarlet little face. Well, good boy, daddy is the best. Nguyen Bao again seemed to recognize that the one in front of her was her father, wrapping her arms around her neck and kissing her several times in a mushy manner, calling out nonstop in a milky manner, Papa, 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 Papa. Jin Yan wrapped his arms around her small body full of alcohol. The smile on his face didn't stop. Good girl. Daddy is here. Daddy will stay with good girl. Nguyen Bao nestled obediently and softly in his arms, and in no time at all, he fell into a sweet sleep. Just now he had also already learned from the Wen family's mouth what had happened to his daughter in the past few years, and in addition to heartache, there was also a monstrous killing intent. He hated to break into the prison at night to kill the unscrupulous couple who had bullied his daughter on the spot, but for the sake of his daughter, he still had to be active in the human race, and he could not take the blame for human life, but he would never let that unscrupulous couple get away with it. He's going to make anyone who has bullied Goodyear pay. Jin Yan looked at his daughter's good and cute appearance. Red little face fleshy. He was full of coldness, completely dissipated. Couldn't help but go over to kiss his daughter's little face. His sweet boy is definitely the cutest pup in the world. The next second, however, he felt a wave of moisture rise from underneath. Iman looked down and saw that Nguyen Bao was wet underneath him. His sweetest daughter in the world wet the bed. Chapter 164, Nguyen Bao will never drink again. Iman froze slightly, obviously not expecting to encounter such a thing, but he quickly reacted and picked up the wet and still sleeping cub, stripping her of her tiny pants with one hand and placing the person on the couch before opening the cupboard to find clean sheets. Numbo rolled over on her bare little butt. The hardness of the couch was different from the soft queen-sized bed, and she grunted out in discomfort. Jin Yen made the bed, heard his daughter's voice, and flew to pick her up. Nguyen Bao rubbed herself in his arms again. Then satisfied, she found a spot and continued to sleep. Jin Yen looked down at his daughter's appearance of trusting him wholeheartedly. The gentleness at the corners of his lips became more and more obvious as he held Nguyen Bao and looked for a pair of clean little pants for her to change into. Just as he put her back on the bed, Numbo grunted out again, seeming to prefer lying in his arms, so Iman held his humming daughter and walked around the room, his voice low and gentle as he coaxed her. Ning Shuyuan, who was guarding the outside, also had a smile on her face, ready to go back to her room and collide with the uneasy Song Feiyun. Ning Shuyuan made a shoe gesture, and the two of them slowed down and returned to the living room on the second floor. Song Feiyun had just taken care of the drunken Winnie Dong, and she still couldn't let go of the drunken Nguyen Bao in her heart. Mom, the baby is asleep? Ning Shuyuan nodded and said, the baby drank too much wine before bedtime and just wet the bed, and Jin Yen took good care of it. Mature, attentive and stable. The key looks good again. Ning Shuyuan became more and more satisfied in her heart. Song Feiyun also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Ever since she knew that Nguyen Bao's father was the Dragon Clan chief, she always felt that the other party was not easy to get along with. Now that she thought about it, her sister-in-law's vision had always been very good, and the men naturally picked the best. Ning Shuyuan glanced in the direction of Nguyen Bao's room again, and remembering the blood blade that was eyeing the tiger, a hint of worry colored her brows. Meanwhile, the once again seriously injured Laksu was assisted by Jiang Xian towards the Xianin cave. The wound on his right arm had already been bandaged, but there was still dark red blood continuously flowing out. The loss of blood made Laksu's face look more and more unsightly. Chang Yen, who followed behind the two men, turned even whiter and stumbled at the end. As long as he thought of the man who had just injured himself, a vicious chill ran through his body and he couldn't stop shivering. Laksu looked back at Chang Yen, a crimson gloom crossing his one eye. The three of them walked into the Xianin cave, and towards the person in the upper seat, they knelt down and called out, Lord! The man wearing a red robe full of white hair slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were foreign pupils. His left eye was olive green, and his right eye was a normal brownish black. Smelling the thick smell of blood, he slowly walked down and stood in front of Lu Su, an extremely demonic face covered with coldness. Lok Su lowered his head with a pale face and said, My subordinate was incompetent and failed to recapture the cub. The man's palm slightly raised. Fell Su's whole body shook. The entire chest cavity is dead by gravity squeeze. A mouthful of blood from the mouth gushed out. The already white face is even more white and hideous. Can no longer carry him like a dead dog on the ground. The faces of Jiang Xian and Chang Yen in the back also changed in unison, and Chang Yen even nodded his head, itching to beg for mercy immediately. Seeing that Lu Su was about to be killed on the spot, the man suddenly withdrew his hand. Looking at the trembling trio, he said in a deep voice, Waste. Lok Su kneeled back up. A squeezed heart was still vaguely aching. He couldn't restrain himself from coughing twice, and returned with a trembling voice, Lord, it's Jin Yen. Jin Yen took away that cub, when he was ordered by the Lord to catch the wife of Jin Yen, who expected to be detected by the other side. That woman seems to be soft and weak, but the hand is poisonous and ruthless, and therefore that year he let go of their mother and daughter, and upon hearing Iman's name, the man's face instantly grimaced. Present-day Yan, good one, Iman. He struck him down back then, and now he's badgering him. The man was Zhang Tan, who was killed by Jin Yen, but unfortunately no one knew that he had the bloodline of a salamander in him. Even if his heart was pinched and burst, he was able to grow it back, possessing a strong regenerative ability, and no one could really kill him. If he hadn't been seriously injured by Jin Yen back then and needed to recuperate, he wouldn't have been committed to this cave. In order to become stronger, he needed to be infused with the bloodline of the dragon race, which was the purpose of him and Bai Yi picking the dragon Nancy back then. But who would have guessed that Bai Yi would turn against him in the middle of the day? He now had no choice but to retreat and grab the hybrid dragon cub. As long as he absorbed her, his powers would be restored. Since Jin Yan has shown up, then all of you hide. Jiang Tan's tone sunk slightly as he said, I'll clean up sooner or later. Falling Su and the others responded, yes. Jiang Tan glanced at Lu Su's right arm, then glanced at the kneeling Chang Yan, and said with intent, your injury, look after yourself. Falling Su understood the Lord's meaning, and the corner of her mouth curved up into a curve. Yes. After saying that, he retreated with Jiang Xian and Chang Yan. Halfway there, Chang Yan's injuries became more and more serious. Jiang Xian held his arm and looked to Lu Su. Boss, Chang Yan's injuries need to be recuperated. There's no need to be so troublesome. Lok Su glanced at Chang Yan with a smirk. Jiang Xian's heart jumped slightly when he noticed the look on Lok Su's face, and before he could say anything, Lok Su had already steadily strangled Chang Yan's neck and began to absorb the supernatural energy from his body. Chang Yan's pupils were wide open in disbelief. Old boss. Lok Su pinched Chang Yan's neck even harder and quickly absorbed the alien energy from his body into himself, and in an instant, his pale face regained its blood color, and although his right arm could not be restored, the wound healed at the speed of the naked eye. Blood Blade doesn't keep idle people, Falling Su said, striding away. Chang Yan's eyes were wide, his pupils gradually did not have any reaction, and he stiffly fell to the ground, dead. Jiang Xian froze and looked at Chang Yan on the ground. There seemed to be residual warmth left by Chang Yan on his hand. To say the least, he didn't know Chang Yan well, but he had been in Blood Blade for 20 years. Because of the special nature of the organization, every time they go out on a mission, they tie their heads to the waistband of their pants, but they didn't expect to die in the hands of outsiders, but in the hands of their own people. Jiang Xian's hands were clenched. Half of his scarred face carried an indescribable despondency, and in a trance, he remembered the cub, pulling out the candy from his pocket that he couldn't bear to eat, and tenderly rubbing the candy with his fingertips. The next day, Nguyen Bao woke up in a daze. She rubbed her eyes, looked at her father in front of her, and fell headfirst into his arms, milking and pampering. Daddy hug. Jin Yan enjoyed his daughter's snuggling and kissed the top of her head. Okay, Daddy carries you to wash up. When he finished washing up, Iman went downstairs again carrying the drowsy Nguyen Bao. Ning Shuyuan had already greeted her and patted Nguyen Bao's little butt. Looking at her confused little face, she lost her smile and said, the baby hasn't woken up yet? No more drinking in the future, okay? Regarding the matter of her wetting the bed last night, neither Jin Yan nor Ning Shuyuan mentioned it. When Nguyen Bao heard the word drink, his dizzy head immediately sobered up and shook his little head, saying, no drink, no drink. Nguyen Bao will never drink again. Spicy and giddy, she'll never drink again. Chapter 165, Nguyen Bao. Can I switch dads with you? Nguyen Bao not only said not to drink, but also had to grab Jin Yan's hand. Milky voice said, Daddy also do not drink. Drink hard AC. I do not want Daddy hard. Jin Yan's heart warmed, looking at Nguyen Bao full of favor, answering, good. Listen to the good treasure. Daddy won't drink it in the future. Daddy's the best. Numbu narrowed his eyes with a smile. Grandma Ak. Nguyen Bao opened his little arms towards Ning Shuyuan, and after being hugged, he came up to the side of Ning Shuyuan's face and imprinted a warm brand of kisses. When they came to the dining table, there were only Wen Suwa, Wen Yidong, Wen Nanan and Song Feiyan. As for Wen Ishi and Wen Ibei, they were still sleeping, even though the three of them were awake. Their faces were all a little less than good because of their drunkenness. Nguyen Bao stomped his little short legs and got down from Ning Shuyuan's arms, then came over to Wen Suwa. Grandpa Ak. Kiss. When Suwa bent down, Nguyen Bao imprinted a kiss on his face and softly said, Grandpa, don't drink any more AC. Good. Grandpa doesn't drink anymore. When Sui answered, since he retired, he seldom socialized, and occasionally drank only in response to circumstances. It was really bad to have a hangover like the one last night. Nguyen Bao kissed Wen Yidong and Wen Nanan again, repeating the words to them again, and both uncles nodded their heads in obedience. Wen Yidong touched Nguyen Bao's little head, also knowing that Nguyen Bao had stolen alcohol last night. Baby, does your head hurt? Nguyen Bao shook his head. A few small hairs on the top of his head that were not tied up stood up, shaking and trembling. I don't feel any pain. Third uncle and little uncle haven't gotten up yet? Song Feiyan looked at Nguyen Bao's somewhat messy hair that was not tied, looked at Jin Yan who sat down over there, then smiled and picked up Nguyen Bao and retied his hair. A round little hair bun can be cute and adorable. Song Feiyan said, leave them alone and let them sleep. The two threw up all night last night and messed around until late, so they definitely won't be able to get up today. When Yidong looked at Jin Yan, Mr. Jin, you have a good capacity for alcohol. Jin Yan smiled. Great uncle's praise. After finishing his speech, Jin Yan picked up Nguyen Bao and put him on the children's chair, and took the rice bib aside to tie it on for Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao raised a big smile towards his dad. Thank you, Daddy. When she finished, she took a small spoon and began to drink the porridge. Nguyen Bao never needs to be fed to eat, no matter what he eats very well. and it is also very appetizing. This is not the case. Originally there is no appetite. Father and son, three people see Nguyen Bao dry rice, silently pick up chopsticks to eat. Halfway through eating, Nguyen Bao suddenly remembered something, lifted his little face from the rice bowl to look at Wen Dong and Wen Nanan, and blamed himself. Great uncle, second uncle, the bracelet you gave me was broken by a bad uncle. Wen Dong was full of tenderness and said, "It's okay, baby, we can give you another one." The most important thing about that bracelet was the miniature surveillance inside, but it didn't matter. Now that Nguyen Bao had someone with him, the location surveillance wouldn't come in handy. Nambu answered yes and then continued eating. Ning Shuyuan pinched a fried egg and put it into Nguyen Bao's bowl and asked, "Baby, later on, Grandma will send you to kindergarten, okay?" Every time Nguyen Bao went to kindergarten, they took turns dropping him off and picking him up and dropping him off more often since Ning Shuyuan had recovered from her illness. But this time, Nguyen Bao looked to the side of Jinyan. Little milky voice with a few points of embarrassment said, "I want Daddy to send AC." In fact, even if Nguyen Bao didn't say anything, Jin Yan would also send her to kindergarten. Hearing that his daughter wanted him to send her, his heart was even warmer. "Okay, Daddy will send you." Ning Shuyuan was a little tasteless. When the baby has a father, does he not want his grandmother? No. Nguyen Bao put down the little spoon in her hand and jumped into Ning Shuyuan's arms, kissing Ning Shuyuan's face greasily. Nguyen Bao wants Grandma ACA. Nguyen Bao loves Grandma de. Daddy sent me to kindergarten for the first time ACA. I want to tell them that I have a daddy de. The kindergartners are very innocent, but sometimes they don't know any better. And when they know that she doesn't have a mom or dad, they all secretly talk about her behind her back, and she hears it all. But now that she has a dad, she's going to tell them that she has a dad too. She no longer had to envy them. Of course Ning Shuyuan knew what the baby was thinking. She kissed Nguyen Bao's soft little face and said, Okay, let your father send it. Our baby is the one who has a father, so the other kids won't dare to talk about you anymore in the future. The Winchesters could have warned those parents, but the world of children is innocent, also has its own small group, behind the back of the sneaky talk about people's behavior. They cannot control, and cannot go to intervene, otherwise the rebellious children will only blame everything on the baby's body. So, Nguyen Bao held her father's hand and walked happily towards the small car, and happened to meet Zhang Pei-shing next door who was preparing to go to school. Nguyen Bao happily waved her hand towards Zhang Pei-shing to greet him. Brother Pei-shing, good morning. Zhang Pei-shing handed his school bag to the driver and walked toward Nguyen Bao with a smile. Good morning Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao pulled his dad and excitedly introduced towards Zhang Pei-shing. Brother Pei-shing, this is my dad. Isn't my dad very good looking? My dad is still the most mushy person under the sky. The little milky voice was sweet and proud. Zhang Pei-shing had long seen the strange uncle beside Nguyen Bao. Hearing Nguyen Bao introduced in this way, he immediately bowed towards Jin Yan to greet him, his voice rare with a few points of constraint. Hello uncle, I'm Zhang Pei-shing. Iman looked at the young boy, who was as steady and reserved as a small adult, and nodded. Hello, brother Pei-shing, I'm going to kindergarten. When I get out of school, I'll come back to play with you ACA. Nguyen Bao softly said. These days brother Wenqian's school organized activities. He was out playing, so Nguyen Bao was a little lonely at home. Zhang Pei-shing nodded. Good. When the two children finished, Jin Yan picked up Nguyen Bao and got in the car, going all the way towards the kindergarten. Bell kindergarten entrance has gathered a lot of parents who send children. Jin Yan one hand holding Nguyen Bao, one hand carrying Nguyen Bao's little pink dinosaur small school bag toward the door. All the parents present knew Nguyen Bao. This cub in front of them was very accurate in fortune-telling. Usually they couldn't see the Wen family. Now they couldn't wait to surge up and surround Nguyen Bao, wanting to let Nguyen Bao help them tell their fortunes. But when they met the cold gaze of the man at Nguyen Bao's side, they stopped their excitement. Warm blood, So Tai. Nguyen Bao also called out excitedly. So Tai, this is my dad. My dad sent me to kindergarten. As Jin Yan looked at his daughter who kept introducing herself to the children, the corner of his mouth curved up into a light smile as he squatted down to greet Sooty. Hello little friend, how are you? I'm Nguyen Bao's father. So Tai stared blankly at Iman, her tiny mouth wide open, completely mesmerized by Iman. It took a long time to respond. Wow Numbu, your dad is so good looking. Nguyen Bao's little chubby face instantly revealed a look of pride as he arched his eyebrows and said, my daddy is the best looking. Su Tai looked at Jin Yan, then looked back at her own father, and somewhat squirmingly pulled Nguyen Bao's little hand and said, Nguyen Bao, can I switch dads with you? Chapter 166, Sweetie, isn't daddy something? Hearing Sooty's words, Nguyen Bao's eyes were round. Originally holding his dad's hand changed to hugging his dad's neck. His little face was even boarded up, and he seriously refused with a mouthful of little milky voice. No way, my dad is my da. Can't be changed. Sooty puffed her cheeks a little angrily, but the teacher said that good things should be shared happily. I just need to change your dad for a day na. My dad is the one who is not a thing. Nguyen Bao also puffed out her cheeks. further emphasizing the softness and cuteness of her little chubby face. Imayan. He pinched Nguyen Bao's little face with exasperation and amusement. Good boy, isn't daddy a thing? Warmblood obviously didn't appreciate the meaning of that statement, and said with a serious bun face, of course daddy isn't a thing. He can't be exchanged. Iman rubbed his brow helplessly, and the more embarrassing is Suddy's dad. He is also the first time to see Nguyen Bao's dad. Even if he is a straight man, he can't help but look at Nguyen Bao's dad a few more times. But when he hears his daughter's words about wanting to change her dad, the whole person is angry and wants to laugh. And after listening to the two pups' serious conversation, he is even more amused. Attorney, are you disliking dad? Su Tilly's father followed suit and squatted down to look at his own baby girl, pretending to be sad. Sooty looked at her own dad, and then looked at Nguyen Bao family's handsome dad. A pair of small hands stirred and said, I don't dislike dad, but Nguyen Bao dad is good-looking ACA. Dad, I heard auntie say that you can get plastic surgery to become beautiful. Dad, you go for plastic surgery. Get plastic surgery. Get plastic surgery to become Nguyen Bao dad like this is good. Sally's father blushed as red as a pig's liver. He almost didn't dare to look at the other parents, and he gave an embarrassed and unassuming smile to Nguyen Bao and Nguyen Bao's father. Then he picked up Suddy and stuffed her into the school, leaving behind a sentence of dad can never go to plastic surgery in this life, and then quickly fled the scene. Sooty was a little sad, standing in the doorway with her little waist crossed, roaring with anger. Daddy still says he loves me the most, but as a result, this little thing can't be done for me. Daddy is too much of a disappointment to me. Humph. Only to see Sally's dad stagger in his departure and then leave at an even faster pace. So Tai huffed and looked at Nguyen Bao, hummed heavily towards Nguyen Bao, turned around and followed the teacher who couldn't help but enter the school. Warmblood followed suit with a piggy snort, and the children's friendship flipped when they said it would. Iman cried and laughed. Okay, go in with your teacher. Dad will pick you up in the afternoon. Okay bye daddy. Nguyen Bao kissed Imyan's face and waved his little chubby hand at him, then held the teacher's hand and jumped inside. Iman looked at his daughters bouncing back, and the little hair bun on top of her head shook with her. His daughter is so cute. Before Nguyen Bao entered the class, Ms. Huang pulled Nguyen Bao and said, Nguyen Bao, today the TV station temporarily selected our kindergarten as an educational documentary. There will be a lot of uncles and aunts taping the program in our class, so Nguyen Bao will behave well later, okay? Mr. Huang knew that the reason why the TV station chose Belle was not only because Belle was a private aristocratic school, but also because of Nguyen Bao's status as the national daughter. And the internet was now hot with Nguyen Bao, and their kindergarten used to favor secrecy, but now it was also gradually shifting its style. So after the TV station came to their door and said they wanted to broadcast live, the director agreed to do so after asking the parents for their opinions. When Nguyen Bao heard that Mr. Huang wanted him to perform well, he nodded his head and said, Nguyen Bao will perform well. Teacher Huang stroked Nguyen Bao's chubby face, then led her into the class, and as soon as she came in several cameras were trained on Nguyen Bao. It's not in vain that I went to the TV station and voted for Belle to record an educational movie, and I literally mobilized everyone around me to see my baby. Dash, my cubs have mellowed out a bit again, but they're really cute. Dash, how in the world could there be such a cute little brat as Warmblood? Mama. The news that the TV station was going to record a kindergarten educational film was actually publicized early on, only that no kindergarten was ever chosen. And with Warmblood's fame, fans flocked to the station to vote for Belle. So after the TV broadcast, all the fans of Warmblood poured in. Nguyen Bao remembered that Mr. Huang said to act naturally, so instead of saying hello to the camera, he carried his little dinosaur book bag towards his seat. Su Tingzhou pulled out the chair next to him early, waiting for Nguyen Bao to sit down. Nguyen Bao, good morning. Dash, it's true that the CP I'm knocking on is so sweet. Dash, Jojo is really a little warm boy. He even knows to pull out the chair for Nguyen Bao. What a gentleman. The men nowadays can't compare to Jojo. Boat morning. Nguyen Bao greeted with a smile, and couldn't help but show off his dad towards Boat. Boat, I have a dad. Just now it was my dad who sent me to kindergarten day. Su Tingzhou applauded happily for Nguyen Bao. That's great, Nguyen Bao. From now on we'll all have a father. Numbua's dad? Shrimp? I haven't seen the cubs for a few days. How come the cubs have a new father? Dash, the TV station is too useless, right? Why didn't they shoot the door first? I also want to see Daddy Warmblood. Dash, I remember someone said on the internet before that when Ichan was unmarried and gave birth to a warm baby, and still gave birth to the baby when he was not very old, would such a man be any good? Dash, someone else said before that when Ichan was tricked by a man to give birth to Nguyen Bao. Anyway, I've never heard of Nico when having a boyfriend or fiancé. I only know that she got pregnant after she disappeared. Dash, although I don't want to think about it that dark, but Warmblood's dad isn't going to be a QJ offender. is he? There was a heated debate on the internet about Warmblood's dad, and it even went straight to the top of the Hot 100. However, at this point Warmblood didn't know that. Manhwa nodded her head vigorously, glancing at Sothy, who was sitting in front of her and still puffing up, and hummed her little nose. Sally heard Warmblood humming her nose, and her eyebrows rose in anger as she hummed even louder through her nose. It just so happened that teacher Huang had already said that class was in session, and when she heard Sothy humming her nose, she gently prompted, "Attorney, you can't get weird in class." At that moment, Sally skimmed her lips and glanced at Warmblood, secretly thinking that she would never get along with Warmblood again. Su Tingzhou keenly noticed that they were out of sorts, and came over to Nguyen Bao's ear and lowered his voice to ask, "Nguyen Bao, what's going on with you and Su Tilly?" Nguyen Bao unhappily tooted her little mouth and said, "Tilly wants to switch dads with me." "I won't, my dad is the most powerful dad." Sadi, who heard this with her little ears perked up, didn't care that it was class time, let alone the camera behind her, and huffed, "My dad is the best dad." Nguyen Bao couldn't care less about Mr. Huang's admonition and retorted in a milky voice, "My dad is the one." Chapter 167, Pups Are Fighting Again. Sally, my dad fights off bad guys. He can fight 7 in 1. My dad can too. Not only can my dad fight, he can cook and it's super delicious. Warmblood had never eaten her dad's cooking, but her dad was great and surely he could do it. So without hesitation, she said, "My dad can do it too. And my dad is the most mushy. My dad is the most powerful person." Su Tai excitedly said back, completely forgetting the words that she had just asked her dad to get a facelift. The two cubs argued over their father, their voices getting louder and louder, drowning out Mr. Huang's voice in class. "I'm literally going to die laughing at the pups. This reminds me of the internet's previously popular My Dad Dares to Eat. Can your dad? Ha 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 ha. Nguyen Bao likes her father so much. I think her father must be a very good person. Che, there's no way a very good father could have ignored his daughter for so many years. No matter what the cub's father is, I only love the cub. And in the cub's heart the father is surely the most powerful person of all. Look at my cubs clenching their little fists in excitement. Their milky little fists are really scary." Starry-eyed, JPG, Teacher Huang walked over to Nguyen Bao and Su Tai and gently persuaded, "Nguyen Bao, a Tai, Dad is the most powerful person in every child's heart. We can't compare ourselves, and now it's class time. We have to listen to the lesson well." Nguyen Bao's little face flushed red as he said, "I'm sorry Mr. Huang, I know I'm wrong." Sudi followed suit and apologized. "I'm sorry Mr. Huang, I'll listen to the lesson properly." Both cubs are so cute. The chubby little girl called Sudi is the little girl your grandma and grandpa talk about. The pups who are taking the lesson well are so serious. The little milk fat on their faces looks serious. The pups who are taking the lesson well are so serious. The little milk fat on their faces looks serious. Wow, my cub's writing is so standardized, and she knows all the teacher's questions, so it's worthy of being the cub I've been eyeing. I don't know how much the annual tuition fee is, but it's a noble kindergarten, so I don't know how much it costs. Ordinary people don't have to think about it. This tuition fee is at least 50 Ws. I envy the kids who go to school in there, already winning at the starting line. Sooner, 2 classes ended. Nguyen Bao wanted to go to the toilet. She looked at Su Tai in front of her. Before that, it had always been her and Su Tai going to the toilet hand in hand. She puffed up her cheeks and asked, "Adi, do you want to go to the toilet?" When Su Tai saw Nguyen Bao taking the initiative to talk to herself, a fat face brightened up. But then she remembered that Nguyen Bao wouldn't switch dads with herself, and exasperatedly said, "I don't want it." Oh, Warmblood then went to the restroom by himself. Sudi actually also wanted to go to the toilet. Nguyen Bao did not even call herself a few more times, stomping her little feet angrily, but so the urge to urinate is even more urgent. She can only huff and puff and follow behind Nguyen Bao. I'm going to die from the cuteness of these 2 little brats. Isn't this just a write-up clip of me and my BFF? Ha 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 ha. The photographer naturally knew that Warmblood was the focus of this live traffic, so he kept following Warmblood's ass. When Nguyen Bao finished going to the toilet, she realized that Sudi was following her, but Sudi didn't even talk to her. Nguyen Bao pursed her small lips, and the 2 small pear swirls became more obvious. After she washed her hands and hands, she was ready to go back to her class, just in time to hear a couple of young ladies from the older class talking about her. "I saw Warmblood's dad today. He's so good looking." "I saw that too. And my mom said her dad was good looking to get a soft spot." "My grandma says that Warmbloods are bad kids. not good at their jobs, and that they're going to be opera singers later on, and that her mom and dad are no good either. Nguyenbao's big eyes curved into a crescent moon when she heard others praising her father's good looks, but then she heard the ones that followed, and she was so angry that her face turned white. Without waiting for the bad-mouthing young lady to finish, he charged straight up and knocked the young lady down with his head, milking the warning, "Don't you dare talk about my mommy and daddy." The older child who was bumped into froze, and when he saw that it was Nguyenbao, although his face was a bit weak, he quickly got up and pushed Nguyenbao down with force. "It's not like I'm right. Your father is a soft eater." Nguyenbao snapped, "Fella but peer." She climbed up and rubbed her little butt, crossed her arms and said, "What's wrong with eating soft rice? I also eat soft rice. I like to eat soft rice. Hard rice is not good at all." Sore throat. A few older children heard Nguyenbao's childish words and covered their stomachs and scoffed out, pointing at Nguyenbao as they laughed. "You're a little cutie, are you? Can't even understand what eating soft rice means." One of the older kids explained, "Being a soft touch means that your father has no skills at all. He's no good. It's pathetic." Nguyenbao was so angry that he clenched his fists and rushed over like a small firecracker. "My father is not. I won't allow you to talk about my father. I'll fight with you." Warm blood hit at the older kids who had been bad-mouthing her, but she was small and there were 3 more on the other side. Soon she was crushed. This little friend is too much. Let me in. I'm going to beat 10 of them. The parents of these children are so unethical. It must be all taught by the adults. It pisses me off. These kids dare to bully my son. Where are the teachers? Where are the teachers? Quickly save my son. Don't fight. Don't fight. Has been concerned about the live broadcast of the park director's face dark and heavy. If this is usually just, this is for the whole country live broadcast. Their school's reputation, this cannot be saved. Should not be a moment of weakness to agree with the TV station. He ran out of the office quickly toward the fight place. However, the first one to arrive at the scene was So-Tai, who had just finished going to the toilet. When she saw Nguyenbao being pressed and beaten, she also followed and rushed up. "Don't allow you to bully Nguyenbao. I will fight with you." So they knocked away the girl who was pressing down on Nguyenbao with her weight added. Nguyenbao immediately climbed up and pressed onto that girl, her milky little fists hitting the man one by one. Wow, the kids are fighting so fiercely too. Southie's so fierce. Even though Numbu and Southie were young and small, they were not weak at all and beat the hell out of their 3 big friends. In a short while, the teacher's office more than 5 face, body are hanging colorful cubs, including Nguyenbao also bulging cheeks. Milk fierce stare at the 3 girls in the big class, as if they want to rush up to bite each other. Mr. Huang and Mr. Nyo from the older class looked at each other in disbelief. If it was normally fine, but now the live TV broadcast was still going on. Teacher Huang is even more headache. She clearly urged the little cub to behave well. Who would have thought that she showed a dry fight? Chapter 168. Then I'm ashamed of myself. So-Tai and Nguyenbao also blared fiercely at the big class just like Nguyenbao, while the 3 girls in the big class were not shy either. All 5 cubs were milky and fierce, especially the smallest of them, Milk Donut, with the little hair buns on the top of her head spreading out. "Have you all forgotten what your teacher told you?" Teacher Huang said in a serious tone. When this word came out, Nguyenbao froze, and it took a long time to react to the fact that there are other uncles and aunts who came to record the program today. That is, everyone saw her fight, and when she thought of this her face turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Teacher Huang ACA, I didn't mean to fight. Can you make them not broadcast ACA? At this moment, Nguyenbao didn't know that her dry fight appearance had been completely circulated on the internet. She blearily grabbed Teacher Huang's clothes, milky voice pleading, "Mr. Huang remembered the dark face of the principal just now and shook his head gravely. "I'm afraid it won't work because it's already been broadcasted." Nguyenbao sniffled and said pitifully, "Then I'm humiliated. It's not just you who's a disgrace. The whole kindergarten was humiliated with it." But Teacher Huang didn't tell Nguyenbao about such a cruel thing. He just touched the little hair bun spread out on top of Nguyenbao's head, sighed softly and soothed the little group. "It's okay, the most humiliating thing is not you." Hearing Mr. Huang's consolation, Nguyenbao's mood improved a bit, but thinking that the most humiliated is not her, but she is still humiliated. I hope Dad doesn't know she fights. Who expected that the next second? Mr. Huang retied Nguyenbao's pigtails and said, "Children fighting is the most inadvisable way. Call your parents." Nguyenbao's eyes opened wide, pulling Teacher Huang, his little milky voice pouting. "Teacher Huang, can you not call me Daddy-ack? Dad sent her to school on her first day today and she didn't want him to know that she fought ferociously. Teacher Huang originally wanted to contact Nguyenbao's great-uncle when he donged directly because he was written in the parent contact information, but when she heard Nguyenbao say this, she remembered that this matter was because of Nguyenbao's father, so she refused indifferently and mercilessly and said, "No way." Nguyenbao's upturned little fat face flattened at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, So-tae on the side was very happy, completely ignoring the fact that she was also going to be called a parent. Cheering, I can see Nwanbao's father again. Nwanbao looked at Su-tae mournfully, seeing that there were still scratches on her little face, all of which she got down to help. She touched Su-tae's little face. "Tae, does it hurt ache?" Sudi rubbed her chubby face unconcernedly. "I have a lot of meat and it doesn't hurt." Immediately after, she was embarrassed and twisted her little body. "Nwanbao, I'll help you fight La, can you?" Nwanbao's heart immediately thumped. Her little mouth flattened, aggressively interrupting Su-tae's words. "No, Ak, I can help you fight in the future, but I don't want to change my dad, Ak." Saudi paused and said, "No changing dads. I just want to take a picture with your dad." She also figured out that Nwanbao's dad had only just come back. Nwanbao definitely didn't change it, and it would be okay to change it later after Nwanbao disliked her dad. If Nwanbao knew what was on Su-tae's mind, she would have said, "I won't dislike dad," but she didn't know and happily agreed. "Okay, I'll let dad take a picture with you." Both cubs seemed to have forgotten about calling their parents, and both had little excitement on their faces. At this time, the internet has already set off a big wave. The popularity of Nwanbao is too high. Not long after Nwanbao father, Nwanbao fight has rushed to the first hot search. I always thought my cub was cute and well behaved, but after watching the video of the fight, I realized that my cub is so fierce. I think I might have been poisoned by a kind of warm blood, and I can't believe that I find the milk fierce pup so cute. Upstairs is not the first. I also think the milky fierce warmonger is so cute, although I don't advocate fighting. What those kids said really can't be tolerated. It's too much, and the malice is too great. It's not wrong. Nwanbao's father is not a soft rice eater. Even Nwanbao is also eating the soft rice of the Wen family. They say a married daughter splashes out water, but now Nwanbao's father and daughter are picking on the Wen family to suck their blood. Suddenly there's a conspiracy theory. Maybe all this was designed by Nwanbao's father, who took away Wen Ichen back then, and when the baby was born, he gave the baby to someone else. And then when the baby went back to the Wen family to enjoy the blessings, he came back to follow and enjoy the blessings again. You're afraid you've watched too many TV shows, touting Nwanbao as the little princess of the Wen family, but don't forget that she is just a granddaughter. And when a few sons of the Wen family give birth to daughters, you will wait to see who is really the little princess of the Wen family. It's been years since I've interacted with a keyboard warrior, and I realize that their born malice never wanes. I sometimes want to expose my real name and IP all over the internet to see who's really having a seizure. And as the protagonist of the discussion, Jin Yen is now meeting with Du Lao and the others at the Wen family. Du Lao received an exquisite brocade box from his men and handed it to Jin Yen with both hands. "Nwanbao saved my life. No matter it's a great favor to me or to Huaxia, this is a little bit of token of appreciation from me and Huaxia." Jin Yen glanced at Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan, and when he saw them nodding, he took the brocade box and opened it, revealing a positively red, five-pointed star-shaped emblem inside, with a yellow stripe at each corner, and a building in the very center that represented Huaxia. Jin Yen may not understand what this represents, but Wen Suo and Ning Shuyuan instantly recognized that this is the highest level badge in Huaxia. With this badge you can travel all over the country without any constraints. The most important thing is that the person who owns the badge, no matter what the problem is, can ask for help from the police, the military, or any person in the country at the moment, and all of them will be given timely assistance. Every month, Huaxia will also give badge holders subsidies. The amount is not small, until the end-of-life subsidies. In other words, Huaxia to support the badge holders. There are only a handful of badge holders, all of whom have made great contributions to the country, such as Du Lao. Ning Shuyuan hesitated. "Isn't this too expensive?" Du Lao smiled and said, "This is what Nwanbao deserves." Not only did she save his life, she also saved so many abducted children. She also saved Guping's father and son at 76, and even she was able to save more people. This honor for Nwanbao was indeed what she deserved. "I'll take it for good boy." Jin Yen puts the brocade box away, but his gaze is sullenly looking at Bai Yi on Du Lao's side, his fingers lightly moving as if he's about to strike in the next second. Bai Yi raised his eyes to meet his eyes, and for a moment, it was as if he had returned to that night covered in blood 20 years ago, when he was holding the dying Nancy, and the man in front of him had his sharp blade pointing straight at his neck. Chapter 169. You pinched Nwanbao's face red, seeing that he was about to be struck down. It was Nancy who saved him by gripping the sharp edge with her last ounce of strength, but Nancy does not know. At that time he was stored in the will to die, because he was afraid that Nancy could not hold out. If not to return to the Dragon Clan is Nancy's only chance to live, even if he is dead, will not let go of Nancy's hand. The two coldly stared at each other, and finally Bai Yi broke the deadlock. "Nancy, is she okay?" The corner of Jin Yan's mouth curved up with a touch of sarcasm, his voice cold to the bone. "Bai Yi, I remember warning you not to appear in front of me. I just want to know if she's okay. You don't deserve to mention her name. Once again, there was a stalemate between the two, and Du Lao secretly sighed and changed the topic. Is little Nguyen Bao coming back soon? Bai Yi looked at Du Lao, knowing that he was helping himself, but without news of Nancy, how could he stop? Ning Shuyuan smiled and said, yeah, she's almost out of school. Elder Du praised. That said, I've never seen a child as kind and understanding as little Nguyen Bao. Hearing someone praising her own child, Ning Shuyuan smiled so much that she couldn't see her teeth, and when Swear said, Elder Du, it's not that I'm boasting, my baby is not only kind and understanding, she's also very well behaved, and she's never caused any trouble, and ever since she's been around, we've only been able to add a few points of warmth to our Wen family. Just as the business was boasting to each other, when Yidong received a call from MS Huang of the kindergarten, and after roughly understanding the situation, he said towards Jin Yen, the baby fought with someone else at the kindergarten, and the teacher named you to come over. Imayan. First day of sending a good boy to school and you get called a parent? Wen Swear just boasted that his own cubs do not make trouble, do not cause trouble, face always comes so timely. Ning Shuyuan frowned slightly. Fighting? How did you get into a fight? Is the baby okay? What did the teacher say on the phone? When Yidong opened the current hot search headlines and synchronized the kindergarten dynamics recorded by the TV station today to the TV set, and only then did the crowd understand what had happened. Ning Shuyuan also then remembered that the kindergarten said that the TV station was going to record something before, because Nguyen Bao disappeared. She forgot about it and didn't remember that it was today. After watching the video, everyone's brows furrowed. Even Du Lao frowned fiercely when he saw those unbearable pop-ups. It does seem like it needs to be straightened out. Who would have thought that so many netizens would have so much ill will towards a cub less than 4 years old, or a cub who has done the country a favor? When Suwa stood up violently, I will personally go to the school. When Yidong emphasized, Dad, the teacher asked for Jin Yen to go over by name, and this matter is said to have started because of Jin Yen. Iman's heart warmed as he looked at the screen defending his good boy. Looking at the words slandering him and good boy online, his cold brows sank as he said, I'll handle this matter. Kindergarten. Inside the teacher's office, Nguyen Bao and Sooty were sitting hand in hand on the small sofa, while the parents of the 3 girls in the older class had already arrived and were now pulling their own injured children to gather around the teacher. Looking at Nguyen Bao with an unkind gaze, Teacher, I didn't give my precious granddaughter to the school to be beaten. You see what it's done to my granddaughter? I know that the Wen family is rich and powerful, and our family is no match for them, but you can't treat them so differently. Teacher, that's right, and my child. This is too much. How can a child's family hit so hard? Still a national daughter? So vicious. How can she grow up in the future? And I heard that this worm got into a fight on her first day in kindergarten. This is a problematic child. Isn't it irresponsible to the other children to keep her in school? The Wen family was indeed very powerful, but the 3 of them were not vegetarians either, and this matter must not end well. Teacher Huang and Teacher Nyo's faces sank slightly for a few moments when they heard the words of the 3 parents. Teacher Huang, parents, it's true that we didn't do our job in this matter and let the children get into an argument, but the TV stations have recorded what happened, and although Nguyen Bao made the first move, it was because the 3 of them, Lu Zixian, spoke harshly. What's so hard to hear? Is it clear that the TV station is helping her too? Lu Zixuan's grandmother said with a strong voice. Don't think I don't know that she has an uncle who has a hand in the entertainment industry, so getting the TV station to favor her is easy. Teacher Nyo, Grandma Zixian, the TV station takes a live broadcast. It's impossible for anyone to favor. Lu Zixuan grandmother is non-stop, said, I know she backstage is very big, but also cannot bully us ordinary people. Right, she went on some on the stage variety show all kinds of selling misery. If you ask me to say that she is a problematic child, otherwise why not abuse other children? But abuse her? That's right, with an unwed pregnant mother and an unknown father. There must be something wrong with such a child. Teacher Huang's face sank completely. Grandma Zixian, Bei's mom, your words are too heavy. Nguyen Bao is a kind of child. I believe that we all have eyes to see, the parents of the matter for the time being, and now it's your children who are not speaking correctly, and that's what angered Nguyen Bao. What talk is wrong? Isn't my child telling the truth? Isn't her father a pimp? Isn't that wrong? Until she heard that grandma talking about her dad, she angrily walked over and milked the fierce. Grandma, you're wrong. My dad isn't the one who eats soft food. My dad is great. You can't talk about my dad. Grandma Lu Zixuan looked condescendingly at Nguyen Bao in front of her, reaching out to pinch her soft face hard. Yes, 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 your father is great. If your father wasn't great, he wouldn't be able to eat the Wen family's soft rice. Nguyen Bao's face was pinched so hard that she couldn't hold back the tears that were welling up in her eyes. My father isn't what you guys make him out to be. And with that came the sound of thunder. scaring Grandma Lu Zixuan into letting go of her hand. And only then did Nguyen Bao aggressively cover her red, swollen little face and back away again and again. Nguyen Bao. Teacher Huang saw Nguyen Bao's red and swollen little face and looked at Grandma Lu Zixuan with a bit of displeasure. Nguyen Bao covered her little face. Sooty rushed up at the first opportunity, pointing at Grandma Lu Zixuan. You pinched Nguyen Bao's face red. You've gone too far. My mom said you're being disrespectful for the elderly. Grandma Lu Zixuan was full of concern and silently rolled her eyes. Just then, Jin Yan's voice came from outside the door. Good boy. Nguyen Bao turned her head to see Jin Yan. The tears in her eyes could no longer be stopped and slid down drop by drop as she ran to her father with open arms. Daddy! Jin Yan squatted down with his hands open, holding his daughter tightly in his arms as she lunged over, listening to her daughter's voice as she let out a loud cry, his heart aching as he followed suit, looking at Lu Zixuan's grandmother with a particularly morose gaze. Chapter 170, The Legendary Mysterious $100 Billion Man. In addition to So Tai, who had never seen Nguyen Bao's father, now at first glance, they were all subdued by its powerful aura. So Tai waved her little hand and greeted enthusiastically, Daddy Nguyen Bao. Nguyen Bao heard Sooty's voice before gradually came back to God. Only the tears still can't stop a drop coming out. The little fat face is full of tear stains. Hoarse little milky voice with aggrievement intermittently said, Daddy, I didn't mean to fight. It's them misbehaving and saying bad things. Daddy knows. Good boy, don't cry. Jin Yan took out a handkerchief and wiped Nguyen Bao's tears, and when he saw her red and swollen little face, a creepy coldness filled the bottom of his eyes. After wiping his daughter's tears, Jin Yan hugged her up and looked at Grandma Lu Zixuan and the others with a heavy gaze. Even Teacher Huang was frozen by the other party's icy gaze, only to feel chills all over her body, not to mention Grandma Lu Zixuan, but she quickly snorted coldly and muttered in a low voice, growing up to be in the shape of this little white boy. It's no wonder that it charmed Wen Yichen to death. Few outsiders know that back then she wanted her son to marry the Wen family, and the Wen family only had one daughter, so she let her own son ingratiate himself with Nico Wen in every possible way, and do small things in front of him. Who expected that Nico Wen would get pregnant after she disappeared? A pregnant woman. The Lu family did not care to want, but the son followed the devil like insisted on Natalie Wen. She could not help thinking that the other party is pregnant with an unknown father of the child, and now the Wen family must be anxious. She went to the door to ask for marriage. As long as Natalie wanted to abort the child, the Lu family will marry her. But Winnie Nicole says there's no way she's going to get rid of the baby, and that even if she didn't have a baby, she'd never marry her son. Directly put their Lu family face on the ground. When the Wen family is big, their Lu family cannot help. A tolerance is so many years. Your warmth's father, let me tell you, your daughter beat my granddaughter up like this. I have to give a statement out today, Grandma Lu Zixuan arrogantly said. In the bottom of her heart, she was actually as clear as a mirror. Nguyen Bao, this girl's father, appeared, and in the future, she would definitely follow this little white boy. Even if the Wen family favored her, they were still separated by generations, and it was impossible for them to turn their backs on so many worldly groups for her. Jin Yan, holding the warm treasure, sat to the side of the sofa, although the opposite side of the person stood, condescending to look at him, but he looked cold. Oppressive aura is not lost at all. Asked in a deep voice, what do you want to say? Let your daughter make amends to my granddaughter and apologize. Your family will also have to pay 1 million in medical expenses. Grandma Lu Zixuan said with a bossy face. This 1 million less is a bit less, but any more and I'm afraid you won't be able to shell out. Numbua's little brows were furrowed and her big, red, crying eyes were loaded with apprehension. She knew a lot by now, knew that $1 million was a lot of money, and that she probably wouldn't be able to make it back even if she spent her whole life working a floor stall, but she wasn't right. ACA. Seeing his daughter's concern, Iman squeezed her little chubby paw with one hand. Numbo looked up at her dad at once, and when she saw him smiling at her in an easy, reassuring way, her quietly lifted little heart dropped back. Jin Yan sneered. 1 million is indeed a little less, but your granddaughter is worth this price. But my good boy is different. 100 times 1,000 times can't match my good boy's tears. Grandma Lu Zixuan, you soft eaters, learn from others to put what harsh words? The other two parents looked at each other, and one of them said, Nguyen Bao's father, if you're not capable of doing it yourself, let the Wen family come out and confront us. Jin Yan lightly swept his eyes at them, and his gaze was like looking at a mole cricket, making people feel uncomfortable. Only to see this Yan and looked at the door standing Chu Anxious. Chu Anxious, hastily holding a few freshly printed contracts, came in, heard the warm treasure milk whistling, and he greeted Chu Anxious' uncle. The corner of Chu Anxious' mouth curved up into a gentle smile, but when he turned to look at Lu Zixuan's grandmother and the others, his complexion went cold and cold again. Mrs. Lu, you lose Enterprises competing for that piece of land on the left bank. I'm really sorry, we don't intend to give you that piece of land. In addition, your Lu's shopping mall, please find another land. The contract expires, we won't renew it, so move out as soon as you can. Grandma Lu Zixuan froze when she heard Chu Zixu's words, and she was about to say something when she saw the other party handing up 2 contracts. After reading the contract, Grandma Lu Zixuan's face changed drastically, and her gaze toward Chu Zixu was tinged with shock. How is this possible? What happened to Mrs. Lu? What's going on, Mrs. Lu? Don't keep quiet. Chu Anxious smiled without smiling and said, Mrs. Lu, you read it correctly. The land that you Lus are going to purchase is my husband's, and your 2 major shopping malls are also built on my husband's land. The other 2 parents were filled with consternation, but they heard Chu Anxiao turn his words toward them. And you too. The 2 plots of land on the east and west side of the city are also both owned by my families, Mr. Oh right, Mrs. Lu, the building you rented 2 years ago also belongs to my husband. Please pack up and move out as soon as possible. We're not renting it anymore. Chu Anxious, as if she just remembered. She threw another bomb at Grandma Lu Zixuan. Grandma Lu Zixuan looked incredulously at the breezy Jinyan sitting there and denied in a loud voice. Impossible. How could you be that mysterious person? A few years ago, a mysterious person bought many buildings and villas as well as different places of real estate in East City at the same time, and even contracted many real estate companies. What's more, this mysterious person bought the private island of Otavalva in one fell swoop, which is also known as the most beautiful island, a paradise for the rich. At that time, there were news reports that the assets of this mysterious big man were feared to have exceeded $100 billion, and if it were not for the fact that we did not know who this mysterious man was, the world's wealth list would have to be changed again. And the same face of disbelief and dish color there are 2 other. They want to say it must be false, but the contract is in front of them. It is not up to them to believe it. They're finished, completely played out. Who would have thought that Warmblood's dad would be the mysterious big shot with the fabled $100 billion? Jin Yen hugged his daughter and got up, seemingly reminding and warning. Remember, my name is Jin Yen. I'm Nuan Bao's father. After saying that, he looked at the dumbfounded Mr. Huang. Teacher, things are almost settled. We'll leave first. Teacher Huang looked at the battered Grandma Lu Zixuan and nodded. Fine. Nuan Bao's big eyes were full of admiration for his dad, although he didn't know what his dad had done, but he was really handsome. When her dad said to say goodbye to her teacher, she responded with a short little wave. Bye, teacher. Jin Yen held the warm treasure out of the teacher's office. Because it had just poured down rain, the floor outside were washed clean. Only the leaves on the trees because of the heavy rain have fallen on the ground. Thinking of that heavy rain, Jin Yen looked at his daughter with burning eyes. His daughter will definitely be able to far surpass him in the future.